Family, this is outrageous. A mere fisherman, suddenly found myself in the world of One Piece while night fishing, and as soon as I woke up, I saw Ace's freckled face. After learning he was Ace, I even got a system attached to me. Later, I met the masked guy, Doflamingo, who accidentally revealed that Ace's dad is the Pirate King, Roger, and then our boat was smashed by a storm. Let me tell you, this situation is simply ridiculous. I just met this guy on a deserted island, and guess who his dad is? GOLD. Roger, the Pirate King. Yes, the very same Pirate King you're thinking of. I was completely dumbfounded, feeling like my worldview just did a 720-degree backflip in front of me. Does anyone understand? I'm just an ordinary fisherman. How did I end up next to the son of the Pirate King? This all started when I inexplicably fell into the sea. I swear, I was clearly night fishing by the little river near my house the night before. And when I woke up, I found myself floating in the ocean, holding a piece of broken wood the size of my palm. I was stunned. They say fishermen can catch anything besides fish, but here I am. I literally fished myself into another world. Before I could figure out, a big wave hit me, and everything went dark. When I woke up again, I heard some rustling sounds nearby. I coughed up some salty seawater, struggled to open my eyes a crack, and guess what I saw? A huge freckled face, less than 10 centimeters away from me. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, and my first reaction was, what the hell? Is this a sesame cake come to life? Then this sesame cake leaned back and said unhappily, hey, who are you calling a freckled cake? I finally realized, oh, it's a person. I shakily sat up and feigned weakness. Oh, it's a person. I thought it was some kind of monster. Of course, I'm a person. The guy grinned, showing a big white smile, and introduced himself cheerfully in Port Gasti. Ace. My head was still buzzing. What? Port what? But at the same time, a flood of memories that didn't belong to me began rushing into my mind. Wow, I really did cross over, and I ended up in the world of One Piece where gods are fighting. Seeing I had no reaction, Ace repeated, Port Gasti. Ace. I then carefully examined him. Bare upper body, an orange hat hanging around his neck, an ASC tattoo with an X on his left arm, and that handsome but definitely freckled face. My goodness. Isn't this the guy with the Mara no Mi ability? The future second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? The male lead in countless unfulfilled desires? Fire Fist Ace? He's standing right in front of me. I pretended to remember. Port Gasti. Ace, that name sounds a bit familiar. Ace's eyes lit up, sparkling like little stars, and he excitedly leaned closer. Really? Has my reputation spread? What do people say about me? I smiled slightly. I heard about it a minute ago. As for whether it's spread outside, I don't know. Ace immediately leaned back in disbelief, squinting at me, as if to say, are you messing with me? I hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem, just joking. I'm Jerry. Then I looked around. This is definitely a deserted island, surrounded by a circle of strange currents, pure and simple and natural prison. I asked Ace where we. He was busy fiddling with a pile of broken wood and said, a deserted island. I've been here for 6 days. 6 days? I glanced at his skilled movements. He was probably building a raft, showing off his outdoor survival skills. Just as I was about to lend a hand, the most classic scene happened. I heard a mechanical voice in my head. Detecting an individual that meets binding conditions. System binding in progress, huh? I have a system too. Isn't this a standard feature for crossers? I was still wondering whether the system was Android or Harmony. After the system binding succeeded, it directly gave me a line of inspirational quotes, then said it detected that I was too weak and gifted me a newbie package. I opened it to find a book called 5-3 Series. I thought, great, I've crossed over, and now I have to take the college entrance examination. But when I clicked on the description, it read, 5 skills, 3 types of hockey you deserve to have. I was ecstatic. Isn't this becoming a god? I quickly opened it. Ding! I was so excited, feeling like I could punch the 4 emperors and kick the Marines. But when I clicked on the details of hockey, I immediately burst out laughing. Conqueror's hockey can scare a 3-year-old to tears. Armament hockey, tough as an eggshell, black and hard. Observation hockey can sense the flight trajectory of mosquitoes within 18 centimeters. Thank you so much. Is this hockey meant to be a joke? And what's the deal with mastery of barbecue and sense of direction? Are they expecting me to open a barbecue stall in the One Piece world and serve as a human compass for Zoro? Zoro would kneel down if he heard this. But jokes aside, having something is better than nothing. I also received a daily fishing task, as fishing is my old profession. What made me happiest was that there was a supreme fishing rod in my inventory, meaning I would definitely catch something every day. All right, at least my fisherman's spirit can still burn. I closed the system and felt a surge of strength, quickly smashing a coconut that Ace had opened. Then I went over to help. After all, as a fisherman, I know a thing or two about building rafts. Ace was thrilled to see me helping and said he had tried several times, but his rafts fell apart as soon as they hit the water. We figured we didn't have enough materials and needed to go find some deeper in the island. Ace took the lead and led me into the forest. However, we hadn't gone far when we heard a mumbling sound behind a tree. Sigh. I an idiot, Ace, and I exchanged glances and cautiously peeked over. There was a guy in green clothes wearing a mask, talking to a skeleton. I couldn't hold back and adjusted my voice, saying softly, "Seems pretty idiotic, especially when talking to yourself." The guy instinctively replied, "Right? Even you think." So then he suddenly realized, wait, who are you? Wow, this guy is not only a bit crazy, but also has a reflex arc that could circle the earth. Ace stepped out, politely introduced himself, and asked if he wanted to join us in building a boat. When the masked guy heard this, he immediately burst into tears. What? No way. He thought we were his saviors. Looking at his mix of excitement and tears, I felt this guy had been on the island too long, so I smiled and patted his shoulder. Come on, we're all in this together. But he wasn't happy. Who wants to join you? I've been stuck in this place for 3 days. Ace, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest and proudly declared, I've been here for 6 days. I win. The masked guy was instantly petrified, probably thinking the expert is right next to me. We asked him his name, but he was reluctant to say, claiming he needed to give us a pen name. Ace, in his naming genius mode, immediately nicknamed him Doflamingo. Doflamingo initially strongly opposed it, but under our relentless brainwashing of Doflamingo is pretty good and better than calling you the mask guy, he gave up the struggle. Ace pointed at his mask and asked, Are you wearing this because you're too ugly? Dofus explained that it was to hide his identity, pursue freedom, and not implicate his family. As he spoke, he became increasingly agitated and shouted at Ace, How could I possibly care about them? You have a home, a family. Don't you have your favorite mom and dad waiting for you to come back? He was clearly on the verge of breaking down. Ace was taken aback by his shout and then quietly said, My parents? They're already gone. Dofus was stunned, realizing he had said the wrong thing, and tried to salvage the situation, but ended up making it worse. Well, you're better off than me. Your dad isn't the Pirate King. Why are you worrying so much? If he were the Pirate King, you'd be in a worse situation. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart and reached out to cover his mouth, but it was too late. I watched as Ace's expression became extremely complicated. He didn't speak, he just nodded gently towards the distant coastline. Dofus was completely frozen, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg inside, stammering, Roger? The Pirate King is. The entire place fell silent, the atmosphere awkward enough to make a 3-bedroom apartment feel cramped. Eventually, it was Ace who broke the silence, leading us to see his secret base. We followed him across the small island to a natural bay, filled with the wreckage of various ships, the most eye-catching being an enormous warship that looked like it belonged to the giants. In the following days, the 3 of us worked tirelessly to build a boat. Food became scarcer, and we were so hungry that our stomachs were pressed against our backs. My supreme great fishing rod was quite bizarre. Every day, it caught either rotten socks or torn clothes, with the only gain being the absence of air forces. Just as the boat was finally nearing completion, Dofus was on the verge of collapsing from hunger. Just then, the heavens played a huge joke on us. Boom! A storm arrived suddenly, and a tree thicker than my waist was uprooted by the wind and fell from the sky. A perfect airdrop that crashed down, smashing our hard-built friendship boat to smithereens. I was utterly speechless. That was some precise targeting. Ace, however, had a good mindset, scratching his head and laughing. Well, it seems it's not that simple. Let's try again. Just as I was about to agree, Dofus completely broke down next to me. He suddenly sprang to his feet and bellowed at us. What do you mean again? How could there be another time? I'm on the verge of starvation. Have you two been hoarding food? He pointed at the dilapidated ships, claiming that the warehouses inside had been disturbed, insisting that Ace and I had been sneaking food behind his back. Both Ace and I were bewildered. This accusation seemed to come from nowhere. Dias paid no heed to our explanations, shoving me aside and sprinting deeper into the island, cursing himself for trusting strangers. However, he had not gone far when a piercing shriek echoed overhead. A monstrous bird, larger than an SUV, emerged from a cave, flapping its wings and creating a tempest that sent it hurtling towards Dias like a cannonball. Let me tell you, if that gigantic bird had descended just a fraction of a second later, Dias would have been eviscerated on the spot. Terrified, he stumbled and crashed into the wooden planks of a nearby wrecked ship with a resounding thud. Now, the situation worsened. The monstrous bird, having missed its target, turned back and charged at us again, the gale it created stinging our faces. Dias, already famished, had exhausted his strength during his earlier sprint and now felt as limp as a noodle, helplessly watching the bird's talons grow larger before his eyes. It was the end. He was about to become fertilizer for this wretched island. In his final moments, images of his life's failures flashed through his mind, accompanied by a torrent of regretful tears. Resolved, he closed his eyes and awaited his fate. But at that critical moment, I heard a thunderous roar. Oh! I glanced upward and was astonished to see Ace, who had emerged seemingly from nowhere, wielding a shard of a sword thicker than his own arm. He descended from the heavens like a divine being, unleashing a strike upon the bird's forehead with a tremendous force. The impact was deafening, and the bird was stunned, crashing to the ground and sliding away. Meanwhile, I too was not idle. I seized another shard of the sword and charged at the creature, pouring all my strength into a fierce assault on its belly. The monster let out a pained screech, and, as it opened its beak, a cascade of gold and silver treasures along with dilapidated crates spilled forth. Daius, momentarily regaining his senses, opened his eyes and understood. It was indeed the bird's doing. The avian beast, now agitated, flapped its wings in a frenzy. Yet Ace stood firm, exuding an aura of a warrior, his gaze locking onto the bird with unwavering intensity. In that instant, I felt the air thicken, an invisible pressure encasing us. The bird, trembling in fear, emitted a pitiful cry and scurried away in a haphazard retreat. At that moment, I pondered whether this was the legendary conqueror's hockey. I glanced at myself and thought my own presence could only intimidate ants into relocating. The sky cleared and light illuminated our surroundings. Ace, standing with his back to Daius, coolly remarked, "I have grown up enjoying free meals. You were right to suspect me. However, our journey should not end here." I approached and extended my hand to the still crippled Daius. Indeed, those who love food harbor no malice, for they are too preoccupied with seeking deliciousness to plot against others. Daius looked at us, grasped my hand, and stood up, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, a thunderous growl erupted from Ace's stomach. He faltered and plopped back down. It turned out he had reached his limit, merely enduring to maintain his cool demeanor. I was not far behind. Perhaps due to the system's enhancement of my physique, I could withstand a bit more. Daius hurried to support Ace, while I turned towards the pile of debris the bird had regurgitated, dragging a few crates over to inspect for food. Daius quickly pried one open, his eyes lighting up. Inside lay a fruit larger than a palm, with an orange skin resembling a ball of flames. This did not appear to be a conventional fruit, but in our desperate hunger, who would care about such details? Perhaps consuming it would sustain us. Daius approached, cradling the fruit. My heart skipped a beat. Could this be the infamous devil fruit that even dogs shun? Nevertheless, I was too famished to hesitate. Worst case, I might end up barking like a dog. Ace and Daius began playfully arguing over who would get to eat more, unable to bear their antics any longer. I interjected. All right, a dilemma of the century, right? Let us divide it evenly. One bite each, and no one takes more. Ace, the most audacious, seized it and took a huge bite, chewing as he proclaimed, "No poison, just a bit unpleasant." I watched him devour it hungrily, shaking my head. I dared not chew too much, quickly swallowing a piece before my taste buds could react. Daius followed suit, but after just one bite, he became ravenous, devouring it voraciously. Through tears and incoherent words, he confessed, "I'm so sorry. I regret doubting you both. I want to fight alongside you until the very end, to escape this island and fulfill my dreams." I interrupted him. "All right, what is done is done. We all have our moments of foolishness. We should harbor no ill will. But we must remain cautious, right, Ace?" "No, a mistake is a mistake," Daius declared, finishing the last morsel of the fruit, bowing deeply. "Please, let me help. Let's continue building the ship." Ace beamed with a radiant smile. Then let us keep pushing forward." At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. I felt the temperature around us surge, warmer than during the day. Daius suddenly pointed at Ace, shrieking, "Wow. Ace, you're on fire." Ace, bewildered, looked down to find flames engulfing him. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed, rolling on the ground in panic, while Daius frantically scooped up sand to douse the flames. The scene was reminiscent of the epic battles of Sun Wukong. I nearly burst into laughter. "Hey, Jerry, stop laughing and come help put out the fire," Daius shouted in distress. "Haha, I know you're anxious, but hold on." I stifle my laughter. This must be the power of the devil fruit. It won't harm him. Devil fruit? Daius looked perplexed. At that moment, Ace paused, scratching his head. It doesn't seem hot?" He stood up, tentatively extending a finger towards a distant piece of wood. A line of fire shot forth, exploding the wood into splinters. Simultaneously, the flames on him extinguished, leaving him unharmed. Not a single thread of his clothing burned. Daius gazed at me in disbelief. Could it be what we just ate? I nodded, whispering it must be. Ace suddenly realized, my little brother, he consumed the devil fruit. It seems my power is fire. His arm ignited once more. and he excitedly mused, "Hey, fire, this is far more suitable for combat than rubber." Daius's eyes widened, contemplating whether he too had gained powers from eating the fruit. He extended his right hand, striking poses for what felt like an eternity, but not even a spark emerged. Seeing his comical demeanor, I nodded and remarked, "Indeed, only the first person to take a bite of the devil fruit can obtain its abilities. In this sense, Ace, you're truly talented." "Wait, I ate the devil fruit? Does that mean I can't swim?" Ace suddenly realized, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the sea, plunging into the water with a perfect dive. "Huh, it's all right. That fire was just an illusion." Before he could finish his sentence, he sank like a stone. It took all our strength to drag him back to shore, only for him to revive as if nothing had happened. He extended his finger, and a small flicker of flame erupted from its tip. His expression grew serious. "This is troublesome. If we fall into the sea, we're doomed." I patted his chest reassuringly. "Relax, you're not alone. Don't forget we are here with you. Besides, even if you become a landlubber, you are still the king of ducks." "Haha, true enough." Ace suddenly lightened up. At that moment, Daius sprang up beside us, as if a light bulb had illuminated his mind, shouting, "Ace, can you control that flame freely?" "Well, sort of," he replied. "Then perhaps we have a way to escape," Daius exclaimed with excitement, pulling out paper and a pen from his treasured little bag, swiftly sketching a rough design, using flames to propel gears, which would then drive the oars, allowing us to construct a vessel that could disregard wind and currents. Upon seeing the sketch, I immediately recognized it. Wasn't this the very small boat that Ace later sailed around? Oh, splendid. Let's get started. In the following days, the three of us were invigorated with purpose. Daius took charge of the design, while Ace and I gathered materials, fervently commencing the construction of our ship. Ace practiced his fire control, also serving as our portable lighter, roasting edible provisions. Days later, a small steamboat, aptly named Chongfeng by Daius, finally took shape. Carrying our collective hopes, Ace shouted excitedly, "Great! Let us have a launching feast. Bring out all the food." I immediately responded, "Yay! Finally, I can eat to my heart's content." "Hey, that's our supply for the journey. We can't eat that." Daius, ever the rational one, swiftly brought us back to reality. "All right, then let us toast with water." I grabbed 3 water bottles and handed them to the others. The 3 of us clinked them together and downed the contents. Ace, thrilled, leapt to the stern of the boat, urging us to board quickly. Once Daius and I had loaded all the supplies onto the vessel, Ace ignited his feet in flames and unleashed a torrent of fire towards the back of the ship. The little boat seemed to come alive, gradually picking up speed. I pointed ahead, shouting excitedly, "Woo! Let us go. Let us move. If there are any farewells, make them quick." Ace joyfully increased the flames, and the boat shot forward like an arrow. So fast, this sea can no longer confine us. Just as Daius was about to cheer, a shrill cry echoed from above. We looked up, and lo and behold, it was that monstrous bird again. But this time, it was not alone. It had summoned a flock. Countless strange birds emerged from the island's myriad caves, instantly blotting out the sky. "What? How can there be so many?" Daius panicked. "Is it mealtime in the cafeteria?" I too felt a surge of anxiety, but I couldn't show weakness. Ace's fists were already aflame, brimming with battle spirit. "Don't act rashly, Ace," Daius urged. "Fighting on the sea could be disastrous if you fall. Aren't you two here with me?" Ace smiled, completely unafraid. He looked at us and formally extended an invitation. What a rare encounter on this deserted island. Jerry once said, "This is fate. Therefore, let us board my ship and ascend to greatness together. Let us celebrate our voyage." As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted with energy. Fire fist. With a roar, I assure you, the scene resembled a volcanic eruption. A massive fireball shot into the sky, transforming into a red dragon that swiftly swept away the flock of monstrous birds. However, he exerted too much force, losing his balance and teetering on the brink of falling into the sea. In that split second, both Daius and I reached out simultaneously, gripping him tightly. "Pirates, huh? That seems fitting. We must do something worthwhile during our time on this earth." I mused. With you two by my side, inspiration shall never be lacking. Let me join you in crafting the most thrilling adventure novel. Daius also resolved to commit. "Very well, then, I declare," Ace shouted with enthusiasm. "The Black Spade pirate crew is officially formed. Let's charge forth. Haha, we all have bright futures ahead." I echoed with a smile, feeling a sense of stability as I casually pulled out my fishing rod and cast it into the rushing waters. "Indeed, we all have bright futures," Ace declared loudly. Thus, the Black Spade pirate crew was established. As Ace propelled the ship with flames at his feet, he remarked, "Initially, I aimed to merely take on pirates in the East Blue to gain recognition. However, I soon realized that merely staying in the East Blue is insufficient. Just as I was about to suggest venturing into the Grand Line, my fishing rod suddenly sank. "Oh, a catch? At this speed?" I exclaimed. I truly am a genius. Yelling, "Here comes a big fish." I yanked the rod, only to reel in not a fish, but a small purple box the size of a palm. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in my mind. Daily task completed. Hey, this wretched system. I can never catch a fish, just some junk, but at least there's a reward. So, I suppose it's a way to gain experience. A box? Is this treasure? Ace and Dias's eyes sparkled as they leaned closer. I grinned. All right, let me see if today is my lucky day. With a hearty ha, I pried the box open. Is this it? They both looked disappointed. Inside lay a pair of flip-flops. A description popped up in my mind. Supreme Comfort flip-flops. I was at a loss for words. Surely, these don't come with a built-in hockey foot odor? Though reluctant, my shoes were already worn out, so I accepted them. Afterward, we sped through the East Blue, defeating several waves of oblivious pirates and trading our old ship for a proper pirate vessel. The sails bore our emblem, a black spade, with a skull wearing a smiling and crying hat at its center. Each day, aside from fishing, I engaged in playful sparring with Ace, my strength steadily increasing. From initially being his punching bag to now occasionally landing sneaky hits on him. Dias, on the other hand, had it tough, acting as our crew's caretaker, juggling the roles of navigator and helmsman, often exasperated by Ace and me, the carefree ones. One day, while I was fishing, I caught a glimpse of a dark shadow in the corner of my eye. An island ahead. Dias checked the sea charts. That's Low Town. If we stock up here, we can head straight into the Grand Line. Low Town? Ace murmured, but the next moment, he raised his head, grinning widely, flames flickering at his crown. First, we must have a good meal. Eating Jerry's barbecue every day has me feeling overheated. Then perhaps you should refrain from eating so much. I need to buy some bait specifically for catching big fish. I countered, pondering that my lack of catches must surely be due to inferior bait. All right. No need to rush. Steady the ship first. Dias, seeing our eager expressions, quickly intervened. Dias, you become quite the nag. I teased, wagging my finger. Indeed, you sound just like the old woman from the neighboring village. Ace chimed in. Dias, flustered by our banter, finally retorted, I shan't quarrel with you uncouth fellows. As soon as the ship docked, Ace vanished like a shadow. Dias saw me preparing to chase after him and urgently called. Hey, help me secure the ship first. All right. Fine, I sighed, raising my hands in surrender. After securing everything, I wandered into a fishing tackle shop in Lowtown Esport area. A shopkeeper resembling a fisherman was sorting through his catch. I approached him casually. Hey, man, nice haul. He didn't lift his head. Of course. Are there any good fishing spots around? Care to recommend? There are no good fishing spots. Fishing is all about the mindset. The shopkeeper began lecturing me. I quickly interrupted. Hey, I understand. Everyone has their own rod, fishing out all their anxieties. But never catching anything is quite detrimental to one's mindset. I decided to purchase some supplies instead. I bought a bunch of high-quality bait and then visited another store for equipment before beginning my search for the perfect fishing spot. I refused to believe the shopkeeper's nonsense. There must be a secret fishing location. As I crossed a bridge, an instinct told me, this is it. Sure enough, a notification chimed, and I received a random task. Hey, this is it. I diligently prepared my fishing spot and replaced the bait with great enthusiasm. Before long, the fishing float began to dance wildly, and the fishing rod bent into a magnificent arc. My excitement was nearly overwhelming. Now, I must reel it in. Just then, a thunderous footfall echoed behind me, accompanied by a furious shout. Stop right there. Who dares to dine and dash? Upon hearing this commotion, my heart sank. Sure enough, a familiar figure dashed around the corner, mouth full of food and arms laden with supplies, grinning as he greeted me. Jerry, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Good grief. I rubbed my forehead in disbelief. A group of waitstaff pursuing him noticed us conversing and immediately shouted. What? There's an accomplice. I had no time to hesitate. I summoned all my strength and gave the rod a mighty flick. To my astonishment, everyone present was left speechless. A colossal fish, larger than an adult and gleaming with fat, was forcefully pulled from the water, sparkling under the sunlight. In that moment, I felt euphoric. Instinctively, I netted and secured the fish, my movements fluid and seamless. I shouted to the heavens, where are the lights? Where is the camera? From this moment forth, do not fall in love with me easily. I shall be a man who does not return home. Do not let the diner and dasher escape. A loud shout from behind snapped me out of my reverie. Run. Ace yanked me, and we took off. Hey, how did you know I caught such a big fish today? I asked. Who knows what kind of pathetic fish you caught? Dio's face twisted in frustration as he delivered a swift chop to our heads, lamenting how he had to apologize and pay at every establishment while trailing behind us. Utterly exhausted, I must say, he is the sole conscience of our pirate crew and the only one with a wallet. He urged us to hurry back to the ship, claiming we needed to set sail soon. At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head. The random quest was complete. The reward was the full version of Fisherman Karate. Beginner level. Goodness, I was elated. All techniques and training experiences flooded into my mind like a downloaded file. Was this not worth more than any paid course? It was akin to granting me a water-based superpower. Ace swiftly stuffed his mouth with food, wiped off some grease, and announced that we were setting off. As we made our way back, we heard many voices shouting about the Pirate King and execution platforms. Upon hearing this, Ace's gaze was resolute as he declared that he was not here to merely witness what Roger left behind. He aimed to surpass him. Impressive ambition. I had to give him credit for that. Strangely, we encountered no Navy personnel in Logtown, and we returned to our ship without incident, setting sail smoothly. However, just after we departed the shore, my enhanced observation hockey began to resonate like a radar. Comment sur you? My current range was no longer the mere 18 centimeters of before. It had expanded significantly to envelop our small vessel. I immediately exclaimed, "Wait, there are others on the ship." Ace and Dio instantly tensed, ready for confrontation. And guess what? A skeleton, leisurely strolling from the stern, emerged. No, he wore a skull mask and had an unruly hairstyle that suggested a lack of intelligence. He raised his hands and said, "No need to be alarmed. I am merely a collector, harboring no ill intentions." A collector? Ace was bewildered and asked, "What do you wish to collect on our ship?" The fellow let out a sleazy laugh, stating that he was an avid fan of pirates and loved collecting various skeleton-themed paraphernalia. At that moment, I thought to myself, what a peculiar hobby, on par with Big Mom's. Instinctively, I guarded my large fish and asked, "You're not eyeing my fish, are you?" To which he replied with disdain, "Who would want your fish? A skeleton fish would be a different story." Well, that was unexpected. Ultimately, he introduced himself as Scarl, explaining that he merely wished to hitch a ride to the Grand Line and would be willing to help out on the ship in exchange. Most importantly, he boasted about having infiltrated numerous pirate ships in pursuit of his collection, claiming to have traversed many locales across the seas and the Grand Line. Ace and I exchanged glances and understood. This was no mere eccentric collector. He was practically a human intelligence database. I was immediately intrigued, pulling him to sit down and producing several bottles of liquor from who knows where, saying, "You may not believe it, but I was also once a collector." Upon hearing this, Scarl's eyes lit up as if he had found a kindred spirit. "Really? What'd you collect, Boss Jerry?" I gazed up at a 45-degree angle, my expression melancholic, and my voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Who doesn't have a little hobby? My old hard drive was stuffed with several terabytes of treasures. But alas, I could not bring a hard drive with me. Scarl did not comprehend, but Ace understood and burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in amusement. Ace and I played off each other, extolling Scarl's intelligence capabilities, insisting that it would be a waste of talent for him not to become the world's foremost intelligence broker. There was no conflict between being a collector and an information broker. It was the perfect career path for him. After a lengthy persuasion, Scarl was left exhilarated and dazed, instantly deciding to give it a try. Thus, our Spade Pirates welcomed a new intelligence officer and smoothly ventured into the Grand Line. However, challenges soon arose. Ace had an insatiable appetite and adored throwing feasts. Every few days, he devoured our food reserves. Reluctantly, I had to dive into the sea myself, utilizing my newly acquired Fisherman Karate to catch fish. I assure you, with this skill, I felt like the Dragon King himself in the water, swifter than the fish, catching them with ease. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Who could endure eating grilled fish every day? Finally, as we were on the brink of starvation, we spotted an island, Gannis Island. The entire crew was nearly in tears, eager to dock with a singular goal, to enjoy a hearty meal. We found a bustling restaurant, and Ace seized the menu, rattling off orders as if reciting a list. This, and this. 3 of each. Oh, and for everything not ordered, 2 of each. The small waiter with a Band-Aid on his face was left stunned, softly cautioning us that we might waste food. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out from the kitchen. "Stop wasting words. Record whatever the customers order." Well, this was the place. When the dishes arrived, Dio sensed something amiss and remarked that the town's atmosphere felt strange. Scarl immediately took on the role of an intelligence broker, lowering his voice to inform us that this island was under the jurisdiction of the 7 warlords, involved in slave trading and various black market dealings. Essentially a hub of the dark world. Goodness, we had unwittingly stumbled into the headquarters of a crime syndicate. Ace, still nonchalantly picking his nose, said, "Don't worry. We are honest people. I trust you as far as I can throw you." The food was served, and it was devoured in a whirlwind. I had to compete with Ace for my share, or I would get none. After gorging ourselves, I burped and told them I was stepping out for a stroll. But in reality, I aimed to fish. I found a small river, cast my line, and suddenly the system activated again. A random quest was triggered. Fish for 2 hours in this location, catch a local specialty, and receive a reward of double attributes for a week, along with a surprise treasure chest. The punishment? 10 repetitions of Ollie G. What strange quirks does this system have? I was resolute. I fixated on the float. Before long, there was movement. I yanked the line, feeling a significant weight. To my dismay, I reeled in a substantial clump of aquatic weeds, but it appeared something was wrapped within. I hurriedly peeled it back and discovered chest. I had struck gold. My hands trembled with excitement as I pried it open, revealing a dazzling treasure inside. No, it was a box full of carrots. My dear friends, the local specialty was carrots. I was utterly flabbergasted. After all that effort, I had caught a box of carrots. I had yet to recover from the harshness of reality when I was suddenly met with a cacophony of footsteps behind me, accompanied by a sharp, scornful voice berating. "You little wretch, do you think you can escape?" Following that was the desperate cry of a young girl pleading for help. As I turned, I spotted a girl of about 10 desperately running towards me, pursued by a gang of unscrupulous individuals, the leader being the very woman who had just been shouting. In broad daylight, how audacious could human traffickers be? The little girl stumbled as she reached me, nearly falling to the ground, and I swiftly stepped forward to catch her. Her arms were marred with horrific whip marks. Gripping my hand tightly, she cried, "Big brother, please save me. They are traffickers and want to sell me." A surge of rage coursed through me, my fists clenching tightly. The gang of traffickers soon caught up, and the woman at the forefront looked at me with disdain, saying, "New pirate, huh? Hand over the girl, or else you'll regret it. This is the territory of that esteemed individual." I merely chuckled coldly. "Oh, what if I refuse? Welcome to the Grand Line, rookie." With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Get him. This pretty boy might fetch a good price." I patted the girl's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Then, facing the oncoming thugs, I conjured a water sphere that instantly split into dozens of water droplets, shooting forth like bullets. In an instant, screams filled the air as the gang members collapsed, clutching various parts of their bodies in agony. The woman, stunned, quickly regained her composure and shrieked before fleeing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just as I was about to comfort the little girl, my heightened senses sounded a warning. A deep voice resonated behind me. "Traffickers, are you? If you're traveling, where do you wish to go?" A chill ran down my spine. With all my might, I formed a water shield behind me and rolled forward several meters. Turning back, I found a towering figure standing between me and the girl. That physique, that hat with ears, was it the infamous Bartholomew Kuma? Scar had mentioned that this island belonged to one of the 7 warlords. Could he be that esteemed individual? Moreover, he seemed to mistake me for a trafficker. Without hesitation, I unleashed another fishman karate attack. However, Kuma effortlessly caught my water cannon with his pawpaw fruit ability, even bouncing it back towards me. "You can rebound? So can I." I intercepted my own attack and sent it back with a Tai Chi push. Kuma merely grunted, swatting the water ball aside, causing it to explode against a nearby hill. In the next moment, he teleported in front of me, delivering a paw strike. I barely had time to cross my arms, enveloping myself in haki to withstand the blow. Yet, I couldn't endure for even a second before being sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a shed, coughing amidst the rubble. I pondered how to confront this challenge. With my current strength, I stood no chance against peak Kuma. At that moment, the little girl, Shueli, summoned an unexpected courage, sprinting towards Kuma and hugging his leg, shouting, "You bad guy, don't hurt my big brother. He is my savior." Kuma paused, looking down at Shueli, then at me, and finally at the groaning traffickers on the ground. Seemingly coming to a realization, rubbing the back of his head, he apologized. "Ah, it seems I misunderstood. I am sorry, young brother. Are you unharmed?" I was taken aback, feeling rather vexed. Do I really look so much like a villain? With the misunderstanding resolved, Kuma noticed Shueli's injuries. He extended his palm towards her and gently pressed down, causing a transparent bubble shaped like a paw to emerge from her body. Instantly, her wounds and pain vanished. She joyfully bounced around. Then, Kuma seized one of the unconscious traffickers and thrust him against the floating bubble. The moment the man made contact, he screamed like a slaughtered pig, all of Shiwali's pain transferring to him. I slowly raised my head, musing, indeed, love does not vanish, it merely transfers. With the matter settled, the focus shifted to how to care for Shiwali. When I inquired about her home, she mentioned it was on Badashung Island. I was utterly perplexed. I had never heard of such a place. Kuma, noticing my confusion, kindly offered, if you don't mind, allow me to handle it. I know the way. It's not far from here, and I can ensure her safe return. Truly, this was a lifesaver. I had no idea where this little girl's home was located. Shiwali, understanding the situation, immediately bowed in gratitude, asking for our names to remember. Feeling a bit shy, I introduced myself. I am Jerry, and this is my friend, the mighty Kuma. The little girl sweetly called out, Uncle Kuma, and thus our arrangement was made. But then, suddenly, Kuma turned his head sharply, his gaze piercing like a spotlight, and in a lowered voice asked, Young brother, do you know of a disease that causes jade-like scales to form under sunlight? My heart sank. Was he referring to the ailment known as Qing Yulin, the very affliction of his daughter, Bonnie? This man before me was undeniably a contender for the title of the most unfortunate pirate, a paragon of sincerity. Having been toyed with by the celestial dragons and the Gorosei throughout his life, I instinctively replied, Qing Yulin? In the next instant, I felt excruciating pain in both shoulders. Kuma's iron grip tightened around me, his face contorted with excitement. You know? Do you know how to cure it? Family. You have no idea. The strength of those hands nearly crushed my shoulders. I urged him to calm down and let go. I explained that while I knew of a few individuals who might be able to help, I couldn't guarantee success. Only then did he release me, repeatedly apologizing. Looking at this honest man, I felt a mix of emotions. He was willing to sacrifice everything, even himself, for his daughter, even if she wasn't his biological child. I sighed and decided to offer him some guidance. I'll give you 3 clues. Choose wisely. I held up 3 fingers. First, the Navy's chief scientist, Vegapunk. The world's greatest mind, an expert in genetics and human experimentation, with ample resources and the highest success rate. However, he is affiliated with the government. You understand the implications. Second, the medical nation of Sabaody, where a witch doctor named Kiriha resides. A living fossil in the medical field, her skills are unparalleled, though her temperament is quite peculiar. But I am unaware of the current situation there, and their equipment is certainly inferior to Vegapunk's. Lastly, there are the users of the surgery and healing devil fruits. However, this option is rather nebulous, and I am uncertain whether the ailment requires the fruit to be awakened for a cure. I finished my explanation, allowing him to contemplate the options. He seemed eager to ask more, but I quickly added, a word of caution. If you seek Vegapunk, consider the consequences carefully. You may believe it is your decision, but it could endanger those around you. Before I could finish, a tremendous explosion echoed from the nearby town, followed by a familiar roar, fire fist. Goodness, another explosive sound erupted, sending plumes of smoke into the air. There was no time to linger. I informed Kuma, I leave Shiwali in your care. My captain is in a scuffle, and I must go check on him. With that, I sprinted toward the town. Kuma, holding Shiwali, expressed his gratitude and asked if he could assist. I declined, assuring him it was unnecessary. Little Shiwali, perched on Kuma's shoulder, asked if we would meet again. I waved goodbye, saying, of course, keep an eye on the newspapers. You might see me every day. I dashed through the chaos of the town, where civilians were crouching down in fear. However, I was unfamiliar with the path, feeling like a headless fly, relying solely on the sound around me to guide my flight. Before long, I heard a loud roar. Yin, Jiahuizhu. Let me tell you, that ace lad relies entirely on his voice to output. His volume is astonishingly loud. This time, the commotion was even greater. From a distance, I could see a small mushroom cloud, and the ground trembled beneath me. I hastened my pace towards the scene, and upon my arrival, it was as if I had walked in on Chong Wei defeating Lai Fu. Everything was already over. Ace was there, dirty and panting. Propping himself up on his knees, while not far from him lay a figure charblack. Upon seeing me, he immediately grinned, revealing a set of 8 gleaming white teeth. Ahem, I won. This guy claimed to be the boss here, some 7 warlords. As soon as he finished speaking, a throng of civilians emerged from the alleys and houses, initially in disbelief. But once they confirmed that the black figure had truly fallen, they erupted with joy. Some celebrated wildly, others wept in relief, while some rushed forward to kick the fallen figure. We are free. The scene was absolutely incredible. At that moment, Gyosi and Sika Air appeared from some corner, accompanied by a burly fisherman. Jerry, did you have trouble over there too? Just a minor issue. Dealt with a group of human traffickers. I waved my hand dismissively and pointed to the fisherman, inquiring about his identity. The fisherman, looking somewhat awkward, introduced himself as Wale C, wishing to join us. Sika Air immediately jumped in, explaining the situation. It turned out that after I left, Ace and the others went shopping and were led astray by an overly enthusiastic local who promised to guide them to a warehouse for supplies. Instead, they found themselves in a sinister warehouse, and as soon as they entered, a large cage fell from above, trapping them all inside. This was no ordinary warehouse. It was a veritable hell on earth. Cages filled with captives were scattered everywhere, and in the center stood a torture rack where a fisherman was being tormented. A boss, dressed like a pile of refuse, arrogantly lounged with his legs crossed, declaring that they were new pirates who didn't understand the rules and demanded 100 million berries each for their lives. Upon hearing this, Ace's face darkened. The boss continued to boast about selling them to the celestial dragons. Let me tell you, Ace despises human traffickers more than anything. As soon as he heard that, flames ignited within him. Giosi shouted that they were still in the cage, but Ace paid no heed. Fire Fist, he unleashed a tremendous blast, obliterating the cage, walls, and ceiling. Just as the boss was about to threaten him, Ace shot back, "You can shut up now," followed by a fiery barrage that left no room for resistance. I understood then that this so-called Seven Warlords was merely a depraved slave trader, preying on hapless new pirates entering the Grand Line. The people on this island were either deceived by him or captured. None had escaped torment. With Ace having vanquished him, it was no wonder the crowd was so exhilarated. I walked over and patted Ace on the shoulder. "Well done, lad. You've saved the world." He then casually rested his hand on my shoulder, feigning weakness and panting, "I'm hungry again." His thought process was truly baffling. I replied, "All right, let's treat you to a feast later." At that moment, hundreds of townspeople encircled us, and a representative, trembling with fear, attempted to speak, wary that we might be the next tyrants. Seeing Ace's bewildered expression, I realized I had to step in. I raised my voice. "Do not worry. You are free now." Instantly, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers once again to express their gratitude. The townsfolk decided to celebrate for 3 days and nights starting that evening, with all food and drink on the house. Upon hearing this, Ace was nearly moved to tears, pounding his chest in assurance that he would fully partake. After the crowd dispersed, I noticed that the Xiong and Shueli had been watching from the alley. I asked if they wanted to stay and celebrate for a few days. Little Shueli was tempted, but ultimately wished to return home soon, while the Xiong expressed eagerness to find the people I had mentioned. As I watched them walk away, Sikair leaned in and whispered in astonishment, "Tyrant is Xiong? Boss, you actually know him?" I shrugged, "Just met him. Despite his title, he's not unattractive and is quite gentle, as long as you don't provoke him." Just then, Ace's stomach growled again. All right, let's go eat." That night marked the beginning of the island's revelry, filled with laughter and joy. The oppressed people finally liberated themselves, and Ace thrived in the atmosphere, relishing the endless food. As for me, I remained calm, contemplating the task reward just issued by the system. Fisherman Karate, beginner. To be honest, I found it somewhat perplexing. This technique, which revolves around water manipulation, was something I could already grasp. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Saving me some time, I felt that with all my water-related skills stacking together, I might be able to create something remarkable, perhaps even replicate water style from the neighboring world of Naruto, and combine it with hockey to develop my own unique techniques. Meanwhile, news of Ace's defeat of the Seven Warlords had spread across the globe, courtesy of Morgansburg. At the Navy headquarters, Carp munched on senbei while reading the newspaper, spewing crumbs all over Sengoku's office. Sengoku's anger surged, and Carp, denying responsibility, casually grabbed another 2 bags of senbei and fled. Our crew's bounty increased as well, with Ace skyrocketing to a 9-digit sum, while I modestly received 10 million. DOC and Sika Air garnered millions, and the newcomer Wale C had not yet made the list. In the days that followed, the Haitao pirates flourished, transforming into a grand talent market as we welcomed an array of peculiar individuals. There was a teacher named Miha Air who wished to educate children worldwide, a lynx named Kuda Z, who had grown plump on my grilled fish, serving as a mobile kitchen, and a female pirate from the Long-Arm tribe, among others, bringing our crew to nearly 20 members. Our ship also grew larger, but so did the troubles, with unwise pirates and bounty hunters appearing in waves. My days were filled with fishing or sparring with the energetic Ace. My strength steadily improved, and I could now hold my own against Ace, occasionally splashing him with water. I could confidently say that I could defeat my former self with just a finger. One day, under a bright sky, we found ourselves targeted by a group of bounty hunters. They feigned a ship malfunction and called for help. As we approached, a horde rushed at us, immediately surrounding the highest bounty, Ace. Seeing that my crewmates could handle the situation, I remained unhurried, leisurely strolling as if on a shopping trip, kicking one assailant after another aside. A scruffy man with a full beard shouted at Ace, "Hey, hey, Ace, I love you. Don't run. I'll be gentle." I swiftly retaliated with a kick, sending him flying into the sea. "I'll be back," echoed his lament in the air. In the corner, Diosi was cursing Ba, more insidious than pirates. Ace, in a fit of rage, launched a fire fist that barely missed the man. "Isn't it too loud? I can't even concentrate on reading." This was the voice of our ship's sniper, Teacher Mihai Air, though he was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Sikai Air was enthusiastically conversing with an enemy, pointing a gun at him, saying, "Hey, I really like the sleek, dark appearance of your gun." The man blushed slightly. "Oh, you really have good taste." Sikai Air then shifted his tone, "But this kind of gun has a flaw. It can easily jam." He swiftly clenched his hand, and the fellow instinctively fired his gun. However, there was only the sound of a click and nothing else. Just the perfect opportunity for me to indulge in some mischief within the confines of the room. Scar seized the gun and knocked the man down with a single punch. As I happened to pass by, I disdainfully remarked, "Hey, we are still in the midst of battle. Don't get lost in your thoughts." Before long, the group of bounty hunters was in complete disarray. Ace, hands on his hips, bellowed at the moaning foes on the ground, "Take your comrades and get lost." Our ship's large cat, Coda, joined in with a low growl, chasing the slower enemies to flee in a panic. Once the last adversary was driven away, Coda rolled over at my feet and began to rub against me, emitting a meow. He was truly a large, clingy creature. Watching the enemy ship flee in disarray, the crew fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Brothers, let us commence the feast," Ace exclaimed excitedly, raising his arm. "Woohoo! Feast time!" I must tell you, the scene was quite lively. The barrels of ale rolled out, and the meat was grilled. The entire deck instantly resembled a music festival. Everyone indulged in food and drink, singing and dancing, experiencing sheer joy. As for me, I took a more laid-back approach, fishing while petting my cat and casually teasing the charming Ace beside me. Well, you little rascal, you seem to attract both genders, don't you? Those people just now were shouting their love for you until their voices nearly gave out." Ace took a swig of his drink, looking entirely disenchanted. "Brother, don't mention it. It's all because my bounty is worth a fortune. Lately, more and more people want to exchange me for their KPIs. To be honest, Ace's bounty had been rising in a rather peculiar manner. During our journey, we had dealt with quite a few formidable characters, yet his bounty remained stagnant, as if it were welded in place. I seriously suspected that Old Man Carp or Sengoku was pulling strings behind the scenes, not wanting him to overshadow others. After all, it wouldn't be long before the Navy would likely come to recruit him as one of the Shichibukai. Just as I intended to console him, Scar appeared out of nowhere, reeking of alcohol, and slung his arms around our shoulders. "Hey, at least someone cares for you. Even a pile of dung has someone to pull it." I pushed his wild hair away with a slap. "Get lost. Stop being ridiculous." Just as we were exchanging banter, Coda in my arms suddenly let out a loud meow and stood up, fur bristling. The entire deck fell silent, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Following his gaze, we were stunned to see, shrouded in thick fog, an abundance of ship silhouettes, hoisting the seagull flag, emblazoned with the word Marine, the Navy fleet. They had us surrounded. Scar, the Prince of Intelligence, recognized it at once. "It's the ship of the Nail Hand. They've set their sights on us." I was still puzzled. Nail Hand? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Was she a carpenter before? Dias panicked, shouting for the helmsman to change course and maneuver into a nearby rocky area. But just then, a woman's voice suddenly echoed from our ship. "Don't think about it. Your journey ends here." I turned my head and was taken aback to see a short-haired girl with orange hair, draped in a navy coat, bearing the 2 characters for justice on her back, having stealthily approached our deck. Her hand rested on the hilt of her sword, and I could clearly see burned scars covering the back of her hand. Our teacher on this side was no pushover either. Without further ado, he raised his gun and fired several shots, only for the girl to deftly deflect the bullets with a smile. Scar's face turned pale as he pointed at her, yelling, "That's her. She is Nail Hand Iska." I thought to myself that she seemed like an ordinary girl. I had expected her to look more menacing. Scar quickly filled me in, saying her swordsmanship was incredibly swift, capable of turning people into a beehive, which was why she was called Nail Hand. It sounded rather intimidating. Ace, however, remained calm and casually strolled towards the girl. Iska pointed her sword at Ace, solemnly declaring, "Fire Fist, Ace, you are under arrest." Ace simply grinned, and I swear, he instantly exuded the aura of a dragon king. "Are you sure your sword can cut me?" he retorted before his form began to distort as he prepared to elementalize. "Let's find out." Iska, with a fiery temper, dashed forward in a flash. I must say, their battle was a spectacle to behold. One fought with sparks and lightning, while the other wielded a sword that glimmered like special effects. However, the issue was that this was taking place on our own ship. If Ace exerted even a little more force, our vessel would surely ascend into the heavens. Who understands the plight of family members like us? He had to dodge and defend, feeling utterly frustrated. Dias stomped his feet anxiously beside us. "Jerry, you're just watching. Hurry and help." I calmly continued to pet my cat while munching on a snack. "Don't worry, Ace 1T Die. You should pay more attention to your surroundings. It's clear that she is luring us in. This girl is charging in alone while her main forces are closing in from behind, clearly intending to delay us for an encirclement." Upon hearing this, Dias quickly turned to look afar and paled. Indeed, 2 warships had quietly approached from the left and right of our course, planning to trap us. We were doomed. He yelled and rushed off to give orders. Just then, I noticed the warship on the left was drawing closer. Mere running wound T suffice. It was my turn to take center stage. "So, you wish to encircle us? Allow me to demonstrate a maneuver." "No, it's more like a Fisherman Jiu-Jitsu ocean over-the-shoulder throw." With a splash, I leaped into the sea and launched an attack on that warship. With a thunderous roar, a massive column of water erupted, flipping the ship over. The Navy personnel aboard fell like dumplings. The other ship was even more unfortunate, crashing into a hidden reef, creating a gaping hole in its hull and beginning to tilt. Dias let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, we finally caught up. These Navy folks were too hasty, not even looking where they were going. On the ship, seeing the encirclement unravel, Iska turned to flee. Ace teased her, "Hey, trying to escape?" To which she retorted angrily, "Fool, who's escaping? I'm going to rescue my subordinates." Without hesitation, she leaped into the rocky, turbulent waters. I quietly climbed back onto the ship, watching her desperately save her men, giving everything that could float to her subordinates while struggling against the waves. I couldn't help but acknowledge her bravery. As her strength waned and she was on the verge of sinking, Ace unhesitatingly grabbed a life ring and tossed it to her. Iska grasped the life ring, her expression complex as she shouted, "Why are you saving me?" Ace, still wearing that Dragon King smile, replied nonchalantly, "You guess." With that, he turned and walked away, displaying a nonchalant elegance. As the ship sailed away, we could still hear Iska shouting behind us, "Fire Fist, don't think that just because you saved me, I will let you off. Next time, I will definitely catch you." I couldn't help but reflect, this girl isn't too bad after all. Ace chuckled, "Indeed. She is quite impressive." Dias sighed beside us, but still, to be relentlessly pursued by such a formidable opponent, just thinking about it gives me a headache. I mischievously grinned. Well, that is 1,000 times better than being chased by a bearded giant professing his love for you, right? Upon hearing this, Ace shivered, and even the warmth of the Mara no me couldn't comfort him. "Stop talking about it. I don't want to think about it. Brothers, let us continue the feast." Oh, the feast. Everyone cheered again, and the deck was once more filled with joyous atmosphere. Days passed, and we drew ever closer to our destination at the midpoint of the Grand Line, the Sabati Archipelago. That afternoon, Dias called us all to the deck. Resembling a tour guide, wielding a small stick to point at the map as he began his orientation. "Attention, family. We are about to arrive at Sabati. This place has many rules, so listen carefully. This island consists of 79 giant trees. Islands 1 to 29 are lawless zones, where human trafficking and black market auctions occur. Be cautious while wandering around, or you might end up being sold as merchandise. The area numbered 60 to 69 is a naval base. Anyone wishing to experience the thrill of acquiring a silver bracelet for free should tread carefully there." Most importantly, Dias' expression was as grave as if he were announcing the apocalypse. "There are celestial dragons on this island. When you see those peculiar individuals clad in spacesuits, take cover as far as possible, and if avoidance proves futile, emulate the locals and kneel. Should anyone provoke them, a naval admiral will arrive in a heartbeat to administer punishment. Do you understand?" His gaze predominantly flitted between Ace and me. One, a connoisseur of dining and dashing, and the other, a fearless jester, were indeed the focus of his concern. That's about it. Oh, we must remain on the island for 3 days to apply a coating on the ship. Otherwise, we cannot reach Fishman Island. Upon hearing we would stay for 3 days, Ace's face fell. What? That long? I, however, was quite exhilarated. Chambord? Sounds delightful. With 79 islands, think of a new fishing spots. Shkal quickly painted a rosy picture for Ace. Boss Ace. What is 3 days? There are countless delectable restaurants on this island. Really? Ace's eyes instantly sparkled, nearly drooling. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just then, I looked up into the distance and was taken aback. Wow. So immense. So thick. So long. Dias shot me an exasperated glance. What kind of wording is that? Can't you be a bit more mature like me? With that, he turned his head as well. In the next moment, he too was dumbfounded. Wow. So grand, cough, cough. At the horizon, colossal trees pierced the clouds, their roots emerging from the sea, surrounded by countless bubbles shimmering like soap, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, resembling a fairy tale realm. Dias trembled with excitement, incoherently pulling out a small notebook to fervently jot down. I must capture this moment. My curiosity piqued. I quietly peered over his shoulder and couldn't help but recite aloud. Ah, great tree, you are truly magnificent. So tall and what in the world? You possess so many bubbles. Could you spare me a little, guiding this foolish self towards that dreamy distance? Where do you wish to go? Can't you take us along? Dias was utterly petrified. I continued my recitation. Upon my return, may I dwell upon your roots, forever in bliss. I believe you would consent, moi. My Chambord, surely it would agree. Stop reciting. Dias emitted a dolphin-like shriek, startling Kodak into jumping up from his reverie. Ha ha ha. Everyone on board erupted into laughter. At that moment, I surmised Dias might even contemplate buying a ticket to Mars. I stifled my laughter and patted his shoulder. My apologies, I misjudged you. Turns out you're a hidden jester too. When will this novel be published? I'll buy it out. This is a draft. A concept. Just wait. Dias' face turned crimson as he pointed at our uncultured group, yelling in anger. Amidst the commotion, the ship swiftly docked. We were preparing to disembark for 3 days of revelry when a familiar voice called out from the shore. Fire Fist. I've been waiting for you. Of course, it was Isuka. Ever since our last encounter, she had been like a GPS, trailing us to every island we visited. Her perseverance was admirable, yet she was always outmaneuvered by Ace. Ace greeted her like an old friend. Hey, Isuka, good to see you again. So, are you here for vacation too? I noticed she was dressed casually, not in military attire, clearly here for leisure. Isuka retorted defiantly. Enough chatter. Surrender quietly. Impel down is your rightful place. I nudged Ace, raising my eyebrows. Oh my, she is quite considerate, already planning your retirement destination. That is a long-term meal ticket. Ace disregarded her taunts, turning and shouting. Forget that. Where can I find the best seared scallops on this island? Isuka instinctively replied. Scallops? They're sold in the specialty area of Island 43. I just bought some. I'm not here for a vacation. Surrender to me. We all stifled our laughter. Dias was worried, saying if the Navy discovered us, we would have to wait until she grew tired before we could sneak off the ship. However, when he turned around, were Ace and I. We had already slipped off the ship with Kodak, sneaking away from Isuka's line of sight, giggling as we walked away, leaving Dias alone, casting a sympathetic glance at Isuka, who was still talking to herself on the shore. Upon reaching the island, Ace and I parted ways at the crossroads. All right, you go enjoy your meal, and remember to pay. I'll wander around and see you on the ship in 3 days. Sure. Ace dashed off, likely to wreak havoc at a restaurant. I strolled around the island with Kodak. I must say, this place is truly beautiful. The houses are built upon massive tree roots, varying in height, and bubbles float in the air, resembling an elf-esque dwelling. Of course, I knew the surface was dazzling while the underbelly was filthy. However, that was not my concern. I was merely an onlooker. Just then, I overheard 2 rather abstract-looking gentlemen conversing nearby. One, with a Mediterranean complexion, wore a woeful expression. Sigh. My girlfriend no longer loves me. The other, a cool dude with sunglasses, inquired. What happened? I changed my hairstyle today and asked her if I looked handsome. She replied, I had gotten used to your ugly face. I didn't expect you to change to something even uglier. Let us break up. Boo-hoo. Upon hearing this, the cool guy's lips curled into a grin, but he fought to stifle it, dramatically exclaiming, That is too much. How could she say that? Cool me. I'll help you teach her a lesson. I promise she'll scream. I watched this comedic scene unfold, unable to suppress my own smile. While I was enjoying the spectacle, Dias had reached his limit. Returning to the cabin, he discovered Ace's wallet had been left behind. This was disastrous. That rascal was undoubtedly out there dining and dashing again. Dias snatched the wallet and dashed out, and indeed, it wasn't too long before he spotted Ace sprinting ahead, pursued by a horde of chefs and waitstaff wielding pots and pans, the scene resembling a zombie apocalypse. I found a good vantage point nearby, munching on the snacks I had just bought while relishing this youthful chase. Dias trailed behind, apologizing at each establishment, scanning to pay, exhausted like a dog. After he finally settled all the bills, he lifted his head only to see me enjoying the show. He approached me, gritting his teeth. "Jerry, you seem to be having quite the fun watching. Don't you think helping out would be nice?" I feigned innocence and shrugged. How was I to know you needed assistance? Seeing you run so happily, I thought you were enjoying it. Get lost. If I don't run, that rascal Ace will truly be beaten in the street. For the next 3 days, I went nowhere, solely keeping an eye on him. Dias, with a look of despair, turned to become Ace's personal caretaker. I followed behind him leisurely. Heading that way? How convenient. I'm going the same way. So delicious. I was about to swallow a bite of the roasted sausage when suddenly, a sharp slap rang out on the back of my head. Dias had struck me. He was at it again, dining and dashing. I watched from the side, and, I tell you, Dias executed that slap with precision, targeting the confusion but not causing harm. Ace was left gasping, rolling his eyes, struggling to swallow, until he finally managed to get that morsel down. Dias handed him water with a look of disdain, muttering, "You should choke. It saves me from watching you dine for free every day." Ace was still feigning embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head, claiming his wallet had sprouted legs and run off, that he had promised the vendors to pay later. In response, Dias flung his deflated wallet at him. "Well, you better keep it safe." Ace took it, squeezed it, and exclaimed, "Hey, why is my wallet so much thinner?" At that moment, I burst into laughter, playfully patting his shoulder and quipping, "Of course, it's the meat in your wallet that has grown on you, haha." However, I must tell you, fate can be quite ironic. Just as we were engrossed in our banter, a female voice rang out, "Fire Fist, at last. I've found you." We all looked up, and lo and behold, the naval lieutenant, E.C. Ka, had come to confront us. Yet, today, she seemed less aggressive, refraining from immediately instigating a fight. Approaching us, she tossed her hair aside, revealing a prominent burn scar on the back of her hand. Dingsi, ever quick with his tongue, almost inquired about it, but noticing her displeased expression, he held back. To our surprise, E.C. Ka spoke up herself, explaining that the scar was a remnant from her childhood when pirates set her hometown ablaze, claiming the lives of her parents while she narrowly escaped. In her darkest hour, a naval major rescued her. Thus, her current pursuit as a naval officer is to apprehend all malevolent pirates, ensuring that no other children suffer as she did. To be honest, in that moment, she radiated a remarkable glow. She fixed her gaze on AC, saying, "I sense you're not a bad person. Please, do not become a pirate." AC chuckled, a crooked smile forming on his lips, responding, "Not become a pirate? Then you should support me." The poor girl was momentarily taken aback, nearly agreeing, but quickly regained her composure, suggesting we consider joining the Navy instead. Without a moment's hesitation, AC flatly refused, exclaiming, "Join the Navy? That is quite impossible." Afterward, his eyes caught sight of a distant food stall, and in an instant, he vanished, off to seek sustenance. Once I finished my snack, I too slipped away. In the days that followed, I must say, we each pursued our own paths. AC was a relentless eating machine, darting around the island while Dingsi dutifully followed, footing the bill. As for me, I was a passionless fishing machine, solely focused on discovering a prime fishing spot to reclaim my status at the pinnacle of the fishing world. However, the terrain of this island yielded nothing but small fry after 2 days of fishing, leaving my trusty Kidatsi shaking its head in dismay, as if to say it would soon be starving itself into a sleek physique. After some contemplation, I resolved that I must venture into the legendary lawless zone. At the break of dawn on the third day, I set out with Kidatsi in tow. Just as I cast my line, ding, a system task notification appeared. Catch something worth over 10 million in Xianghua. The reward was quite substantial, but the penalty involved kissing the fish lady 10 times. At that moment, I was startled. This had to succeed. In the next second, bubbles began to rise in the water, and a child's head bobbed to the surface with a frantic cry. "Hey, let me go, you scoundrel." I was taken aback, wondering why my fishing expeditions consistently yielded such bizarre catches. Before I could process this, footsteps and shouts erupted from the nearby thicket. "Don't even think about escaping. You have a collar around your neck." Upon hearing this, I realized someone was being hunted. My instinct was to rescue her, and with a swift motion, I flung her onto the shore. Upon her emergence from the water, I finally discerned that she was a mermaid. The task completion notification chimed, but I had no time to focus on that. Unable to contain myself, I erupted in laughter. I had caught a mermaid. Who else could claim such a feat? This accomplishment placed me leagues ahead in the fishing community. Yet, before my laughter could subside, a group of individuals charged from the woods, pointing at me and shouting, "You brat, that is our prey." I looked down to see the young girl indeed wearing collar. After a moment's thought, I reached out and seized it. The group gasped in horror. "Stop. It will explode," and scrambled backwards in fear. With a swift crunch, I shattered the collar, enveloping it in my hockey, and with a surge of water, rendered it useless. Holding the remnants, I gazed innocently at them, asking, "What was it you just said?" I then tossed the collar at their leader's face, causing them to scatter in panic. It took them a while to realize they had been duped, while the little mermaid beside me found amusement in it. "You are asking for death." The leader seethed, and with a command, everyone charged at me. I scoffed at their audacity, unleashing my conqueror's hockey, which silenced the chaos. Except for the leader, who knelt trembling. The rest fell unconscious. Task complete. I glanced at my panel, astonished at the absurdity of the system's evaluation, declaring that I had become a formidable force, yet mocking my lack of a partner. Truly disheartening, my friend. I opened a treasure chest and received the Navy's 6 styles. It was somewhat useful, albeit not significantly. I approached the young girl, untangling her from the fishing line, and inquired her name. She replied, "My name is Dwala." I was taken aback, thinking she meant Dwalia, but she clarified, "No, that is my neighbor's older sister. I am Dwala." What a coincidence. I nearly thought I had met a fellow compatriot. I asked her what had happened, and she tearfully recounted that she and 2 sisters had been abducted by these human traffickers, and she had escaped while trying to protect them, but now she had no idea how to rescue them. I must confess, human traffickers are my utmost disdain. This must be addressed. I assured Dwala, "Do not fear. I will assist you." I seized the leader by his collar, commanding him to lead the way to their auction house. Before leaving, I made sure to give each of the lackeys a parting gift of water balloon peanuts, a rather fitting physical reprimand. The leader, trembling in fear, obediently guided us. As we neared our destination, he dared to play tricks, and I swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike, dragging him into a nearby alley to deal with him. I brought Dwala and Kadatsi to the entrance of a place called Bayer Auction House. Using my observation hockey, I sensed that the auction was about to commence, and her sisters should be safe. I reassured Dwala, "Do not worry. You and Kadatsi should stay back and watch my maneuvers." Upon entering, the staff greeted us with a forced smile welcome. I mimicked Long Wong's crooked grin, thinking they were overly optimistic. I managed to acquire 2 tickets, albeit with a heavy heart as I parted with cash. Upon entering the auction hall, I was astonished to find it bustling with people reminiscent of a crowded market. It was only when the auctioneer took the stage that silence fell over the crowd. With a booming voice, he announced, as per tradition, "Let's first unveil the highlight of today's auction. Please, open your eyes wide and behold the unparalleled beauty of mermaids from the deep sea." Feeling the fervent and greedy gazes from the audience, I chuckled softly, and after exchanging a few words with Dwala and Kadatsi, I began to make my way slowly towards the stage through the aisles. The staff, understanding my intent, swiftly pulled away the black cloth covering the cage. The spotlight flickered on, revealing a large iron cage containing 2 mermaids, their beauty strikingly captivating, enhanced by the makeup the auction house had applied, rendering them utterly pitiable. The blinding light prompted them to instinctively shield their eyes with their shackled hands. In that instant, the audience erupted into madness. My goodness, they truly are mermaids. I could hardly contain my excitement. The entire venue was in an uproar. The auctioneer, grinning like a blooming flower, clearly pleased with the reaction, cleared his throat and said, "It seems everyone is eager. Hold on, we will first." Before he could finish, I channeled my inner actor, donning a frenzied and deranged smile, and rushed towards the stage, heading straight for the cage. "Who are you? Stop him." The auctioneer's face paled as he shouted for help. Several staff members rushed to intercept me, but I dispatched them with ease, reaching the cage without a hitch. The crowd watched in disbelief as I seized the iron bars, twisting them like a pretzel, creating a large opening. "Ha ha, they're all mine." I tightened my throat and emitted a laugh characteristic of a villain. The auctioneer, likely terrified by my presence, shrieked hysterically, "Do you know whose territory this is? This is the domain of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo? Let him come speak to me himself." Ha ha ha. As I cackled madly, I pulled the 2 girls from their cage, effortlessly shattering the shackles on their wrists and tossing them back into the cage. At that moment, a burly man with a full beard jumped onto the stage, brandishing a bottle of liquor and two swords at his waist, shouting at me, "Yahahaha! Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Have you asked for permission from me, Lord Isham?" He charged at me in a flash, swinging the liquor bottle towards my head, while simultaneously drawing his swords to slash at my neck. With a foolish grin still plastered on my face, I simply sidestepped and stepped forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. With a thud, he crumpled like a boiled shrimp, bent over and spewing blood. Hee. If it's Isham, you better protect your nape. I guffawed, not pausing my assault, delivering a solid chop to the exposed nape of his neck as he bent over. Thud! He let out a half-hearted scream, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed lifelessly. The entire venue fell silent. How could this be possible? ISNT that the bounty of 50 million, the drunken swordsman Isham, taken down in one blow? A pirate shouted in disbelief from the crowd. The scene descended into chaos. The auctioneer trembled in fear, her gaze darting around until she suddenly spotted a glimmer of hope and bowed towards the crowd. "Major, General Gile, you are here, wonderful. Please help us capture this madman." Following her gaze, I saw a robust man clad in a bright yellow skin-tight suit standing up, his chiseled chest and defined abs evident. He glared at the auctioneer with evident displeasure, likely upset that she had revealed his identity. Upon hearing that there was a naval major general present, the pirates below felt their legs turn to jelly, and someone shouted, "Run!" Instantly, the venue transformed into a chaotic marketplace, with plainclothes Navy officers scrambling to apprehend people, while the pirate thugs fled in all directions. Seizing the moment, I gestured to the mermaid sisters behind me. Duoluo and Kudaz understood instantly and quickly hid them in the shadows beside the stage. Once that was settled, I turned my attention to Major General Gile. He stepped into the spotlight. The light reflecting off his bald head was blinding. I was momentarily stunned, my mouth agape, exclaiming, "Bald-headed cloaked hero? How dare you call me bald? You seek death." This remark struck a nerve, causing his face to flush crimson, akin to an enraged lion. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the floor beneath him and lunged toward me, his massive fist descending upon my face. While his speed was impressive, my reflexes were quicker. I swiftly lifted the two mermaid sisters beside me and leapt aside. Boom! His punch obliterated the spot where I had just stood. The entire stage cracked, revealing the layer below where other slaves were confined. I set the sisters down to ensure their safety, then unleashed a verbal onslaught towards the bald man. With that bald head, that outfit, and those fists. Are you trying to style your hair in the Grand Line? Aya, you dare speak of my baldness? He completely lost it, activating the shave technique, his figure vanishing in an instant, and his fist barreled toward me. I sidestepped, executing a spinning kick aimed at his head. He attempted to block with his hands, thinking he could catch me, but he was sorely mistaken. Iron block. He crossed his arms defensively over his chest. I couldn't help but chuckle. With a thud, I sent him sliding backward across the ground for several meters. I shouted at him, "Iron block will only lead to your own downfall." Not giving him a moment to breathe, I leaped forward, my feet leading the charge. Propelling myself like a cannonball, I swept aside his arms, exposing his vulnerable spot, and unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks directly to his chest. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, I gathered strength in my right foot and delivered a powerful kick right to his face. Boom! He soared through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing through the auction house's wall, buried beneath the rubble. I wondered, how will you respond to the ultimate technique, the wooing foot of the great fast? I landed gracefully, wiping my thumb across my nose, my gaze dripping with disdain. Seeing their major general sent flying, the naval soldiers howled and rushed toward me. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the pile of bricks exploded, and Giles stood up again. Though his clothes were tattered, blood trickled from his lips, and my shoe prints marred his body, he appeared not too severely injured. He glared at me, "You. I will make you pay for this." With that, the floor beneath him shattered again, and he charged at me with even greater speed. However, I had no desire to play anymore. I noticed Doluo and the others had guided the mermaid sisters to the wall hole he had created. As his fist approached, I instantly lowered my stance, planting myself before him, my right fist enveloped in hockey, shimmering with azure light. As he lunged forward with his punch, I unleashed my power from the ground up, spinning my body and delivering a powerful uppercut to his chin. The rising dragon fist. I tell you at that moment, a blue water dragon erupted alongside my fist, launching Major General Gile through the roof into the sky, where he burst into a shower of droplets. Sunlight streamed in through the gaping hole in the roof, creating a stunning rainbow. Hey, the scent of freedom is exquisite. I gazed skyward, then abruptly turned my head, radiating dominance as I coldly declared to everyone in the venue. Listen well, this place is under my control. Those who wish to live, stand still. The entire crowd fell silent, even the naval soldiers drenched in cold sweat, too terrified to move. With a disdainful snort, I leapt down through the gaping hole in the stage. Since things had escalated to this point, I might as well see it through. In a matter of moments, I shattered all the cages and shackles of the prisoners below, setting them free. I chose a seemingly upright man as their leader and instructed them to escape on their own. As for the staff, I utilized my kinbunchiko haki to sense their intentions and dealt with the malicious ones with a water bullet each. When I jumped back onto the stage, I was greeted by the sight of an empty venue. Cough, cough. Well, not sure what to say, but I wish everyone prosperity. I spoke to myself in all seriousness, then produced a spark and ignited corners of the auction house. With everything set, I clapped my hands, straightened my attire, and with a resounding sound of collapse, I strode out gracefully, catching up with Duoluo and the others. We had just reached a small grove outside the city, dividing food among ourselves, when a tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, followed by a towering orange flame. I activated my kinbunchika haki and pinpointed the source of the commotion. It was Ace and Dias. I quickly instructed Kudaz to take Duoluo and the others back to the ship, exchanged a few words, and dashed toward Ace's direction. Returning to a short while ago, Ace and Dias were wandering the streets, Ace munching on a massive bag of sunbae without pause. As they walked aimlessly, they inadvertently stumbled into a slum. Ace noticed the emaciated children surrounding him, their eyes fixed longingly on the sunbae in his arms. He halted, smiling as he shared all his sunbae with them. Dias asked, "Aren't you still hungry?" Ace, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "Yes, but they are hungry too." Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. It was Iska again, and she was accompanied by a tall naval vice admiral named Doro. General Duoluo was straightforward, presenting a document to Ace without hesitation. "I am General Duoluo, and you must be the infamous Fire Fist Ace. Take a look at this." As Giosi leaned in for a closer inspection, he was taken aback. An invitation to the warlords of the sea? Yiska was equally elated, believing it to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Ace barely glanced at it before firmly declaring, "I refuse." Yiska, perplexed, inquired why. Ace replied with conviction, "I disdain the warlord system. Pirates are pirates. Serving the government as their hounds is unacceptable." To his surprise, General Duoluo applauded. "Well said. I too find this corrupt system intolerable." With that, he snatched the document and tore it to shreds, instantly turning hostile and launching a powerful punch towards Ace. "The negotiation is over. Your refusal gives me the right to arrest you." Duoluo shed his coat, revealing two gun-like nozzles on his arms, grinning maliciously. "Let us see whose flames are superior, yours or mine." As he spoke, flames erupted from his arm-mounted devices, igniting the surrounding slums and trapping the children inside. "Hey, are you insane?" Ace seethed, turning to rescue the trapped innocents. But Duoluo directed the flames at Ace, forcing him to transform and endure the onslaught. Yiska, startled by the madness, quickly dashed into the inferno to save the children. Giosi, unable to stand idly by, charged at Duoluo, but was swiftly beaten down and left bleeding. Yet he clung desperately to Duoluo's waist, pulling with all his might and managing to detach the connection between the flamethrowers and their fuel. "Cough, did you think you had won?" Giosi gasped from the ground. Upon seeing the extinguished flamethrowers, Duoluo was caught off guard, and in that moment, Ace appeared before him like a specter. Fire Fist, his fist, charged with unbridled fury, struck Duoluo squarely in the chest. The impact sent flames soaring into the sky, engulfing Duoluo's upper body entirely. "I thought this was it," and Ace rushed to assist Giosi. But guess what happened? Ace let out a cry as Duoluo, like a chicken, effortlessly tossed him to the ground. I was dumbfounded, realizing that Duoluo remained unscathed, his hands now cloaked in the dark sheen of haki. He regarded Ace with disdain, as if to convey that Ace's little flames were unworthy of his attention. Ace, undeterred, spat out dirt as his expression grew grave. Then, Duoluo began his grandiloquent monologue, admonishing Ace to surrender and accept Justice's judgment. Ace, infuriated, retorted, "Justice? You, who casually harms children, dare to invoke that word? What right do you have?" Duoluo missed with a punch, striking the ground instead, and then delivered a more outrageous proclamation. "If it weren't for you wicked pirates, Children would not suffer harm in this world. Capturing pirates may require some collateral damage among civilians. It is all your fault. I was astounded. This logic was so twisted it nearly fried my brain. Wasn't this a classic case of moral bankruptcy? Absolving oneself of responsibility? Everyone present fell silent, stunned by his audacity. Unfortunately, Yiska, just returned from rescuing the children, overheard this. She began to tremble, her voice quaking as she asked Duoluo, "Was that fire in my hometown also justified?" Without batting an eye, Duoluo coldly affirmed, "Indeed, all for the sake of capturing pirates. For justice." Yiska's world crumbled as she incredulously questioned, "But you saved me then." Duoluo callously replied, "That was merely a coincidence." His words pierced Yiska's heart like a dagger. The light in her eyes extinguished, she slumped to the ground, murmuring, "So my hometown, my parents." Duoluo continued, "Lieutenant Yiska, sacrificing a few civilians for justice is entirely justifiable." Upon hearing this, Yiska spiraled into despair and fainted. Dioc, having regained his composure, could no longer endure. Struggling to shout, "Those were other people's loved ones, you scoundrel!" Ace, consumed by rage, charged forward without hesitation. Duoluo, still looking down on him, shouted, "An ant shaking a tree." In an explosive clash, their fists met, both sent reeling backwards. Duoluo's expression was one of utter astonishment as he exclaimed, "Hockey? How could you have it?" "Indeed, my friends." Ace's punch was not fueled by fire, but rather enveloped in a layer of dark hockey. In his fury, he had awakened this innate ability. This talent was remarkable. Ace, uninterested in explanations, bellowed, "Who knows?" and, relying on his street fighting skills, relentlessly pursued Duoluo with a barrage of powerful blows. At that moment, Jerry finally arrived. He quickly checked on Dioc, ensuring his safety, while Dioc hastily recounted the absurdity of the situation. Jerry, bewildered, looked at Dioc, questioning the sanity of the Navy general. After ensuring Dioc was secure, he positioned himself at the edge of the battlefield, his presence exerting pressure on Duoluo. Duoluo, undeterred, continued fighting while casting glances at Jerry. What kind of person was Ace? Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a fiery elbow strike, using the recoil to accelerate, delivering a devastating punch infused with hockey. The impact distorted Duoluo's face, sending him careening like a projectile, crashing to the ground, struggling briefly before being knocked out. Ace, on his knees, gasping for breath, was about to turn to Jerry to boast when an ominous voice echoed from the heavens. "Oh dear, how terrifying is this fire fist, Ace?" In the next instant, a beam of light descended, and a man clad in a flamboyant yellow suit, accompanied by dramatic music, launched a rapid attack towards Ace's head. Just in the nick of time, Jerry appeared before Ace, shouting "Rising Dragon Fist," and forcefully repelled the attack. I thought to myself, "Jerry, you've really come into your own." Though Jerry was slammed down by the sheer force, he landed firmly beside Ace, a grave expression on his face as he growled, "Ace, that's Admiral Kizaru. We need to get to the ship and dive underwater. I'll hold him off." Ace, panting, recognized the gravity of the situation and urged, "You must catch up." He quickly helped Dioc to his feet and rushed towards a still-dazed Yiska. Extending his hand to Yiska, Ace gently said, "Come aboard my ship. You need not become a pirate. You may regard me as your goal." Yiska stared at him, seemingly coming back to life, pushing herself up from the ground, and retorted, "You truly are a fool." Yet her body betrayed her, and she followed Ace and Dioc toward the coast. Kizaru, having reformed in the sky, observed their escape and casually raised his hand. "Oh, attempting to flee, are we? Yasakani no Magatama." A beam of light was aimed at their path. "Mizukigami, reflect." Jerry instantly teleported in front of the beam, drawing circles with his hands as a water mirror materialized, deflecting Kizaru's attack. Kizaru smirked, his tone dripping with disdain. "Oh, it seems the young man is quite familiar with my techniques." Jerry imitated him, slowing his speech. "Thank you for the compliment. I have been quite troubled in my efforts to thwart you." The two engaged in a comedic exchange, playing for time, while Jerry opportunely questioned, "Is it really necessary to dispatch an admiral just for rejecting an invitation to the warlords?" As a result, Huang Yuan remarked that he was originally vacationing on the island when two celestial dragons arrived to purchase a mermaid. However, the auction house was destroyed, prompting his superiors to send him to investigate. He leisurely pointed at Jerry, saying, "So it turns out the one who wrecked the auction house is you, little brother?" How terrifying. Upon hearing this, Jerry was taken aback, realizing that he was the protagonist of the day. With a clever glint in his eye, he scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Well, now that you've seen it, shall we go our separate ways?" Huang Yuan, displaying the demeanor of a diligent worker, responded. Not so fast. I need to achieve some results. Jerry, bewildered, asked, so your target is me? Huang Yuan snapped his fingers and exclaimed, bingo! As Jerry rambled on with absurd ideas, he estimated that Ace and the others had fled far away. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, pointed behind Huang Yuan, and shouted, hey, there's a celestial dragon over there. Can you believe it? To Jerry's astonishment, the seasoned Huang Yuan actually turned around. Without hesitation, Jerry bolted, realizing he had been deceived. Huang Yuan, unfazed, mused aloud, oh, was I tricked? In the next instant, he transformed into a beam of light and pursued Jerry, proclaiming, speed is power. Little brother, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Jerry, the master of evasive maneuvers, had anticipated such a tactic. He left behind a water clone that was promptly obliterated by a kick, while his true self had already darted far away. Glancing back, he cheekily called out, nope, never been kicked by you, Uncle Huang Yuan. Thus commenced a grand escape from the temple. Jerry maneuvered wildly, with Huang Yuan firing lasers behind him. As they neared the seaside, Jerry steeled himself and charged towards Huang Yuan using moonwalk, preparing to unleash a dragon fist. In midair, his fist radiated a fiery aura of dominance. Huang Yuan, now slightly more serious, countered with a lightspeed kick. The resulting explosion propelled Jerry forward like a precisely calculated meteor, plunging straight into the sea. With a resounding splash, Jerry dove into the water, instantly returning to the embrace of the ocean. He resurfaced and waved at Huang Yuan in the sky, saying, thank you, Admiral, for bringing me here. Please take your leave. Huang Yuan, pouting in frustration, replied, little brother, that's rather ungracious of you, tricking this old man. Jerry shrugged, what can I do? I can't fight back. Huang Yuan wasted no time and unleashed his ultimate move, 8 feet of the jewel. Instantly, a torrential rain of light bullets fell from the sky. Jerry, backed against the sea, shouted, gun wave hurricane, as countless water bullets surged upwards to meet the onslaught. The spectacle was akin to a fireworks display, booming incessantly. While it appeared evenly matched, Jerry was being thoroughly overwhelmed. He sensed that Ace's ship had submerged and that the Navy fleet was closing in. Realizing he could no longer afford to be reckless. Uncle Huang Yuan, I can't surf with you any longer. Farewell. Jerry shouted, not waiting for response, and plunged into the depths of the sea, vanishing from sight. He quickly caught up with his own ship, diving into a bubble and returning to the deck. The crew surrounded him like he was a hero, with Scar exclaiming, Boss Jerry, you actually managed to contend with an admiral. The 3 mermaid sisters also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Jerry was busy boasting when he turned to see Ace and Dias approaching, but Ace's expression was particularly off, filled with dejection. Jerry's heart sank as he inquired, Ace, what is wrong? Where's Yiska? Wasn't she with you? Dias sighed and explained for Ace. We reached the shore, and the ship was right there. Ace hopped on, but when he looked back, Yiska hadn't T-boarded. Ace panicked and shouted towards the shore, hey, didn't we agree to board the ship together? Yiska stood on the shore, suddenly laughing, tears glistening in her eyes, and shouted back, fool, who said we agreed? Ace was taken aback, confused as he asked, do you still want to be a Navy officer? Yes, Yiska replied, her voice resolute yet trembling. Even so, I will still be a Navy officer. Ace, thank you. You must stay safe. As he watched Yiska run away in tears, Ace stood there in shock, motionless. Only after her figure disappeared did he glance down at his hands, his expression one of utter despair. He muttered, I'm a pirate. My hands will burn her. Alas, who understands the burdens of family? This damned identity barrier is thicker than any dimensional wall. The next day, the Navy headquarters erupted in chaos. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense, as if a storm was brewing. Akainu, with his explosive temper, slammed a newspaper onto the table, pointing at Huang Yuan's face and berating Borsellino. What on earth were you thinking? You let a nameless brat slip away. Huang Yuan, the lecherous old man, lounged nonchalantly, picking his ears as if to say, this doesn't concern me. Naturally, he couldn't admit to having let the boy escape on purpose, so he remarked sarcastically, oh dear, that little brother was as slippery as an eel, leaving me utterly bewildered. Nearby, Akiji was sleeping soundly, impervious to Akainu's loud outbursts. What a sight it was, the 3 admirals of the Navy, one angrily berating, another pretending to be oblivious, and the last lying flat, as if in a dream. This crew was bound to face difficulties. Fleet Admiral Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration, lamenting about Fire Fist Ace and Dragon Fist Jerry, stating that their rejection of the warlords of the sea invitation put him in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Carp continued munching on donuts, exclaiming that the warlords were useless. Sengoku's team was clearly raising his blood pressure. Ultimately, Sengoku had no choice but to declare from now on, keep a close watch on these two newcomers. Two fresh bounty posters lay on the table. Ace, starting at 200 million, and Jerry, gloriously joining the ranks with a bounty of 100 million. On the other side, in the New World, Whitebeard was in high spirits, his laughter almost toppling the Moby Dick. He held the newspaper, pointing at Ace's article, and exclaimed to Marco and the others, "What an interesting little brat. He has the audacity to reject the warlords before even entering the New World." The world's focus, I tell you, was entirely on Ace. After all, he was the one who had defeated and rejected the warlords. As for Jerry, to others, he was merely the unfortunate subordinate who was kicked away by an admiral, narrowly escaping with his life. Alas, who understands? This war of public opinion. We are utterly losing. The scene shifted as we arrived at Fishman Island. The crew rushed ashore, excitedly heading towards the Mermaid Cafe. Ace, having vanished, was likely off raiding the food street. Dias leisurely mentioned needing to keep an eye on Ace, and I was left speechless. "Brother, by the time you find him, the food will be cold." The crew members dashed off faster than rabbits, leaving only a few of us behind. I followed Scar to handle some matters. This guy, I must say, is a hardcore collector. He had joined a group full of enthusiasts from around the world, essentially a 2025 version of a pirate-themed cross-border purchasing and second-hand trading platform. They were meeting a mermaid friend named Jenny, and it was convenient to drop off Dora and the others on the way. Speaking of Scar's group, it was quite something. They would go to great lengths for their hobbies, engaging in voice chats, video calls, and cross-sea delivery with remarkable skill. I couldn't help but think that if they organized themselves a bit better, they could easily create a pirate version of Pinduoduo. Upon arriving, Scar knocked on the door, and with a loud clang, the door swung open, revealing a slightly plump, homebody mermaid with sleepy eyes. Scar seemed to have a secret code with her, as they exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together, mischievously asking, "Where's the goods? Hurry up, I can't wait." I was utterly stunned and exclaimed, "Hey, can you not be a little more normal with your tone and expression? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were engaging in some underground trade. There are kids around." In the end, Scar exchanged a few adventure novel for a skull badge and a short dagger, both of them looking utterly enchanted. Once Jenny received the books, she shut the door on us without a word, and cheers of hooray could be heard from behind. Socially anxious homebody confirmed. Later, we went to Dola's home for a meal, and that rascal Scar had the audacity to suggest charging Dola for a glance at his face, claiming it was the precious visage of a chief intelligence officer. I immediately called him out. "Oh, please. You simply wish to remove your mask for some fresh air. After all this time, no one has bought your pitch." That guy had the nerve to retort, insisting that beneath his mask lay another layer, like a Russian matryoshka doll. The next morning, as I pondered whether to go fishing on the deck, Scar rushed over, pale and breathless, exclaiming, "Boss, bad news. Woles has been captured." I inquired, "Who?" "Hody Jones? Oh, that dim-witted shark?" Scar, nearly spitting fire in his anxiety, conveyed the story succinctly. In essence, Woles had returned to his hometown, Fisherman Street, to drink with old friends. Fueled by alcohol, he boasted about our escapades on land. Unfortunately, one of his so-called brothers was an informant for Hody, leading to his betrayal. Now, let me tell you about Hody Jones. He's a quintessential extremist and a staunch racist. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for humans and an even greater loathing for any fishermen who associate with them. To him, Woles, who finds human society amusing, is nothing but a traitor deserving of death. Now, he aims to make an example of Woles, planning a public execution at noon in the Sea of Forests. Just as I was absorbing this information, Dola arrived, equally breathless, confirming the news. Time was of the essence. I instructed Scar to rally the others, summoning Ace and the rest. "I shall proceed first," I declared. "Wait, are you planning to go alone?" Scar expressed his concern. I patted his shoulder with confidence and smiled. "Don't worry, I will scout the situation, and you can follow shortly. Trust me, I shall lead the charge." Dola mentioned that we needed to swim to the Sea of Forests, which suited me perfectly. We immediately dove into the water. Dola was initially worried, but as I accelerated, I swiftly circled her, showcasing my prowess. The look of astonishment on her face suggested she thought, "Brother, are you the Sea King? Do not fret for me. Just lead at your fastest pace," I reassured her. Before long, guided by Dola, we encountered a vast expanse of lush underwater forest, illuminated by sunlight, resembling a fairyland. And in the distance, a colossal ark came into view. Dola pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Brother Jerry, that is the Sea of Forests." I gazed in awe, thinking, this is no mere forest. It is akin to the Amazon rainforest beneath the sea. However, the atmosphere felt ominous. I cautioned Dola, let's not rush in. Look over there. The throng of fishermen resembles a marketplace. Something is amiss. I needed to change my appearance to avoid drawing attention. As I spoke, I retrieved 2 large cloaks from my fourth-dimensional pocket, one to wrap myself entirely, and I handed the other to Dola. I suggested, perhaps you should return if a scuffle ensues. I fear I may not be able to protect you. Yet the determined girl stuck out her tongue and snatched the cloak, resolute in her stance. I will hide well. Considering the prevalence of fishermen, I thought it wise for her to blend in among the crowd if chaos erupted. I reminded her firmly, if a fight breaks out, seek a corner to hide and protect yourself. With that, I dashed ahead, leading the way into the forest. We mingled with the onlookers, following the crowd until we arrived at a sizable valley clearing. I must say, the extremists from Fisherman Street treated this public execution like a grand annual gala. Even with time to spare before Hody Jones' appointed hour, the area was packed, reminiscent of a concert. I discreetly activated my radar, confirming that Hody's gang had yet to arrive, and Wole's was nowhere to be seen. Seizing the moment, I asked Dola to help familiarize me with the terrain in case a confrontation arose. Unfortunately, she admitted her unfamiliarity, only knowing the location of Princess E.G.'s grave. Fine, let's pay our respects at the dock, I decided. We ventured towards the princess's tomb, and the deeper we progressed, the fewer people we encountered. It became evident that the main event would indeed be at the earlier clearing. Before long, we stood before the tombstone of Princess E.G. Observing the serene surroundings and the massive monument, I felt a twinge of reflection. The princess had noble intentions, aspiring for harmony between the fishermen and humans, seeking coexistence in the sunlight. However, truth be told, her ambitions were overly idealistic. The deep-seated grudges and fears harbored by her kin towards humanity were unresolved, and she sought to leap to the finish line, resulting in her own demise. After a moment of silent tribute, we retraced our steps. We strolled around the entrance plaza, and I helped Dola scout several excellent hiding spots. We then merged back into the crowd, listening to the fishermen boast. I must say, it seemed as if they had been brainwashed by Hody's faction. Each one was a narrow-minded individual, inflated with self-importance, a classic case of a racist keyboard warrior, lacking in ability yet brimming with bravado. As the time approached, the crowd thickened, a sea of black stretching infinitely. At that moment, I felt a stirring in my heart, and suddenly turned to peer deeper into the forest. The onlookers around me gradually fell silent, following my gaze. They arrived. Hody Jones and his crew, approximately 10 in number, strolled out of the woods like male models on a runway. The most striking figure was the one bound in thick iron chains, battered and bruised, staggering with each step, occasionally receiving a kick for good measure. Undoubtedly, it was Wole's. He had been tortured beyond recognition, his frail form on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing this, Dola was unable to contain herself, covering her mouth with her hands, tears brimming in her eyes. She could hardly believe that this battered figure was the same cheerful brother who had comforted and entertained them just days prior. As I beheld Wole's harrowing state, a flame ignited within me, my fury surging to its peak. My fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as I gritted my teeth. I leaned close to Dola and instructed, step back and find a safe spot we scouted earlier. With that, I cracked my neck and flexed my wrists, resembling a predator preparing to pounce, pushing through the crowd as I strode forward with determination. My thoughts were singular. Today, I would ensure that you all pay for your transgressions. Before I could approach, Hody Jones took a few steps forward, commencing his stand-up routine. Ha ha, fellow brethren. Welcome to the public execution spectacle we all cherish. He pointed at Wole's and dramatically began his condemnation. Surely, you recognize this individual. He is the cancer of our fisherman tribe, a treacherous traitor, Wole's. Not only did he venture out to sea on his own, but he also allied himself with humans. To consort with humans is a disgrace. He has forgotten how our brother Tej was slain by them. What a performer. His eloquence could rival that of a seasoned comedian. After a lengthy tirade, he nailed Wole's to the pillar of shame and, in a fit of passion, bellowed to the thousands of spectators, brothers, should he not be punished? Despicable, despicable. The frenzied crowd erupted in fervor, their voices echoing in a cacophony. But before his execution, should we not impose a more brutal punishment? Hody, sensing the atmosphere at its peak, became even more exhilarated. Punishment, punishment. The crowd chanted, their fervor palpable. Amidst the frenzy, an incongruous voice broke through. Hey, hey, what a commotion. Is this a concert? I forcefully pushed aside several fishermen obstructing my path and stepped into the center of the arena, locking eyes with Hody's gang across the way. The entire arena fell into an immediate silence, with all eyes suddenly fixed upon me. Mons, how could there be a human here? Hody stared at me, momentarily stunned, before donning a cold, disdainful smirk, his gaze brimming with contempt. A human? Who do you think you are? Step forward and consider the consequences. Ha ha ha. I took a few steps closer, focusing on the wounds on Wallace, my eyes gleaming with a chill colder than his. You need not know who I am. Just understand this. You subjected my comrade to your own brand of punishment. Have you considered the repercussions? Behind Hody, the Sharkmandos, wielding a large hammer, mocked me. So, you are a member of the pirate crew that he sought refuge with on land? What is this? Are you here alone to meet your demise? Have your crew members soiled themselves in fear? I nearly burst into laughter. Meet my demise? With you lot? Do you think I would perish from laughter? Only to have you inherit my bait? I feared that conversing with these bottom dwellers would drag my intelligence down to their level, only to be defeated by their wealth of foolish experiences. Hody's expression darkened instantly. You've come alone to rescue this traitor? It seems you do not understand how to spell death. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand, sending a droplet of water hurtling towards my eyes. Fishman karate? Is that all? I scoffed derisively, raised 2 fingers, and with a gentle flick, sent forth a droplet of water that instantly engulfed his, accelerating back towards him. Hody stood there, dumbfounded, hastily punching the droplet to shatter it, then erupted in rage. Human, how dare you, a lowly species, wield Fishman karate? Lowly species? You truly overestimate yourself. I could not be bothered to engage in further banter with this shark-brained fool, extending my hands like claws and slicing through the air towards his group. Waterblade claw. Shing, shing, shing. 10 razor-sharp water blades, curved like crescent moons, shot forth in the blink of an eye. This technique, a fusion of the 6th form S-Gale foot and improved water strikes, aimed to catch them off guard. Oh no! Hody's gang hurriedly dodged and defended themselves, but it was too swift. At the same moment, I unleashed my attack. I blinked and dashed to Wallace's side, scooping him up and retreating to safety. With a thunderous crash, the dust settled, revealing the chaos where they had stood. Several of them sprawled on the ground, and those still standing bore injuries. Look at your pitiful state. What level are you at to underestimate the world? Have you lost your mind? With a single move, I had discerned their true capabilities. To call them frogs at the bottom of a well would be an understatement. They were merely fish at the bottom of a well. The surrounding thousands of spectators were left agape, rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that the strongest in Fishman Street had been injured by a mere human in a single strike. Hody bore a gash on his arm, trembling with rage, grinding his teeth as he growled. Human, you seek death. Do you really think one person can stand against our 30,000 brethren? I glanced at the encirclement surrounding me, unfazed as I replied. What? Do you plan to suffocate me with a single spit from each of you? Hody's face stiffened, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then raised his arm high and declared, Brothers, behold, this is the human who has oppressed us for so long. He runs rampant in our territory. It was such a human who killed Princess Odoheim years ago. Goodness, this fellow has begun inciting the masses. Our king remains idle, still contemplating submission to humans. Since the king is ineffective, why must we not take matters into our own hands? To live in the sunlight, we must rebel against humans and enslave them. Kill him, kill him, kill. Nearly 30,000 fishmen ignited with fervor at his words, charging towards me like a horde of zombies. I swiftly severed the chains binding Wallace, casting a sharp gaze around. Facing the tide of enemies surging forth, I emitted a scornful snort from my throat. Begone! A surge of invisible turbulence erupted around me. Conqueror's hockey swept across the arena. The entire valley felt muted, and then a spectacular scene unfolded. The fishmen before me collapsed like a line of dominoes, one after another, falling into unconsciousness. What? What has happened? What did he do? Hody's few lieutenants, just managing to stand, were nearly brought to their knees by the force of my presence. They had never encountered such a display. For them, the Conqueror's hockey was entirely beyond their understanding. In plain terms, these fellows were akin to drug bottom dwellers, believing themselves invincible due to their racial superiority in the sea, yet too apathetic to even comprehend what hockey was. It is truly evident how limited your horizons are. Observing their astonished expressions, I smirked. They failed to recognize their own insignificance while dreaming of subjugating this and ruling that. Oh, do you believe victory is assured? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Hody's group erupted into raucous laughter, synchronously pulling out red and green, striped blue pills, the potent drug consuming them as if they were candies, each taking several. This substance doubled strength with one pill, quadrupled with two, but the cost of burning one's life. TCH, only a soft banana would resort to drugs. Watching their practice motions, I couldn't help but scoff. Do you really think that after taking drugs, you could defy the heavens? Just as Hody prepared to initiate a brawl, I heard a peculiar shout from behind me. Oh, who is this valiant subordinate? Turning around, I saw Scar and the entire Black Spade Pirates crew arriving. You finally made it. Dosey, quickly check on Wallace. I hurriedly entrusted Wallace to the ship's doctor. Our crew members, upon seeing Wallace's wretched state, were filled with righteous fury, with Ace cracking his knuckles in anger. Is this the enemy? They all turned their gazes towards the opposing side. Indeed, I pointed at Hody, now transformed from his drug-induced state, and declared, that great white shark is mine. While you lot deal with the rest of this rabble. With that, I turned and charged towards Hody. Seeking death. Brothers, attack. Hody roared as he charged at us. Undeterred by our mere dozen or so members. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted. Ace faced the drunken octopus swordsman, Bork, while Asamando confronted the Sharkman Dos, with the others each finding their opponents. Though our crew was few, each member was seasoned from countless battles, their cooperation seamless, making quick work of the mob that only knew how to rush in. On my end, Hody immediately unleashed dozens of water arrows, creating a veritable downpour. With a flick of my hand, I blocked them all, simultaneously darting forward to deliver a punch to his chest. Surprisingly, this drugged fatso was quite agile, blocking my fist with one hand while thrusting his trident toward my abdomen with the other. I raised my knee to deflect his weapon, then, enveloping my attack in hockey, delivered a solid Iron Mountain crash to his chest. Boom! Hody was sent flying as if struck by a train, crashing hard into the mountainside, creating a massive dent. His grand, sweeping attacks were utterly insufficient against my diverse close combat techniques. On the other side, Ace faced off against Bork, who wielded 8 blades and delivered a crushing defeat. Bork unleashed a flurry of strikes with his 8 blades, only for Ace to elementalize, suffering no harm. Bork, still reveling in his perceived advantage, was met with Ace's fiery punch, causing him to yelp in pain. Enraged, the octopus charged at Ace, wildly swinging his swords while taunting. Ace, weary of the antics, released a barrage of green fireballs, then transformed into a blazing spear, charging forward. Divine Fire, Shiranui. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, as the smoke cleared, only a charred, tender octopus lay in the crater. From a distance, Hody witnessed this scene, his eyes reddened with fury. Seizing the opportunity, he sprang from the mountainside, pulling out a handful of ES and stuffing them all into his mouth. Bork, I will have your head. What a remarkable turn of events. The drug overdosed Hody, with hair turned white in an instant, blood-red eyes, and an inflated physique, resembled a madman. With a powerful push of his foot, the ground erupted into a massive crater, and he charged towards me at lightning speed. Witnessing his desperate demeanor, I took the situation seriously. The two of us engaged in a frenzied exchange on the open ground, our fists and feet colliding with thunderous roars. Hody's strength was indeed formidable, yet his technique lacked finesse. Seizing a moment of overexertion on his part, I stepped forward into a horse stance and delivered a precise palm strike, infused with a concentrated water sphere aimed directly at his abdomen. This was the essence of Fisherman karate, Wulai Guan. The water sphere pierced through his body like a cannonball, causing him to spew blood and be flung backward. But it wasn't over yet. In a flash, I appeared behind his trajectory, and as he flew towards me, I executed a swift uppercut, striking him fiercely on the back of his head. This was the Rising Dragon Fist. A vibrant blue water dragon surged upwards, propelling him into the sky. With a smirk, I swung my arm horizontally. The dragon raised its head. The water dragon whipped its head around, accurately piercing through the wound in his abdomen once more. Hody emitted a piercing scream, plummeting from the sky like a discarded sack, convulsing on the ground, unable to rise again. I cast a glance at the defeated Hody before turning to observe the other battlefields, realizing that they too were reaching their conclusion. After Ace dispatched Leopard, he provided support everywhere, and one by one, the enemy leaders fell, leaving the remaining lackeys devoid of morale. At that moment, I suddenly heard Dora's shrill scream. Ah, you are Vander Decken 9. I turned sharply, noticing Dora frantically emerging from her hiding place, pursued by a grotesque fishman with split hair and 4 legs. You can't escape. The lecherous figure emitted a bizarre laugh, closing in on Dora. In that instant, Vanderdecken felt a flash before his eyes and a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a spray of blood, and he collapsed, unconscious. I retracted my fist, gazing down at the bizarre-looking wide-striped tiger shark fisherman, before turning to the still-shaken Dora. Dora, what's the situation? Who is this guy? He looks too abstract. After a moment of recovery, she explained, this fellow is Vanderdecken 9, who has been colluding with Hody's gang. He probably thought we were too formidable and intended to capture me as a hostage to flee. I smacked my thigh, exclaiming, ah, now I remember. I thought he looked familiar. Isn't he the lecherous man from the Dragon Palace Kingdom, wanted poster? Goodness, what a quintessential perverted stalker. Dora, gritting her teeth in anger, recounted how this man had persistently harassed Princess Shirahoshi, resorting to underhanded tactics after being rejected for marriage, stalking her relentlessly, and even throwing weapons at her, causing the princess to fear leaving her home. Who can understand the nightmare of encountering such a tenacious pervert? I glanced disdainfully at the unconscious Vanderdecken and dragged him by the feet back the way I came. The battle was winding down as well, with Dias tending to Wallace's wounds. Although everyone bore injuries, they were exhilarated, gathered in groups boasting about their exploits. Indeed, this victory against overwhelming odds would provide ample tale for their retirement. I gathered the surviving Fishman subordinates and piled them together like a stack of bodies. Then clapped my hands, calling out, brothers, how shall we deal with these underlings? Should Ace give them a hot yoga session? Or shall I take the lead? Ace pointed at the octopus leopard, who had already been roasted to a crisp exterior while still being tender inside. His face aged as if he were an 80-year-old man due to excessive drug use. I had no objections. After all, these drug addicts would not last long, having squandered their lifespans. The others were indifferent as well, and even Wallace, observing Hody and his crew in their ghastly state, felt his hatred diminish. All right, if you all have no objections, I shall proceed with the plan. I had long since devised a strategy to maximize our benefits. I called over Scar and instructed, contact Jenny and have her notify the palace that there has been a large-scale rebellion in Fishman Street, which we have suppressed. Also, inform them that the wanted Vanderdecken is here, so they should dispatch a large force to claim the fruits of victory. Scar emitted a strange cry and went to make the call. I then pulled Dora aside and whispered, you heard this rebellion firsthand, so you must testify. Furthermore, you should claim the bounty on this lecherous man. We pirates are not in a position to do so. Most importantly, find an opportunity to speak privately with the prince, urging him to interrogate Hody thoroughly about the incident involving Princess Odoheim. Hody knows the inside story. He let it slip during our fight. Indeed, Hody did not reveal it, but I will assert that he did. The victor writes history. Having arranged everything, I crossed my arms and observed the unfolding scene. Before long, the royal army arrived, and our spade pirates had already slipped away unnoticed from the other side. Upon returning to the ship, I found Kodaz and Dora's two friends watching over it. After exchanging pleasantries, we began tending to our wounds. Those with minor injuries were already preparing food and drinks for a celebratory feast. It was imperative to celebrate. We would create reasons if none existed. This is the style of our spade pirates. The following 2 days were filled with revelry, spending our days shopping and indulging in mermaid cafes, and returning to the ship for wild parties at night. One morning, Ace gathered everyone with the latest bounty notice, his expression brimming with excitement. Brothers, today, we depart Fishman Island. The Navy is likely close behind. The spade pirates are officially advancing into the New World. A resounding cheer erupted from the crew, hearts ablaze with fervor. Yet, Ace remained stationary, taking a few steps forward to gaze at the pirate flag of the Yonko. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, fluttering in the wind above the harbor. I remarked, that flag is the shield of Fishman Island. Whitebeard's declaration that this is his territory has quelled all nefarious intentions. Ace stared at the flag, murmuring to himself, is this the pinnacle of the pirate world? I approached him with a smile, asking, what? Do you wish to surpass him? Indeed, Ace's head shot up, his eyes gleaming with determination. What does it matter if he is a Yonko? We will surely surpass him. From this moment onward, our goal is Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Malasia spirit ignita wit, what are we waiting for? Let's hoist our flag above his. After all, our style must always be ahead of the curve. Before I finished speaking, I executed a moonwalk and soared into the sky, brandishing our spade pirate's flag, and firmly planted it atop Whitebeard's flagpole. Following this, I completed a stylish backflip and landed smoothly. Hey, you two, Dias and the others stood there dumbfounded, reaching out to stop me, but too late, their expressions akin to the sky falling. Ace interrupted them, Dias, have you forgotten? We set sail to reach the pinnacle. Dias glanced between us and the crew, finally sighing in resignation. Very well. We must prepare to confront the Whitebeard pirates, along with his dozen captains and thousands of elite forces. Ace surveyed the crew and gently declared, "Everyone, if any of you feel afraid, you may leave the ship now, and I will not hold it against you." No one moved. It was a joke. Having come this far, anyone who backed down would be a coward. "Then let's set sail," Ace commanded, summoning Scar to whisper something in his ear. Suddenly, Scar exclaimed, "What? You want to meet that man? Are you serious?" I paid no mind to their secretive discussion, focusing instead on Dias, who appeared anxious under my gaze. "What are you staring at?" He snapped, with a subtle smile. I replied, "Just examining a doctor." Dios suddenly regained his senses, realizing that he was indeed a doctor and questioning why he should worry so much. He reacted promptly, shouting at me, "Get lost. By the way, don't you need to bid farewell to Dora and the others?" He inquired unexpectedly. I waved my hand dismissively. "We are merely passing acquaintances. We shall meet again in the rivers and lakes. Besides, with the advent of telecommunication, it is not as if we are in the age of no connection." Before long, our ship slowly set sail, navigating through the underwater caverns beneath the red Earth continent. And before us lay a breathtaking expanse. "Family, we have arrived in the New World," I declared. "Let me tell you, this cursed New World is an entirely different realm from the paradise we encountered earlier. The weather, much like the fickleness of a scoundrel, can shift in an instant. One moment it is clear skies, and the next, a tempest of hail and wind descends upon you. We witnessed several weaker pirate crews entering, only to be obliterated by natural disasters or stronger foes. Along our journey, we spotted numerous derelict ships adrift, devoid of any crew, resembling a maritime graveyard. Of course, we also encountered many who sought to challenge us, but alas, they were swiftly dispatched to feed the fish. As we pressed forward, our reputation grew ever louder. Ace had a clear ambition. He did not wish to live in the shadow of Pirate King Roger's son. He aimed to surpass his father and prove his worth. Therefore, his first step into the sea was to pay a visit to an old acquaintance. On this day, we intercepted a pirate ship attempting to flee back to paradise. Ace was interrogating the captives. "Fire Fist, spare us. We never intended to engage you." The captain lamented, a sorrowful expression adorning his face. I was fishing by the ship's edge and couldn't help but laugh at his words. What a jest. "Did you not charge at us with cannons?" Ace, uninterested in banter, conjured a flicker of flame at his fingertips, waving it in front of the captain. "Enough with the nonsense. I have a question for you. Do you know the whereabouts of the Yonko Shanks recently?" Upon hearing this, the captain's face drained of color, and he nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grains. Yes. If I tell you, will you let us go?" "Quit stalling. Speak." Scar, sharpening his knife beside us, interjected ominously. All right. I've heard they've been staying on a winter island." I scratched my ear, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Is that so? How fortuitous. You aren't fabricating a tale to lead us to our doom, are you?" "Led you? Then you'll be tossed into the sea," Ace declared, preparing to take action. "Wait," Scar suddenly shouted. "Boss Ace, I have intel on that island as well." Upon hearing this, Ace released his grip and delivered a kick to the captain's rear. "Scram. If what you said is true, we shall let you go this time." Kodaz, that little rascal, was all about chasing people. The moment we released them, he bolted after the retreating pirates, barking loudly. "Boss Ace, shall we head straight to that winter island?" Scar asked. Dios, overhearing, nearly suffered a heart attack, hey? "Are you serious? You just provoked Whitebeard, and now you're off to seek out red-haired Shanks? That guy shows no mercy to his enemies." Ace, observing Dios's near-fainting state, burst into laughter. "Relax, Dios. I merely intend to pay a visit, not to engage in battle." I chimed in to tease him. "Instead of worrying about that, you should prepare your notebook and take diligent notes. Who knows, after you pass, this might be published and remembered for generations." Dios, left with no retort, could only roll his eyes in resignation. "Go on then. If worst comes to worst, we'll handle it together." Thus, our ship altered its course, sailing full speed towards the winter island. As we approached, the air turned frigid, and snowflakes began to fall. In the distance, an island blanketed in ice and snow came into view. By the shore, a ship lay anchored, its sails adorned with the audacious and prominent skull emblem featuring 3 red scratches. The ship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force. "I'll go greet them," Ace declared, donning a cloak and slinging a bag of liquor over his shoulder. "I'll accompany you," I said, following suit. Inside a vast cave on the island, the red-haired pirates were preparing for a feast, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. First mate Ben Beckman, smoking a cigarette, remarked, "The temperature seems to have risen. And there's quite a commotion outside. It feels like something bad is about to happen." Red-haired Shanks turned, playfully scolding, "Shut it, you ominous harbinger. We're about to feast." Just as he stood to announce the meal, two figures appeared at the cave entrance. "My apologies. It seems we intruded upon your banquet." Instantly, the cavern fell silent, all eyes converging upon us. Shanks regarded us and instinctively quipped, "Wow, don't these youngsters feel the cold?" before adopting a serious demeanor. His conqueror's hockey swept over us, a pressure that could incapacitate an ordinary person. Yet, what was our response? Ace and I remained unfazed, as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Shanks raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting. "Wait, don't misunderstand." Ace hurriedly gestured, removing his hat and performing a gentlemanly bow toward Shanks. "I am Portgas D. Ace, and this is my companion Jerry. We merely wish to extend our greetings." Let me tell you, I was standing by, witnessing Ace's earnestness. He executed those formalities he had supposedly learned from Miss Makino, but in practice, he appeared as nervous as a graduating student at an interview, stumbling over his words. This handsome fellow, no, I mean myself, was born in the South Sea and raised in the East Sea. At that moment, I could hardly bear to listen, my toes curling in discomfort. The seasoned pirates of Shanks's crew exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as several hands instinctively moved towards their weapons. The atmosphere was palpable. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, ready to spring into action should they dare to make a move. No, I would swiftly cover Ace's retreat. But what did that foolish lad do? Completely oblivious. He continued to mumble, sigh, despite practicing for so long. "I still can't get it right. Miss Makino will surely scold me." Makino? Just those 3 syllables seemed to press the pause button. The tension in the cave dissipated in an instant. Shanks's crew transformed their expressions from suspicion to intrigue. "Why didn't you mention earlier that you had the password? Were you playing a game of extreme tug-of-war here?" Ace finally caught on, hastily producing the liquor he had prepared earlier. Claiming Miss Makino had taught him that when dealing with pirates, offering liquor is always a safe bet. Upon hearing that it was Makino from Windmill Village, Shanks visibly relaxed. Ace quickly added that he was Luffy's sworn brother and had come specifically to greet the savior of his little brother. What a trump card finally revealed. The misunderstanding was thoroughly resolved, and the gazes of the red-haired pirates softened, as if regarding long-lost relatives. In the next moment, Shanks welcomed us in, and the banquet resumed. I hurried outside to summon the members of our Black Spade crew. Initially, our crew members were somewhat reserved, given they were facing one of the 4 emperors. Yet, after a few rounds of drinks, they soon mingled, embracing one another as brothers, with some even performing the water escape technique after drinking too much, creating a lively scene. Shanks lifted the liquor Ace had brought, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. "Ah, Makino-esque liquor, truly nostalgic." However, Ace, the blunt boy, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, "Oh no, this was bought in Rogue Town. We finished Miss Makino-esque liquor on the way." Shanks promptly patted Ace on the back, laughing and scolding, "You truly are a gem." Meanwhile, I found myself seated with First Mate Ben Beckman. As we shared drinks, we exchanged humorous critiques about our respective captains, creating a delightful camaraderie across time and space. As the conversation unfolded, we suddenly heard Ace exclaiming from across the table, having perhaps indulged a bit too much in drink. He slammed his hand on the table and boldly declared, "I have no interest in becoming the Pirate King. My goal is to defeat the 4 emperors." At that moment, I thought to myself, "Brother, do you even realize who you were sitting across from?" The atmosphere promptly plummeted to an icy silence. Ace, realizing his faux pas, quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean you guys. We share drinks. We are not enemies." This fellow truly lacked a filter when it came to his words. He then followed up with an even more explosive statement. "Our current target is Whitebeard." The expressions on the faces of Shanks and his crew were akin to seeing a ghost. A rookie crew daring to set their sights directly on Whitebeard? Shanks, however, merely inquired with curiosity about the reason behind this ambition. Ace, with his fists clenched and eyes gleaming, explained that Whitebeard was the rival of the Pirate King, Roger, and that when he entered the New World, the first sight he beheld was Whitebeard's flag. He aimed to surpass this legend. Upon hearing this, Shanks offered a knowing smile, but said nothing further. Later, Ace, with a spark of curiosity, asked Shanks who had left the scar across his eye. Shanks lightly touched the scar and replied nonchalantly, "It was left by a member of Whitebeard's crew." Everyone assumed it was Whitebeard himself, but Shanks clarified, "No, just one of the crew members." Our crew was astounded. A mere crew member could leave a lasting scar on a future emperor? What kind of monstrous camp was the Whitebeard Pirates? After the banquet concluded and we departed, Shanks and his first mate, Ben Beckman, continued to murmur among themselves. Shanks believed Ace was too hasty and that he resembled more of a warrior intent on overturning something rather than a typical pirate. Amusingly, Beckman remarked to Shanks that he found him inscrutable. I chuckled to myself. What could a mere fisherman like me possibly conceal? Just after sharing drinks with the four emperors, our spirits were high, only for nature to intervene dramatically. I sensed something awry in the air, as though a storm was brewing, and soon darkness enveloped us. The winds howled and the waves crashed. Our ship felt like a fragile toy on the verge of disintegration. I dove into the sea, hoping to guide the ship with my abilities. Alas, in the face of nature, our efforts were futile. The vessel spiraled out of control, hurled toward an unknown destination. When I regained consciousness, we found ourselves washed ashore in a place known as Wano Kuni, bound tightly with ropes. A group of gaunt villagers prepared to plunder our ship's provisions. Pretending to be unconscious, I felt something furry brushing against my nose, causing an unbearable itch that made me sneeze. Unable to contain myself, I sprang up, breaking free from my bonds, only to find myself face to face with a wide-eyed 4-year-old girl. Startled, she raised her hands in surrender, pleading for me not to harm anyone. I quickly gestured for her to calm down, and soon Ace and the others awoke, swiftly freeing themselves as well. Ace, ever the character, surveyed the situation and boldly declared to the stunned villagers, "Are you all hungry? Come, it's time to eat. Don't be shy. Today I'm treating." Thus began an extraordinary banquet on the beach where we shared all our provisions with the villagers. The little girl, named Yamato, whose stomach rumbled audibly, blushed as she thanked us before diving into the crowd to eat. I approached an elderly man, likely the village chief, to inquire about the situation. He informed me that this was Wano Kuni. Instinctively, I responded, "Isn't this the homeland of Odin?" To my surprise, he shouted back, "No, it's Kazuki Odin." Through our conversation, I learned that Wano Kuni was currently under the tyrannical rule of a general named Kurizumi Orochi and the four Emperor Kaido, leaving the populace in misery. Doflamingo and the others contemplated whether we should hastily repair our ship and flee. However, when Ace heard that Kaido was in charge here, his resolve hardened. He proclaimed, "Since we've encountered them, let's not retreat. Seeing so many starving children, I cannot bear it. We must act." I concurred. After all, our target was the four emperors, and fighting one was no different from another. Therefore, we commenced repairs on the ship while deciding to stay. The local animals were toxic, and the villagers dared not consume them. I discovered that I could use my water-manipulating abilities to extract the toxins. Wasn't he that a natural, pollution-free food purifier? A piece of cutting-edge technology for 2025. We offered our rations to the villagers, feasting only on the purified meat I prepared. In our downtime, I regaled Yamato with tales from the outside world, while Ace surprisingly joined her in crafting straw hats. Just as we neared completion of the ship repairs, chaos erupted in the village. A group of Kaido's henchmen arrived, intent on capturing children for some nefarious experiments. Let me tell you, these individuals were the dregs of humanity. They chased us to the seaside, hoping to eliminate us as well. What happened next? In 2 minutes, the battle was over. We sustained no injuries, while they lay defeated. It was ludicrous. While they thrived on preying on the innocent, they dared to challenge us hardened fighters? They were utterly outmatched. While their henchmen lay defeated, their small leader was left utterly petrified. Witnessing his men fall, he stumbled back, trembling as he pointed at us, inquiring who we were to dare interfere with the beast pirates in Wano Kuni. I thought to myself, is this guy mentally challenged? You only ask this after the fight? Jerry, uninterested in further conversation, simply picked up a stone and hurled it. With a resounding thud, it struck the back of the small leader's head, causing him to sway before collapsing. He attempted to feign unconsciousness, but Jerry was keenly aware of the force he had used. Approaching him, he delivered a swift kick, causing the fellow to spring back up, immediately compliant upon seeing our menacing stares. Ace stepped forward and directly asked, "Tell us, what did you take the children?" The small leader, drenched in cold sweat, stammered that they were only responsible for capturing the children, and others from above would come to collect them. Scar, sharpening his knife nearby, created an atmosphere thick with tension. The small leader trembled uncontrollably, hurriedly revealing that he had seen several occasions where the children were transported toward Onigashima. Onigashima, Kaido's stronghold. At this moment, it all clicked for us. We had this flaw. If we were unaware, it was one thing. But once we learned of such matters, we could not turn a blind eye. More importantly, We were initially headed to confront Kaido. Ace, the battle fanatic, lit up at this revelation. With the ship nearly ready, he decisively announced, "Brothers, did you all hear that? Perfect. No need for us to search anymore. We shall set sail now and assault Onigashima." Doflamingo intended to offer some caution, but seeing everyone so eager, he swallowed his words, merely reminding us, this time, it's not just a fight. Our main task is to rescue the people. I stroked my chin, contemplating that this hardly needed saying, although we meticulously planned. Once the fighting commenced, these battle maniacs would charge headlong into chaos. However, I had a hunch that Kaido would likely be away on business during this time. Thus, our primary goal was to rescue the children, and even if we encountered formidable foes, retreating would still be feasible. Without further ado, we promptly set sail. Onigashima was not far, and soon a massive island resembling a colossal skull emerged on the horizon, exuding an ominous aura. Upon landing, we were greeted by a throng of individuals, evidently patrols who had long since discovered our presence. A burly man resembling a bull stepped forward, bellowing in challenge, demanding to know who we were to invade the territory of the beast pirates. Ace, stretching his limbs at the bow of the ship, disdainfully ignored him and simply asked, "Is it just you lot? We didn't come to deal with such small fry." As soon as his voice fell, he transformed into flames, hurtling like a cannonball into the opposing formation. The captain charged forward. How could we possibly stand by? Everyone followed Ace's lead, instantly engaging the enemy. I must say, the scene resembled an overwhelming onslaught. We pushed relentlessly from the shoreline to the center of the island, facing a tide of adversaries who surged forth in waves. Yet they were utterly inadequate. They scattered at the slightest push, shattered upon contact. Their combat prowess was akin to a house of cards. Throughout, I maintained my kinbunchika haki, akin to a human radar, guiding Daius to potential hiding spots of the children while scanning for any formidable opponents on the island. To my astonishment, Kaido and his most capable subordinates were conspicuously absent. Who could comprehend the gravity of this? It was as if we prepared for a desperate exchange, only to find the enemy was not home. This was fortuitous. I promptly informed Daius that the children were indeed on the island, and there were no formidable adversaries. Our rescue mission was assured. Daius sighed in relief. Just as we were nearing the end of the skirmish with the minions, preparing to focus on our objective, suddenly, a woman leapt down from the rooftop beside us. Goodness, with long white hair, a pair of red horns atop her head, and wielding a wolf-toothed club as thick as my waist, her aura was undeniably formidable. She stood there, coldly inquiring, "Have you all had your fun?" Upon witnessing her appearance, I recognized her immediately. This was Kaido's daughter, Yamato. I, feeling cheeky, blurted out, "Who are you? Where's Teacher Kaido?" "Im Shioli." Yamato was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of utter confusion as she asked, "Teacher Kaido? Shioli. Who are you?" I quickly signaled to Daius to proceed with the rescue, while I continued my banter. "Ah, pardon me, I meant the adorable Teacher Kido." It seemed my flamboyant beach attire had bewildered her, as she engaged in conversation, asking about my relationship with her father. I chuckled and replied, "Oh, no particular relationship. Just a fisherman's affectionate term for a great fish." To my surprise, she earnestly divulged that her father and the officers had gone on an expedition and were not on the island. "Are you Kaido's daughter?" Ace, sensing her formidable presence, stepped forward to inquire. "Yes, I know. I am Odin." Yamato instinctively responded, then quickly retracted. I nearly burst into laughter. Her attempt at denial was amusing. I continued to tease her. "Isn't it the brave Odin then?" She nodded earnestly in agreement. Once I felt Daius and the others had moved far enough away, I grinned and said, "Just kidding, I don't know you." Yamato instantly realized she had been played, her anger flaring as she charged at me with her wolf-toothed club. Ace, unable to contain his excitement, launched a fiery punch in retaliation, exclaiming, "Do you wish to fight? I shall oblige." He had grown weary of battling mere minions. The two collided with fervor, their clash igniting a fierce battle. Noticing that neither would yield soon, I exchanged greetings with Skarl and set off to intercept another formidable opponent who had just landed. This individual was heading straight toward our ship, and I needed to stop him from pilfering our vessel. I hastened back to the beach, where I discovered a colossal figure, nearly 8 meters tall, accompanied by a group of followers, making his way toward our ship. With long golden hair, a metallic jaw, and carrying ivory, it was none other than Jack, one of the Calamities. He had evidently just returned from a trip, and, upon seeing the chaos at home, his face turned an ominous shade of green. Upon seeing me blocking his path, he wasted no time, lifting his arm, thicker than my waist, and swatted at me as one would fly. I swiftly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the blow, which instead created a deep crater in the sand. Unable to contain myself, I exclaimed, "Hey, are you serious?" One hit from that would turn me into a paper doll. After evading his strike, I retaliated without hesitation, launching a kick at his knee and using the momentum to propel myself upward, delivering a powerful punch, infused with hockey, to his abdomen, sending him flying. Feeling quite pleased, I shouted at him, "So you're Jack? Let's see how brave you truly are." Though momentarily stunned, Jack's resilience shone through. He quickly regained his footing, drawing two scythe-like blades hidden within the ivory, transforming into a half-human, half-elephant form. With astonishing speed, he charged at me, still riding the high of my earlier success. I found myself momentarily unprepared. His blades were upon me before I could react. I hastily crossed my arms, bracing myself to absorb the impact. A thunderous crash resounded as I was sent flying, crashing into a building. "Come on, weren't you eager to see my bravery? Come at me," Jack taunted, his confidence unwavering. I emerged from the rubble, coughed a few times, and cracked my neck. "All right, it's time to get serious." I gathered my strength and surged forward like a meteor, shouting, "Is that all you've got? Do you think I fear your might?" What ensued was a brutal exchange. Jack fought like a rabid dog, each strike lethal and powerful. Relying on my agility, I utilized both fists and feet, carefully inflicting internal damage with my water control abilities with each connection. Our battle raged on, leaving destruction in our wake. After an exhausting struggle, we both neared our limits, injuries mounting. I feigned a moment of vulnerability, beckoning him with a finger. "Come here, you big fool." Predictably, he fell for it, his blood pressure soaring as he charged at me once more. This was the moment I had been waiting for. As he struck, I leaped into the air, executing a swift turn, channeling all my power and compressed water into my right fist. I appeared before him at a speed he could not fathom, delivering a devastating friendship-breaking fist to his side. Could you withstand the power of 20 years of training? As I landed, I nonchalantly placed my hands behind my back, feigning indifference. Jack's massive body spun like a top, crashing into the sea, sending forth towering waves. His subordinates were left in shock, only regaining composure to rush into the water to rescue him. After our confrontation, I felt utterly drained. Had I not feared his subordinates would attempt to finish me off, I would have collapsed right there. Hastily, I conjured a water mirror to check my reflection. Fortunately, my handsome visage remained intact, though my clothing was torn to shreds. I discarded my tattered shirt for a clean one and staggered back toward the ship. Upon returning, I found Dias and the others had successfully rescued the children and were awaiting my return. Seeing me still able to joke reassured them that I was alive. Dias approached to tend to my wounds, and I inquired about the situation. Apparently, AC was still locked in a fierce battle with Yamato. Upon hearing this, I suggested they take the children back to Jili while leaving our small boat, the Qiangfengsh, for me. I would wait for AC here. Dias expressed concern for my current state, but I confidently patted my chest, laughing, "Rest assured, you can always trust your Jiegu." However, as if on cue, the freshly bandaged wound burst forth with blood again. Who could comprehend the embarrassment of my failed bravado? As I felt my toes digging into the sand in sheer mortification, Dias, exasperated, helped rebandage my wounds. I urged them not to linger, finalizing our plan. My methods were numerous. I could handle things alone here. Seeing my determination, they reluctantly agreed. These fellows, finally resigned to my decision, hurriedly began packing to depart. I must say, the way they turned back multiple times, fearful that I might perish at any moment, was quite amusing. Once the ship sailed away, I found myself alone on the coastline with only my little boat, Qiangfengsh. What did I do? I lay back right there, rod in hand, basking in the sun. Was this not far more pleasant than working? In a state of confusion, I suddenly heard two individuals approaching, bickering with each other. Upon closer inspection, I realized, lo and behold, it was Ace and that female version of Yutian. Just moments ago, they were embroiled in a fierce battle, and now here they were, acting like brothers. I couldn't fathom where they had procured some alcohol, but they were merrily exchanging drinks, one discussing her brother Luffy and the other her father Yutian. Their conversation animated and lively. I leaned back against the ship, my hand supporting my head, languidly commenting, "Oh, so it's gone from fighting to boasting now?" Ace scratched his head in surprise. "Huh? You're the only one here? Well, what did you expect?" I sent them back first. I glanced at the device in Day's hands and remarked, "Yutian, are those bomb handcuffs you're wearing? Do you need me to help you remove them?" To my surprise, she stubbornly shook her head, insisting that the time had not yet come and that she needed to wait a few more years. Who among us understands the burdens of prophecy? After waiting for over a decade, a few more days hardly mattered. What supreme sage mode this was. Seeing her determination, Ace refrained from further persuasion, and they exchanged farewells. Then Ace hopped onto my ship, and we set sail back to Julie. Behind us, that cursed island lay in ruins, undoubtedly to provoke Kaido's wrath upon his return. The next day arrived, and we prepared to make our escape. However, a little girl named Xiaoyu cried out, pleading to join us on the ship. Ace, ever the jokester, piped up, wait until you grow a bit more, and when we become a more formidable pirate crew, we'll come back to fetch you. Such a master of illusion he was. I secretly set aside some good provisions for her. Let me tell you, I had stealthily hidden an entire cave full of frozen meat, all pristine and uncontaminated. This was a secret that could not be disclosed, lest others go mad with envy. Xiaoyu was clever. I entrusted her with the secret. Ruffling her hair, I instructed, remember, this is our secret treasure. Don't tell anyone except your master. She nodded earnestly, stating that next time we returned, she must come along. Ace joked that if she turned into a flamboyant female ninja by then, we would definitely take her aboard. I chuckled at the thought. Flamboyant was one thing, but a female ninja could certainly be arranged. In the end, the little girl gifted us both handcrafted hats, showcasing her remarkable skill, ensuring we would no longer fear the sun while fishing, a delightful prospect. With a fond farewell to Wano, our Black Spade pirate crew set sail across the vast seas once more. Our ambition? To confront the strongest man in the new world, Whitebeard. I must tell you, Ace's life was quite tragic. His father was none other than the Pirate King, Roger. Sound impressive, doesn't it? Yet the entire world wished for his demise. He grew up shadowed by this legacy, grappling with the question of his existence. This drove him to strive relentlessly to defeat the strongest, to prove that he was not merely someone else's son, but his own person. Our information officer, Scar, was quite resourceful, discovering that most of Whitebeard's commanders were away, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. To be honest, I knew Ace would likely not prevail in this confrontation. It was merely a matter of delivering himself to the slaughter. But could I stop him? Absolutely not. This was his only chance to resolve his inner turmoil. Besides, I reasoned, wasn't this akin to the legendary acknowledgement of one's father? After all, didn't many great figures ascend to greatness through such recognition? I understood. I truly did. Dios, my comrade, was equally loyal, thinking that in the worst-case scenario, he would accompany Ace to his demise. Despite knowing the peril ahead, he was determined to follow us into the fray. Upon reaching the island, the atmosphere grew tense. Dios cautioned everyone to be on guard, for this was Whitebeard's territory, and if we were exposed, before he could finish, Ace interjected, then we shall fight. The fire within him had ignited, and there was no stopping him now. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding boom echoed. A colossal blue figure descended from the sky, crashing down before us, shaking the entire beach. Upon closer inspection, I gasped. It was none other than Jinbei, the fisherman. Our fisherman comrade, Wallace, was taken aback, stammering, "Boss." The situation grew exceedingly awkward. Jinbei made his intentions clear. "You've done well on Fishman Island, and I should thank you. However, my loyalty lies with my father, Whitebeard. If you wish to confront him, you must first go through me." Ace, in his fiery temperament, disregarded any titles like Seven Warlords, cracking his knuckles. "Enough talk, let's fight." The next moment, Fire Fist, Fishman Karate. The two clashed fiercely. The scene was one of spectacular battle, water and fire colliding, effects in full display. Ace fought like a dragon of flames, while Jinbei wielded the power of water, both exchanging blows with fierce intensity. The fight quickly escalated from magical attacks to physical confrontations, each punch resonating with the power of their haki. Dios, anxious, turned to me, questioning whether Ace could hold his own and if he should intervene. I wave him off. "Stay calm, it's evenly matched. This is a duel between men. Our interference would be inappropriate." Then, an idea struck me. What if we grilled a shark and feasted before Jinbei, one bite at a time? I assure you, this battle endured for a staggering 5 days and nights. Ridiculous, right? The rest of us couldn't just stand idly by. We split up to scout the terrain, while I remained with Master Mihawk to hold the line. After standing there for a while, my legs grew numb. I turned to Mihawk and expressed my serious suspicion that Whitebeard was using Jinbei to stall us, waiting until we were exhausted and famished to launch a surprise attack. Such malevolence in his strategy. I needed to secure some provisions to sustain our strength. Mihawk looked at me incredulously. Whitebeard would ambush us. I widened my eyes. Wouldn't he? He tilted his head. Would he? I leaned back. Wouldn't he? He straightened up. Would he? Oh, I was merely brainstorming with you. Why take it so seriously? I waved my hand dismissively, revealing, "Fine, I just want to fish." With that, I felt justified in casting my line. On the fifth morning, both fighters were nearing their limits. Ace exerted all his remaining strength to unleash one final fire fist, which Jinbei barely managed to block, and then they both collapsed, utterly defeated. As our crew was about to cheer, Dios dashed forward, seizing Ace, insisting, "You're in no condition to stay. We must retreat immediately." Ace, still defiant, countered, "Dios, our battle isn't over yet. No, I won't allow it." Dios was resolute, determined to drag him away. At that moment, he sensed something amiss beside him. Turning, he froze in shock. A massive ship, resembling a whale, had silently approached the shore. The enormous whale-shaped figurehead loomed in the morning mist, exuding an overwhelming presence. A deep, authoritative voice reverberated, seemingly shaking the very island. "You little brats, do you wish to take my head here?" Let me tell you, upon hearing those words, my legs quivered. This was no common foe. The imposing figure standing at the bow was none other than the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped before Ace, thrusting his massive naginata into the ground. I swear, the force of his presence unleashed an invisible shockwave that felt as if a massive boulder had slammed into my chest, leaving me breathless. My comrades were rendered motionless. As if someone had pressed the pause button, one by one, they knelt, groaning in pain. Who among us understands? This was the terrifying might of Yonko's Conqueror's Haki. It was utterly unreasonable. Meanwhile, a throng of individuals leapt from the deck of Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, intent on encircling us. I had sensed something amiss and warned everyone, yet now I was at a loss. My Conqueror's Haki pales in comparison to others. Engaging in a direct confrontation might very well leave our own comrades dazed. Fortunately, the old man, Whitebeard, seemed to have refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Though my brothers collapsed, their consciousness remained intact. After unleashing his haki, the old man raised his hand and launched several slashes towards us, clearly intent on clearing the battlefield. Ace, who was on the brink of exhaustion, suddenly found an unexpected surge of energy upon hearing his brother's cries, leaping to his feet. He seized Dios beside him and forcefully pushed him back, then spread his arms wide, shouting defiantly at the incoming slashes. NTI? A colossal wall of flames erupted, encasing both Ace and Whitebeard, while simultaneously blocking the attacks aimed at us. Inside the fiery barrier, Ace shook his head and, with all his might, bellowed, "My target is you. I came here to claim your head." Witnessing Ace's reckless determination, Whitebeard chuckled, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, just you alone? Arrogant little brat." Outside the firewall, we were frantic, shouting for our captain and Ace to come out. However, Ace's desperate roar resonated from within. "You all must flee. This is the captain's order. Escape." In that moment, I felt an overwhelming urgency. How could we abandon him? This was a classic example of him bearing the brunt alone. Ace, aware we would not leave him behind, turned to Whitebeard, his gaze resolute. "Spare my comrades, and I promise I will not flee." Whitebeard roared with laughter, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. "You audacious little brat. You dare bargain with me?" Unbeknownst to Ace, we had already been surrounded by Whitebeard's crew. I had initially intended to find an opportunity to escort my brothers to the ship, but suddenly, I felt an ominous breeze behind me. Turning around, I was confronted by a figure with a pineapple hairstyle, a birdman charging at me. It was Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, renowned for only battling top-tier opponents. He had likely set his sights on me after hearing about my victory over Jack and Wayno, aiming to eliminate this unpredictable factor in advance. Realizing evasion was futile, I swiftly sidestepped, bracing myself for the impending clash. "Hey, what grudge do you hold against me? Is there truly a need to kick my head right off the bat?" I dodged his winged kick while retorting, countering with a punch aimed at his face. "Huh, aren't you supposed to strike the face first?" Marco elegantly rolled in mid-air to evade, quipping back, "Wasn't it you who led the charge?" I never backed down in verbal sparring, dodging his strikes while soaring into the sky, unleashing the long-lost technique of the distorted face kick. The essence was mutual harm. We became entangled in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows until he seized an opportunity, flapping his wings to execute a powerful move, the Phoenix Stampede, directed at me. Is my basic attack baiting him into using a special move? Realizing I could not evade, I swiftly twisted my body, my right foot glowing under the sunlight, meeting his assault with a technique known as the Star Chase. With a resounding impact, we both were sent flying, but the skirmish was far from over as we collided once more. His feet morphed into bird talons, quick as lightning. while I retaliated with a barrage of hockey-infused punches akin to a tempest. We soared through the sky, fists and feet colliding, occasionally unleashing water blasts, slashes, and azure flames, creating a spectacle akin to fireworks. Observers below likely perceived us as two streaks of lightning. After yet another fierce clash, we both sustained injuries, simultaneously retreating to catch our breath, a silent agreement to pause. A glance revealed a bruise on Marco's face, a remnant of my distorted face kick. While I bore no visible injuries, though my shirt was torn and claw marks marred my shoulder, narrowly avoiding disfigurement. Looking down, I realized I was the only one still fighting. Ace had long succumbed to severe injuries, lying unconscious at Whitebeard's feet. My comrades were all incapacitated by Sachi and Teep's crew, sprawled across the ground. The members of the Whitebeard pirates watched with amusement, as if attending a show, their demeanor suggesting they might as well have been munching on snacks. I closed my eyes and sensed their lack of murderous intent, even detecting a hint of enjoyment in their demeanor. Such a rapid shift in attitude was astonishing. I glanced at Marco, who, with wings unfurled, had ceased his attacks. Upon meeting my gaze, he even smiled. So what now? Do you still wish to fight? It seemed you have no intention of harming them. I pointed at my fallen comrades, cautiously inquiring. The pineapple-headed Marco chuckled, but the laughter drew attention to his wounds, eliciting a wince. Rest assured, Father has been observing your captain for quite some time. He instructed us to assess the situation. If your captain meets his expectations, we shall merely incapacitate, not kill. Otherwise, I blinked, realizing Ace had quite the powerful advocate. Rubbing my neck, I mused. So, the current situation is that we have passed your interview, and you won't kill us? That is one way to put it, but we certainly won't let you leave unscathed, Marco replied. Upon hearing this, I felt a significant weight lift. As long as we weren't killed, being captured meant we would merely work off our debts. I recalled that in the original tale, Ace and the others eventually lived well. With that thought, I adopted a solemn expression, addressing Marco. In that case, it seems we have suffered a crushing defeat. Continuing this fight has no purpose. Do as you see fit. You sly one, thinking you can just walk away after kicking me in the face? Marco jested, then added, come with me. How you are treated will depend on Father. As we landed, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Whitebeard pirates, celebrating yet another victory. Thus, we found ourselves incorporated into their ranks. Labeled as captives, we were assigned internships, dispersed across various departments to work. Ace was placed on a flagship, and upon regaining consciousness, he remained obstinate, launching surprise attacks on Whitebeard, only to be met with overwhelming retaliation. As for me, owing to my considerable strength, Marco, wary of potential trouble, allowed me to remain on our own ship, personally accompanying me as a form of oversight, ostensibly to prevent my escape. That evening, Marco surprisingly visited my ship, bearing drinks, and sat down to converse. With bandages adorning his face, he gestured to his wounds, saying, "Hey, I figured you might be restless, so I didn't place you on the flagship." "Ah, no burrias." I relished the tranquility. "It's a perfect opportunity to fish," I shrugged nonchalantly. After taking a sip of his drink, he suddenly remarked, "Truth be told, had Ace been a bit stronger, or if you had engaged Father, today might not have ended so peacefully. Father is aging, and we wish to provide him with a few tranquil years. If you truly posed a threat to his safety, we captains would not hold back." I chuckled heartily. If Ace heard that, he would be furious. "Essentially, you're saying he survived due to his lack of strength." I jested, yet inwardly acknowledged the truth of his words. Ace was indeed too young and too impatient. If he hears that, you're the one who let it slip. Marco laughed. After discussing future arrangements, it became evident that our crew would be dispersed based on our strengths. DOC, our ship's doctor, was assigned to the medical department, spending his days surrounded by beautiful nurses, much to our envy. Scar, the social phobic, thrived thanks to his skeleton attire and outgoing nature. The others also found suitable roles. As for me, Marco mentioned that within 6 months, if they faced a manpower shortage, they hoped I could lend a hand a few times, which I immediately recognized was not punishment, but rather an assessment. Whitebeard had his eyes on us, intending to recruit our entire crew. I lifted the wine bottle and took a swig, saying, "All right, if you need anything, just call me. But remember, if you truly can't handle me, I might just slip away, haha. Rest assured, we won't let you down." Marco clinked his bottle against mine, downed it in one gulp, and then soared into the sky. Days passed, and it seemed everyone had settled into their roles as workers. As for Ace, he embodied the spirit of resilience, constantly attempting to ambush Whitebeard, only to be met with elaborate counterattacks and subsequently dragged away by Dose to receive treatment. Meanwhile, I spent my days fishing by the ship, enjoying a leisurely existence. One afternoon, while I was absorbed in fishing, a sudden task notification pinged in my mind, titled Valuable as Gold. The task description was rather cryptic, simply instructing me to fish something of immense value. I was perplexed, wondering what it could possibly be. The system's punishments were becoming increasingly abstract. I sat there from noon until the afternoon, nearly dozing off, when suddenly the fishing bobber began to thrash wildly. Instantly alert, I thought, finally a big catch. I rubbed my hands together in anticipation. To my astonishment, as I reeled it in, a perfectly round head emerged from the water. That face, those two prominent fangs, I recognized it instantly. It was Hatchie the Sea Knight. He was entangled in my fishing line, grinning as he greeted me. "Ha, Jerry. You truly are impressive. You've caught me." With that, he leapt to my side. I was left with a stunned expression, akin to an elderly subway passenger's disbelief. The system chimed, indicating the task was complete, and I suddenly understood. The value of gold was a reference to this blue giant's weight. What a prank. I quickly composed myself and curiously asked, "Hatchie, do you need something from me?" "Of course. It's your expression of pure delight that brings me joy, haha." After sharing a hearty laugh, he became serious, stating that he had come to express his gratitude. "Thank me? For what?" I was utterly bewildered. "I want to thank you for your tremendous help on Fisherman Island," he explained. "After you left, they interrogated Hody, and he confessed everything." "Any useful information? Something worth discussing?" I immediately assumed a gossiping stance. Hody admitted he was the true culprit behind the assassination of Princess Odoheim years ago, and he had framed an innocent human for it. I was taken aback by the magnitude of this revelation. Hatchie continued. The reason Hody was so quick to confess was because of Princess Shirahoshi. She had witnessed the entire incident through her pet shark. Yet, out of respect for her mother's dying wish not to harbor hatred towards her assailant, she kept this secret for a decade. It was only upon hearing Hody's continued lies and slander against her mother that she found the courage to reveal the truth. After listening, I couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy for the young princess. Hatchie expressed Fishman Island's gratitude towards me, assuring me that I could reach out whenever needed. We spent the afternoon chatting over drinks, discussing everything from Fishman Island to pirate gossip, until the sun began to set and he took his leave. After bidding farewell to Hatchie, I rubbed my hands together, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. I thought, let me see if I've struck gold. I opened the treasure chest in the system. Ding! Reward acquired, Spirit of the Sea. What on earth is this? I quickly checked the skill description. The vastness of the seas lies beneath your feet. This greatly enhances your control over water elements, allowing you to manipulate any liquid form. I was astounded. Did this mean I could soar like a great water deity? I closed my eyes to feel the power coursing through me. With a new skill, I sensed I could control water throughout the entire island, whether it was ocean waves, river currents, or even the tea in someone else's cup. I attempted to dart around the ship, casually waving my hand, and the nearby seawater obediently morphed into various shapes. This ability was extraordinary. Moreover, my water manipulation skills varied in levels. The invisible moisture in the air could be conjured into streams with just a thought, resembling a magic trick. However, controlling the water within plants or animals posed a significant challenge. It felt like an intense tug of war, especially within living beings, where I could only slightly influence it. I glanced at my mental attributes, realizing that while I didn't seem mentally unwell, there was indeed a connection to mental strength. Nonetheless, even in this limited capacity, my power was already astonishing. Previously, I could only control water within a radius of a few dozen meters, and it flowed as thinly as a trickle. Now, I could tell you that before, when I used my Dragon Fist technique, I had to laboriously condense the water while simultaneously enveloping it in hockey. And the charging time was so lengthy that I could have taken a nap. Now, it was different. As long as I had enough blue energy, it was practically instantaneous. I felt that if I were in a desert, I could conjure multiple water tornadoes in mere moments. Ecstatic, I stood at the edge of the ship, facing the sea, feeling like a general commanding a legion. I raised my arms, and in an extravagant display, shouted, "Come forth, dance." And guess what? The surface of the sea erupted, creating two massive whirlpools, followed by two colossal water dragons soaring skyward. Like a symphony conductor, I waved my hands, and the two water dragons danced in the sky alongside me, an awe-inspiring sight. In my exhilaration, I shouted, "Woo! Let us take flight." And with a forceful gesture, the two dragons merged into one larger entity, shooting straight into the clouds, before bursting apart into a shower of droplets, sparkling like stars under the sunset. A breathtaking spectacle. Jerry, what on earth are you yelling about? I was lost in my own grandeur when Dose's voice unexpectedly interrupted. I turned around, and there he was, back from his errands, carrying something in his hands. Hey, back so soon? Tired of your lavish dinner already? I teased him with a smirk. Don't be ridiculous, he rolled his eyes. Someone returned from an expedition today and brought back some local specialties. I thought you couldn't survive on barbecued meat every day, so I brought you some. He tossed a bag to me. Hey, Dose, you're back too? Another voice chimed in from the bow of the ship. We turned to see Scar, the explosive-headed skeleton, bouncing onto the ship with a bag in hand. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Not at all. You arrived just in time. I grinned, opening the bag to reveal a treasure trove of delectable treats. Is your bag filled with the same? Come on, let us dig in. Let us feast. Dose exclaimed. I've been starving. Thus, the three of us indulged in a feast aboard the ship, enjoying the exquisite local delicacies from the islands under Whitebeard's domain. As I stuffed my mouth with delicious food, I asked them, so, how have you two been doing over there? Are you settling in well? Du shawed slavely, hippling. Pretty good. I've mainly been learning and exchanging knowledge with the medical team. Their medical standards are truly exceptional, especially given the number of patients, including Whitebeard. Whitebeard is getting older, I chuckled, encouraging him. But it's all right, as long as the nurses stay young, right? Keep it up, Dose. Jerry, let me tell you, I've collected quite a few good things these past few days. Scar exclaimed, boasting about his accomplishments with a love-struck grin. Seeing them both thriving reminded me to relax. I noticed that Scar had upgraded his gun. He was now wielding a formidable weapon. All right, since you both seem to be doing well, let us raise a toast. Cheers. While we reveled in our peaceful existence, Ace's side was anything but tranquil. That guy, I tell you, was like a relentless warrior, constantly devising new ways to challenge Whitebeard, whether through direct confrontations or sneak attacks, employing every tactic imaginable. However, over time, it seemed he had come to terms with our safety, perhaps influenced by Dose's heart-to-heart talk with him. In any case, the lad gradually began to calm down. He began to realize that, regardless of the circumstances, they were the ones who instigated the trouble, and Whitebeard had spared their lives. According to the Code of Pirates, his persistent entanglement was indeed somewhat unethical. Thus, this fellow surprisingly sought out Saki as an intermediary and went to negotiate with Whitebeard. Allow me to recount the scene at that moment. Ace scratched his head, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. First of all, thank you for sparing my life. But I never conceded that I would continuously lose to you. He also ensured they were fed. In summary, I will remember this kindness and repay it in the future. Since childhood, I have known that if one desires to eat, one must work. Just let me know what I can do. Upon hearing this, Saki's eyes lit up. Wait, are you implying you want to join us and become Dad's son? No way. Ace quickly crossed his arms in denial, insisting he simply did not wish to be a dishonorable scoundrel. I will repay your kindness, so just let me work. Saki then inquired, what can you do? Ace was momentarily at a loss, pondering for a long while. I could help you stoke the fire? No, that's too trivial. It wouldn't even cover my meal expenses. Why don't you arrange something for me? But I must make it clear that I want to do something that will make you indebted to me. Saki grew curious. If we owe you a favor, then what? Ace, with resolute conviction, thumped his chest. If you owe me a favor, then I can boldly continue challenging Whitebeard. Good heavens! Who understand this logic? Saki was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of reasoning was this? To eat, to work, and then to challenge the boss. This was simply turning the world upside down, nearly overloading Saki's CPU. And what do you think happened next? Whitebeard, who had been facing away from them, suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, turning around to gaze at Ace, and surprisingly declared, I agree. Upon hearing this, Ace immediately broke into a grin. He had settled then. Saki, in a panic, began to sweat profusely. Hey, Dad, don't agree so hastily. Ace, you've already lost dozens of times. Can't you just let it go? Ace ignored him entirely and directly asked Whitebeard, so what work do I do next? Whitebeard, laughing heartily as he walked toward the cabin, called back, go wash your dishes, you little fire demon. We'll arrange something grand for you another day. Excellent. I'll be waiting. Ace clenched his fist, feeling as if he had accomplished something significant in life, leaving Saki alone in a state of utter confusion, with an expression of despair. What do you mean, accomplished? Later, Saki had no choice but to establish some ground rules with Ace. Challenges must be conducted fairly. No complaints if one dies in a challenge, and limitations on the number of attempts. However, before he could finish, Whitebeard turned back to instruct that Teach should be responsible for hosting Ace as a formal guest. Thus, days passed, and the members of the Black Spade Pirates gradually grew accustomed to life aboard Whitebeard's ship. Ace truly began a routine of eating, sleeping, and challenging Whitebeard. He became the most striking figure on the ship, with all conversations over meals revolving around him. His tenacity was genuinely impressive. Gradually, a saying began to circulate on the ship. As long as Ace lost to Whitebeard 100 times, he would officially join the Whitebeard Pirates. When this news reached Ace's ears, he was left utterly bewildered and hurried to ask Saki, "What on earth? How come didn't he know about this?" Saki shrugged. "We, the captains, were drinking and chatting, and it got out. But honestly, isn't that quite normal? Who do you think can challenge Dad 100 times? If you can't win after 100 attempts, you can't keep going forever, right? Do you plan to wait until he is too old to move before you beat him?" Ace, feeling utterly powerless, countered, "But I never said I wanted to join. I'm willing to work. You think just working is enough? Enough talk. Come help me stoke the fire if you still want to eat tonight." Saki promptly dragged him off to work. To be honest, as time passed, Ace began to change. He started to understand why everyone here referred to Whitebeard as Dad. This was not a cold, unfeeling organization. It was a family. Whitebeard had given this group of homeless drifters a home. Ace felt envious, but his experiences growing up in the so-called cursed bloodline kept him conflicted. He continued to work and challenge, until his 100 challenge ended in failure. That day, the crowd gathered was immense, all eager to witness history. As expected, Ace was once again sent flying into the sea by a single strike. Soaked to the skin, he sat on the deck, staring at the sky, lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, he stood up, his eyes suddenly brightening, and headed straight for Whitebeard. When he emerged again, he was transformed. As if he had cleared the fog from his mind, all previous confusion vanished. That night, the members of the Black Spade Pirates gathered once more after 6 months. Everyone joked and teased one another, creating a wonderfully jovial atmosphere. Ace stepped forward, cleared his throat, and deeply bowed to us. "Everyone, I apologize. My recklessness has brought danger upon us, but thankfully, we are all safe. Whitebeard spared us and continued to feed us. This is a great kindness. I have challenged him 100 times, which equates to owing him 100 lives, and I cannot overlook this debt of gratitude. Therefore, I have decided to join the Whitebeard Pirates." He looked at us and continued, "I know many of you came aboard by chance, and if anyone wishes to return home, I will find a way to send you back." The crew began to murmur, but in the end, no one expressed a desire to leave. Ace turned to me and Dias. I scratched my face and said, "Ace, have you found what you were looking for in these waters?" Ace looked at me with unwavering determination. "Yes, I believe I have. If you have found it, don't hesitate. Bravely protect what you cherish." I replied with a smile. "As for me, the world is vast, and I wish to see it. I am not ready to retire just yet. I want to stake my claim on all the fishing ponds and catch every big fish." Ace patted my back and laughed. "I knew you wouldn't be content to sit still." Dias also decided to continue his adventure, to write his novel of exploits. That fellow Scarl decided to accompany me on a world tour, continuing his information-gathering endeavors. Even that cat, Coda, nuzzled Ace before curling up on my feet. "Ha, Ace. It seems even he wants to join me in tasting all the fine fish of the world." Having made our decision, Ace produced our pirate flag, ignited it with flames, and set it ablaze. The Black Spade Pirates, today, officially disbanded. Watching the burning flag, everyone felt a twinge of sorrow. After all, no feast lasts forever. Later, by the ship's railing, it was just me, Ace, and Dias, leaning against the railing while drinking. Ace, slightly intoxicated, began to ramble. "Jerry, thank you for your unwavering companionship. I have found my home, and you should consider your own path now." Hey, don't make it sound like a couple breaking up." I quickly interrupted him, then turned serious and said, "You need to focus on yourself. Listen closely. That Teach who has been looking after you, with that hairy chest, be cautious. That fellow is darker than his curly hair." Ace was momentarily taken aback, but seeing my serious demeanor, he nodded. "All right, I will be careful." A few days later, the ceremony for Ace's official induction aboard the Moby Dick commenced. The atmosphere was quite formal. Ace removed all his accessories and stepped forward. Izong presided over the ceremony. With rituals like the Oath Cup and such, Ace took the cup of wine from Whitebeard, downed it in one gulp, and then toasted each captain in turn. Finally, returning before Whitebeard at the most solemn moment, he suddenly clasped his fists and proclaimed, "Having drifted through life, I regret not meeting a worthy leader. If you do not reject me, I wish to call you father." God, I nearly spat my drink out at that moment. Last night, I indulged in a few drinks and boasted to him about the tale of the 3 kingdoms, encouraging him to give it a try, and to my surprise, he actually did. I struggled to contain my laughter, nearly cramping from the effort. Professionals usually refrain from laughing unless utterly unable to hold back. It seems that Ace was also aware that he had been set up by me. But the atmosphere had reached such a point that he looked up at Whitebeard and sincerely exclaimed, "Father." My son." Whitebeard was absolutely delighted. Ace then turned around, revealing his back. "My back shall bear your mark, father." He intended to engrave the Whitebeard pirate's emblem upon himself. Gururara. Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming that he would carry his name and cause a tumult upon the seas as he pleased. Observing this scene, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. Ace truly knows how to handle situations. He had everyone wrapped around his finger in an instant. Naturally, a grand celebration followed. The entire pirate crew was in a frenzy of joy. Dias and Scar moved through the crowd, bidding quiet farewells to friends they had made over the past few months. Regardless of his circumstances, they had all shared an unforgettable time together. As for Jerry, he was quite the heavyweight. He approached Whitebeard himself with a bottle of some extraordinary restorative liquor awarded by his system. Supposedly, this drink was a product of the system, a true delicacy, both potent and restorative. Once Whitebeard tasted it, his eyes lit up. His expression was such that he might as well have declared, "Be my son." However, Jerry was not interested in that role. After sharing a few bottles, he generously gifted another 10 or so, making the old man exceedingly happy. When we prepared to set sail, Ace stood on the shore, his face a portrait of reluctance. I pondered how these two grown men had resorted to such melodrama of parting. Jerry grinned at him. "Are you really leaving?" Ace retorted, "Get lost." Jerry replied, "Did you not ask first? Why the sudden sentimentality?" Ace was struggling to maintain his composure. "It's not about sentimentality. Father and Marco both want you to stay." I must say, Jerry had clearly bewitched Whitebeard, who genuinely took a liking to him. Marco also shared a close bond with him, and often wished to recruit him into their crew. In response, Jerry chuckled, "Then go back and thank them for me. Tell them their judgment is impeccable." This made Ace roll his eyes in exasperation. He gazed at our dilapidated old ship with a look of utter disbelief. When the craftsmen had initially applied the coating, they had warned us that it needed repairs. Yet we had barreled through storms in the land of Wayno, and the ship was nearly falling apart. Although it had received some mending from Whitebeard's skilled hands, its condition was nearly akin to being scrap. Jerry, however, was unfazed. He was brimming with confidence, claiming that even if he were given merely a plank of wood, he could still lead us into the new world. What made him so audacious? Who understands the reality? This fellow had been fishing and lounging aboard Whitebeard's ship daily, resulting in his strength skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. Let me elaborate on just how ridiculous his current prowess is. His 3 types of hockey have all reached advanced levels. The armament hockey, previously only surface level, now boasts the ability to penetrate defenses and strike internally, focusing on internal explosions. The observation hockey has also evolved. It once merely sensed emotions, but now, with heightened concentration, it can glimpse fleeting moments of the future, although it is somewhat unreliable. It is an invaluable skill in critical moments. Most astonishing of all is the Conqueror's hockey. It used to be effective only against minor foes, but now it can be compressed, achieving the initial stages of Conqueror's hockey wrapping. While utilizing it consumes immense energy and requires preparation. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means he has touched the threshold of royal-level combat. Then this guy started to daydream, envisioning himself striking Kaido and kicking Big Mom, dismissing even red-haired Shanks and Akainu, getting himself hyped up to the point of bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach and sweating profusely. We all stared at him in bewilderment. Dias looked on in disdain. Is he an idiot? Ace wore a face full of questions. What is he going on about now? Scar rushed over, waving his hand in front of him. Boss, wake up. Time to get to work. Jerry snapped back to reality, wiped his mouth, and seriously stated, Ahem, I just thought of something amusing. Let us go. Let us set sail. Thus, the 3 of us and a cat embarked on that seemingly about to fall apart ship, waving goodbye to Ace and the others as we parted ways. A few days later, our ship drifted upon the vast ocean. Dias suddenly asked Jerry, what shall we name our new pirate crew? Have you decided? Jerry, caught off guard, blurted out, how about we call ourselves the Heisey Pirates? Dias and I exchanged incredulous glances. What kind of name is that? Heisey? It hardly sounds like a name for good people. Seeing our baffled expressions, Jerry launched into his brainstorming session. Listen to me. This name has a legacy. We were once the Black Spade Pirates, so it has to have black in it, right? And then Ace traveled far and wide to acknowledge a father, becoming someone else's son. Isn't that just Heisey? I could barely contain my laughter. How did he twist it like that? He got even more animated, pointing at the sky. Look, aren't there also sunspots on the sun? This signifies that our hearts are higher than the heavens, and we aim to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Good heavens! His train of thought was something else entirely. Scar stood by, utterly dumbfounded, wearing an expression of admiration for his boss's ability to spin tales. Dias felt something was off, but couldn't find a way to argue against it. Seeing that we were at a loss for words, Jerry slapped his thigh. It's settled then. Heisey pirates, let us set sail. Just as he finished speaking, the heavens decided to unleash a tempest upon us. Moments ago, it had been calm and sunny, yet in the blink of an eye, fierce winds arose and dark clouds loomed. The weather in the new world can turn hostile in an instant. Our already precarious ship felt as if it were made of paper, with planks being torn away one after another by the storm. Again, Jerry looked exasperated and shouted, "You two, take the cat. Quickly find a place to secure yourselves. I'll handle the rest." He stood at the bow, as the currents surged beneath him, resembling a steadfast pillar against the chaos. While manipulating the waters to keep our ship drifting through the monstrous waves, he also conjured a massive wall of water, shielding us from the torrential rain and crashing waves. It was as if one man constituted an entire fleet. After enduring the tumult for half the night, dawn finally broke and the storm subsided. We glanced at what remained of our vessel, which could barely still be called a ship. The deck was riddled with holes, and the hull was in tatters. We could sleep without opening a window, as it was a full 360-degree panoramic skylight. Scar looked despondent. "Boss, our Heisey pirates have barely been established. And now we face disbandment?" Jerry awkwardly scratched his head. "Out with the old, in with the new. Look ahead, that seems to be an island." Scar grabbed the telescope. In the next moment, he let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Boss, that looks like Big Mom's territory, Whole Cake Island." Dias and I felt a jolt of alarm. Good heavens, we had just left Whitebeard's novice village and had plunged headfirst into Big Mom's lair? What do you think Jerry's response was? He stroked his chin, excitement written all over his face. "Perfect, we can snag a ship there." Dias turned pale. "Don't do it, Jerry. That's the domain of one of the 4 emperors. Relax, relax." Jerry waved his hand dismissively. "You can trust me. I'll just get a ship and leave. I won't stir any trouble. Besides, you just came from the old man Whitebeard's place. How could you fear Big Mom? Just look at how fearless Kaido is." He gestured towards our rickety ship. "Do you really want to drift around the new world on this thing? Fixing it would be a waste of money." Dias and I exchanged glances. He had a point. "Very well," Dias relented, saying, "All right, just get a ship. Don't provoke any trouble. No waities." Jerry made an okay gesture, deftly manipulating the ocean currents as he steered our convertible boat towards the enchanting islands of Wanwa. By sheer coincidence, perhaps due to the recent storm, there were no patrol boats in sight along the border of Wanwa. We stealthily disembarked and strolled through the streets, feeling as if we had stepped into a fairy tale. The houses were crafted from cookies and cakes, and the air was suffused with sweetness. With a grand gesture, Jerry declared, "Let us find a place to dine. We shall attend to business after we are well fed." We casually entered a dessert shop, where a sole proprietor, accompanied by a small child, was bustling about, evidently just having opened for the day. Without hesitation, Jerry began ordering from the menu with abandon. The proprietor hurriedly served us an array of desserts before rushing back to tend to the crying child. As we indulged, DOC suddenly remarked, "Did the phone bug just make a sound on the boat?" Scarl slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I remember now. The entire territory of Wanwa is under surveillance. We have surely been discovered." With his mouth full of cake, Rory mumbled, "So what if we've been discovered?" Just then, the proprietor dashed over, panic-stricken, pointing at our table of desserts, her voice trembling. "Excuse me, I seem to have made a mistake. Those were ordered by adults." Jerry blinked innocently, stuffing another large piece in his mouth. "Oh, is that so? But I have already eaten." The proprietor looked ready to cry. Just as she was about to offer to make another batch, the door swung open with a loud crash, and several burly figures strode in, immediately spotting the dessert in Joy's hands. "Damn it, he has eaten our adult food. They are not from here. Sound the alarm. Surrender now." The expressions of those men shifted dramatically, and without further ado, they drew their guns, aiming at us. Jerry stood up, finishing the last bite of his dessert, and turned to GOC, saying, "This is not my fault. They pointed their guns at me first." Without paying heed to our stunned expressions, he strode directly towards the imposing men. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, but in the next instant, with a graceful flick of his hand, caught all the bullets and then flung them back with even greater speed, striking the men down instantly. Jerry dragged the incapacitated thugs, settled the bill, and casually tossed them beside a trash bin on the street, before leading us directly to the port. Upon reaching the port, we were greeted by an array of pirate ships of various sizes. Jerry surveyed the scene with a discerning eye and promptly selected a medium-sized vessel, leaping onto the deck, cupping his hands to his mouth and declaring, "Attention, crew aboard! You are now surrounded by me. Your only escape is to disembark willingly." The pirates on board were momentarily stunned, and then chaos erupted as they rushed out. A fierce-looking captain pointed an accusatory finger at Jay, yelling, "Who do you think you are? Get out of here!" Jerry inquired, "Are you the captain here?" The captain sneered, waving his hand dismissively. "Attack. Bind them and feed them to the fish." "Oh, perfect. I came to borrow a ship. And I have no intention of being polite," Jerry replied with a cold laugh. "I don't care who you are. All of you down on the ground." No sooner had he spoken than countless water orbs appeared in his hands, cascading like a celestial shower towards the pirates, clearing the deck in an instant. He then appeared right before the captain, and with the latter's terrified gaze upon him, delivered a spinning kick that sent the captain flying, creating a large crater in the dock. By the time Scarl and I assumed battle stances, we realized the fight had already concluded. Deus istud dum funda. Is this how you go about acquiring a ship? Indeed, Jade asserted confidently, shaking his finger. It's not that we can't afford a pirate ship. Borrowing is simply more cost-effective. What do you call it when a scholar does this? It's borrowing. Scarl could only stand by and praise. Our boss truly has a knack for resourcefulness, enlightening us all. We understood that Uri only resorted to violence against the most despicable of foes, with matters as they were. We had no choice but to follow him down this dark path. We hastily maneuvered our newly borrowed ship alongside the wrecked vessel to transfer supplies. Jerry instructed us, "You head off first to the agreed location. I have some matters to attend to, and I will catch up swiftly." After saying this, he jumped back onto the port. We knew that formidable adversaries were closing in. As we sailed away, Jerry turned back, calling out to the empty alleyway, "Are you not coming out? Do you enjoy playing hide and seek?" A tall figure slowly emerged, clad in cookie armor and wielding a long sword. It was one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, Cracker. "Ah, Dragon Fisher, is it?" Cracker's voice was icy. "Firefist, Ace has joined Whitebeard. Why are you here? I find it hard to believe you're merely passing through. Having stolen the items ordered by my brother Karakuri, you are clearly provoking us." As he spoke, dozens of identical cookie soldiers rose from behind and around him, encircling G. "Since you're reluctant to speak, allow me to assist you." Cracker thrust his sword forward, and all the cookie soldiers surged towards him. Jiro, instead of retreating, charged directly into the throng of cookie soldiers. His arm, imbued with hockey, struck fiercely against one soldier, producing a dull thud as cracks appeared in the cookie armor. It did not shatter. Jerry paused momentarily, then quipped, "Indeed, quite hard, isn't it? Do you not find it bothersome when you eat these cookies?" Upon hearing this, Cracker nearly exploded with rage. He erupted into uproarious laughter, declaring that I should not expect to shatter his prideful cookies. I thought to myself, fine, enjoy your laughter. You will have your turn to weep soon enough. In an instant, Jade grinned mischievously, unleashing his hockey to its fullest, and with one punch, the cookie armor before him shattered into crumbs. Now confident, Jerry rampaged through the ranks of cookie soldiers, darting in and out, sending cookie fragments flying like snowflakes. Cracker, witnessing this, could not believe his eyes. Not only was he shattering my cookies, but he was also mocking me. I could see that this fellow's composure was rapidly crumbling. He was accustomed to ridiculing others, but today the tables had turned. His pride lay in ruins. In a fit of rage, he abandoned all pretense and launched himself at Hewlett from behind, sword drawn, shouting, "Die!" You may be surprised to learn that Yuri seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, with a deft sidestep. He evaded the attack and retaliated with a powerful kick. With a clang, Cracker blocked it with his sword, but his cookie shield came crashing toward his face. I felt my heart leap. If that connected, he would surely have a pancake face. Yet he proved even more ruthless, not even glancing at it. And with a swift elbow strike, his hockey fully charged, he smashed the cookie shield to pieces, leaving Cracker reeling backward dazed. Jerry was not done with him. He turned to continue dispatching the smaller soldiers, but this time he was clever, infusing every move with water. I must tell you, those rigid cookie soldiers became soft upon contact with water, like rehydrated Oreos, crumbling at a mere touch. Cracker observed this with a scowl, this feeling, who among my family could understand? His signature ability was being exploited like a mere glitch, while he was forced to listen to the incessant banter of his opponent. In a fit of rage, he applauded vigorously, summoning forth yet another wave of cookie soldiers, and then, with a few well-placed pats on his shoulders, astonishingly sprouted 4 new arms, transforming into a six-armed deity, each arm wielding a sword, and shouted at a prepare to experience the might of thousand-arm cracker. I thought to myself that this might finally be a challenging battle. However, Jerry morphed into a human watering can, his strikes flowing with water, scattering the cookie soldiers into disarray. The two clashed once more, their battle intensifying, with Cracker wielding six swords like a whirlwind, yet still being overpowered by E. As he was struck and staggered backward, this fellow suddenly turned and, with a swift motion, thrust a spinning sword forward, resembling a power drill, exclaiming, Huan Xiao Jian Huan Bin. Jerry, without even glancing, stepped forward with his left foot, twisting his waist to deliver a powerful punch, enveloped in a rapidly rotating water vortex. With a resounding bang, the biscuit sword of Kelly Jia shattered on impact, and the man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing down upon a building with a thunderous crash. Jerry was astounding. I nearly shouted in admiration. He merely stepped back a few paces, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding biscuit minions. The amusing part came when he glanced down after his assault, casually catching a piece of the flying biscuit debris and popping it into his mouth. This biscuit is quite hard. After chewing it a couple of times and finding it rather tough on his teeth, he conjured some water to soften it before swallowing, then clapped his hands, disdainfully exclaiming, The taste is merely mediocre. The damage is minimal, but the insult is tremendous. Kelly Jia, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, emerged from the rubble, his face turning a deep shade of purple upon witnessing this scene. He pointed at Jerry, shouting, You, eating my food and drinking my drink, and yet you dare to scoff. The surrounding pirates were rendered speechless, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Infuriated, Kelly Jia ripped off his tattered armor and emerged from within. To my astonishment, it was merely a shell. His true form was that of a towering 3-meter muscle-bound man, sporting a wild purple hairdo and a fierce demeanor. Jerry, arms crossed, observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Oh, finally decided to crawl out of your shell? I will make you pay. Kelly Jia was utterly enraged, drawing a sword longer than himself and charging forward. Jerry denied him any opportunity to retaliate, swiftly closing the distance. I must say, the height difference was comical. Jerry stood at 1.9 meters, facing a 3-meter giant, effectively targeting the lower regions with his strikes, kicks, sweeps, and low blows, each move aimed to incapacitate. Kelly Jia was in disarray, desperately leaping to evade as he could no longer contain his frustration, shouting, Hey, what kind of low blows are these? Jerry innocently replied, What low blows? I specialize in the bottom lane in gaming. With that, Jerry ducked under the sword's edge and executed a powerful jump kick that landed squarely on Kelly Jia's midsection. With a loud thud, Kelly Jia coughed up blood and was sent soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry's right hand formed into a claw, gathering a rapidly spinning water sphere, and shouted the whimsically named technique, Na Shangan. He instantly vanished, reappearing before Kelly Jia mid-air, and slammed his claw down. The water sphere, fueled by its terrifying rotation, brought Kelly Jia crashing down from the sky with a deafening crash, creating a massive water crater upon impact, leaving him lying at the bottom, unconscious. Is this a prank? The 4 Emperors Kelly Jia has been defeated? Gasps of disbelief echoed around, just as Jerry landed, catching his breath and preparing to strike a pose. A flash of fire shot past him, accompanied by a shout, Cao Nian Gao. Without looking back, Jerry leaped away to evade. A towering figure, nearly 5 meters tall, emerged, wielding a trident, and upon spotting the half-unconscious Kelly Jia in the water crater, bellowed, What have you done to my brother? What a turn of events. After defeating the younger sibling, a mightier brother had arrived. Katakuri. Jerry shrugged, feigning innocence. I haven't done anything to him. It was self-defense he attacked first. Katakuri's expression darkened, like the bottom of a pot. So you think you can injure him this way? This left Jerry at a loss for words, and he shrugged. All right, next time I'll try to go easier. Next time? You think there will be next time? Katakuri advanced menacingly. Jerry remained unfazed, even teasing. Oh, just finish the biscuits. And now you're serving glutinous rice cakes? Do you set up stalls? How much for a bowl? Infuriated, Katakuri launched an attack, his arm morphing into a glutinous mass wrapped around the trident, charging like a drill. Jerry, amused, countered with a punch and with a resounding boom. Both were pushed back a few steps before engaging in a fierce melee. I must say, Katakuri's strength far surpassed Kelly Jia's. Their clash was a cacophony of thunderous blows. And when Katakuri found his hands insufficient, he sprouted numerous glutinous arms from his sides, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Jerry. Yet Jerry moved with the grace of a slippery eel, deftly navigating through the barrage, sustaining minimal damage. Both fighters displayed a somewhat underhanded style. Katakuri could foresee the future, allowing him to transform his body into glutinous voids to evade attacks. Meanwhile, Jerry could absorb most of the force from any hits he took, resulting in a prolonged stalemate with minimal damage exchanged. Growing weary, Jerry seized an opportunity, delivering a solid kick to Katakuri's chest that sent him flying. Just as the spectators gasped in shock once more, Katakuri transformed the entire ground into a flowing mass of glutinous rice, a sign of his awakened powers. However, just as he initiated his attack, his expression shifted dramatically, shouting to his subordinates, "Retreat! Quickly!" Why? Because Jerry had flipped the table. With a mighty roar, he spread his arms wide, causing the sea behind him to surge forward, instantly flooding the entire harbor. I was dumbfounded by the spectacle. It was a deluge. Yet he meticulously controlled the flow, ensuring no harm befell the civilians outside the harbor. This was a grand display of strategy. Now, the battlefield had transformed into Jerry's domain. Katakuri stood upon a floating vessel, his expression grave. Jerry, standing upon the water's surface, proclaimed with fervor, "Now it's my turn." Katakuri did not hesitate, summoning a multitude of donuts around him, from which massive, glutinous arms emerged, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Jerry. With a stomp, Jerry summoned countless shark-shaped water projectiles from the depths, some intercepting the punches while others surged toward Katakuri's core. He propelled himself forward, delivering a kick imbued with a vicious water dragon. Realizing water was his weakness, Katakuri had no choice but to endure, though he blocked Jerry's leg with his arms. The kick was infused with advanced haki, penetrating his defenses straight into his insides. Katakuri was left spitting blood, soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing into several ships before finally halting. Witnessing this, Jerry couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this fruit even more impressive than the Nika fruit?" Just as everyone thought Katakuri was on the verge of defeat, an even more explosive scene unfolded. From the horizon, a colossal ship, singing a melodious tune, appeared. The Queen Mama song. Big Mom herself had arrived. From afar, Kelly Jia, having regained consciousness, cackled with glee atop a distant rooftop. "Yahaha, Mama's here. Dragon Fist. Let us see how you remain so arrogant." Jerry shot him a glance, retorting, "What? Is your only recourse to call for your mother when you're beaten?" No sooner had he spoken than he noticed a small, shabby boat frantically fleeing before Big Mom's ship. Upon closer inspection, I was stunned. The two figures bouncing around on that boat were none other than Dias and Skull. I thought to myself, they surely were the epitome of conspicuousness. Instantly, all attention shifted from Big Mom to the two of them. Do you know why? You might find it hard to believe, but it was utterly hilarious. During Big Mom's return journey, she had fortuitously spotted a picture of Skull, and mistaking him for a new breed of rare beast due to his skeleton-like attire and lifelike skull mask. Her greed compelled her to personally capture him for her collection. Just like that, just because Skull was such an eye-catching target, he had drawn the attention of one of the four emperors. Let me tell you, Dias and Skull, those unfortunate souls had intended to wait for Jerry at the designated spot, but upon realizing Jerry was not there, they looked up in horror as Big Mom's ship bore down on them. Without a second thought, they executed a swift 180-degree turn, desperately fleeing for their lives. The two of them were acutely aware that with their meager skills, encountering the formidable matron would be futile. Their only glimmer of hope lay in Jerry, the man who could treat the ocean as his personal swimming pool. And then, what do you suppose happened? The matron followed leisurely behind them, reminiscent of someone walking a dog, calling out in her saccharine voice, "Hey, little skeleton up ahead, don't run away. I haven't yet acquired a specimen of your kind." At that moment, Scar was on the verge of despair, running and howling. "I'm not a rare specimen. Stop chasing me." Amused, he realized that his conspicuous attire had drawn trouble, but while he dared to shout, he was too afraid to shed it. He feared that if the matron discovered the ruse, she might retaliate with fury. Thus, he and Dias were desperately navigating their fragile vessel, fervently hoping for a miracle. Yet, how could their shabby boat possibly outrun the fleet of the four emperors? Just as they were about to be overtaken, Dias, nearly in tears, yelled, "Quick! I see the port." Scar echoed, "Jerry, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer." In their moment of impending despair, the seas suddenly parted as if by divine intervention. Creating a path, Jerry appeared, riding the waves with astonishing speed, leaving a shimmering trail behind him. He effortlessly leaped aboard, but instead of rescuing them, he began to mock. "Well, look at you two, usually so meek in my presence. Yet you boldly provoke the four emperors? Dias and Scar were nearly in tears, frantically explaining, "It wasn't us, boss. She inexplicably pursued us." Jerry, with a mischievous grin, pointed at Scar. "Ah, don't think I didn't hear that. The matron specifically sought you as her rare specimen, with her intent, if she catches you, you're in for quite the ordeal. Or perhaps you should just give in." Scar's face turned pale as he emitted a pig-like wail. "No, I can't endure that." Jerry, with a serious demeanor, corrected him. "No, you would be diminished. That is even worse. We must flee." Scar glanced back, nearly petrified. While secretly manipulating the currents to hasten their escape, Jerry continued to tease. "Are you certain? The matron is a collector, and you two might have a lot in common. This could be your chance to rise to prominence." Scar vigorously shook his head. No, I prefer to maintain a safe distance from her." Just then, the matron, sensing her prize slipping away, stood at the bow and bellowed. "Hey, you little rascal up front. What do you think you're taking my rare specimen?" Jerry scratched his head and replied, "Your specimen claims there are dogs outside and no longer wishes to accompany you." I nearly burst out laughing. Who understands such a whimsical thought process? Remarkably, the matron believed him. Her expression darkened as she turned to Scar, shouting, "What? Even if there are dogs outside, you still belong to me." Scar was bewildered. "How did I become involved in this?" Jerry stoked the flames further. "Seems she doesn't mind you." "Oh no, here it comes." Scar shrieked as the matron could no longer contain her fury, pointing. Zeus. Storm clouds. The cloud above her, named Zeus, transformed into ominous darkness, and a colossal bolt of lightning struck down. Jerry remained unfazed, shouting an incomprehensible incantation. Sea Cup. A massive hemispherical water shield enveloped the boat, absorbing the lightning strike, which sizzled harmlessly into the sea. Jerry internally scoffed, acknowledging that despite the peculiar physics of this world, the basic principle that seawater conducts electricity held true, thus nullifying the matron's signature technique. Then, without hesitation, Jerry proclaimed, "One good turn deserves another. Water dragons, arise." The sea erupted, and several gigantic water dragons surged toward the matron's fleet, with 5 targeting her flagship directly, emphasizing their intent. The matron summoned her son Prometheus to breathe fireballs to intercept them, but her minions suffered terribly, with several ships capsized amidst the chaos. This provoked the matron's ire further. She seized her hat, which transformed into a colossal sword, and shouted, "You little rascal, you've enraged me." She then leaped onto Zeus like riding a cloud, brandishing the massive sword as she charged from the heavens. Jerry turned back to caution his companions to be careful, and then leaped skyward, a water column swirling beneath him, positioning himself before the matron and taunting, "Come at me head on." The matron, unable to withstand the provocation, launched a fierce strike, her sword crackling with lightning. Jerry met her attack with a dragon punch, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent him staggering back several meters. Yet he stood firm. Onlookers at the port were left in shock, exclaiming, "Who is this person, able to confront a 4-emperor head-on?" The matron appeared somewhat astonished, even offering an invitation. "Hey, you got some strength. Why not join my crew?" Her son Perispero quickly cautioned. "Mother, he has previously associated with Whitebeard." The matron dismissed this. "That old coot? Forget about it. Just tell me, will you join or not?" Jerry, feigning indifference, casually replied, "Thank you for the invitation, but I must decline. I wish to make a name for my Blackbeard pirates." With that, the matron erupted in fury. Then perish. She gripped her sword, flames igniting along its length, as she unleashed the Emperor's sword, aiming to cleave through. Jerry knew he could not evade this strike, for doing so would spell doom for the ship behind him. He shouted, "Water God Dragon Elephant." The seawater surged skyward, entwining around his arm, as he channeled his advanced hockey to its fullest, unleashing a massive water fist to meet her attack. The resulting impact extinguished the flames, and the shockwave scattered the water fist, culminating in a fierce collision between fist and blade. Jerry was launched backward, plunging into the sea and coughing up blood. However, he maintained his observation hockey on the matron, suddenly sensing an alarm. She was about to unleash an ultimate technique capable of annihilating everyone aboard their vessel. He exclaimed in alarm, immediately activating his Conqueror's hockey to its peak, rushing forward to intercept. The matron's technique, Elbaf's spear, bore a devastating aura, and Jerry had no time to contemplate its name, launching a serious punch in response. Let me tell you, the spectacle was extraordinary. The clash of hockey twisted the clouds into a tangle, and the sea was pressed down into a massive depression, forming a terrifying whirlpool. The residual energy swept across the matroness fleet, causing many to faint in droves, and several ships lost control, spiraling into the whirlpool. Jerry, bloodied and reeling back to his ship, bore a gruesome wound on his chest, yet stood resolutely. He urged Dias and the others to hold steady while manipulating the currents to speed their escape, even adding fuel to the whirlpool to enhance its ferocity. Meanwhile, the matron's son Perispero was nearly frantic, shouting, "Mother, come back. The losses are too great." The matron, gritting her teeth in rage, had no choice but to retreat and save her crew, or her pirate band would suffer irreparable harm. She could only shout at Jerry's receding figure, "You little rascal. Remember this. Don't let me catch you again. And don't forget my rare specimen." Jerry, from a distance, replied in a remarkably serious tone, "Understood. The specimen acknowledges receipt." This infuriated the matron, who let out a howl of frustration. This battle propelled Jerry into fame. The headlines of newspapers worldwide screamed, "Shocking. Dragon Punch Jerry battles for Emperor Big M.O.M. emerges unscathed." The reporters, ever sensationalist, stirred the narrative. On Cake Island, the matron furiously slammed her fist on the table, while Kaido on Onigashima observed with glee, and Whitebeard's crew celebrated, with Ace clamoring to cause some mischief. At the naval headquarters, the Marshal, Zhangguo, was feeling quite overwhelmed while Carp sat nearby, munching on senbei and enjoying the spectacle. On the other hand, Jerry had just finished a fight, his body wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, yet he was still fishing. Scar, holding a newspaper, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow. Overnight riches. Boss, you've struck it rich. A bounty of 880 million. Jerry glanced at the article and felt quite pleased, commenting that the journalist had written quite objectively. However, Diossi, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Objective my foot. The whole piece is just praising you." Scar then became somewhat emo, lamenting that the two of them were too weak and dragging each other down. Jerry, ever the motivator, began to boast, "Let me tell you about a tough guy, 2.5 years of practice, starting from scratch to surpass Carp with a single punch." Diossi promptly seized upon the flaw. "Where do you find 100 hours in a day?" Jerry, with an enigmatic expression, replied, TSK, you are too superficial. Do you understand what it means to be a master of time management? It's about dedicating 100 or 200 times the effort. You see, it was all a ruse to get them to engage in weighted running, enhancing their speed for a tactical retreat when necessary. Days passed, and the two trained diligently on the deck while Jerry fished. Suddenly Scar shouted, "Oh, look over there. Could that be the golden ship of the sea? The legendary vessel of gold?" Initially, Jerry was bemused, staring at the trash he had caught, but upon looking up, he was astounded to see a colossal golden ship stretching for miles, adorned with gleaming architecture, truly a moving city of gold upon the ocean. Diossi's eyes sparkled with wonder at such opulence, immediately pulling out a notebook and pen, his hands racing to capture his inspiration. "Scar, what is the latest intel on that thing?" As Diossi began scribbling, Jerry turned to Scar. "Oh, Boss Jerry, that's the world's largest entertainment city, Gulantai-Zwaluo. It is officially recognized as an independent nation and a demilitarized zone, where even the authorities must refrain from taking action. It is ruled by the so-called Golden Emperor, Gildatai-Zwaluo, a king of gold who commands the dark underworld with wealth, possessing 20 of the world's belly, engaging in both legal and illicit enterprises. It is said that he can manipulate the celestial dragons with his riches and even wield some influence over the world government." After organizing his thoughts, Scar recounted with finesse. "Now I understand." Through his intel and a few memories, Jerry had a general idea of what awaited them aboard that ship. Diossi, having finished his notes, eagerly inquired, "Shall we head over there now?" "Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to visit such an entertainment venue. We must indulge in some delicacies," Jerry replied. They set sail, eager to experience a change of scenery and relax. "Yay, Boss Jerry, once we get there, we should find a few gaming tables for some entertainment," Scar added. "Sure. As you said, there are plenty of amusements to be had." Suddenly recalling Tai Zwaluo's abilities and his cunning tactics, Jerry decided to take precautions. "However, we must wear masks first." After speaking, he glanced at the two masked individuals before him, lost in thought, silence enveloping the evening's atmosphere. "Scar, you were one of the masks, and Diossi, you should too." "Masks? Why? I have many fans, so it's prudent to conceal my identity." "Oh, then why should I wear one?" "For safety." Jerry offered no further explanation for their confusion, simply providing a casual reason. He was well aware that Zwaluo was a user of the gold fruit, having fully awakened his powers, which allowed him to amass such influence. Anyone who boarded the golden ship would unknowingly inhale his gold dust, which would then bind them through the particles that entered their bodies. To be cautious, Jerry felt it wise to wear a mask, which would conceal their features while filtering the air. Of course, he would also manipulate the water elements discreetly to assist Gyosi and Scar in blocking the encroaching gold dust. Concealing their identities would enable them to enjoy their time more freely. After styling his hair into a more mature appearance and donning a dapper suit, they set forth, following the golden pathway to the port of Gulintai-Zwaluo, which shimmered with gold dust. Jerry and his companions disembarked with Kodak and began to explore. Resembling country folk on their first trip to the city, it was inevitable. They had never witnessed such extravagant scenes firsthand. Everywhere they looked was resplendent, and one might mistakenly believe they had entered paradise, where one could freely collect gold. As they strolled along, Jerry's observation skills kicked in, and he sensed several formidable auras around them. However, everyone seemed to be minding their own business, likely there to unwind. True to its reputation as the largest entertainment city in a neutral zone, both the Navy and the world government, as well as pirates and bounty hunters, casually roamed the streets. Even those with past grievances merely exchanged glances, as open conflict was rare unless there was a deep-seated vendetta. In the past, those who instigated trouble were dealt with harshly, so most patrons adhered to the rules. Otherwise, not only would their enemies seek retribution, but local powers would also intervene. The group declined the offers of service and guidance from the staff, opting instead to wander freely. Passers-by were unfazed by their masked appearance, as the world was filled with individuals of all sorts of eccentric styles. As evening fell, after grabbing a bite, they heard a melodious voice emanating from a large screen nearby. Turning to look, they beheld a young, beautiful songstress with purple hair performing an unknown song on stage. The atmosphere was electric, with numerous fans shouting her name. Karina, Karina. It seemed that was indeed the name of the enchanting performer. As the scene transitioned to preview upcoming performances, Jerry stared at the somewhat familiar figure, reflecting on her background, softly murmuring, Karina? What's that, Boss Jerry? Are you interested? I hope you're not smitten, Scar teased, seizing the opportunity for a jest. Jerry remained unfazed in response to the playful accusation. Scar, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She looks so young. What do you mean young? Her age. The group exchanged banter and ambled along leisurely until they soon entered the most upscale and grand casino in the area. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant venue on the ship, as Gulintai-Zwaluo was known as the king of casinos. While cheating might occur here, as long as one possessed the skill to avoid detection, it mattered little. They followed the staff at the entrance to exchange for some chips and then dispersed to pursue their individual interests. Gyosi, coming from a reasonably well-off background, had dabbled in such activities before and decided to try a bit of everything, while Scar headed straight for his preferred gaming table. Jerry, accompanied by Keita, was gazing around, eager to observe the intricacies of the casinos in this world. He soon realized that many of the games were quite similar, and for those unfamiliar with the rules, descriptions were conveniently provided nearby, with the option to seek assistance from the staff if needed. Not lingering much longer, Jerry began to engage in the games. Despite his lack of prior experience, however, due to his enhanced abilities, agility, and heightened senses, coupled with his perceptive skills, he quickly grasped the rules, and his stack of chips began to grow rapidly. Like duos, who played a variety of games briefly, Jerry found himself on a winning streak. Just as he was about to transition to another game, a sudden commotion erupted at the card table. Bang! You are cheating. An elderly woman forcefully slammed her hand on the table, leaping onto it, disregarding the gaze of the surrounding crowd, and pointed accusingly at Scar and Duos, who had lost heavily and lingered nearby. The petite old woman, with a face full of wrinkles, donned sunglasses and a leopard print coat, was accompanied by a towering giant of a man. The giant, with a stout physique and slender legs, bore an unattractive countenance, with mucus occasionally dribbling from his nose. However, what drew the most attention was his white mustache, reminiscent of the infamous Whitebeard, curving upward like a crescent moon. Isn't that the lover of Old White and Little White? Although the old woman might have been hard to recognize at first, Jerry was certain he had not mistaken her when he spotted the chubby little mustache. The old woman was none other than Begink Mustu, who referred to herself as Miss Baggink. The nearly 7-foot-tall, rotund giant beside her was her son, Edward Weeble, who called himself Whitebeard too. Noticing that their ire was directed towards Scar, Jerry hurried over. Scar lifted his skeletal face, puzzled, and said, "Oh, who is cheating? I've been playing fairly." "Fairly? You've won several hands a row." The old woman, with her cane, poked the table and demanded loudly, How many hands have you won? Scar glanced at the towering pile of chips beside him, unable to recall the last time he had lost. How many hands? How could I possibly remember that? Afraid to admit it, huh? You little brat. You've won over a dozen hands. And you still claim you're not cheating? Bag Ink waved her cane menacingly at Scar while shouting. Duos, seeing Jerry approach, quietly explained the situation. The game at the table was akin to Texas Hold'em, involving multiple participants, and Scar had been playing continuously. Initially, he had experienced a mix of wins and losses, but at some point, he had struck a lucky streak. Coincidentally, Bag Ink and her companions had been observing for quite some time and chose that moment to join the game, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by Scar, who left them in a state of utter defeat. As Bag Ink watched her dwindling chips compared to the towering pile before her anger surged, and she could no longer endure the situation. Just then, Scar noticed Jerry's presence and straightened up, exuding false bravado. In truth, he had not cheated. His success was likely a combination of luck and the incompetence of the other players at the table. Don't be absurd. I've been playing honestly this whole time. If you don't believe me, just ask them, Scar declared, standing up and scanning the crowd surrounding the table, who were more interested in watching the drama unfold than in taking sides. Seeing the crowd's indifference, Scar felt a sense of helplessness. Jerry patted him on the back and chuckled, feeling a bit sweaty there, little brother. Bag Ink, eyeing Jerry standing beside Scar, appeared puzzled. Although Jerry wore a mask, she found him somewhat familiar, perhaps because she was one of the rare individuals in this world who was not face-blind. Who are you? Here to defend him? Defend? He hasn't done anything wrong. It seems you're the one who's upset about losing and trying to stir up trouble, Jerry replied, analyzing Bag Ink's demeanor. Realizing her intentions had been uncovered, Bag Ink placed her hands on her hips, attempting to create a scene. You all are the ones cheating and won't admit it. Are you trying to bully this old woman? Oh, do you have any evidence? If not, say what you like. Scar brushed off his clothes, indicating that he possessed no cheating tools. Bag Ink scanned the crowd, noting that most were merely spectators, still waiting for the casino staff to arrive. Frustrated, she resolved to escalate the situation. Evidence? Once I capture you, I'll have plenty. Weeble, someone dares to bully your mother. Mom, they actually dare to bully you. I won't let them get away with it. The rotund Weeble, with a heavy thump on his chest and a large sword in hand, aimed ferociously at Jerry and his companions. A fight is about to break out. Scatter, clatter. As tensions escalated, the onlookers quickly dispersed, marveling at the courage of the giant resembling Whitebeard to engage in combat, regardless of the outcome, men opposing the notorious guild Tesoro aboard the ship. With disbelief etched on Bag Ink's face, Jerry extended a hand, executing a swift chop that deflected Weeble's attack, causing his sword to crash into the ground instead. The impact created a fissure that rapidly spread across the floor. Although Weeble appeared clumsy, he possessed immense strength, capable of cleaving ordinary pirates in two with a single swing. Jerry understood that, purely in terms of strength, he might not be a match for the slobbering giant. Thus, he chose a cunning approach to deflect the attack, knowing he was not on his own ship. Before Weeble could launch another strike, Bag Ink intervened, raising her hand to halt him. You are not just any minor character. A few days ago, you caused chaos for the Bigman pirates, didn't you? Gazing intently at the masked figure, Bag Ink recognized Jerry from his eyes, eyebrows, and distinctive hairstyle. It seemed that in this world, those not face-blind had remarkably keen eyesight. A man as striking as Jerry, akin to a firefly in the night, was certainly memorable. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Jerry did not deny it. He widened his eyes and glanced around. Oh, you figured it out? Was it my piercing gaze, my sharp eyebrows, my charming demeanor, or perhaps my striking fishing rod that gave me away? Indeed, when boarding the ship, Jerry had inexplicably chosen to retract his grand fishing rod and carry it on his back, perhaps hoping to catch some gold coins here. Boom! No way. He is the Dragon Fist? How did he arrive here? At this moment, the surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion upon hearing Jerry acknowledge his identity. Regardless of whether they were Navy personnel, pirates, or some other ilk, everyone had heard of this young man who had recently made a name for himself in the New World. After all, it is no small feat to touch the tail of a Yonko, given that he had just confronted Big Mom and emerged unscathed. The majority were utterly convinced of the reports circulating in the news. Oh, the Dragon Fist? In a corner, a blind man with black short hair, a distinctive X-shaped scar on his left forehead, dressed in a purple kimono and wooden sandals, turned his head and spoke in a low voice. This man was known as Fat Tiger No. 2, or Yi Shao, one of the formidable oars Jerry had sensed when he boarded the ship earlier. Meanwhile, from the ceiling, a head stealthily emerged. It belonged to Mr. Tanaka, the security chief of the casino, a user of the Sora no Mi. Upon hearing that the combatant was the recently ascended Dragon Fist, he dared not intervene in this turmoil and could only report the situation to the casino's owner, Taizolo. Disregarding the surrounding discussions, Bakine was intent on escalating the situation, hoping to reclaim her lost chips, if not acquire even more wealth. Upon confirming that her opponent was indeed the Dragon Fist, a smirk crept onto her lips as she continued. Perfect, you've been with the White-Beard Pirates. So you must know who we are? I don't care who you are. Since you've laid hands on us, be prepared. To me, it matters not who you are. Let's settle this first and build connections later. Jerry could surmise her intentions. She merely wished to leverage her connections with Whitebeard, but he was currently indifferent to her identity. Seeing that he was not granting her any face, Bakine took a deep breath, then waved her hand at her foolish son. Despite her opponent being the already renowned Jerry, she had no doubt her son would prevail. Go on, my dear. Alright, Mama. Weevil responded, taking large strides toward Jerry. Take this. Your appetite is good. Serve yourself. Once again, Jerry sidestepped Weevil's attack, glancing at his belly. You two should stand aside. It would be unfortunate to be caught in this hefty fellow's crossfire. He turned to his companions, only to find that Scar had already stuffed all the chips from the table into a large bag. Meanwhile, Dias, who had already brought Kodaz to the outskirts of the crowd, turned back and said, All right, be careful. Having witnessed enough battles, Dias and his companions had become increasingly adept at sensing danger and would often slip away at the first sign of trouble. With the large bag slung over his shoulder, Scar patted Jerry before making a swift exit. Seeing this, Jerry extended his left hand and beckoned with his index finger towards Weevil. Come on, you wish to fight? Don't blame me for bullying the simple-minded. Oomph, you are the fool. Mama says I am quite clever. Snorting defiantly, Weevil sprang into action, launching himself forward with his great sword raised high. Crash! The poker table shattered under his strike. Jerry leaped high, evading the heavy blade, executing a front flip, and aimed a kick directly at his foe's head. Clang! Weevil managed to block the attack with the hilt of his sword, stepping back half a pace as he swung his weapon once more at the airborne Jerry. In a moment of urgency, Jerry planted his foot firmly, unleashing a shockwave that propelled him forward as if he were firmly grounded. Dodging the enemy's assault, he took advantage of the momentum to unleash a thunderous blow against Weevil's ample belly. Bang! Ugh! Struck directly in the abdomen by Jerry's sudden change in tactics. Weevil barely managed to cover himself with his defensive hockey, yet still felt his insides churn, instinctively gagging. Are you all right, my dear? Don't worry, Mama. Faced with his mother's concern, Weevil shrugged it off. Despite his rotund appearance and seemingly daft demeanor, those who underestimated him were gravely mistaken. His brute strength and physical resilience were formidable. Weevil adjusted his grip on the sword, wiped his nose, and patted his belly. Oomph. Come again, this time. I won't let you off so easily. Is that so? If you want to let me, then let it be all the way. Consistency is key for a good child. Jerry lightly jested, not taking Weevil's remarks to heart. However, a particular phrase seemed to catch Weevil's attention, causing him to pause and turn to Bakine. Manga, is that true? Don't listen to his nonsense. That trickster is trying to deceive you. Big Skin Swallow. Weevil shouted slowly, raising his sword. You're the Big Skin Swallow. Your whole family is. Observing that Weevil had learned to hurl insults, Jerry quickly sought to clarify, raising his great sword and charging forward as Weevil swung down once more. I'll chop you. Big Skin Swallow. How vulgar. Can you not be civilized and cultured like me? Sidestepping, Jerry advanced once more, closing the distance. Given Weevil's height and his cumbersome weapon, it would be foolish to maintain distance. Like a mosquito, Jerry flitted around the ample form of his opponent, unleashing a flurry of strikes that rattled Weevil's flesh. Despite Weevil's continuous slashes, he had failed to shake Jerry off from the onset, and now faced the incessantly irritating presence of this agile fighter, forced to defend with one hand while wielding his sword with the other. In a frantic moment, he inevitably took several hits from Jerry. Although his defenses were commendable and his hockey formidable, the strikes left him staggering, his insides roiling in discomfort. Striving to create distance, Weevil swung his great sword in a wild flurry, each blow demonstrating his raw power and speed. Yet, Jerry was not foolish enough to simply stand by and observe. Adopting a strategy of countering force with force, he danced around Weevil's attacks, evading and countering with swift strikes that rendered his opponent's efforts futile. Utilizing his hockey for long-range assaults while seeking to close the gap once more, their battle left the casino hall in disarray. The winds of blades and the aftermath of punches swirling like a tempest, forcing the onlookers to retreat further to the edges of the venue. After a significant duration, Seizing the opportunity, Jerry dodged the incoming blade and closed the distance, determined not to allow Weevil to create space again. His eyes gleaming with intensity. The flow of his haki surged, and his small cosmos erupted. Meteor Fist. With a powerful stomp, he launched into the air, executing a second leap. Akin to a bolt from a crossbow, as Jerry shouted, his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a torrent of punches like a storm. The speed of his attacks was blinding, each punch wielding unmatched force, capable of obliterating anything in its path. Weevil, caught off guard, could not react in time as Jerry shattered his defenses in an instant. Radiant and brilliant, the glow of advanced haki enveloped Jerry's fists. The moment his strikes met Weevil as flesh. The domineering force he commanded combined with Weevil's own bodily moisture penetrated through his outer defenses, striking directly at his insides. Ugh! In a fleeting moment, air, battered repeatedly, staggered back, blood spewing from his mouth. As Jerry delivered his final punch, the earth-shattering attack sent the enemy hurtling away. The resounding crash echoed as Weibo Air crashed into the barriers surrounding the arena, causing him to spew blood uncontrollably and collapse on the ground. This sudden turn of events left Ba Jin dumbfounded, and as realization struck, he rushed towards Weibo Air, exclaiming, "My son, Mama, I haven't fought him yet. But let me rest for a moment. I will recover soon." Weibo Air, with blood no longer trickling from the corner of his mouth, turned to Ba Jin and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Ba Jin sighed in relief. Indeed, as he had mentioned, his formidable physique endowed him not only with immense strength and defense, but also with unparalleled recuperative abilities. I told you, Lord Long Quan would surely triumph. You brainless fan, have you misunderstood? That giant is also a monster. Long Quan, it seems we need to report back and let headquarters pay closer attention. So how dare that mother and son provoke a fight? As the battle concluded, the onlookers erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. Just as Jerry was about to deliver his victory remarks upon seeing the fallen foe, applause erupted. Indeed, it is the renowned Long Quan who has graced us with his presence. However, you have disregarded my rules and engaged in battle here. Do you not owe me an explanation? The applause drew the attention of everyone present, as a robust man with gray-green hair, adorned with purple sunglasses and clad in flamboyant pink attire, strode in alongside a woman, parting the crowd effortlessly. Jerry turned to see this ostentatious figure and recognized him as Tezalo, with the woman beside him likely being his assistant with the lucky fruit ability. Your rules? Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tezalo, the king of this realm. Here, my word is law. Facing Jerry, who appeared somewhat disheveled yet unscathed after the fight, Tezalo, towering over him, cast a condescending glance. His confidence stemmed from the golden giant ship beneath his feet, his domain, where he believed himself a god. Having awakened his fruit's powers, except for the celestial dragons, he feared nothing, and even their presence posed no threat, as he possessed ample means to deal with them, given his immense wealth. Now, I must address the matters at hand. Those not involved be gone. With a gesture reminiscent of royalty, he waved his hand, prompting numerous staff to disperse the crowd. Observing Tezalo's actions, Jerry did not intervene and gestured for Scar and the others to exit first. Moments later, the once boisterous casino was left with only a few individuals. Jerry remained in the arena, Weibo Air still on the ground, while Ba Jin had mysteriously vanished, and Tezalo's assistant had taken position by the door. Satisfied with the orderly execution of his commands, Tezalo surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly, feeling a sense of contentment. He then turned his gaze to Jerry, raising his chin, and inquired, "So, how do you intend to provide me with an explanation? Is this what you seek? You should have said so earlier. Such a grand display." Jerry produced a plastic bag from his pocket and extended it towards Tezalo. As Tezalo scrutinized the bag in Jerry's hand, veins bulged on his forehead. "So, this is your explanation? What else? Do you want it? Take it." Ignoring Tezalo's rage-filled glare, Jerry reasoned that he had not instigated the conflict. After all, it was the self-proclaimed emperor who sought to assert his authority. Tezalo, however, was conflicted. Even though he recognized that Jerry had not initiated the altercation, he was still one of the parties involved. If he did not take action, it would appear as though he was yielding to the strong. Though confident he would not lose, confronting Jerry would require considerable effort, especially given that he was a formidable opponent even for someone like Big Mom. Upon entering the scene, Tezalo had attempted to activate his powers, only to discover that Jerry's body lacked the gold powder characteristic of others, which prevented him from acting immediately. Noticing the displeasure on Jerry's face, he extended his hand once more. "What? Do you not wish to come and take it?" Here you go. With that, he tossed the plastic bag toward Tesolo. Still weighing his options, Tesolo, witnessing Jerry genuinely throwing the bag, erupted in fury. You, seeking death. Tesolo's eyes widened, his arm extended. Fingers splayed as he aimed at Jerry and clenched his fist. Explode. Boom. The ground beneath them erupted, and Jerry, ever vigilant, swiftly evaded. Launching a counterattack while vaulting into the air, his words and a hefty sandal striking simultaneously. I am far superior at playing cards than you. Golden Bomb. Reflexively delivering his retort, Tesolo, realizing he had been led astray, enveloped his fist in golden armor and unleashed a powerful strike at Jerry. Boom! The arena reverberated with the sound of explosions, littered with shards of gold. Engaging in combat with such a lavish opponent, the experience of battling while gold rained down was indeed a novel one for Jerry. Having seamlessly integrated the moonwalk technique into his combat style, Jerry launched a barrage of attacks from every angle. Meanwhile, Tesolo, firmly planted on the ground, gradually became enveloped in golden armor, resembling a gilded statue, yet remarkably agile, continuously defending and retaliating. He simultaneously controlled the environment, extending golden tendrils from the pillars, floor, and ceiling to ensnare and disrupt Jerry. However, Jerry's movements were fluid, deftly evading the tendrils and minimizing their impact. As the fierce battle raged on, Tesolo slowly realized that his layer of golden armor offered minimal protection against Jerry's strikes. After exchanging blows several times, his hand began to ache. Gradually, the armor he had summoned for defense grew increasingly cumbersome, causing him to tower even higher. In no time, in an effort to bolster both his defense and offense, he transformed into a golden giant. Noticing the enemy's transformation, Jerry intensified his assault, each blow landing with a resounding clang against the small golden giant, disorienting Tesolo and forcing him to retreat. Jerry's relentless attacks only fueled the giant's growth, expanding from several meters to dozens, as their battlefield transitioned from indoors to outdoors. Faced with an adversary akin to a mech in combat, Jerry wisely targeted Tesolo's position rather than aimlessly striking at irrelevant areas like his limbs. Even with the thick golden armor diminishing the effectiveness of his haki, Tesolo still felt the reverberations in his skull. The golden giant, a manifestation of Tesolo's awakened abilities, relentlessly pursued Jerry, attempting to strike him down like an insect, but failing to land a hit, instead finding himself dizzy from Jerry's agile maneuvers. Reluctant to cause excessive destruction in his town, Tesolo could no longer contain his frustration. His giant eyes widened as he aimed at Jerry and unleashed a beam of laser light, which swiftly reached Jerry. Golden Divine Fire. I evade. Boom! With his haki activated, Jerry was not easily caught off guard. He reacted swiftly, effortlessly evading his opponent's attack. Although he managed to dodge, the building behind him suffered the consequences, being struck directly by a laser that caused a violent explosion, debris scattering and flames continuing to burn. The laser emitted from the giant's eyes continued to fire, twisting its massive head in pursuit of Jerry. However, Tesolo soon realized that his foe had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous blow to the back of his neck, the force of which forced his head upwards, causing the laser beam to shoot skyward. Tesolo grew increasingly frustrated, feeling as if he were being toyed with. In his human form, he was agile and nimble, but his defenses were weak, making him susceptible to injury in close combat. After transforming into the Golden Giant, his offensive and defensive capabilities increased significantly, yet his movements became slightly sluggish, rendering him unable to strike Jerry, who was like a wily mouse, exploiting his lack of agility to deliver backstabs. The confidence he had before the battle had long since evaporated. What a calamity! Why would this fellow come aboard his ship? If he had simply concealed his face, Tesolo would not have recognized him upon boarding. Otherwise, he could have sent his subordinates to serve him tea, preventing this chaotic situation. Disheartened, Tesolo noticed his golden armor was marred with numerous dents, and he was exhausting his own stamina to recover, while Jerry appeared utterly unfazed. Realizing that this could not continue, Tesolo grit his teeth and resolved to unleash a powerful move. The giant's body stretched as he raised his arm, swatting Jerry away, and his fist was enveloped in thick golden armor, seemingly brimming with limitless power, poised to strike. Oh, then I shall not hold back. Just as Jerry was leisurely throwing punches, he received an alert from his haki. Sensing the opponent was charging up, he refused to wait for the impending attack. Accelerating through the air once more, Jerry harnessed his Conqueror's haki, moving like a phantom, disappearing in an instant, his hand morphing into a claw. black lightning cleaving through the night sky. A resounding boom echoed as Jerry's shadow streaked past the giant, crashing down to the ground. It was Jerry, utilizing his conqueror's haki, diving down and seizing Taizolo from within the giant's body, crashing through the casino's outer wall and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Taizolo, gripped by Jerry's claw around his neck, turned pale and spat blood from the violent impact. After catching his breath, Jerry ripped away the tattered clothing that had ignited from Taizolo's flames during the struggle, glancing down at the gasping Taizolo. At this stage, Jerry's conqueror's haki was still subject to various limitations. If unleashed without sufficient buildup, it would cause him some recoil. Each use required a half-hour recovery period, though fortunately, this did not impede his ability to use other skills. Jerry could comprehend Taizolo's previous actions. As the local authority, he needed to maintain control. However, understanding did not equate to leniency. If he sought a confrontation, he would receive one, and this moment was merely a lesson in considering the consequences. Next time would not be so simple. Jerry was confident that to deal with Taizolo, he could command the ocean to unleash a tidal wave, easily subduing him. Given the giant's massive size remained at sea, is this explanation satisfactory? With that, Jerry released his grip, stood up, and stepped back, watching as the once mighty golden giant, now devoid of Taizolo's control, began to melt away, losing its form. Cough! Taizolo pushed himself off the ground, attempting to speak, but was interrupted by a commotion behind him. Ah, how delightful, truly delightful. What are you all playing at? Where's that giant? Continue, perform for me. And if I am pleased, I shall grant you the opportunity to serve me as slaves. An astronaut clad in a protective suit with a transparent visor strolled in, clapping and laughing. Celestial dragon? Jerry scrutinized the peculiar attire and the shrewd expression, confirming this was indeed a celestial dragon, though he was unsure of which faction he belonged to. Accompanying him were several attendants and a butler, along with a man clad in ostentatious white, wearing a mask, clearly eager for anyone to recognize him as a member of the mysterious organization CP0. A glance outside revealed a crowd of kneeling figures on the dilapidated street. In a corner near the celestial dragon, Weeble sat on the ground, seemingly recovering, absent-mindedly picking his nose, likely waiting for the elusive bacon. Why do you all stop? Keep going. Why do you not kneel upon seeing me? Bang! Ugh! The celestial dragon's words were abruptly cut short as a barrage of chips flew from behind, smashing into his visor and striking his plump face. The attack was so sudden and swift, striking at a blind spot in CP0's vision. As they finally reacted, the chip had already hit the celestial dragon, knocking him to the ground. How dare you attack a celestial dragon? This was an unprecedented incident. Pointing at Jerry, CP0 suspected he was the instigator and prepared to retaliate, only to be distracted by what Jerry held. Jerry waved his finger, revealing a din-din mushy that projected the image of the celestial dragon being assaulted. The footage showed the celestial dragon speaking when, not far from his side, a rotund figure suddenly emerged. The moment the figure appeared, it swiftly launched a chip. The positioning of the rotund figure and the chip fell precisely within their line of sight blind spot, resulting in a successful strike against the celestial dragon. Given no one had anticipated someone would dare to attack a celestial dragon, CP0 had failed to activate their haki in advance. At this moment, the celestial dragon, clutching his swollen face, gritting his teeth, was assisted to his feet. Upon seeing Jerry's image on the projection, he noticed Weeble, still sitting in the corner, grinning at him. Instantly, fury ignited within the celestial dragon as he spread his legs, glared at Weeble, and shouted with his mouth, now missing a few teeth. It was him. Capture him at once. I want to take him back to be punished. But CP0's instincts warned him that Jerry was behind this. Yet with the celestial dragon's command, he could only comply. With a resounding bang, he vanished, appearing before Weeble in an instant, pointing a finger. 6 styles, finger pistol, tiger. What are you poking me for? Instinctively, Weeble raised his hand to defend. Bang! The moment they made contact, Weeble was sent flying out of the casino, yet evidently, he was uninjured. He had simply been caught off guard from his seated position. Why did you suddenly attack me? Weeble exclaimed, sweeping his sword to force CP0 back as he approached. Oof! You dare strike a celestial dragon and still wish to resist? The man in the flowing white uniform, a member of CP0, let out a cold snort and advanced once more, his fingers darting like lightning, incessantly jabbing. The two soon became entangled in a fierce clash, and after a brief moment, they retreated, both sides momentarily halted. At this juncture, Bajin, who had emerged from an unknown location, appeared beside Wei Biuer. Son, what is happening? Mom, you're back. He said that I had attacked a celestial dragon and that they were going to stab me. What? A celestial dragon? Witnessing his foolish son still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Bajin urged him to flee, realizing that the matter was serious. She turned and made her escape, prompting Wei Biu'er to seize his entanglement with CP0. With a swing of his large blade, he briefly repelled the enemy before slipping away. You all take care of the master. This CP0, clearly a superior officer, issued commands to the other subordinates stationed outside before turning to pursue Wei Biu'er. Soon, several other men clad in white uniforms and donning masks emerged from the shadows. After exchanging glances, two higher-ranking individuals stepped into the casino while the others spread out outside. As the battle faded, tranquility returned to the casino. Jierui had already vanished without a trace, while CP0 and Wei Biu'er had drawn the attention of the celestial dragons. However, Taizuolo's mind was anything but calm, for he had witnessed the entire sequence of Jierui's actions up close. CP0's suspicions were not unfounded. It was indeed Jierui who had orchestrated the events. He had no desire to kneel before a celestial dragon, for such an act would repulse him. A man's knees are made of gold. If he were to pick something up, why not seize the Golden Emperor directly? Thus, Jierui had deftly produced a din mushi with his left hand and flicked it with his right, creating a vivid water clone in the likeness of Wei Biu'er, which swiftly interrupted the celestial dragon's speech. When confronting Wei Biu'er, Jierui felt no psychological burden. Despite his foolish appearance, he was far from benign. He was powerful and notorious, even if most of his actions were instigated by Bajin. Wei Biu'er showed no resistance, even relishing the chaos. Given their previous grievances, Jierui chose not to eliminate him directly, leaving the CP organization to deal with him. Outside the casino, not far from the street corner, a purple figure observed the unfolding events closely. This individual was Xiao, who, upon exiting the building, casually positioned himself at the corner, employing his kin Bunchika Haki to monitor the developments inside. Thus, he was fully aware of the incident involving the celestial dragon's assault and merely sighed, "Little brother, you truly possess great audacity. This could easily be a high-stakes gamble." The darkness of the world was something Xiao had witnessed countless times. Yet such a bold act against the celestial dragon remained exceedingly rare. Haha, I appreciate the compliment, but, uncle, please don't speak carelessly. I did nothing at all. Emerging from the shadows behind Xiao, Jierui stepped forward, feeling it necessary to greet this blind man. After all, who knew whether he maintained any connections with Sengoku? If memory served, their relationship in the original narrative seemed relatively amicable, though the timeline of their acquaintance was unclear. Upon hearing Jierui's words, Xiao grasped the intent and waved his hand, smiling. "Rest assured, little brother, despite being blind, I won't speak indiscriminately to outsiders. Besides, I cannot see." Seeing his attitude, Jierui felt reassured. Although exposure was entirely unavoidable, it would certainly impact his subsequent peaceful life. Huh? Is that so? Thank you for your understanding. Do you need me to find you a guide dog? No need. I have a cane. Raising his seemingly cane-like weapon, Xiao declined Jierui's offer and waved goodbye. All right, farewell. Next time, let's play cards, drink, and enjoy some fish together, uncle. Before long, a swarm of subordinates accompanying the celestial dragons flooded into the casino. With Taizuolo's assistance and other personnel reappearing, both groups busily attending to their respective duties. Taizuolo remained in place, allowing medical personnel to treat him, his gaze flickering as he contemplated. Jierui's actions had detonated a bomb within Taizuolo's heart, leaving him shaken and filled with mixed emotions. Internally, he harbored profound hatred for the celestial dragons, yet outwardly, he dared not resist. He could only act arrogantly in the shadows or engage in minor, harmless mischief, never having considered a direct confrontation like Jierui's. Even if he could frame Wei Biu'er, it was still a brazen ambush conducted in full view of the celestial dragons and CP0. Taizuolo had attempted resistance before, but the brutal consequences of past actions had left him with the will to act, but not the courage to do so. When he was 16, Taizuolo suffered a devastating defeat in the casino and was captured by human traffickers. During his escape from the human trafficking market, he encountered a girl named Shurdaila. They bonded instantly, and despite her loss of freedom, she encouraged him in his childhood dream of becoming a singer. Eventually, Taizuolo fell in love with Shurdaila and worked tirelessly to earn money to buy her freedom. However, just as he had saved enough over 3 years, the celestial dragons appeared, boasting that with money, anything could be obtained. With a wave of their sleeve, they effortlessly took shirt Dai La away. Fueled by youthful anger and resentment, Taizwala made his first attempt to resist the celestial dragons, only to be captured as a slave himself. The bleak and oppressive life of slavery gradually dulled his edges, and upon learning of Shir Dai La's death on his 21st birthday, Taizwala was heartbroken, leading to his twisted psyche. He believed that had he been wealthy, things would never have escalated to this point, and thus he grew increasingly obsessed with money, harboring hatred for all nobles and the wealthy. Subsequently, he escaped from Fisher Tiger's slave liberation efforts. Despising wealth while yearning for its power, he created chaos upon hearing of Doflamingo's auction of the Gong Gong fruit, seizing the opportunity to snatch and consume the coveted devil fruit. Thereafter, relying on his intellect and strength, he rapidly ascended from a penniless slave to the world's richest man. With ambitions soaring, he became fixated on overpowering the wealthy, dreaming of making them bow before him and even imagining the celestial dragons kneeling before the power of gold. His hatred for the celestial dragons remained, yet he dared not openly resist. This was the current state of Taizwala. His spirit of rebellion had been eroded long ago, and as he gained power, he was completely obscured by the might of wealth. The attack on the celestial dragon was indeed a significant event, yet at this moment, the suspect had already been identified, and the world government's attention would solely focus on Wei Biuer. As for Jieru present, further investigations will be conducted by the Navy and CP organization. Dai Zuluo, as the local master, was also one of the victims. Thus, he would not bear too much responsibility, and a monetary settlement would suffice. After adjusting his attire, Taizwala instructed his assistant to handle the reception and dealings with the celestial dragons. He then summoned his assistant Ba, Ka La, and whispered instructions, which the assistant promptly acknowledged and departed. Parting ways with a smile, Jerry soon encountered Scar, who appeared as chaotic as a headless fly on the street. The two were in a frantic search, dashing about with Kodaz in tow, desperately rummaging for something. "What's the matter? Did someone cook you?" Seeing Scar panting, steam practically rising from his head, Jerry raised a hand in greeting. "Oh, Boss Jerry, you're finally here. I'm looking for my chips. They represent a fortune. Most importantly, my beloved dagger was also in that bag." Upon spotting Jerry, Scar resembled a man who had found his savior. Jerry glanced around, and indeed, both were empty-handed. "The bag is missing? What happened?" The two exchanged glances, and in relay, recounted the events. Just after emerging from the casino, amidst a throng of people, they had slowly made their way out. Suddenly, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, exerting tremendous force that caused everyone to sway. In the chaos, Scar felt a lightness in his hand. The bag, filled to the brim with chips, had vanished without a trace. The loss of the chips was painful enough, but losing his cherished dagger alongside, it was an even greater agony. Thus, the two embarked on a quest, initially following a few leads as they traced their steps. However, upon reaching this point, all traces had faded. When Jerry arrived, they were still in pursuit of any clue. Can it be? As Jerry listened to their account and the leads they had discovered, the image of Karina flashed through his mind. If memory served, she was also a notorious thief, acquainted with Nami, and equally obsessed with wealth and treasures. With this thought, Jerry activated his observation hockey, scanning the vicinity. Sure enough, he spotted a figure in the distance, hastily fleeing with something slung over their shoulder. Target acquired. You two follow closely. Understood. Truly impressive, Boss Jerry. With that, Jerry darted ahead like a gust of wind, and Scar and the others hurriedly followed. With a determined focus, Jerry traversed the streets, heading directly towards that silhouette, finally intercepting it just as the figure attempted to unlock a door. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Karina, albeit she was now disguised. "Hey, did you take our belongings?" In high spirits, Karina was startled by the voice that came from behind her as she was about to open the door. Her hands trembled, nearly dropping the key. Quickly turning around, she concealed the bag behind her, forcing a smile as she replied, "Hee, you must have mistaken me. I don't know you. Of course, you don't recognize me, but I am well acquainted with the bag you hold." Jerry pointed at the large bag, confirming it to be Scar's, identifiable by the skull emblem on it. Noticing Jerry's gaze fixed on the bag, Karina retorted defiantly, It's mine. I found it on the street." "Oh, is that how you want to play it? Well, I intend to reclaim it here and now." Observing her reluctance to admit the truth, Jerry stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Karina, unwilling to yield, shouted, "Hey, if you dare to force it, I will call for help." "Go ahead, scream your lungs out. No one will come," Jerry chuckled, relishing the escalating tension. With the atmosphere thickening, Jerry smirked, rubbing his hands together, ready to engage in the act. as Karina saw him advance. She made a face and abruptly dashed into the room. You, farewell. With a resounding bang, Jerry stared at the closed door before lowering his hands, which had been poised like a fly catching its prey, preparing to unlock the door. Boss Jerry, how's it going? Scar, finally catching up and panting lightly, found Jerry standing before a door that clearly led to a residential area. She just fled inside. I was about to grab her. Sensing that Karina might be attempting to escape through a hidden passage, Jerry approached the door, gripping the handle, and skillfully manipulated the moisture in the air to unlock it effortlessly. Pushing the door open, Jerry drew forth his fishing line and, without hesitation, cast it into the room. The line moved with the grace of a serpent, guided by his deftness and the ambient moisture penetrating the interior. Moments later, he retracted the line. What is this? A sharp scream erupted from within, followed by silence, as if her mouth had been muffled. With a snap of his fingers, Jerry realized this technique had potential, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of Ming's line fruit. All set. Kodaz, go in and bring both the person and the bag out. Meow. Jerry tilted his chin towards the room, signaling Kodaz to enter. Being unaware if it was indeed a girl's room, he refrained from intruding upon another's privacy. Understanding his cue, Kodaz zipped inside. Shortly after, it emerged, carrying the bound and muffled Karina, who was struggling and wriggling, with Scar's bag held delicately in its mouth. My bag. Scar recognized it instantly, his eyes gleaming as he rushed forward to retrieve it, eagerly opening it to find his dagger still intact, letting out a huge sigh of relief. As the group stepped outside, deliberating how to punish Karina, a voice suddenly called from behind. Greetings, Lord Longquan. I am Bakara. We have met before. Turning around, they saw a tall woman clad in a sleek black gown, adorned with black gloves, standing at the alley's entrance, her gaze fixed on Jerry. Indeed, this was the woman who had previously accompanied Taizolo. Jerry vaguely recalled her fruit ability being related to luck. You are Taizolo's assistant, aren't you? Yes. Lord Taizolo wishes to invite you to his office for a meeting. I wonder if you would be available? Maintaining her decorum, Bakara noticed Kodaz carrying the bound Karina. Karina? What happened to her? It's nothing. She took our belongings. Let us not dwell on her right now. We should proceed to the meeting. It's perfect after this. I can head home and get some rest. With that, Jerry patted Doris and Scar on the back, signaling Bakara to lead the way. Very well, please follow me. Gesturing politely, Bakara walked back at a leisurely pace, where a designated vehicle awaited them at the corner. Moments later, they arrived at Taizolo's opulent and spacious office. Upon entering, they found no sign of Taizolo, likely still occupied, as Bakara ushered the group, who were glancing around in awe. How gaudy. Everything is gold. Share some with me. Doris, is that what you meant to say? Get lost. That's your idea. I only want a goldfish. Oh haha. Then I desire a golden skull mask. Scanning the room, Jerry shook his head in disdain, attempting to project an air of worldly experience while teasing Doris, and soon they were engaged in light-hearted banter. Ahem, Longquan, welcome indeed. Oh, you are here, what is it? Speak freely. Po leisurely entered, greeting everyone, yet Jerry preferred to bypass the pleasantries and delve straight into the matter at hand. Casting a glance at the duo seated on the sofa, he noticed Ty's gaze turning towards him. Shall we get straight to the point? With a nod, Jerry indicated that there was nothing off limits, as they shared a common cause. Ty's seemed intent on discussing something clandestine, but upon reflecting, Jerry realized there was nothing in his past that warranted secrecy. He gestured for Ty's to speak freely. Duo C and Sika Air promptly assured they would remain silent, divulging nothing. Observing the situation, Ty's signaled Baka to step outside for a moment, then pulled up a chair to sit closer. After a brief pause of contemplation, he fixed his gaze on Jerry and began to speak. First and foremost, let me assure you, there are no surveillance devices here, so we can speak candidly. Go on. If I am not mistaken, during our previous battle, that final strike you executed was entwined with Haushika Haki, correct? Indeed, and what of it? Are you keen to learn? Alas, you lack Haushiku. Jerry blinked, still uncertain of Ty's intentions. No, I wish to collaborate with you. Collaborate? Taizwa affirmed, yes, collaborate. I observed your audacity in confronting the celestial dragons without a hint of fear, even daring to strike. Carefully choosing his words, Taizwa articulated the purpose of his invitation. Jerry, already familiar with the unfolding events, anticipated this moment. After all, he had only obstructed CP0's line of sight. Fear? What was there to fear? Ha ha ha. Precisely. What have they to fear? Taizwa erupted in laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Jerry recalled Ty's was passed as a slave, though the specifics eluded him. The man's current exuberance likely stemmed from those harrowing experiences. So, what exactly do you wish to collaborate on? I aspire to topple the celestial dragons. They deserve nothing less. Tai's roared, unable to contain his fervor. Locking eyes with him, Jerry found it difficult to empathize and responded, "Then why seek my collaboration? Would it not be better to approach the Revolutionary Army?" Regaining his composure, Tai's shook his head, clearly skeptical of the Revolutionary Army's efficacy. The Revolutionary Army? Who knows if they can achieve anything? But you're different. I see the disdain you harbor for the celestial dragons, and I recognize your potential. Even though Tai's words appear to be flattery, Jerry refrained from indulging him and countered, "Oh, even if I disdain them, it does not necessarily mean I will seek their annihilation." Leaning forward, Tai's, with unwavering conviction, slammed his right fist into his palm. "You will. As long as you wish to live a good life, the day will come. Furthermore, I must confess, I have conducted a private investigation into your background. After setting sail, traversing the Grand Line, and during your time in the New World with the White-Beard Pirates, you have dismantled numerous slave trading operations across various locations and times. Since you so vehemently oppose slavery and human trafficking, as you continue to grow, you will inevitably confront them." Jerry remained non-committal, gesturing for Tai's to continue. "And I can offer you substantial resources, manpower, intelligence, and financial support. I wish to lend you assistance, all for that day when I can stand atop the celestial dragons." Tai's excitement escalated, culminating in a fervent declaration. "I seek vengeance for Shir-Dai-La." Shidai-La? The name was unfamiliar to Jerry. "Yes, she was the love of my life." Tai's proceeded to recount his experiences and sentiments from years past. Upon hearing Tai's narrative, Jerry grasped the depth of his hatred and the origins of his increasingly distorted personality in recent years. Perhaps due to the fact that the Golden City had only been established for about 2 years, Tai's had yet to succumb to the complete moral decay that would later characterize him when Luffy and his crew arrived. His current darker thoughts and actions were still in their nascent stages, as the crew aboard his ship consisted of loyal followers and regular hires. Unlike in the future, when he would deliberately lead gamblers to ruin in the casino, leaving them indebted and enslaved to work for him for life. Although I do not particularly need such collaboration, you may have a point. It is possible I will eventually confront those parasites directly. Witnessing Jerry's unabashed criticism of the celestial dragons, Tai's felt reassured in his judgment and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Indeed. Therefore, I can provide you with the utmost assistance. As the ruler of the world's largest entertainment city, why not attempt to resist on your own? Do you not wish to? Ignoring Tai's renovated enthusiasm, Jerry inquired, "What do you truly think?" Upon hearing this question, Tai's expression shifted from laughter to a grimace. "No, I think about it constantly. I yearn to eradicate them immediately. However, with my current capabilities, I doubt I could inflict significant damage upon them, let alone defeat them. Thus, I have been confined within my own world these past years, despising them, yet feeling powerless." As Tai's sank back into his introspection, Jerry stroked his chin and probed, "What makes you believe I can reach such heights?" "You can. I trust my instincts, and you're the most formidable individual I have encountered in many years." Interrupting once more, Jerry sensed that Tai's praise was misdirected. "Am I also the most handsome?" After a brief pause, Tai's attempted to suppress an eye roll. Well, yes, handsome. In any case, you are the most fitting candidate for my aspirations." Reflecting on how he had been inadvertently recognized for his merits since boarding the ship, Jerry contemplated his own actions. "Speaking incessantly, you hold me in such high regard. Indeed, what do you think of my proposal?" Having articulated so much, Tai's had yet to ascertain Jerry's inclination. "Collaboration? I have no need for it. But if you wish to invest in us, several conditions must be met." Seeing Tai's relent, Jerry continued, "What conditions?" Gazing upward at the ceiling, Jerry contemplated before solemnly stating, "Choosing to align with me means you must adhere to my leadership. Can you accept that? Think carefully. For once you agree, there will be no easy way to backtrack." This query had crossed Tai's mind previously, and he responded earnestly, "If you share the same goals as I, then of course, Tai's can comply. However, I will be closely monitoring your actions. Should you falter or leak information, we shall both face dire consequences." Gradually unveiling his heart, it seemed that the ambition to confront the celestial dragons and avenge Shir-Dai-La had become the sole impetus for Tai's continued existence. Understanding this gambler's all-or-nothing mentality, Jerry recognized his resolve, organizing his thoughts before smiling slightly. "Rest assured, just take care of yourself." Given that Tai's had investigated him, he should have a clear understanding of his identity and what he detested. Do not engage in any underhanded schemes behind my back. Additionally, you may keep a discreet eye on the movements of the Revolutionary Army, though they have yet to reach a level of readiness for a decisive battle after all these years. You can extend a helping hand to the nations they liberate, not necessarily in terms of finances, but such connections may prove essential in achieving your goals. As for everything else, we can address it later. Focus on strengthening your inner circle for now. In a short span of time, I find that I do not require your assistance. Taitsolu, having observed Jerry, stood up in agreement, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "No problem. Then it is settled, Lord Jerry. What else with the Lord? Just call me Jerry and focus on your own responsibilities." Jerry was not swayed by such titles. As long as the other party understood their duties, that sufficed. Initially, Tai's law did not hold Jerry in particularly high regard. Otherwise, he would not have sought a briefing. However, as the battle escalated and Jerry unleashed the rare and formidable conqueror's haki to decisively defeat him, Tai's law began to acknowledge Jerry's prowess. Ultimately, he fearlessly attacked the celestial dragon in front of him, and in that moment, the dim shell of his heart seemed to be struck by something, revealing a glimmer of light. After much contemplation, he resolved to take this gamble. Suddenly, Jerry snapped his fingers and turned to look at the sofa where the armrest concealed the figure of Kota Z lying on the ground, along with Karina still on his back. "Oh, it seems I forgot there's another outsider here. Karina, is it?" Clearly, Taizuluo was familiar with her, but they were not yet performing partners, as she had only recently boarded the ship. His view had been obstructed upon entry, and with Jerry present, he had not paid her much attention. "Indeed, Boss Jerry, we completely overlooked her. Is it acceptable for her to know about your discussion?" Upon finishing their conversation, the four of them, including Taizuo, turned their 8 eyes towards Karina. Ugh, ugh. With her mouth entangled in fishing line, Karina was unable to speak, only managing to emit muffled sounds. Observing this, Jerry waved his hand, and the fishing line fell away. "What do you wish to say?" "I didn't catch anything." Karina gasped for air, glaring at Jerry as she shouted. Glancing at Dais and seeing their gesture for him to handle it, Jerry scratched his head and continued, "Well, it seems you will have to accompany us on the ship for now." "Wow, you brought me here. I didn't come on my own accord. Let me go. I want to say a word." After expressing her innocence with a loud cry, Karina appeared to recall something, her expression shifting as she feigned a pitiful demeanor. However, Jerry remained indifferent to her theatrics, and after a moment of contemplation, he smirked. "Answer me one question, then we shall see about your release." "Huh? What question?" "Hurry up and ask." Karina's expression transformed once more, her spirits lifted. Jerry adopted a serious demeanor, extending a finger and slowly articulating, "What is 1 + 1? 2. That's right. I assent it. Now let me go." Karina thought that such a question clearly indicated her imminent release, thinking him a decent person. However, Jerry nodded, uttering words that would incite her ire. "Indeed, you know far too much." "What?" Karina felt that this scoundrel was merely toying with her. "Come aboard first, and I shall grant you your freedom later." With that, Jerry decisively made his ruling while still providing her with a glimmer of hope. Jerry knew little about Karina, only vaguely recalling her as an eccentric and financially minded individual. If he were to release her too easily, she might well betray his group. Thus, he decided to observe her further, and if circumstances allowed, he would return her freedom after some time. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Karina's face fell, her eyes wide with worry as she asked, "Zundu Jiadu? Zandu? Very well, let us conclude this matter. It is time to return and rest. I can arrange accommodations for you." As Jerry prepared to leave, Taizuluo immediately interjected. After some thought, Jerry opted for discretion. "No need. There are many CP organization members aboard. It is best we limit our interactions unless you wish to relinquish your position as a local emperor." "That is acceptable." Subsequently, Taizuluo exchanged a few pleasantries with Dais before sending someone to escort them out. The night was cool as Jerry and his companions returned to their ship with Kota Z and the now unbound Karina, instructing Karina to find a cabin for herself. They had previously visited her quarters, urging her to pack her belongings. Kota Z, however, had wandered off somewhere. "Boss Jerry, are you really going to let him invest and join us?" Scar, having held his thoughts throughout, turned to Jerry now that there were no subordinates of Taizuo nearby. Dais shared a similar curiosity and asked, "What are your thoughts on this Golden Emperor?" "Rest assured, Taizuo's words are at least 90% sincere, though I will continue to observe him." Jerry reasoned that even if he harbored ill intentions, it was not a wise strategy, as they had no dependency on him. Agreeing with him was merely a means to glean information about the dark underworld. Furthermore, having bested him once, Jerry believed he could do so time and again. And do not forget my abilities. One must always be vigilant. I am well aware of this. Jerry patted the backs of the two, confident that his observation hockey would discern the sincerity of one's heart and whether their words were genuine. Jerry felt that there was no need to overthink Tai Zhuo's collaborative intentions and ultimate goals at this stage. After all, his strength had yet to reach its peak, nor did he possess a pressing desire to confront the celestial dragons immediately. Moreover, while Tai Zhuo might genuinely wish to act, he likely approached it with a sense of trial. As long as this conversation remained undisclosed, even if he provided resources, his losses would be minimal, considering those were assets he already possessed. Thus, Jerry resolved to observe the situation, allowing Tai Zhuo to prepare in the shadows, and would act when the opportunity arose. For now, he would remain passive. As long as the celestial dragons did not provoke him, he would not interfere. After all, those weaker celestial dragons were always accompanied by bodyguards and had marine admirals on standby. As he traveled more and grew stronger, he would decide how to proceed in the future. Aware of Jerry's unique abilities and observing his composed demeanor, Daius nodded slightly. Well, you keep your balance. Will the celestial dragons truly confront us? Boss Jerry, do not act recklessly. Scar also expressed concern regarding this matter. Things will unfold naturally. There is no need for excessive worry at present. Indeed, I fear you might be swayed by a few flattering words and monetary influence, leading you to rush off to marry Ehua. What about Karina? What's the plan? Daius, always the rational one, noted Jerry's clarity of mind and shifted the topic. Stretching lazily, Jerry casually remarked, let her start off as a cook. Huh, she doesn't seem to be compliant. Turning to glance at the stern of the ship, Jerry withdrew his fishing rod and cast it out smoothly. Wow, Karina, bound by the fishing line, was flung from the rear of the ship. As he controlled her descent to the deck before him, Jerry squinted and inquired, "What's this? Do you enjoy being bound? You pervert. Only a pervert would like being tied up." Exactly. So if you dare to run off again, next time, it will be even more explosive. What is it? If you dare to escape again, I will bind you and use you as bait, tossing you into the windless zone to attract the sea kings. Quite explosive, isn't it? After being threatened, Karina immediately fell silent, her eyes wide as she glared at Jerry, secretly grinding her teeth. Beside them, Dorse shook his head and yawned. You all take your time. I'm heading back first. Mito. I'm off to check on my treasures. With a racing stance, Scar vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Jerry released Karina, who was still glaring at him, and waved, saying, Off you go. Behave yourself. I'm not taking your life. So why run? Oomph. Karina muttered under her breath, feeling that she should not have stolen that skull-faced item today. Not only did she not get the money, but she was also forced to hear a great secret, resulting in her current predicament. Although they appeared entirely different from ordinary pirates, she could sense no malice from them. Yet, she had finally managed to board this golden ship. She still harbored aspirations of seizing the ship for herself or raiding their treasures in the future. Little did she expect to encounter the skull-faced figure midway. Her moment of greed had led her to this unfortunate situation, where that audacious pervert had captured her aboard the ship. Nevertheless, even if that pervert was powerful, he couldn't possibly keep a constant watch on her. She resolved to feign submission for now, waiting for a few days until they let their guard down before making her move to abscond with their riches. Karina chuckled to herself at the thought of this, but realizing she shouldn't be laughing, she quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes darting around, and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering they were not on deck. Surveying the empty deck, she contemplated attempting to escape again. Yet, recalling her earlier plan and the low chances of success, she decided that the pervert was likely still watching her closely. Temporarily abandoning the idea of escape, Karina headed towards the cabin. The next day, before dawn, Jerry and the others had already set sail. After working through the night without rest, Taizolo sent over some boxes, instructing them to keep them for now, filled with gold and other treasures. The voyage was Dorse's suggestion from the night before. He believed that since Jerry was present at the Celestial Dragon incident, it would be prudent to set sail early to avoid complications. Besides, there were no more appealing entertainments aboard the Golden Ship, so lingering was unnecessary. Scar agreed with this proposal, believing that they had already won a substantial sum. Nothing else could compare to the allure of their beloved collectibles. Jerry was indifferent, as a ship was still a ship. Fishing aboard it seemed no different from fishing on his own vessel. Thus, at daybreak, when Karina emerged onto the deck, yawning, and beheld the vast, boundless ocean, she was left in a state of disarray. She had been contemplating escaping when they were busy leaving port. but now it seemed she would have to seek another opportunity in the future. "Oh, Karina, good morning. Jerry wants you to cook breakfast first." "Good morning, Karina. Do you have any other special skills? Let us know so we can make good use of them." On the deck, Scar and Doris, who were sweating from their exercises, greeted Karina while offering reminders. Is this pirate crew just you few?" "Yes, for various reasons. We recently reformed this pirate crew." Casting a glance at the two exercising and Jerry, who was fishing by the side of the ship, Karina was surprised at the situation of this peculiar pirate crew. "What is the name of your crew?" "The Hazy Pirate Crew." "What does this pirate flag signify?" Upon learning the crew's name, Karina looked at the flag fluttering in the wind above, her head filled with black lines. The inflated sail prominently displayed a figure clad in overalls, one hand on its hip and the other snapping fingers, with a skull head sporting a middle part. Scratching his head, Doris recalled the scene when they decided on the flag's design and frowned, saying, this. Jerry said the hairstyle was to commemorate our former Captain Ace. The overalls and that pose symbolized the working class's fearlessness in the face of adversity and their determination to move forward. Doris didn't quite understand the meaning behind the pirate flag design. Jerry had explained it this way when he asked at the time. In any case, the specific meaning of the pirate flag was ultimately decided by the captain, and typically, members did not pay much attention to it. Karina found the flag design curious and casually inquired further. Then she glanced at the empty helm position and then at the steadily sailing ship, continuing her curiosity. "How is it? Doesn't your ship need steering?" "Oh, aha, you mean this? Boss Jerry can manipulate the seawater, using the currents to propel us forward." "Huh? Manipulate seawater? That's a lie." Hearing Scar's explanation, Karina hugged her head in disbelief, secretly pondering how she could escape from such a formidable pervert. "Hey, are you thinking about something disrespectful? Hurry and fetch some breakfast." The NPC Jerry turned his head, noticing Karina's ghostly expression and guessing she might be cursing him in her mind. "Fine, I'll get it. I'm not going to starve you," Karina replied, making a funny face as she headed towards the kitchen. "Doris, do you have any destination in mind?" After breakfast, Jerry asked Doris, who was sitting there doodling. However, he seemed to be so engrossed that he didn't hear him. Curiously, Jerry walked over to see what Doris was so captivated by. "Ah, the Golden Giant ship. It's truly dazzling, nearly blinding my eyes. That dark, damp passage filled with gold powder is like a golden rain, reminding me of the rainy days back then. That was in the rainy season when I was 17. Hey, Doris, let me see again. Your records are much clearer now." Just as Jerry was getting into it, he noticed Doris had closed the notebook. "Of course, this is my preliminary draft. Don't read it out loud." Doris pressed down on the notebook, refusing to be publicly shamed. Blinking, Jerry made an apologetic gesture. "All right, I'll try to refrain from that bad habit of reading aloud next time." "Thinking of next time? I'll tell you, you've successfully caught my attention. I'll be wary of you next time." Doris knew he indeed had that habit. He seemed to read aloud when looking through newspapers. But knowing was one thing, being cautious was another. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he might have to move to Mars. Nearby, basking in the sun, Karina overheard the commotion and curiously asked, "Hey, were you just reading his notes? What are they for?" "Of course, they are materials for Doris's novels. He aspires to become the world's greatest adventure novelist." Scar, who had been fiddling with his things, explained after listening intently earlier. "Wow, that's impressive. What about you?" "As for me, I wish to become the world's foremost collector and intelligence expert." "That's impressive too." And him? Karina, amazed by their aspirations, pointed at Jerry. "Boss Jerry? He probably wants to be the world's best fisherman." The contrast was indeed quite stark, and he was rather inferior. Karina didn't care whether Scar was right or wrong. She took the opportunity to jab at him. "What? Do you look down on fishermen? Do not doubt my words. Among my fellow enthusiasts, there exists a remarkable individual capable of traversing the formidable Shoedown Mountain." Jerry, having returned to the edge of the ship, suddenly turned his head with a proud expression. "Shoedown Mountain?" Karina inquired, indicating her unfamiliarity with it. "Indeed, conquering it is no less challenging than crossing the Red Earth continent." As Jerry spoke, his face reflected a deep sense of nostalgia and infinite yearning. After squinting at him for a moment, Karina responded with skepticism. "Is that so? It sounds impressive, but something about your demeanor seems off." "How shallow of you. I can hardly be bothered to explain," Jerry retorted, turning his gaze back to the water's surface, no longer wishing to continue the conversation. "You are the shallow one," Karina replied, resuming her leisurely activities. The deck fell into tranquility once more. Observing that they had no specific destination, Jerry decided to take a leisurely stroll around. Sensing the natural flow of the sea, he refrained from interfering too much, merely accelerating slightly to allow the aimless vessel to drift more swiftly with the currents. Meanwhile, numerous freshly printed newspapers floated across the vast ocean, reporting on the incident involving the ancient city of Zolo, given its connection to the celestial dragons. Under the directives of the celestial dragons, the suspect, Weibel, was confirmed on the spot, prompting CP0 to pursue him, yet he and Bakine managed to escape successfully. At this moment, news of their wanted status was circulating, with subsequent cooperation from the CP organization and the Navy to apprehend them. Additionally, Dragon Fist Jerry was also present at the scene, garnering considerable attention. The intelligence organization of the world government would dispatch personnel for follow-up investigations. However, due to the influence of the celestial dragons, the focus would predominantly remain on Weibel. The Navy's personnel on site could not directly witness Jerry's attack. Thus, they could only maintain a strong interest in the situation. At this juncture, they were still in the New World, where the influence of the four emperors had considerably weakened the Navy's control. Furthermore, the Revolutionary Army had also taken note of this incident, eager to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the attack on the celestial dragons. However, their intelligence agents were swept outside alongside the crowd, failing to witness the events firsthand and could only rely on hearsay afterward. This incident prompted heightened security measures for the celestial dragons in their subsequent outings. Nobility across various regions felt anxious, fearing attacks from civilians seeking to emulate the incident. They fervently prayed for the world government to swiftly capture the perpetrators and publicly announce their severe punishment. The common folk engaged in hushed discussions, mostly daring to mutter curses against the celestial dragons and nobility in private, too fearful to act openly. Meanwhile, criminals with gleaming eyes seemed to have discovered a rapid path to fame, harboring audacious thoughts. However, upon witnessing the actions of the world government and Navy reported later, they quickly extinguished their immature aspirations. Amidst the chaotic external affairs, life appeared monotonous until one fateful day, in the early hours of the morning. Scar, while taking a midnight trip to the restroom, inadvertently spotted a colossal shadow ahead of the vessel, loudly calling out and awakening everyone. Jerry, what is that ahead? The fog is too thick to see. An elephant's leg? Gazing at the massive limb resembling a towering pillar, Jerry fell into contemplation, murmuring, "Is this the allure of the long leg?" Daius craned his neck, straining his eyes but failed to discern its nature. What elephant leg? Oh, an elephant? Could this be the legendary Zo? Shao, what is that? Daius inquired. It is said that Zo is a moving island carried on the back of a colossal elephant that has lived for over 1,000 years. Scar, having this information in his intelligence, added, upon hearing this explanation, Daius's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a wondrous phenomenon exists. My inspiration is about to burst forth. On the back of the elephant lies the homeland of the Mink tribe, Scar supplemented, further igniting Daius's enthusiasm. Mink tribe? What is that? You could interpret them as human forms derived from various furry creatures. What? If that's the case, I must document this immediately. As he spoke, Daius swiftly retrieved his notebook, his right hand moving in a blur, the sound of scribbling filling the air. Seeing this, Scar, accustomed to Daius's antics, shrugged and added, however, rumors suggest that the Mink tribe harbors a strong aversion to humans. They are isolated from the world and classified as a rare species in the black market, commanding high prices. Isolated? Do they possess treasures? Karina interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Whether they have treasures, I cannot say. I wish to see. The group engaged in animated discussion, and Jerry contemplated aloud. Since we are already here, why not pay a visit? Hey, Jerry. The Mink tribe is known for their formidable combat prowess and may harbor hostility towards us. It should be fine, as long as we do not provoke them. Besides, everyone is eager to witness this. Jerry was confident that it would pose no significant issue. The Mink tribe, an ancient civilization, could surely communicate despite their isolation. Additionally, he vaguely recalled that this nation had formed a friendly alliance with Wano country long ago. Thus, it was improbable that the Mink tribe would harbor animosity towards humans. Such measures were likely taken for their own protection and to ensure the well-being of their citizens. Let's go. Jerry, I am eager to see the vibrant wonders of this world. It is truly astonishing that a giant elephant has lived for over 1,000 years. Unbeknownst to them, Daius had already composed himself, gazing longingly at the lofty elephant leg. Jerry glanced around, noting no objections from the others, and declared, "Then let us ascend directly. Find a secure place to sit." "Hey, how do we get up?" Karina questioned, still unaware of Jerry's methods as she stood in place. Meanwhile, Dias and the others hurriedly seated themselves, securing their bodies with ropes, while Kodaz hastily joined Jerry, lying flat on the deck. Jerry, indifferent to their readiness, flashed his signature grin and began his operation. You will find out shortly. Wow, what is happening? The ship trembled slightly, causing Karina to involuntarily plop back onto the deck. Jerry had already harnessed the sea currents, propelling the vessel and its occupants skyward at a rapid pace. The sudden thrust forced Karina to sit down, as if glued to the deck, unable to move. Woo! Laughter erupted from Jerry as the ship ascended rapidly. Moments later. The group had reached the height of the elephant's back, where Jerry directed a small portion of the rising waters to impact the nearby soil, swiftly creating a small pond on the flat ground. He then gently guided the ship into the pond, allowing the currents to return to the sea. Ouch, my old back. My backside. As the vessel stabilized, Scar and Karina were the first to voice their complaints. Scar had not secured himself properly and inadvertently twisted, while Karina rubbed her rear incessantly. How is it? Not too bad, right? I deliberately slowed down for a gentle landing. Meow, Jerry's boss, I am fine. No major issues here. Scar rubbed his back lightly, indicating that it was not a significant problem. Having recovered, Diosi assisted him in confirming that everything was indeed fine. As Jerry had stated, aside from the initial takeoff and landing, the journey was relatively smooth. However, Karina would not let the opportunity slip by. She rubbed her backside and exclaimed, "Hey, my rear is nearly bruised. Don't even think about me calming down without 100 million berries." 100 million? Dream on. Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. The girl who laughs often tends to gather more wrinkles, so I suggest you smile a little less. Jerry exchanged a helpless glance with her, fully aware that she was merely seizing the chance to extort him, and he casually retorted, "Humph." Karina chose to ignore him. Shifting her gaze outside the ship, under the bright moonlight, she saw nothing but a common forest surrounding them. Yet in the distance, there appeared to be a tall city wall, with lights illuminating the terrain at regular intervals. The group surveyed their surroundings, realizing that the area atop the elephant's back resembled an ordinary island in the sea. "Let us go down and take a look." The four of them disembarked, selecting a random direction along the wall and proceeding forward. Before long, they encountered a grand city gate flanked by a watchtower. At that moment, figures were patrolling the corridor above the gate. The group made no attempt to conceal their presence, boldly approaching the closed gate. The patrolling soldiers atop the wall, belonging to the Mao-Pai tribe, turned to stare at them in unison. In response to their scrutiny, Jerry smiled and waved, raising his voice to call out, "Hey, can you hear us? We're here for sightseeing. Could you kindly open the gate for us? Who are you? From the outer seas?" The soldiers atop the wall scrutinized them, whispering among themselves, until a leader stepped forward, eyeing the peculiar, lanky figures below. Jerry and his companions thought that communication was indeed possible, and they directly stated their intentions. "Yes, we wish to visit your esteemed country and take a look around before departing. Please hold on a moment." The leader, resembling a creature like a skeletal being, glanced at the fully skeletal Scar and then at Kata Z before tossing a remark to the group and instructing his subordinates to relay the message. "Thank you. We will wait here," Jerry replied, and the group began to converse in hushed tones. "Do you see, right? This is certainly a civilized nation." Indeed, the guards on the wall. Some appear to be of the Kudong species. I wonder if their habits are related. It must be connected. What is the matter? Do you see? Do you want to try out a teasing stick or mint? You go ahead and try. Just let me know the results. P, what do you think? This place seems like a perfectly normal country. Could there really be treasures here? Even if there are treasures, they might just be something trivial like dried fish or the like things that various animals enjoy, right? Ah, that is true. The soldiers atop the wall and the group below exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. Before long, a massive feline creature emerged atop the wall, its golden fur glinting in the light, sporting a thick mane around its neck, a pipe in its mouth, and a fierce expression. It was none other than the Night King of the Fluffy Kingdom, the guardian of the sacred ground whale forest, known as the Viper Chief. It peered down at them, exhaling a puff of smoke, and asked, "So, it's you who wish to enter?" "Yes, please. We assure you that we will not cause any trouble once inside," Jerry responded, crouching down to entertain Kata Z, while Josie stepped forward to address the hefty creature. "Human, have you done something to my kind?" Upon standing, Jerry caught the viper sight of Kata Z lying on ground. Instantly, its eyes widened in fury, and with a violent disposition, it leaped forward, aiming to attack Jerry. Sensing the gust of wind approaching from behind, Jerry did not turn around, but raised his elbow to meet the incoming strike. Clang! The sound of claws clashing against his elbow rang out, like metal striking metal. The Viper, lacking any leverage in midair, was pushed back by Jerry's counterattack and landed gracefully after a few agile flips. How dare you, human? Who gave you the audacity to enslave it? Enslave? What nonsense is this? Jerry was bewildered by the creature's accusation, completely failing to grasp its meaning. The self-centered and irritable Viper, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, decided that such matters were best settled through combat. With that thought, the Viper lunged again, extending its claws for a fierce assault. You're unreasonable. Jerry reflected on how prevalent this kind of behavior seemed in this world. It appeared that before any discussions could take place, a confrontation was a prerequisite. He pondered whether this trait was unique to pirates or if it was a commonality across different races and professions, which would indeed make life difficult for merchants and the like. While lost in these chaotic thoughts, Jerry did not hesitate. Seeing that his companions were already engaged in battle, he deftly maneuvered to the side and charged forward to confront the Viper head-on. The Viper and the Doggale, both as the highest leaders of the Zao Wu Maupai tribe, were the two most formidable fighters. Despite its round physique, the Viper was surprisingly agile, moving with the grace of a cat, quick and responsive. It wielded both observation haki and armament haki, having mastered them during its time in the land of Wano. As a result, it practiced the flowing cherry blossom, enabling it to concentrate haki into specific areas for enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities. This technique allowed it to form an invisible layer of armor around itself, facilitating short-range attacks, somewhat akin to Jerry's intermediate application of armament haki. With a series of agile leaps and swift movements, the Viper utilized its claws as weapons, striking with lightning speed. However, Jerry, empowered by his observation haki, easily evaded the Viper's relentless strikes. He moved as if he had grasped the essence of the swaying fist technique, his body in sync with his head, swaying rhythmically. As he swayed, he counterattacked, and his impeccable rhythm allowed him to dodge every claw strike from the Viper effortlessly. Only then did Jerry realize that the earlier interaction with K to Z had led the Viper to mistakenly believe that K to Z was being forced into servitude, or perhaps even captured. What a misunderstanding. Was there truly a creature in this world capable of enslaving its master? K to Z was no ordinary cat. Despite being a kudong, it possessed remarkable intelligence. Unlike the creatures Jerry had previously encountered, which merely regarded humans as cohabitants who occasionally provided food, K to Z exhibited a profound understanding of its surroundings. Consequently, Jerry's counterattacks were merely casual swings, lacking any significant force, and had little effect on the Viper, for he bore no grudge against it. However, while his strikes lacked power, his words flowed freely as he taunted, "Hey, sway, sway, sway. Can't hit me, can you? How does that feel? Meow, you little brat. Stop flaunting yourself before me." The Viper glared at Jerry, its frustration boiling over as it witnessed his mischievous grin and playful head movements. In the next moment, his speed and power surged to new heights, crackling with electricity across his surface, and he wielded his domineering aura with abandon. Yet, despite this display, he was unable to inflict any harm upon Jerry. As Jerry's Kenbunchika haki reached an advanced level and he mastered its application, he maintained a continuous use of it during battle, except in moments of extreme agitation when he could not sustain it. Moreover, in most situations, he did not need to concentrate intensely to maintain the output of his advanced Kenbunchika haki. While deftly swaying to evade, Jerry remarked, "You're not so impressive after all. By the way, did you misunderstand something?" "There's no misunderstanding. I'm determined to capture you." At that moment, the Viper was consumed with rage, disregarding any misconceptions, and continued his relentless assault, choosing to address other matters once the fight concluded. Jerry fell helpless against this unreasonable feline's incessant scratching and thought that any explanations would have to wait. After all, he would never admit that it was his own actions during the battle that had provoked this irritable creature. It seemed that he would first have to subdue the Viper before any conversation could take place. "Then I shall counterattack. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Upon hearing this frivolous taunt from the grinning youth, the Viper surmised that his previous failures to land a hit were due to Jerry's deliberate evasiveness. If he were to respond with serious attacks, it would surely expose vulnerabilities. "Then let us see." With those words, Jerry's demeanor shifted, no longer solely relying on evasion. He channeled his flowing domineering aura and intermittently used water to counter the electric strikes as he charged forward. Bang, 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 clang. Jerry then closed the distance, engaging the Viper in close combat, each exchanging blows as claws met fists, the sound of their conflict echoing, creating ripples in the air. In an instant, the Viper felt a faint pain in his claw as he pondered if Jerry's Busashoka haki was darker and harder than his own. Additionally, how was this youth's technique imbued with water, nullifying his electric attacks? Various thoughts raced through his mind, but he refused to yield, unleashing his formidable cat fist with ferocity. In response, Jerry, having abandoned his swaying punches, quickened his pace to match the rapid cat fist, using his fists and elbows in tandem. Observing the chaos from the sidelines, the members of the Siaka Tuan, who had long been under the Viper's command, watched as fur flew and claws scratched, their hearts filled with anticipation. The moon quietly faded, and outside the grand city gates, the illuminated ground bore the marks of long claw scratches and numerous tiny indentations. The assembled onlookers, the Viper's subordinates, had long protected the whale forest, and every member of the team was far from weak. In fact, this entire nation could be considered devoid of true weaklings. Even the young and elderly possessed the strength to defeat lower-tier pirates. Even children had acquired basic self-defense skills, characteristic of the fur tribe's martial techniques. Their martial arts allowed them to generate electric strikes through friction, wrapping electricity around their bodies or weapons to attack their foes. At that moment, the leader of the Siaka Tuan, a leopard fur tribe warrior named Pedro, observed the battle. Although he had lost one eye, it did not diminish his prowess as a formidable fighter. It was unbelievable that their leader had not gained the upper hand. That foreign human is remarkably strong. You're just spouting nonsense. Anyone who can hold their ground against our leader until now must be powerful. All right, quiet down and watch, Pedro stated, puffing on a cigarette. After a moment, he glanced at the horizon, where deep darkness was gradually transforming into radiant light. Below the city gates, the Black Sioux pirates had retreated a considerable distance, intently watching the unfolding spectacle. Jerry and the Viper's duel, reminiscent of a film played at double speed, left the spectators, including Dios and others, feeling both tense and amused. For some inexplicable reason, Jerry was incessantly bouncing around, using only his hands to counter the Viper's attacks, resulting in a fierce confrontation that resembled a playful tussle between a large cat and a small mouse. As dawn approached and darkness relinquished its dominion, the Viper swiftly withdrew after a flurry of claw strikes. It seemed this day as conflict would come to a close. Hey, what are you doing? Noticing the Viper's retreat and lack of further aggression, Jerry halted. Scanning the area, he observed that aside from the sky brightening, the battlefield lay in disarray, seemingly devoid of anything that could impede the Viper. Of course, I'm going back to rest. I don't want to pull an all-nighter. Not pulling an all-nighter? More like staying up all night, right? Jerry twitched his lips at the Viper's incredulous expression. Then he recalled the Viper, who seemed akin to another large dog. As sworn enemies, they had both been out and about for a while. The night belonged to the former, while the day was ruled by the latter. They were the two kings of this territory, avoiding encounters unless absolutely necessary, relying on messengers from another organization within their realms to communicate. Observing Kodas, who had run up to Jerry affectionately after the ceasefire, the Viper realized he had misunderstood the situation. However, he did not mind. After all, Jerry was unharmed, having only sustained a few rips in his clothing during their final scuffle. Conversely, he felt a dull pain coursing through his body, but suppressed it, refusing to show any sign of weakness. All right, I'm going back to sleep. It's clear that he is not being forced by you. With that, he swiftly dashed up the city wall and vanished from sight. Suddenly realizing the situation, Jerry hurriedly called out, "Hey, open the gate for us. You can wait for that dog to open it," came the distant reply from the Viper. What's wrong with him? He just ran off. Maybe he forgot to turn off the gas at home, or perhaps he set an alarm to feed the baby. Soon the sky brightened, and the guards atop the city walls seemed to change in the blink of an eye. The gates creaked open to reveal a tall figure with brown fur, dressed in a blue noble-esque attire, wielding a long sword and wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a fluffy tail. The newcomer was Duke Inu, one of the kings of the Fluffy Duchy on Zoe Island. Behind him trailed several guards, not a few in number, as they stepped out through the gates. Assessing the scene before him, Duke Inu had already been informed of the events that transpired by Wanda, the messenger of the King's bird, who relayed information day and night, yet he still sought to clarify in person. Who are you? We are. Just as Jerry began to respond, Dios covered his mouth, fearing Jerry's loose tongue would jeopardize their entry. Instead, he quickly interjected, "Greetings. We are adventurers from the outside sea, wishing to experience the local customs of your esteemed nation. We hope for your leniency and assure you that we will adhere to the regulations here." Adventurers? Duke Inu welcomed them, though he wished to grant them passage directly, Their formidable strength made him hesitant to allow them unrestricted access. It was evident that Duke Inu was a courteous and gentle individual, entirely unlike the Viper, who would initiate combat without a second thought. Upon witnessing the welcoming gesture from the other party, Doc performed a gentlemanly bow and continued, "We assure you that we shall not cause any trouble. We merely seek to broaden our horizons. How about this? We could leave her as collateral here." Noticing the discomfort on the other side, as mere verbal assurances are difficult to trust, Jerry pointed at Karina. "Hey, are you seeking revenge? Is it just because I disrupted your lair a few times?" To prevent this vile person from causing further trouble, Karina shouted with her hands on her hips. "Hee, guests are welcomed. There is no need for such hostility. In truth, I can discern that you are not wicked individuals. However, for the safety of our citizens, might I request that you allow us to send an envoy to accompany you during your visit?" Duke Quanlan, from the outset, showed no intention of refusing, suggesting instead, "That is acceptable. After all, we would never harm the citizens. That would indeed be best. Please come in." Subsequently, the sound of the visitor's bell resonated through the sky. "What is this bell?" "This is the welcoming bell, greeting your arrival." As they looked towards the city gate, the group followed the pace of the fur tribe, slowly advancing within. Hearing the bell toll, Doc was filled with curiosity, and Wanda, walking beside him, smiled and explained, "Oh, how marvelous! We have never encountered such things. Indeed, guest, that looks quite delectable." As Scar exclaimed, Wanda turned to him, swallowing hard. "Huh? What delicacy? Why, the bones upon your person. They are a great temptation for us canines." Scar was momentarily bewildered, while Wanda licked her lips, her eyes shimmering with desire, nearly drooling. "Wow, I thought so. So many people are looking at me strangely. You don't intend to snatch my treasures, do you?" Scar had sensed something was amiss from the start, realizing the many guards, including Duke Quanlan, had cast lingering glances at him. Only then did he grasp what bones meant to canine beings. However, these were cherished possessions he did not wish to part with. Gulp. "Fear not, dear guest. We possess enough self-control not to seize your belongings," Wanda stated solemnly, fixating on Scar's skull mask and the bones adorning his limbs. "Hey, your demeanor lacks persuasiveness. Karina, you should accompany her." Sure, but remember to return me 5,000 berries." As Scar surveyed the canine beings, whose eyes gleamed with hunger, he attempted to evade their gazes, but found himself surrounded. Ultimately, unable to escape, he pushed Karina towards Wanda and distanced himself. Observing this, Jerry, walking alongside Duke Quanlan, turned and chuckled. Scar, it is rare for you to be so popular. Cherish it. Indeed, your companion appears quite appetizing," Duke Quanlan remarked, casting a glance, saliva practically dripping from his mouth, perhaps embodying the saying about longing for plums to quench thirst. At this moment, Doc, having emerged from his earlier distraction, blinked and inquired of Jerry, "Jerry, I suddenly recalled, is there any relation between the elephant beneath our feet and the one you vanquished under Kaido's command in Wano?" "There should be none. That was a devil fruit user, while this one is a naturally existing giant elephant, one that has always tread upon the sea. Surely, the devil fruit did not originate from this giant elephant." Caught off guard by the question, Jerry instinctively replied without hesitation, "Wano, have you been there? Defeated Kaido's subordinate?" Duke Quanlan, walking beside Jerry, naturally overheard Doc's inquiry. His eyes brightened, clearly intrigued by the matter. Doc, noticing his enthusiasm, quickly responded, "Yes, what of it? Duke, are you familiar with Wano? Did you not say that your land is isolated from the world and harbors hostility towards humans?" "Indeed, we are aware. I drifted to Wano in my youth, where I learned and grew." Although wearing sunglasses, the nostalgia in Duke Quanlan's eyes was evident even through the lenses. He soon composed himself and continued, "Our fur kingdom has a long-standing alliance with Wano. It was the legends of our ally that inspired us to set sail in search of it. Unfortunately, shortly after setting out, we encountered disaster and ended up in the sea. Fortunately, we eventually drifted to Wano. Moreover, we harbor no inherent enmity towards humans, save for those who wish to commit misdeeds in our domain. No wonder you so readily permitted us to pass through the gates." Doc had previously been perplexed by how easily his group was allowed entry, attributing it solely to Duke Quanlan's amiability. However, it seemed there were other reasons at play. This nation, though isolated, did not entirely reject visitors, provided they adhered to the rules. Seemingly concerned about Wano, Duke Quanlan, with an eager expression, inquired, "When did you visit Wano, and what is its current state?" Perhaps a little over 6 months ago. The situation is, following this, Josie and Jerry took turns recounting to Duke Quanlan what they knew of the current state of Wayno. Upon hearing their descriptions, Duke Quanlan's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth, then sighed, "Alas, it is indeed in dire straits, that wretched Kaido, that detestable Korizumi Orochi." After cursing for a moment, Duke Quanlan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I must also thank you for all you have done for Nine Red, even if you are allies. Such gratitude is unnecessary," Josie replied. "Besides, we merely offered a helping hand, did we not, Jerry?" "Indeed, I hardly exerted any effort to gather that stored meat." Observing his earnest demeanor, Josie hastily waved his hands, pulling Jerry along to convey that it was no trouble at all. Nonetheless, Duke Quanlan insisted, "Regardless, you have indeed been of great assistance. I do not merely express gratitude as the king of an allied nation, but also as a vassal of the former Wayno lord, Kazuki Oden." The identity of the former Wayno lord caught Josie by surprise. "Indeed, both I and that individual were raised there." "Then how did you? You wish to ask how I returned to become king, do you?" Duke Quanlan's expression turned reminiscent, recalling events from over a decade past. Meanwhile, Jerry, who had been relatively silent, blinked and reflexively took over the conversation. "Then let us keep it brief. That was after Lord Odin returned to Wayno from overseas." Duke Quanlan recounted a lengthy narrative. "Ultimately, due to the inability to contend with Kaido at that time, we escaped with other companions at the cost of our lives, becoming separated along the way. I retreated back here with Inuarashi. However, due to matters concerning Lord Odin, I have since severed ties with him, and we hardly meet anymore." As the group conversed while walking, Duke Quanlan remained indignant, recalling the circumstances of those years. Upon hearing his story, Josie could not help but exclaim, "I see. Kaido is indeed a formidable beast." "Indeed, however, it is no small feat that you managed to defeat his high-ranking officers." Recalling the prophecy that had emerged from Wayno, Duke Quanlan turned to Jerry and said, "I apologize. I have a rather unreasonable request, and I wonder if you might oblige." "Me? Speak freely. It is not a matter of great significance. My thoughts linger on the search for a suitable place within this wondrous realm atop the elephant's back, when suddenly a dog's head appeared, engaging him in conversation. Inuzuka calculated the prophecy's 20 years, which was fast approaching. At that moment, Jerry had recently clashed with one of Kaido's officers. He desired to ascertain how his strength compared to those officers. Thus he continued, "I should not be so rude to a visiting guest, but for the sake of my beliefs and commitments, I must be so bold. I would like to request a sparring session with you, preferably at the level of that Jack whom you defeated. Is that so? It is certainly feasible. You wish to gauge his strength, correct? However, my combat style differs significantly from his. After all, I am a bright and cheerful young man, while he is not." Aware of Jack's past with Kaido's crew, Jerry found it challenging to emulate Jack's fighting style due to their considerable differences in physique, not to mention the disparity in their devil fruit abilities. "No worries. I simply wish to prepare for what lies ahead." Inuzuka had no intention of forcing Jerry to mimic. He merely sought to understand the power levels of Kaido's subordinates. As the group journeyed toward the central town of Kurado on the back of the elephant, surrounded by roads and woods, Jerry glanced around casually and asked, "Here? Right now? If possible, here will suffice. I have no objections. Thank you very much." Inuzuka then instructed the onlookers to step aside, positioning himself opposite Jerry in the center of the arena. "Let's begin." "All right, be careful." Once space was cleared, the two men ceased their banter and immediately entered combat mode. While Inuzuka was skilled with the sword, he refrained from drawing it, opting instead to leap forward and engage with fists and feet. Jerry recalled Jack's attack patterns and force, drawing his fishing rod with his right hand while wielding a stick found by the roadside in his left, attempting to imitate Jack's dual-wielding style. Inuzuka initiated with the techniques of the fur tribe, generating electricity through the friction of his fur, which enhanced his attacks. In truth, Jerry could have easily dodged Inuzuka's speed, but in the spirit of mimicking Jack, he chose to confront it head-on. Enveloping his fishing rod with haki, he swiftly countered the incoming claws. With a resounding bang, their attacks collided, causing Jerry to take a step back before retaliating with another thrust. Although he aimed to imitate Jack, his physique, strength, and angles of attack were inherently different. After being pushed back by Jerry's strike, Inuzuka adopted a strategy reminiscent of a viper, agilely maneuvering to widen the battlefield while launching attacks from all directions. Jerry remained in the center, responding to the chaos around him, wielding his fishing rod and stick, causing electric discharges and continuously repelling Inuzuka. Inuzuka, swift as the wind, displayed the valor befitting the strongest warrior of Zoe. Jerry, on the other hand, employed a rapid series of straightforward sword techniques, which are more akin to his own improvised dogfighting style, creating a whirlwind of sound and afterimages. The battle raged on, and perhaps seeking to explore other avenues of attack, Inuzuka paused, drew his sword, and declared, "In the past, I also practiced swordsmanship in Wano, and I wish to try this again. Very well, I shall continue to emulate Jack." Unconcerned with weaponry, Jerry extended his makeshift long sword, signaling that they could resume. "I am immensely grateful. Let's proceed." Clang! As their weapons clashed once more, Jerry's hockey-infused stick met Inuzuka's blade, withstanding the force without showing signs of damage. Observing this, Inuzuka grew more emboldened, attacking with the ferocity of a tiger and the precision of an eagle, unleashing a relentless barrage upon his opponent. Jerry, steadfast and resolute, committed to his imitation of Jack, barely evading strikes, and swinging his weapons with the speed of a revving engine, leaving his adversary struggling to keep up. The intensity of the clash resounded in the air, captivating the onlooking fur tribe members, who marveled at the strength of both combatants. Particularly for those unfamiliar with Jerry. They were acutely aware of Inuzuka's formidable prowess, yet even so, it was evident that Jerry posed a challenge. From their dialogue, it was clear that Jerry was striving to mimic another's fighting style. Karina, observing the intricate trajectories of the combat that were becoming increasingly difficult to discern, nudged Scarl and whispered, "Hey, is this freak really that strong? Oh haha, Boss Jerry is indeed quite powerful, though I cannot specify just how strong. Is there any justice? Why should someone like him possess such extraordinary strength?" Rolling her eyes, Karina felt that her hopes of escaping were becoming increasingly futile. "Oh, do not fret. He will not harm you. It is merely that we are still getting acquainted, but soon you will understand. Besides, with your love for treasure, you could join us in our treasure hunt. With Boss Jerry around, it would be even safer." Scarl could roughly guess her thoughts, and her fondness for treasure was well known. After all, her eyes sparkled with excitement whenever she mentioned it, making it hard to ignore. Speaking of which, what could possibly be more enticing than Taisoro's publicly displayed treasure worth billions? Karina sighed, realizing that it would be quite some time before she could scheme for the golden ship again. For now, she decided to relax and embrace the vibrant wonders of this marvelous world, which was, in itself, a form of happiness. Meow. At that moment, Dios chimed in, receiving a nod of approval from Kodas. As for Karina, who had found herself inadvertently aboard the ship, they harbored no ill will, merely concern over her adept pilfering skills and her quirky nature, fearing she might inadvertently reveal secrets. After all, her occasional behavior hinted at such tendencies, which could disrupt their peaceful lives. Additionally, she had taken things from Scarl without asking, which served as a subtle punishment. They would merely wait for the right opportunity to set her free. Clang! Boom! The fierce exchanges continued in the arena, although it was merely a sparring session. Both participants showed no signs of leniency. Of course, Jerry was maintaining the level he had estimated for Jack. Inuzuka, with future plans in mind, aimed to gain clarity on the situation and compare his strength to that of Kaido's top officers. Thus he would not hold back. As Inuzuka charged once more, sword poised to strike Jerry's face, Jerry's gaze sharpened, and in a split second, he made a decisive move. The stick he intended to use for defense against the claws abruptly changed trajectory, sweeping upward. Deflecting the incoming blade, he struck Inuzuka with his fishing rod just as the claws reached him. Boom! Both combatants were struck, hurtling backward at high speed, yet not far from the impact point. Jerry executed a roll in midair, planting his feet firmly on the ground, transferring the force into the surface. As the ground shifted beneath him, he leveraged the recoil to surge forward again. However, midway through his charge, he suddenly realized that Jack would likely not employ such a method of deflecting force in his counterattacks. If he were to transform into a half-beast form, he would either endure without yielding or be sent flying outright. After Inu Ran was sent crashing into the great tree at the forest's edge, he ceased his offensive, tenderly massaging the area that had been struck. He stepped forward slowly and spoke. "Let this be the end. I believe I have grasped the situation." "That is well. But allow me to remind you that Kaido's subordinates are predominantly Zoan-type devil fruit users. Thus their defensive and regenerative capabilities are formidable." Upon concluding their exchange, both men instinctively returned to the center of the arena. Their garments bore signs of disarray and damage, yet their bodies had not sustained significant injuries, merely superficial wounds. In comparison to his battle with Jack, Jerry had significantly progressed at this moment. Particularly noteworthy was the qualitative transformation of his observation hockey, which afforded him the ability to evade effectively. Inu Ran, on the other hand, seemed somewhat inexperienced with Jerry's dual sword technique, estimating that he might possess merely the strength of Jack's standard form. He had not truly exerted himself, feeling that he could afford to hold back, given he still had a more potent form at his disposal. As they drew closer, Inu Ran expressed his gratitude, saying, "Mr. Jerry, let me say thank you. Your presence has warmed the seasons." Before he could finish, Jerry interjected, leaving Inu Ran momentarily stunned, and continued, "It is because of you that I can easily gauge the approximate strength of Kaido's subordinate officers." Sensing his intent, Jerry felt compelled to clarify, lest it skew Inu Ran's judgment. To put it plainly, there is a distinction, Jack being one of Kaido's 3 calamities, while the weakest among them, in his normal form, should possess roughly this level of strength. However, as a devil fruit user, he has additional means at his disposal. Thus, he is certainly stronger than what I just demonstrated. Compared to his time in Wano, Jerry had indeed improved significantly. Yet, he dare not claim he could engage Jack while in that chaotic dual stick dance. After all, he had only triumphed by forcing Jack into the sea at that time. Otherwise, given his previous capabilities, the outcome of a prolonged battle was far from certain. "Mr. Jerry, there is no need for concern. Based on your displayed combat prowess, I might find it difficult to defeat him in a normal state. However, under the full moon, the outcome may be unpredictable." Assessing the previous confrontation in his mind, Inu Ran believed that Jack posed a minor challenge. It was indeed Kaido and the other 2 officers who would prove to be the true trials. As the 2 men withdrew, the onlookers approached the arena, and duos joined Jerry's side. Hearing Inu Ran's remarks, he inquired with great curiosity, "The full moon? What is different about it? Is this something you can disclose?" "Haha, it is not a great secret. During that time, we become stronger." With a wide grin, Inu Ran casually explained to Duos. Upon hearing the explanation, Duos' eyes lit up as he swiftly procured a notebook and pen, the sound of scribbling filling the air. "Is this a Scion setting?" Jerry murmured softly, glancing at the surrounding Fur tribe members. "Boss Jerry, what did you say?" "Nothing of consequence. The town ahead, is that our destination?" Ignoring the sudden interjection from Scarl, Jerry gazed toward the road ahead, where numerous buildings were faintly visible. As Wanda approached, she surveyed the town, their destination, and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Jerry. That is the town of Kraldu, located in the central area of Siang Bay." "Wow, it appears quite magnificent. Thank you for the compliment. After all, it is home to the majority of our citizens." Just then, the ground trembled violently beneath them. "An earthquake? Wow." Instantly stowing away his notebook and pen, Duos looked up, while Karina cried out, and Scarl and Kodaz quickly rushed to Jerry's side. The local inhabitants, however, seemed unfazed by the tremors, greeting them as they orderly ascended the tree trunks. "It is about to rain fire. Quickly up the trees." "Rain fire?" As he followed the others up the tree, Duos curiously asked. He felt that ever since arriving here, he had encountered an array of unprecedented phenomena and concepts, igniting his adventurous spirit as a novelist. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and a torrent of water cascaded from above, soaking everything in sight. Following this, streams of water surged down the road, and various fish and seafood leapt from the flowing water. Observing this spectacle, Jerry, who had not been as inquisitive as Duos, displayed a glimmer of excitement akin to Sanji's reaction to a beautiful woman, exclaiming, "What? So many fish?" Attracted by his outburst, Wanda smiled softly and explained, "Yes. You may not be aware, but the rain of fire is not rain in the conventional sense. It is the action of the Siang Lord. Twice a day, we experience this watering. In essence, what you just saw was a mass of seawater that, after passing through the filtration system in the city center, becomes our domestic water supply. Since it is seawater drawn up by the Siang Lord, many fish accompany the flowing water down, thus providing us with ample food. Will this fish also flow into the lakes of our homeland?" Upon hearing her explanation, Jerry recognized the gap in his understanding. Of course, the collected water forms a reservoir, which means there will be plenty of fish, correct? "You could say that," Wanda affirmed. Hearing her confirmation, Jerry's eyes widened once more, shining brightly and momentarily startling Wanda. Hey, tone it down a bit." Duos playfully tapped Jerry's shoulder, attempting to rouse him, yet found it utterly ineffective. Jerry remained transfixed, his eyes aglow with thoughts unknown. Once the water below receded, the group gradually returned to the ground, and Duos finally managed to rouse Jerry, following him down. At this point, Jerry's mind had already wandered far, contemplating that once they entered the town, he would seek out the rivers and lakes on this wondrous island. Judging by the recent deluge, the waters would surely be teeming with fish, requiring no bait at all. With a delightful anticipation, Jerry marched alongside the main group toward the town. Wow, what is that? A gigantic whale. Moments later, as they were nearing the town, Duo's and Karina's exclamations pierced the air once more. In the distance, beyond the town, stood a colossal tree shaped like a bizarre whale. That is the sacred land of our tribe, the whale forest, guarded by the Viper Chief and the hero group. Outsiders are forbidden from entering at will, lest they provoke a fierce attack. Oh, I see. I understand now. I understand too. Duos nodded, committing this information to memory, while Karina smiled in agreement, though her ever-rolling eyes hinted at ulterior motives. Hearing their exchange, Jerry gazed at the great whale tree, then briefly glanced at Karina, saying nothing. In no time, the group had arrived at the bustling town of Kraldu, where the streets were alive with joy and laughter, the townsfolk radiating warmth and happiness. Upon seeing their party, led by Inu Ran and the gun squad, there was no commotion as they passed. The locals even greeted them before returning to their own affairs. Well, I shall escort you all to this point. From here, Wanda will accompany you. Inu Ran turned to Jerry and the others, nodding before instructing Wanda to ensure their guests were well received and arranged for, before bidding them farewell and departing. As a king, it is evident that he still has some official duties to attend to. Accompanying everyone on this journey has already been a considerable gesture of welcome. After bidding farewell to Kwanlon, Wanda smiled at the group and said, "Let us first arrange accommodations, and then we can have someone give you a brief tour to familiarize yourselves. Once you're a bit acquainted, you can decide what to do or where to visit." "All right, as you wish," Dios responded, finding the arrangement agreeable. The group then followed Wanda to settle into their lodgings. Hurry up, hurry up. Our specialty is a soldier's adventure tour. We cannot waste too much time on accommodations. Wanda, just assign us a room. Rest assured, we will leave you a good review." Jerry, already somewhat impatient, waved his fishing rod around, eager to expedite this matter. Since the fiery rain, Wanda had noticed that he had been rather distracted, guessing he was eager to get on with something. She smiled and assured him, "Do not worry, Mr. Jerry. It will not take much of your time." "Well, it is still quite early," Jerry replied, glancing at the sky and realizing it was not yet noon. They had ridden the elephants in the early morning. Although they had been busy and had engaged in light conversation, it seemed only half a day had passed. "Wanda, I just heard that they're the visiting guests." Suddenly, a lively female voice echoed, and the group was met with a flash as a small girl from the Herkin tribe, with golden short hair, petite stature, and long ears, swiftly dashed in front of Wanda. Gazing at the smiling girl, Wanda placed her hand on her forehead, shook her head lightly, and said helplessly, "Galot, did I not ask you not to come today? You are still a reserve member and not yet a full member. But I want to see the outside world. I have never seen outsiders before." Galot hurriedly lowered her head, clasping her hands together, hoping to avoid reprimand. Jerry, noticing the sudden appearance of the little hare, felt a sense of familiarity. He casually retrieved a carrot, waved it playfully, and teased, "Little bunny, do you think we are monkeys for you to observe? Wow, carrot, mine." Upon hearing this, Galot turned her head, her eyes fixated on the carrot. With a loud exclamation, she dashed towards Jerry, grabbing the carrot with both hands and taking a big bite. "Hey, so excited!" Seeing her leap at him and bite into the carrot, Jerry realized he had underestimated its allure and simply let her enjoy it. Delicious. Are there carrots in the overseas lands? Of course there are. By the way, did you skip breakfast? Galot, you must not be so rude to the guests. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was hungry, but the carrot is so tasty. I couldn't resist," she mumbled, chewing quickly while her curiosity about the overseas world remained. However, upon hearing Wanda's scolding, she lowered her head and stood still munching on the carrot. Dios, witnessing this amusing scene, found it interesting. It seemed the Harekin retained some of the animal traits of their kind, and he resumed taking notes. Gently stroking the head of the apologetic little hare, Jerry waved his hand with a laugh. "Ha, it's all right, Wanda. She is still a child. Let her eat. Then I will continue eating." With a glance at the grinning Galot, Wanda decided not to pursue the matter further and turned to Jerry and the others. "All right, dear guests, let us proceed to your accommodations." Under her guidance, the group settled in and then ventured out to explore. However, as per their agreement, each would be accompanied by a member of the Harekin tribe. Perhaps influenced by the earlier carrot incident, Jerry, accompanied by Kodak, found himself in the company of a lively and adorable little hare. Upon exiting the town, Jerry observed the terrain, sensed the water flow, and headed directly in that direction. In fact, when Galot first appeared, Kodak's eyes sparkled with excitement, as hares were indeed on the lynx's menu. Although he understood that this one was untouchable, he could not contain his excitement, chasing after Galote as they ran around. Initially, he startled her, but soon the two were in playful chaos. With a heart full of excitement, Jerry strode forward, paying little attention to the antics of these two creatures. Galote, do many people walk this road? Yes. Everyone regularly comes here to fish. Holding his fishing rod and glancing at the flat path, Jerry casually asked, not giving it much thought. Even with regular fishing, there would still be plenty of fish left. By midday, they reached the shore of a large lake. Jerry surveyed the tranquil surroundings and felt quite satisfied. He swiftly got to work, casting his line and setting up his gear, just as he was about to call over the rambunctious Kodak and Galote to share some food. A notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Zwoo fishing. Task description. Fishing brings joy. If you catch something but no one is happy, it is the greatest failure. Experience what it feels like to own a fishing pond. This is the place of your dreams. Let's see what treasures you can catch. Task reward. Double attribute rewards for completing daily tasks within a week and a surprise treasure chest. Task penalty. Laugh for an entire day, regardless of eating or using the restroom. Oh no, does it really think I can't catch any fish? Impossible. Even if I haven't baited, there are clearly many fish here. I refuse to believe it. With a disdainful glance at the system task, Jerry smirked, feeling 1,000 times unconvinced. He then pulled out a small pile of food. Calling Galote over, for a person is iron and food is steel. It was best to eat a little first. Galote, have you ever had roasted carrots? Huh. Carrots can be roasted? Of course. Want to try? As long as it's a carrot, I like it. Just then, Jerry also felt peckish and quickly started a fire, pulling out the seasonings he had obtained from the Whitebeard pirates to begin his specialty barbecue. After a while, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Galote could hardly contain herself, having eaten very little that morning. Come on, it's ready. Wow, so hot. So delicious. The moment he finished speaking, Galote swiftly grabbed a bite. Just as Jerry was about to dig in, he sensed movement behind him. Coming? I told you it's impossible not to catch anything. With a speed surpassing Galote's dash for the carrot, Jerry appeared beside his fishing rod. A gust of wind swept by, causing Galote and Kodak, who were busy munching, to blink in confusion and turn to look. The fishing rod bent significantly, swaying back and forth. Jerry excitedly rubbed his hands together, gripping the rod tightly and beginning to reel in. Let us see how it's possible not to catch anything in waters teeming with fish. What does the system know about fishing? Just like how Oda doesn't he understand? As he gazed at the end of the fishing line, where an ambiguous object resembling a box slowly emerged, Jerry's mocking words faltered, and he found himself at a loss. No way. Does this feel a bit familiar? With a slight exertion, he pulled it onto the shore. Since it had already been hooked, he was curious to see what it contained. At this moment, Galote and Kadaz also gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Noticing this, Jerry ceased his contemplation, extended his hands, and swiftly opened the still relatively intact sealed box. Hooray! Galote exclaimed, springing up like a startled rabbit, while Jerry stood frozen in shock. Inside the box was an abundant assortment of vegetables and fruits, including a substantial quantity of Galote's favorite carrots, evidently dropped into the water during transport. No wonder it felt familiar. Jerry recalled having previously fished up a box full of carrots. However, upon hearing the chime in his mind indicating the task was complete, he glanced at the still jubilant Galote, realizing that according to the task description, the system credited the cheerful individual with the achievement. Not bad. At least he didn't have to force a laugh. So he decided to continue indulging in food. Straightening his back and stretching, Jerry tidied up his fishing gear and turned towards the barbecue pit. To his dismay, the carrots he had just grilled had vanished, likely devoured by Galote. Fortunately, he had prepared other food, sparing him the need to compete with Kadaz for sustenance. As he ate, Jerry opened the treasure chest he had just received as a task reward. Ding! Reward obtained, proficiency in weapons. Proficiency in weapons. A basic skill that equips one with the fundamental techniques to wield various weapons, preventing one from swinging them like a mere stick. I don't really use weapons much, Jerry thought, blinking in confusion. Is the system mocking him for swinging a fishing rod and stick like a firewood club during his tussle with a large dog? This skill cannot be deemed useless. Even if he seldom wielded weapons, it would at least allow him to understand his opponents better when they did, and enable him to maneuver the fishing rod with greater finesse. Casting the fishing line would no longer require him to rely on the moisture in the air, as he had done when ensnaring Karina. The entire afternoon passed with Jerry and his companions by the lakeside. To his dismay, as evening approached, no fish had bitten. He could clearly see numerous fish swimming just beneath the surface, yet they ignored his bait. Gazing at the sky, Jerry realized it was time to return. He couldn't leave Galote, a young girl, to accompany him fishing until nightfall. With a flick of the rod, he skillfully used his newly acquired ability to ensnare a small fish that had been swimming nearby as he reeled in. Glancing back at Galote and Kadaz who were playing, he feigned wiping sweat from his brow and called out, "Hey, I finally caught one. Let's head back." Heading back, Galote halted her playful chase, pointing towards the town with glee. Kadaz, unable to stop in time, nearly collided with her. After tidying up, they set off on their journey home. Upon returning to their lodging, Galote, with 2 carrots in hand, bounced away ahead of him. Scar sat in a chair and greeted, "Oh, Jerry, you're back. What? Are those 2 still outside?" Josie seems quite excited. They probably won't return for a while. Karina seems to have already come back, though she is in her room. "Not here. Are you certain she returned?" Jerry inquired. "When I got back, I did see her." Jerry pondered. Though Scar claimed Karina was in her room, he sensed otherwise. The few of them were staying in a modest yet charming building, and they were currently in the entrance hall, only a few meters from the rooms. Jerry was confident his perception would not fail him. Hence, the only logical conclusion was that Karina had stealthily slipped away. Upon realizing this, Scar exclaimed, "What? She isn't off searching for that rumored treasure, is she?" "Treasure? It's in the whale forest. She heard it was heavily guarded, believing there to be treasure inside. It is very likely that she either intends to make a move or is looking for information. You stay here and wait for Josie. I'll go find Karina." Stroking his chin, Jerry felt confident in his deduction. Leaving Kadaz behind, he turned and exited. Regarding the area of Zoe, Jerry vaguely recalled that the treasures within the whale forest were not the typical kind, but rather historical texts. Therefore, if Karina ventured there, it could mean her endeavor would not only be in vain, but also fraught with danger. Upon stepping outside, Jerry spotted Wanda approaching and met her halfway. "Wanda, my companion went out earlier and may have gotten lost. I need to find her." "Oh, is it the skeleton gentleman? I just returned with him. It's Karina. I need to search for her in town. I'll go with you." After a brief discussion, the 2 decided to search the town center and radiate outward. As they walked down the street, Jerry activated his observation hockey, yet he could not spot Karina within its range. This only strengthened his belief that she had indeed left the town. However, the sun was setting, and she could not be unaware that this was when all members of the Hero Guild were on the move. Jerry surmised she meant to first gauge the strength of the guard patrols and had no intention of making an immediate move. After traversing several streets, seeing the sky darken, Jerry no longer hesitated. He feigned discovering a clue and said to Wanda, "I think she might have wandered out of town, heading towards the whale forest." "The whale forest? Are you sure? This isn't something to jest about." Wanda's expression grew serious. It was the sacred ground of the fur tribe, and ordinary outsiders found it challenging to even approach, let alone intrude, given the Hero Guild's stringent guards. Due to the dense foliage, members of the Hero Guild excelled at using the jungle to conceal themselves, guarding and scouting from the shadows. If a visitor were to mistakenly wander inside, the Hero Guild may not show mercy. Facing Wanda's grave demeanor, Jerry opened his palm. "It's quite probable. I found a strand of her hair on the path." "Then let us hurry." Confirming it was indeed Karina's hair, Wanda believed him without question and dashed ahead. Jerry followed closely behind, quickly exiting the town while maintaining a broad sense of awareness, scanning the area for any living beings like a radar. He could expand his sensory range further, but given the vastness, his current mental attributes wouldn't allow him to process all the information instantly. After all, he was searching for a person, requiring him to discern her aura, rather than merely sensing and controlling water elements. The 2 sped forward, and as they neared the whale forest, Jerry received feedback confirming Karina's location. She was at the forest's edge, seemingly observing something while leaning against a large tree. However, unbeknownst to her, a leopard-headed figure was stealthily watching her from a nearby tree. The leopard-headed figure was Pedro, the leader of the Hero Guild, who had discovered this unexpected visitor while on his routine patrol. He decided to quietly follow her from the trees, intending to see if she truly intended to step into the whale forest. Should she do so, he would strike without hesitation. At this moment, Karina appeared to have confirmed that there were no patrolling guards on the ground or in the trees, as she cautiously took a step forward. A glint of cold light flashed in Pedro's eyes as he leaped forward with a thunderous strike. "Guest, you have overstepped your bounds." Pedro lunged downwards, swiftly tackling Karina and seizing her throat with his claws. Ugh! Karina was momentarily speechless, desperately gripping Pedro's wrist and struggling in vain. Perhaps this was a misunderstanding. He should release her. Just as Karina's face turned red and her breathing became labored, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out, prompting Pedro's grip to gradually loosen. Coughing twice, she gasped for air. It was Jerry, who had arrived just in time, witnessing Karina in a state of distress. He swiftly moved to grab Pedro's arm, compelling him to let go. Frowning slightly, Pedro was skeptical of Jerry's explanation. A misunderstanding? If I hadn't intervened, she would have barged into our sacred grounds. Indeed, she had gotten lost and, in her confusion, had wandered here. Wanda and I had been searching for her. Without batting an eye, Jerry articulated a premeditated excuse. He did not wish to engage in a violent confrontation with this peaceful race over Karina's actions. He equally did not want any mishap to befall Karina, who had inadvertently boarded their vessel. After all, it was their own negligence that had led to her temporary presence on the ship. Once aboard, she was considered a companion, and even if only for a while, he could not stand by idly while she was harmed. Meow, do you wish to invade here? It was evident that it was time for the Viper's activity. He stood with his fur bristled and anger etched across his face, adhering to the principle of taking action rather than complaining, and launched a clawed attack towards Jerry. Jerry bent low, swiftly scooping up Karina, who lay on the ground, and leaped back to evade the strike. Boom! The muddy ground was struck, creating a large crater. Boss, wait! Wanda observed the escalating situation and hurried to the Viper's side, whispering about the events of the day. She also served as a messenger between the two canine kings, relaying important information about the other half of the day as part of her duties. Seeing this, Pedro, who had previously stepped aside, approached to gain clarity. Are you all right? Coughing, Karina replied, Yes, I'm fine. Let's hide for now. We can discuss this later. This matter won't be easily brushed aside. Phew, all right. As Wanda conversed quietly with the Viper, Jerry set Karina down and exchanged a few quick words. Karina rubbed her neck, casting a flickering glance at Jerry, surprised at his intervention and feeling the need to justify her actions. Though she had her reasons, she refrained from elaborating further. The current situation required no explanation from her. At that moment, Wanda had clearly conveyed the events of the day. After a moment of contemplation, the Viper turned to Jerry and remarked, Although you dealt with a dog, which pleased me greatly, I have noted your assistance to the common folk of Heziguo. Therefore, I still wish to face you in battle, especially since tonight is a full moon. Very well, let us fight. I too wish to witness your prowess. Jerry sighed, but he was not afraid to engage, even against an enhanced opponent. It was evident that the Viper was a creature of clear grievances, with a fiercely volatile temperament. Meow. Acknowledging that his ordinary form posed little threat to Jerry, the Viper ceased his words, gazing at the full moon above. With a mighty roar, his form transformed. In the blink of an eye, his once golden fur turned white and expanded, his body grew larger, his eyes became red, and even his claws sharpened. This was the true form of the fur tribe, the moon lion, which could only be triggered by gazing at the moon during a full moon. Of course, in the future, it could also be activated using Chopper's special medicine, but at this moment, Chopper had yet to set sail. This state significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of the fur tribe, provided they had undergone special training. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. As Jerry observed the striking transformation, he involuntarily exclaimed, Super Saiyan Cat? Come. With his transformation complete, the Viper's attributes surged, and he erupted forth, his figure vanishing in an instant, moving with astonishing speed. As his claws sliced through the air, a fierce wind howled, delivering a powerful strike directly at Jerry. Prepared for the assault, Jerry focused intently, leaping into the air, twisting his body to unleash a sweeping kick, meeting the Viper head-on. Boom! A violent ripple surged through the air as both combatants were sent recoiling from the impact, only to launch themselves at each other once more. They clashed with a speed that surpassed ordinary perception, their figures becoming momentarily distinct only at the moment of their strikes colliding. The agility and reflexes of the feline were indeed remarkable, but Jerry matched him stride for stride. The battle raged on for an extended period until a thunderous crash echoed, causing the two to momentarily separate. The Viper spun, pivoting to charge forward his right paw, having gathered momentum, swung upward with the force of thunder. Meow. Dragon's bite. Simultaneously, Jerry unleashed his own power, the energy swirling around his arms as he darted forward, raising his left elbow to intercept the Viper's claw, momentarily stalling his attack. In that instant, Jerry pivoted, launching a right punch, infused with ferocity and a torrent of water, its immense power striking the Viper's hastily raised arm. Boom! With several claw marks appearing on the Viper's arm and blood splattering, Jerry's punch sent him flying, crashing through several trees before collapsing to the ground, buried beneath the debris. Thanks to the water dragon's influence, the smoke was minimal, successfully avoiding the law of smoke, but no injury. Standing still, Jerry breathed lightly, refraining from pursuing the fallen adversary. "Boss, are you all right?" The onlookers, including Pedro, attempted to restrain the incoming heroes from rushing down and hurried to check on the Viper's condition. "Gulf, Gulf, I'm fine." The Viper pushed aside the fallen trees, ready to resume the fight, only to be met with a flurry of small fish flying through the air. "Meow. Delicious. What are you doing? Hurry, throw more." It turned out that Jerry had produced a bag of pre-packaged small fish, a snack he often shared with Kodas. After tearing open the packaging, he tossed some of the fish towards the Viper. Upon seeing the fish, the Viper's eyes lit up, instinctively opening his mouth wide to catch all the flying morsels, devouring them with delight. As he savored the fish, the Viper urged Jerry for more, having reverted from his moonlion state. Meanwhile, Dias and Scarl, accompanied by Kodas and Karina, approached Jerry, with Dias assisting in treating his wounds. Jerry, with a minor injury to his left arm, glanced at the Viper, who also bore an arm injury yet was drooling hungrily. He produced a fish, shaking it left and right, while the Viper's eyes widened in anticipation, and tossed it into his own mouth. Ignoring the Viper's astonished stare, Jerry continued munching on the fish, saying, "I haven't done anything. I figured you hadn't eaten since waking up, so I thought I'd share. Meow, meow. Then come, let us eat together. Today's battle ends here." The skirmishes had already transpired, leaving Jerry with a fractured arm, while the Viper's eyes gleamed hungrily at the fish in his possession, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing conflict. As they had not truly invaded the depths of the whale forest, remaining on the outskirts, and given that their side had suffered no significant losses, along with the fact that Jerry's group had previously aided the villagers of Kuri and Wano, they were regarded as allies rather than foes. It must be noted that the corpulent one, resembling a large dog, was indeed a retainer of Kazuki Odin, deeply concerned about the situation back in Wano. However, due to Kaido's occupation, they had been hesitant to act rashly. With a profound respect for Wano and the Kuri region, they held gratitude for the assistance rendered by Jerry and his companions. As soon as the corpulent one proposed a ceasefire, Jerry contemplated and produced an array of diverse foods, including fruits such as bananas and apples, meats including fish, and an assortment of peculiar desserts and milk teas. With the tension alleviated, why not celebrate with a grand feast? Friends from the treetops and mountaintops were invited to join. "Hey, wow," the leader exclaimed. "Is that all right?" The monkey fur tribe was captivated by the bananas, while other fur tribes fixated on their preferred delicacies, brimming with excitement, before turning to the Viper leader for approval. To their surprise, the leader had already succumbed to temptation, lunging for the fish and soaring away. "Come on." Oh, witnessing this, Pedro organized some members of the crew to share their provisions and tools, setting up a banquet in the cleared area left by the battle. Observing the Viper's hand injury, Doze swiftly approached to assist in bandaging it. Yet, the corpulent one would not easily cease his feasting, balancing his own indulgence while allowing the doctor to tend to him. As he put it, a man who cherishes freedom should not let minor injuries interrupt his enjoyment of life, provided the doctor refrained from administering injections. During the festivities, Pedro inadvertently overheard Doze lamenting about the Big Mom pirates while savoring a dessert. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned in to inquire further. And after listening to Doze's recounting, he merely cast a glance at Jerry. Having personally experienced the ruthlessness of Big Mom and paying a hefty price to escape her territory, he recognized that while Jerry's group had their own issues with her, it did not pertain to his own past, and thus he chose not to elaborate. The revelry continued until dawn, with all except those on patrol participating in the festivities. Jerry showcased his grilling skills, delighting many with his culinary talents. After witnessing the sunrise over Zoe once again, the group began to disperse. On their return journey, Jerry explained to Karina that the guardians of the whale forest were not the treasure she sought. Once back at their lodging, she could not help but call out to a few who were about to retire, asking, "Why did you come to help me? Don't say such foolishness. You were brought aboard our ship. Regardless of the reason, you are now our companion. Who else would we assist?" "Companion, you say? Go rest now. We've been up all night and are weary." Meow. Jerry chuckled in response to her inquiry, waving his hand in a display of exhaustion. Although they had been awake for a full day and night since their arrival, it was not particularly burdensome for Jerry. He was accustomed to resting, aiming to ensure he maintained ample energy. One could not simply endure sleepless nights until exhaustion took its toll. For one's lost hair, could not be restored. Doze and his companions smiled in agreement, evidently echoing Jerry's sentiments. Upon returning to their respective rooms, Karina felt a mix of unfamiliarity and familiarity with the term companion. She was not a pirate and had never truly integrated into this group. Yet, she once had companions of her own. Reflecting on her past in the East Blue, she couldn't help but chuckle softly, pondering whether Nami had ever figured out the peculiar event she had orchestrated. Hee, time to sleep. At noon, Karina was roused by Scarl's boisterous cries, seemingly over the disappearance of his precious badge. He shouted for Jerry and Doze to assist in locating it, only for it to be discovered in a corner, likely dragged away by a mouse, with the help of Kodas. Exiting the hall, Karina found her path obstructed by a rabbit, which she casually patted on the head. Glancing over, she saw Galette turn towards her, beaming sweetly, cheeks bulging as she munched on the carrots Jerry had roasted the previous night. Galette reached out to embrace Karina, their cheeks touching. Ihi, Karuchi. Oh no, you've gotten food on my face. Initially, Karina had been indifferent to the fur tribe's greeting style, but having carrot remnants smeared on her face was rather unpleasant. Soda. Let me clean that up. Galette swiftly wiped away the remnants and consumed them without hesitation, refusing to waste any morsel of the carrot. Observing the two of them, Jerry clapped his hands and declared, "Let us each explore on our own. If there is anything you wish to see, feel free. Except for the forbidden areas. Once we've had our fill of exploration, we shall set sail once more." Galette's eyes lit up, evidently captivated by the notions of sailing and adventure. After fishing with Jerry the previous afternoon, she had enjoyed playful antics with Kodas and had curiously inquired about the outside world. Jerry's blend of genuine and embellished tales of adventure had ignited a fire within her, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After 2.5 days of leisurely exploration, Doze felt utterly satisfied. This ancient land, filled with novelty for him, had so many captivating aspects that he could hardly pause in his note-taking. That morning, after bidding farewell to the familiar faces of Wayno and the dog tribe, Jerry and his companions made their way towards their vessel. "How was it, Doze? Did you gather much?" "Indeed, had I not ventured out, I would have never known this world held such marvelous wonders." Along the way, Jerry and the others shared their experiences. Doze expressed his fruitful discoveries, while Karina, having relaxed, enjoyed a lengthy exploration, and Scarl had certainly kept busy. "I've noticed that they don't seem to use den mushi here. Perhaps they have been isolated for too long. However, I did see den mushi in the forest, even the white ones used for anti-eavesdropping. After negotiations, I helped them secure 2 sets of large communication devices and anti-eavesdropping den mushi. The communication is adequate, and the signal is strong. Henceforth, their riflemen and the crew will be able to bid farewell to shouting as their only means of communication." Haha, pleased with his handiwork, Scarl lamented that had he more spare parts, he could have assembled several more sets, prompting him to return to the ship earlier for additional components. Thus, they generously gifted this array of items. Upon returning to the ship, they found the assortment of food and supplies that had been delivered on the deck, more than sufficient for their needs for an extended period. They declined the enthusiastic farewells of the fur tribe and parted ways at the city gate. Now, they had to take matters into their own hands, swiftly transporting and organizing the pile of items on the deck. After making considerable progress, Jerry settled down with his companions and Kodas, glanced at the towering city walls, and declared, "Let us depart." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a stream of water gently lifted the boat, transporting it into the air before accelerating towards the surface of the sea below. "Wow, can't we go a little slower?" Karina shrieked. "Woohoo, isn't this more thrilling?" Doze and Scar remained silent, their lips tightly sealed, fully aware that Jerry would not heed their words. As the boat descended, Jerry skillfully controlled the speed, ensuring a smooth landing on the water, creating just the right amount of splash without incurring any penalties. Karina, struggling to rise from her secured seat, felt her legs wobble, but spoke resolutely. "Haha, I'm going to kill you." Your words lack any persuasive power now," Jerry retorted, unfazed by the angry glares from the soft-footed companions. He then commanded the currents, propelling the boat forward at a rapid pace. "Wow, it's really the ocean. It's so vast." An excited voice interrupted the banter among the group. "Galote, how adeptly has this rabbit concealed herself?" Jerry, having been aboard for quite some time and mostly engaged in idle chatter, had not noticed her presence until now. "Kuruchu, wow, how did you sneak aboard? You need to go back. Your family and friends must be worried about you." Upon being greeted, Karina immediately raised her voice to Galote. During their previous time together, the two had grown exceedingly close. Though she was not much older than Galote, she felt a strong desire to prevent the young rabbit from venturing out to sea. You are still too young. If you wish to seek adventure, you can wait a few years. Huh? But Brother Jerry said the outside world is magnificent, and I truly want to see it. Besides, I'll surely get scolded if I go back now. Look, I even brought so much luggage and carrots. What? Jerry? Hearing the name of that scoundrel, and seeing that Galot's so-called luggage was merely a small backpack, Karina directed a deathly glare at Jerry. After being singled out and subjected to such a fierce look, Jerry was left dumbfounded. Me? This is a misunderstanding. I had no intention of abducting her. I merely shared a modified fairy tale while fishing. It's all because of you. Scar, you did provide them with the telephone bug, didn't you? Call them and discuss this matter. Wow. Sister Karina, I promise to be obedient. Please don't send me back. It must be said that the sight of the little rabbit clinging for mercy was quite powerful. Seeing this, Karina's heart softened, and she gently ruffled her hair. Yet she remained determined to communicate with Zhao. Scar, sensing the urgency, quickly retrieved the telephone bug, dialed, and handed it to Karina while the others gathered around, eager to discover the outcome. Is this how it works? Soon, the voice of Wanda echoed from the telephone bug, suggesting she was still unfamiliar with its use. Wanda? This is Karina. Galot has left with us. Oh, Karina. What? I wondered why I hadn't seen her today. Get her back immediately. As expected, Wanda was aware that Galot had snuck out to sea and would surely disapprove. Before they could utter another word, another voice emerged from the telephone bug. Ha. Is that Galot? Wanda, don't be too strict. Letting children explore isn't necessarily a bad thing. It seemed that the Duke was nearby. Hearing this, he did not intervene, and Galot listened with excitement. But, Your Grace, she is still too young. What is the issue with that? By her age, I had already been adventuring for several years. Your Grace, do you support her desire to go to sea? It's not about support. Besides, Galot has trained with Pedro and possesses self-defense capabilities. Even among the naturally combatant Firkin, she was a prodigy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to serve as a reserve member of the musket team at such a young age. She was lively and active, with reflexes that were exceptionally sharp, and she had already mastered various techniques of her kind. Her only drawback was her youth. Brother Jerry, can you ensure her safety? Rest assured, I am confident in this. With the conversation shifting towards him, Jerry was certain of his ability in this regard. Then I'll leave it to you. Wanda, isn't this situation 100 times better than when I was with the demon? All right, since Your Grace has said so, Galot, come here. Respecting the Duke's opinion, Wanda ceased her objections. However, she still wished to remind Galot, as she had always been stern yet soft-hearted towards this little sister. Just as Galot was about to leap for joy, she hurriedly leaned closer to the telephone bug. Sister Wanda, you go ahead. You may go to sea, but you must ensure your safety and maintain contact with the telephone bug every week. I will help you inform your family, and once I relay the message, we can discuss further using the telephone bug. All right, thank you, Your Grace. Thank you, Sister Wanda. Well then, let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Galot joyfully embraced Karina, cheering loudly. Woohoo! Yay! Thank goodness Your Grace is here. Otherwise, I would have surely been scolded by Sister Wanda. Galota, even if you're allowed to go to sea, you must remember that your primary task is to protect yourself. Also, you must obey and not act independently. Otherwise, we will send you back. Okay, Sister Karina, I understand. That's wonderful. Just as Galot was about to jump with excitement, she immediately halted upon hearing Karina's serious tone. After promising, she resumed her jubilant cheer. Her curiosity was boundless, and she longed for freedom and adventure. However, due to her age and the isolation of her environment, she was more afraid of being scolded by Wanda and the others, which left her with a desire for adventure but lacking the courage to act. Jerry's arrival marked an opportunity. Both Duke Inland and Chief Viper had shown goodwill towards their group. Moreover, after spending several days together, they had come to understand the nature of this group. Otherwise, Duke Inland would not have easily agreed and made such a statement. Additionally, Jerry seemed to always produce carrots, and the stories he told captivated Galot deeply. Galot, you've truly stepped out of your comfort zone. I almost wish I could join you. Seeing the little rabbit so thrilled, Jerry could only remark that she was still too young. Continuing their journey, the boat sailed with the currents. After a few days of life on the water, Galot gazed at the endless ocean daily, and her initial excitement had diminished significantly. Upon hearing Joe's mention their imminent arrival at the next island, she regained her energy. While on the boat, Galot mostly played with Coda, either pestering Jerry for stories or mingling with Karina. Although Joe's also told adventure tales, they were evidently not as captivating as Jerry's. When Jerry was in high spirits, he would weave tales from his past life as novels, and after his adaptation, they became thrilling and unpredictable. Even the others would be drawn in, captivated by his fanciful narratives. At the outset of the tale, he invariably clarifies that it is merely a legend, recounted by others or transmitted through obscure means, leaving the audience uncertain whether his narrative is rooted in truth or mere fabrication. On this particularly radiant day, sunlight cascades like molten gold upon the ocean's surface, as the waves undulate in a dance of shimmering light, resembling vibrant silks in motion. There lies a vessel ahead, devoid of the fabled pirate flag you mentioned, drawing closer to us. With nothing to occupy him, Jaluot ascended the lofty lookout tower, binoculars in hand, scanning the horizon. Upon spotting something, he leaned down and bellowed to the crew on deck before leaping down. A ship? The crew quickly gathered, and after seizing the binoculars, Sickerer gazed into the distance. Indeed, there was no flag, and figures could be seen on the deck, also observing us. Oh, it is our acquaintance. After scrutinizing for a moment to confirm he was not mistaken, Sickerer exclaimed with glee. The skeletal man danced with excitement, yet refrained from revealing the identity of their familiar, leaving Josie in suspense as he snatched the binoculars away. Who is it? Woles? The lady and Ace? Oh, it is indeed them. Upon hearing the names uttered by Josie, Jerry blinked in surprise. What a serendipitous encounter in such a vast ocean. It seems the other party initially recognized Jerry, who was always fishing at the bow, prompting them to approach from afar. As they drew near, Ace bounded onto the deck with a flourish. Jerry stepped forward, clapped him on the shoulder, and feigned astonishment, theatrically exclaiming, "Ace, it's been a while. Have you become so timid as to not even fly the pirate flag?" Greetings, everyone. It is you who are timid. Using your own words, I am here incognito. Meow. Spotting the long-missed warmth of the hearth, Kadaisi nestled at Ace's feet, while Josie and Sickerer came over to greet him. Ace, unchanged with his freckles, was not bare-chested, but rather donned the attire of an ordinary person. Is that so? So he circled around to the territory of the Dama pirate crew? Otherwise, why do you think the Dama did not pursue you? Moreover, Kaido is also searching for you. Hearing Ace's words, Jerry fell into contemplation, realizing that his inadvertent return to the Whitebeard pirate crew's waters rendered it imprudent for Dama to send someone after him. However, the power dynamics of a new world are complex, and Jerry had never paid much attention. Thus, he could not discern which territory belonged to whom, especially since they had been aimlessly drifting. Who cares about her? We are merely on a standard voyage. Ignoring Jerry's notion of a standard voyage, Ace turned to Karina and Jaluot and inquired, "Are these your new companions?" "Indeed, this is Karina, our new cook, though she merely reheats dishes and hardly uses salt or water." Dear lady, do not glare at me. I did not speak of you." Pointing to Karina, Jerry carelessly mentioned her role, only to notice the lady on the opposite ship glaring at him, prompting him to hastily defend himself. The lady was unimpressed by his excuse, feigning anger as she scolded, "You young rascal, you better not be talking about me." After a shrug, Jerry noticed the eager gaze of Jaluot and resignedly stated, "This little rabbit, Jaluot, is our lookout." "How delightful. I'm a lookout." Upon hearing her title and not merely a reserve member, Jaluot rejoiced immensely. Greeting. I am Ace, a former companion of theirs. "Hello." After exchanging pleasantries, Ace expressed curiosity about the exploits of Jerry and his crew since their separation. DUC, noticing his attire and then glancing at their vessel, asked, "Ace, what brings you here?" "Oh right, almost forgot. You all should hurry and replace the sails. Do not fly the pirate flag." "All right." Although the crew was uncertain of his intentions, they complied readily. Once swiftly accomplished, the group reconvened, casting puzzled glances at Ace. Sickerer could not contain his curiosity and directly asked, "Boss Ace, what is happening?" The situation is as follows. Ahead lies the island governed by the Whitebeard pirate crew, Dewey Island. On this island resides a family that, many years ago, formed a bond with Whitebeard, having shared drinks and raised their cups in camaraderie. They are considered recognized members, and upon returning to this island, they took advantage of the protection offered by the Whitebeard pirate flag and began to flourish about a decade ago. He is known for his sense of justice and gratitude, adhering to the regulations of the Whitebeard pirate crew and dutifully submitting a portion of his earnings. However, several months ago, the patriarch passed away, and his successor, his son Keobode, appears to have begun tampering with the established order, no longer adhering to the rules. Upon receiving intel, Ace, a recently promoted and proactive 2nd Division captain, volunteered to take charge of the situation. He believed that, for now, there were only scant rumors and whispers, and he wished to conduct a covert investigation to gather sufficient evidence before deciding on a course of action. Hence, on the way here, he removed the pirate flag and altered his appearance. After Ace's explanation, the crew finally grasped the situation. Clenching her fists and placing them upon her chest, Jayaluyot's eyes sparkled, as if she sensed the thrill of adventure. "Oh, that sounds exhilarating. Jayaluyot, no wandering off. Once we reach the island, stay close to me." Understood, Sister Karina. Sensing Jayaluyot's excitement, Karina affectionately ruffled her little head, though inwardly, she also felt a surge of exhilaration. This sounds like a situation involving a wealthy and unruly lord who has lost track of the rules. Treasure, there must be treasure this time. As she contemplated this, her eyes gradually transformed into the shape of coins. "Hey, you aren't much better. You clearly seem to be scheming something as well." Gyosi slapped his forehead. Feeling a twinge of headache, Karina, who was reprimanding Jayaluyot for her lack of awareness, appeared equally naive. Their eager expressions elicited laughter from Ace, who exclaimed, "Ha! Your new companions are indeed full of vitality." Of course, their current state is one where their little heads are filled with grand daydreams. Jerry shrugged and pouted, stating, understanding Ace's mission and plan, the crew promptly donned disguises, with Gyosi even assisting Ace in refining his ideas. After reaching an agreement, the island soon came into view. Dewey Island was a thriving town, bustling with life. The port was alive with voices, and the bars, casinos, and colorful commercial streets were vibrant, housing many industries that could incite various desires. With the Whitebeard flag flying, the world government and Navy had no jurisdiction here. Occasionally, the Navy might stop for supplies, but generally, they maintained a mutual respect and left each other undisturbed. Around noon, the group strolled through the streets, opting not to walk together for the sake of convenience. Ace, accompanied by members of the Whitebeard pirate crew, and Gyosi, pretended to be rough characters with cargo. Meanwhile, Jerry, along with Sikarer, Karina, and Jayaluyot, masqueraded as ordinary travelers. Today marks the annual celebration on the island, commemorating the day many years ago when the KO boat family, after hoisting the white-bearded flag, flourished and led the community towards a prosperous life. Every year, the island is adorned with vibrant decorations, creating a lively atmosphere filled with various promotions in bars and shops, as well as complimentary chips and gifts in the casinos. This grand celebration draws a diverse crowd of commoners, merchants, pirates, and Navy personnel from the surrounding waters. Therefore, the arrival of their group onto the island at this moment not only feels fitting, but also harmonious with the occasion. Wow, how lively it is! And look at all this delicious food. Garot, clad in a large cloak that obscures most of her features, gazes at the bustling crowd on the streets, her mouth watering at the sight of an array of colorful snacks lining the road. Though she has a fondness for carrots, it does not mean she only craves them. She occasionally yearns for other delights, such as sweets. Turning to her companion, Kalina, she notices her friend is quite busy. Along their journey, Kalina, with a keen eye, has pilfered several wallets from passing pirates, particularly those who appear rather unsightly and boastful, and is currently in high spirits. Noticing Garrett's gaze, Kalina, feeling pleased, invites her to indulge in the culinary delights. Following behind them, Jiruei and Sikarer join in the feast, with Sikarer occasionally darting off to strike up conversations, gleaning useful information from the casual remarks of passers-by. Jiruei, feigning bewilderment, activates his observation abilities, listening intently to the various dialogues around him as he gathers snippets of gossip while seeking amusement. At that moment, a young couple, either locals or visitors, leisurely strolls by. As they pass a restaurant, the woman exclaims, "It smells wonderful." That the gentleman, ever the gentleman, replies, "If you like it, we can walk by the restaurant again." The woman rolls her eyes, shaking her head as she responds, "All right, dear, will you hit me after we get married? If you like, I can learn too." The man pauses, his expression puzzled, yet he smiles. The woman, incredulous, shrieks in disbelief and runs into an alley, exclaiming, "Ah, I like you indeed. Wait, I was thinking of changing my hairstyle, but it seems you prefer me like this. Darling, wait for me." The man, bewildered by her sudden declaration, hastily follows her. Jirue, enjoying the unfolding drama, finds it amusing but has grown accustomed to such spectacles. After all, with his heightened perception, he has encountered an abundance of gossip, both trivial and substantial. Ignoring the couple, Jirue shifts his focus to the myriad of rumors and tidbits circulating on the island. Within the largest casino, a Navy lieutenant is reveling in his luck amidst the jubilant chaos of the celebration. He feels particularly fortunate today, having already accrued significant winnings. Though it still does not suffice to clear his previous debts, the excited lieutenant envisions that if he continues winning at this rate, he might pay off his debts and even amass wealth. However, unbeknownst to him, Boat, the casino owner, is observing him from a distance, smirking as he discreetly signals to his heavily made-up, portly female assistant. Understanding his cue, she glances at the oblivious naval officer and proceeds to arrange various matters. Sir, pardon my interruption. On this festive day, we are pleased to offer you a complimentary drink. Several servers approach with a cart, distributing an array of cocktails. One server lifts a glass and respectfully presents it to the lieutenant. Very good. Ha, your service is impeccable, he exclaims. Thank you for your kind words. It is our duty, the server replies with a slight bow, standing by the lieutenant, ready to assist further. Come on, let's keep this going. I bet I'm big. Let's double down. The crowd around the table, eager to join the lieutenant's fervor, places their bets alongside him. Bet confirmed. Roll. The dealer glances at the server, subtly nodding before revealing the dice. I apologize, but it appears you have lost. What? Impossible. The crowd erupts in disbelief, frustration evident on their faces. The lieutenant pounds the table in anger, his fists clenched. Shortly after, under the guise of strategy, the lieutenant quickly loses all his chips. Stunned and in disbelief, he realizes these were his hopes of a comeback, having gambled on credit once more. With a flicker of dismay in his eyes, the lieutenant picks up a nearby glass and takes a sip. Ugh, this tastes worse than urine. You are clearly cheating. Fake liquor. Outrageous. Bring your boss here. With a crash, he shatters the glass, rising in a fit of rage. Although he lacks evidence, his losses, aside from a few fortunate bets, make him feel utterly wronged. The crowd, hearing the commotion, instinctively steps back, forming a circle around the spectacle, as sometimes watching the drama is more captivating than the game itself. Sir, if you intend to act dishonestly, we may have a problem, the dealer replies calmly, accustomed to such outbursts from Navy. He then gestures to the server with a knowing glance. The officer is well aware that this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. However, consumed by anger, his face reddens as he glares. What? Are you trying to threaten me? You think you can make a fortune, Lieutenant? Did you not win anything today? Before the dealer could respond, a peculiar voice interrupts, and the crowd parts to reveal a muscular man dressed flamboyantly in a floral suit and adorned with a rooster mask. Striding confidently forward, Brother Shanji, the dealer and servers greet him with respectful bows. Brother Shanji, known as Boat, waves his hand as he approaches the gambling table, addressing the Navy lieutenant. Huh, Brother Shanji? Is the local gang homeshing? Jirue, watching from a corner, turns to Sika and inquires. Hey, are you the boss? The one called Boat? I've been playing here for a while, and I haven't won a thing. Upon his arrival, the lieutenant bangs the table, seemingly demanding an explanation. Butiava profila, Liotan. Please do not disturb our other guests. If you no longer wish to play, kindly settle your debts from the past few months, including what you owe for today. Glancing at the chaotic scene of the table, Boat frowns slightly. Although he uses polite terms, his tone is icy as he gestures to his assistant. The assistant steps forward, retrieving the prepared bill from her bag and presenting it to the lieutenant. Narrowing his eyes, the lieutenant feels increasingly displeased at the casino owner's disdainful demeanor. He snatches the paper, glancing at it before attempting to dispute the amount. Hey, what are you trying to do? I don't know this much. What? Has the officer forgotten just how generous he can be? Humph. The money lost due to your trickery is of no concern to you. After the lieutenant's words, he disdainfully tossed the bill aside, making his stance clear. Oh, you should think this through. This is not a place where you can carelessly evade your debts. I trust you recognize this flag, do you not? Clenching his fists with a crackling sound, Boat gestured for him to take note of the white-bearded pirate flag hanging in the center of the casino. Well, Whitebeard, I am a naval officer. Do you dare? Bang! Before the lieutenant could finish his sentence, Boat launched a quick assault, sending him crashing to the ground. How dare you act so arrogantly on Whitebeard's territory? Take him away. The injured officer had no chance to struggle as a swarm of waiters bound him and dragged him out of the casino. What a great profit! Ladies and gentlemen, this was merely an entertainment segment of our establishment. I hope it did not disturb anyone. Today is a grand celebration, and I hope all of you enjoy yourselves and, like me, earn a fortune. Oh, observing the renewed excitement among the gamblers, Boat grinned, satisfied as he vanished into the casino with two middle-aged women, whose appearances had seen better days. Is this the target of Ace? The taste seems rather extravagant. Witnessing the entire event, Jerry quietly remarked to Scar, "Oh, haha. Shall we continue? Let us go find Karina and the others. They must be having a blast by now. Oh, wait for me to exchange my chips for cash." Clutching a small pile of chips, Scar made his way toward the exchange counter. Gazing at the approaching dusk, the two proceeded in the direction of the neighboring commercial district as agreed. Meanwhile, after a few hours of inquiries, Ace finally found a local thug leader and discreetly expressed his possession of goods. Dressed in a disguise that was popular due to the festivities, Ace was led into a newly opened bar adorned with colorful neon lights. Perhaps due to the early hour, the bar was sparsely populated, filled only with a few disheartened regulars or men who had sent their families to partake in the ongoing celebration. Though few in number, they were quite boisterous, as patrons of such places tend to engage in lively conversation, with topics ranging from war, politics, to piracy. Despite being a thug leader, G&A appeared to be struggling, casually selecting a seat in the bar and declaring, "Hee hee, treat me to a drink first. Drink up, let's enjoy together." Not particularly skilled in acting, Ace managed to maintain his facade thanks to the mask. After quickly downing a few drinks, G&A began to vent his frustrations. "Kid, you've come to the right person, but if this were a few years ago, finding me would have been useless. Why? Is it true that someone with your connection struggles? It's not that I can't manage. It's just that this island was once under the control of the old man Killboat, not the current young master Killboat. Is there a difference?" Noticing that this thug leader seemed familiar with local affairs, Ace continued to engage in conversation. Perhaps having a couple of drinks loosened his tongue, or maybe he simply longed to chat after not having done so for a while. When he saw Ace's interest, he began to spill forth. Of course, the old man KO boat is quite the traditional pirate. Though he claims to be a pirate, he adheres to a code of ethics. After fortuitously forming an alliance with Whitebeard, he raised that flag, reputed to be worth millions of elite fighters. Thereafter, he began to grow stronger. And the good news is that the people on this island gradually prospered. As long as one is willing to work, there's a guarantee of some income. However, for those of us in this line of work, bad news followed swiftly. Due to Whitebeard's rules, Old Man Keoboat established this regulation, banning certain activities. He even eliminated quick cash enterprises like smuggling and slave trading. From G&A's recounting, Ace learned that this island had once been quite prosperous in the nearby seas. In the past, Dewey Island boasted a vibrant array of transactions and entertainment, including smuggling, slave trading, underground fighting, casinos, circus performances, and concerts. The resulting influx of visitors significantly boosted the development of hotels, restaurants, and specialty businesses on the island. However, the prevalence of illicit industries also led to a high crime rate, leaving residents living in fear. With the rise of Old Master KO Boat, many dark industries were eradicated, leaving only legitimate fighting arenas, casinos, and venues for circuses and concerts. Since he brought with him Whitebeard's flag, the local thugs dared not resist. Even if they did, they would be swiftly suppressed, and even the world government and navy would not dare to interfere in this matter. The reformed island remains bustling and lively, and the ordinary citizens are, of course, pleased to live peaceful and prosperous lives. Only those who had previously thrived in the shadows now lead mundane lives filled with melancholy. G&A is one such individual, perhaps because he once held the position of a thug leader, leveraging various connections to experience a brief peak. He is now haunted by the stark contrast of his current situation. Times have changed. I have found new channels for such things. Hee, would you like some? Thank you, but I'm not interested. Ace waved off the marbles that G&A eagerly offered after his complaints, yet he mentally noted this detail. Raising his glass, the two clinked them together, and Ace continued to inquire, "What rules have the current successor amended?" Another drink, please." G&A's face flushed as he raised his glass to signal Ace, then added, "Since Brother Mountain Chicken, that is, young Master Killboat, took charge, everything has returned to normal. Smuggling and slavery can be traded as long as you have them. However, to continue flying that flag, none of this can be made public. Oh, by the way, you mentioned you have goods. What exactly are they?" A glint sparked in Ace's eyes, which he quickly concealed as he rummaged in his pocket, extending his hand toward G&A while glancing around before whispering, "I have scales, want some? Where those?" G&A, slightly tipsy, stared blankly at the scales in Ace's palm, momentarily unable to comprehend. Noticing his lack of recognition, Ace leaned in closer and whispered, "Mermaid." "Oh, what did you say?" "Shoo." At that moment, G&A snapped to attention, nearly shouting, and Ace quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. "Oh, you mean the most famous one from the Mermaid Cafe on Fisherman Island? Is this for real? You must be joking. See for yourself." Ace extended his other hand, revealing a photograph of a mermaid. "Is this for real?" It looks more genuine than pearls. Receiving Ace's affirmative response, GNA rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his excitement. A beautiful mermaid is a rare treasure that can fetch over tens of millions in this corner of the world. If it reaches Sabati Archipelago, it would be extraordinary, with countless nobles, including the celestial dragons, willing to pay a fortune for it. Certainly, the photograph in Ace's hands is related to the Scaruto connection, sent over by friends from Fishman Island after some inquiries. The scales were obtained by Jerry, who bravely ventured into the sea to catch a large fish. How about it? My friend, it is due to my lack of connections that I sought you out after extensive inquiries. Furthermore, having once owed a debt to the Whitebeard pirates, I am reluctant to act against my principles. Thus, I find myself in a predicament. Ace quietly confided in GNA. The ruffian leader did not question this narrative, especially as he was on the verge of a lucrative opportunity, his excitement palpable. Nonsense about principles. Whitebeard himself is a pirate, indulging in plunder and destruction. The only difference is his greater strength. Otherwise, what sets him apart from someone like me? Since you have so many difficulties, leave it to me. Casting him a glance, Ace decided to remember this for future reckoning. After the deal is completed, we will split it 70-30, with me taking the larger share. What? I am the one bringing the goods. Do you have any connections? I have to navigate various risks and forge these relationships, yet you seek to profit from it. Well, I suppose I have confidence in the goods. The price will undoubtedly be steep. Ace rolled his eyes at the greedy ruffian, feigning reluctant acquiescence. Hey, now that you mention it, I am somewhat eager. However, such a substantial transaction requires Master KO Boat to set the price. Is that so? When can we meet him? Ace inquired nonchalantly. As this arrangement suited their plans perfectly, they intended to seize the opportunity to approach Kibot. It is likely we will have to wait until the celebration concludes. The festivities today present a tremendous opportunity for profit that he would not miss. Of course, regarding the mermaid, he will certainly arrange it promptly after the celebration. After all, I have never encountered someone as purely driven by the desire for wealth as he is. Prepare the goods and await my notification. GNA was eager to arrange the shipment immediately, but the decision was not in his hands. Thus, he could only agree on a meeting place with Ace and notify him later. Afterward, it was rare for Ace to settle the payment, and once they parted ways, each began their own arrangements. Jerry and Scar found Kalina and Garat at the concert site, unaware of how Kalina managed to get on stage, dazzling in her glamorous makeup as she performed 2 songs. Kalina had been stealthily exploring the wallets of various seemingly affluent merchants and unscrupulous pirates, reveling in her luck, and inadvertently blended into the backstage area. When questioned by the manager about her purpose, she smoothly claimed to be there for a part-time job, which allowed her to take the stage, and fortunately, her talents prevented any suspicion. Garat looked on in awe, admiration in his eyes, perhaps because such performances were rare in Zoe, or perhaps because many young girls yearn for such dazzling moments. Let us go eat something first. I suspect action will commence shortly. Upon Kalina's return, observing the darkening sky, Jerry called out. After all, both he and Scar had gathered substantial information, and the number of people on that side was considerable, so it should be about time. After dining, Jerry and the others sought out Ace, and upon their convergence, they exchanged information, combining their respective knowledge. Along with the specific transaction details relayed by the ruffian, they began their preparations. At midnight, as the celebration concluded, the performance venues and commercial streets were deserted, with crowds of locals and visitors either retreating to rest or continuing with other nighttime activities. In a quiet area of the town center, away from residential districts and bar streets, the space was eerily still, as if time had come to a standstill. With only a gentle breeze wafting through, the sound of wheels rolling echoed clearly from a distance. Disguised Ace and Jerry, leading the shackled voles and several similarly attired subordinates from the Whitebeard pirates, were pushing a covered cart. Beneath the canvas lay a large, square silhouette resembling a box or cage. GNA, who had been lurking in the alley, emerged from the shadows with a few of his men, approaching Ace and the others. As both parties drew near and halted, GNA and Ace stepped forward to meet. How is it? Where's KO Boat? He has not arrived yet, but I notified him earlier. Your goods are in order, correct? Certainly. Well then, I must see them with my own eyes first. The seemingly cautious GNA insisted on inspecting the goods and then stepped toward the cart. Wow, you even have a fisherman slave? Impressive. As he approached, GNA disregarded Jerry and the others, directly lifting one side of the canvas, his eyes widening in disbelief. Hey, are you joking? What is this? What do you mean joking? ISNT this a mermaid? The ruffian's reaction was entirely as Ace and the others had anticipated. He scratched his head and feigned innocence, turning in disbelief towards Ace. His face reflected a mix of incredulity and disbelief. Jin'e took 2 steps back and produced the photograph Ace had given him, tossing it onto the ground without needing to compare further. You got to be kidding. This is clearly a deception. They are entirely different. Are you blind? This is evidently the same person, merely a bit older now. Jerry, maintaining a serious demeanor, absurdly insisted. Yet, within the cage on the cart sat Aunt Bancy, dressed in a mermaid swimsuit with a tail fin accessory that mimicked the appearance of a mermaid, creating a striking illusion. Upon hearing Jerry's defense, Jin'e glanced at the overly adorned Aunt Bancy, whose middle-aged appearance was accentuated by heavy makeup and bright red lips. He then looked at the photograph on the ground, depicting a vibrant and youthful mermaid, covering his forehead as he stumbled back and collapsed onto the ground. Jin'e, as if physically drained, sat there, trembling fingers pointing at Ace as he shouted, "You're not trying to set me up, are you? This is outrageous. This is fraud." "No, she's the very same person in the photograph, is she not?" In response to Jin'e's accusations, Ace feigned innocence, echoing Jerry's earlier claims, pointing to Bancy as the fish. They had no other choice, due to the internal mission of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace did not wish to involve Kalina in a risky endeavor. Thus, it fell upon the only female present from their crew, Aunt Bancy, to impersonate the mermaid. To achieve realism, she had to embody the appearance of an older mermaid who had transitioned from a tail to legs. Jin'e, whose hands trembled not only from fear but also from disbelief, struggled to maintain his composure, his voice sharp as he pointed at Ace and the others, accusing, You are deceitful liars, aren't you? You don't even blink while lying? You're going to get me killed. Boss, this joke has gone too far. Think of something." The ruffian's younger brother, who had followed Jin'e, was also alarmed upon seeing the mermaid on the cart. Just as they were in a frenzy, a strange yet excited voice emerged from behind them. Everyone turned to see Killboat approaching, accompanied by his 2 middle-aged female assistants and several subordinates, tossing gold coins in the air as he leisurely approached. "How is it? My mermaid is here, is she not?" From a distance, he spotted the scene and quickened his pace, inquiring as he walked. Upon hearing the sound, Gina sprang up like a coiled spring and dashed towards Killboat, attempting to obstruct his line of sight in a bid to secure his own survival. "Yes, Brother Shanji, however, there's a slight issue. Allow me to explain." "What question?" he retorted dismissively. Due to his towering height, Killboat stood, well, over Gina, fixating his gaze intently on the prison cage as he forcefully shoved aside the ruffians in his path. "Could it be that she is, My apologies. Brother Shanji, please listen to me." Gina, still desperately trying to salvage his situation even after being pushed aside, found his words interrupted once more. Suddenly, Killboat clasped his hands over his thundering heart, as if unable to contain the rapid beating. "This is the true mermaid. Oh, my heart, struck by an arrow, this damned indescribable beauty." Not only Gina, but also Jerry, Ace, and even Bungshi, along with the crew and the ruffians present, were utterly astonished. "Are you certain? Is your vision impaired?" Jerry, standing beside the cart, incredulously inquired, only to be met with a thud on the back of his head from Bungshi, who had wielded something from behind him. When a man is in the presence of the woman he adores, even if his eyesight falters, it hardly becomes a significant issue. I have never encountered such a stunning mermaid," Killboat replied absent-mindedly to Jerry, as he once again became ensnared in his own world. "Moments latte." He turned to Ace and declared, "Kid, her ownership lies with you, does it not? I want her. There is no need for any commercial channels. She is mine." With fervent eyes, Killboat wore a serious expression, embodying the resolute demeanor of a domineering CO, leaving Ace and the others in a state of bewilderment. This elaborate scheme was devised by Duosi, and until now, everything had proceeded smoothly. Yet, the current turn of events was unforeseen by all. You do not intend to propose any conditions, do you? Do not put on this act. You should be grateful that his preference leans towards older women. Just smile. That's all you need to do. Understand?" Observing the peculiar expressions on Jerry and the others, as well as Ace's hesitation, Gina sprinted over and, with a fierce whisper, urged Ace to smile and agree. This was a golden opportunity to reclaim his life and strike it rich. Gina's heart raced with excitement. Coughing lightly, Ace addressed Killboat. "Ahem. Boss, I have a word with her?" Go ahead. Make the introduction quickly. I can hardly wait to converse with my mermaid," Killboat replied, waving him off. "Just a moment," Killboat said, and with that, Ace turned to walk towards the rear. Alongside Jerry, he approached the cage and quietly conferred with the older woman. Hey, Jerry, what is this development? Duosi never mentioned anything like this. For now, let us proceed with the transaction. It won't have much impact. After contemplating, Jerry responded to Ace and then turned to Bungshi. What do you think? Are you considering it? It was apparent that he genuinely valued you. Get lost, you brat. I could never be interested in such a flamboyant fool. Just look at his ridiculous face. If I were to find someone, I would prefer a mature and composed gentleman like Whitebeard. Indeed, Kobo was not wearing the rooster mask he donned at the casino. Yet his face was adorned with thick yellow hair, leading Jerry to suggest that his nickname Shanji might be better suited as San Huangji. Very well. Then you wait and see how things unfold. We already possess sufficient information, but acquiring more would be even better. After a brief exchange, Ace returned to the forefront and nodded at Kobo. My dear, greetings. We shall soon be together. In high spirits, Kobo greeted the older woman with laughter and gestured to his assistant. Following the specifications of a premier young mermaid, Kobo readily offered a substantial box of berries. This is a splendid transaction. Should you have more exquisite goods in the future, feel free to return anytime. As the trade concluded, Kobo extended his hand. The two shook hands, and Ace seized the opportunity to inquire, May I ask, what type of slaves do you typically trade? Oh, it seems you have some stock then. Most of mine are slaves that can circulate through regular channels, such as pirates or residents from non-allied nations of the world government. Naturally, I would also acquire rare races like mermaids. Still riding the wave of excitement, Kobo explained to Ace, then turned and walked towards the circus's base. Follow me. A moment later, they entered a spacious performance hall, which was shrouded in darkness, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. A gleam flashed in Jerry's eyes as he discerned the situation, simultaneously noticing that many local thugs had gathered outside. Following Kobo's signal, the assistant illuminated the surrounding lights. Ace had sensed something unusual upon entering, but only now did he witness it firsthand. The expansive space was cluttered with various circus props, and along the perimeter were layers of assorted iron cages. The sheer number of cages, numbering in the hundreds, housed both ferocious beasts intended for circus acts and human slaves of varying ages, from the elderly to the young, to preserve the value of the slaves. The elderly were few, with the majority being youthful or even juvenile. These slaves appeared to have been brutally mistreated, starved into submission, their lifeless eyes fixated on the crowd. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Ace feigned curiosity and asked, Isn't it problematic to have such blatant captivity here? Not at all. The circus performs normally, and with more cages housing wild beasts, no one will come to check the backstage. Are you not concerned about conducting slave trade on Whitebeard's territory? Won't they come after you? I've never shared a drink with them. It was my old man who did that, not me. Besides, that old era should come to an end. Eager to showcase his accomplishments to outsiders, Kobo spoke with great enthusiasm. Jerry rolled his eyes, wondering if Brother Shanji had already defeated Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Hearing Kobo's boastful proclamations, Ace closed his eyes momentarily to compose himself, then continued, So, you are currently, though that flag is still quite useful, it does carry some risks. Therefore, I predominantly acquire high-value slaves. Otherwise, the risk would not be worth it. Since the topic had been broached, Ace chose to delve deeper. Using your flag implies a debt of gratitude. Do you not intend to uphold any sense of loyalty? Loyalty? The methods of old-school pirates do not necessarily apply today, nor do they suit me. The times have changed. The old-timers who cling to that way are either dead or half dead. I will not be deceived by Roger's tales of seeking some One Piece. For me, that illusory treasure pales in comparison to my substantial business. As long as I navigate all avenues and diligently conduct my affairs, my wealth will multiply endlessly. Those patrons are more than willing to shower me with gold. Perhaps influenced by his father's incessant talks of righteousness, Kobo found himself salivating at the mention of such virtues. After a brief pause, Ace resumed the conversation. However, your actions are tantamount to a direct affront to the Whitebeard. If you were to learn of this, I fear you would not escape unscathed. And what of it? On this island, it is not he who decides my fate. You, Ace, about to delve deeper, was abruptly interrupted by Kobo. Kid, from the outset, you've been mentioning Whitebeard. You're one of them, aren't you? Has my cover been blown? You certainly have a knack for timing. Go. Observing Ace's lack of denial, Kobo, though not intimidated, decided it prudent to retreat and seek reinforcements, as his superior had recently left with his subordinates. Outside, His men received orders and surged from various passages like ravenous wolves, ready to pounce on Ace and his companions. KO Boat intended to slip away amidst the chaos, but turned to find Jirue already standing behind him. Glancing at both Jirue and Ace, he opted to dash sideways. "I'll handle this. You all deal with them," Ace shouted, intercepting KO Boat and directing Jirue and the others, including Daosi and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, to engage the remaining foes. Jirue contemplated this, acknowledging that it was his mission boss, and thus refrained from contesting. He turned toward the outer iron cage. Roar! The local gang's lackey opened the cage, unleashing a large beast. "Go! Kill them!" The lackey, brimming with pride, failed to anticipate that the beast would lunge at him first. Is he lacking in common sense? This is clearly an untamed creature. While Jirue thought the lackey had some semblance of wit, he was evidently short-sighted, failing to consider whether the beast would heed his commands. After dispatching the lackey, the beast turned its attention towards the cage containing humans, eager to wreak further havoc. Jirue swiftly appeared before it, extending his right hand. Roar! The beast, a large tiger with elongated fangs, glanced down at Jirue and let out a thunderous roar before lunging forward. "What? Do you think you can feast at a buffet? Seat?" Jirue's eyes narrowed, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which momentarily stilled the tiger, causing it to halt abruptly and obediently lie down before him, emitting a low whimper. "Oh, what? How can he so easily tame the beasts we've captured?" This scene left Keobo's subordinates in stunned silence, their initial charge transforming into a hasty retreat. Too fearful to approach Jirue, ignoring the lackeys who dared encircle but not engage him, Jirue activated his observation haki and approached the iron cage, prying open its bars to liberate the civilian slaves, excluding the criminals. At this moment, Bongshi dashing on the cart, along with surrounding crew members, including Woliasai, broke free from their shackles and retrieved numerous weapons from Bongshi's cage, joining the fray. The other crew members entering from outside directly charged at the enemy. Kalina's eyes sparkled as she dashed into the arena, seizing the box of berries from their earlier transaction. Jirue plunged into the throng, showcasing the prowess of her fur tribe as a natural warrior. Adorned with sharp gloves, she unleashed electrical currents, striking at a speed beyond the reaction time of ordinary individuals, effortlessly dispatching the lackeys. As she flickered in and out of sight, her strikes were unfailingly precise. Though not fatal, they left her adversaries bleeding profusely and incapacitated. Daosi and Sika adeptly managed the scene with Kadaz, having encountered many such foes on their journey. "Brother Shanji, are you planning to profit under the Whitebeard's flag, while secretly aligning with another?" Ace confronted Keobo, effortlessly dispatching the lackeys that continued to assault him. "Ha ha! There's no need for such fixation on a flag. Be it pirates, navy, or even celestial dragons, it's all the same. Hey, never mind. No need to discuss this further. It seems I've inadvertently stepped into a trap." Keobo recalled the uncanny coincidence of Whitebeard's men arriving just days after his intended ally had departed with his subordinates. What a lucrative turn of events this has become, bringing forth such formidable figures. "You're a Fire Fist Ace, are you not?" Upon witnessing Ace eliminate his subordinates with overwhelming flames, Keobo recognized his opponent's identity. Without denial, Ace tore away his disguise. "Indeed, you would do well to surrender and accompany me back to confess your crimes. Perhaps there remains a chance for your survival." "Ha ha ha, confess? I merely strive to conduct my business. How is that a crime? Whitebeard is merely a powerful criminal. What right does he have to judge me?" Even in isolation, Keobo felt no remorse for his ambitions and actions. At least my father valued righteousness and did not harm innocents, traffic in drugs, or engage in the slave trade like you. There is no point in debating this. Either you return with me, or I will incapacitate you and bring you back. Clenching his fists, Ace stepped closer, presenting Keobo with a choice. "What good is this talk? Want to soar into the skies? Be my guest. Why not all ascend together?" Keobo, however, wore a frenzied expression, laughing maniacally as he produced a small remote control, raising it with a sense of impending doom. The female assistant trailing behind cried out in alarm. "Boss, no!" Confused, Ace halted in his tracks, blinking in bewilderment. "What is that?" This is a device that can send everything on the island skyward." Seizing the moment, Keobo attempted to outline his leverage before negotiating. "What do you think? A weapon of mass destruction that concerns all the civilians on the island, even your own lives. I believe we can have a discussion, provided you allow me to leave. I promise never to return or touch a single thing here." "Wow, how impressive. I want to see." Ace tilted his head, still uncertain about how to respond, only to see Galuot suddenly appear, snatching the remote and curiously examining it. The middle-aged assistant, now in a panic, shouted to the girl, "You mustn't press anything. That's the control switch for a bomb. If it's activated, the island will explode and be utterly destroyed." "Oh, I understand." Galuot nodded at the assistant and rejoined the fray against the lackeys. Meanwhile, Ace, hearing the assistant's words and gazing at the now frantic Cowboat, narrowed his eyes as flames ignited in his hands. "It appears you shall not escape easily. Fire Fist." With a furious roar, Ace unleashed his long-awaited fire attack once more. Cowboat displayed a defeated expression, having just revealed his trump card without the intention of using it immediately, hoping instead to negotiate for some opportunities. However, before he could revel in his moment of confidence, a little girl, who appeared out of nowhere, snatched away his secret weapon, forcing him to confront Ace's onslaught directly. What a colossal loss! This venture yielded no profit. Inuter desperation, Cowboat hastily evading Atz's strike, touching the singed hair on his face. He glanced at his retreating subordinates and the slaves being liberated, realizing he had no leverage left and no escape route. Ace, undeterred by his initial miss, soared into the air to continue his pursuit. After exchanging a few blows with Cowboat, Ace landed a powerful hit that sent Cowboat reeling. Despite being betrayed by an unknown organization, the fact that they sought him out indicated he possessed considerable strength. Casting a lingering glance at the matronly Banshee, Cowboat retrieved a remote control, gripping it tightly in his hand. It seemed he had no choice but to gamble everything on this moment. Seizing the opportunity created by their brief separation, he leaped backward and pressed one of the buttons. At that instant, he was propelled backward, soaring through the venue's main entrance, where thick metal plates began to rise and seal all openings. Thinking of escaping? Ace, who followed closely behind, was halted, intending to carve a path through, only to be taken by surprise as torrents of water cascaded from above. A doorway suddenly opened in the left wall, unleashing a deluge. Unprepared, Ace was swept away, his body weakening as he realized it was seawater. "Jerry, go!" As if anticipating Ace's call, Jerry manipulated the torrents of water, forming a colossal, swirling sphere in the center of the arena. "All right, I'll leave this to you. Break." Boom! With all the seawater redirected by Jerry, Ace turned and shattered the wall, dashing away. The remaining henchmen were startled by the massive water sphere above, only to find countless droplets shooting forth from it towards them. Cries of agony echoed as every last one of the henchmen fell to the ground. Standing amidst the chaos were only Jerry, members of the Whitebeard pirates, and the rescued civilian slaves. With the battle concluded on their end, Jerry addressed the Whitebeard crew, instructing them to handle the aftermath. On the damp ground, he poured the remaining seawater back into the previously opened doorway, which led to the circus's aquatic performance area, from where the water had originally flowed. "Wow, Sister Karina, this is It's nothing. Everyone, please continue with your tasks." Observing the end of the battle, unscathed Gallet approached Karina, curious about the large backpack she bore. However, before she could finish her sentence, Karina swiftly interrupted, smiling and gesturing to the onlookers. Upon exiting a street, Cowboat found himself in the town square, illuminated as if it were daytime. Ace, engulfed in flames, stood before him, squinting intently. "All right, Brother Shanji, you have no more tricks up your sleeve here, do you?" "Ha! It seems indeed that I'm about to make a fortune, not allowing Cowboat any more peculiar chances." Ace's feet erupted with power as he unleashed a scorching punch with blinding speed. Boom! Though Cowboat attempted to retaliate, he was still sent crashing to the ground. "Ouch! That hurts, huh?" As he struggled to rise, his suit charred and his right arm broken, he realized Ace was charging at him once more, and he desperately kicked out to intercept. Ace did not employ his fiery fist, but rather reinforced his arms with hockey, seizing Cowboat's incoming kick and pulling him backward, using the momentum to advance a step. His right elbow struck with force directly into Cowboat's abdomen. Thud! Toof! The blow landed squarely, causing Cowboat to double over and spew forth a torrent of blood. Ace then grasped the back of his head, slamming him down, blood spilling as Cowboat lay powerless to resist. What a fortune! With thoughts of wealth lingering, Cowboat managed to utter those words before succumbing to unconsciousness. In truth, Cowboat possessed only a modicum of strength. He could easily suppress ordinary pirates and the previously weak naval officers. However, he was outmatched against higher-tier opponents. Otherwise, he would not have needed to rely on the Whitebeard's banner for a semblance of authority. At that moment, It was evident that he was also being manipulated by other forces, likely seeking to exploit him to instigate discord and weaken the Whitebeard pirates. Ace did not dwell on this matter, as he intended to return him to the crew, where he would be interrogated by the appropriate personnel. They should have things under control by now. Gripping Cowboat Tay by his collar, Ace began to retrace his steps. Moments later, they returned to the circus venue, where Jerry and the others stood at the entrance, busy sorting the slaves and enemies inside. Upon seeing Ace return, Jerry, lying on the ground beside Kodaz, waved in greeting. "Hey, Foncien is back." Meow. Hearing the greeting, Ace paused, raising his fist with a menacing expression. "You little rascal, I haven't settled the score with you yet." "Ha!" Entering the venue, Ace casually tossed Cowboat aside, shackled him, and joined in the busy efforts. As dawn approached, everyone had completed the post-battle arrangements, deciding to leave a portion behind on the island, allowing Cowboat's female assistant to help manage operations and figure out how to arrange for the slaves. Another group would escort Cowboat back to the Whitebeard pirates for thorough examination before making further decisions. Both parties gathered at the harbor, preparing to board the ship. Jerry and the others stood beside Ace, gazing at the vast sea at dawn. "Ace, have you given any thought to the previous proposal?" On their way over, Jerry inquired, wondering if Ace wished to make another trip back to the Four Seas. Ace hesitated initially, but then said he would consider it. Now at the moment of parting again, Jerry asked him, glancing at the eager expressions of Diosi and Sika Air. Ace smiled. "To be honest, I do feel like going." Hearing this, Diosi looked directly at him, nodding as he spoke. "If you want to, then come. Didn't you say that pirates are all about freedom? Besides, you surely have some places you wish to visit, right?" In truth, Ace did have places he wished to see, which was why he felt so indecisive. "There's a place, but I've only just joined the crew, and it would be inappropriate to run off with you all when I should be contributing to the old man. What do you think? Is Whitebeard such a stingy person? Just ask him directly for his opinion. Or do you believe he is truly that petty?" Jerry found Ace's dilemma unnecessary. Whitebeard's crew had an intelligence division and a din mushy, allowing for direct communication. Bloop, 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 not allowing Ace to procrastinate any further. Jerry instructed Sika Air to pull out the din mushy and dial it directly. A moment later, after being passed around, the telephone worm found its way into the hands of Baihuzi. Jerry observed the telephone worm now in the possession of EIS, its iconic crescent shape resembling that of Baihuzi. He mused that the telephone worm truly deserved its reputation as one of the most extraordinary creatures in this world. "Gulalala, is that you, EIS? What is the matter?" It was evident that the telephone worm on Baihuzi's end wore a similar expression. This confirmed for Jerry that he was indeed conversing with EIS. "A dad's like this. Hey, what is so difficult to say? Let me handle it." Noticing EIS's conflicted expression, Jerry leaned closer to the telephone worm. "Hello, Baihuzi, this is Jerry." "Oh, the kid Jerry? What is the matter? Speak up." "It's nothing serious, really. EIS has some places he wishes to explore, so I invited him to sail with my ship for a while." Jerry succinctly and directly stated his purpose. "Gulalala, that indeed sounds like a minor issue." Upon hearing this, Baihuzi burst into hearty laughter before changing the subject. "EIS, if you want to go, then go. Joining our family doesn't mean you lose your freedom. We are all free. There's no need to hold back." Dad, I just feel that having recently joined and already becoming the 2nd Division captain, seeing Baihuzi's complete lack of opposition, which Jerry had predicted, EIS still felt a twinge of guilt. However, he couldn't fully grasp Baihuzi's way of handling matters. "Don't let those things bind you. You are still yourself. As long as you recognize me as your father, it's just a matter of stepping out for a bit. What's wrong with that?" "Thank you, Dad, I understand." After hearing Baihuzi's words and finishing his statement, Jerry let out a hearty laugh and patted EIS on the back, exclaiming, "Haha, see? I told you your dad wouldn't be so stingy." "Oh, kid Jerry, are you scheming behind my back?" Seemingly in good spirits, Baihuzi's reproach was laced with humor. Not at all. That was just a glitch with the telephone worm. It said that on its own, it has nothing to do with me." Jerry, attempting to absolve himself of responsibility, spoke earnestly. However, at that moment, the telephone worm unexpectedly relayed the voice of the Pineapple Head. "Jerry, don't think you can get away with this. I heard everything. Next time you come over, you'd better bring something nice to curry favor with us." "Gulalala, indeed. I also heard that. Next time, you must bring me some fine wine." "Dad, you can't drink too much." "It's fine, Mark." How about this? I'll have Woleyes bring something good over later." Listening to their conversation, Jerry smiled faintly, feeling that it was a good idea to let Woleyes bring back some items. After chatting for a while longer, EIS scratched his head and said, "Dad, I'll head out with Jerry for a bit, and we'll be back shortly. Go ahead. As both sides bid farewell and put away the telephone worm, EIS gazed at the bright sky. Before he could say anything, Dios and Sika excitedly rushed to his side, thrilled at the prospect of setting sail together again. The three of them played around as Dios excitedly grabbed the hat EIS had just retrieved, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. EIS, we can continue our unfinished journey. This time, let us change our mood and perspective to see the world. It should be vastly different." Sika animatedly gestured to showcase the slight muscle he had developed from recent training. Although he had been focusing on speed, it did not hinder him from throwing punches. "Boss EIS, we have become much stronger now. There are many places we can explore freely. We can also continue to hold feasts together. Previously, there weren't many of us, so we didn't do it much." "Haha, is that so? Dios, you better work hard on your story. Sika I welcome the feasts." After a brief exchange, EIS decided to first inform Woleyes and the others to return home. Jerry followed suit, rummaging through some miscellaneous items, claiming they were gifts for Baihuzi. Then he returned ahead of EIS and smiled at the others still standing there, saying, "All right, let us prepare to board the ship. Karina, you should return that bag of money to the Baihuzi pirate crew first." "What? That's mine." Upon hearing him mention her money behind her, Karina seemed unwilling to compromise. "That's Aunt Bangshi's money from selling herself. Return it first." "Hey, you little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't think I didn't hear that." "Haha, Aunt, just tell how you got that money. Get lost." Ignoring Aunt Bangshi's fierce roar, Jerry stepped forward, extending his right hand towards Karina. "We'll have plenty more in the future. By then, you might not even have enough bags to carry it all." "All right, but that's what you said. You owe me 2 big bags of money." Is that how debts are calculated?" Regardless of what he said, as Karina handed over her backpack, she quickly began to tally the debt in her mind, making Jerry feel as if he had lost a fortune. He stroked his chin, seemingly considering a counteroffer. "How about this? I'll give you this bag now, and when I get 2 bags later, I'll return one to Aunt." No. Cash must be counted on the spot. Once it's handed over, I'm not responsible." However, Karina waved her hand as if swatting a fly. Her eyes turned towards the sky, ignoring him. Helpless, Jerry ceased his chatter, believing that, given his attitude toward wealth, he ought to be a wealthy person, even though he had never lacked for small amounts. Thus, he was confident he wouldn't owe her for long. Besides, he still had the resources given by Tezuo previously, which he had merely kept in storage and had no intention of using just yet. The two parties waved goodbye to each other and soon parted ways at sea. Glancing at the sky and the ocean, Jerry turned to see Dios and the others still recounting their previous experiences with EIS. Once they paused, he patted Dios on the shoulder and said, "Dios, let us first head back to the first half of the Grand Line. You can check the direction." Sure. Is there something you want to do?" Hearing that they were going back, Dios asked, planning to find tools in the cabin later. After all, they had been drifting casually before, hardly needing a compass. Responding, Jerry broadly outlined the journey he wished to undertake. "My intention is to visit Kishwizi-do and seek assistance in constructing my own ship, as this vessel no longer meets our needs." That makes sense. The ship we borrowed before indeed doesn't quite suit our current situation. "Yes, once we get a new ship, I'll take you to the romantic Shandola." "Shandola? What kind of place is that?" Not only Dios was curious, the others gathered around, and Jerry decided to indulge in some embellishment. After all, explaining now seemed pointless. It would be better to show them in person. "It's a fascinating place I heard about recently. I guarantee you'll all love it." "Oh, Brother Jerry, is it a place with lots of carrots? Or perhaps one filled with many skeleton artifacts? Or items left by pirates of old? There should be some. You'll find out when we get there." Jerry initially thought the place would be intriguing enough that everyone would want to visit. However, he was thrown off by the sudden questions from Jaialuot and Sika, momentarily unsure how to respond, thinking it might indeed have golden carrots and skeletons. In truth, the idea for that place came to Jerry after he had been struck by Karina's earlier demands. He seemed to recall that there was a substantial amount of readily available gold there. After all, it would serve no purpose merely lying around. It would be better to explore it for oneself. The curiosity peaked among the crowd. As they noticed Jerry remained reticent, they chose to bypass that topic for the moment. Reflecting on another matter, Dios turned and inquired, "What about AIC? Where do you wish to go?" "As for me, to the South Sea. I wish to return and see that island." Turning to gaze towards the horizon, AIC slowly articulated a location. "The South Sea? In that case, we shall traverse all 4 seas. We will surely arrive." There's no rush. We can take our time." "Then let us depart. Dios, please chart our course." "Wait a moment." After a few remarks, Once DOC indicated the direction, Jerry adjusted the currents and set sail. To return to the first half of the Grand Line, they still had to traverse the entire Red Continent. Therefore, they could only head towards Fisherman Island before continuing their journey. Fortunately, the distance to Fisherman Island was not particularly great. It was relatively close to paradise within the New World. As the ship steadily embarked, AIC observed the sky and touched his stomach. I am hungry. Shall we eat something first? That works. Karina, it's your turn to take charge. Oomph. Why don't you do it? You only know how to boss others around. Did we not agree initially that you would handle this? Since the early hours, the group had consumed nothing, and even Karina, who had exchanged barbs with Jerry, felt hunger pangs and swiftly entered the kitchen. Before long, she emerged with a large array of assorted dishes. Wow, Miss Karina, your culinary skills are remarkable. I see, Takinabak. Gazed at the enticing spread and couldn't help but drool, reminiscing about the past and feeling quite emotional. Before the still-stunned Karina could respond, Scar took over the conversation. Oh haha, Boss AIC. It's all pre-purchased and kept in Jerry's magical pocket. Karina merely needs to sort it and reheat the meals. The magical pocket was merely Jerry's fanciful way of describing his spatial storage. To ensure everyone had good food, they purchased provisions at each island they visited, which Jerry would store and distribute a reasonable amount each morning for Karina to process simply. Oh, is that so? That's quite impressive. AIC never looked down on those who could procure food for him. The vessel sailed steadily towards its next destination. On that bright morning, the sunlight was as gentle as silk, illuminating the sea and creating a shimmering surface, ushering in warmth for the new day. Jerry was habitually seated on the ship's railing, while behind him, AIC, DOC, and Scar were exercising, and Gallet and Kata were playfully chasing around Karina. As the ship cruised, suddenly, silhouettes of several ships emerged from the distant, still dissipating sea mist. Are those warships? Sensing something, Jerry looked up, and the outlines became clearer. Indeed, there were several warships, and simultaneously, the enemy had spotted their pirate vessel. Drawn by Jerry's words, the crew turned their gaze forward, and Gallet even pulled out a telescope, confirming they were warships and noting that the opposing ships had begun to turn towards them. DOC shouted, Jerry, quickly change course. There should be a naval base ahead. We should take a detour. Is that so? In the New World, it seems this naval base is close to the Red Continent. Pointing to his forehead, Jerry seemed to recollect that there was indeed a naval base in this area, likely the G1 base, which had been designated as the new naval headquarters since Akainu took command. Right, enough of that. We must flee. Everyone hold on tight. Meow. Their group's philosophy, since the day they set sail, had been to avoid entanglements with the Navy as much as possible, a sentiment Jerry wholeheartedly endorsed. Although in this world, both the Navy and pirates had their fair share of malevolent figures, there were still many genuinely righteous soldiers, especially among the lower ranks of the Navy. These soldiers, often unaware of the corruption above, enlisted for various reasons, or simply to fight for world peace and protect civilians. Thus, unless absolutely compelled, Jerry generally refrained from acting against Navy soldiers, though exceptions were made for higher-ranking individuals, depending on the circumstances. The Navy had just completed a mission at a nearby island and was on their way back to base. Report. We have sighted a pirate ship belonging to Dragon Fist Jerry's Black Child pirate crew. At this moment, aboard the warship, the various departments were bustling with activity upon discovering the pirate ship. In the center, on the largest main deck, a lethargic officer was napping on a makeshift lounge. Hearing the commotion, he donned a sleep mask and appeared drowsy. Dragon Fist? Black Child pirates? Oh dear, what a rare encounter to find him here. Admiral, shall we pursue? Please advise. Pursue. Since we have encountered them, we must take a look. The lethargic officer was none other than Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, clearly leading the expedition this time. As they neared the end of their return journey, he had hoped to catch a bit more sleep, but was compelled to investigate. After all, Jerry was now a focal figure of the headquarters' attention. Ruffling his disheveled curls, Akiji walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the retreating pirate vessel. The Black Child pirate ship, akin to drifting, swiftly turned around, and under Jerry's exceptional evasive maneuvers, they gradually increased the distance from the pursuing warship. At this moment, those observing the warship from the back suddenly spotted a figure that every pirate should be familiar with, standing at the bow of the main ship. Hey, are you kidding? How could that person be here? Who is it? It's Admiral Akiji. We must remember to flee. Upon hearing Gallet's uninformed question, Scar urgently replied, his excitement palpable. Oh, then let us hurry and escape. Brother Jerry, good luck. Affected by Scar's enthusiasm, Gallet blinked and then turned to shout. All right, just when we finally dealt with one troublemaker. Another one appears. Are we stumbling into a henhouse? Steady. I shall accelerate once more. After his habitual quip, seeing the warship behind begin its cannon fire, and recognizing Akiji was in command, Jerry resolved to flee the area. Boom! Boom boom! A barrage of cannonballs rained down like a tempest, yet under Jerry's guidance, their vessel managed to evade the strikes. Whenever the artillery was particularly precise and there was no time to dodge, he would control the sea to launch water balls, intercepting the projectiles mid-air. Observing the cannonballs being fired in abundance, yet failing to impede the pirate ship's speed, the distance only continued to widen. As expected. It is not so easy to catch him. In that case, freeze. Extending a hand, he pointed towards the pirate ship, which was gradually retreating across the sea. Akiji redefined the notion that ice does not form without a cold snap. With a slight exertion, a vast area of the sea surrounding the pirate ship instantaneously froze into thick ice. The ice encircled the pirate ship, freezing both its sides and bottom, causing Jerry and the others standing at the stern to momentarily lose their balance. This thing resembles you, Ace. It's essentially a humanoid air conditioner. Allow me to carve a path, and in the process test my training outcomes. Firefly stars. Ace spread his arms wide, and from the 10 fingertips extending to either side, countless tiny fireballs resembling fireflies danced into the air. The fireballs swiftly dispersed, blanketing all the solid ice surrounding the vessel. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the fireflies landed on the icy surface, igniting fiercely, with explosions echoing continuously. In an instant, the ice was completely melted away by the flames. Wow! Ace, you are magnificent! Oh, Ace, you are so impressive. In response to his comrades' praises, Ace grinned, indicating that it was all in a day's work. On one hand, Akiji and T exerted much effort. Otherwise, they would be facing an ice age rather than just a small patch of frozen sea. On the other hand, following Jerry's previous advice, Ace had focused on enhancing the temperature control of the Marimarinomi, and he had made some progress. Melting this small amount of ice was merely a matter of moments. Observing their team, closing the distance significantly only to be pushed back again, Akiji turned his gaze towards the figure that had suddenly unleashed flames, slightly surprised. Fire Fist Ace? Mistaken identity. He is Fire Dragon Natsu. However, an irritating voice rang out ahead. He rubbed his temples and, in a languid tone, remarked, "You too. Why are you stuck together again? It's truly vexing. It seems I must take this seriously. Hey, don't play too rough. We are merely passing by," Jerry shouted, noticing Akiji's readiness to attack. Without intending to engage in a verbal spar with Jerry, Akiji's hand suddenly conjured an ice bird that sped towards them. Ice bird. Fire dragon. Upon seeing this, Ace threw a punch, synchronizing with Jerry's nonsensical shouting of technique names. Ice and fire collided over the sea, resulting in a violent explosion that released thick mist. Still claiming he was not using Fire Fist? His idol is Fire Fist, and he employs Fire Dragon. Akiji was engaged in battle with Ace while verbally dueling with Jerry, effortlessly handling the one-on-two situation. Oh, I want to concern myself. After all, Fire Fist and Fire Dragon are both him. Spike Spear. Ice spears materialized around him, then suddenly accelerated, shooting forward. Solar Flare. Ace was unyielding, his arm transforming into flames, rapidly shooting fire pillars from his outstretched palm. Boom! The attacks from both sides once again countered each other on the sea surface. Now it's my turn. Crossfire. Ace's voice boomed as he crossed his index fingers, igniting flames, aiming as if targeting a specific point, and unleashed a ferocious cross-shaped flame. Ice Shield. In response to the attack, Akiji calmly extended his palm forward, and a thick ice shield appeared along the path of the crossfire, intercepting the assault entirely. After a few simple, yet powerful long-range exchanges between the two, the azure sea was enveloped in mist, even denser than it had been in the early morning. Sensing Akiji's brief calmness, Jerry estimated he might truly be preparing to get serious. He turned to Ace and asked, "So Ace, do we continue this turn-based combat?" "Forget it. Let us escape for now. I'm not his match yet. Besides, he seems to have some reservations. He hasn't exerted himself much." Glancing at the thick mist ahead, which obscured their vision, Ace lowered his hands. It appeared that after this period, he had gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities. Previously, he had been impulsive, merely wanting to test how much he had improved. Perhaps the Navy is not yet prepared for war with Whitebeard. For now, let us slip away. After saying this, Jerry manipulated the seawater to form a membrane-like circular barrier, enveloping the ship securely before submerging it beneath the waves, disappearing without a trace. As Jerry had predicted, Akiji indeed hadn't exerted his full strength to detain them. As an admiral, and considering the other party was the captain of the Yonko Whitebeard pirates, the identities of both sides were sensitive. The Navy had regulations that prohibited engaging with the Yonko unless absolutely necessary. Currently, the Navy was not prepared to confront Whitebeard directly. They needed to address other matters first and strategize accordingly. At this moment, much of the Navy's energy was being diverted by the influx of pirates from all over the world, especially those flooding into the Grand Line. Once the fog began to dissipate, Akiji stared at the now calm sea, lost in thought, while the Navy soldiers around him dared not disturb him, waiting for his next command. "Let us head back. Just report the facts." After a long pause, Akiji inhaled sharply and issued the order for the troops to regroup. Subsequently, several warships slowly turned around, heading back to the base. On the other side, Jerry controlled the ship to submerge into the ocean, swiftly diving for half a day before resurfacing. "Wow, Brother Jerry, I just saw so many big fish." "Huh, why you look unwell?" While diving, the curious Gallet and Karina excitedly chattered together. Upon surfacing, the little rabbit remembered Jerry's fondness for fishing and turned to him with a sigh, only to discover his expression was off. Karina glanced at Jerry and gleefully added, How can he be fine? So many fish, yet none are biting. It drives him crazy. Haha, it's been a while since we last met. Your fishing skills are still the same." Perhaps recalling past experiences, Ace laughed mockingly, and both C and Scar nodded in agreement, wearing similar expressions. Just wait. I'll catch sea kings for you to see." Pretending to spit blood, while actually just sputtering water, Jerry pointed at this group of short-sighted young people, unwilling to concede. "All right, sea king meat is quite delicious. I'm looking forward to you catching some for us." Ace smacked his lips, seemingly relishing the thought. Reminiscing about the sea king meat he had tasted aboard Whitebeard's ship. Meow. Kodaz circled around his feet, giving a thumbs up. "All right, enough about food. See, watch the direction. We should be close now. Let me see. Indeed, just turn a bit that way." Under Jerry's guidance, the ship sped along, and upon reaching the designated location, he employed his skills to simulate a membranous effect, leading everyone into the deep sea. By this time, it was the evening of another day. As the ship gently approached the port, amidst Karina's astonished gaze and Gallet's cheers, they arrived once more at Fisherman Island. "Wow, so magical and beautiful. Sister Karina, have you been here before?" "No, this is my first time. I used to be among the merchant fleets, crossing the red line from above." As they made their way, Gallet's eyes widened with wonder, her mind brimming with these new experiences, and she was excitedly discussing various topics with Karina, ignoring the two little girls. Jerry felt a twinge of unease. The ship had barely docked when he heard a distinct chime in his mind. This was unmistakably the system's sound. He focused his thoughts and discovered that he had triggered a random task. Ding! Random task triggered. Fishing at Fisherman Island. Task description, according to legends. An undiscovered treasure resides in the Mermaid Bay, accessible to those who can fish. However, few have truly discerned the nature of this precious find, likely due to their lack of your exceptional skills and the inopportune timing. Hence, venture forth, for the midnight hour is the optimal moment. Task reward. Complete daily tasks within a week to receive double attribute rewards and a surprise treasure chest. Task penalty. Find a reporter and publicly disclose your 3 peculiar habits. With a blink, Jerry sensed that this random task was no ordinary undertaking. Typically, tasks were assigned only when he was near a specific location, yet today, upon his arrival on the island, he was immediately prompted. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to such trivialities as the flawed system seemed to mock him. How would he endure this? He fished daily. While he wouldn't boast about his prowess, he certainly possessed a modicum of confidence. Jerry did not consider himself unjustifiably confident. After all, he had caught fish before. Admittedly, most times he returned empty-handed, but he never attributed that to his own shortcomings. He understood that life is long, and everyone should treat themselves kindly, reserving blame for others when possible. Instinctively ready to leap ashore, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask Ace. Did Jinbei say he was coming? Yes, he mentioned he was on the island and had a matter to discuss. All right, I suppose we shall wait for him. Patting his belly, Ace began to feel hunger pangs, eager to seek sustenance, for the food on Fisherman Island was quite delectable, as he had experienced on his previous visit. Yet, with Jinbei's arrival pending, he opted to sit on the deck and wait. Here he comes, he exclaimed, spotting the familiar rotund figure approaching. Jerry, lifting his gaze once more, loudly alerted Ace. Soon, Jinbei stepped onto the deck, greeting everyone with a warm smile. Greetings. Welcome to Fishman Island. What, are you now playing the role of a greeter? Jerry inquired, noticing the absence of anyone following Jinbei. Huh. I occasionally take on a side gig. Ace, it's been a while. Jinbei jested, waving at Ace with a broad grin. They had previously clashed, but had since developed a camaraderie, maintaining a good relationship. Ah, Jinbei, what brings you here? Ace asked, uncertain of his purpose, having only communicated briefly via the Den Mushi. Jinbei surveyed the surroundings before slowly revealing his intention. It is as follows. King Neptune has heard of your impending visit and has entrusted me with an invitation from Ryugu Palace. To the palace? Indeed, if convenient. I can escort you tomorrow morning. Ace appeared slightly exhilarated, perhaps due to the prospect of delightful cuisine. However, he refrained from elaborating, instead turning to Jerry. Upon hearing of the royal invitation, Galat's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she remained silent, likely lost in her own fantasies. The others turned their attention, clearly surmising that the invitation was a consequence of the previous incident on Fishman Island, thus placing the decision in Jerry's hands. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Jinbei, we shall set off tomorrow morning. Everyone has just arrived, and it is fitting to relax and explore today. Although unspoken, Jerry sensed that his companions harbored varying degrees of anticipation regarding the palace. Thus he made no further objections and readily acquiesced. Aware that they had arrived at this hour, without having had the chance to catch up on the news, Jinbei spoke up again. There is one more matter. The news regarding your encounter with Akiji yesterday has already been reported. Surely not. It was merely a chance meeting, nothing of significance, Jerry remarked, feeling that such an incident did not warrant media coverage. Perhaps those reporters were too idle, concocting stories from the slightest stir. Indeed, it was a minor affair, occupying a small corner of the newspaper, yet included some bounty notices. Bounty notices? Karina suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Yes, it pertains to you and this young lady. Nodding, Jinbei glanced at Karina and Galat, revealing 2 wanted posters featuring their images. The bounty amounts were not particularly high. Karina had a few million, while Galat's was a mere 30 berries, a price akin to that of a pet, leaving one to ponder whether it was based on weight or some other criteria. Upon viewing the wanted poster, Karina felt as though struck by lightning. She reached for the paper, confirming it was indeed her photograph, and slowly sank to the ground, her face contorted in despair as she muttered, "Why am I being targeted? I'm just a poor soul forced onto this ship. She had been so cheerful today. Why show her this?" Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Galat bounced with joy, seemingly oblivious to the implications of the situation. "Hooray! I have a bounty too. Jerry, does this mean I'm a qualified pirate now?" "Well, you certainly are a pirate, but you must remain vigilant." Jerry scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He could only advise the 2 young ladies to exercise caution and assured them he would keep an eye on them. Karina had done nothing upon boarding except encounter some Navy personnel, leading to this inexplicable bounty. As for Galat, though young and possessing considerable strength, she had not been targeted before. Jerry surmised the primary reason for their bounties was their appearance on a pirate ship, recognized by reporters and the Navy as companions of the crew. Initially, he had intended to find an opportunity to let Karina disembark before returning to the Grand Line or the Four Seas, but given the current circumstances, such arrangements were now complicated. After the initial excitement, Galat noticed Karina sitting despondently on the ground, murmuring to herself. With wide eyes, she rushed over and embraced Karina, nuzzling her cheek. As a habitual thief, Karina had not been overly concerned about bounties. It was merely a momentary shock to realize she was being pursued not as a thief, but as a pirate, and moreover, a pirate who had been forced aboard. She also contemplated whether being publicly associated with the Black Star Pirates would result in being pursued by correspondingly powerful forces. This realization dampened her spirits, but after Galat comforted her in her unique way, she gradually ceased her turmoil. The 2 had become close friends during their time aboard the ship. The established fact could not be altered. They would deal with future matters in due course. With that thought, she slowly regained her usual demeanor. Observing this, Dias and the others stood by, uncertain of how to console her. After all, the bounty had been officially issued, and there was little they could do. Feeling relieved that Galat was present, Jerry sighed inwardly, then turned to say, "Ahem, their reactions seem a bit excessive. Jinbei, let's wait for you here tomorrow morning before setting off together. Yes, at that time, they can directly come here to escort you. No need for any grand gestures. We are pirates, and this is a member country. It is best to keep a low profile to avoid impacting the status and policies of the Ryugu Kingdom." Thus, Jinbei, after speaking with Jerry, took his leave, swiftly departing without further ado. All right, let us disperse. Feel free to wander this evening, but remember we must regroup here tomorrow morning. As soon as the announcement was made, AIC darted out, his enthusiasm for dining always outpacing the rest. Wait for me. Diosi followed closely, recollecting that AIC was without funds. It seemed that after a brief respite, he would once again resume his old ways, chasing after this tyrant. After a brief tidying up, Kalina and her companion stepped outside, with Jerry and Sika Air preparing to depart as well. Kalina, are you two all right? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Let us go, Jia Luo Te. The evidently rejuvenated Kalina and Jia Luo Te stepped out, filled with laughter. Exchanging glances, Jerry and Sika Air embarked with Kudazi towards the shore. Everyone meandered about, indulging in leisurely activities, and soon, as night fell, they gradually returned to the ship. In the dead of night, a furtive shadow appeared outside the cabin door, glancing around cautiously, a smirk forming on his lips. With a fishing rod slung over his shoulder, he evaded the imaginary gaze that had no basis in reality and slipped away. The shadow belonged to Jia, who sought to uncover what absurd tasks the system had conjured. He navigated street corners and shadowy walls, hastening towards a destination he had already inquired about. Above him, an intricate network of oversized, transparent tubes, filled with seawater, crafted by the bubble artisans of the Fisherman Island, facilitated the passage of island dwellers and underwater creatures across different regions. Following the direction of these tubes, Jia swiftly arrived at the Mermaid Bay. It was only upon arrival that he recalled this was indeed the dwelling place of mermaids, the same location previously visited with Duo La at the Coral Apartments, albeit the latter resided beneath the Mermaid Bay. How does one fish here? Having been to the Coral Apartments, Jerry was acutely aware of how deep it was. It would be impossible to fish into someone else's room. After some contemplation and lacking further hints or clues, he resolved to select a relatively shallower spot. After casually finding a suitable perch, Jerry seated himself and cast out his fishing rod. As this task was not a conventional fishing endeavor, he did not prepare extensively, merely scattering a bit of bait to test the waters. Extending the line deeper, he began to idly scan his surroundings. Though in the depths of the ocean, sunlight, blue skies, and white clouds graced this place during the day. The lively atmosphere, with groups of mermaids frolicking, conjured a fairy tale beauty and dreamlike quality in the minds of many. Surrounding him were numerous corals and artfully arranged plants and structures, showcasing how this remarkable race seamlessly integrated the natural and the man-made. Lost in thought, he pondered various matters, and thus, half the night slipped away in his reverie. Until just before dawn, at the darkest hour. The darkest hour before dawn. To give up would be foolish. Why did this phrase suddenly spring to my lips? Stretching lazily, Jerry sought to invigorate himself, his mouth operating independently of his mind. Is there really something? Suddenly, he sensed a tug on his line. Hastily, he reeled in, and to his astonishment, a locked small chest surfaced, entangled with a long, thin string that intertwined with the fishing line. How mysterious. Could this be the object the system referred to? Jerry pulled it closer, severed the fishing line, and with a decisive twist, broke the small lock to open it. Inside, he discovered it was filled with shells. After a cursory glance, he confirmed that they were merely empty shells, devoid of pearls or any legendary treasures. However, upon touching the shells, a chime echoed in his mind, indicating that he had indeed completed the task as per the system's objectives. Meanwhile, from the depths of Mermaid Bay, a small, blushing head emerged, and upon surfacing, she immediately directed a furious scream towards Jia. There's a pervert stealing underwear. The mermaid's shrill cry resonated loudly, echoing through the air as if the sky itself were about to tear apart. Jia, who had been calmly examining the shells, was suddenly startled. It's a misunderstanding. In that moment, he contemplated explaining himself, but quickly realized that would only exacerbate the situation. With remarkable reflexes, he dropped the chest, stowed his fishing rod, and vanished like a phantom. The rapid sequence of actions was so swift that the mermaid questioned her own perception. However, hearing the fading sounds and observing the scattered items, she dismissed her doubts and continued to cry out. Her thunderous shouts summoned many of her sisters and some patrolling soldiers from the kingdom. Upon inquiry, the soldiers immediately dispersed to search for clues in the vicinity and town. Due to the dim lighting, Jerry, startled by the sudden commotion, reacted with extraordinary speed. The mermaid had not clearly seen his face, only knowing that the suspect wielded a fishing rod. At that moment, Jerry dashed through the streets, internally cursing the system for its lack of honor in orchestrating such a surprise attack. If not for the advantage of time and place, coupled with his instantaneous disappearance, his reputation could have been irreparably tarnished. As he sprinted, he enveloped himself in a shimmer of water light, utilizing optical principles to create a dynamic invisibility effect around him, ensuring that at least ordinary eyes would be deceived. With dawn yet to break, his figure flickered and melted into the shadows of the streets. Soon, he stealthily returned to the ship. Finally safe aboard, he let out a sigh of relief, quietly slipping into his room. Reflecting on the near embarrassment he had just narrowly avoided, he felt assured that his identity remained concealed. After venting his frustrations at the subpar system for several minutes, he gritted his teeth and opened the treasure chest obtained from completing the task. Ding! Reward acquired. Wall-breaking pearl. Wall-breaking pearl? What an unfamiliar and curious item. He muttered softly, then glanced at the item description. Wall-breaking pearl. Break through barriers. Such a straightforward explanation. It failed to specify its exact purpose or usage. Surely it couldn't be akin to a blender? This wretched system. It was evidently designed to ensnare me. In his indignation over the task reward that nearly jeopardized his reputation, Jerry lay down, entering a state of rest. As morning broke, everyone gradually awoke, and Jerry feigned nonchalance as he made his way to the deck. Seacott, Air, and the others had already gathered, animatedly discussing something. Good morning. Jerry yawned and greeted them as usual. However, he was met with the peculiar gazes of 2 women and 3 men who simultaneously turned to him, their expression strange. Kudazi trotted over to his side and called out, "Meow." "What else with those looks?" A chill ran down his spine as he maintained a composed exterior, tilting his head to inquire. Glancing around, Diosi deemed it best to be forthright. "Ahem, Jerry, about what transpired last night at Mermaid Bay. Why do you leave half the story untold? Diosi, you must articulate the whole situation. What happened over there?" The theatrics of Jerry would never allow him to admit to anything that could lead to his social demise. Last night, following the events, Diosi recounted the whispers they had heard, particularly those coming from the direction of Sea Care. Specifically, in the early hours of the morning, a mermaid maiden, who had risen early due to some pressing matter, inadvertently discovered that her small chest, which she had placed by the window, had vanished in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to her, the window was ajar, and in her drowsiness, she could not recall whether she had opened it, leading to the chest tumbling out into the abyss below. Stepping outside, she soon spotted her chest, filled with delicate shell undergarments, swiftly ascending in the water, on the verge of disappearing from sight. Without hesitation, she plunged into the depths, pursuing it with fervor. Ultimately, she noticed a dark silhouette on the water surface, wielding a fishing rod to retrieve her chest and methodically rummaging through its contents. Overwhelmed by the unsightly scene, she let out a piercing scream. At the sound of her cry, the nefarious thief was startled, discarding her belongings and muttering something before vanishing in an instant. In her haste, she failed to discern the thief's features, and her own screams drowned out any words he may have uttered, leaving only the fishing rod as evidence of the incident. After some deliberation, the prevailing opinion concluded that the shadow was most likely human. After all, on Yurindao, apart from the indigenous species and citizens, humans were the predominant population. The fishing rod, being a common tool among humans, raised suspicions, especially given their notorious history on the island. Upon hearing Giosi's account, Jerry felt a sense of relief. Since there was no direct evidence, the situation seemed manageable. He straightened his posture, exuding calmness, and resolved to take the initiative. "So, you aren't suspecting me, are you? Am I that kind of person? Just based on the rumors about a fishing rod?" Certainly not. I merely believe that addressing this matter openly would be more prudent." They believed they understood Jerry's character thoroughly, and Giosi and the others no longer harbored doubts. However, the absence of suspicion did not imply that the issue would be easily dismissed. Playful jests continued to flow. "Who knows? But I trust that the scheming frog is always probing you. Admit it. It must have been your doing." The once oppressed serf was now singing a triumphant tune, and Karina was determined not to let this opportunity slip away easily. "Are you touching a rabbit, Sister Karina?" "I am referring to him." "Hee. Then you can touch my head. It feels delightful." Upon hearing Karina mention touching the rabbit's head, Galat swiftly embraced her, presenting his head before her. Karina, exasperated, facepalmed, as this innocent little rabbit disrupted her aura. She silently commended Galat, contemplating rewarding him with more carrots next time. Jerry, with an air of righteous indignation, turned to Karina. "Haha, Still playing the scheming fraud? Do you think you are Conan? I am not Conan, but you are the lecherous man. And who is Conan? Karina was not one to concede easily. Even without evidence, she would inscribe this incident in her little notebook for future reference. Yet Jerry, in the realm of banter, never backed down. Shello. I am one of the top 10 upright young gentlemen of the East Sea. East Sea? You, the lecherous man, hail from there? Upon hearing the name, laden with memories, Karina paused, lost in thought. Before she could sink into nostalgia, Jerry's signature smirk interrupted her reverie. What? Trying to forge a connection? Go ahead. With that, the two resumed their playful bickering. Good morning, everyone. You are quite lively this early. Jinbei approached the ship's edge, greeting them. The quarrelsome duo fell silent. While the onlookers turned to watch, Ace waved in acknowledgement. Good morning, Jinbei. You're here quite early. I had nothing else to do and thought I would come over first to join you in the palace later. Acting upon their request, they aimed for a low-key approach. After returning yesterday, Jinbei had conferred with the king and deemed it prudent to proceed discreetly, considering their desire for subtlety. Nodding, Jerry addressed the group. Do you think we need to tidy up anything else? Otherwise, we can set off directly. No need, right, Karina? We don't need to. DOC and the others exchanged glances, agreeing that there was nothing to arrange. Observing this, Jerry turned to the rotund figure. All right, Jinbei, please lead the way. Haha, no problem. Just follow me. We'll wrap up in bubbles later. With that, they set off as if embarking on a group tour. Jinbei guiding the way while the others followed closely. Although some events had transpired at the Mermaid Bay last night, the absence of concrete evidence seemed to have led officials to conduct private investigations, causing no disruption to the bustling streets. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the entrance of Long Gong Kingdom. King Neptune, accompanied by several princes, along with a few officials and guards, awaited their arrival. After exchanging greetings, they led everyone into the palace. In the guest hall, some tables and chairs were set up, likely arranged with the pirates' habits in mind. A large table displayed an array of exquisite foods. It is well known that mermaids do not consume meat or fish. They prefer cakes, fruits, and seaweed. Perhaps to better host their guests, the table featured not only the usual mermaid fare, but also some meats favored by humans. Upon witnessing this spread, Ace was nearly overcome with emotion. After seating themselves and exchanging pleasantries, Jerry curiously glanced at Princess Shirahoshi, who was discreetly hiding nearby, and directly inquired. The king has invited us here. May I ask for what purpose? Well, it is as follows. Organizing his thoughts, King Neptune began. The matter primarily concerns the aftermath of Jerry and his companions defeating the denizens of Fishman Street, which Jinbei had mentioned previously. The royal family of Long Gong City seeks an opportunity to officially disclose the truth that had remained concealed for many years. However, given the passage of time, the resentment some citizens harbor towards humans has intensified. Therefore, they aim to prepare thoroughly before proceeding cautiously. They wish to subtly gauge the public's true sentiments towards humans, for their intentions extend beyond mere revelation. They aspire to carry forward the will of Princess Odoheim, which involves guiding Fishman Island out of the depths into the light, advocating for migration to land at the World Conference. However, since this conference occurs every 4 years, and the last one was held not long ago, their sights are set on the next gathering in a few years. Before that, they have much work to do, gradually releasing information to prepare the populace psychologically. Once the time is right, they will unveil everything and ensure that public sentiment and petitions are gathered before the next World Conference. The specifics of implementation rest with the palace. The invitation extended to Jerry and others is primarily to express gratitude in person and to seek their thoughts on the decisions made, as the truth only surfaced due to Jerry's actions. Additionally, I wish to explore whether they have more prudent suggestions from the perspective of humanity. Although Bai Xing is already well aware of the details surrounding the attack on the princess, one cannot fathom how long she would have remained burdened with such thoughts had it not been for Jerry and his companions. When the truth is ultimately revealed, Nipton intends to invite Jerry and others to attend, both to serve as witnesses and to clarify to the public who assisted in dispelling the fog of confusion, preventing them from remaining in a state of illusion. However, perhaps this is unnecessary. This matter pertains to national affairs, and, as pirates, we ought to refrain from excessive involvement or exposure. Otherwise, you might find yourselves adversely affected by the world government's disfavor due to our influence. After listening to the king's account, Jerry spoke up. It is obvious that the public would have little interest in deliberately making an appearance. Moreover, given the world government's disposition towards pirates, any association with them, particularly if it is revealed that they covertly assisted the Dragon Palace Kingdom, could lead to unforeseen consequences. The kingdom has indeed contemplated this issue, yet it appears they are still insufficiently acquainted with the character of the world government and the celestial dragons, often leaning towards overly optimistic interpretations. After hearing this, Nipton reflected for a moment, then conceded, "Very well, but we shall also recount the events as they transpired. We must also express our gratitude for your capture of Vander Decken 9, which has liberated the young lady, allowing Bai Xing to roam freely. We are immensely grateful for this." Upon finishing, he and several princes turned to smile at Bai Xing, who timidly peeked out from behind a nearby pillar, nodding gently with a soft gaze. Encouraged by this, Bai Xing gathered her courage, stepped forward, released her grip on the pillar, and bowed to the gathering. "Ah, yes. Thank you, esteemed adults. This must be Princess Bai Xing. No need for thanks." Upon witnessing Bai Xing's gratitude, the others waved their hands dismissively. Karina, watching Bai Xing with quiet admiration, suddenly saw Galat dash out, circle around Bai Xing, and leap up to greet her. "Wow, are you the mermaid princess? So big and beautiful. Look at you." Hello." Bai Xing, caught off guard by Galat's exuberance, appeared somewhat flustered. Yet, she did not express any aversion, perhaps due to the similarity in their ages, as she could sense Galat's innocent intentions. Galat threw herself onto Bai Xing's shoulder and face, nuzzling incessantly. Although still young, Bai Xing was nearly 8 meters tall, while Galat's height was a mere 1.40 meters, akin to that of a lower-grade elementary school student. Observing this scene, Karina hurried over, looking up at Galat and admonishing, "Galat, come down. You can't act like a monkey." "My apologies, Princess Bai Xing, for the rudeness." Galat then offered a slight apology on her behalf. "Oh, all right, Sister Karina. No, it's quite all right, hee." It was evident that the two little friends hit it off immediately. Meow. Witnessing this scene, Kodaz couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if its position in the food chain had been compromised. How could the rabbit and fish on its menu have grown so large? Jerry scratched his head, unsure of what to say. They turned to the king, who showed no signs of interference. The king, seeing that someone rare was playing with Bai Xing and appearing to be a harmless rabbit, chose to remain uninvolved. Having been trapped in the hardshell tower for about 6 years, Bai Xing was filled with curiosity about the outside world. However, she was timid and had only dared to wander within the palace since her escape. After discussing various topics, the king signaled that the formal meeting had concluded, allowing everyone to engage freely. Ace, typically indifferent to trivialities yet occasionally adhering to decorum, transformed into a ravenous wolf, devouring the food on the table with abandon. Others soon followed suit, and Bai Xing was pulled over by Galat and Karina, sharing laughter and food together. After conversing with Galat for quite some time, Bai Xing approached her family, and upon meeting the gazes of her father and brothers, she seemed to muster her courage, speaking softly yet resolutely. "Lord Jerry and esteemed adults, I truly thank you all. Not only have you granted me the freedom to venture outside, but you have also fulfilled my mother's wishes. Sister Karina and Sister Galat have told me that outside there is sunlight, flowers, many animals, and countless wonders. I too wish to realize my mother's dreams and have the opportunity to set foot on land to witness it all for myself." With a blink, although unsure why she expressed these sentiments, Jerry felt compelled to offer encouragement to this gentle and kind young girl. "You can do it, Princess Bai Xing, remember. When God closes a door, you will find that staying indoors can be quite pleasant. No, you ought to be braver, believing that the future will be even brighter. Perhaps, before long, the inhabitants of Fisherman Island will be free to appear on the surface and on land." As the atmosphere relaxed, everyone indulged in casual dining and conversation. After a while, the group bid each other farewell. Jerry and the others declined the palace's offer to escort them back, insisting on maintaining a low profile. After returning to the town, Jinbei seemed to have other matters to attend to and departed first. Unbeknownst to them, it was already afternoon. On the bustling street, they strolled leisurely. "Let us visit the Mermaid Cafe. I had previously arranged to meet Dora, and since we are here, we might as well pay a visit. Scar, did you not mention that Jenny would also be there?" "Oh, indeed, let us go take a look." Turning to Karina and Galat, they saw that everyone was agreeable. Just in time, the group had never visited this renowned cafe, and they decided to go together. On the main road of Coral Hill, at the entrance of the Mermaid Cafe, the group exchanged glances before pushing the door open and entering. Inside was a spacious and luxurious cafe, bustling with numerous foreign patrons. The vibrant hall was filled with beautiful female mermaids serving as waitresses, and some young ladies were joyfully dancing as part-time performers. The cafe was quite busy today, as they often hired mermaids from Mermaid Bay to assist when needed. Upon entering, the waitstaff approached them, but just as they were about to speak, They heard Dora's cheerful voice from behind. Dora often came to work part-time, and upon seeing the group, she joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Jerry and everyone, it has been so long." Indeed, it has been quite a while. They greeted her warmly and introduced Karina and the others. At other tables within the cafe, some patrons turned their heads at Dora's exuberance, and upon spotting Jerry and Ace, they were taken aback. Both of their bounties were considerable at this moment. And among pirates and bounty hunters, they were no longer nameless faces. Once they saw them sitting at a table like regular guests, they secretly sighed in relief. But during their meals and discussions, they occasionally stole glances in their direction. After Jerry and his companions were seated under Dora's guidance, they noticed Ginny also working in the cafe. Her slightly plump figure did not hinder her agility as she darted around, efficiently attending to her duties. "Dora, if you are busy, you may attend to your tasks. We can wait here for a while." "All right, Brother Jerry, you all sit tight. I will be back shortly." Observing the vibrant activity within the cafe, Jerry and his companions ordered a plethora of items, voicing their concerns to Dora about her idleness, which might reflect poorly. Soon, a delightful array of beverages and dishes began to grace their table, though this occasion featured exclusively the unique culinary offerings of the merfolk, devoid of any meat. Nonetheless, Ace, having recently dined, declared his hunger and promptly engaged in the consumption of the delicacies before him. "Indeed, I too find myself still peckish. Excellence cannot substitute for sustenance," Jerry mused, stroking his chin before joining Ace in the spirited contest for food, as he had merely satisfied about 60% of his appetite at the palace. Ignoring his remarks, duos settled down and began scribbling away, while Scarl habitually surveyed the surroundings. Karina and Gallet savored their coffee and desserts, with Gallet lamenting the absence of carrots. "This place is quite lively, but alas, no carrots," he exclaimed, prompting Karina to nod in agreement as she looked around. "Yes, Gallet. Let us venture out shortly." "Oh, where does Sister Karina wish to go?" "I can accompany you to the renowned clothing store on the island. I shall procure some for you as well." After a brief indulgence in their refreshments, the pair resolved to explore, perhaps still unsatisfied from their previous outing. Karina reached out to Jerry, declaring, "Repayment. I wish to shop." "Very well. Do remember to select a few items for Gallet. He is rather limited in his wardrobe, consistently wearing the same few outfits." Jerry, engaged in his meal, overheard their conversation and, without further ado, produced a small wallet to hand to Karina. Even without considering the contributions from Taisolo, they were not lacking in funds, setting aside their encounters with pirates during their travels. Both he and Scarl had won considerable sums aboard the Golden Ship. With Gallet in tow, Karina led the way out towards the clothing store, where numerous individuals and establishments, akin to the likes of Starfish Papagoo, specialized in fashion design and sales on Fisherman Island. After a while, the group had nearly depleted the food on their table. With Ace contributing the most, it seemed he had never encountered a dish he deemed unpalatable, aside from the devil fruit. At that moment, Ginny and Dora managed to carve out some time for themselves, strolling over leisurely. "Phew, finally nearing the end of the rush. This has nearly worn me down. Surely this constitutes work-related fatigue? Oh, Sister Jenny, wouldn't you look better a bit slimmer? Shoo, what does a little kid know? In youth, one is blissfully unaware that a touch of plumpness is delightful, mistaking a gaunt monkey for treasure. Only those like me, with a bit of flesh, are truly ideal." After sitting down, Dora, upon hearing Jenny's lament about her burdens, felt she ought to shed a few pounds, yet Jenny took the opportunity to impart some life wisdom. Generally a homebody, Jenny remarked on the overwhelming intensity of today's workload, while Dora, accustomed to daily outings, felt no strain, considering her role was merely assisting at the cafe. After a lengthy absence from each other, the group engaged in casual banter at the cafe. Suddenly, Jenny snapped her fingers, her enthusiasm ignited as she inquired, "Would you like to seek out Madame Shaley for a divination? She is the most renowned fortune-teller in the vicinity, and who holds the title of second most famous." Jerry interjected without hesitation, causing Jenny to pause, casting him a sideways glance as she retorted, "I wouldn't know." "A fortune-teller?" Duos, who had been intermittently writing and observing, perked up at the mention. "What? Duos, are you intrigued?" Ace questioned, unable to fathom his interest, as he had always been skeptical of such matters. "Indeed, divination, such a mysterious skill." "What sort of divination?" At that moment, Karina, laden with bags, returned from her shopping expedition with Gallet, who had also amassed quite the haul. Recognizing their acquaintance, Ginny elucidated, "Our manager, Madame Shaley, possesses an exceptionally renowned ability to foresee the future. Alas, it seems she has not been practicing much lately." "Why is that?" It appears she believes that her previous predictions have often foretold misfortune, and perhaps it is preferable for the future to remain uncertain. Duos and Karina exhibited a clear interest in this revelation, prompting Ginny to share further insights. What had she predicted before? It is said that in her youth, she foresaw an influx of pirates to the island. The following year marked the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Wow, that's incredible. The group gasped in astonishment, questioning the accuracy of such predictions. Jerry mused whether the coffee possessed some magical properties, as it seemed improbable that such metaphysical abilities could manifest without the influence of a devil fruit. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Indeed, impressive as it is. My future is not a dream. I live each moment earnestly, rendering predictions entirely unnecessary." Precisely. Even if one were to know the future, what difference would it make? Would we then lay about, ceasing to strive? Ace asserted resolutely, disinterested in the notion of divination. Exactly. When faced with challenges, if one does not exert effort, one will never comprehend the extent of their potential. Jerry, well versed in motivational rhetoric, nodded seriously in agreement. Hearing their discourse, Duos and Karina exchanged glances. Neither had intended to engage in fortune-telling. Duos merely harbored a curious interest in understanding the peculiar abilities discussed, while Karina adhered to the principle that women must rely on their own wisdom for survival, hence her reluctance to depend on or trust external forces. Naturally, if divination could indicate the whereabouts of treasure, she would be open to hearing it, though that was evidently implausible, as she was not well acquainted with Madame Shaylee. "Umans, leave at once. You are not welcome on our island. Depart." Suddenly, the street was filled with the youthful shouts of children. The group, seated by the window, turned their heads to observe a procession of young fishmen marching down the street, brandishing their teeth as if to intimidate and issue warnings. Before anyone could respond, a similar chorus of youthful voices arose from the opposite side of the street. "Hey, don't cause a ruckus here. Not all humans are bad. Have you all forgotten Princess Odoheim's ideals?" Upon closer inspection, another group of children, predominantly merfolk with a few fishmen, stood defiantly against the previous cohort. "Good humans? How quickly you forget what transpired last night in Merfolk Bay. It has barely been half a day," protested the leader of the fisherman children. However, the mermaid girl stepped forward boldly, exclaiming, "What happened last night was a misunderstanding," as Sister Ishley clarified. "Do not twist the narrative." Consequently, the two factions began to bicker. Jerry turned to Ginny and Dora, inquiring, "What is the situation with these children?" "Brother Jerry, I know, they're mostly from nearby shops. Some are regulars who play around here," Dora replied, likely recalling her own childhood experiences as part of such a group. And thus, she began to recount the unfolding events to the others. The origins of this matter trace back to the incident involving Princess E.G. While she was still alive, she garnered immense affection for various reasons, and in her pursuit of a brighter future for the next generation, she organized a petition across the entire island. Although her efforts ultimately met with failure due to her assassination, her ideals remain etched in the hearts of the citizens of Fishman Island. Where there is light, there is shadow. Influenced by Princess E.G., the majority of kind-hearted individuals regard humans with equality, embracing her vision and willingly cooperating. However, there exists a faction of citizens who hold dissenting views, perhaps doubting the trustworthiness of humanity after witnessing the tragic fate of the benevolent Princess E.G. at their hands. Aside from the small contingent of extremists in Fishman Street, some townsfolk harbor animosity towards humans for various reasons. After all, humans have indeed committed grievous acts against their kin, such as trafficking and discrimination. This is why figures like Neptune within the palace prefer to withhold the truth, opting for a gradual approach instead of sudden revelation. The children present, still naive and lacking the objective judgment of adults, are largely influenced by their families, education, and surrounding environment in their perceptions of right and wrong. In the aftermath of the events at the bay last night, the mermaid girl reflected deeply and began to suspect that the incident might indeed have been a misunderstanding, albeit an awkward one. She recalled that the mysterious box, which had been fished out, was one she had placed by the window the previous night and had inadvertently opened upon waking. By sheer coincidence, the box's thin cord had extended into the water, entangling with a fishing line that had been cast from above, leading to its retrieval. Moreover, she remembered vaguely hearing a cry of misunderstanding amidst her own screams. Thus, in her compassion, she chose to let go of her grievances, allowing the soldiers who had intended to question her to return home at dawn. However, the children of Fishman Island, uninterested in the complexities of the situation, decided to engage in a game of boycotting humans. Meanwhile, a faction of mermaids, displeased by their antics, spontaneously sought to intervene. Upon hearing Dora's words, everyone learned of the final outcome of the previous night's events, which explained the absence of a tense atmosphere after the morning. "Let us proceed," Jerry announced. After settling their bill and bidding farewell, he stepped outside first, striding towards the group of fishermen children. The others lingered at the entrance, quietly observing his retreating figure. The previously quarreling factions of children, upon noticing a human approaching, were met with a loud declaration from their leader. "What? Human? Do you seek revenge against me? I fear you not." Gazing into his relatively bright eyes and stubborn demeanor, Jerry disregarded the contemptuous expression and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Smiling as he spoke, "Little brother, if there is light within your heart, do not let your eyes lose their brightness, nor allow darkness to overshadow your light. Even if you do not believe in Digga, you must believe in light." The crowd, including the children, momentarily froze in surprise. Although they were unfamiliar with what Digga was, they grasped the essence of Jerry's message. Ace's eyes glimmered, as he seemed to catch a glimpse of his own childhood reflected in the fishermen children. After leaving the cafe, Jerry and his companions enjoyed a leisurely half-day of freedom. Dios undertook the usual procurement of food and local specialties, while everyone else took this opportunity to either attend to their affairs or meander about, bidding farewell to familiar faces. The following morning, the pirate crew set sail once more. Under Jerry's deft guidance, they navigated the seas with ease, plunging into the ocean at a moment's notice. Provided with a clear direction, Jerry could ensure smooth sailing, whether in the depths of the sea or upon the surface, thanks to his innate ability to serve as a human compass. With the ship swiftly ascending, the crew reached the Sabeti archipelago before noon. "Wow!" exclaimed Gallet, who had never before witnessed the wonders of Sabeti, raising a half-eaten carrot in awe at the enchanting sights that differed slightly from Fishman Island. Dios reminisced about his first social faux pas after setting sail, and upon returning to the surface, the spirits of his companions brightened considerably. "Let us go, as per usual, each to our own endeavors." Before reaching the surface, Dios briefed Karina and Gallet on the necessary precautions for pirates in the archipelago, relieving everyone of further concerns. Both girls maintained a strong sense of vigilance, and after providing Gallet with a bit of cover, Karina also changed her attire for the outing. Ace remained his usual self, bolting off the moment they landed, prompting Dios to follow closely after the previous escapade. Once they had departed, Jerry, lacking a specific objective, accompanied Kodaz and Scarl to the shoreline. Having spent considerable time fishing atop Sabeti during their last visit, Jerry was not particularly inclined to fish again, opting instead for a casual stroll. However, Scarl appeared to have matters to attend to, leading them purposefully in a specific direction. Dressed in casual beach attire, sporting sunglasses, and carrying a fishing rod, Jerry scanned the surroundings, sensing the attention of many upon them. Before long, they arrived at the docks bar on Island 13. Perhaps due to the early hour, or for other reasons, the bar was nearly empty, with only the manager, Shachi, and the coding master, Old Lay, present. Over 6 months prior, when they had landed on the islands as part of the Spade Pirates, Scarl had already recognized Old Lay as the legendary Rayleigh during the latter's assistance with the coding. At that time, Scarl was unaware that Rayleigh was residing in this bar, known for trading information, but as he gained experience and knowledge, particularly during his time with the Whitebeard Pirates, he came to understand the significance behind this establishment. However, on this occasion, he was not seeking Rayleigh, but rather Shachi. Upon entering, Scarl greeted them first. "Hello, Boss Lady and Old Lay." "Oh, hello there, rare guests. You must be Jerry from the Blackie Pirates and Scarl. What brings you here?" The bar manager, while surprised, maintained her composure as she tidied up the bottles and glasses. Upon hearing his name, Jerry lifted his sunglasses to rest atop his head, greeting her before feigning astonishment. "How did you recognize me despite my excellent disguise?" "Ha ha, you truly are amusing. Your information explicitly mentions that you often carry a fishing rod," Shachi replied, glancing at him. "Ah, can that truly be considered a distinguishing feature?" Jerry scratched his head, realizing that his image had been marked by the fishing rod. Once the casual conversation concluded, Scarl turned to Shachi, retrieving some documents from his bag and approaching the bar. "Boss Lady, I wish to exchange some information with you." "Exchange? I know you deal in information. You understand the rules, correct?" Shachi, well-versed in such requests, had encountered many individuals with similar intentions, though some merely sought to acquire information for free. Scarl confidently patted his chest. "Of course, what I bring is exclusive news and undoubtedly valuable. Is that so? Come, let's discuss further." With a fleeting glance at the object in his hand, Xiaoqi perceived that the individual before her had undoubtedly returned from the New World, and had likely spent time with the old man with the white beard. He should not be as foolish as the petty thugs and oblivious little pirates. So she gestured for him to take a seat at another table within the establishment. As they delved into serious matters, Jerry and Rayleigh exchanged glances, both momentarily at a loss for words like two salted fish. Since they had nothing better to do, Jerry opted to engage in some awkward small talk. "Old Ray, is your retirement life fulfilling?" "It's fine, why do you ask?" "Of course, I wish to consider my own retirement plans in advance. If one day I decide to retire early, I could avoid decades of unnecessary detours." For someone like Rayleigh, who had embraced a leisurely life of early retirement, Jerry felt little envy. He knew that old Ray did not receive a pension and often had to seek work from time to time. "Haha, young man, you must be aware of my identity. As a rising star, you should focus more on the present rather than contemplate retirement." With a faint smile, Rayleigh found the young man before him, currently a sensation on the Grand Line, to possess quite a unique perspective. "Indeed, here I am, conversing with you, a retired elder." However, Jerry's thoughts were indeed more peculiar than Rayleigh had anticipated. He casually stroked his coda and leaned forward, asking, "Did you retire directly after returning from the final island? Thus, I suspect the secrets or items there do not pertain to your parting ways, do they? What is recorded there? Is it some sort of toxic chicken soup?" "What toxic chicken soup? You need not deny it, nor do you need to explain. I'm aware." Jerry nodded gravely, as if he truly held some insight. Rayleigh, observing the young man who spent most of the time talking to himself while believing he understood the truth, felt at a loss for how to respond. "Rest assured, I will keep your secret." "Ah, that's good." Shaking his head, Rayleigh felt that based on the information he possessed, the individual before him was indeed quite powerful. Yet his thought process seemed somewhat peculiar. Jerry, feeling bored himself, teased Rayleigh as they both sat idly. After all, they were not well acquainted, with their only previous interaction being the last time he assisted in applying a film. "Oh yes, having discussed serious matters, let us speak of something else. I must express my gratitude for the film you applied for our pirate crew last time. It was exceptionally thin and secure, providing prolonged protection, and the timing was perfect, allowing us to escape the Navy's encirclement effortlessly." "No need for thanks. It's simply a matter of business." They exchanged idle banter, both waiting for the two individuals engaged in serious discussions nearby. Shortly after, Scar and Xiaoqi stood simultaneously, their expressions indicating satisfaction with the intelligence exchange. Glancing at the time, Jerry lightly tapped his coda at his feet and addressed Scar. "Is there anything else? If possible, let us find something to eat outside. This place is too expensive." "Oh, then let us go." It was now approaching lunchtime, a fitting time to seek sustenance. Once Scar had gathered his belongings and bid farewell to the two inside, they exited the establishment to pursue other numbered islands. "This fellow dares to claim my goods are expensive. So what do you think of that young man you spoke with?" "I'm not quite sure how to describe him. He is a bit eccentric, unlike other pirates. Moreover, he seems not very interested in Raftel. Perhaps there is a generational gap between us, as I find some topics difficult to discuss, haha." Upon hearing Xiaoqi's inquiry, Rayleigh summarized his impressions of Jerry. "Indeed, there is some truth to that. The evaluations in the intelligence reports do not entirely capture his essence. All right, I should go for a stroll." After exchanging a few words, Rayleigh headed outside. Jerry and Scar, while intending to seek food, had no particular cravings. As they wandered casually, Jerry occasionally cast discreet glances around. Realizing that with his bounty having increased, he was indeed attracting many followers on an island like Shambody. He chose to ignore them, as long as they did not disturb him. Moments later, still without finding a suitable restaurant, they unexpectedly encountered Karina and Gallet. At that moment, they seemed to have just emerged from the amusement park, with Gallet excitedly chattering away to Karina about her exhilarating experiences, recounting all the attractions she had never tried before. Upon arriving on the island, Gallet's eyes had quickly fixated on the towering amusement structures, and although Karina had initially wanted to explore the shopping street, she was dragged along to play for quite some time. Now on a break, seeking to find a restaurant for a meal, they fortuitously crossed paths with Jerry and his companions. "Wow, Gallet, did you go to the amusement park? You seem so happy." "Yes, Brother Jerry, it was so much fun." Although there were many people, some places required queuing. Upon seeing the two, Karina finally found a moment of peace from the chatter. As the exuberant Gallet redirected her excitement towards Jerry, Jerry could empathize with the joy a child experiences at an amusement park, and he did not interrupt her, even responding with a smile, though whether he truly absorbed her words was anyone's guess. Strolling and chatting, the group decided on a bustling restaurant and entered. After sitting down and placing their orders, They overheard neighboring patrons engaged in animated discussions about an auction for a devil fruit scheduled for that afternoon. After listening for a while, Scar tapped his head, a look of realization dawning upon him. No wonder the landlady mentioned she would give me a tip. It pertains to this devil fruit, which has evidently become common knowledge. I had not paid much attention to such matters before. Oh, what did she say? Do you know what abilities this fruit possesses? Jerry's curiosity piqued. It seemed that despite having mingled for so long, he had only ever seen Ace's Maramara no Mi and had never encountered another unconsumed devil fruit. Well, it is said to be an animal-type fruit, likely possessing ordinary capabilities. The landlady did not elaborate further. All right, then after we finish our meal, shall we join the excitement? Oh, I have no objections. Even though Scar mentioned it was an ordinary animal-type fruit, Jerry still wished to witness it, primarily because he was feeling restless without fishing. Sister Karina, let us go too. I want to see. All right, let us go. Gallet, shaking Karina's arm, sparkled with determination in her eyes, revealing her intent. After all, devil fruits are quite valuable, fetching tens of millions per pound. Hee. Planning to seize the opportunity to stealthily acquire the fruit, Karina couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, what are you scheming, little girl? Cough, I won't tell you. It's written all over your face. Do I really need you to tell me? Hee. Observing Karina's glee and associating it with the mention of devil fruits, Jerry did not need to guess. Even a pineapple could discern her objective. The group continued their low-key conversation while discreetly gathering information from the loud patrons in the restaurant. Several tables within the restaurant were engaged in discussions regarding the upcoming auction. Once the dishes were served, the patrons had gathered a sufficient understanding of the event. The auction was to be held at a comprehensive auction venue, with the devil fruit as the highlight item. Prior to this, numerous other goods would be auctioned, and it would not be long before entry was permitted. The promotional efforts for this auction were considerable, and the anticipated attendance was expected to be substantial. Aside from VIP guests, others wishing to enter the venue would need to present a certain amount of earnest money and arrive early for registration. Otherwise, seats might be scarce. After swiftly finishing their lunch, they proceeded directly towards the auction house. Along the way, Karina suggested that Jerry should secure himself more thoroughly due to his notorious bounty, as it could hinder her plans for wealth. Jerry shrugged and produced a half-mouse mask from seemingly nowhere, donning it to conceal his features above the nose. His system space had expanded significantly with the growth of his comprehensive attributes. Aside from a portion reserved for storing food and beverages, the remainder housed various odds and ends, including fishing gear. The auction house's exterior was grand and elegant, exuding a sense of prestige and sophistication. Soon, guided by the welcoming staff, they arrived at the registration desk. Esteemed guest, if you are not one of our registered VIPs, please input your information here. Let us get registered then. Faced with the enthusiastic staff, Jerry and his companions decided to comply with the protocol and take a look inside. All right, esteemed guest, your name? I am the distinguished Mighty Mouse Masawa. Jerry almost blurted out his own name, but quickly corrected himself, providing his cousin's name instead. After the usual inquiries and completing registration, they stood at the entrance, awaiting the others. Scar, I wonder if this auction venue is under the control of Minga? Perhaps, likely, it should not be, Scar replied, seemingly caught off guard by the inquiry. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jerry posed a question, though Scar had not previously considered it. The interior of the auction hall was illuminated with dazzling lights, blending simplicity with elegance. Every detail meticulously crafted to reflect quality and taste. Upon entering, they found the venue bustling with energy, the atmosphere vibrant, with VIPs seated at a long table near the exhibition stage. The remaining seats were occupied by wealthy individuals and collectors from around the globe, as well as various pirates and other figures. As they surveyed their surroundings, the guests exhibited a range of expressions. Some appeared confident, while others bore looks of anxiety, each harboring their own thoughts. Jerry and his companions, accompanied by Kodas, located their designated seats. After sitting down, Jerry felt an instinctive urge to observe a group of burly men nearby who were engaged in hushed discussions, seemingly plotting something significant. These men appeared to be clad in fitted armor, concealed beneath large capes. Among them was an older gentleman dressed in a formal suit, quietly instructing those around him. The group comprised around 10 individuals, one of whom appeared particularly anxious, frequently glancing towards the backdrop of the stage. Suddenly, that individual seemed to sense Jerry's gaze, turning to find a large mouse smiling and nodding at him. A pang of unease struck him, wondering if their plans had been uncovered, and he shot Jerry a fierce glare before whispering something to the gentleman. The gentleman then cast a glance at Jerry, witnessing the smiling mouse person, and lightly shook his head, dismissing the notion that their covert operation would be so easily detected. Furthermore, Jerry's foolish grin did not suggest any intent to interfere with their plans, prompting him to turn away and disregard the matter. Jerry, what's the matter? Nothing much. I just suspect that the upcoming auction may not be entirely tranquil, Jerry casually replied to Scar, uncertain of the group's exact intentions. He had merely conducted his usual observation scan and noted that they seemed intent on causing trouble, possibly to rescue someone. He was simply intrigued. At this moment, the auction had yet to commence, and the group sat comfortably, munching on snacks provided by Jerry while engaging in light conversation. Meanwhile, Ace and Dias had rushed onto the island. Amid Ace's leisurely snacking, several hours had passed. Now, feeling 8/10 full, Ace recalled Dias's earlier desire to try the Ferris wheel he had long wished to ride. However, due to his stature as a grown man and a pirate, he had hesitated to act on it. Let us go. I'll help you fulfill one of your childhood wishes. Huh? What wish? Just as they exited a restaurant, Dias, thinking Ace wanted to continue to the next establishment, was taken aback by his words. Ace grinned and pointed. That one, the Ferris wheel? Forget it. Following his finger, Dias spotted the Ferris wheel, which gleamed brightly in the sunlight, spinning like a massive, colorful whirlwind, captivating onlookers. Forget what? Have you ridden it before? No. Then it's settled. Come on, stop being shy. The yearning look on Dias's face had already betrayed him. Without allowing him to say more, Ace pushed him forward, heading towards the attraction. This is what you said you wanted to ride. Stop it, let us go. The two hurried along, and before long, they reached the ticket booth beneath the Ferris wheel. Just as they were about to purchase tickets, a familiar voice interrupted them. Fire Fist? What brings you here? Huh? Ace and Dias were taken aback, turning to discover Iska standing behind them, their eyes widening in surprise. Although it had been over half a year since they last met, Iska appeared in casual attire, her demeanor slightly altered. Nonetheless, they recognized her instantly as the naval officer who had pursued them for a considerable time. Iska, what are you doing here? Want to join us for a ride on the Ferris wheel? While Dias remained puzzled, Ace extended the invitation and casually bought 3 tickets. Sure, I'm on vacation today. Let us relax a bit. Without declining, Iska also wished to take the opportunity to try the Ferris wheel, a renowned attraction in the Champal Islands, though she had yet to experience it due to her pride. They took their tickets and queued up, and it wasn't too long before it was their turn aboard. Once inside the Ferris wheel cabin, Dias inquired, You're still in the Navy, right? Is it all right for you to come with us? I'm on vacation, and besides, here it's fine. Before Dias could breathe a sigh of relief, Iska continued. Once we leave the amusement park, we should discuss how to proceed. Ah, does that mean you're still going to pursue us? Indeed. Hearing this, Dias shook his head helplessly, while Ace remained unfazed and asked, How have you been since that incident? Thanks to you, I've been doing well, Iska replied, her gaze flickering as she recalled that day. At that time, her conviction had been profoundly shaken, and upon returning home, she had struggled to regain her spirits. Coincidentally, on that day, the island was graced not merely by the temporary deployment of Huang Yuan, but also by the arrival of the Vice Admiral, Tao-Tu Ji Yuan. Recently returned from a mission, Ji Yuan was strategically dispatched by Sengoku as a precautionary measure against any violent outbursts from Ace and his companions should negotiations falter. However, due to unforeseen delays, she arrived a little over half a day late. This was also compounded by the overconfidence and impatience of Major General Dolo, who was eager to proceed without delay. Without waiting for Tao-Tu, Dolo set off early to engage Ace in discussions regarding the Shichibukai. After Dolo's defeat, the unexpected intervention of Jerry drew the attention of Huang Yuan and the Navy, allowing Ace and his group to make a rapid escape. Although she was not as renowned as the neighboring Minato, by the time Tao-Tu arrived, the situation had indeed concluded. Major General Dolo, who had disregarded the established plan by initiating negotiations prematurely, would need to provide explanations and face accountability afterward. Upon learning the details of the incident, Tao-Tu also became aware of the circumstances surrounding Yisuka. Under the indifferent gaze of Huang Yuan, Tao-Tu safeguarded Yisuka, bringing her under her command. Thus, through a series of fortunate events, Yisuka fortuitously became a subordinate of Tao-Tu's day, with the majority of the team comprising female soldiers. Her spirits gradually revived amidst the encouragement and care of her companions, allowing her to re-establish her personal convictions. Tao-Tu, a master of swordsmanship within the Navy, provided invaluable guidance to Yisuka, who was equally dedicated to the art of the sword. Under her mentorship, Yisuka's abilities flourished as she diligently trained and fought alongside her comrades. After listening to Yisuka's account, Ace, with a finger in his nose, remarked, "It seems you are faring quite well. So, you've switched superiors and are now under the command of that blue rabbit. Huh? It is Tao 2G Yuan." Yisuka corrected him, continuing with a hint of pride. "Not only have you all improved, but I have too, and I have already attained a rank of major." Ace's eyes widened as he lifted his chin slightly. "Oh, well done." Acknowledging her progress, neither Ace nor his companion found it surprising, as Yisuka had already made a name for herself even without direct guidance, showcasing her intrinsic talent. Now, with the mentorship of a master swordsman within the Navy, even if not in a one-on-one setting, the occasional insights she received were sufficient to facilitate her significant improvement. "Just wait and see. Even if you join the Whitebeard Pirates, I will not relent in my pursuit of you. Ahaha, bring it on." Although Ace still desired to capture her, he felt no fear, even relishing the challenge. "Hey, you two, tone it down and stop causing a ruckus here. Look, we are nearing the pinnacle. The view outside is stunning." Observing the imminent conflict between the two, DOC hurriedly intervened and attempted to divert their attention. At this moment, the Ferris wheel cabin they occupied was indeed nearing its apex. Gazing out, they beheld the breathtaking panorama of the entire Shambodi archipelago. DOC's words proved effective. Ace and Yisuka ceased their verbal sparring and turned to admire the view. From this elevated vantage point, the islands appeared enchanting and dreamlike, with the distant ocean and sky harmoniously merging, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to a splendid tapestry. "The scenery is truly remarkable. My insistence was not in vain." After descending from the Ferris wheel, DOC expressed his sentiments. "Haha, DOC, do you wish to take another couple of rounds? Go away. I'm not a child. Don't you ever get enough? All right, let us go. I still want to buy more senbei. Farewell, Yisuka." The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they walked toward the street, turning back to bid Yisuka goodbye, only to find her smiling slightly as she slowly drew her longsword. DOC's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "What are you doing? Oh, are we starting again? Run, DOC." Sensing her intent, Ace swiftly grasped DOC and dashed into the alley. With her sword in hand, Yisuka pursued them from behind. "Don't run away. We're not running away. We're just in a hurry," Ace called back without glancing over her. Continuing to weave through the alley with DOC. "Running, are we? Keep running then." Yisuka blocked the alley entrance, advancing slowly. "Ahaha, wait a moment. DOC, you go ahead. I'll catch up soon." Ace spotted an abrupt wall ahead and instructed DOC to go first. "Okay, I'll wait for you over there." After saying this, DOC took a few steps back, gathered his strength, and quickly scaled the wall, vaulting over. Ace turned around, smiling. "Hey, it's been a while since I've had a chase. Bring it on. Spikes." Ignoring his grin, Yisuka drew her sword without hesitation. Although still faint, a thin layer of haki was visibly enveloping her blade. A glimmer sparked in Ace's eyes as he met her attack with a haki-infused fist. Clang! The tip of her sword met his fist, and the two engaged in yet another fierce bout in the alley, neither willing to yield. After extensive training, Yisuka had made considerable progress. She moved with agility, her sword leaving trails of light as the wind whistled around them. Maintaining a defensive strategy, Ace adeptly handled the not-so-spacious arena, though Yisuka's growth, while impressive, still fell short of his. After exchanging a few more techniques, Ace felt it was time to regroup with DOC. Fire pillar. Boom! Ace unleashed a punch skyward, creating a circular fire pillar that shot up several meters, pushing back the approaching Yisuka and obscuring her view. As Yisuka retreated 2 steps, the fire pillar dissipated and Ace had vanished from sight. Just tricks." Though she muttered this, she refrained from pursuing further, casting a lingering glance at the towering wall before sheathing her sword and departing. After Ace and DOC navigated through several alleys, they once again blended into the crowd on the street. "Let us go. DOC, accompany me to buy senbei. Is that all right?" Noticing Ace's fixation on senbei, DOC gestured toward the rear, but Ace grasped him and pulled him into a nearby shop. "It's no trouble at all. Esteemed guests, today's auction is officially commencing." Inside the auction hall, as the curtain was drawn back, the auctioneer, after a brief introductory speech, announced the opening. He approached the left side of the central stage, where a small display case had been prepared by the staff. "This, my friends, is the highlight of today's auction, the Zoan-type Inu no Mi. As a treasure of the sea, the rarity and preciousness of the devil fruit need not be elaborated upon. Come forth. Let us witness this fruit together. Consuming it grants extraordinary powers." With that, he swiftly lifted the red cloth that had covered the display case. "Wow, is this how it looks? Quite the sight." As the crowd buzzed with excitement following the unveiling of the red cloth, both those familiar and unfamiliar with the devil fruit engaged in hushed discussions. Many attendees adopted a determined stance, exuding an air of certainty that they would secure this fruit. Is it delicious? Upon observing a chaotic array of oddly shaped fruits within the display case, Jayaluyat posed a profound inquiry to Jerry. Well, it primarily depends on whether you prefer carrots flavored like oligai or oligai that taste like carrots. How revolting. Jayaluyat responded dismissively, confident in Jerry's extensive experience in such matters, which surely included tasting this peculiar offering. As he described it in such vivid detail, Karina cast a disdainful glance in his direction, reaching a swift conclusion. This. Jerry found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter because he had indeed tasted a devil fruit before, albeit secondhand, a commodity even dogs would refuse. The armored men nearby also displayed a flicker of interest in the extraordinary fruits on stage, yet they refrained from extensive discussion, as their primary objective lay elsewhere. If they could acquire them, that would be splendid. If not, it was of no consequence. After a brief exchange of opinions among the audience, the auctioneer sensed the atmosphere reaching its peak and announced, "Now, let us welcome the first item up for bid." Standing at the center of the stage, he gestured, and the backstage crew complied by unveiling another shrouded mysterious item. Following this, a series of rare items emerged, including valuable artworks and sharp weapons, all eagerly purchased by the affluent attendees present. One particular item, a metallic armguard adorned with a skull motif, was claimed by Scar. It was rumored to have been crafted by a deceased master within the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. The truth of its origin remained elusive, yet its appearance resonated deeply with Scar, prompting him to bid without hesitation. Next, we have a selection of premium slaves for auction. Please take note. With no items having gone unsold prior, the auctioneer was filled with exuberance as he continued to call out with fervor. Subsequently, a group of staff ushered forth numerous slaves, lined up and moving slowly. Upon witnessing the shackled individuals, Jerry's gaze sharpened. "No way. Is that old man in need of money again?" Scar blinked, uncertainly inquiring, "Jerry, is that old Ray?" "If neither of us is mistaken, it certainly appears to be him," Jerry replied. How could he possibly find himself among those slaves, on the verge of being auctioned off? Haha, if you're asking me, who should I turn to? Scar was utterly confounded by the presence of a legendary pirate among the group of slaves. Jerry vaguely recalled that Rayleigh had such a penchant, seemingly indulging in gambling or drinking, leading him to partake in these escapades when funds were low. After all, selling himself at the auction house wouldn't cost him anything. It was a risk-free venture that could yield substantial returns. Jayaluyat tilted her head, observing them, while Karina, having overheard their animated discussion, inquired curiously, "What's the matter? Do you know anyone up there?" "Oh, that's the master craftsman who once applied the film to our ship, a formidable legendary figure." "What about him now?" "I'll explain later. For now, it's best not to concern ourselves with him. He won't come to any harm here." Having exchanged these remarks, Jerry and Scar resumed their focus on the stage. Jayaluyat continued to watch the slaves, as the scene of a slave auction was a first for her. "Jerry, are those people really going to be sold?" Jayaluyat's mood appeared to dampen slightly. Previously, she had only heard of slave auctions but had never witnessed one. Her kind-hearted nature instinctively found the situation rather unsettling. On the island of Dewey, while there were slaves, they were typically confined in cages, and during the battle, she had not given it much thought. "Yes, this place is indeed that cruel, but someone will intervene." Gently patting her small head, Jerry casually remarked, casting a discreet glance at Rayleigh. If old Ray did not intervene, he decided he would assess the situation when the time came. When Jayaluyat, still bewildered, nodded, Jerry turned his gaze back to the armored men. As the slaves ascended the stage, the armored men became visibly excited, their enthusiasm blending seamlessly with the raucous crowd, thus avoiding any appearance of awkwardness. "Princess," someone whispered, "keep your voice down, don't make a fuss." The previously conspicuous armored man was about to become animated when a gentleman intervened, placing a hand on him. "Princess?" "Yes, I heard that too." Their voices, however, reached Jerry's attentive ears. Jayaluyat seemed to have heard as well, possibly due to her keen sense of hearing. She followed Jerry's gaze towards that direction. "Jerry, is there a princess up there?" "I'm not sure, but they did mention it." Seemingly intrigued by the notion of a princess, Jayaluyat's eyes sparkled with wonder. Her hands clasped over her heart as she appeared lost in fanciful thoughts. The armored men hailed from a small nation, the Titan Kingdom. It was a non-member state of the world government, lacking the protection of the Navy or the government. However, due to the historically robust guard force, the citizens managed to lead relatively stable lives. Not long ago, the captain of the guard, Vok, was escorting the king and a merchant fleet on a mission when he learned that the royal palace had been ravaged by pirates and Princess Meredith had gone missing. Vok was filled with rage. He and the princess had been in love for many years, and the king had even approved of their marriage. Yet, at this critical moment, while he was absent, the pirates had invaded. Gazing upon the ravaged land, destroyed by cannon fire, he roared with fury, vowing to pursue the matter relentlessly. He then set sail with a small team of elite guards and a longtime royal minister to track down the pirate crew. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that this was not merely a band of marauders seeking destruction and plunder, but a group also involved in trafficking slaves. After a long journey, they intercepted and defeated the pirate crew at the Shambadi archipelago, only to learn that the princess had already been sold to an auction house along with other captured civilians. The armored man, Vok, clenched his fists, unwilling to wait another moment. Their original plan had been to infiltrate the auction venue and assess the situation to rescue the princess directly if the opportunity arose. If no such moment presented itself, they would identify who purchased the princess and intercept them on the way. However, the scale of this auction was considerable, and upon entering, they encountered a multitude of figures from various factions. This was why Vok had previously clashed with the royal minister. He feared that a more formidable force might acquire the princess or that they might inadvertently lose her trail once again. As he beheld the emaciated and shackled Princess Meredith under the harsh lighting, Vok's eyes gleamed with cold fury. Resolute, he dismissed any further deliberation of their plans. While the auctioneer continued to extol the merits of each slave, he rose from his seat and strode directly towards the stage. The gentleman grasped his arm, but was unable to halt him and was dragged several feet. With a forceful strike to Vok's arm, the gentleman quietly proposed an alternative plan. The new strategy entailed bidding directly for the princess when her turn arrived, securing her, and during the payment process, seizing the opportunity to rescue her. Vok turned to glance at him, momentarily tempering his fierce demeanor. Nevertheless, he continued his approach towards the stage, ultimately halting in front of the area behind the VIP table. Fortunately, at this moment in the auction hall, the attendees were still engaged in animated discussions, captivated by the auctioneer's words. Some, like him, were eager to approach the stage for a closer inspection of the slaves. Now, let us resume our auction. First up is the infamous pirate, Pigu, who has a bounty of 7 million berries. He possesses remarkable skills and a robust physique, capable of taking on 10 opponents with remarkable endurance, tirelessly laboring without complaint, and even serving as a punching bag for those who wish to spar. A versatile asset, he can fulfill all your diverse needs, starting at a base price. The auctioneer passionately extolled his virtues while the audience murmured among themselves. While there were many who scorned the notion of a pirate slave, there were also plenty who showed keen interest. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the auction continued. Good news, esteemed guests. Next, we present our customary mid-session highlight, an exquisite slave. Behold her stunning beauty and alluring figure. She is a rare gem of a slave we have painstakingly acquired. She is none other than Princess Melitis from a non-allied nation. A talented performer skilled in both the arts and martial prowess, capable of fulfilling your every fantasy. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Act swiftly, for to acquire her is to profit. Hesitation equates to lost opportunity. Indecision means you may as well have not come at all. Distinguished guests, let the bidding commence. The auctioneer gestured for the staff to gently bring Melitis forward, and his introduction elicited a fervent response from the crowd, particularly the men present, with wide eyes and whistles echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing her name, Melitis, dressed elegantly yet provocatively, turned pale. Biting her lip, she lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes catching a glimpse of the man she adored. Unsure if the figure she saw was real or an illusion, she murmured, "Is it a mirage? Warwick?" Indeed, what was she hesitating for? Warwick, witnessing the tears streaming down his beloved's face and hearing her call his name, cast aside any thoughts of planning. With unwavering resolve, he surged forward. Seizing the moment when all eyes were on the princess, he dashed towards the location of the devil fruit. Before the guards could react, he struck with a thunderous blow, sending one of them flying, and shattered the display case containing the fruit. Without a moment's delay, he seized the fruit and swallowed it whole, racing towards the princess like a gale. With another strike, he sent the staff member attempting to obstruct him flying, and Warwick embraced his long-separated love. "Are you all right, Melitis? Fear not. I have come to rescue you. Let us depart and return to our joyful homeland." Warwick wished to maintain a tender gaze and a serious demeanor, Yet the effects of the devil fruit made him feel nauseous. Warwick, is it truly you? The tangible touch of his hand assured Melitus that she was not dreaming, allowing her to overlook Warwick's retching, which could have otherwise led to an embarrassing incident. This series of events transpired in an instant. The guards, though momentarily thrown off, were unharmed. However, due to the ongoing slave auction, many had been stationed around the slaves, leaving only a single formidable guard near the devil fruit. Moreover, with the majority of attention, including that of the staff, focused on the princess, Warwick fortuitously chose the perfect moment to strike. What have you done? Hurry, capture him. The auctioneer shrieked, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, Warwick did not merely disrupt the event. He had consumed a valuable auction item. This loss was too significant for a mere auctioneer to bear. He had to act swiftly to apprehend Warwick and mitigate the damage. Hey, my devil fruit, Karina murmured, extending a hand, only to find several individuals casting her strange looks. The impulsiveness of the youth was palpable. Meanwhile, the next slave, Old Lay, who had been waiting his turn, could only sigh softly at the unfolding chaos. Among the audience were numerous dignitaries and nobles from various countries, alongside many pirates drawn by the allure of the devil fruit, as well as several capable guards employed by the auction house. In his view, without external assistance, Warwick would likely meet his demise today. Furthermore, the slave collar was not something just anyone could remove. Even standing beside the one he wished to save would not suffice. As the staff began to respond to the situation, Warwick's elite guards rushed in to assist. The once vibrant auction hall descended into chaos, with weaker guests hastily fleeing. While a few remained in defensive positions, those of greater strength or audacity, perhaps harboring ulterior motives, watched the unfolding events with keen interest, particularly 3 pirate crews among them. These crews hailed from the Four Seas and the Grand Line, each led by individuals with bounties exceeding tens of millions. The other dignitaries and royal family members, protected by their own guards, mostly retreated. Jerry, observing the situation unfold, took precautions and advised those nearby if a large-scale melee ensues. Retreat to a corner or exit directly to find a way back to the ship and execute the emergency plan. Don't worry, Boss Jerry, this training has proven useful. I can run exceptionally fast now. Karina, make sure you all stay together. Understood. Got it, Brother Jerry. The group acknowledged their instructions and moved to the periphery to continue observing the spectacle. Damn it, I traveled a great distance for a taste of that fruit, only to have some nobody snatch it away. Oomph. With your lack of merit, how do you expect to claim the devil fruit? Hey, what are you still arguing about? The fruit has already been consumed. Use your heads. Consumed? Then he must pay with his life. The fruit will eventually regrow. Ah ha ha. And perhaps I can also snatch that princess for myself. Keek keek. The pirate captains from the West Sea, South Sea, and the Grand Line exchanged barbs, their eyes scanning the now diminished audience, each hoping to seize any remaining opportunities. Otherwise, they had no intention of letting Warwick, who had stolen their prize, escape unscathed. After finally converging on the stage, Warwick and his companions found themselves surrounded by the auction house's patrons, making escape nearly impossible, and some of Warwick's subordinates were already wounded. Huh! Warwick bellowed, struggling to wield the powers of the devil fruit he had just consumed. Instantly, he transformed into a muscular, upright Shiba Inu, a sight both comical and formidable. Ah, the Inu no Mi, Shiba Inu form? How ridiculous it looks. Jerry couldn't help but comment on his half-beast form. The Shiba Inu, sword in one hand and fist raised in the other, exuded a fierce demeanor. I will lead the charge, Warwick shouted, attempting to break through with his subordinates and Melitus. But the lead guards of the auction house jointly obstructed him, rendering any immediate breakthrough impossible. He felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, astonished that the guards of the auction house were so well-trained and formidable, capable of thwarting his escape. You shall not escape. And taking her with you is utterly futile. She was a slave collar that is rigged to explode. The auctioneer, sensing that the situation had stabilized and the intruder was ensnared by the crowd, began to unleash a barrage of words, hoping to disrupt the enemy while bolstering his own courage. Do not concern yourselves with me. Vok, I'm grateful for your attempt to rescue me, but my escape is impossible. Merides gazed blankly at Vok, who was fighting valiantly before her, tears streaming down her face. You must flee. She was acutely aware of the truth in the auctioneer's words. She had witnessed slaves attempting to resist only to be gruesomely obliterated in the process. Ah, be careful. Just as Vok was about to voice a thought, he heard Merides' piercing scream. In that moment of distraction, an old coin, disguised as a mere guard and lurking among the crowd, struck Vok squarely in the chest. Bang! The violent blow sent Vok hurtling backward, collapsing before Meritis, blood spilling from his mouth. Vok! Meritis cried out, throwing herself in front of him, desperate to shield him from the impending assault. Alas! In this critical moment, Rayleigh ceased to be a mere observer, shaking his head with a sigh as an unmatched aura radiated from him. Excluding Vok's group, which he had intentionally overlooked, and a few other slaves, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki swept through the assembly. Anticipating this, Jerry stepped forward, emanating a corresponding aura to mitigate the oppressive force that threatened Karina and the others behind him. Even though Rayleigh's release was casual, it remained strikingly formidable. He then unleashed an equally potent wave of Conqueror's Haki, further incapacitating the intelligence agents and guards who were still reeling from Rayleigh's initial onslaught, rendering them dazed and drooling. "Brother, is it really necessary to force this old man to intervene?" Rayleigh jested, raising his head and complaining to Jerry, "I was just about to make my move, but the signal was poor, and I almost disconnected before you stole the show." As most of the crowd succumbed to the effects of their combined Haki, Rayleigh turned to Meritis with a smile. "Young lady, I sincerely thank you for your previous kindness. I regret that you had to endure hunger on my account," almost inciting their ire. "Ah, thank you, sir." In a daze, Meritis instinctively responded, her gaze fixed on the many foes who had collapsed around her, while the old coin before her also lay weakened, not entirely unconscious, but too disoriented to rise. However, upon seeing her beloved, she snapped back to reality. Her face etched with concern. "Vok, are you all right?" "Cough. I am fine, Meritis. Who is he?" Although Vok was bewildered by the turn of events, he sensed that the elderly man before him had rendered significant assistance. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply to Rayleigh in gratitude. "In any case, thank you for your help." The old coin was, in fact, the head of the guards at the venue, possessing strength on par with Vok's. Had it not been for the intervention, the ambush would have been sufficient for the old coin to lead the auction house to annihilate Vok and his companions. "Hey, are you kidding me? That can't be the legendary." At that moment, the surviving pirate captains, having been swept by the Conqueror's Haki, finally discerned Rayleigh's identity. Though generally uninformed, many pirates held vivid impressions of the features and traits of legendary figures or those with high bounties. Because Rayleigh had kept his head lowered, very few had noticed the elderly slave's presence, aside from Jerry and a few others. The legendary, Bang, among the crowd, 2 agents from CP, having confirmed that the Pirate King Rayleigh was present, were about to relay information when one was swiftly struck by Jerry's gunwave, resulting in a fractured chest and the phone bug clattering to the ground. "From CP, are you?" Jerry scanned the area, noting that only a few remained standing or seated. Besides the pirate captains, only one agent from CP remained of the original 2. Previously, several others had been struggling to maintain their positions, but were now reduced to limp figures, potentially Navy or intelligence personnel from other organizations, along with some auction house guards who had not fully succumbed to unconsciousness. However, following Jerry's subsequent display of Conqueror's Haki, most had fallen into oblivion. Of course, those on the stage who had avoided Rayleigh's impact were not included. These intelligence agents were likely those who had entered alongside him. Jerry had previously noticed their presence before they indulged in dining and shopping. "Wait here, I shall return shortly." After addressing his companions, Jerry removed his mask and charged towards the remaining 3 pirates and the CP agents, who were conveniently in the same direction. Unlike Rayleigh, who had acted with casual abandon, Jerry's intentions were far more serious. Given the commotion, he knew he would undoubtedly bear the blame for the chaos that ensued. After all, Rayleigh had long since retired, rarely intervening in affairs, which left the Navy and the government unconcerned about him, and they had not seriously investigated his whereabouts. In light of this, regardless of the aftermath, Jerry would be viewed as the instigator of the disturbance. Thus, he resolved to seize the moment, assertively confronting all adversaries present. As he shed his disguise, one of the pirates pointed at him in shock, exclaiming, "You're the Dragon Fist. Enough chatter." Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. Jerry, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with the pirates, swiftly unleashed a series of kicks. In an instant, they were left battered, their faces bruised and disfigured, employing a long-lost technique known as the faceless kick. Why? The notorious pirates, infamous for their countless atrocities, could not comprehend the reasons behind their assault before losing consciousness. "My apologies, I usually refrain from explanations, but you pointed at me." After casually dismissing the pirates, Jerry turned his attention to the lone remaining CP member. "What? Aren't you fleeing? With the Pirate King and the Dragon Fist present, how could I possibly escape?" He feigned calmness, yet his heart was filled with helplessness. He was merely a squad leader. Originally sent on a task to track and gather information on the Dragon Fist, he had brought only one subordinate, the one Jerry had just incapacitated. Prior to accepting the task, he had conducted a brief investigation into Jerry's exploits, knowing that as long as he did not provoke him or overstep his boundaries, he would generally remain safe. However, given the current circumstances, he had abandoned all illusions, even foregoing a straightforward escape, conserving his strength in hopes of surviving or perhaps even retaliating. He would not easily surrender if an opportunity arose. Eliminating the Dragon Fist would be preferable. You are quite astute and remarkably composed, a true talent. However, I lack the time for extended conversation. With his observation hockey activated, Jerry sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching the scene. The concealed murderous intent of the individual before him was acutely perceived by Jerry, prompting him to resolve not to grant any further opportunity for delay. As Jerry's figure flickered, a rapid elbow strike collided forcefully against the arms of the squad leader attempting to defend himself. Tai Kwai, bang! The speed of the incoming attack surpassed the squad leader's expectations. By the time he reacted, he could only muster the strongest self-hypnosis technique from the 6 styles, Tai Kwai. Yet his defense proved utterly inadequate against the ferocious blow, sending him hurtling through the air in an instant. Jerry, in a swift motion, pursued the airborne figure, his gaze gleaming with intensity as he gathered his strength momentarily. Sheng Long Guang! Boom! This punch, reminiscent of the familiar water dragon, erupted forth, propelling the bloodied enemy through the rooftop and into the skies above. From the moment Jerry took command of the battlefield, unleashing his conqueror's haki and achieving 5 kills. Only a few minutes had elapsed. Molly TC and the others had already gathered, accompanied by several civilian slaves who evidently had conspired with them earlier. Aside from those on stage, no other slaves remained in the area, as this was a comprehensive auction house rather than a dedicated slave auction venue. Old man, it's nothing. You should be thanking him. He has played a part in your assistance, replied Layli casually upon hearing Molly TC's inquiry. Having learned about Jerry through various channels, Layli recognized that once he commenced his actions, he would see them through to the end. At that moment, Jerry approached with Sika, Air, and the others, observing their readiness to escape together, and inquired, Old Lay, are they all together? It's better to have each other's backs while fleeing. After Lay Li's confirmation, Vok recalled Lay Li's earlier words, realizing Jerry was an ally, and interjected, Hello, I am Jerry. And you? Greetings, brother Jerry. I am Vok, the captain of the Royal Guard from the T-Dun Kingdom. Let's proceed outside and converse as we walk. Noting the glimmer of hope rekindled in the eyes of the civilian slaves, who were evidently prepared for escape, Jerry pondered for a moment before suggesting they move ahead. All right, let us go. Upon reaching the entrance to the auction hall, Jerry had already discerned the backgrounds of Vok and the others, subsequently signaling everyone to halt. Allow me to assist in disarming the collar bombs while enjoying a bit of fireworks. Old Lay, shall I take the lead, or will you? As Layli gestured for him to proceed, Jerry nodded, no longer being polite. Transforming into a phantom, Jerry swiftly extracted one collar bomb after another, with lightning speed throwing them throughout the venue. Upholding the principle of thriftiness, he repurposed each bomb, aiming to scatter them in various locations. Boom! Boom! The once elegant auction hall was suddenly reduced to ruins, debris flying everywhere. Those who fell could only fend for themselves. Let's go. I'll ignite a little fire and return shortly. With that, Jerry began to run about, reigniting the chaos in the venue. Soon, he caught up with the main group at the entrance of the auction house, noticing that Kalina had acquired a bulging backpack, gleefully laughing with Galot. Outside the grand entrance, numerous enemies lay in ambush, each wielding firearms in a semi-encirclement, targeting their exit. As the group positioned themselves against the wall behind the door, Jerry glanced at Lay Li and, sensing he was not inclined to engage outside, addressed Vok and the others. There are quite a few outside. I will provide cover. You all should return to the ship as per the previous plan and set sail immediately. Thank you very much, brother Jerry. Should I go out first to cover you? No need. Just ensure their safety and make haste to escape. Vok wished to take the risk himself to shield the unfamiliar young man, yet Jerry firmly declined. Observing Jerry's resolute gaze and confident smile, coupled with the impressive prowess he had displayed earlier, Vok patted Jerry's shoulder in gratitude, acknowledging that his own combat abilities paled in comparison to this individual, and that safeguarding his loved ones and others was indeed his current duty. The naval forces are approaching. Sika Air, Be ready to act accordingly. Oh, understood. Perhaps the naval intelligence officer had emitted a distress signal before losing consciousness, for Jerry sensed another group hastily approaching. Let's move out. With that, Jerry charged ahead, conjuring a water sphere in his right hand while opening the tightly shut door with his left. Bang, bang, bang. The majority of those surrounding them were personnel exiting the auction house, and upon seeing the door swing open, they wasted no time in opening fire. Jerry swiftly evaded, smirking as he waved his right hand. The water sphere instantaneously fragmented into countless droplets, intercepting the incoming bullets while knocking down the encircling enemies one by one. Ugh, what? The remaining few stragglers were swiftly eliminated as Jerry dashed past them. All done, come out. He clapped his hands and called to those behind the door, just as he was about to say something further. Yet, a chilling sword light sliced through the air. With a focused gaze, he unsheathed his fishing rod, infusing it with hockey, and met the incoming sword energy with a strike of his own. Ping-a. As long as he did not name the technique, all attacks were considered ping-a. He successfully defended against the onslaught. Long Quan, is it you causing a ruckus here? Oh, an impressive figure has arrived, tall and slender, clad in a red casual outfit that revealed her long, fair legs. With a prominent tattoo visible on her thigh, she wielded a long sword as she strolled down the street. The newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Shiwan. Today, she had not donned her officer's coat, similar to E.C. Ka, as she was originally on leave on the island. Upon sensing the battle and witnessing a cerulean water dragon soaring into the sky, she had promptly rushed to the scene after receiving a distress signal. At this moment, the crowd inside began to emerge, with Old Lei still quietly hiding among them. Observing the group of evidently captured and then rescued slaves, alongside the blazing auction house, Shiwan fell silent. Casting a glance at her, Jerry did not dare to relax. Turning to the fleeing group behind him and urging, "You all must escape. I will handle this. Brother Jerry, Boss Jerry, we, according to the plan, flee." Vok and Sika Air attempted to say more, but Jerry's double entendre interrupted them, urging both factions to execute the predetermined plan. Uncertain of the identity of the woman who had suddenly intercepted them, Vok sought to assist but was halted by Sika Air. As an intelligence officer, he recognized Shiwan at a glance. "Let's go. Trust him, he can handle it." Seeing those accompanying Jerry echo this sentiment, Vok understood it was not the time for further hesitation. He turned back to lead the others, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Jerry, thank you immensely. We will remember your kindness." With that, he guided the others along the established route, swiftly escaping, while Lei Li blended into the crowd, following them. On the road, following Lei Li's explanation, Warwick and his companions became cognizant of the woman's identity and were aware that pursuers would soon follow. They were uncertain whether the Navy would turn against them. However, Jerry had indeed helped them resolve numerous troubles both inside and outside the auction house. At the moment of their escape, Jerry was already embroiled in a fierce battle with Ji Yuan. After all, Jerry was unsure whether the opposing party's intent was merely to provide support or if they would obstruct the escape of the slaves and Sikar. Sikar, adhering to their customary emergency protocol, diverged from Warwick and the others, leading the way toward their own ship. As Galot fled, he glanced back at the conflict between Jerry and his adversary. "Jerry, are you all right? Trust him." Having not ventured far, the group sensed commotion around the corner of the street. With a clever turn, they veered into a nearby alley. Indeed, just moments later, they spotted a large contingent of Navy personnel rushing down the street toward the auction house. Simultaneously, a familiar voice rang out. "Yan Shonggong." Though they were unaware of the events unfolding over there, it was prudent for them to avoid the area. With a resounding boom, a wall of fire erupted, effectively sealing off the street and rendering the Navy unable to advance toward the auction house. The arrival of Ace followed, who, after shaking off C, had been wandering aimlessly in the street. Upon noticing the massive water column Jerry had conjured, they surmised that a battle must have ensued. After a brief discussion, they decided to investigate. Fortunately, while they had been meandering, they were not far from this location, and upon drawing nearer, they noticed a considerable number of Navy soldiers converging. Having sensed the battle's energy emanating from the auction house, Ace knew Jerry must still be there. Without hesitation, he decided to intercept, the fire wall blazing as he stood atop a building, gazing down at the enemy. Sikar, you're still here?" From an unknown corner, C suddenly appeared, preventing Kara from calling out to Ace. C, what are you doing here?" "Jerry instructed us to activate the emergency plan." "Understood." The Navy personnel, distracted by Ace, allowed C and the others to stealthily slip away, signaling him with a hand gesture. Ace acknowledged with a thumbs up, nodding as he called out, "All right, you all go first." "What?" The Navy, puzzled by his cryptic words, turned to look back. "Over there, he has accomplices. Quick, don't let them escape." "Ah, this." Ace scratched his cheek. "Wow, Ace, you idiot. It's enough that you know. Why say it out loud? Do you not understand the concept of secrecy?" C urged the group to flee. Yet, after only a short distance, another squad of Navy appeared ahead. "Those guys. They are also from Long Quan's crew. Charge!" A shout erupted from the first group of Navy, prompting the subsequent forces to spring into action. The group found themselves caught in a pincer movement, and, with no other option, had to confront the enemy head-on. Karina, wielding both a pistol and a dagger, coordinated with Kudazi, while Galot entered a combat stance, ensuring everyone's safety. C, brandishing a short sword, charged forward alongside C. Carr, relieved that the newly arrived forces consisted only of ordinary sailors. Led by a junior officer without any high-ranking commanders. Having undergone a brief period of training, Jerry observed C's adept handling of the scalpel and suggested he try using a short sword, which proved surprisingly harmonious. With C. Cocker, specializing in hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship, their weight training had slightly enhanced both their speed and strength. With Ace also rushing in to help clear a path, they managed to break through the encirclement and escape swiftly. "Fire Fist, you are indeed here." Isi Kappa. As the group continued their escape, a flash of light from a sword suddenly interrupted them. It was Si Ka, who had come to intercept, much like Ji Yuan, still on leave, but responding to the signal. "Run, I'll hold him off." Halting, Ace positioned himself to cover for the others. With Si Ka's arrival, several Navy officers emerged, including a brigadier or possibly a major. Ace paid no heed to the rank. He felt it essential to prevent the enemy from coordinating their efforts, lest the group find themselves in an even more precarious situation. Rank and status do not necessarily equate to absolute strength. However, if those officers and sailors prepared themselves, the sheer number of enemies could not be underestimated. Contemplating this, Ace clenched his fists, mimicking a gun stance directed at the pursuing Navy. Fire gun. The flames dancing at his fingertips. Though not his unwavering belief, Ace had long honed his abilities. Hitting his mark was merely a fundamental skill, and once ensnared by his flames, they would not extinguish as easily as ordinary fire, burning with greater persistence. Clearly, Ace's control over his fiery powers had reached a newfound pinnacle. Like a machine gun, countless small fireballs erupted in the direction of his aim, single-handedly suppressing the Navy's advance. Upon realizing that regular bullets were ineffective against Ace, the sailors scattered chaotically, seeking nearby cover to evade the onslaught. Kinmoon, Sika executed rapid sword strikes, unleashing a flurry of slashing energy that countered some of the fire projectiles, advancing toward Ace. The remaining junior officers, under the command of a major, rallied to assist the soldiers in fending off the enemy's attack. Raging Leg. Faced with Ace's indiscriminate assault, the Navy was compelled to temporarily abandon their pursuit of C and the others, focusing instead on countering him. "You all go that way and continue pursuing those individuals. I will deal with him." "Yes, Major Pai Ge." After Ace's barrage, Major Pai Ge commanded others to take a detour in pursuit of C's group. Subsequently, he donned C stone knuckle dusters and leaped into the fray against Ace, who was locked in combat with C Ka. "Take this punch. I won T." Ace, managing the battle with ease, was about to thwart the Navy again when he sensed the Major's ambush from behind. Though he had not detected any traces of hockey from the figure, Ace instinctively dodged the attack. A glance at the knuckle dusters on the Major's hands revealed the source of his subtle unease. "C stone? So what? Take another punch." The failed ambush and the revelation of his weapon's secret did not deter Major Pai Ge. His robust frame continued to advance, throwing another punch. Although Si Ka did not wish to engage Ace alongside others, the circumstances dictated otherwise, compelling her to wield her sword in unison with the Major. "You'll be the one to take a punch." Fire Fist. Aware that he could not afford to make contact with C Stone, Ace swiftly retreated 2 steps. Swinging his arm as a fiery punch surged toward the Major. As a Major, Pai Ge believed himself to be formidable. Even if he had yet to fully master the armed hockey, he did not think that his technique, combined with a C Stone weapon, would be insufficient to withstand a punch reliant on devil fruit abilities. Charge. Boom. So hot. Hot. It has been proven that he can withstand, albeit not for long. Pai's strike could only extinguish the flame surrounding him, covering only half of his body. The subsequent shockwave forced him to stagger backward, igniting his hair and pant cuffs in flames. In a swift motion, Page fell backward, vigorously patting down the flames on his hair and trousers. Once the fire was extinguished, his once flowing locks transformed into a Mediterranean hairstyle, bearing burn marks that caused him considerable pain, due to Page absorbing part of the force from that punch. Isika was able to withstand the remaining aftershock from behind. When she raised her head to look, she discovered that AC had vanished once again. Don't even think about escaping. Suspecting that AC intended to aid Yosi and the others, Isika quickly pursued in the determined direction. While Scar and the others made their escape, Jerry was engaged in a fervent battle with Tao Tuesday. His earlier decision to wield a fishing rod in combat was not merely whimsical. It stemmed from his newfound skills with weaponry. Although he was not particularly fond of swordplay, he was surprisingly adept with the fishing rod, known as the Wushang Dakwa, wielding it with such ease that it felt like an extension of his own body. This proficiency likely arose from his long-standing familiarity with the fishing rod, having spent countless hours in its grasp. It served well for both long-range attacks with fishing line and bobbers and close combat with the rod itself. He had previously sparred with AC aboard a ship, and the results were not unsatisfactory. Of course, the fishing line's long-range capabilities were somewhat lacking, yet his fishing rod was now ready to participate in the fray. After all, he could coordinate strikes with one hand on the rod and the other in a fist, coupled with his accustomed fighting style that utilized his entire body as a weapon. He did not view the fishing rod as a hindrance. Encountering a master swordsman was a rarity, and sensing no immediate threat from other naval forces on the island, he was eager to test the limits of his Wushang Dakwa. Tao Tu moved gracefully, wielding her famed blade, Jean Bailu, with an elegance that suggested she was dancing, captivating yet fraught with danger. As she witnessed the slaves emerge to express their gratitude to the pirates before fleeing, Shizhuan felt a conflict within her. She understood the nature of this place and did not wish to trouble the slaves. Yet, as a naval officer bound by duty, she had to respond upon receiving orders. She welcomed Jerry's initial offensive, as it spared her the dilemma of whether to intervene with those slaves who were evidently not criminals. When she saw her comrades arrive, only to be diverted by the likes of Fire Fist, she resolved to let her colleagues handle other opponents while she focused on the enigmatic pirate before her. After a prolonged exchange of blows, while other naval forces pursued AC and the others, Shizhuan gathered her strength and unleashed a brilliant display of swordsmanship, sending forth a cascade of shimmering blade lights. Sakura sword rain. Until now, the combat had been lively, yet Tao Tu had refrained from employing any formal techniques. As the attack approached, Jerry instinctively responded, exclaiming, "I strike." Though Jerry had not wielded the fishing rod as a weapon for long, he felt an inexplicable sense of mastery as he mirrored his opponent's swift movements. Frantically swinging his rod, both combatants moved with remarkable speed, their weapons creating arcs in the air, the chaos of blade and rod intertwining with an underlying order, resulting in nearly 100 exchanges in the blink of an eye. The relentless barrage of their strikes left the surrounding streets marred with scratches of varying lengths and depths. Following the conclusion of the previous exchange, Shizhuan quickly readied herself for another attack. After a flurry of dazzling strikes, she charged forward with a colossal slash. Sakura sword shadow. I sweep. As the enemy advanced with a change in tactics, Jerry reacted swiftly, stepping forward with his left foot and extending his right arm, delivering a thunderous sweep with a fishing rod. Bang! The two weapons, enveloped in haki, collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent both combatants flying backward. Boom! Jerry's body crashed against the wall of an auction house, breaking through the sturdy structure and creating a sizable hole. Correspondingly, Shizhuan was also propelled backward, though she managed to halt her momentum just before colliding with another shop due to the spaciousness of the street. As the surrounding shops and auction houses began shuttering their doors upon the onset of their battle, the naval forces arrived to find the area nearly deserted. After crashing into the building's protective structure, Jerry nonchalantly dusted off his shoulders and re-entered the fray, slightly disheveled but unscathed. It was as if a new world had opened before him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he muttered, "Could it be that I am truly a genius?" Following the earlier skirmish, he found the sensation of wielding the fishing rod even more intuitive. In his previous encounter with Shizhuan, he had merely reacted to her initial moves, eager to see how far he could take this unconventional weapon. Now, he felt invigorated, as if he had experienced a breakthrough following Shizhuan's swordplay. The fishing rod had become a weapon in its own right. Raising his head, his eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned. "Come on, let this naval swordsman witness the prowess of my rod." "Heh, young man, aren't you supposed to be using your fists?" Shizhuan replied, maintaining her composure. Fists can be used at any time, but fishing is my true calling. With a grin, Jerry flicked the fishing rod. Is that so? Then I shall take great pleasure in experiencing it. Prepare yourself. After exchanging jovial banter, Jerry initiated another round of combat. The intensity of their battle escalated, and as the fight continued, Shizhuan sensed something peculiar about her opponent. The area was filled with booming sounds, as Jerry appeared to be teetering on the brink of exhaustion, being swiftly sent flying with each of her strikes. Boom! Jerry was once again launched away, and the surrounding shops had become dilapidated, reduced to mere remnants. Shizhuan scanned the battlefield, finally realizing Jerry's cunning strategy. The battle raged on with unabated intensity, and Jerry was frequently sent hurtling in various directions. Yet, he consistently managed to spring back to his feet after crashing into the shops, re-emerging with renewed vigor. Initially, Shizhuan had been perplexed by his resilience. Jerry's rapid movements made it appear as if he was merely struggling in a losing fight. However, upon reflection, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, you wretched brat. You're demolishing all these auction houses and shops. They will report us to the world government." Huh? Do the traffickers really have the audacity to complain to the Navy? Do you think they would dare operate so brazenly here otherwise? Oh, now I think I understand something. Jerry blinked, feigning an epiphany. He suspected this might be an inside scoop, as it seemed those individuals had some sort of arrangement or understanding with the world government, leaving the Navy helpless. Forget what I said earlier. You didn't hear anything. Just remember, no more tricks. Perhaps influenced by Kapu, Jiuan became somewhat more candid, inadvertently revealing a bit too much. Not wishing to engage in further trivialities, she unleashed her next move. Sakura Storm. With a swift leap, she struck fiercely, and after parrying one attack, continued to execute a barrage of slashing strikes, making it seem as if her adversary was truly caught in a tempest of blades, struggling to keep pace. Then I shall be a little top. In the face of the opponent's agile movements and explosive speed, akin to a torrential downpour of all-encompassing assaults, Jerry maintained a facade of ease while remaining utterly focused. Utilizing his formidable Kinbunchika haki for warnings, he spun in place, deftly wielding his fishing rod to parry the encroaching flurry of sword lights from all directions. The clang of metal echoed through the air, a cacophony of sounds merging into a singular chorus. Jiyuan's strikes were as relentless as a hurricane, rendering her figure nearly indistinguishable to ordinary observers, who could only perceive her crimson attire and the glimmer of her blade. Jerry remained remarkably composed, deftly maneuvering his fishing rod like a serpent, swiftly navigating through his opponent's onslaught, countering with precision. With a resounding clash, as Jiyuan concluded her series of moves, Jerry was once again sent flying through the air. Boom! Once more, the already battered shop he had previously demolished collapsed entirely. From the outset, Jerry had noted that the nearby streets were lined with establishments related to human trafficking and auction houses, thus he felt no remorse in causing their destruction. However, upon rising this time, he was not unscathed, having relied solely on his fishing rod to counter Jiyuan's fierce swordplay. Jerry found himself exerting more effort than before, as he had yet to develop techniques specific to the fishing rod. Casting a glance at the torn fabric on his arm and the shallow wound from which blood flowed, he exerted control to staunch the bleeding at the site. He possessed a degree of control over his own blood, yet managing another's blood proved much more challenging. Perhaps his personal growth was still insufficient. With a slight smile, Jerry grasped the level required to wield the fishing rod effectively and resolved to incorporate additional techniques into his assault. Come on, do not presume you can easily best me. As Huang Yuan had remarked, little brother, you are indeed remarkable. Despite not knowing whether Huang Yuan had held back previously, the matured Jerry certainly posed a considerable challenge for Jiyuan. She was acutely aware that his fame was not derived from the fishing rod, but rather from his fists. Of course, while leading a simple life is truly desirable, one cannot afford to be excessively simplistic. When the time calls for discernment, one must not compromise. Suddenly turning philosophical, Jerry twisted his neck and grinned. Sister, here I come. Behold my skills. Yet another strike. In their renewed clash, Jerry expanded his repertoire beyond merely swinging the fishing rod, launching simultaneous attacks with both arms, summoning streams of water that seemed to arise from thin air, and initiating a fierce offensive with multifaceted maneuvers. Having fought for an extended duration, Jiyuan found herself compelled to divide her focus between offense and defense, a shift that required her to exert additional effort. Sakura Dance. She unleashed a rapid succession of sword strikes, poised to counterattack as a radiant shield of sword light enveloped her, a powerful technique that combined both offense and defense. The ground shook with booming sounds as the intensity of their upgraded battle rendered the streets and surroundings utterly chaotic. Meanwhile, Ace, who was evading while fighting, gradually caught up with Daius and the others, only to find them also engaged with the approaching Marines, with Galot evidently taking the lead in the fray. Her small frame darted swiftly through the crowd, her hands clad in sharp-clawed gloves, crackling with electric currents. Those struck by her attacks bore multiple wounds and were ensnared by electric shocks, trembling and collapsing, unable to rejoin the fight for a time. The group operated as a small team, with Daius and Scar leading the way, while Kodaz and Karina managed the rear against incoming foes, with Galot flitting around them. "I am here. Firewall." After accelerating, Ace leaped onto a rooftop and launched his attack from above. Instantly, walls of fire erupted on either side and behind Daius and the others, providing cover as they fled forward. "Oomph. You shall not succeed. Crescent Moon." Iska's voice rang out, as numerous sword lights surged upward, targeting Ace. Turning his head with a grin, Ace transformed into flames, leaping into the midst of the Marines, effortlessly evading the strikes. "You cannot hinder me." Landing heavily on the ground, Ace swung his fists fiercely, creating diversions to buy Daius and the others time. In a heartbeat, Iska reappeared before him, her sword slicing through the air at lightning speed. Bee's sting. In an instant, it was as if a swarm of yellow jackets filled the sky, countless stings targeting Ace from every direction. "Hey, interesting. Let me test that kid's technique." Fire pistol barrage. This time, the flames did not surge forward but instead erupted from Ace's elbows, greatly enhancing the speed of his attacks. In an instant, a multitude of powerful fish shadows surged towards Iska's ferocious strikes, pressing forward with such force that she could no longer maintain her assault and was forced back. This technique is quite effective." Chuckling, Ace noticed that Daius and the others had vanished from sight, and, after sprinting a distance, he stomped down with his foot. Boom! A towering wall of fire suddenly appeared before him, once again obstructing the path of the pursuing Marines. Ace flashed a grin and waved farewell to Iska and the numerous Marines before releasing a massive fireball that soared into the sky and exploded. "Enjoy the fireworks. Take your time." With that, he dismissed the frustrated Iska, passing through the wall of flames, his figure vanishing from sight. Having moved far from the auction house where the incident had begun, the number of Marines dwindled, allowing Ace to quickly catch up with Daius and the others as they hurried to the secluded docking area of their ship. Catching a glimpse of the grand firework display ignited by Ace, Jerry smiled broadly, aware that they had successfully broken free, whether it was merely an illusion or not. Amidst his fierce battle with Tao Tu, he found himself oddly captivated by the elegance of her swordplay. Perhaps this, too, was a testament to her combat prowess, though Jerry's mental fortitude remained largely unaffected. Useless. Women only bring me insurmountable challenges, hindering my casting speed." Ji-Yuan also noticed the massive fireball ascending in the distance, and upon hearing her opponent's inexplicable remark, she was momentarily speechless. After yet another exchange, Jerry's figure flickered, abruptly halting his retreat, appearing instantly before his foe. Stepping forward, he swung his fishing rod, unleashing a surge of water vapor that had been quietly gathering nearby. Water release. Rising tide. What? Ji-Yuan's pupils constricted rapidly. Having previously witnessed his summoning of water droplets and water dragons, she was now confronted with a tidal wave emerging from thin air. Boom! Like a waterfall cascading from the heavens, the torrential wave surged forth, enveloping Ji-Yuan in an instant, leaving her no avenue for escape. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself against the retreat, forcing out a powerful slash. Sakura Dawn. Clang. However, Jerry's fishing rod was no mere ornament. It met the enemy's counterattack head-on. Though he was repelled, the waves surged upon Ji-Yuan as if a mountain flood had erupted, violently sweeping down the entire street. It is time to depart. With a subtle glance at a few corners, Jerry sensed the presence of informants or journalists lurking there, but chose not to intervene. Seizing the moment while Ji-Yuan was momentarily distracted, he vanished from sight, receiving a signal from Ace and others indicating they had evaded their pursuers. Coupled with the awareness of a new contingent of Navy forces converging from a distance, among them was a formidable power rushing toward him, he concluded that it was time to retreat. The island had long been garrisoned by numerous Navy personnel, and given that Shambody was not far from headquarters, he could only speculate about the identity of the approaching figures. "Miss Ji-Yuan, I have arrived. What brings you here?" As she surveyed the drenched street, the remnants of shattered shops washed clean by the torrent, Ji Yuan, drenched and somewhat disheveled, was about to pursue when a familiar voice echoed. The newcomer was Vice Admiral Chibuta Kaki, a fellow candidate for the position of admiral, though Ji Yuan was not particularly keen on his presence. After all, anyone would find it somewhat exasperating to face persistent declarations of affection over the years, especially after countless rejections, only to have the suitor remain obstinately undeterred. The wet Miss Ji Yuan is so beautiful. She cares for me. I must do my best, Kaki thought to himself, boosting his own morale. Squinting his small eyes, he cheerfully announced, I received word on my way here that you were facing a formidable enemy, so I rushed to assist you. If that is the case, then you may accompany me. With other Navy personnel arriving at the scene, Ji Yuan did not wish to use her own reasons to decline, and after a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Now that she had permitted him to accompany her, would she also consent to my declaration of affection? Kaki's eyes widened in anticipation, his heart racing. He quickly retrieved a small white gift box from his pocket. Holding it with both hands and stepping forward nervously to present it to Ji Yuan, stammering, Miss Ji Yuan, I want to. You must not think of it. It is a crime to even consider it. Ji Yuan interrupted without hesitation, swinging her sword and turning to depart. Indeed, she remained so concerned about me, understanding me, even knowing my thoughts. What bliss! Kaki, lost in his reverie, hurried after her. Miss Ji Yuan, wait for me. The other Navy personnel exchanged glances, unsure whether to laugh at the familiar scene unfolding amidst the current serious atmosphere. After observing one another's expressions, they suppressed their smiles, nodding in agreement, and followed suit. Under the protection of Dus and his comrades, they successfully navigated multiple checkpoints and finally returned to their ship. Since no one was specifically guarding it and there were not many valuables aboard, their vessel was anchored in a relatively concealed location. Unlike other pirates who docked at conventional ports or bays, in the distance along the shore, dense thickets surrounded a large area of low grass, leading to a steep cliff several meters high by the coast, where their ship was anchored below. As the crew hastily prepared for departure, the silhouettes of pursuing Navy forces became visible in the distance. Leading the charge was Iska, followed closely by a group of other Navy personnel, including Rear Admiral Piga, who sported a flowing Mediterranean hairstyle and had some bandage wounds. Ace stood at the shore, witnessing the Navy draw their weapons and begin to fire in unison. He extended one arm forward. Mirror flame. His arm transformed into searing flames, erupting forward to create a massive wall of fire that obstructed the enemy's advance and gunfire. The wall continued to blaze, rendering ordinary sailors powerless to approach or continue shooting. Woo! I have returned. Just as Iska and the others were about to launch their attack and dash through the wall of fire, a voice surged from the distance, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Quick, set sail. We have pursuers behind us, and more will arrive at sea shortly. Jerry urged Dus and his companions to depart hastily. He sensed Ji Yuan and Kaki hot on their heels, and in the distance, the silhouettes of warships were becoming clearer. It seemed yet again they were embarking on a hasty escape from the Shambadi archipelago. History had a way of repeating itself as they were once again fleeing from pursuit. Though this time it was not an admiral, the presence of two admiral candidates was hardly a trivial matter. Jerry dashed back, leaping with agility, not daring to delay for even a moment. Along the way, he set numerous traps and obstacles, most of which were violently dismantled by his pursuers. But they still bought him some time. Yes, we must set sail immediately. Dus, upon Jerry's return, realized they could no longer afford to linger and urged everyone to leave the shore. After exchanging glances, Jerry and Ace did not immediately board the ship. Instead, they both gazed towards a fiery wall. Boom! The fire wall was attacked, creating a large breach before vanishing entirely, allowing Ji Yuan and Kaki to be the first to cross. You shall not escape. Indeed, did you hear? Do not think of fleeing. Kaki wholeheartedly endorsed the UN's declaration, nodding vigorously in agreement. Since we find ourselves in such a sparsely populated area, we shall capture you all at once. Yes, exactly. Do not resist futilely. We intend to take you all down. After Ji Yuan's proclamation, Kaki continued to nod, hands on his hips, shouting loudly. Ji Yuan, her temples throbbing, could no longer tolerate Kaki's incessant chatter. Turning to him, she snapped, You need to go away. Stop rambling. Why should I go? Are you worried I might tire myself out? Oh, how gentle and considerate of you. I like you even more. Kaki was momentarily taken aback, contemplating this, while his adoring gaze sent shivers down Ji Yuan's spine. What? Enough dilly-dallying, get on board. Iska, do not get too close. Uninterested in Kaki's musings, Ji Yuan was determined to advance. Understood, Miss Ji Yuan. Despite their amicable relationship behind closed doors, formalities were to be observed in public. Iska stepped back, observing from a distance with Piga and the others, knowing they would find it challenging to intervene in the forthcoming battle. Truly, she is the one I admire. Even her run is enchanting. With a dreamy gaze fixed on Ji Yuan's retreating figure, Kaki turned and dashed forward. I am coming. Pirates, do not even think about escaping. Jerry, Ace, and their companions were momentarily bewildered, unsure if this was a customary Navy performance, causing them to momentarily forget their escape. At this juncture, Ji Yuan and Kaki advanced, each targeting Jerry and Ace. They had no choice but to engage. Jerry faced Ji Yuan, while Ace confronted Kaki, and they clashed fiercely. Bang! Bang bang! Soon, Ace and Kaki were embroiled in a brutal contest of strength, each blow resonating with the sound of flesh colliding. Although Ace's techniques were agile and timely, as time passed, he found himself slightly on the back foot. The position of a general substitute is not one that just anyone can occupy. It requires strength exceeding that of a vice admiral, the exact measure of which remains a mystery. Ace was compelled to employ his flame abilities in conjunction with his physical techniques, for he understood that merely unleashing flames at such formidable foes would likely fail to inflict any damage, unless his opponent granted him the time and opportunity to gather strength. Relying solely on his devil fruit powers would prove insufficient. Sensing Ace's surge of energy, Kaiji's gaze sharpened, yet he maintained a jovial demeanor, responding with a blend of hockey and martial arts, indicating that he was seemingly unperturbed. Meanwhile, Shurjin and Jerry clashed once more, having fought for an extended period previously. There was no need for further probing. With a swift step, Shurjin vanished from sight, appearing instantaneously behind Jerry to deliver a thunderous strike. Sakura no Chiru. The water blade spiraled forth. Jerry, forewarned by his observation hockey, reacted swiftly, stepping forward into a bow stance, where a sharp, high-pressure water blade materialized on his fishing rod. As he executed a sweeping motion without glancing back, the attack's momentum was directed backward, unleashing a water blade that cut through the air in a 360-degree arc around him. As their attacks converged, Shurjin, undeterred by the initial failure, began to move with remarkable speed, while Jerry, equally resolute, leaped forward, combining his fishing rod with punches and kicks. In an instant, the four of them found themselves divided into two groups, engaged in a fierce battle in this relatively open terrain. Their assaults were as relentless as a tempest, dense and heavy, with their fierce exchanges occasionally igniting bursts of brilliant light and powerful shockwaves. Jerry bro and Ace bro, they can do it, right? I believe in them, and I believe in my comrades. Indeed, responded the members of the High Z Pirates, as their ship departed from shore, gradually making its way into the sea, Garat and Karina expressing their concerns. After spending considerable time together, Karina had evidently begun to integrate into this group without even realizing it. Observing their worried expressions, Dios spoke earnestly, as if to comfort them while also fortifying his own resolve. At this moment, both parties were intentionally stalling for time. Kaiji and Shurjin, while in pursuit, had received word that reinforcements would soon arrive at sea. Meanwhile, Jerry and his companion awaited their ship to gain some distance. Otherwise, an excess of attacks from ashore would present a nuisance. Moments later, as their pirate ship drifted further from shore, Jerry let out a hearty laugh, calling out to Ace amid their melee. "Ha Ace, it's time to make our escape." "All right," Ace replied, delivering a powerful punch, yet his opponent was not easily deterred. Kaiji would not permit their escape without a fight. Attempting to flee, Jerry countered, using his strength to push Shurjin back, then leaping to the cliff's edge, retracting his fishing rod and extending his arms wide, suddenly striking towards the heavens. A laugh from the vast sea, with a thunderous roar. A towering tsunami more than 20 meters high surged rapidly from the sea behind Jerry, the water visibly climbing higher. The distant Navy personnel stared in awe at the overwhelming wall of water. Although the waves had yet to crash upon them, none dared to underestimate the seemingly boundless power of the tsunami. "Hey, this can't be real. What on earth is happening? Quick, run." Shurjin immediately turned to shout at her companions, still discussing matters behind her. The attacks she and Kaiji could handle did not imply that the Navy soldiers could do the same. Witnessing Jerry's ability to command the colossal tsunami, Shurjin leaped backward, swiftly drawing her sword in midair. A razor-sharp, colossal slash erupted from her gleaming blade, the sword's aura cleaving a deep chasm across the ground before the Navy troops. Kaiji, return and assist. Understood. Realizing that the battle could not continue with Jerry conjuring a tidal wave, Kaiji promptly retreated upon hearing Shuriken's call. She called my name. I'm so thrilled. I won't wash my ears for a month. Kaiji grinned widely as he returned behind the chasm Shuriken had created, nodding at her with a smile. Jerry directed the tsunami towards the shore, creating a gap for Ace, the waves crashing past them directly toward the Navy. Let's go. Grasping Ace's arm, Jerry turned and leaped onto the sea's surface, sprinting towards their pirate ship amid Ace's shouts. Moments later, they found themselves back on the deck. Jerry, bro, are you alright? I'm fine. Meow. Noticing the wounds on Jerry's body, Garrot raised a hand to indicate he was unharmed while absent-mindedly petting the approaching Kodas. Following their prolonged battle on the island, Jerry bore a few small scratches in addition to a deeper wound on his arm, but these were primarily superficial injuries, leaving his clothes tattered. Fighting really ruins clothes. No wonder Ace prefers going shirtless. I'm wearing clothes now. Ace blinked, tugging at his shirt with a grimace. At this moment, Ace bore several bruises, primarily from his intense brawl with Kaiji. Stop the chatter. Let me tend to your wounds first. Before they could continue their banter, Dios interjected, retrieving a nearby medical kit, eager to assist the two. In truth, Jerry's injuries were not severe, as his observation haki had become quite powerful, allowing him to evade most attacks. Even when faced with unavoidable strikes, he would minimize damage. We can handle it later. Boom, boom, boom. Jerry watched as cannonballs landed near their ship, halting Dios's actions. He glanced toward the distance. This time, as they departed from Sabaody, another fleet of warships had come to bid them farewell with artillery. Likewise, other unknown pirate vessels had been caught in the crossfire, forced to flee in a panic. The ship swayed slightly, but the crew felt no anxiety. They were now at sea, confident in Jerry's ability to lead them to safety. Turning again to the shore, Shuriken and Kaiji stood with the Navy troops, gazing helplessly at the retreating pirates. They would have to wait a while longer for the arriving warships to draw near. Jerry's towering tsunami had, in reality, only half the volume of water that reached the shore. The remainder was merely a ruse. After being partially dispersed by Shuriken and Kaiji, the rest flowed into the chasm created by her sword strike, leaving the remaining water insufficient to pose any significant threat, merely causing a minor disruption among the Navy ranks. Most of them were soaked, while the injured remained behind to await treatment. Miss Shuriken, what exactly happened with the Dragon Fist earlier? Upon receiving the distress signal and learning you were on site, I rushed over without gathering detailed information. By saying this, Miss Shuriken must realize how much I care about her, right? Extra points, yes? While harboring his secret ambitions, Kaiji had indeed been the first to rush to the sea. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. I intercepted him outside an auction house, but it seems he rescued some slaves inside. Shuriken, having received the signal, rushed over without asking many questions, arriving first due to her proximity. Rescuing slaves? He certainly aligns with Vice Admiral Crane's assessment. He is indeed a remarkable pirate. With a light tap on the yellow cap atop his head, Jiaji nodded thoughtfully, his mind brimming with activity. Miss Yuan, too, held a unique place in my heart. After years of military service, she had encountered numerous pirates, but few could rival the likes of Jerry and his crew. Perhaps, indeed, a flicker of complexity crossed her eyes as she regarded such pirates. Were it not for her duty, she might have preferred not to complicate matters further. Gently shaking her head, Ziyuan continued. All right, it was mentioned earlier that little Kazan was on his way, but given the circumstances, it appears he won't arrive in time. How about we each take command of a warship and pursue them to see if we can delay their escape? Absolutely. Miss Ziyuan is entirely correct. Jiaji responded with rapid nods. Today, she even sought my opinion. Her attitude was truly commendable, and I found myself quite fond of her. Ultimately, they did not wait for the warships to dock before witnessing the black child pirates engulfed by cannon fire, sinking into the depths of the sea without a trace. Gazing at the gradually calming waters, Yuan softly reflected that Long Quan, apart from its formidable strength, possesses an astonishing command over water currents. Previously, upon reading the news regarding their incident with the Bigmum pirates, I had thought it somewhat exaggerated. However, it now seemed there was truth to those claims. At her words, Jiaji blinked in agreement. Indeed, they managed to flee. Miss Ziyuan, you must be hungry. Would you care to try this box of chocolates? Thank you, but no. Can we avoid unnecessary distractions? Ziyuan waved her hand in refusal. Very well, I shall keep it for another time. With a beaming smile, Jiaji quietly stowed away the small gift box he had just retrieved his heart swelling with joy. Expressing gratitude, and once more seeking my opinion, surely indicated her concern for my contributions. Ganbat, Jiaji, for the other pirate crews. The sudden appearance of warships under the setting sun left them bewildered, prompting a hasty retreat. The pursuing warships and naval forces, upon learning that Jerry and his companions had escaped into the water, redirected their efforts toward the remaining pirate crews. An unknown rookie boldly emerged, launching an attack on the approaching warship in the center. Ignoring the pleas of his fellow pirates, he leapt into the air, transforming into a colossal mina, and charged forward. Huh, Navy, are you here to send me off on my grand journey to the New World? Demon Claw Strike. Huh, Frozen Time Capsule. Huh, Akiji? No. Confused by the presence of the Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, astonished by the audacity of this individual to challenge the naval fleet alone. Oh ha ha, we've finally shaken off the Navy's pursuit. Are you all alright? Scar laughed heartily, while Karina, relieved, turned to Jerry and Ace. I'm Fine. Just a minor injury. Same here. Both felt little concern, yet could not refuse Dorse's insistence to sit down for treatment. Hee, that's good. I'm heading back to my room now. Sister Karina, I want to go too. With her backpack clutched in front of her, Karina's eyes sparkled as she dashed towards the cabin, followed closely by Galat, who thought there might be something delightful awaiting them. Remember to save some for me, Jerry shouted after their retreating figures. After some time submerged, they resurfaced, faintly hearing cannon fire in the distance. Yet, those matters no longer concerned them, having escaped. They were free to roam the vast seas. The following day, newspapers once again spread across the ocean. Wow, those guys are making headlines again. How brazen. If it weren't for him, you'd probably be the one in the spotlight. Let us see if you can continue your peaceful retirement after this. In the cafe of Shambordi Archipelago, Rayleigh and Shaki casually discussed the news as they perused the papers. Haha, that's true. We should express our gratitude next time. But I couldn't sell anything yesterday, so I didn't earn much. Ah, no wonder you're preparing to do some window dressing today. After sharing some laughter, Rayleigh shouldered his tools and stepped outside. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, in Sengoku's office, Vice Admiral Tsuruon and Akiji were present, observing various reactions to yesterday's events. Jiaji had initially intended to join them, but pressing matters had prevented his attendance. Akiji had returned to headquarters after encountering Jerry and his companions in the New World, and upon receiving news of the Black Child Pirates landing in Shambordi, Sengoku promptly dispatched him to prevent any potential disturbances. After all, at that moment, only a rear admiral, Pigu, was stationed at Shambordi, who could predict whether that group would cause trouble. Though Ziwan happened to be on a 2-day leave, enjoying the island, they understood that this pirate crew possessed 2 formidable fighters, making it potentially troublesome for Ziwan to handle. Fortunately, Jiaji had previously visited and, knowing Ziwan was there, rushed over. Akiji set out shortly after. Thus, despite receiving a distress signal during the journey, the fleet maintained a steady pace. However, by the time he and several warships arrived, Jerry and his companions had already fled into the sea. Bang! They indeed had the audacity to file a complaint. Sengoku slammed the complaint letter on the table. Submitted by the owners of the shops and auction houses damaged by Jerry's actions, collectively addressed to the world government, which then forwarded it to them. The government's stance was clear. Even with the objective of capturing pirates, it was imperative to protect those establishments and facilities. Well, you'll have to manage that, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, sipping her tea with a smile, aware that Sengoku would not penalize Yuan and the other naval officers for such a ludicrous complaint. Alas, it seems I must take care of it myself. The group gazed at the news printed in the papers, collectively cursing Morgans. The headlines read that in the pursuit of pirates, the Navy disregarded the damage to civilian property, ultimately allowing the criminals to escape. Various half-truths in the reports made it difficult for the Navy to publicly refute them, while the impact on their reputation was minimal. It nevertheless tarnished the image of the Navy. Regarding the events and the complaint letter aimed squarely at Ziwan, as the most renowned rose of the Navy, she garnered substantial internal support. Moreover, upon her return and clear explanation of the events, it became challenging to place blame on her. Who could have anticipated that Long Quan would suddenly wish to wreak havoc on those shops and auction houses? Noticing Sengoku still engrossed in his documents, Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired of Ziwan, who sat nearby. Little Ziwan, what are your thoughts? Sister Tsuru, they indeed possess formidable strength, and the reasons for their return from the New World remain unclear. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan expressed her uncertainty, then turned to Akiji. Akiji, when you encountered them, did you discover anything? Ah, there was nothing noteworthy. We merely exchanged glances before they vanished. Akiji replied casually, reclining on the sofa with his hands behind his head. Indeed, the intentions of Long Quan and his crew were inscrutable. If left unchecked, they could pose a significant threat. Sengoku, who had been deeply focused, raised his head and stated gravely, "For over 6 months, Zhanghua has placed considerable emphasis on this pirate crew, particularly after uncovering information about AIC. He has sensed that this individual harbors a significant secret. Unfortunately, at that time, Jerry and others had already ventured into the New World, meeting with Hong Fa and ultimately joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Currently, AIC serves as the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard. If his speculative conclusions prove accurate, then meticulous preparations must be made at the Marine headquarters before taking any action against AIC. After all, Whitebeard seems to have sensed the same matters. Presently, Whitebeard still possesses formidable deterrent power, not yet reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. General, he has a rough understanding of Zhanghua's thoughts. Not only would the Navy be reluctant, but the world government would also not permit them to recklessly engage in open warfare with the current Whitebeard crew. Yet, General, he feels that perhaps Jerry could serve as a convenient pretext. With a smile, she inquires, "Xiao Ji Yuan, what are your thoughts on the subsequent developments of this matter? Sister He, could you lend me your insight?" Seeing that she seems to have an idea, Ji Yuan expresses her utmost trust in her elder sister, the Marine Chief of Staff, and tosses the question back to her. With a gentle smile, General, he begins, "He, let me share my thoughts. I believe you could seize this opportunity to lead a team to pursue them." Pursue? Ji Yuan expresses her confusion, recalling that one of her subordinates, Isi Ka, had been advocating for a pursuit on their way back. Yes. Setting off under the pretense of chasing the Haizi pirates, Long Quan presents 2 advantages. Firstly, it provides an external justification, demonstrating that we, the Navy, do not easily let criminals escape, while also allowing you to slightly evade scrutiny. Secondly, it prevents them from continuing their mischief. Unhurriedly articulating her thoughts, General, he turns to Zhanghua. "What do you think? Zhanghua, is that acceptable?" Having had the same idea, Zhanghua ponders briefly before relaxing his furrowed brow and nodding, "That works. Xiao Ji Yuan, are you all right with this?" "No problem. One of my subordinates is eager to catch up." "All right, it's settled then." That night, in the dining hall of the Haizi Pirates, the crew was engaged in their usual meal and banter. As Scar stood up and opened the door to step outside, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, why is the fog outside getting thicker?" Hearing this, Dias hurriedly rushed out to take a look, then returned with a sea chart they had compiled from various intelligence sources. "It seems we have entered the Devil's Triangle." "Really? Does that mean we should wear our red underwear on the outside?" Jerry said with a serious expression while stroking his chin. "Stop being ridiculous," Dias retorted angrily. After watching the 2 bicker, Galote, with curiosity etched on her face, inquired, "The Devil's Triangle? What is that?" "It is a vast area spanning the Grand Line. We have passed through it before, but only at the edges without delving further. The waters of the triangle are shrouded in thick fog year-round, and every year, hundreds of ships mysteriously vanish within." Dias initially explained with utmost seriousness, but his tone grew more whimsical as he continued. Perhaps emboldened by naivety, Galote showed no fear and even nodded with interest. Wanda and the others would love stories about bones." "Meow." Galote, unafraid, was joined in agreement by K to Z, while Karina, startled, recalled how she had unintentionally drifted along the edges of the area. "Hey, don't make it sound so terrifying." At that time, Karina had paid little heed to tales of the sea, especially since she had been fortunate enough to be aboard an experienced ship, encountering no significant issues. "Haha, these are just hearsay. I don't really believe them." "Don't worry, there aren't that many strange occurrences in this world." Waving his hand, Dias dismissed the chilling rumors he had first heard. Observing this, Jerry grinned ominously. "Oh really? That may not be the case. Keek. Hey, you creepy fisherman. Stop with the nonsense." After hearing Dias's remarks, Karina, who had calmed down somewhat, found herself shouting at Jerry. Just then, an ethereal melody wafted in from outside. "Could it be? What's that sound?" Karina exclaimed, her heart racing. The crew fell silent, listening to the haunting melody, and AIC led the way out the door. "Let us go check it out." Soon, they gathered on the deck, and apart from Jerry, who had sensed something amiss earlier, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Before their ship, shrouded in thickening fog, lay a dilapidated large pirate ship, towering over their small vessel. Yet, it appeared not just decrepit, its hull mast, and even sails bore signs of extensive decay, reminiscent of a bygone era. A ghost ship. It's real. ISNT that a joke. Don't scare me." Karina screamed, closely followed by Dias, both visibly shaken, while the others stared at the ghost ship in disbelief. As they gazed, they noticed a skeleton on the ship, also looking in their direction and even waving at them. "Oh wow, there seems to be someone up there." "Not someone, it's a skeleton. It's moving." Karina and Dias shouted in alarm, their expressions changing dramatically, while Jerry smiled knowingly, aware of the identity of the skeleton. Scar and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement, yet their reactions varied. Scar was captivated by the explosive-haired skeleton, igniting his collector's desire, while AIC and Galote immediately thought of adventure and thrill. Standing at the ship's edge in a suit, the explosive-haired skeleton, unfazed by Karina and Dias' screams, lifted a slightly cracked cup and nodded. "Yo-ho-ho. Would you care to sample some of Bink's sake?" He spoke. Aside from Jerry, the others were momentarily taken aback, and Karina dashed to Galote's side, clutching her tightly. Although Dias felt a touch of fear, he remained rooted in place, while Scar and the others quickly regained their composure. After taking a sip from his cup, the skeleton vanished. "Let's go take a look." "MMHM. Oh ha, boss AIC, this is just what I wanted." Sensing the thrill of adventure, AIC's suggestion was immediately met with agreement from Galote and Scar. The trio was eager to proceed, and naturally, Jerry concurred, though he still inquired of Karina and Dias. "What about you two? Are you coming along?" "I think I'll stay here for now. I want to go too." Without a moment's hesitation, Dias declined, while Karina timidly expressed her desire to join. Karina, weren't you the one screaming the loudest just now? Are you really going?" "Mind your own business. You were also shouting quite a bit." "Oh, you want to see if there's treasure up there?" Now you're getting it." After being retorted by Karina, Dias suddenly realized that when it came to treasures, even if she was scared, she would not back down. Moreover, if this truly were an ancient ghost ship, it was likely unclaimed, potentially housing valuable artifacts. Unbeknownst to Karina, the skeleton across was very much alive. Steering the vessel closer, Jerry gestured toward the opposite side and said, "Let's set sail. There happens to be a rope on the side of the ship that we can climb." With only Dias and Kodaz remaining behind, the rest swiftly ascended onto the ghostly pirate ship. Upon reaching the deck, they encountered the previously vanished skeleton, who was none other than Brooke, emerging from the cabin. Upon noticing them, he exclaimed, "Yo-ho-ho-ho! Greetings! I hope I didn't startle you. I forgot to introduce myself first. To be honest, I was quite taken aback myself. It has been decades since I've seen any living souls in these waters, as I usually encounter ghost ships." Hello." Just as Jerry exchanged pleasantries, Scar rushed forward, standing before Brooke with an eager, infatuated gaze, marveling, "What an explosion of hair you have, and such a naturally pristine skeleton. Wow, are you even human?" Startled by Scar, Brooke noticed the intensity of his gaze, making him feel a chill run down his spine, albeit lacking a back. In an instant, he appeared before Karina like a gust of wind. "Ah, my dear lady, you are truly beautiful. A flattery." Upon closer inspection, Karina realized he was indeed nothing but a collection of bones, feeling a twinge of fear toward this ambiguous entity. "Whenever I see a beautiful woman, my eyes involuntarily bulge out. Of course, I'm a skeleton now, so I no longer possess eyeballs, yo-ho-ho-ho. However, I do have a rather peculiar request. Might I have the pleasure of admiring your undergarments?" "Bang! Get lost." Initially trembling with fear, Karina erupted in fury, delivering a swift kick that sent Brooke flying. "Oh dear! How heart-wrenching. My heart is nearly shattered." But I have no heart, only bones." After lamenting on the ground, Brooke nonchalantly got back up. The excited Scar dashed back to Brooke's side, curiously inquiring, "Oh, Mr. Skeleton, how is it that you are merely bones yet can speak and move normally?" I forgot to introduce myself. I am Brooke, a mere collection of bones after death. My apologies." Lifting the hat from his explosive hair, Brooke performed a gentlemanly bow. "Greetings. I am Ace," he said, highly attuned to such etiquette, immediately following suit and introducing the others. Then, with wide eyes, he asked, "Brooke, can you still eat?" And, "Indeed. Hey, you two are quite the pair," one asking and the other answering. Karina, regaining her composure, glared at Ace and Brooke. Sister Karina. He is quite amusing. Lord Duke and Sister Wanda would surely adore him." Galot, who had been observing, felt that Brooke would be quite popular in Zoe. I agree. But how about we discuss this on our ship?" Jerry glanced at the dilapidated vessel beneath them and realized there was hardly anywhere to sit, thus extending the invitation. "Yo-ho-ho-ho! Splendid." With no objections from either side, they quickly returned to the dining area of the Black Cat Pirates. Dias stared at Brooke in bewilderment, but seeing the others unfazed, he urged, "Let us sit and chat. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Are you here for dinner?" I would like to join. Noticing the unwashed dishes on the table, Brooke promptly sat down and began speaking. Meow. Kodas approached and sniffed Brooke, then glanced at Scar before retreating to Jerry's feet. Not minding Kodas' departure, Brooke busied himself with a napkin, tying it around his neck. It has been ages since I last saw a cat, but I am eager to eat something. You certainly are not shy, Karina remarked, rolling her eyes as she turned to fetch some fresh dishes. Gazing at the rice and other food before him, Brooke mused, rice. It has been decades since I have had such a proper meal. I have been living in a state of unbearable hunger. My stomach has been flattened. Though I lack a belly, yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh, Brooke, you are truly amusing. How about you join us? Jerry suggested eagerly. Scar's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he urged, please. Let him stay. Understanding the importance of Jerry's approval, he awaited his response. Seeing the fervent longing in Scar's eyes, Jerry nodded in agreement, saying, I have no objections. As long as Brooke is agreeable. I can. Perhaps in a good mood, Brooke readily acquiesced. Wonderful. Huh. Very well. The ease with which Scar and Jerry invited Brooke, coupled with his swift acceptance, astonished Dias and Karina. Noting Gallet's silence and Ace's lack of remarks, they recalled Jerry's keen observation abilities and chose not to press further. By the way, Brooke, could you share your story? What is your current situation? Once the food was replenished, Jerry directly asked, eager for clarity despite having a general understanding. Ace, unusually lifting his head from the food, found that all eyes were on Brooke. As for me, it is due to having consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi. I actually died decades ago. And what of your current state? Could you elaborate? Dias, now unafraid, pulled out a notebook, eager for details. Certainly, I was once a pirate, sailing alongside my comrades. Eventually, we ventured into this treacherous sea and encountered formidable foes that led to our demise. Naturally, I also perished, but afterward I realized that the fruit's ability, which I had thought rendered me incapable of swimming, actually preserved my soul, allowing me to return to the living world. I was supposed to revive immediately upon returning to my body. However, due to the thick fog in this region, I became lost. After wandering as a soul for a year, I finally found my corpse, which was nothing but bones. It terrified me to no end, though I lacked skin, yo-ho-ho-ho. Having taken considerable time, Brooke spoke of his past with remarkable composure. But how do you still have that bushy hair? Bones are usually devoid of hair, right? I have a vigorous growth of hair with strong roots. Very well. Dias, who had expected a more profound tale, blinked in mild disbelief. Having listened to Brooke's account, Karina sighed in relief and asked, so, you're not a ghost or a monster? Certainly not. I'm afraid of those things as well. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh, then why do you lack a shadow? Wow. Upon hearing Karina's inquiry, Dias suddenly noticed this eerie detail and discovered that Brooke indeed cast no shadow. They both screamed and stumbled backward. In the dim light of the room, Ace and the others observed that Brooke's feet did not cast a shadow. However, they remained relatively composed. Jerry glanced at the area beneath Brooke's feet and his arms, smiling silently. Ah, no, that is a different matter. Waving his hands, Brooke hurriedly denied any connection and began to explain. That was years ago. My helm has long since been damaged, and I can only drift aimlessly upon the seas. Then, I inadvertently stumbled upon Ghost Island, where my shadow was stolen by a rotund man. Stolen? Dias straightened up, seemingly eager to document such an eerie occurrence. Beside him, Scar was deep in thought. After all, his network of information was not fabricated. He tentatively inquired, to steal a shadow, it seems there exists a certain devil fruit. Brother Skeleton, you know about this too? Brooke, who had been about to continue speaking, was captivated by Scar's words and exclaimed in astonishment. Oh haha, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am, indeed, an informant. Scar placed his hands on his hips and proudly continued. You must have encountered one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, right? Ah, indeed. That man can extract and sever the shadows of others. Nodding, Brooke elaborated moreover. Those whose shadows are taken can no longer live in sunlight. If exposed to sunlight, they will vanish without a trace. I have witnessed someone being sunlit and disappearing before my very eyes. It is terrifying. It made my heart race, even though I no longer possess a heart or flesh. Pausing his writing, Dias's expression turned grave. So, it means that even if you are unwilling, you must drift in this foggy sea to avoid exposure to the sun. Setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, Brooke sighed skyward. Yes, thus I am repelled by both the sun and the sea, left as a lonely little skeleton devoid of companions. Today has been splendid, as I have encountered so many kindred spirits. Naturally, there are also beautiful women. If only I could catch a glimpse of their undergarments. It would be even better. However, Karina was not fooled and shouted in refusal. Enough, you perverted skeleton. The group continued to smile as they observed the banter between the two, but suddenly Brooke made a poignant turn. In this realm where day and night are indistinguishable, I have drifted alone for decades, occasionally encountering ghost ships. I truly feel lonely and frightened. At times, I contemplate simply plunging into the sea. Yet, life is not merely about survival. It encompasses poetry and distant horizons. For me, meeting all of you and sharing such conversations fills me with immense joy. Were it not for my lack of eyeballs, I might be moved to tears at this moment. I would love to accept your invitation, but I must regretfully decline. Upon hearing this, Scar was the first to leap forward, visibly agitated, not understanding why Brooke would refuse. Why? You clearly agreed to join us. Ah, that is because I have no shadow and cannot expose our purpose and whereabouts together. I have been training to regain my shadow for the past few years. Then we shall assist you in reclaiming it. Scanning the group and noticing their nods of agreement, Brooke gratefully replied, No, you are all good people, and I cannot let you risk yourselves for me. Knowing he is one of the 7 warlords, you should understand how formidable he is. But before he could finish, Scar interrupted, turning to Jerry. Boss Jerry, is that okay? Fear not, Brooke. He is just a lazy fatso. We will help you. Jerry, having a fair understanding of the now declining 7 warlords, exchanged smiles with Ace before speaking. After a brief pause, Brooke queried, Aren't you afraid of the 7 warlords? The 7 warlords are ranked. Moria was indeed powerful in the past, but not so much now. The others, lacking extensive knowledge about Moria, did not question Jerry's assertion. Subsequently, with a slight smile, Jerry continued, It's settled then. We shall act immediately. Fortunately, I can sense that the island is not far from us. Good. Scar and the others responded in unison. Brooke opened his mouth, but Jerry did not allow him to refuse further. Rising to the ship's edge and manipulating the sea to submerge both vessels underwater. Wow, what is this? Are we traveling underwater? Yes. Jerry can control the currents. As Brooke gazed at the external sea and schools of fish, he was astonished, his mouth agape. This was a sight he had never witnessed before. Before long, the ship resurfaced, and surveying the surroundings, they had indeed arrived at the place where he had previously experienced nightmares. Ghost Island, which began to float in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line's Devil's Triangle over 8 years ago, is a terrifying 3-masted ship from the West Sea. It is reputed to be the largest pirate ship in the world, belonging to the 7 warlords, Moria. The entire vessel is divided into 2 sections, the outer wall and the inner island. The wall is circular, centered around the island, enclosing a vast internal sea. To enter, one must first traverse the wall and the internal waters before finally reaching Ghost Island. At this moment, Jerry was skillfully maneuvering both ships underwater, precisely bypassing the wall, directly appearing before Ghost Island. This is truly remarkable. However, I still do not wish to be a burden to you. Furthermore, without my shadow, I shall not accompany you, lest I expose your intentions and whereabouts. I shall take my leave first. Given the circumstances, Brooke felt that even if they were unafraid of the 7 warlords, they should indeed proceed stealthily, so it was best for him not to follow. Saying this, he leaped from the ship and sprinted across the water towards the opposite side of the island. Hey, it's all right. The others exchanged glances, and Dias even reached out in an attempt to retain him. However, before he could finish his sentence, Brooke had already dashed far away. Concerned for Brooke, as his shadow had been taken, indicating he had previously suffered defeat here, Scar suggested, Boss Jerry, why not follow him? We can enter from the front while you and he approach from the other side. Sure, but be careful, Jerry replied, employing his light-footed skills to pursue Brooke. He believed that since Scar was aware of Moria, he should also know the abilities and general situation of Moria's subordinates. Yet, Jerry overlooked one detail. Moria's current subordinates were primarily those who joined after he became a 7 warlord, while the previous batch had long turned to dust during the challenge against Kaido. Thanks to his status as a 7 warlord, Moria's subordinates had yet to be placed under a bounty, and they remained reclusive, resulting in little information circulating in the seas. Then let us ascend the island together. Oh, adventure! Dias gazed at the misty and somewhat eerie island, his tone lacking conviction, while Ace and Gallet expressed excitement. Cheering in unison, the group of 5 disembarked and set foot on the island. From the island's front view, a prominent mansion was visible, and the path upon disembarking led down a staircase flanked by towering brick walls. The group paid little heed, as there was only one path before them, and they began descending the staircase. How could there be so many skeletons down here? It truly is Ghost Island. Gallet, Kodaz, come a bit closer. Let's walk together. Sister Karina, do not worry. I will protect you. Upon reaching the bottom, Dias stared at the ground strewn with bones, shuddering, while Karina hastily pulled Gallet and Kodaz closer. Oh, it seems something is approaching from ahead. Disinterested in the decayed bones on the ground, Scar looked straight ahead, sensing something moving toward them from the shadows. What is that? A three-headed hellhound? Is it injured? How splendid. This is incorrect. Why does one of them have the head of a fox? Upon witnessing the towering creature, wrapped in numerous bandages and slowly crawling forth, both Jaluot and Cycle's eyes gleamed with excitement, and AC stepped forward eagerly, only to realize something seemed amiss. Hey, that sound is wrong. That truly is a fox head, isn't it? AC, confident in his observations, felt the initial joy of discovering a legendary creature swiftly extinguished. Gulyalu, woof woof. The three-headed dog appeared displeased with the rude intruders. Or perhaps it was simply fulfilling its duty as a guardian. It growled menacingly and lunged at AC. Meow. Kodaz, seemingly unafraid, followed with a warning howl. See? Having dealt with various animals with ease, AC extended his right hand and shouted. The once ferocious, three-headed dog sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the man before it, causing it to falter in fear and obediently sit down. At that moment, none of them noticed a ghost silently appearing on the side wall above their heads, glancing at them before vanishing into the wall. AC patted the three-headed dog and said, "Let us go. You lead the way. If you have any ulterior motives and lead us into a trap, I shall turn you into a hot dog." As he spoke, flames ignited in his hand, a smile on his face, though drool hung at the corner of his mouth. Woof. The three-headed dog hastily got up and turned to lead the way, secretly thinking, "Though I am not a human, you are indeed a dog." Shortly thereafter, they followed the path directly toward the mansion, for this island had few roads, with buildings present only near the mansion. Inside the mansion, Moria's peculiar subordinates were gathered. Perona, with her pink pigtails, spoke to the other two. "Pirates have arrived on the island, and they are not the ones we previously detected." "Oh, do you know which pirates?" inquired Absalom, donning a tall round hat and a long coat with a lion-like visage. "It seems to be Fire Fist, AC, and a few small pirates." Upon hearing this, Absalom remained unfazed, grinning sinisterly. "Hee, regardless of who they are, let us send our subordinates to greet them and awaken the zombies. If we can capture them directly, our master will surely be pleased. Hee. The eccentric Dr. Hogback, clad in a tight-knitted suit, gloves, sunglasses, and a cape, chimed in with a creepy chuckle. "Then let us prepare a special welcome ceremony for them." Perona's laughter echoed as the group dispersed to make arrangements, for they were quite adept at welcoming pirates. After passing through the entrance, AC and his companions headed straight towards the tall mansion. The mansion was surrounded by a vast forest shrouded in thick mist. AC led the way without hesitation, stepping directly into the woods. "Hey, over there, are those trees with human faces? I think I see some strange animals as well." "Oh, haha, I see them too. Such bizarre creatures." As they walked through the eerie forest, the group observed numerous animals they had never encountered before. Meow. Suddenly, Kodaz let out a cry, and Karina pointed to the side, exclaiming, "Ah, there, the ground is rising." Everyone turned to see a bald man, his body wrapped in bandages and face lined with wrinkles, crawling out of the earth. AC, perplexed, asked, "Old man, are you gravely injured?" "Injured? He's clearly a zombie," Karina retorted, smacking AC on the back of his head. AC, puzzled, rubbed his head and turned to say, "A zombie?" "Dias, quickly draw a talisman." "When have I ever been able to draw those things?" "Can't you?" "Jerry mentioned it. I thought you knew a bit of everything, but you're really lacking. You have no right to say that to me." Dias' forehead twitched in anger as he joined the fray of shouts. Jaluot blinked, glancing between the approaching zombie and the bickering companions, tilting his head and asking, "Although it's quite lively, aren't we going to deal with him?" "Oh, we'll take care of it," Cycle replied, preparing for battle, as a small patch of graves revealed numerous mounds of earth rising one after another. Clearly, there was more than one zombie, at least dozens were crawling up. After the earlier commotion, Karina and Dias were no longer fearful of these creatures, at least not before they approached them. AC cracked his knuckles, his arms igniting into fierce flames, ready to strike. "Let me handle this. Zombies should be afraid of fire, right?" That should be the case." Dias and Cycle exchanged uncertain glances, recalling the tales of such creatures. Roar? The multitude of zombies that had risen were about to charge forward, but upon seeing the flames quietly burning on AC, they each hurriedly jumped back into the very earth from which they had emerged, quickly burying themselves. The group exchanged astonished looks, marveling at the zombies' swift actions and decisive retreat, confirming that they indeed feared fire. Didn't they say that zombies moved slowly, staggering as they walked? Could be the legendary first-generation zombies? Yet they did not seem particularly formidable. Who knows? The group was baffled and continued their discussions without much thought, just as they were about to proceed when white, ethereal shapes drifted through the air. Hey, what is that? Ghosts. Ghosts. Surely they aren't like these zombies. Putting on a show? Negative. Negative. What does that mean? Are the ghosts dancing? As the ghosts appeared, Karina and Dias, who had become frightened once more, saw several ghosts in the air shouting negative in unison, their bodies writhing, and they immediately calmed down. Just then, one of the ghosts charged straight at Dias. Bang! As it approached, everyone assumed defensive stances, and Karina quickly fired a shot, only to find it ineffective, helplessly watching as the ghost passed through Dias. Emerging unscathed, Dias immediately knelt, bowing his head as he lamented, "I can't even draw talismans. I must truly be worthless. I might as well just die. Haha, Dias. I was just joking. There's no need for such a strong reaction. Oh haha. Dias, just do your best from now on. Don't worry about scaring Jaluat. Get up." Perhaps feeling no danger and enjoying the rare sight of Dias in such a pitiful state, AC and Cycle offered words of comfort and encouragement, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Karina and Jaluat were perplexed by Dias's sudden transformation, staring at him in confusion. Negative. Negative. Meow. Fire gun. Meanwhile, three ghosts swooped down once again. AC's fire gun swept through, and Cycle's fierce punch both passed through the phantoms, and they too were penetrated by the ghosts. As one of the phantoms lunged towards Kalina, the nearby Kadaz roared and leapt, its sharp claws unable to hinder the specter in the slightest. "If there's an afterlife, I wish to become a carefree, salted fish," AC murmured. "After so many years of wandering, I never knew there was a fine skeleton here. I am utterly incompetent. Death would be better." Scar knelt and mumbled. Meow. Kadaz also lay on the ground, letting out a low cry. In previous fierce battles, it had always followed Jiraiya's commands, quickly avoiding conflict or finding a hiding place. Kadaz possessed a keen instinct for danger, never expecting that when facing it head-on for the first time, the outcome would be so dire. Had Jiraiya not been present, it would have undoubtedly spiraled into a state of complete withdrawal. They had become this way because of the specter. Galotu, quickly dodge. "All right, Sister Kalina, I will take you." The specter passed through Kadaz, pausing momentarily in midair before pouncing towards them. Kalina, suddenly enlightened, urgently whispered to Galotu. The clever and agile Galotu embraced Kalina, darting away from a specter's attack like the wind, while several other phantoms rushed over. Yet for a moment, they could not even grasp a strand of Galotu's rabbit fur. Ho ho. Negative. Negative. Once AC and the others regained their composure, several phantoms emitted eerie laughter, teasingly sticking out their tongues before vanishing into the forest. Hee hee hee. You all were truly impressive just now. I should have recorded it with an image phone worm. After the danger had passed, Kalina began to mock them directly. "You, don't mess around. If you really recorded it, I would have to bury myself in the ground." Daiusi fumed. "Yes, Miss Kalina, if Boss Jiraiya finds out about this, he would mock us for an entire year." Scar hurriedly waved his hands. I'm so angry. That filthy specter dared to launch a sneak attack. If I encounter it again, I will not let it off lightly." AC jumped up, shouting towards the direction the phantoms had disappeared. "AC, lower your voice. What if Jiraiya really hears you?" Daiusi gestured frantically for AC to quiet down. Watching the group seethe with impotent rage, Kalina silently rejoiced that she was not the specter's initial target. Galotu, on the other hand, found it purely amusing, scratching her head and chuckling. "Ahaha, Daiusi, you all look so funny." "Ahem, Galotu, don't tell Jiraiya about this. Next time, I'll buy you more of your favorite carrots, all right?" "Woo, that's great. And make sure to get me more snacks and drinks too." "All right, I will remember that." Knowing Galotu meant no harm, Daiusi quickly launched a counterattack. Carrots were quite easy to procure. "Hee hee, what about mine? Don't think you can get away easily. Each of you owes me 100,000 berries, and I'll pretend I saw nothing." With a mischievous grin, Kalina stretched out her hand towards them, and Daiusi, seeing the two men with their heads down, covering their faces, could only reluctantly agree. "You really know how to take advantage of a situation. Just keep a tab. Thank you for your patronage." Amidst their playful banter, they suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling from the forest ahead. "What is that?" The group wondered. As the sound drew nearer, they beheld several peculiar, unidentified horses pulling a carriage, slowly approaching. Soon, the carriage came to a steady halt before them, and an odd creature emerged from within. It was wrapped in bandages, possessing human limbs and head, yet having the body of a bat. It bowed to the group and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Sheardun from the Huggybake Mansion, here to welcome you inside." Huggybake? Is that the genius surgeon? As a fellow in the medical field, Dayusi naturally recognized the renowned name. Yes, that is him. Wow, he is actually here? Upon receiving confirmation, Dayusi pondered inwardly. Could the peculiar creatures appearing on the island be related to him? Yet these beings evidently exceeded the realm of mere medical expertise. What is wrong, Dayusi? Is that person very famous? AC asked curiously. Ah, yes. He has miraculously saved countless lives with his surgeries and is widely acknowledged as a genius surgeon. However, one day, he suddenly vanished from the public eye. And who would have thought he would be here? Interrupted by AC's words, Dayusi decided to temporarily set aside his doubts, believing he would soon uncover the truth. Sheardun smiled mysteriously, a hint of pride on his face as he said, "Indeed, the doctor has been conducting research on the island that transcends human wisdom in recent years." Upon hearing this, Dayusi became secretly vigilant, though his demeanor remained calm. "In that case, may I trouble you, Mr. Sheardun, to take us there?" "No problem. If you're also a physician, I'm sure you will have much to discuss with Mr. Huggybake." After Sheardun grinned and finished speaking, Dayusi signaled for everyone to board the carriage. Regardless of the purpose, they would ultimately head to the mansion. They had not planned to hide their presence, and since they had already been discovered by the island's inhabitants, who even sent someone to welcome them, they did not mind adopting a courteous approach first. "Dayusi, is there any problem with this carriage?" "Rest assured, Kalina. But there's zombies outside and all those bizarre creatures. How can I feel secure? That's why we want him to take us directly, out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see them, I want to feel scared." Dayusi patted his chest with pride and continued, "Moreover, do you want to experience the attacks of those embarrassing phantoms again?" "EW, that would be you all experiencing it again. I have not gone through that." Sitting at the back of the carriage, Kalina and Dayusi whispered to each other while the others occasionally glanced out the window, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. They noticed many strange creatures appearing nearby. Perhaps they had activated a friendly mode, as they did not attack the carriage. Skala seemed lost in thought, while AC and Galota eagerly gazed out at the various odd beings. After serving red wine in glasses, Sheardun crouched atop the carriage, not entering the cramped space occupied by the others, as the group slowly made their way toward the mansion. Meanwhile, Jirue quickly caught up with Buluk. They were racing across the water, aiming to land on the island's opposite side. Seeing the man swiftly approaching beside him, Buluk spoke with a hint of helplessness and concern. "Mr. Jirue, this really doesn't concern you. I truly don't want to drag you into losing your shadow as well." Jirue waved his hand to stop him from continuing, smiling as he replied, "Hey, don't say that, Buluk. Although it was Scarer who invited you, we all agreed. Now that you have promised to join us, consider us partners. We are not weak. Helping a partner reclaim their shadow and resolving their troubles is only natural, right?" Being somewhat familiar with Buluk's character and past, even without Scaur's earnest request, Jirue would not mind having him join their pirate crew. "Is that so? Partners, huh? I understand." Buluk momentarily froze, muttering to himself before quickly regaining composure and turning to discuss other matters with Jirue. "Mr. Jirue, how can you run on the sea as well?" "Haha, of course, it's because my thoughts are simple. I don't fill my mind with too many chaotic things, hence I am light as a swallow." "How about you?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Brooke expressed his admiration. "Remarkable. My heart is heavy, yet my body is but a mere skeleton, light enough to accomplish this task. But why, with only bones left, do you possess a heart that longs to admire beautiful women's undergarments?" "Ah, I have no heart. Yet my nature remains unchanged. Ho ho ho." After exchanging a few more words, they had already reached the shore, greeted by a dimly lit forest. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects and birds, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. "Brooke, are you familiar with this island?" Jerry inquired. Brooke, with a hint of nostalgia, replied, "I would say somewhat familiar. I once caused quite a ruckus here, met with a dismal defeat, yet uncovered many things." "Oh." Jerry appeared keen to learn more. Scanning the tranquil environment, Brooke continued, "On Ghost Island, there exists a myriad of bizarre and terrifying zombies and creatures. Although they are products of Moria's powers, they are undeniably frightening. I fear those beings, and every time I encounter them, I can only flee swiftly. However, once I inadvertently discovered their secrets and weaknesses. I observed a zombie consuming grilled fish, after which the shadow implanted in them would involuntarily fly out, causing the zombie to collapse. Initially, I believed their weakness lay in fish, but later realized it was salt. Since the zombies are resurrected by the powers of the devil fruit, the salt, infused with the energies of the sea, proves to be their nemesis. As he spoke, Brooke produced a small pouch of salt, shaking it lightly. Jerry, considering the matter of countering the devil fruit, interjected, in that case, seawater would also be a nemesis. Well, one could say that. However, it is challenging to drench them in seawater or pour it into their mouths. Brooke conceded Jerry's point, though as a fruit user, he had not considered this approach initially, given that seawater is not as easily transported or utilized as salt. Yet, he was unaware of the capabilities of the person beside him, as Jerry grinned, seemingly anticipating Brooke's concerns. Haha, not necessarily. As they continued their conversation while walking, Brooke shared all the information he had gathered about the area with Jerry. This should suffice, right? There are people ahead. Shortly after entering the woods, Jerry's gaze flickered, sensing something unusual. People? It can't be zombies. Brooke raised his hands in alarm, his frizzy hair standing on end. It seemed he had forgotten that he indeed feared such creatures, leaving Jerry somewhat speechless. You are a skeleton. How can you fear zombies? They are entirely different. Zombies, ghosts, and specters are far more terrifying, I assure you. It appears you are like does, lacking courage in the presence of the living. Indeed, I am left with only bones and no courage, ho ho ho. Observing Brooke's fearful yet earnest attempts at humor about his skeletal nature, Jerry shrugged, confident that the movement ahead was human, not some zombie. Within the forest, numerous figures were concealed among the trees, and Jerry's senses had not failed him. They were indeed human, albeit devoid of shadows. Clearly, this was a group of victims, huddled together for reasons unknown. As Jerry turned to glance at their hiding place, whispers arose from the shadows. Big sister, it seems they have discovered us. Then let us reveal ourselves. Wait, that explosive-haired skeleton can move and talk. It's quite peculiar. Who cares? That handsome guy beside him. I must propose to him. With that, a plump woman leaped from behind a tree and approached Jerry and Brooke along the forest path. As Jerry observed the woman striding towards him, a faint memory flickered, though he momentarily struggled to recall who she was. Accompanying the woman were various men, each dressed in distinctive styles. They are indeed humans. What a relief. Brooke sighed in relief, but just as he was about to relax, he spotted a staggering figure among the approaching crowd. A zombie, he shouted in alarm, attempting to flee, only to be restrained by Jerry's grasp. Look closely. That is merely an elderly man with injuries. Ahem. Yes, indeed, young man. I am merely an elderly fellow bearing heavy wounds. As they drew nearer, a frail old man, resembling a zombie, expressed admiration for Jerry's keen eyesight, then shouted at Brooke. Moreover, you, with your skeletal frame, appear far more terrifying than I. Brooke, still struggling against Jerry's hold, paused and turned back, exclaiming, who can discern the difference? You resemble a zombie more than any zombie I've encountered. You frighten me. Ignoring the two elderly figures who seemed far from normal, Jerry turned to the younger individuals. Who are you? What are you doing here? To his surprise, the plump woman stepped forward, declaring, I really like you. Will you marry me? Dumb. Without hesitation, Jerry crossed his arms and replied, the captain has been rejected again. It must be nearing 4,000 times now, remarked two shorter men beside the woman, counting aloud before looking up at Jerry. Greetings. We are members of the Victims Alliance, having lost our shadows and forced to hide in this forest to survive. This is our captain, the rolling pirate Captain Lola, and this is Uncle Spore, the honorary president of the Victims Alliance. They pointed to the tall, plump woman and the frail old man respectively. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Once they finished their introductions, Jerry recalled that Lola was indeed one of Big Mom's daughters, a fact that lingered in his memory as she had lost her shadow. The shorter man beside Lola gestured towards Brooke's feet. You see, we noticed you still have a shadow, while he does not. You must be heading to the mansion, right? As victims, we have endured over a year without seeing the light of day, living a shadowless existence. We are eager to end this plight. We do not wish for other innocent lives to be sacrificed. Therefore, if you are unaware of Moria's capabilities or lack the strength to confront him, I advise you not to proceed any further. Despite their eccentric appearances and attire, it was unclear whether this group harbored a deep-seated hatred for Moria or still possessed a flicker of humanity. In any case, they currently held such sentiments. After listening to their words, Jerry scratched his head, quickly calculating. You arrived here over a year ago, correct? No wonder. No wonder about what? Oh, nothing, Jerry mused inwardly. Realizing that over a year ago was when he first set sail, then just an unknown novice, which explained their unfamiliarity with him. Although he had not yet reached the point of universal recognition, he had certainly garnered some fame on the Grand Line. Not wishing to dwell on such matters further, lest he appear vain, he stated, "I am aware of Moria. I am on my way to defeat him and retrieve my companion shadows." Jerry exuded confidence, momentarily stunning the members of the Alliance. When they confirmed that Brooke indeed had no shadow, they were visibly moved. "Really? Young man, do you need any assistance? We are not idly sitting here. We have gathered much information about Moria and the island." Even though Jerry had a general understanding of Moria's abilities, he did not intend to take it lightly and planned to listen to their explanations. "Is that so? I'm also aware of quite a bit of information. If possible, it would be splendid if you could elaborate further." Although the Alliance was momentarily intimidated by Jerry's confidence, they still wished to test the waters first. After all, encountering a blustering braggart would be a waste of the hope that everyone had painstakingly nurtured. "Very well, but you must first defeat us to prove your strength. Otherwise, we would advise you not to proceed further." "Come on," Jerry said, with his thumbs tucked into his pockets, nodding slightly. This nonchalant demeanor caused the two men stepping forward to narrow their eyes. "We are the Ricky's brothers of the Rolling Pirates. Do not underestimate us. Here we go." "Huh. Bang. Now may I speak?" Faced with the two brash pirates charging at him, Jerry did not even bother to retrieve his fishing rod from behind. Instead, he simply kicked each of them down to the ground. "Oh, that hurts." The outcome was determined in an instant as the Ricky's brothers cried out in pain while scrambling to get back up. "Haha, truly a man worthy of my admiration," Jerry heard Lola say, and quickly clarified, "Let's not go there. I actually do not fancy women." "Wow, Mr. Jerry, do you prefer men then?" Seeing the flamboyant skeleton joining in, Jerry retorted with irritation, "Quit causing trouble. Why don't you go admire her underwear instead?" Brooke glanced at Lola, who was blinking in confusion and involuntarily swallowed, nearly falling victim to Lola's charm. "Although I am uncertain of the exact reasons, it seems even the skeleton has rejected you." "Captain Lola." The Ricky's brothers grinned with glee, but after receiving a sidelong glance from Lola, they turned to Jerry. "All right, let us share our intelligence with you." Go ahead," Jerry nodded slightly. They proceeded to relay their information. Once they finished, Jerry gently stroked his chin, pondering that the crucial information regarding Moria seemed not to differ much from what he already knew. Lifting his head, Jerry smiled and waved his hand in gratitude. "I understand. Thank you. Are you leaving already? Don't you wish to try inserting a shadow into your body to see how much it can enhance you?" The Ricky's brothers were taken aback and inquired loudly. What they referred to was indeed the ability of Moria's Yami Yami no Mi. The zombies on the island were resurrected due to the corpses being infused with the shadows that Moria had deprived from others. Not only Brooke, but they also discovered that zombies were weak against salt. Simply placing salt in a zombie's mouth would cause its shadow to involuntarily detach from its body. The released shadow could be captured even by others with bare hands. Based on this, they conducted experiments to insert shadows into living bodies. They found that most ordinary people could accommodate up to 3 shadows. It seemed that the stronger one's mental or willpower, the more shadows they could bear. When a living person was infused with another shadow, they would temporarily gain the physical abilities and enhancements of the shadow's owner. But the enhancement lasted only for 10 minutes. "Forget it. I only wish to insert my own weapons into others' bodies, not have their things enter mine." Shaking his head, Jerry resolutely declined their suggestion of shadow enhancement. Moria and his 3 subordinates each possessed distinct abilities. At the forefront, Moria, the wielder of the Yami Yami no Mi, could manipulate his own shadow, using it for both offense and defense, and could also deprive others of their shadows to control them. His 3 subordinates were the Suk Suk no Mi user Perona, the transparent fruit user Absalom, and the genius surgeon Hogback. Perona could separate her soul from her body. However, once her soul left, her body could no longer act independently. She could also produce multiple spirit clones to form phantoms, which could not interact with the physical world, but could harm enemies by generating shockwaves, leaving those who passed through the phantoms feeling profoundly despondent. Absalom could turn himself and anything he touched transparent. However, transparency only deceived the eyes, as sound and scent would still be emitted. With the advancement of the transparent fruit, it might one day achieve a level of concealment that even basic observation could not detect. Such a fruit with immense potential was often merely utilized by Absalom for peeping. The last, Hogback, had no fruit abilities and was inherently weak. Yet, he possessed remarkable surgical skills, capable of grafting different species of animals together while retaining some physical attributes of the original species. Not wishing to delay further, Jerry glanced at the distant mansion and declared, "You may await good news here. We can defeat him without relying on Moria's abilities." Witnessing the effortless defeat of their two formidable comrades by this young man, the Alliance felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within. If he could indeed bring Moria down, that would be marvelous. Although it seemed he did not need their assistance, they still wished him well. "Indeed, we will keep a close watch on you. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Please go and defeat Moria. Best of luck, handsome with the fishing rod." "Is it Jerry you're referring to? I heard that skeleton call him that just now." After the group finished chattering, Jerry waved his hand and continued on his way. "Rest assured, we will vanquish Moria. Brooke, let us depart." "Yo-ho-ho, your words have me all stirred up." After bidding farewell to the group, Brooke took the lead again, and the two made their way towards the mansion from the side. Ace and the others sat in the carriage, encountering no further attacks, and soon found themselves at the entrance of the mansion. "All right, you may enter here. I shall proceed first, and hope to see you again." Without waiting for a response, Hilton took flight with a flap of his wings, disappearing into the misty night. He just left? This Batman seems a bit peculiar. Shall we go in directly? Let us enter. We come this far, and standing here is not a solution. The group exchanged glances and ultimately decided to enter through the front door. The grand entrance of the mansion loomed high and solemn, with no doors obstructing the way, leading into a deep, shadowy corridor. Through the corridor, one could gaze unobstructed at the tranquil courtyard behind the mansion. Why is there an ancient well in the corridor? I don't know, but there is light shining towards it. As they walked through the corridor, the group observed their surroundings, and upon nearing the ancient well, they noticed the rope at the well's mouth swaying incessantly. Gurgle, gurgle. Welcome. Suddenly, a shadow illuminated from below the well's depths, creating a somewhat eerie silhouette. Wow, you startled me. Meow. Deep well ice. What kind of ghostly island is this? Oh ha ha, we are on Ghost Island, not Demon Island. Demon Island isn't this frightening. Once again startled, Karina and Dias could not help but comment, while Scar attempted to lighten the mood. As Galot and Ace remained unfazed by the individual. They were almost overwhelmed by the atmosphere created by their own companions. The door beside the deep well creaked open, revealing a rotund figure who cheerfully announced, "Welcome, everyone. She is my servant, Shindwali. I am the world-renowned Hogabaku, known as a genius." Expecting gasps of admiration. Hogabaku was met with calm expressions from everyone, save for Giosi. Taking a couple of steps forward, he sought to glean some information from Giosi, having already received news from Shi Airtung that Giosi was also a peer. Clang. Ouch. Shindwali, you accidentally hit me. I sincerely apologize. I just came from the kitchen and unknowingly held onto a cursed plate. Plates should vanish from this world. The golden-haired maid, Shindwali, expressed her indifference to the incident with a stoic face. Rubbing his back where he had been struck, Hogabaku, noticing the odd glances from the others, awkwardly invited. Ahem. Well, although she seldom listens to me, please come in and enjoy a sumptuous supper. Supper? How delightful. Ace exclaimed. Are you hungry again? Hurry up. I have been famished. Guests, please come in. Inside was a grand dining hall where everyone took their seats in turn. After introductions, Giosi inquired. Dr. Hogabaku, what brings you to this island? Dr. Giosi, you must have encountered those zombies on your way here, right? Indeed. They're my research subjects. Most people fear the mere mention of zombies, yet seldom ponder that they are, in fact, the reanimation of the deceased. Resurrection, immortality, these are dreams cherished by all of humanity. For this reason, I have intentionally distanced myself from society to freely explore the arcane medical sciences that even the gods dread. Upon hearing this, Ace, who was eagerly awaiting the meal, the somewhat bewildered Galot, and the others were momentarily taken aback. If this research were to succeed, it would undoubtedly alter the fabric of the world, for who among us has not wished for the revival of loved ones or dreamt of eternal life? Originally curious about his presence here, Giosi was now slightly shaken by Hogabaku's research aims, and with a hint of reverence, he asked, What extraordinary pursuit! Forgive my boldness, but have you achieved any results? I have made some progress, but it is not convenient to discuss it directly with you. I merely asked out of curiosity. My apologies. Before long, after exchanging a few more brief remarks, Shindwali emerged, pushing a cart laden with culinary delights. Please enjoy the pudding, noodles, and desserts. She approached the dining table, gradually emptying bags of treats onto the surface. Why aren't they on plates? Galot queried. Shindwali, we need plates for the noodles and desserts. When will you allow me to fulfill this wish? Hogabaku exclaimed, his expression somewhat foolish. Yet Li responded without a hint of kindness, stating with conviction, there should be no such things as plates in this world. Perhaps having suffered some past trauma, the maid Li seemed particularly sensitive to, if not outright disdainful of, dinnerware. Isn't it inappropriate to pour food directly onto the table? Doc remarked with mild disapproval. Rest assured, it is precisely for this reason that I have washed the tablecloth repeatedly. It is absolutely safe to eat from. Ha! Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Oh, I'm indeed quite hungry. The pudding is delicious. Upon hearing Hogabaku's words, Ace, Scar, and Galote eagerly dug in. Hey, you all, and Galote too, don't eat directly with your mouths. Use spoons. Even if the tablecloth is clean, that's not appropriate. Karina and Doc shouted in unison as Ace and the others simultaneously licked and devoured the food off the table. Thank you for the hospitality. Completely ignoring their protests, Ace finished his meal in a whirlwind, patting his belly in satisfaction. Galote, take Kota Z with you to the restroom. All right, Sister Karina. After the meal, Karina intended to wash her hands and scout the surroundings for information. Thus, she summoned the rabbit and the big cat, exchanging a brief glance with Doc before decisively turning to leave. Noticing this, Li, at Hogabaku's signal, followed suit under the pretense of leading and serving. The restroom is over there. Please follow me. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. Aside from numerous murals adorning the hallway, there was nothing else remarkable. Considering that this mansion might harbor secrets, Karina resolved to find an excuse to explore further and planned to take Galote and Kota Z into the restroom. Meow. Sister Karina. There seems to be a different smell. Hearing Kota Z's alert call and noticing the strange odor herself, Galote turned to speak to Karina. Ugh. However, she heard Karina's muffled exclamation and realized that her figure had suddenly vanished, the unusual scent dissipating as well. Sister Karina, where did you go? Quickly reacting, Galote shouted towards the dining hall. Big brother Ace, Sister Karina has been kidnapped. Kota Z, let us hurry and chase after them. After alerting them, she and Kota Z rushed toward the direction where the strange smell had vanished. In the dining hall, upon hearing Galote's voice and recalling that Hogabaku had not returned since he followed them out, a shadow of unease crossed everyone's minds. What has happened? I don't know, but judging by Galote's tone, it seems the enemy has taken action. Then let us dismantle their territory. Thoughts of diplomacy were swiftly discarded as they stood up, preparing to leave, only to find that the murals on the walls and the carpets on the floor erupted with sinister laughter, charging towards them. What is this? Whatever it is, get out of my way. Ace, unperturbed, ignited with fury, sweeping his hand towards the assailants. Fire! Run! The various zombies that charged forth were instantly engulfed in flames, shrieking as they attempted to flee. Yet they barely managed a few steps before being reduced to ash, scattering on the ground. Let us go. If they dare to strike first, they shall pay the price. Oh ha ha, Boss Ace is formidable. Indeed, well said. Let us move. Ace glanced back at another corridor, noting that it had fallen silent. However, he firmly believed that the plump individual who had gone missing had disappeared in that direction, and without hesitation, he led the charge down that passage. Along the way, they encountered many frightening murals and zombies in the corridors, all of which they dispatched effortlessly. Yet they saw no sign of any other individuals. After sprinting for a while, Ace suddenly felt as though the surroundings had opened up before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed through the mansion and now stood before a small garden, with a taller mansion visible in the distance. His instincts told him that the true enemy resided within that lofty mansion ahead, and he was determined not to let them engage in any elaborate tricks, intent on striking directly at the heart of the matter. Behind the mansion where Hogabaku resides lies the mass mansion of Moria. At this moment, Ace and his companions find themselves on the aerial bridge connecting the two mansions, belonging to Perona's incredible garden. As Ace and the others landed from the front, the three oddities had already sent their subordinates to rouse the slumbering Moria. Upon hearing the arrival of this group, Moria paid no heed to their identities. After all, in his youth, he had traversed the new world, and although he had suffered the loss of all his subordinates at the hands of Kaido, it did not imply that he feared the four emperors. His aspiration was to become the pirate king, but after his defeat by Kaido and the massacre of his crew, Moria felt that living only led to loss. Thus, he became obsessed with creating undead subordinates and gradually grew reliant on others for all his endeavors. Even his ambition to become the pirate king was something he wished his subordinates would help him achieve, while he himself neglected his training, transforming from a capable figure into a slothful individual. With Moria's support, the three oddities felt emboldened to take action, primarily led by the two zombie commanders, Perona and Absalom, who summoned their subordinates to commence their plans. It was Absalom who had abducted Karina. After awakening numerous zombie soldiers and generals, he utilized his fruit abilities to become invisible. At this moment, he was stealthily making his way toward the church with Karina as a perverse and depraved individual. Having a beautiful and delicate woman to marry was a long-held dream. Unfortunately, due to the lion's visage, the elephant's skin, and the beastly strength of a gorilla, his body emitted a particularly strong odor, akin to a fragrant bouquet wafting through the air. Thus, even though some zombie soldiers attempted to intercept him along the way, he could not shake off the pursuers, Gallet and Kodaz, who were hot on his heels. After dispatching two zombies with a flashlight, Gallet and Kodaz relentlessly pursued him. "Stop! Although I can't see you, I know you're there," Gallet exclaimed. "Damn, why are they chasing so quickly?" Upon closer inspection, she resembles a rabbit. Could it be that she has some animal abilities implanted like me? Absalom occasionally glanced back at the pursuing rabbit and large cat, who effortlessly dealt with the zombie soldiers, while the zombie generals had long been positioned in Perona's incredible garden. Upon swiftly entering the church, he placed the unconscious Karina on a bench, intending to deal with the pursuers and her companions before holding a proper wedding ceremony with her. "Lord Absalom, are you here to marry me?" "Huh, Lola?" Absalom froze, cold sweat trickling down his face as he turned around. To his astonishment, in the church that should have been empty, a large boar zombie named Peichi, adorned in a wedding dress, heavily made up and wielding a giant axe, was staring at him from behind. As he turned to face her, the boar pouted her brightly painted lips, eagerly inching closer to his face. Absalom, taken aback, quickly pushed the enormous pig face away and feigned seriousness, questioning, "Lola, why aren't you helping in Perona's garden?" "Because I know Lord Absalom wants to hold a romantic wedding with me at this moment." As the lion faced Absalom and the boar zombie Lola were conversing, a loud shout suddenly echoed from the entrance of the church. "I found you. The villain who kidnapped Sister Karina is you." Gallet and Kodaz stood at the door, their gazes firmly locked onto them. Why do you look so strange? You don't resemble a fur tribe member at all." "Never mind, although you mimic our kind. What do you intend to do by abducting Sister Karina?" Upon seeing Karina peacefully lying on the bench, Gallet secretly sighed in relief, slowly approaching with Kodaz and speaking up. Absalom paused, his gaze flickering as he asked, "Is my bride named Karina?" "Indeed." "What? You plan to marry her?" "I won't allow it." The boar Lola reacted, realizing that this unfaithful man was not there for her, but rather had someone else he wanted to marry. She raised her giant axe, aiming to strike down the still unconscious Karina. Bang! Crash! Absalom reached out to stop her, but to his dismay, he couldn't catch her. Lola, aware he was coming to intervene, let go of her axe as it swung downwards, but when she looked again, Karina had vanished from the bench, leaving only the shattered furniture behind. The two turned to see Gallet placing Karina on Kodaz's back. "Kodaz, protect Sister Karina. Anyone who dares to harm my sister will not be spared." At that moment, Gallet's demeanor shifted from harmless to serious. Growing up in Zoe, she had received meticulous education from the likes of Wanda and Pedro. Though inherently innocent and naive, she cherished her friends dearly, and with Zoe's tradition of universal military service, she would never show mercy to her enemies, especially when they sought to harm her companions. Equipped with sharp gloves, Gallet crackled with electricity, and in an instant, she appeared before the entangled lion and boar zombies. Electro Moon God. Boom! With electricity converging in her hands, Gallet leaped gracefully through the air, unleashing a devastating strike from above, the thunderous power erupting beneath her enemy's feet, deafeningly loud. The boar zombie Lola could not evade in time, and was struck by the overwhelming current, her body charred and even emitting the scent of roasted pork. Absalom, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Karina, felt a surge of relief at her rescue. However, when he suddenly noticed Gallet had appeared right in front of him, he was taken aback and quickly leaped away. He might have barely avoided the attack, but the rocket launcher tubes he had long concealed on his hands were inadvertently grazed by the current, transmitting some of the electricity to him. Thanks to his robust body from various animal implants, Absalom endured the electric shock with minimal damage. Cough, cough. "Young lady, I didn't wish to engage you, but it seems you are not quite human either. Thus, I must slightly break my own rules." Oomph. Gallet ignored the lion's words, stepping over the charred remains of the pig and lunging at Absalom once more. Air cannon. Bang! The so-called air cannon was, in reality, a rocket launcher device. Even without seeing the barrel, Gallet's keen sense of danger allowed her to evade the attack effortlessly. Just as she was about to press forward, she noticed the enemy had vanished from sight. Nevertheless, her steps did not falter, and without hesitation, she launched a fierce assault against the invisible air. Electric Claw. While Absalom's abilities merely concealed his form, rendering Gallet unable to see his movements, his overwhelming scent betrayed his location entirely. Bang! In a moment of panic, Absalom attempted to defend himself, but after being struck by the electric shock, he lost control of his body and reappeared. At this moment, he felt cornered. Although this little rabbit was diminutive, she exhibited astonishing agility and speed, her strength beyond imagination. Even with his weight exceeding 300 kilograms, he found it insufficient to withstand her attacks, especially as her claws crackled with electricity, making him hesitant in his responses. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Absalom resolved to combine the rocket artillery in an attempt to confront the incessantly darting rabbit adversary. Amidst the cacophony of battle, Absalom incessantly sought an opportunity to render himself invisible once more, yet he found no chance to repel his foe. Increasingly alarmed, he became paralyzed by the intermittent electric shocks unleashed by Jayaluat, preventing him from exhibiting his full potential. Faced with such a predicament, he deemed it prudent to retreat from the battlefield in search of more formidable allies to return and confront the enemy. In his moment of distraction, a chilling glint flickered in Jayaluat's eyes. After a brief moment of internalizing her electric energy, the brightness in her claws surged, accompanied by a continuous crackling of electricity. In a flash, Jayaluat appeared beside Absalom, her speed vastly exceeding his capacity to react. She executed one of the many techniques Jerry had previously suggested she refine, activating the cellular vitality of her body with a faint electric current, which further augmented her already incredible speed. She then condensed her electric energy into her palm, forming a dazzling and formidable electric sphere. The sound of the gathered electricity resonated like the collective cries of 1,000 birds, deafening in its intensity. In this heart-stirring moment, Jayaluat shouted, "1,000 birds!" Unprepared for the onslaught, Absalom launched a punch in an attempt to strike her away. However, Jayaluat anticipated this reaction, energized by the electric current. Her reflexes sharpened, allowing her to swiftly evade the incoming blow while simultaneously delivering her 1,000 birds technique with precision. Absalom's robust form was pierced in an instant, the residual electric waves causing intense pain as he coughed up blood and convulsed, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Although Jayaluat had not fully mastered this technique, it proved more than sufficient to subdue Absalom. Meanwhile, Karina, who had unknowingly awakened, noticed Jayaluat standing breathlessly and immediately leapt from Kata's back to her side, expressing concern. "Jayaluat, are you all right? Sister Karina, you're awake?" At that moment, a violent explosion echoed above them, causing the structure to tremble. Exchanging a glance, Karina and Jayaluat disregarded the fallen enemies and hurriedly made their way outside, uncertain of the commotion above and whether the building would collapse. As they were unfamiliar with the surroundings, they retraced their steps under Jayaluat's guidance. Elsewhere, Jerry and his companion, led by the trembling Brooke, approached the vicinity of the mansion. Brooke, overwhelmed by fear, was intent on fleeing from the encirclement of the zombie soldiers, while Jerry nonchalantly followed suit, knowing that defeating Moria would render the zombies inconsequential and unwilling to waste time. He intended to seek out the samurai Lama, who had been possessed by a shadow. In recent years, he had trained diligently with the sole aim of one day vanquishing him and reclaiming his shadow. "Go ahead, I'll cover you." Jerry encouraged Brooke regarding his obsession, assuring him that if the skeleton faltered, he would be there to assist. Grateful, Brooke replied, "Thank you, Mr. Jerry, let us proceed." As Lama served as the guard of the mansion, Brooke was familiar with his general whereabouts and led Jerry stealthily inside. Well, what a rare visitor. Lama mocked upon seeing Brooke reappear. "What brings you here after such a long time? Did the sun come out and the rain stop, making you think you stand a chance?" Brooke stepped forward, bypassing Jerry, and with a serious demeanor, retorted, "I don't know if I can win, but I've been training hard these past few years to defeat you." Clearly unfazed by Brooke's claims of strength, Lama continued to taunt. "So, you wish to challenge me now? UNT, as before, just whine about not touching my explosive hair and then beg for mercy." This mention left Brooke at a loss. The explosive hair held significant importance to him. Lama sneered, "As long as you care about that explosive hair, you will never defeat me." After all, such an obvious weakness is hardly missed. Despite being aware of his greatest vulnerability, Brooke felt powerless. He could not simply watch as his remaining explosive hair was harmed. "As my shadow, you should understand the significance of this hair. How can you bear to harm it? He questioned with a hint of nostalgia. As your shadow? That is a thing of the past. My current master is Lord Moria. After losing his shadow and establishing a pact, Lama only acknowledged Moria as his master. Thus, further discussion is pointless. I shall defeat you and reclaim my rightful shadow. Unfazed by Brook's challenge, Lama replied, Come then, if you have the ability. In an instant, both drew their swords and engaged in a flurry of strikes. They employed the same sword techniques, yet Brook gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It was not due to flaws in his style or responses, but rather the fact that, with only bones remaining, his weight was compromised. Although lighter, he had lost muscle mass, significantly diminishing his strength and speed. Thus, even when he successfully parried, he could not fully withstand the blows, unless he could evade entirely. He would struggle to counter. Have you truly grown stronger? It seems rather lackluster, Lama taunted. I am indeed your shadow, which means I am quite familiar with your thoughts on improvement. You will never defeat me. Effortlessly countering Brook's attacks, Lama remained nonchalant. Observing from the sidelines, Jerry discerned that Brook's limitations extended beyond the weakness of his explosive hair. He was significantly outmatched in physical attributes. Lama's essence was Brook's shadow, yet his physical form was that of the legendary dragon-slaying samurai. Even as a corpse that had perished centuries ago, he remained far superior to Brook's skeletal frame. The two exchanged rapid, storm-like sword strikes, yet Brook was the one who bore the injuries. After being struck once more, Lama deemed it time to dispose of him, stating, How pathetic. It appears time to put you out of your misery, so you no longer entertain the notion of reclaiming your shadow. Now, let us conclude this with our signature technique, the sword feather slash. Gazing down at the fallen Brook, Lama, seemingly unscathed, awaited his opponent's rise to deliver a definitive blow. You know nothing. Do not utter the name of that technique in my presence. You have forgotten my emotions and past. You have no right to mention it. Perhaps that technique bore the weight of Brook's many memories and sentiments, as he stood with determination, pointing his sword at his foe. Lama, unperturbed, mirrored his stance and chuckled. Well then, if you wish for me not to mention it, come break this sword technique and defeat me. Do not say I have not given you a chance. After a moment of silence, Brook's expression hardened with resolve. Nihong, Sanding, sword, feather slash. With that, both Lama and Brook unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Seeing both employ the same technique, Jerry's eyes lit up, and he ceased being a mere bystander. Like a fleeting phantom, he suddenly appeared between the two individuals in the arena. In a moment of critical tension, he extended a dark hand to intercept the attack that followed Long Ma's dismantling of Brook's technique, interrupting the fierce clash between both sides. Brook, it's enough. At present, you cannot defeat him. The disparity in physical strength is too great. Lowering his gaze to the torn fabric of his chest, Brook understood his defeat and dejectedly remarked, Indeed, I am too weak. Otherwise, I would not be unable to fulfill that promise. Thank you, Mr. Jerry. With a graceful backward leap, Long Ma chuckled. I sensed the pressure I felt earlier was no mere illusion. Supporting Brook against the wall as he settled onto the ground, Jerry straightened his posture, drew out his fishing rod, and said, Rest here for a moment, Brook. I shall take over from here. With numerous sword wounds and his body and garments in tatters, Brook indeed required time to recuperate. Nodding in acknowledgement, he ceased his objections, and Jerry turned his attention towards Long Ma. Now, your opponent is me. You wish to assist that inept explosion-headed fool? You seem formidable. It appears I am about to face a long-overdue fierce battle. How exhilarating. With that, Long Ma leaped forward, opting for the initiative. Revolutionary waltz, advance. Slash. In response to the adversary's rapid onslaught, Jerry swung his rod, babbling the name of the technique. Clang. The weapons collided, and neither side yielded an inch. Lacking an advantage in strength, Long Ma swiftly altered his attack. Night Song thrust. Chop. Jerry's fishing rod rose, forcing the sword tip aimed at his chest to veer upward. Boom! The misdirected long sword struck the wall above, creating a gaping hole. Does my thrust possess such power? Brook, devoid of sight, remained astounded, for he had never witnessed such an effect from the same technique. It seems that even after many years of death, you still retain some strength. Indeed, you are far superior to that explosion-headed buffoon. After being parried, Long Ma involuntarily staggered back a few steps. Hearing Jerry's words, he echoed the sentiment, not forgetting to verbally wound the onlooking skeleton nearby. Raising his long sword, he proclaimed, Come, let us settle this once and for all. Witnessing Long Ma's resolute demeanor, Jerry's expression grew more solemn, a sign of respect for a legendary warrior and swordsman. Despite only possessing his corporeal form, he knew victory was unattainable against himself. Come. Nasal, sniffing, 3-ding, sword, feather slash. Once more, he unleashed that ultimate technique. And in Brooks' vacant gaze, Long Ma's momentum surged, his figure becoming indistinct as he surged forward. Jerry's expression remained unchanged. He stepped forth, launching himself at the enemy like a bolt of lightning, gripping his fishing rod tightly, its shaft shimmering with a faint glow. Water blades split in the air, a colossal, razor-sharp slash, merging the techniques of Arisher foot and high-pressure water blade, covers sweeping 180-degree arc, seemingly capable of cleaving through all before him. Though the attack Long Ma unleashed this time was several times more potent than when facing Brook before Jerry, his full-force strike shattered in an instant. In a flash, the decayed corpse's waist and the entire wall behind it were cleaved apart by an overwhelming force, splitting asunder. Boom! The structure nearly had its roof shaved flat. Astonishingly, despite losing half its wall, it trembled precariously, yet stubbornly refused to collapse entirely. Under Brooks' dazed expression, Jerry sheathed his fishing rod, glancing at the precarious ceiling, muttering, "It seems I may have overexerted myself." Thankfully, he then said, "Here, let me feed you some salt." Before his words had fully settled, he dashed towards the half-collapsed form of Long Ma, quickly extracting a handful of salt and stuffing it into the corpse's mouth. Jerry was uncertain if this would defeat Long Ma, or if the shadow would immediately return to Brook, but he knew the salt would certainly prove effective. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from Long Ma's mouth, racing towards Brook's feet. "Oh, my shadow, you have finally returned." Brook, who had resembled a desiccated fish, exclaimed with delight upon witnessing the return of his shadow, just as he was about to utter more words. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted from the opposing mass mansion. And upon activating Kinbunchaku, Jerry turned to look. "You stay seated for now. The house should hold for a while. I will be right back." He said this to Brook before leaping out of the window and vanishing from sight. Outside the window was a dizzying height, directly above Perona's courtyard garden. Without hesitation, Jerry leapt down. Glancing at the scattered zombies strewn across the ground, he dashed towards the direction of the booming sound emanating from Perona's hall. Rewinding slightly in time, Ace had arrived at this location with Dias. Amidst the dense thicket, they could vaguely discern numerous dark figures shifting in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a vast horde of various zombies, humanoid, animalistic, and even armored ones. These were the zombie soldiers, generals, and beasts under Absalom and Perona's command. Due to time constraints, Ace and his companions had headed straight for the mansion upon landing, hardly pausing along the way, which prevented Perona's group from orchestrating any elaborate strategies. They could only hastily gather a large number of zombies to converge, intending to execute a straightforward, brute force assault. At this moment, upon witnessing Ace and his companions effortlessly breaking through the terrifying zombies in the mansion, the recently assembled zombies in the courtyard surged forward like a pack of wild beasts. Attacking from all sides, firefly stars, countless tiny fireballs appeared, soaring and hovering around the trio. As Ace changed his gestures, they surged towards the enemy. "Wow!" He ignited. "It's on fire, run!" The shrieks echoed as the ordinary zombie soldiers and animal zombies found themselves utterly ill-equipped to confront the storm of fireflies. Some zombies, ignited by the flames, panicked and fled, inadvertently igniting their comrades nearby. A general among the enemy zombies, utilizing the soldiers as cover, surged forward, launching various attacks. "Oh, haha, you are too slow." Indeed, while Jerry's eccentricities were apparent, the training methods he provided had their merits. Scarl, who was not inherently weak, alongside Dias, who had turned from a mere fish to a formidable contender, found that after some time spent training, defeating such a multitude of foes alone still seemed implausible. However, escaping was well within their grasp. With Ace leading the charge against the tough adversaries, the two were able to coordinate their movements, dodging and countering effectively. In self-defense, "I shall not hold back." Transforming into flames, Ace struck out in all directions, continuously repelling the numerous zombie generals, incinerating many insignificant soldiers and animal zombies into ashes. Ace charged forth as if he alone could withstand an army of thousands. The zombies, vulnerable to fire, could not endure his onslaught. With every movement, fierce flames surged forth, leaving barren ground in their wake, forcing the enemy into a relentless retreat. Before long, aside from a few generals who either retreated at the slightest touch or possessed ranged attack capabilities, a multitude of soldier zombies fell, suffering heavy casualties. Some were even forced to plummet from the lofty bridge, a scene of utter carnage. The fortunate duo, Josie, closely followed AIC's lead, charging into the grand hall of Pei Luana across the bridge. Upon entering the hall, the trio discovered the zombies had formed a defensive formation, evidently prepared for battle. Among the scattered undead stood two other figures. One was a floating, pink-haired, twin-tailed apparition, the separated soul of Pei Luana. The other, a massive, garlic-shaped silhouette cloaked in darkness, was the shadow clone of Mo Leah, referred to as the Shadow Mage. Pei Luana stifled a giggle, clearly dismissing her foes. Ho ho ho. You are indeed a formidable individual, but this is where it ends. Mo Leah's voice echoed. Indeed, once I seize a shadow, my army of zombies will swell even further. Hee. I originally intended to have you assist in retrieving shadows for me, but fortuitously I find myself rather bored, so I shall come to observe. Both figures presented themselves through their fruit abilities, while their true forms remained concealed, although unaware of the specifics of Mo Leah's powers. Sika Air recognized the garlic-shaped shadow and discreetly alerted AIC. Boss AIC, that garlic figure must be Mo Leah. Exercise caution. Yes, you too. I see nodded. Let us go. As AIC aimed to capture the king before the thieves, his sharp gaze caught sight of the enemy's poised aggression. The zombies, shedding their earlier demeanor, transformed into fierce attackers, charging at them like ravenous beasts. AIC had no choice but to deal with the immediate threats. Yet Mo Leah's shadow was also in motion. The Shadow Mage clone possessed Mo Leah's strength and was impervious to injury, capable of shifting forms, proving to be an exceptionally troublesome adversary. Boom! Futile. Mo Leah's elusive voice emerged from hiding, his shadow continually entangling AIC. Every strike from AIC was thwarted by the shadow, whether in its entirety or through dispersed maneuvers. Mo Leah's shadow intermittently utilized sharp claws and emitted shadowy bats, incessantly disrupting AIC's rhythm of attack and defense. Amidst the frenzied assault of the zombies, two zombie generals separated from the horde, intending to deal with Joe and his companion first. Flame Ring, Pillar of Fire. Boom! Witnessing the situation, AIC decisively opted to stop delaying. He unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, launching a ferocious area attack against the encircling foes. A colossal pillar of fire shot skyward, engulfing Mo Leah's shadow and all surrounding zombies. The entire massed mansion trembled from AIC's assault, even causing the hall's ceiling to shatter, creating a vast gaping hole. Daring to destroy my hall. Pei Luana's eyes flickered, relieved she was not using a corporeal form. Alas, it is of no consequence to me. Mo Leah's shadow fragments scattered into countless bat-like forms, similarly unaffected. Surveying the now mostly vanquished zombies, AIC exhaled in relief, preparing to launch another attack, only to be ensnared by the swarm of shadow bats that obscured his vision. After a brief struggle, the alarm within him sounded, coinciding with the shouts of Sika, Air, and Joe. Yet AIC could not evade in time, and all three fell victim simultaneously. I am truly useless. Spending my days merely gazing at those skeletons. Perhaps I should transform into one myself. Sika Air lamented, lying on the ground in despair. I might as well perish. How can I dare to write such a wretched novel when I don't even deserve to exist? Joe knelt, covering his face. In another life, I wish to be a seaweed, swaying with the wind. AIC murmured softly from the ground. Pei Luana sought an alternative approach, leveraging the ability of her ghostly form to phase through matter. She concealed her negative spirit within the floor, patiently awaiting the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Ho, you dare to stir up trouble by coming to me. At last I have caught you. Show yourselves once more. Negative. After a successful ambush, Pei Luana laughed triumphantly, controlling several ghosts to hover above, twisting their forms to mock. I can indeed count on you. Of course, my master, please accept these individual shadows. Although the shadows could not utilize fruit abilities, they were still sufficiently powerful. Mo Leah felt a sense of comfort, knowing that those affected by Pei Luana's negative spirit could be easily dispatched. After all, Fire Fist AIC had obliterated most of the zombies he had laboriously amassed. Mo Leah began to consolidate the shadows, preparing to advance when, what a delightful spectacle! Jerry, who had fortuitously arrived just in time, sauntered out from the corner of the doorway. He discreetly stowed away his image phone bug, a precious, exclusive collectible. Thank you for providing such material. As a guest, I shall not be polite. Without waiting for Mo Leah and Pei Luana to respond, Jerry dashed toward Emolia with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful, sweeping kick. Emolia, however, was quick to react, his rotund shadow splitting into countless bats that lunged at Jerry, while his voice echoed, "Hee hee hee, another has arrived? Let's welcome you together. Garlic Head, you truly are insatiable," Jerry smirked. Gun wave, storm of bullets. After a long interval, Jerry unleashed an old technique without needing to lean against the sea, instantly gathering moisture from the air to condense numerous water spheres, hurling them at the bats. Boom, 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 in a battle of numbers. Not a single bat could approach Jerry amidst the water spheres that filled the air. Although lacking ample distance from maximum impact, this tactic was perfectly suited to counter Mo Lia's maneuver. Simultaneously, Jerry remained vigilant of Pei Luana, maintaining his observation hockey. He understood that Pei Luana's negative spirit was genuinely formidable. Being struck would not only render one temporarily incapable of resistance, but could also lead to social embarrassment. "Ah, I will kill you. Accursed spirit. I will slay you." The individuals previously penetrated by the spirit finally regained their composure. Upon seeing Jerry, they realized their past misdeeds were about to be exposed. Infuriated, they shouted and sought to confront Pei Luana. "Ho ho ho! Come now, you cannot do anything to me." Pei Luana, in her spirit form, felt invulnerable, immune to any attack, and she relentlessly taunted them. Observing this, Jerry smirked, leisurely countering Mo Lia while waiting for their commotion to subside before speaking. "You cannot kill anyone this way. Go find her true form. If I am not mistaken, she's in that room over there." How infuriating. You should have said so earlier. Upon hearing this, AIC and the others simultaneously halted, turning to shout. Jerry chuckled. "Haha, I merely wish to witness your splendid performance." "Get lost," they retorted in unison. "AIC, you go deal with Garlic Head Shadow. I will seek out his true form." However, Jerry, holding their dark past, remained unfazed and voiced his intent to prevent AIC from rushing forward. Jia believed that it sufficed to send Diosi and Si Kair, as long as they capitalized on their speed advantage. They would have the opportunity to approach the true form of Pei Luana. Once in close proximity, they could easily defeat her, for after all, Pei Luana's true form was rather weak and could hardly withstand the formidable duo of Diosi and Si Kair. What true form? As if you truly understand our capabilities. Negativity. Negativity. Wow, don't think about causing our demise. The group was extremely cautious after evading the ghost. AIC turned back to confront Moria's shadow, while Josie and Sika Air continued to dodge side to side. Bang bang. Sika Air attempted to fire 2 shots, only to find them ineffective. Exchanging a glance with Josie, they decided to split up and advance from different directions. Kamikaze bomb. In an instant, Pei Luana discerned their intentions and unleashed her ultimate move before they could separate. Quick, dodge. Sans signe imminent danger. Josie and Sika Air pushed against each other's left hands, swiftly parting ways. Boom! The force of the attack was akin to that of a massive explosion, sending chills down their spines. She is desperate, proving Jerry right. Go! Diosie's eyes lit up. Realizing they were on the correct path, he shouted. What? You all? Upon hearing the shout, Pei Luana, flustered, scolded herself for losing her composure, thinking that perhaps if she feigned another attack, she might find an opportunity for her ghost to penetrate them. Witnessing the two sprinting towards their respective rooms without a backward glance, she knew that even if her negative spirits spread out, they would struggle to catch up to their speed. Without further hesitation, Pei Luana's floating figure turned and sped away, simultaneously commanding numerous mini-ghosts to charge towards the two. Ghost bomb. Boom. Boom boom. With a snap of her fingers, the mini-ghosts exploded, yet failed to hit the adversaries racing like wild dogs towards her true form's location. Despite their relentless running, Sika, Air, and Dio C remained vigilant. Whenever they noticed mini-ghosts approaching, they swiftly chose to evade, zigzagging in an S pattern. Even if their straight-line speed slightly diminished, it was of no consequence, as it ensured their safety. Moments later, they neared the door to their room. Ada, Sika Air led the charge, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the door upon impact. Oh haha, just as I thought. Then you go ahead. After dodging another attack, Josie gestured for Sika Air to take action, knowing that this skeletal figure often carried an array of peculiar items. Hey, you can't come near me. Having detected the enemy's awareness of her true form, Pei Luana's soul hurriedly passed through the wall, seeking to return to her physical body. Otherwise, without her body, she would have no means of resistance. Though it's a shame, you must still experience my delightful concoction. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sika Air produced a bomb-like object bearing a skull insignia from his belongings. What is that? Diusi inquired curiously. Something sweet, fragrant, and nutritious. With a sinister grin, Sika Air casually explained to Josie as he pulled the safety pin and hurled the stinking bomb in front of Pei Luna. Boom! Quick! This door can still be blocked. With a swift motion, Sika Air closed the door, calling out to Josie as they hastily made their escape. That was one of the many bizarre weapons Sika Air carried, a meticulously crafted stink bomb by a military master. Besides the usual items he kept for display, he was always adorned with various practical collectibles. Upon returning to her physical form, Pei Luna instantly sensed the overwhelming amalgamation of pungent odors invading her senses. Ugh, what is this? So foul. Help! Ugh. Struggling to rise, she attempted to flee the horrid-smelling room. However, after only 2 steps, she could no longer bear the acrid stench, began to retch uncontrollably, and ultimately collapsed from the overpowering odor. Meanwhile, upon returning, AIC immediately engaged in battle with Moria's shadow. AIC's fists and feet struck fiercely against the shadow, yet it remained unharmed. Likewise, the garlic-headed figure found himself equally ineffective. After switching places, Jerry exerted force beneath his feet, launching himself like an arrow towards the gaping hole created by AIC's fiery blast, ascending to the upper level. With his observation hockey activated, he was well aware of Moria's precise location. In truth, Moria had not retreated far. There was merely 1 floor separating them. Upon solid ground, he quickly spotted Moria's figure. At that moment, the hefty figure was leisurely seated on the floor, seemingly devoid of any intention to evade. This was hardly surprising. Among the original 7 warlords, apart from the formidable Doflamingo, they were all individuals who feared not the 4 emperors. Not to mention Moria, who seldom paid attention to external affairs and was often lost in his own world. He was entirely unfamiliar with Jerry. Perhaps in Moria's mind, he still considered himself the formidable warrior who could clash with Kaido over 20 years ago. Little did he realize that the tides of the sea had changed, and his once mighty stature had considerably diminished. The burly Moria, even while seated, towered over Jerry, leaning against the wall with his hands clasped behind his head. He glanced sideways at the approaching stranger Jerry, casually remarking, "Here you come, little brother." Standing before him, Jerry shook his finger and replied, "Don't try to establish connections. Although I bear no grudge against you, you have caused my companions to lose their shadows for years, and there must be a price to pay. Moreover, I presume you have no intention of resolving this peacefully." Moria grinned widely, revealing his teeth as he looked down at Jerry, and said, "It seems we share similar thoughts. Let us see who prevails." With that, his body rapidly darkened, revealing that he had swapped places with the Shadow Master below. Perhaps he understood that the struggle between the Shadow Master and AIC below held little significance, while he perceived Jerry as a more formidable threat. Despite his diminished strength, he would still employ haki, though his mastery of hand-to-hand combat had waned significantly, becoming exceedingly rusty. After all, in recent years, he had mainly relied on his devil fruit powers, reveling in the vast advantages provided by the formidable shadow fruit, inflicting misery upon his foes across the seas and the paradise. Seeing him attempt to ensnare him with shadows, Jerry did not back down. He swiftly shifted his form, appearing behind the garlic-headed figure's shadow in an instant. Seizing the opportunity before Moria could react to their swapped positions, Jerry extended his hands and gathered a torrent of water, swirling rapidly around himself and the Shadow Master. With all his might, he propelled the garlic-headed shadow into the air, upside down, shouting with great fervor, "Tornado charge!" Jerry clutched the dark figure, spinning at an astonishing speed as he crashed through the floor, plummeting rapidly towards the level where AIC was situated. Boom! With a deafening roar, the hefty black shadow was utterly obliterated, scattering into countless bats. Upon landing, Jerry leaped immediately, propelled by a fierce gust, and with one powerful kick sent a majority of the bats flying before turning to charge at the physical form of Moria, who had temporarily repelled AIC with haki. Noticing that Jerry had forcibly returned with his shadow to the battlefield, Moria, who had sustained a slight injury in his clash with Ace, hesitated no longer. He distanced himself from Jerry, rushed out the door, and tilted his head towards the sky, releasing a thunderous roar. "Gather shadows!" In an instant, countless black lines emanated from beneath Moria, surging out of the building and spreading to every corner of the island. Hundreds, if not thousands, of shadows that he had previously seized began to flow into his body along these black lines. realizing that he could no longer rely on his subordinates. Moria felt that it would be futile to confront Ace and Jerry with only his physical form and his own shadow. He sensed the urgency of the moment and resolved to act swiftly. As the shadows rushed into him, Moria's form began to swell, ultimately snapping the already precarious bridge connecting the two mansions, which had been damaged by Ace. He and Ace descended to the ground of the island. Observing this, Jerry turned to signal Dias and Scar, who had just emerged, indicating that they should protect themselves. He then leaped off the edge of the broken bridge. At this point, Moria had completed his preparation, his figure ballooning to about 20 meters in height, exuding an almost frenzied aura. Jerry, however, paid little heed to this spectacle. He descended from the sky and delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at Moria's enormous head. Scatter bats. Moria did not remain passive. He clenched his fists, and countless shadowy bats reappeared, rapidly entangling themselves around Jerry and Ace. As Jerry soared through the air, he kicked away several bats, only to find the enemy executing a new move. Shadow box. The surrounding bats transformed into a framework of shadows, attempting to trap Jerry and Ace within. Moria seemed intent on unleashing a combo to dispatch his enemies. At the moment the shadow box manifested, he raised both hands high and struck downwards, targeting the airborne Jerry and the grounded Ace with a devastating blow. Boom! His attack crashed down like a landslide, unstoppable, striking the ground corresponding to the shadow box and releasing an astonishing force. Under this unparalleled might, the entire island appeared to be torn asunder, the ground cracking open with deep fissures. Concurrently, the two nearby mansions were shaken by the impact, tilting precariously as if they might collapse. This is what you forced me to do. To think you could defeat me on my territory. What a delusion. After catching his breath, Moria shouted loudly, his gaze gleaming with pride as he looked down at the fractured island beneath him, relishing his victory and savoring a long-lost sense of power, feeling quite satisfied. In this state, the more shadows he absorbed, the greater the burden, yet his strength surged dramatically. Just as he reveled in this fleeting triumph, the voices of his adversaries shattered the stillness. What are you doing? Destroying your own pirate ship like this? You don't want to continue, do you? Then allow us the mercy of assisting you. Indeed, let us finish this swiftly, Ace. Our comrades are still on the island, and allowing this glutton to run rampant would be disastrous. Unbeknownst to him, Ace and Jerry had already positioned themselves on the shattered ground, entirely unscathed. Without hesitation, the two launched into a rapid charge. Flames enveloped Ace, propelling him forward like a rocket. Great Fire Fist. Lacking the ability to consume the Mera no Mi, Ace's naming of his upgraded Fire Punch was refreshingly straightforward. Jerry similarly sped forth with lightning-like swiftness, suddenly appearing behind Moria, cleverly circumventing him to initiate an attack from the opposite side. As he advanced, he drew out his fishing rod, harnessing its remote control ability to whip up a massive surge of seawater from the surrounding inland sea. Water Dragon Tornado. Boom! Moria was engulfed by the sudden onslaught of flames, caught off guard as Ace's powerful punch connected directly with his soft, plump abdomen. Instantly, Moria's body arched like a bow, stumbling back a few steps as he coughed up blood. Following this, Jerry unleashed a fierce attack from Moria's rear, the fishing rod seemingly entwined with black lightning. Extending like an arm, appearing like a specter, Jerry struck with all his might, the tip of the rod aimed squarely at Moria's back. The thunderous blow, imbued with unparalleled sharpness, shattered Moria's defenses and pierced through his corpulent form. Shortly thereafter, a colossal, rapidly spinning water tornado descended from above, crashing down with a deafening roar, driving Moria's charred and hollow body deep into the ground, creating a vast, deep water pit. Exchanging glances, Jerry and Ace approached the edge of the pit, gazing at the unmoving, blackened form that was no longer a shadow. Countless shadows began to escape from Moria's body, still soaked in seawater. These were the imprisoned shadows, now ready to return to their rightful owners. Well, it seems this is the end. Ace, please check on Dias and the others over there. If all is well, regroup back here. I'll go see Brooke. Karina and the others seem to have arrived as well. After observing for a few moments and deeming it unnecessary to inflict further punishment, Jerry spoke to Ace. Nodding slightly, Ace expressed no dissent, gazing up at the tilting yet still standing mansion. It should be fine. Thankfully, it hasn't completely collapsed. After concluding their conversation, Ace strode toward the leaning mansion, while Jerry turned and leaped through the similarly tilted window, swiftly returning to the floor where Brooke was located. Due to the impact of Moria's two punches and the tumult of the earlier battle, the room was in disarray, a chaotic mess. At this moment, besides Brooke, Karina and Gallet had also arrived, bringing Kodaz with them. Upon Jerry's return, Gallet immediately inquired with urgency, "Brother Jerry, are you all right?" It seems you all are unscathed. That is wonderful." After scanning the group and confirming their well-being, Jerry nodded and continued, "Let us wait for Dias and the others here. They should be arriving shortly. Yo-ho-ho. I've also recovered quite a bit, all thanks to these bottles of milk." At some point, Brooke had rummaged through the kitchen, and empty milk bottles lay scattered nearby. Karina glanced toward a section of the wall that had collapsed, revealing some hidden passages. "Hey, what's that over there?" "I don't know. This is Hogubiku's research facility. It seems to lead to a freezing chamber." Brooke, somewhat familiar with the place, replied directly. Waiting around is boring anyway. The group decided to venture inside, only to find numerous refrigerated corpses, evidently backup zombies, still in research and yet to be activated. They strolled through the corridor, discovering little else apart from research equipment and bodies, before returning outside. "Hey, come over here. It seems there's something." Just as everyone was about to continue waiting, they suddenly heard Dias's loud call from the adjacent mansion. "Have they made a discovery over there? Do you want to go?" "Yes." Jerry had barely finished his question when Karina immediately responded without hesitation. After all, she was still fixated on finding her treasure, firmly believing that such a vast territory as the Shichibukais would harbor riches. "Then let us go together." Casting a glance around, Jerry seized a table and gestured for several individuals to ascend upon it. He adeptly manipulated the seawater from the deep pit below, causing it to surge upward. Amidst the gasps and cheers of the onlookers, the table, bearing their weight, was propelled through the air by the forceful current, landing directly at the opposite mansion. "What a novel mode of flight. This is my first experience," Jerry mused. "We have arrived. Do not descend yet." He strode toward the waiting Dias at the intersection, offering little time for Brooke and Garat to express their astonishment. Dias waved excitedly, seemingly having made a significant discovery. "Quick, come and see. The legend is indeed true." The group exchanged glances and followed him into a passage, where the biting cold enveloped them once more. At that moment, Jerry surmised the reason behind Dias's exuberance. As they advanced, they soon spotted Scar and Ace, and before them loomed a colossal figure, tightly bound by chains in the center of the building, appearing strikingly conspicuous. "Wow, what is that?" Garat and Karina exclaimed, their eyes widening in awe at the towering presence, several dozen meters high, exuding a majestic grandeur. Although Garat had descended from an even larger figure, witnessing a human of such stature was still a breathtaking revelation. This must be the infamous entity that caused chaos 500 years ago. Just as Jerry was about to speak further, an exuberant voice interrupted him. "Correct. Jerry. You know too. That must be the demon Oz from 5 centuries ago." Dias's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued. "I always thought it was merely a myth. I never imagined it to be real. This height surpasses that of the giant race, does it not?" It is noteworthy that Dias had not yet had a proper encounter with the giant race, having only glimpsed little Oz from a distance during his time with the White Beard Pirates. Although Ace had recently become the captain of the 2nd Division, he was familiar with everyone and curiously inquired, "Does he have some relation to little Oz?" Dias was not entirely certain and replied vaguely, "Perhaps it is a matter of ancestral connection." It seems Moria discovered this corpse and intended to turn it into a zombie. However, we destroyed his lair before he could prepare properly. Scar chimed in, equally excited. Upon seeing the corpse, Scar felt an urge to collect it, but quickly realized its immense size and had to abandon that thought. The room contained no other items aside from Oz. After a moment of silent observation, disregarding Dias, who was fervently taking notes, Jerry turned to Scar and asked, "This does not concern us anymore. We cannot take it with us. Are there any other discoveries?" Indeed. Over there, we found some treasure chests," Scar began, scratching his head. Karina's eyes instantly lit up, interrupting him with exuberance. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Where?" Realizing he had struck a nerve, Scar reluctantly said, "Ahem, let us go together. There's quite a bit." Hurry, let's go," urged Karina, prompting the others to hastily set off, leaving Dias behind. Moments later, they arrived on the floor where Perona's room was located. Under Scar's guidance, they opened a door, and their eyes widened involuntarily. A bounty of riches sufficient to fill a small room lay scattered about, most contained within chests, with a few forming small hills. "Wow, jackpot, it's all mine." Karina exclaimed, recklessly diving into the treasure, her eyes reflecting a mix of ecstasy and frenzy as she rolled amidst the wealth. "What are you thinking? Clearly, this is for everyone, and a portion must be allocated for team use." The stoic Jerry coldly shattered Karina's fantasies, swiftly moving about the room, causing countless treasures to vanish at his touch. "Ah, mine, all mine. You cannot take it," Karina cried out, attempting to stop him as the treasures dwindled rapidly. Ultimately, she threw herself atop a large chest, refusing to let go. "Umph. If I do not move, you should act first." After gathering the remaining treasures, Jerry spoke again. "All right, rise up. Your share is secure." Yet, Karina turned to him, squinting her eyes and glaring for a moment before gritting her teeth. "You better set it aside properly, if you dare hoard any for yourself. I will ensure we both meet our end." All right, only a fool would provoke you," Jerry retorted, earning the knowing amusement of Ace and the others. "Umph. Be careful." "Understood. Thank you for your concern." Ignoring her warning, Jerry collected the chest Karina had vacated. These treasures must have been the spoils of the Moria pirates' years of plundering and tyranny. After all, they had occupied the Devil's Triangle for over 8 years, with more than 100 pirate ships disappearing annually. Coupled with the accumulation from 8 years prior, the sum was indeed substantial. "Let us depart. It seems a large number of people are gathering outside." Jerry sensed a multitude converging, those who had been stealthily hiding on this ghostly island. "Could it be Lola and the others?" "That seems likely," Dias replied as they returned to the main hall, where they found a group apprehending the previously missing hogback. Upon seeing Jerry and his companions emerge, the self-proclaimed injured elder, Uncle Spole, and Lola approached them. "Wow, so many handsome men. Can I marry one of you?" Lola exclaimed, her eyes fixed excitedly on Ace and the others, leading with her usual marriage proposal without even discussing a bride price. "Haha, thanks, but no. Perhaps you should inquire with them," Jerry replied, swiftly distancing himself while gesturing to Dias and the others. They, in turn, quickly shook their heads. The Kiri's brothers rushed to Lola's side and whispered, "Leader, we are here to thank them, not to seek revenge." Despite their expectations of being entirely rejected, they waited for the commotion to settle. Uncle Spole was the first to express his gratitude. "Ahem, thank you all. It is wonderful that you defeated Moria." Subsequently, other members of the Victim Alliance chimed in, expressing their appreciation to Jerry and his group. Yes, we have finally witnessed a miracle. We can see the light of day again. Indeed, we are immensely grateful." Observing this scene, Jerry raised his hand and smiled. "It is nothing. We came to help our companions reclaim their shadows." Defeating Moria was merely a foregone conclusion. His nonchalant demeanor stirred the Alliance members into a frenzy. Had they not known of Moria and his subordinates' might, they might have genuinely believed defeating a warlord of the sea was a trivial matter. Although Jerry's companions included some who were injured, with one even suffering severe wounds at exposed bone, these flaws did not overshadow their overall brilliance. Well done. However, even if you say so, your arrival is indeed the key to our salvation. Let's express our gratitude. Please feel free to command us as you wish." The voices of the crowd echoed the sentiments of Uncle Spar, who summarized, "Ahem, indeed, one must know how to be grateful in life. Young man, if you need our assistance, please do not hesitate." Seeing them speak in such a manner, Jerry smiled and replied, "Very well, it is getting late. Please rest well and relax your minds as we prepare to welcome the sun tomorrow." Jerry's apparent selflessness moved the crowd deeply, sparking various discussions. "Ah, he is so gentle. No wonder Sister Lola wishes to propose. I also want to marry him." "You, a burly man with stubble, what are you thinking?" The Kiri's brothers pointed to the bound and discarded Hogaback. "What about this person?" Jerry nonchalantly responded, "You can handle that as you see fit." "Well then, we should take our leave." Jerry glanced back at the group, and everyone seemed agreeable to his decision. Since Brooke had successfully reclaimed his shadow and was holding the weapon Black Blade Chioshui, previously wielded by Longma, and the treasure had already been secured by their side, there seemed to be nothing left for this group to assist with, and everyone felt no immediate need. Thus, after bidding them farewell, the group departed, leaving behind the jubilant and exuberant Alliance, making their way towards their pirate ship. After all, this island, having been torn apart by Moria, was in ruins, and there were no provisions for a feast. It would be inappropriate for the group to celebrate among the graves surrounding the mansion. Upon returning to the deck of the ship, Dias, having learned some news from Jerry along the way, was filled with curiosity and could not help but ask, "Brooke, were the dreams and promises you spoke of before?" Though his face lacked flesh, nostalgia was evident as Brooke slowly recounted his past. "Speaking of this, I feel a bit guilty towards Lab Labra," Jerry blurted out. "Huh? I don't know how much it pulls. I haven't paid much attention. Ho ho ho." Noticing that Brooke had yet to finish his sentence and was being led astray by Jerry's banter, Dias interjected, "Jerry, Stop interrupting. He was just getting into the mood. And Brooke, do not be easily swayed. Well then, let me continue. After narrating his experiences from being a kingdom guard to a member of the pirate crew, Brooke fell into a deep melancholy. He ultimately concluded, "Thus, we were too weak back then and failed to achieve our dream of reaching the end of the Grand Line. We also could not fulfill our promise to return to Gemini Cape after circumnavigating the world to reunite with Lab. As the sole survivor of that adventure, I now have the obligation to return there and tell him that we have broken our vow." At this point, Brooke's emotions erupted. He cast aside his previous gloom, clenched his fists, and exclaimed passionately, "Although I do not know if Lab is still waiting silently for us, some promises cannot simply be erased with a mere we died. It is precisely for this reason that I have been striving to repair our ship all these years, just to reunite with Lab once more." Upon hearing this, Dias and the others fell silent, while Jerry scratched his head and slowly spoke. "Lab is still waiting for you at Gemini Cape. He even often headbutts the Red Line. Perhaps he wishes to destroy the Red Line to find you, but this will only leave it battered and bruised." "What? Really? He is still there?" Brooke excitedly shook Jerry's shoulders, his face alight with joy. Yet upon hearing of Lab's self-destructive behavior, his expression shifted to one of guilt and anguish. Dias and Scalar recalled the scene they witnessed when they first entered the Grand Line, traversing Reverse Mountain. At that time, they were oblivious, merely curious about what that colossal island whale was doing. However, now they finally understood its significance and felt genuine happiness for Brooke and Lab immediately. Dias blinked, his brow furrowed as he posed another question. "Unbelievable. It has truly waited for nearly 50 years. But now you are just a skeleton, even if you return there. Will Lab still recognize you?" Brooke's skeletal face seemed to radiate with brilliance, filled with hope. "Regarding this matter, I have pondered as well, which is why I cherish my hair so dearly. If I encounter Lab, and we sing the song of Binksake together, with my explosive hair, he will surely recognize me." The group gazed at his wild hair, feeling fortunate for him. If it were not for the resilience of his hair roots, an ordinary skeleton could not retain so much hair. Moreover, these strands are a non-renewable resource. Once bald, it would be challenging to regrow. Coincidentally, after you joined us, we were already planning to return home. Even though we have not yet circumnavigated the Grand Line, we can at least meet and prevent his self-harm. In the future, accompany us. Perhaps we will not only circle the Grand Line, but also explore the 4 seas. Patting Brooke's arm, Jerry remarked. It was impossible for him to reach Brooke's shoulder given his height difference. "Oh, splendid. Today is truly delightful. Although I am tired, please allow me to sing a song for you shortly." With that, Brooke dashed back to his dilapidated ship to fetch all his belongings. He then took out his violin and began to play and sing. Ho, ho, ho. The melody resonated with Brooke's boundless joy and hope after nearly 50 years of perseverance. Sunshine once again bathed the earth, and the latest newspapers arrived as expected. Indeed, since their return from the New World, they had encountered nothing but misfortune. The world government had finally managed to find a Bartholomew Kuma to take the lead, and now Moria had been defeated. Sengoku stared at the newspaper before him, recalling the recent phone call from the Gorosei, and could not help but sigh. Ahi, has Shichibukai set out under Gion's command? After receiving the morning's news, Vice Admiral, he had come to sit in the office with Sengoku and nodded in response to his inquiry. They are at the port and will set off soon. After the agreement that day, Gion intended to set out immediately. However, she had to hand over her existing tasks to others, which caused a slight delay of more than a day. Little did they expect that this brief interlude would be enough for Jerry and the others to once again make headlines. Well, let them pursue closely. Coincidentally, the world government has also requested us to increase our personnel to monitor them. Sengoku rubbed his brow. Ultimately, the relationship between the Shichibukai and the Navy headquarters was not particularly close. However, the world government insisted on maintaining this system, and he could only comply. After much effort to assemble a full roster of the Shichibukai once more, the news of Moria's defeat left the world government exceedingly dissatisfied, making their decisions in selecting Shichibukai members appear laughable. Not long ago, after Ace's refusal, Bartholomew Kuma agreed to serve as Shichibukai, and news of that had spread widely, which Jerry had naturally seen. However, at that moment, Jerry did not exhibit much emotional fluctuation. He had only met the Shion once, during which he provided some clues and offered reminders about relevant matters. Ultimately, the Shion chose Beijak Pank, undoubtedly driven by his own thoughts and reasons. It remains uncertain whether the Shion would adhere to his previous honesty this time. Jerry suspected that there might be some changes, as the timing of certain news regarding the Shion seemed to differ. On the high seas, the Heisey pirate crew was in good spirits. Oh, everyone's bounty has increased a bit. Indeed, it was likely the influence of Mariah, one of the Shichibukai, considering he was directly affiliated with the world government. At noon, the crew gathered in the dining hall, examining the newspaper which bore news of their latest notoriety. Despite being ensconced in the perilous Devil's Triangle, it was a mystery how Morgan's reporters managed to acquire such first-hand information. As they noted the bounty increases for Dias, Scar, and Karina, Jerry and Ace's bounties had risen by tens of millions. Garrot exclaimed, "That's not fair. Why are Kodaz and I still at zero, while you all have strings of zeros?" Garrot, perhaps you're still a bit too young. You'll have your time, so be patient," Jerry replied gently as he affectionately ruffled her hair. The affectionate gesture made Garrot momentarily forget her earlier displeasure, her mood brightening instantly. You're right, Brother Jerry." "Sigh, Garrot, don't always believe his nonsense," Karina lamented, feeling exasperated by the foolish rabbit being easily swayed by the eccentric fisherman. Although Garrot typically heeded her advice, she couldn't resist the sweet talk of the fisherman. Brooke flipped through the newspaper and bounty notices, looking up with a cheerful grin. Yo-ho-ho, speaking of bounties, I am now quite the seasoned pirate. This time, Brooke's bounty was absent, likely due to his recent addition to the crew. Moreover, the government might not immediately connect his current skeletal appearance with the pirate from nearly 50 years ago. Jerry's gaze swept across the increasingly lively dining hall. As more people joined, the atmosphere grew more vibrant, prompting him to comment, "Fortunately, our next destination is Water 7. We can acquire a larger ship then. This borrowed pirate ship is no longer sufficient for our needs." He recalled Dias mentioning the origins of the ship, and Karina smirked. "Borrowed? When will you return it?" Jerry donned a serious expression, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I borrowed it through my own abilities. Why should I return it? Besides, the pirate I borrowed it from has long since had his feast. Should I burn it and return it to him?" Curious, Brooke inquired about the ship's origins from Scar, who elaborated. Ignoring Jerry's banter, Dias, evidently well-prepared, stroked his chin. As for Water 7, it is said to be a grand and bustling city renowned for its shipbuilding industry, where even the government-s warships are constructed. Having emptied his plate, Ace, intrigued, asked, "So what delicious food does the city offer?" "Delicious?" "The famous dish of Water 7 should be called Sui Shui Ro." Dias tried to recall, uncertain of the exact name, given his lack of interest in cuisine. Indeed, it's Sui Shui Ro, tender and smooth, leaving a lasting impression. Upon hearing Scar's description, Ace couldn't help but imagine it, his mouth watering. Jerry raised an eyebrow. So, it is quite succulent, I presume?" Scar nodded affirmatively. Indeed, very juicy and moist. Thanks to Scar's extensive network and to Zolo's covert support, they had previously acquired many permanent pointers and nautical charts of various islands, including the renowned Water 7. Thus, their pirate ship sailed directly towards their destination in the shortest distance. It is worth mentioning that perhaps due to the fervor of Scar and the others during their morning training, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. This enthusiasm inspired the entire crew, even Karina and Garrot, who began exercising alongside Kodas. Although Brooke, the newly joined member, was unsure of the reasons, he, having once experienced the helplessness of lacking strength, unhesitatingly joined in the training. Of course, Jerry continued his fishing, still hopeful for a catch. After an invigorating morning of training, the crew engaged in their respective tasks, relishing the afternoon's tranquility. That afternoon, while Jerry was fishing at the bow of the ship, the silhouette of an island gradually came into view. Brother Jerry, an island ahead. Garrot, perched high on the mast, eagerly played the lookout, enjoying the use of her binoculars to search around. Whenever she spotted something, she would excitedly shout, "All right, come down now, or else your sister Karina will start nagging again." Hearing Jerry's veiled remark, and noticing Karina's hands on her hips and her stern expression, Garrot hurriedly jumped down. I'm coming." Casting a glare at the fisherman, Karina chose to ignore him. The others, having heard Garrett's call, gathered at the bow, gazing towards the island that was becoming clearer in their sight. Indeed, that is Water 7. It was said that the entire town was situated above the water, with many streets primarily consisting of waterways. In short, just don't stir up trouble once we land. It's not as complicated as Sabadi Archipelago, nor are there so many customs, Dias casually mentioned. He then recalled that their purpose was to purchase a ship, so they likely wouldn't create any disturbances. Surely not every island would have someone looking for trouble with them. Wow, it truly appears to be quite a large city. Let us split up once we dock. If you're hungry, go grab a bite. Dias and I will find someone to discuss the ship purchase, Jerry concluded, and the crew expressed their agreement. Dais reminded Ace to remember to bring money before turning to gaze at the town now in sight. As the ship approached, they beheld a city characterized by distinct layers, exuding a unique charm, dancing gracefully upon the water surface. The novel city layout, with its waterways and bridges, combined with the flowing water and architecture, resembled a moving painting, captivating all who beheld it. For this crew, who had encountered numerous islands along their journey, this place offered a distinctly different scenery and ambience. Suddenly, Garat, glancing around curiously, pointed to a location and asked, "Is that a station? What is it?" "Oh, that is the stop for the sea train," Scar explained, noticing Dais fervently scribbling away. As the group gathered, Scar continued. "The sea train, a legendary creation developed by the shipwright Tom from Water 7, is a marvel that sails across the sea. Indeed, aside from capturing me, Tom is capable of anything." Jerry mused, gazing skyward. "Oh, Boss Jerry, do you know Tom?" Scar and the others inquired with curiosity. "I know him quite well, but not this Tom from Water 7. Don't mind me. Continue." Jerry waved his hand dismissively, and the others paid him little mind. After all, he often spoke of matters that were beyond their understanding. "Oh, this train was successfully developed approximately a decade ago. It commences its journey from the city of Chishui and radiates outwards to other islands, swiftly traversing the pre-laid maritime tracks. Currently, this train should be able to connect to the culinary haven of Puji, the spring queen city of Shingbabula, and several other islands." At this juncture, an unexpected voice interrupted the conversation. There stood AC, his eyes shimmering with excitement, extending his right hand to signal a pause. "Ska, halt, rewind. What did you just say? 10 years. That's far too long. Skip ahead a bit. What about food? What kind of chicken?" AC's thoughts were still entranced by the earlier mention of shushu, rendering him inattentive to the train and its details, yet he inadvertently caught the term delicacies. At this moment, Scar recognized AC's true focal point. "Ah, it's the culinary city of Puji." Upon hearing this, AC couldn't help but salivate, exclaiming, "Are there many delicious dishes there?" "Ho ho ho, it certainly sounds like it. A city wouldn't earn such a nickname without reason," remarked Burek, confident in his assertion. Although he was merely a skeleton, it did not deter him from relishing the prospect of a sumptuous meal when the opportunity arose. "I want to see it too," chimed in the snack-loving Gillard. "Gillard, you usually indulge in fine cuisine, don't you?" Karina remarked with a hint of exasperation, patting the little rabbit's head, pondering that this was a city of culinary delights, not one of golden treasures. Thus her interest was rather lukewarm. In no time, the group engaged in lively discussions, and seeing that most shared a desire to visit, Jirue contemplated briefly and concluded it was indeed feasible. He then declared, "Let us stay here for now. Once we negotiate the ship purchase, we shall have time to explore." Oh, the group followed the river, docking their vessel at the city's harbor. Jirue casually stowed away the flag and the pirate-marked sail, reasoning that since they had decided to change ships, there was no need to keep them displayed. "Let's go. Everyone should carry the essentials. I will handle the larger items and those not immediately needed." Soon, they finished packing and set off lightly. After Jirue assisted in placing numerous necessary belongings into the space, the ship was left with only some discarded furniture and a few everyday items. "Oh, emerieru. Your pockets are truly remarkable." "Haha, just a little trick, nothing to boast about." Blinded momentarily by his magic, Burek expressed relief that he no longer had eyes. And like the others, he had no significant doubts about Jirue's abilities. Perhaps it was because the people of this world were inherently carefree. Coupled with the sheer abundance of magical capabilities and phenomena, had they questioned every astonishing occurrence, they might have been overwhelmed by amazement. Once they disembarked, the group dispersed, with AC, Ska, and Burek joining together, while Karina continued to hold on to Gillard and Kadaz. Jirue and Dayusi exchanged bewildered glances before they proceeded to inquire directions from the locals. After clarifying their route, they headed straight towards the shipyard. After navigating through numerous waterways, the duo quickly arrived near dock number 1. Along the way, they learned that the esteemed owner of the best shipbuilding company, Kalila, also the mayor, Bing Shan, was fortuitously present. Noticing a considerable crowd ahead, Jirue casually pulled a burly man aside and inquired, "Excuse me, is it true that Bing Shan is here? He wasn't hit by the Titanic, was he?" The man, a ship worker, was momentarily caught off guard by the abrupt question, adjusting the tuft of hair atop his head, and, disregarding the latter part of Jirue's inquiry, replied directly, "Are you from out of town? What business do you have with Mr. Bing Shan?" "Yes, do you know him?" Upon recognizing that one of the two questioners was a masked man, the The ship worker remained patient and continued, I'm an employee of Kalila and Mr. Bingshan is quite well known here in Chishui. Realizing he had unwittingly engaged the right person, Jirue stated his purpose. We wish to purchase a ship, and of course, there are additional matters we would like to discuss with him. Could you introduce us? No problem, but it depends on whether Mr. Bingshan is available and willing to converse in detail with you. It seemed that many outsiders had come seeking him before, only to find themselves dismissed without proper consideration. Subsequently, Jirue and his companion were led to a nearby gathering where Bingshan stood conversing with his secretary. The ship worker instructed them to wait while he approached the shadowy figure of Bingshan for a quiet discussion. Turning to Jirue and Dayusi, Bingshan smiled warmly and said, Hello, welcome. I am Bingshan, the mayor of this city. As they approached, Bingshan subtly glanced at Jirue before greeting him and asking, You wish to purchase a ship, correct? Nodding, Jirue stepped forward, surveying the secretary and several ship workers accompanying Bingshan, and replied with a smile, Hello, Mr. Bingshan, I am Jirue, and this is Dayusi. We seek a more comfortable vessel for our continued voyage. Finances are not an issue. Before Bingshan could respond, the secretary, Khalifa, took the initiative, gently pushing up her glasses before presenting a beautifully bound booklet. I'm Secretary Khalifa. Do you have specific requirements? Alternatively, you may review this booklet, which contains a list of ships available for sale from Kalila, complete with pricing. Dayusi, please take a look. Passing the booklet to Dayusi, Jirue once more turned his attention to the slightly familiar ship workers. A moment later, he addressed Bingshan. These individuals must be your top shipbuilders, correct? Indeed, they are. Bingshan was about to add more when he was interrupted by his secretary, Khalifa, who gazed at her notebook and quietly remarked, Mr. Bingshan, it's time for you to depart. You have a speech scheduled in 5 minutes. I refuse. I want to stay here. Bingshan retorted defiantly, cutting her off. Very well. Then I shall cancel the rest of your itinerary. Acknowledging that Khalifa understood his intent, Bingshan waved dismissively, looking quite exasperated. Cancel, cancel, cancel. The surrounding ship workers smiled knowingly, and one with a long nose stepped forward, addressing the astonished Jirue and Dayusi. Greetings, Kaka. Hello, Bel. Chimed in a golden-haired man wearing orange goggles and smoking a cigar. Welcome, I'm Lu Bu, or rather, I'm the Pigeon Hiduli, and this fellow beside me is Libuluki. Please treat us kindly. The peculiar man in a black top hat and overalls, accompanied by a talking pigeon perched on his shoulder, introduced himself as well. Rubbing his eyes, Dayusi expressed astonishment, gazing at the tie-wearing pigeon and asking, Huh? How can a pigeon talk? Ha ha ha. Indeed, another guest has been fooled by you. Seeing the familiar scenario unfold, Bali laughed heartily. Guests, don't be so surprised. It's common knowledge that pigeons can speak. I assenti it. The pigeon continued to articulate with animated gestures. Oh, I see. It's ventriloquism. But this pigeon is so well coordinated. Huh, that's right. This fellow rarely speaks, always busy with his antics. The others watched with great interest, while Bali chuckled once more. As he stroked his chin, a light seemed to flicker above Jerry's head, and with a mischievous grin, he suddenly exclaimed, Why not change your name to Chishui Jidu's Chuinweilai? Why? Diosi's lips twitched, recalling the origin of his name, which had a share of credit from the person before him. With a playful glint in his eyes, Jerry teased, He loves to speak in ventriloquism. Isn't that just Chuinweilai? Oh, spare me the bizarre comments. One mustn't be rude to others. With a resigned slap to his forehead, Diosi knew that Jerry always had a penchant for using whimsical phrases to express his views. That's a rather fitting name, Lucci. What do you think? However, the Ice Mountain seemed quite intrigued by the notion of assigning nicknames to others, as he turned earnestly to inquire. No, I still prefer my current name. Lucci's pigeon waved a dismissive wing, seemingly having adopted a human-like persona. Afterward, the group arrived at the open door of Dock 1, revealing an expansive area filled with towering and magnificent equipment, where a multitude of workers were fervently engaged in various tasks. After a few introductions, Diosi's eyes sparkled as he gazed at this dock, hailed as the pinnacle of the global shipbuilding industry, along with its shipwrights. Had the timing been more suitable, he would have eagerly picked up a pen to document this awe-inspiring scene. Once Lucci and the others dispersed to their respective tasks, Jerry turned to Ice Mountain and said, Mr. Ice Mountain, if possible, I would like to speak with you privately. Oh, observing the kindness in Jerry's gaze, Ice Mountain pondered for a moment before nodding. Then let us converse in my small office over here. At your convenience. Jerry patted Diosi, who seemed lost in thought, and followed Ice Mountain into his office. As the world's leading shipbuilding company, Dock 1 naturally housed the office of the company president. Upon reaching the door of Ice Mountain's not-so-frequently used office, Jerry suddenly spoke. "DOC, why don't you discuss the specifics of the ship purchase with Miss Khalifa? I have a few technical questions I wish to discuss with the genius shipwright." Mr. Ice Mountain. Upon hearing this, DOC glanced at Jerry. Although unclear about his intentions, he nodded in tacit understanding. "Miss Khalifa, I just finished reviewing your notes. Can we discuss them now?" As Ice Mountain appeared amenable, Khalifa reluctantly agreed and led DOC into another office to take a seat. Once Khalifa and DOC departed, Jerry and Ice Mountain entered the office and took their seats. Scanning the surroundings, Jerry maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, "Mr. Ice Mountain, our ship needs to be ready as soon as possible. How long would that typically take?" Although uncertain of the specific topic Jerry wished to discuss privately, Ice Mountain responded, "As usual, that depends on the size of the ship you want and any special requirements. If there are no complexities, we can build a ship in about 3 days at the fastest." "Understood. Additionally, I would like to add a few functionalities. I wonder if you could accommodate those." With that, Jerry pulled out a piece of paper, scribbling something while speaking continuously. "What are the specific functions and requirements?" "I'm listening," Ice Mountain said, somewhat puzzled yet curious. "I want a pirate ship with infinite energy that can obliterate the red Earth continent with a single cannon blast." As Jerry rambled on, he handed over the paper. Upon seeing the note and hearing the request, Ice Mountain could not help but exclaim, "Are you kidding me? Mr. Ice Mountain, I am quite serious. Look, let's first discuss infinite energy." Continuing his absurd discourse, Jerry pointed to the paper in Ice Mountain's hand. It boldly stated, "There is a phone bug listening device under the table. You are being monitored by the government." It was this revelation that had prompted Ice Mountain's outburst. Certainly, the notions of infinite energy and obliterating the red Earth continent were somewhat far-fetched. However, the contents of the note, combined with events from a few years prior, left Ice Mountain uncertain about whether Jerry genuinely possessed certain knowledge. Ice Mountain was well aware of Jerry's identity, for Chishuejidu was hardly a remote and impoverished locale. The bounty notices would undoubtedly have reached this place. Subtly shifting his position, Ice Mountain caught a glimpse of something concealed in an unobtrusive corner under the table. Infinite energy, if it could be realized, would not be easily attainable. It likely required external assistance. A glint of insight flashed in Ice Mountain's eyes as he casually engaged in conversation while discreetly writing a note and gently passing it back to Jerry. "You seem to know something." After glancing at the return note, Jerry replied earnestly, "External forces are not an issue. Besides, aren't they're devil fruits? Perhaps we can explore that avenue." With that, he extended the paper once more. "I mean no harm. You understand the matters concerning Tom and ancient weapons. Tonight at midnight, at the abandoned ship island, let us discuss further." Upon reading the note, Ice Mountain's pupils constricted sharply. After a moment's consideration, he quickly completed his note and returned it, feigning interest as he replied, "The abilities of devil fruits, huh? They are indeed fascinating. Perhaps it could truly be feasible. Of course, while I cannot assert that infinite energy can be achieved, the efficiency and utilization can certainly be significantly enhanced." Jerry, speaking without a second thought, glanced at the note before smoothly tucking it away, for it simply stated the possibility. Subsequently, the two engaged in a casual discussion about various technological concepts, both real and imaginary. Before long, they stood, shook hands, exchanged knowing glances, and nodded slightly. As they pushed open the office door, Jerry and Ice Mountain stepped out to find DOC and Khalifa concluding their discussion. After bidding farewell, Jerry and DOC politely declined an invitation to dinner. Slowly making their way back, "Jerry, what did you discuss?" DOC inquired curiously as they walked. Having never considered what common ground there might be between Jerry and Ice Mountain, with a slight smirk, Jerry chose not to divulge immediately, opting instead to maintain an air of mystery. "You'll find out tonight if you join us. We have another appointment." "Is it really that mysterious?" "I suppose I'll see how things unfold." Hearing this, DOC's curiosity deepened, considering he had no other engagements and could accompany Jerry. After they casually ate a few snacks, they soon returned to the pirate ship, now devoid of pirate insignia. To their delight, Ace and Garrot had already returned, frolicking on the deck. The lively group gathered around, with a chessboard and numerous pieces set between them, revealing they were playing the 5-in-a-row game that Jerry had taught them previously. "Well, this is splendid. We expect to take the sea train to the city of gastronomy tomorrow." Approaching the group and patiently awaiting the conclusion of Scar and Kalina's match, Jerry gently patted Garrot on the head. "Yay, we'll get to indulge in a plethora of delicious food." "Huh, This time, my goal is to sample every delicacy. Garrod and Ace were both fixated on the culinary delights, their minds conjuring images of various delectable treats as they began to daydream. How thrilling it is to anticipate such feasts, even if I no longer possess a heart. Bulukur continued his devilish jokes, and soon the group resumed their merriment. He took out his violin, providing accompaniment as he occasionally sang, sometimes allowing Karina to take the lead, transforming the scene into an impromptu musical gathering. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Jerry had already informed the group of his departure. He and Dias set off to meet the iceberg at their agreed-upon location. In truth, Jerry could have easily chosen to ignore the troubles concerning the Water 7 and the world government. However, out of respect for the name Tom, Jerry was willing to lend a hand, knowing he could never forge an alliance with the world government. Before long, Jerry and Dias arrived at the derelict ship island. Upon spotting a figure on the shoreline, Jerry activated his Kenbunchika haki and nodded to the turning iceberg, saying, "Hello, Mr. Iceberg. I hope you haven't been waiting long." Iceberg replied, "Hello. I just arrived as well." After exchanging pleasantries, Iceberg continued, "Mr. Jerry, may we resume our discussion from this afternoon?" "Norus, there are some little mice nearby." Jerry smiled, raising his hand and directing his gaze towards the shadows, calling out, "Come out, or I shall not be polite." The chaotic ruins of the derelict ship island offered many hiding places, but this location was particularly unique, as Frankie's base was situated nearby. As Jerry's voice echoed, more than a dozen figures gradually emerged from the surrounding shadows, with the foremost being the eccentric Frankie, clad only in an open beach shirt and a pair of underpants. At this moment, Frankie was still the overly confident ruffian who had recently become a cyborg and returned to establish himself in Water 7. In a short span of time, he had begun to form his Frankie family and ventured into dismantling and part-time pirate hunting activities. Perhaps aware of the significance of this place, Iceberg remained calm. Showing little surprise, Frankie and his men approached with an air of arrogance, casually glancing at Iceberg while cracking their knuckles, and shouted at Jerry and Dias, "Hey, what are you two up to here?" "Well, you're just in time. Save me the trouble of looking for you." "Have your men step aside," Jerry replied, unfazed by Frankie's demeanor, flashing a grin that exuded arrogance. He raised his right hand and waved dismissively at Frankie's subordinates, signaling them to stay away. Subsequently, Jerry manipulated the nearby waters, summoning several water dragons that silently loomed above them. Seeing this, the henchman broke into a cold sweat, stammering to Frankie, "B-boss this." Without allowing them to say much more, Jerry turned to Frankie with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. If I had any ill intentions, you would stand no chance of resisting. Moreover, I know your name. Once known as Frankie, now you are Frankie, correct? Furthermore, this gentleman here wouldn't want his wife, his brother to lose their jobs, would he?" Though shocked by Jerry's display of power, Frankie showed no signs of fear. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. However, upon hearing the young man opposite him mention his real name and allude to a previously unknown brotherly connection with Iceberg, Frankie was momentarily taken aback. He gazed into Jerry's eyes, sensing that the other held some secret. Thus, Frankie gestured for his men to leave for the time being and spoke in a low voice. "I know who you are. Your bounty is considerable, but what is your purpose in coming here with him?" "Well, I want to introduce myself again. You will soon know what this is about," Jerry replied after the ruffians had distanced themselves, retracting the water dragons back into the sea. It was unclear what scheme Iceberg had employed to temporarily shake off the surveillance of Khalifa and others. Nonetheless, Jerry was confident that no members of CP9 were lurking nearby. Initially, Iceberg harbored doubts about Jerry's identity and intentions, even with references to his Master-S name and secrets. He remained skeptical. Iceberg even suspected that Jerry might be an agent of the world government. However, recalling various rumors and news about this individual, he dismissed that notion. After careful consideration and covertly identifying additional surveillance devices, Iceberg decided to meet in person to uncover the truth. Jerry observed Iceberg, who had maintained a stoic expression throughout, and the curious Dias, and casually remarked, "First, I am aware of your connection with Tom, and I know you possess the designs for Pluton. I even know where Pluton is located." "What? Pluton still exists?" Iceberg and Frankie exclaimed in unison, though each was astonished for different reasons. Frankie was primarily concerned with the status of the legendary battleship, while Iceberg was shocked that all their intelligence was seemingly known to the other party. Dias widened his eyes, but remained silent, having not anticipated that Jerry would broach such explosive topics, thus choosing to listen intently. "Indeed," Jerry confirmed, lifting his chin slightly. Hearing this, Frankie rushed forward, his excitement palpable, and asked, "Where is Pluton?" It's in the Sabadi archipelago. Haha, but that is a person. It has nothing to do with you. Narrowing his eyes at Jerry's teasing smile, Frankie gritted his teeth and pressed. Damn it, it has nothing to do with us. But where's the real one? The fabled battleship Pluton, of course, was located in a place not closely related to you, somewhere in the New World. Knowing it wouldn't be of any use to you, I have no interest in it either. Shaking his finger, Jerry reveled in the riddle he had become. Is this a joke? You just here to toy with us? Frankie, his temper rising, was about to lash out when Iceberg intervened to restrain him. After teasing the brash Frankie, Jerry smirked and said, because that is not the purpose of our discussion. I brought Iceberg here to talk about something else, and to help you resolve a bit of trouble. The primary crisis you are currently facing is that the design you possess is under the watchful eye of the world government's intelligence agency. Although they are temporarily at a loss with Iceberg as the mayor, it does not mean they will never find a way to deal with it. Shifting the topic successfully captured the attention of Iceberg and Frankie. Recalling the events of the afternoon, Iceberg raised his hand, gently stroking his chin, and slowly spoke. So, you know who the mole is, right? Yes, Jerry did not deny it. Even if you know this, what is your purpose? You wouldn't help us without reason, would you? Compared to the impulsive Frankie, Iceberg appeared much calmer and more mature, not easily swayed by Jerry's rhythm. After a slight nod, Jerry gazed up at the brilliant night sky and softly replied, it is certainly not without reason. There are two motivations, one being because of Tom. Out of respect for that name, I wanted to meddle a bit. Upon hearing his late master's name, Frankie fell silent. While Iceberg's gaze deepened with a hint of nostalgia before he responded, we do not know the significance of Mr. Tom's name. But let us consider that for now. What is the other reason? Jerry, of course, would not work for free. He was no philanthropist. Although assisting them wouldn't be particularly challenging, he proposed a small trade. I will help you deal with the CP9 intelligence organization that has been shadowing you, and I can even divert some of the government's attention. In return, you must swiftly help me procure a pirate ship as requested. Of course, I will pay, but I expect a discount. Upon hearing this, the Iceberg found himself somewhat amenable to the situation. It is indeed difficult to ascertain the intentions of a stranger who inexplicably offers assistance. However, he deemed that Jerry's explicit request indicated mutual interests, with little apparent risk to his own party, thus rendering the transaction worthy of negotiation. Unbeknownst to the Iceberg, Jerry's willingness to lend a hand was partly influenced by the name Tom, which had accompanied his childhood. Given the impossibility of cultivating a favorable relationship with the world government under the control of the celestial dragons, Jerry felt no qualms about causing a bit of disruption for the government's CP organization. Very well, a new pirate ship. What are the specific requirements? Nodding in agreement, the Iceberg proceeded to inquire about the demands of the principal party, for he held considerable confidence in his professional expertise. Observing this, Jerry gave a reassuring pat on the shoulder of Dias. Dias, come take a look. All right, as we discussed earlier, we need to. Dias retrieved a simple document from the bag he had brought and handed it to the Iceberg while articulating the details. After listening to Dias' explanation, the Iceberg exchanged a knowing smile with Frankie, finding no difficulty in the task at hand. For them, masters of shipbuilding, it seemed rather straightforward. This is no issue, conveniently. We have a wealth of ready materials at our disposal, and with a bit of design and installation, we can proceed. If we push to the limit, how long will it take? Jerry inquired, though he was not particularly anxious. He simply wished to experience the sensation of a client urging for results, especially since there was no necessity to linger on this island for too long. Within 3 days, with maximum manpower, we should be able to manage it in about 2. The Iceberg confidently asserted. All right, let us set the timeline. Once the matter of the pirate ship was concluded, the Iceberg adopted a serious demeanor and requested, Mr. Jerry, could you inform me who the undercover agents are? Ah, that's your secretary, Khalifa, along with your 2 shipwrights, Lucci and Kaku, and another named Bruno. Jerry replied with a light chuckle, answering without hesitation, although he had initially struggled to recall Bruno's name. Fortunately, he had overheard someone mention it while walking down the street that day. Bruno? I know him. He owns a shop in the Central Street. Frankie, who had been unusually quiet, now widened his eyes in surprise. Is it really them? They certainly didn't appear suspicious at all. A glimmer of determination flashed in the Iceberg's eyes as he murmured. Ignoring the differing reactions of the two, Jerry continued, at this juncture, you might as well conduct a discreet investigation. Otherwise, you may think I am speaking nonsense. Of course, a word of caution. Even if you confirm that they are the traitors, do not act rashly. They do possess some level of strength. Frankie indeed contemplated confronting them directly, but was dissuaded. The iceberg preferred to investigate first and assess the situation thereafter. Subsequently, after calming down, the two, together with Jerry and Dias, devised a concrete action plan, resulting in Frankie and the iceberg casting odd looks at Jerry. "What else with the stairs? Don't be infatuated. I'm merely a legend," Jerry proclaimed proudly, waving his hand dismissively. The following morning, Jerry and his companions nonchalantly boarded the sea train, departing from the city of Water 7. The iceberg arranged for the shipwrights to hasten the construction of the ship in Dock No. 1 according to the functional requirements outlined by Dias the previous night. Simultaneously, he and Frankie discreetly investigated the list of undercover agents provided by Jerry, while the iceberg also began to subtly observe the behavior of Khalifa and others. "Wow, is this the sea train? Incredible. Look at that. It doesn't seem like it can sail on the water, yet it moves so swiftly. I've never seen anything like it in all these years. Haha, Brooke. The Qing dynasty has fallen. It's time to change your perspective on the world." After boarding the train, Jerry's group looked around in awe, chattering excitedly. Their destination was the renowned culinary city of Puki, where they had heard rumors of an upcoming event, and they were eager to partake in the festivities. After half a day's journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Stepping off the train, the group was astounded by the city that seemed to be infused with the aroma of delicious food. After emerging from the train, Jerry stretched lazily and remarked at last, "We have arrived. It has been ages since I last rode a green train." "Huh, Boss Jerry, have you traveled before?" Scarl, who stood nearby, asked curiously, as the sea train routes had only been established a few years prior, and to his knowledge, Jerry had never been to this area. "Indeed, I have been on one in my dreams," Jerry replied, a smile dancing in his eyes while maintaining a serious facade. "Oh please, why don't you say you've encountered one piece in your dreams too?" Kalina retorted, unimpressed. "How did you know I dreamt of it?" Jerry feigned surprise, his eyes widening. "Oh ho ho. Speaking of which, in my dreams, I can also admire the lovely ladies' undergarments." Brooke chimed in with a tone of longing. As the group bantered, they soon found themselves in a bustling street filled with people. The thoroughfare was alive with activity, with countless shops and stalls lining both sides, creating a unique spectacle. Several streets converged from various directions into a vast central plaza, the town's layout radiating outward from this focal point. Witnessing the vibrant crowd and the lively atmosphere, they were captivated by the array of delectable foods displayed at the street stalls and shop windows. The air was thick with an assortment of aromas, sweet confections, the savory scent of grilled meats. Different types of food were categorized by region, allowing people to easily locate their desired delicacies without the scents becoming muddled. "Wow, so much delicious food. Foodie number 1, request deployment." The group was entranced by the tantalizing array of culinary delights, with Galat and Ace drooling and shouting out their excitement. "Do you all remember where Aaron is?" "We know. Haha, off you go. Everyone is free to explore." After Dias reminded them, Jerry promptly announced the disbandment of the group. They quickly dispersed, vanishing into the crowd. Galat and Kalina set off with Kodaz, seemingly eager to indulge him, while Jerry relished his newfound leisure. "Oh, what's happening over there?" As he strolled and snacked casually, Jerry noticed a gathering of people in the distance. After a quick glance, he made his way towards Scarl and Brooke. After some effort, they squeezed through the crowd and were greeted by numerous bulletin boards detailing the festivities scheduled to commence the following day. No wonder they had seen so many places adorned with decorations along the way. They began to peruse the event announcements, as they planned to stay for 2 or 3 days. Culinary festival activities, cooking competitions, gourmet hunting à sementes, fishing contests. There were numerous events, but the group's attention was drawn to one particular section. "Oh ho ho, Mr. Jerry, isn't this your favorite?" "Indeed, Boss Jerry, are you going to participate?" Brooke and Scarl turned their bony faces toward Jerry, inquiring eagerly. "Well, it's not out of the question. Let us see later." Just as he spoke, Jerry heard a chime in his mind, indicating that the system had issued a new task, and he quickly glanced at it. Ding! Random task triggered. Fishing champion. Task description: hurry up and register for the fishing competition on the island, which seems tailor-made for you. Don't you wish to secure the championship and demonstrate your exceptional prowess to the world? Task reward: completing daily tasks within a week will double the attribute rewards, along with a surprise treasure chest. Task penalty: admit to the mermaid of Yu Ren Dao that you are the perverse underwear thief. This absurd system, it truly seeks to tarnish my illustrious and formidable image. Jerry secretly scoffed. Having learned from the previous mischief of the system, he was now considerably more vigilant. He scanned the task description multiple times, yet found no hidden traps within. This led him to ponder whether the system had merely acted out in its previous episode of madness and, upon failing to ensnare him, had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Not detecting any anomalies, Jerry closed the interface, choosing to disregard it, as he harbored a genuine desire to participate in the competition. With the system presenting a task, he now had an additional incentive. After confirming the registration location, he and Scar made their way there. The registration point was not far from the announcement area, likely to prevent those unacquainted with the festivities from getting lost. After registering, Scar examined the detailed competition guidelines in his hands and remarked, "Oh, Boss Jerry, your event must be arranged in order. It doesn't commence until afternoon tomorrow." This was fortuitous. They could explore in the morning and casually claim the championship thereafter, knowing it would be held the next day. Jerry paid little mind to whether it began in the morning or evening, as he was brimming with confidence. After all, it was merely a small fishing competition. Even with the influx of participants drawn by the celebration, nothing could obstruct his path to victory. Jerry firmly believed that his fishing skills were unparalleled. Any failure to catch fish was due to the fish themselves, who ought to reflect on their picky eating habits. Indeed, a little exploration would be delightful. For the local delicacies were plentiful, enticing enough to make one wish to swallow their own tongue, though he lacked one. The celebration began tomorrow. Yet today, numerous vendors were already hosting activities, while various teams performed diverse shows. The townsfolk meandered about from day to night, with a rich array of performances following one another until the night deepened, gradually winding down. At that moment, everyone was resting in their hotel rooms when suddenly, a shadow darted past, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, faintly echoing with screams and the clash of weapons. "Oh, it seems I've encountered that narcissist," Jerry thought to himself, activating his perception. It appears I have no intention of intervening, yet he has come to me?" Jerry abruptly rose, opened the door, and strode outside. Suddenly, with a crash, a window shattered, followed by the sound of metal clashing. "Who are you?" Garat's voice echoed from the adjacent room. He received no reply. Next door were Garat and Karina's quarters, where Karina stood at the open door. Evidently, an unwelcome guest had intruded. In the corridor, Jerry approached Karina. "How is it? Are you all right?" "Yes, fortunately." Garat was alert and blocked the attack in time. Karina nodded, anxiously glancing into the room, where Garat faced off against a grotesque figure by the window. They were indeed fortunate that Karina was with Garat. Otherwise, had she been alone, she might have already fallen prey to the intruder. Nodding slightly, Jerry passed her and entered the room, confirming that the uninvited guest was indeed that narcissist. "What happened? Is everything all right? What transpired?" The others residing in the adjacent room, having heard the commotion, emerged to inquire about Karina's well-being. "It's nothing. We were visited by a pervert, who then attracted the attention of a deranged fisherman. It should not pose a significant problem." Before she could finish, the stranger in the room acted again, lunging at Garat with astonishing speed, sword drawn. "Get away!" However, Jerry was swifter. As the intruder thrust the sword forward, he charged ahead, delivering a thunderous kick. Bang! The duel was so rapid that Karina could scarcely catch any details. She felt as though Jerry and the intruder had momentarily intertwined, their figures overlapping, followed by a dull thud of impact, leaving only Jerry and Garat standing. Boom! A sound erupted from outside, revealing that Jerry had, with incredible force, kicked the intruder through the window, sending him crashing onto the street below. "There! Quick, pursue him! Don't let him escape!" It seemed others in the town were in pursuit. However, before the words could fully escape, a series of anguished cries followed. From the sounds, it appeared the pursuers were inept, suffering counterattacks. "That individual resembles someone I had heard about previously." Ace blinked and remarked, while Dias and Scar seemed to recognize him. The others looked on in confusion. "Who is he?" Garat asked curiously. "A person named Cavendish, though he seems somewhat different." Ace was uncertain about this figure, having only seen him in newspapers before. Yet the recent scene left him perplexed, unable to ascertain whether it was indeed the same person. Upon hearing Ace's words, Jerry understood that they were unaware of Cavendish's particulars. He lifted his chin slightly and turned to Dias, saying, "I suspect it is him. He appears different perhaps, because that is not his usual demeanor." "Do you mean he was sleepwalking? Or perhaps another persona is uncontrollably influencing his state?" As a doctor, Dias speculated several possibilities. Who knows? If we encounter him again, a good thrashing will clarify everything. Jerry glanced at the shattered window and the dark street outside, grinning as he raised his fist. Everyone chimed in, expressing their desire to teach him a lesson, as they had just been about to rest when he dared to intrude and nearly cause harm. "Forget him for now. Karina, you should change rooms. Everyone else, let us return to rest. Noticing that Dias had summoned staff to clean up the mess, Jerry and the others decided it was time to conclude the discussion. The night passed without incident, and at dawn, everyone once again set out in teams. Today marked a rare celebration on the island, with merchants and locals bustling from the early hours to prepare meticulously for the grand festivities. Colorful flags fluttered and flowers adorned the streets, transforming the entire thoroughfare into a picturesque scene, with buildings beautifully decorated, sparkling in harmony with the joyous atmosphere of the celebration. At this moment, the streets were gradually filling with crowds, a steady stream of visitors and locals alike, all emerging from their hiding places. After all, the various activities, performances, and competitions of the celebration would fill the day, offering attendees a multitude of choices to indulge in. More importantly, these events often provided participants with an abundance of complimentary delicacies, allowing them to savor unique culinary delights. Simultaneously, spectators had the opportunity to enjoy special foods at incredibly low prices and various shopping discounts. For this reason, Ace had registered for the eating contest, while the others also planned to partake in activities that piqued their interests. By midday, Jerry and Scar congratulated Brooke, who had registered for the competition. "Well done, Brooke. You secured the championship in the instrument performance." Brooke proudly tousled his frizzy hair and remarked, "In the realm of music, I have amassed decades of experience." After all, during those solitary moments adrift at sea, music was a vital companion. Every note and instrument, my tremolo and falsetto, have long been second nature to me. With a thumbs up, Scar's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chuckled. "Impressive, impressive. Since we're in such high spirits, how about considering my request?" Brooke immediately shuddered and waved his hands in panic, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Do you wish to turn me into a specimen?" "Oh, come now. It's not as serious as you think. I merely desire a few of your bones." Scar, having anticipated rejection, consoled himself. Yet his determination to acquire Brooke's skeletal remains remained unyielding. Although he did not intend to forcefully embrace Brooke, he was perpetually on the lookout for any opportunity to seize what he coveted. After all, he had encountered countless skeletons, yet none as extraordinary as a living skeleton transformed by the consumption of a devil fruit, which remained a blank space in his collection. In recent days, Scar had exhausted his persuasive skills to no avail, and thus resolved to bide his time, hoping that during battle, he might find a few skeletal fragments to collect. "Ha ha! Scar, let's tone it down a bit. We should first indulge in some food, for we can savor the delicacies exclusive to the celebration. Then this afternoon, witness my grand display as I seize the championship." Stretching his back, Jerry appeared resolute in his ambitions. Scar tilted his head, adopting a unique posture. Glancing at Jerry with a smirk, "Boss Jerry, are you planning to let the other contestants claim the championship before you swoop in with a punch to seize it?" Jerry frowned, squinting in confusion. "Huh? Do I really need to do that to win the championship?" At this, Brooke joined Scar in their playful glances, both responding in unison. What else would you do? Through their brief, shared journey, Brooke had come to understand Jerry's fishing prowess. If Jerry were to fish with a straightforward approach, it would be inconsequential whether he caught anything. Yet he sat at the boat's edge daily, fully equipped and determined to reel in a bountiful catch, but had only managed to collect an array of bizarre items instead of fish. "Surely, you underestimate me. I aspire to be the king of fishing," Jerry declared dismissively, his face radiating determination. Scar, with a slight grimace, felt compelled to remind Jerry, who was lost in his fantasies, "Ah, Boss Jerry, your aspirations are grand. Yet with your track record of fishing for 3 days and catching nothing for 2.5, with the remaining half-day yielding only a hodgepodge of oddities. Are you certain?" Scar bore no disdain for his friend's dreams. He merely observed that while Jerry often proclaimed his ambition to become the king of fishing, his demeanor suggested a more carefree attitude. Fishing was simply Jerry's greatest passion. If he genuinely wished to attain any sort of mastery, he had not exhibited the depth of study or effort necessary for self-improvement. He belonged to the laid-back, serendipitous faction, reveling in the fishing experience rather than pursuing any royal title. Jerry grinned. "If all else fails, I could always marry the person who becomes the king of fishing, right?" "Ha, of course, that's just a joke. In any case, I've already reserved the championship." Raising his fist triumphantly, he exuded confidence. Were it not for his current task, Jerry would not be overly concerned with rankings, yet he would still participate. Fishing-related competitions held a unique allure for him, even if the prize was merely a trophy, a certificate, and some monetary reward. He did not wish to miss such an opportunity. Rankings mattered little. What was crucial was the chance to demonstrate and showcase his skills before an audience. Of course, if he could seize the moment and parade around with a large fish, it would bring him immense satisfaction. They playfully bantered with one another before heading toward the contestant dining hall. By merely presenting their successful registration receipt, they could indulge in a sumptuous feast within. Having previously participated in another event that morning, Scar faced no obstacles, and they quickly settled down to eat. After a hearty meal, the group set off towards the competition site where Jerry was to participate. It was a tranquil lake adjacent to the street within the city, benefiting from a flow of a river, resulting in relatively good water quality and a rich aquatic ecosystem. The surroundings were pleasant, with fresh air. It appeared to be a frequent venue for competitions, as the area was adorned with spectator seating for onlookers to cheer and support. At that moment, the audience, some seated and others standing, donned sun hats or carried binoculars, engaged in lively conversations. In the center of the competition area, the perimeter of the lake marked the contestant zones, with numerous fishing spots extending from the shore at varying distances. These positions maintained a certain spacing, with each corresponding area presenting its own advantages and disadvantages. Contestants could choose their spots, and the final selection depended on their skills. Official judges and staff oversaw the competition to maintain order and ensure the smooth progression and public evaluation of the results. The rules of the competition were posted at the venue, with the conditions for winning differing each time, announced just before the competition commenced. As Jerry and his companions arrived, it was the lengthy preparatory period before the event began, and they first glanced at the announcement board near the entrance. The rules and winning conditions had already been posted there. After a quick review, Scar and Brooke exchanged glances, while Jerry's grin stretched ear to ear. Oh, with that judging criterion, it seems Boss Jerry may indeed have a chance at victory. Indeed, Mr. Jerry, let us not forget, luck can sometimes be quite on your side, Scar added with a chuckle. Hearing the teasing remarks from Scar and Brooke, Jerry turned, chuckling as he shook his head, wagging his finger while making his way toward the contestant area, casually remarking, "Don't sit there enviously. Go wait over there for my good news. Watch as I conquer the fishing world with pure skill." The winning condition for this competition was explicitly stated as the value of the contestants' catches. This meant that no matter how many fish one caught, the ultimate judgment would rely on public appraisal of their worth. Jerry was quite satisfied with this rule. If the competition were based solely on the number of fish caught, he would indeed require additional methods, such as covertly manipulating the water flow and fishing line to lure them in, since the final ranking would directly impact the reward and punishment of his system task. He had contemplated resorting to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory, though that was not his true desire. However, if the competition was judged by value, he did not believe one could easily triumph solely based on the quantity of fish caught. Thus, Jerry resolved to first observe the performances of other contestants, gather information, and then consider whether further action was necessary. He understood that genuine victory could only be achieved on the foundation of a thorough understanding of the situation, and he preferred not to employ alternative methods until the very last moment. The competition rules, aside from the aforementioned, are remarkably straightforward, devoid of any overly complicated stipulations. The most crucial rule prohibits the use of personal items to impersonate catches for the purpose of cheating. Any participant found violating this rule will have their eligibility and all achievements revoked immediately and will be placed on the organizer's blacklist as a form of punishment. This rule is essential to ensure the fairness and authenticity of the competition, allowing each contestant to showcase their abilities in a relatively just environment. Another significant rule states that if a contestant accidentally falls into the water after the competition commences, they must promptly return to land for an inspection and remain there for 10 minutes. This regulation aims to prevent participants from seizing the opportunity to catch fish while in the water, serving as a minor penalty as well. Guided by the staff, Jerry slowly entered the contestant area, holding his pre-prepared fishing rod and carrying various tools on his back. The atmosphere within the fishing competition venue was charged with intensity and fervor, as each arriving contestant eagerly anticipated showcasing their skills in pursuit of remarkable results and substantial rewards. To Jerry, the prizes prepared by the organizers seemed trivial, yet they represented the aspirations of many, fame and fortune. As time passed, the spectators at the sidelines began to fervently cheer for the contestants, their voices rising in excitement. The entire venue resonated with joy and enthusiasm, radiating a shared love and longing for the sport of fishing. Jerry surveyed the dozens of fishing spots that extended outward, with 5 particularly prominent. These spots were designated as the optimal fishing platforms by the organizers, not only stretching the farthest but also attracting the most participants, creating a bustling crowd. He understood that, despite the judges yet to announce the commencement of the competition, the contest had already quietly begun. Haha, let me claim the grand title of Fishing King today. I am a champion. With a firm grip on his fishing rod and a confident smile on his face, Jerry confidently approached the nearest platform, which extended the longest. Hey, if you know what's good for you, get out of my way, boomed a burly man. His chest puffed out as he looked down upon the throng of contestants on the optimal fishing platform, his voice dripping with disdain. Really? Why does he have to choose our spot? There are 4 others just like it. Damn, he isn't planning another grand performance like last year, is he? Bro, who is he? Are you new here? That's withRoger's, a favorite to win fishing competitions in recent years, having claimed the championship in the last 2 contests. Run. They say he tossed all the contestants from the same spot into the water last year, and even broke their rods, leaving them disqualified. What are you talking about? There are so many of us. Let's team up and take him down. The championship will be ours. The crowd at the fishing spot erupted in discussion, some contemplating escape, while others rallied for collective action, the atmosphere growing increasingly chaotic. I'll give you 1 second. If you don't leave, withRoger's, with his robust physique, nearly occupied the entire passage of the platform, cracking his knuckles ominously, resembling a beast issuing a final ultimatum to its prey. Run. Charge. Opinions among the crowd were divided, yet they all surged in the same direction. Some attempted to slip past withRoger's, while others boldly initiated an offensive. Bang! withRoger's, momentarily taken by surprise, endured several fierce blows from the assailants. However, he did not retreat an inch, a scornful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't get too cocky. He extended his massive hand, swinging it with astonishing force, instantly sending those in front of him tumbling into the water. After all, this fishing spot was merely a narrow passage, measuring about 2 meters in width, with no barrier surrounding it. Wow! Splash! Hey, we didn't intend to attack you. Some attempted to explain and seek a retreat, but withRoger's showed no mercy, leaving them no opportunity. He withstood the incoming attacks with his solid physique, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he relentlessly swung his massive hands, causing blood to spill from those before him and ultimately sweeping them into the water. I had no intention of sparing any of you. If it weren't for the fear of the organizers canceling the competition, no one from the other spots would remain until the end. After easily overpowering the others, withRoger's wore a satisfied smile, his menacing gaze sweeping over the surrounding contestants standing on their respective spots, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. With withRoger's assertive clearing of the area, some spectators began to cheer and whistle, their voices mingling with shouts of encouragement. These sounds were chaotic yet fervent, seemingly emanating from withRoger's fans or gamblers betting on his victory from the periphery. In response, withRoger's raised his arms high, laughing triumphantly, reveling in the attention focused on him, as if the championship were already within his grasp. However, the voices of the surrounding contestants and the spectators abruptly ceased, as if silenced by an invisible force. withRoger's paused, momentarily halting his frenzied actions, and, perplexed, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld a man of diminutive stature, wearing a casual, carefree smile, leisurely strolling towards him. This man had tousled, short hair, donned beach attire, and sported oversized flip-flops. His left hand carrying an assortment of tools while the fishing rod rested casually on his shoulder, exuding an air of ease. Not bad, not bad. You managed to clear the area with brute force. I was just lamenting how crowded it was here. You've truly done me a great service. Thank you, big guy. You're quite considerate. The newcomer was none other than Jerry, who approached withRoger's with a calm demeanor, looking up to him with a smile as warm as the sun, genuinely expressing his gratitude. Gazing down at the diminutive figure before him, withRoger's lips curled in a slight sneer, followed by a menacing grin. Kid, are you tired of living so comfortably? What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Jerry blinked in confusion. Then come at me. With a roar, withRoger's massive hand swung violently toward Jerry's head. A kind-hearted woman in the crowd instinctively screamed, covering her eyes, unwilling to witness such a violent scene. After all, withRoger's outstretched arm loomed over Jerry's chest and head area. Brooke observed from the sidelines with amusement, while Scar even cheered for the giant, not placing any bets but purely relishing withRoger's reckless behavior. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, causing the jaws of numerous onlookers to drop in astonishment. Impossible. withRoger's attack was thwarted. In the midst of the chaos, Jerry lowered his tools with his left hand and extended it to block withRoger's approaching hand. withRoger's face turned crimson as he attempted to withdraw and strike again, but Jerry's small hand had firmly grasped his, rendering him immobile. The stark contrast in their heights and physiques created a striking visual impact, as Jerry, standing under 2 meters tall, had the 4-meter giant firmly in his grasp. Jelly flashed a grin. "Hey, this is all you're doing." As he spoke, Mackey's eyes widened in astonishment. With a swift tug of his left hand, Jelly exerted an invisible force that compelled Mackey to stumble forward involuntarily. In a heartbeat, Jelly pivoted his body, unleashing a sudden surge of power, delivering a crushing blow to Mackey's abdomen that contorted his face in unbearable agony, veins bursting in his eyes. Subsequently, Jelly extended his right hand, placing his shoulder against Mackey's robust arm, and executed a dramatic shoulder throw, sending Mackey tumbling into the water with a resounding splash. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending waves soaring several meters high, tumultuous and raging. The other competitors, previously submerged by Mackey, were relieved to have swum away just in time. Remaining on the spot could have resulted in a second wave of chaos. Their gazes filled with gratitude turned to Jelly, who stood solitary at the fishing spot. Despite their unfamiliarity with one another, and Jelly's apparent disinterest in forming connections, his actions had undoubtedly avenged their grievances, earning him their respect. As Jelly observed the ripples on the water's surface gradually subside and saw Mackey's head surface, he shrugged innocently and addressed the surrounding audience. "Did everyone hear that? It was his own request. He insisted I do this. Indeed, it was his own demand. I've never encountered such an outrageous request before. Ha ha ha." The crowd erupted in laughter, with the voices of Scar and Brooke mingling among them. Amid the jovial atmosphere, the resurfaced Mackey dared not utter another word. Casting a wary glance at Jelly, who was smirking at him, he recognized that his defeat was not only deserved but utterly unavoidable. Mackey possessed innate strength, having bested most adversaries throughout the years with sheer physical prowess, earning himself a reputation as a local tyrant. He had dominated his territory, rendering many outsiders powerless against him. Yet, the momentary sensation of pressure and helplessness had deeply pierced through his seemingly impenetrable facade. At that instant, he felt as though his hand was ensnared, unable to escape despite exerting all his might. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Given Mackey's character, had he not witnessed the formidable Navy capturing pirates in his youth, the brutal scenes of confrontation etched in his memory had undoubtedly contributed to his psychological scars. Perhaps he would have already set sail, becoming a pirate whom all would seek to vanquish. At that moment, upon seeing Jelly's face, Mackey felt a flicker of recognition. Though he could not be certain if they had crossed paths before, he dared not linger in his gaze, fearing Jelly would perceive it as a provocation. All he wished for was to retreat back to the shore and continue competing elsewhere. Jelly smiled at Mackey's departing figure, saying nothing further, and proceeded to the forefront of the fishing spot, retrieving various tools to commence his preparations. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to." Shortly thereafter, the competition host made his entrance, launching into his performance. Following the customary monologue, he succinctly outlined the rules and time constraints of the competition. Naturally, the event could not permit an entire day of fishing. The time limit was set for several hours, concluding at dusk. Amid the cheers of the audience, the host and judges jointly declared the competition open. Competitors, including Jelly, began their respective endeavors simultaneously. Some were baiting their hooks, others were fishing in neighboring spots, while some directly cast their lines. Jelly observed the slightly clear waters beneath his feet, noting that even before he began baiting, numerous fish were already frolicking nearby. He silently marveled at the location, renowned as one of the best designated spots, undoubtedly prearranged with enticing items to attract a multitude of fish. This saved him considerable time. After scrutinizing the area, he cast his line and settled onto a small stool he had prepared, patiently waiting for a bite. During this interval, he glanced around and noticed that among the other 4 areas designated as prime fishing spots, 3 were monopolized by a single competitor each, while the 4th remained a chaotic throng of people. Jelly had decisively vanquished Mackey, leaving no one foolish enough to challenge him, as they had all crowded into other areas. Surveying the other fishing spots, he observed a bustling crowd. The overwhelming number of participants had necessitated competition from many locations. Those unable to secure a solitary spot had to share their area with others. The audience, seated somewhat distant from the competition, had ceased their raucous cheers, opting instead to partake in official mini-games or engage in quiet conversation. As time progressed, the cheers swelled, and many competitors began to yield their initial catches, particularly those in the best spots. In stark contrast, a peculiar figure stood out amidst the fervor. Jelly, adopting a contemplative pose, remained motionless like a turtle, his expression serious as he focused intently on the fishhook and line, observing the lively fish darting around him. Jelly was well aware of the catches made by other competitors. However, while the fish swirled around in a lively dance, none so much as glanced at his bait. Was it possible that his special, stinky tofu-flavored bait was unappealing? Or had they simply feasted and lost their appetite? Maintaining his focus, Jelly muttered to himself. Before he could finish his thoughts, a large fish swam nearby, its gaping mouth devouring several smaller fish that had gathered around the line. Jelly's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. If he could land this fish, the catches of the other participants would be mere trifles. Yet, as he eagerly watched the incoming fish, he found that it showed no interest in his bait, instead feasting on the smaller fish and scaring them away, leaving his hook barren. Is it looking down on my specially crafted, stinky, tofu-flavored bait? As the referee began announcing that only a few minutes remained until the end of the competition, Jelly glanced at the other competitors' catches and then at his own empty bucket, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, he recalled that it was unlikely for him to be skunked, given his unparalleled skills combined with the supreme fishing rod. In that moment, he felt a tug on his hook, likely caused by the large fish still swimming around his line, stirring the water and inadvertently snagging something. Jelly's eyes gleamed with brilliance. He paid no mind to what was coming up, for a loss in the competition was acceptable, but being skunked was not. Just as he was about to reel in, he discovered that the large fish had indeed bitten the hook. You may be sly as a fox, but you'll still have to drink my bathwater. Ah, comilla. Jelly, who had remained silent throughout the competition, suddenly erupted in laughter. He stood, swiftly reeling in the line. Around him, competitors and spectators had already begun to murmur and point at this striking figure who occupied center stage, yet had caught nothing. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling with all his might. In an instant, a dazzling golden fish soared through the air, leaping onto the shore in a spectacular display. Wow, that, indeed, is an exceedingly rare catch. Could it be the legendary Jinlongju, the golden dragonfish? Witnessing the nearly 5-meter-long fish writhing on the bank, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps, awe and admiration echoing throughout. What fish is that? The keen-eared Jerry caught snippets of the murmurs from afar. He turned to see the still wriggling creature on the ground, his expression a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Shaking his head, he dismissed the specifics of the fish. What mattered was that it was caught, and judging by its size and the ongoing chatter from the audience, it undoubtedly possessed considerable value. He stepped closer and, under the gaze of the onlookers, decisively struck the fish on the head with a punch. The blow rendered the creature unconscious, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed onto the ground. Jerry pried open its mouth and, to his astonishment, discovered a familiar object attached to the hook. Could be what I think it is. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he scrutinized the fish's mouth once more. After confirming the identity of the item, he quickly closed the fish's mouth and glanced around furtively, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. He then remembered that others could not see what he had seen, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him as his tension eased. Moments later, the host received a signal from the judges and nodded, announcing the conclusion of the competition. The judges instructed the contestants to remain in place, while the staff approached each participant to collect their results. The judges, collaborating with the video crew, monitored the contestants from various angles to prevent any cheating during this crucial time. Jerry surveyed the surroundings and noted that everyone, to some extent, had made a catch. After all, the organizers had implemented numerous measures to attract fish, even releasing live ones into the lake the day before. However, the participants had not only caught fish, but also a multitude of random debris, with one even reeling in an unidentified human skeleton. Jerry slapped his forehead, realizing that all anglers seemed to share a common fate. Once the hook is cast, what one catches is left to chance. The staff began tallying the results, starting with contestants in the shallower areas. Since most were fishing in crowded spots, their yields were rather meager. Yet, some managed to score inexplicably high points with the bizarre items they caught. After the judges clarified the rules, Jerry recalled that victory was determined by the value of the items caught, without specifying that they had to be fish. It appeared that the organizers understood the fishing game well, knowing that sometimes participants could catch anything beyond fish. Thus, they decided to broaden the criteria to encompass all items caught. Hearing the judges clarify the rules, Jerry muttered to himself with a peculiar expression. In that case, it would be better to keep that thing hidden within the fish's mouth. Having made a silent resolve, he turned to view the leaderboard being compiled by the judges. Currently, The tally was progressing from the shallower sections toward the deeper fishing spots. In terms of points, apart from a few extraordinarily lucky individuals who caught valuable items like pearls, the scores generally increased the further back one went. This was not only due to the size of the fish varying with the depth of the water, but also because fewer competitors in the deeper areas resulted in less interference and competition. Unsurprisingly, the second-to-last contestant to be evaluated was the robust Meiji. As a two-time champion favorite, he not only understood the rules, but also possessed the requisite skills and prowess. After being dunked into the water by Jerry, he quickly scrambled ashore and made his way to another prime fishing spot, successfully driving other contestants into a frenzy. Consequently, Meiji's haul was substantial, and he swiftly surpassed the other participants in points, claiming the top position. Alas, I still cannot surpass him. Indeed, even though I occupied a prime fishing position, losing was still disheartening. I was so close. The two competitors pushed down to second and third place, exchanged resigned glances and sighed. Oh, what a victory! It seems Meiji is on track for a three-peat. This is likely, although the points for that young man have yet to be tallied. His single Jinlongju, while rare, probably does not match the value of Meiji's haul. Who would have thought Meiji also caught some rare species, and even a pirate hat adorned with jewels? The audience buzzed with excitement. Having observed the lengthy competition over several hours, many had already formed a rough ranking in their minds before the conclusion of the contest. Those who had wagered on Meiji's victory could hardly contain their joy, for in their estimation, Jerry would rank no higher than fourth or fifth, posing no threat to Meiji. This was thanks to the sizable and exceedingly rare Jinlongju Jerry had caught just before the end. Contestant Jerry's result was a rare Jinlongju, evaluated based on its length and weight, yielding a score of 923,000. Indeed, the host and the panel of judges approached Jerry, nodding in acknowledgement and quickly commencing their operations, subsequently announcing with great enthusiasm. Now, the exhilarating moment has arrived, as we prepare to reveal the final rankings. Wait, the host was about to turn back towards the shore to facilitate the ranking announcement when Jerry interjected. Casting a glance at the leaderboard displayed on the screen, he realized that based solely on the large fish, he would rank fourth, still trailing behind the top two by a significant margin, approximately 200,000 points from the champion. This fell far short of his expectations, and he could not bear the thought of facing a penalty from the system. Gritting his teeth, Jerry thought, this is unacceptable. Can the system's ridiculous penalties be taken lightly? Under the puzzled gaze of the host, he strode confidently to the large fish, bent down to pry open its mouth, and, with an impassive expression, addressed the judges. My catch is not just this fish. You should take a look. With that, Jerry gently released the fish and stepped aside, gazing up at the setting sun. His silhouette appeared particularly somber in the twilight, as if burdened with countless thoughts and reflections. It seems the rankings may still take a turn. Based on Jerry's feedback, there are additional treasures within the mouth of his Jinlongju, so let us witness this together. Such unexpected events that could influence the outcome of the competition are precisely what the host relishes, and he shouted with a beaming smile. The two top appraisers, the judges, exchanged glances before squatting down to pry open the fish's mouth, laboriously extracting the unremoved hook and the item attached to it. This is the priceless Song Hai Ming Zhu. Indeed, who would have thought that Song Hai Ming Zhu, which vanished over a decade ago, would reappear here? Upon seeing the object within the fish's mouth, the judges' pupils trembled, and they gasped in astonishment. Oh, that sounds like an impressive name. Would the judges kindly elaborate for us? The host's eyes lit up as he excitedly concluded, gesturing for the staff to amplify the microphone's volume. The Song Hai Ming Zhu, a legendary creation by the illustrious Master Di Ku, who possesses the dual talents of a gem craftsman and lingerie designer, is a renowned piece of lingerie that took 3 years to create. Composed of 108 dazzling gemstones, it exudes a bold elegance without appearing excessively lavish, concealing intricate secrets, and is deemed the ultimate battle attire that women dream of and an exquisite enhancer for men. As a man, I personally hold it in high regard. What do you think, La Jean referee? I feel the same. At this moment, the audience and many competitors around, sensing the unfolding drama as the event nears its conclusion, erupted into an excited buzz. Haha, it seems the referee implies that its value cannot be trivialized. That young man appears to have caught something extraordinary. Indeed, but the referee just elucidated its marvelous utility. How could they know so much? Are you unaware? Master Di Ku emerged from our midst. The duo, Sikar and Bulu Ku, exchanged knowing smiles. It seems our previous assertions were indeed accurate. Boss Jierue's luck is undeniably flourishing. Oh, what a pity. It's lingerie, not undergarments. After several minutes of deliberation, the referees approached the host, their faces flushed with excitement, and exuberantly announced into the microphone. Based on the initial auction price set by Master Deku, this lingerie is valued at over 50 million. Considering emotional worth and the fact that the master has not produced any comparable work since, I would estimate it to be above 100 million. I concur. Upon the revelation of their final valuation, the audience was left astounded. Wow, that little item is worth 100 million? Is this a joke? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? Moreover, those two are renowned, esteemed appraisers. The implication being, is that battle attire truly so valuable? The crowd erupted with fervor. A cacophony of disbelief and envy filling the air as they fixated on the shimmering gemstone lingerie. According to the competition rules, any items acquired by contestants belong solely to them. Handsome Jierue, I want to bear your children. Could you gift me that lingerie? Puffed. Shallow green tea. Do you really think he would prefer someone like you? After all, he has just turned 18. You back off, old hag. 18 indeed, with eyes only for money. Unlike me, who only feels pity for Gigi. Call me old? I will not take that lying down. Many women in the audience fervently gazed at the high-priced item still in the referee's possession, flaunting their charms in hopes of gaining Jierue's attention, who remained aloof. Yet, a disagreement erupted unexpectedly. Women can certainly hold their ground, and when they become fervent, they are not to be underestimated. Witnessing the palpable tension in the arena, the host smiled in satisfaction, knowing this incident would likely gain rapid notoriety, paving the way for his promotion, wealth, and a life of grandeur. Stealthily wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, the young host repressed his envy towards the gemstone item, fully aware that it was beyond his reach. The image of Jierue effortlessly tossing aside Ma Ji's presence lingered vividly in his mind. He had no desire to test his physical resilience. Well then, it appears that Jierue has decisively claimed the top position in our fishing competition, even shattering the previous scoring ceiling. He is, without a doubt, our champion for many years to come. As witnesses, let us cheer for him with fervor. Upon hearing this, Jierue slowly turned around. Seeing the host and referees nodding in acknowledgement, the staff assisted him in carrying his acquisitions, signaling him to return. Soon, they arrived back at the stage by the shore, while other staff escorted the other award-winning competitors onto the platform. Though Ma Ji felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he refrained from speaking out, seemingly recalling Jierue's identity. Thus, he feigned indifference and greeted other awardees, only to notice Jierue's demeanor was somewhat unusual. They did not dwell on it, as the awards ceremony commenced shortly thereafter. Following a brief presentation of awards from lower to higher ranks, the moment to present the championship award arrived. The host, brimming with excitement, delivered an impassioned speech, suddenly extending his left hand and exclaiming with fervor, "Now, let us welcome our king of lingerie, fishing, Jierue. Let him present his acceptance speech." With the hostess' words, the audience erupted in unison. Initially, Jierue remained calm, as the crowd had not made any extraordinary remarks about his gem-laden attire. But the host's inadvertent comment unexpectedly revived the enigmatic nickname, causing Jierue to display a look of utter despair. Upon recognizing the item in the fish's mouth, he had anticipated such a moment. Even with some psychological preparation, he still found it difficult to confront this mortifying episode in his fishing history. To win a fishing competition through lingerie was a reality he could not accept. Had it not been for the chime of the system notification and the quietly opened treasure chest revealing somewhat comforting rewards, he might have vanished from the competition scene altogether. This so-called championship he could do without. A myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind as Jierue approached the host, casually uttering some disjointed remarks. Soon, the competition concluded, and Jierue, laden with his abundant spoils, walked back to the audience amidst the admiring and envious gazes of both men and women, his expression one of resignation. "Oh, welcome back, our king of lingerie fishing, Jierue. Oh, I prefer the king of underwear. When will you catch a glowing pair of underpants, Mr. Jierue?" Sika and Buluka burst into mischievous laughter, teasing him. They produced colorful confetti from who knows where, waving it above Jierue's head, allowing it to cascade like snowflakes. After a brief pause, as Jierue was about to speak, he heard the thunderous sound of footsteps behind the audience, followed by a throng of people rushing past. "Oh no, don't run. Come back." Jierue's expression shifted, his eyes darting around and seizing his various treasures. He sprinted towards the crowd. Perhaps AIC had once again dined and dashed. I must see, ignoring the frenzied advances and heated gazes of the female audience. Jierui's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Sikaer and Buluku exchanging glances. You thought to mock me? Not a chance. Quickly slipping away several streets, Jierui stood in an alleyway, chuckling with self-satisfaction. He could sense Sikaer and Buluku's intentions, seizing the opportunity amidst the earlier commotion to make his escape. Boom, boom, boom. Upon hearing the resounding footsteps once more, Jerry gazed with curiosity. Do not flee. You promised me in your dreams that you would marry me. You little vixen, if you're in heat, go away. Do not pursue my prince. Halt! Even if you run with great speed, you cannot escape my heart. Away with you. You shameless harlots. Do you wish to compete with me for my husband? The cacophonous chase drew ever closer to Jerry, accompanied by numerous shrieks and disputes from women. Fixing his gaze ahead, he saw a young man adorned with a plush-decorated cowboy hat, golden curls, striking features, and noble attire being pursued by a throng of women. Hey, you up front, don't block the way. The blond man, being chased, also spotted Jerry and shouted loudly. Jerry stood at the intersection of the alley, perfectly obstructing his escape route. Upon hearing the shout, Jerry recognized the pursued individual as Cavendish. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he stood there unmoving. Oh, if you do not step aside, I must apologize in advance. Cavendish's expression froze momentarily, yet his speed remained undeterred. As he approached Jerry, he suddenly swung his fist, intending to shove Jerry aside. However, Jerry deftly evaded his attack and effortlessly tripped him. Ouch! You tricked me! Cavendish exclaimed, falling to the ground, surprise and discontent evident in his voice. Darling, are you lying on the ground waiting for me? Here I come. He evidently awaited me, moi. You all should stop daydreaming. He is mine. The multitude of aunties and young maidens trailing behind, upon witnessing this scene, brightened, with several even giving Jerry a thumbs up in appreciation. They then surged forward like a pack of wild dogs, swiftly engulfing Cavendish in their midst. No need to thank me. Relish this rare moment at your leisure. Jerry, fearing they might mistakenly harm the innocent, laughed and retreated a few meters, waving his hand as he turned to leave. He never leaves his name when doing good deeds. Glancing up at the darkening sky, Jerry decided to venture out in search of food. Jerry boss, over here. Just returning to the bustling street, Jerry heard a familiar call. It turned out to be Schall and Brooke, standing before a lively stall, both holding heaps of food, their faces beaming with joy as they waved enthusiastically at him. Jerry thought the interruption from the contest must have passed, so he smiled and approached them. Since they were all going to eat, enjoying it together made it all the more delightful. The three collaborated efficiently and soon procured an ample supply of food. They sought a quieter place away from the bustling streets, deciding to devour their feast in the relatively serene Riverside Square. Suddenly recalling something, Jerry turned to the two beside him, asking, Have you seen Galote and the others? Both Schall shook their heads. No, they're probably in another area. Is there something wrong? Nothing much. Let us discuss it later, Jerry replied, casually after stretching contentedly. You are quite the elusive one. A loud voice interrupted, causing the three to turn in confusion. They beheld Cavendish with his golden curls, a furious expression as he brandished his sword, pointing it directly at Jerry. His attire, once dignified, now appeared disheveled, his hat askew, presenting a comical sight. His white shirt was missing several buttons, and his fair face and shirt bore conspicuous red lip prints, leading an uninformed observer to mistakenly believe he had just emerged from some dubious establishment. In response to Schall and Brooke's puzzled gazes, Jerry smirked. What's wrong? Buddy? What event necessitates a pay-per-view? It's all your fault. Don't you know what happened? Cavendish's face flushed crimson, clearly irked by Jerry's nonchalant attitude. Before Jerry could respond, Schall, noticing Cavendish's attire, furrowed his brow, remarking, You seem somewhat familiar. You are Cavendish? Brooke also wore a serious expression, as both recalled the events of the previous night. Although his appearance seemed slightly altered, the clothing and sword held by the person before them were identical to what they had witnessed last night. Good, if you know who I am. I could be a bit gentler in my approach. Cavendish smirked at Schall, then redirected his sword toward Jerry. Of course, excluding you. Why? Seeing Jerry smile without replying, Schall curiously inquired. Cavendish's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, his teeth clenched with intense rage and dissatisfaction. Don't think I don't know who you are. Long Fist, you dare to steal several headlines from me. Unforgivable. And that kick earlier, now both new and old grievances must be accounted for. At his words, Jerry remained unfazed, grinning. Haha, you're not a Wong. How would I know you wanted headlines? Besides, what did you do last night? Cavendish froze, astonished. Last night? Let me think. Could it be that that white horse fellow did something? Cavendish was aware of his rare condition of somnambulism. When he sleeps, he would manifest a second personality called White Horse. He was cognizant of this second self and could suppress it when awake. When conscious, he could barely control it if it attempted to seize control. However, once in a deep sleep, he was utterly powerless. As for the actions of his second personality during his unconscious state, he could recall them vaguely if he thought deeply. In the past, this second self had not caused too much trouble, but recently it seemed to have grown increasingly bold, continuously creating disturbances. Initially, it was limited to breaking objects, but over time, its behavior escalated, even showing tendencies toward becoming a killer. After a moment of contemplation, Cavendish seemed to remember something. He first fell silent, then softly apologized. I deeply regret almost harming those two ladies. However, did you not kick me last night, right in the face? Enraged, Cavendish charged at Jerry. L'unchina furieuse offensive. It was merely a coincidence. I did not do it intentionally. The moment my foot moved, it naturally followed the law of facial gravity, inadvertently striking others. You see, just like now. With that, Jerry dodged Cavendish's lightning-fast sword strike and aimed a kick at his face. Instinctively, Cavendish raised his sword in defense, exclaiming, "Wow, you're coming again?" Seeing the large shoe before him, Cavendish breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I protected my face. My handsome features remain intact. The two began their rapid exchanges, and although Cavendish was not careless, he still nearly received a direct kick to the face from Jerry. Is that so? Then continued to block. Jerry grinned broadly, delighted to encounter someone who, like him, placed immense importance on the defense of their visage. Had it not been for the reckless intrusion of the other party the previous night, which nearly resulted in injury, he would not have persistently targeted the opponent's face. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements producing a continuous symphony of combat sounds. Fortunately, the open terrain provided some distance from the bustling streets, and only a few onlookers remained, having instinctively retreated upon witnessing the clash. Hey, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Continuously attacking my handsome face. Are you envious of my looks? With such sentiments, Cavendish yelled in frustration as he realized he was at a disadvantage against Jerry, who wore a mischievous smile and relentlessly targeted his features. In response to Cavendish's provocation, Jerry decided to confront him head-on. In terms of appearance, I certainly do not fall short. However, since you've made such assertions, it appears I must fulfill my promise to turn you into a pig's head. Jerry maintained his grin while significantly increasing his offensive and defensive speed. Observing this, Cavendish became serious. Having recognized Jerry from a sensational newspaper article, he understood that the latter was a formidable pirate. Previously unaware of his strength, Cavendish now felt a weight of gravity in his heart, especially as Jerry's mere leg strikes exerted considerable pressure on him. At this moment, Cavendish had only recently set sail and had yet to form his pirate crew, let alone challenge the New World. While he was indeed a prominent figure in the paradise, he was still vastly inferior to Jerry. This was evident as he struggled to keep up with the increasing tempo of their battle. Cavendish was a swordsmanship prodigy, having already approached the level of a swordsman before setting sail, and after a short time at sea, he had indeed stepped into that realm. With his inherent speed and stylish demeanor, he had garnered a fair amount of admiration, and many reporters were willing to feature his stories even in the absence of significant news. In the midst of their rapid duel, an unexpected sound broke through. Cavendish, caught off guard, found himself cleverly kicked in the face after Jerry had deftly deflected his sword. He stumbled back several meters, grimacing as he touched his slightly swollen left cheek, and yelled in fury, "Are you serious? My handsome face, I'll fight you for this." As Cavendish charged at him once more, Jerry's lips curled into a teasing smile. "If I say I'll turn you into a pig's head, then that's what I shall do. I'm a man of my word." Before his words had fully dissipated, Jerry advanced to meet him again. Fueled by rage, Cavendish gripped his famous sword, dual and deer, and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, his arm coiling as he thrust the sword directly at Jerry. Beautiful sword, Bluebird. The swift strike stirred the air, sending sharp gusts toward Jerry's face. Unfazed, Jerry stood his ground, appearing leisurely as he pulled out a fishing rod. As the attack drew near, he swung the rod with remarkable force. "Let us see how you fare against my imitation of the dog-whacking stick technique." Dog whipped to the sky. Clang! With a precise upward flick, Jerry met Kondishu's sword at its tip. After a brief stalemate, Jerry exerted force, causing Kondishu's sword and arm to uncontrollably veer upward. Stunned by the sudden loss of control, Kondishu charged directly at Jerry. Seeing this, Jerry smirked and swung his fishing rod at the wide-eyed Kondishu. Whack the dog's head. Bang! Kondishu let out a cry as he was struck. His body propelled backward as if thrown by great force, crashing heavily to the ground. Moments later, he sat up, reflexively covering his swollen cheeks with both hands, his shoulders trembling slightly before he lowered his head and remained still. Scal and Bulick, standing at a distance among the sparse onlookers, exchanged puzzled glances. Why isn't he moving? Jerry, you didn't seriously incapacitate him, did you? That shouldn't be the case. He just sat up, Scal replied. Jerry, employing his observation hockey, sensed a subtle shift in Kondishu's aura and calmly reassured them. Don't worry, he asked, transforming. Just watch closely. As Jerry's words fell, Kondishu raised his head once more. His features twisted in a somewhat unsettling manner, yet the swelling of his cheeks added a comical touch to his seriousness. His mouth curled into a grin, his eyes wide and menacing, and even his tousled hair seemed to sway as if caught by an unseen wind. Roar! Now transformed into his second persona, the White Horse, Kondishu unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the area. He swiftly grasped his sword, surging forward with astonishing speed, his form becoming a blur in the eyes of Scal and the other spectators, vanishing like a phantom into thin air. Jerry's eyes darted around as he murmured, If I remember correctly, this transformation nearly doubles your power, doesn't it? Let me see if your built-in cheat is robust enough. The wind howled around Jerry, stirred by the chaotic speed of the White Horse Kondishu. As he maintained his observation hockey, the White Horse's figure was laid bare before him. At a pivotal moment, Jerry's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively swung his right hand, causing the fishing rod to manifest countless phantoms, scattering in all directions at a breathtaking pace. Endless sword lights surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming Jerry. Yet, he remained composed, wielding his rod with nonchalance, producing a series of crisp sounds as it clashed against the incoming sword lights. Clang, clang, clang. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Jerry alone battled an invisible foe, wildly engaging with the air in a cacophony of sound. This spectacle left the few spectators utterly awestruck. Amidst the commotion, Scal shook his head, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to gain clarity. He squinted, straining to observe the battlefield while exclaiming, This is too fast. My eyes can barely keep up with their speed. How about you, Bulick? Bulick, too, felt dizzy, unable to fully discern the exchanges between the White Horse and Jerry. He scratched his wild hair, feeling somewhat helpless. My vision is similarly impaired, though I lack actual eyes. Ho ho ho. The intensity of the duel escalated, the movements of both combatants becoming a tempest of swiftness and power. In the midst of their fierce struggle, it appeared their actions were accelerating even further. After a moment, a sharp glint flashed in Jerry's eyes as he discerned his opponent's weakness. Like a wraith, he vanished from his previous position and suddenly shouted, shoulder-pressing dog back. Press dog's head down. Face disfiguring kick. As the figure of Jerry emerged hazily in the air, he found himself beside Ma, his fishing rod striking against the sword of Ma. With the principle of using minimal force to yield maximum results, he manipulated Ma's swordsmanship, leaving significant openings. Jerry swiftly altered his technique, delivering a precise strike to the back of Ma's neck. Following that, he executed a fluid kick, rapidly landing a series of large-footed blows against Ma's descending cheek, leaving countless imprints of his oversized slippers on the swollen visage of his opponent. Bang, 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 ugh. The unfortunate Ma Carvinsis was struck repeatedly, letting out a cry of distress. Instinctively shielding his face with his hands, he collapsed to the ground. Retract your foot. Jerry glanced at Carvinsis, who had ceased to rise, and slowly withdrew his right foot, which had just delivered a series of flying kicks. As the battle concluded, Scar and Brooke approached, while the remaining spectators gradually dispersed amidst murmurs of astonishment and discussion. Mr. Jerry, he isn't dead, is he? Brooke tilted his head, inspecting the motionless Carvinsis on the ground, before poking Jerry with a question. I don't know, does social death count? A faint smile graced Jerry's face. He was acutely aware of his own exertion. This was merely a retribution for Carvinsis' actions from the previous night. Scar quickly recalled the intelligence on Carvinsis, chuckling softly. Oh, haha, perhaps in his case, it does. The trio gazed down at Carvinsis, whose hands were still pressed against his face, and through his fingers, They could still discern his swollen, pig-like visage. After exchanging knowing glances, they erupted into laughter. Perhaps their laughter was too piercing. Carvinsis, who had not completely lost consciousness, jolted awake, flipping over with a sudden motion. Even without a mirror, he could feel the state of his face, resembling that of a pig. Maintaining his posture of shielding his face, he muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it! By Ma, you worthless fool! How dare you attempt to seize control, leaving me in this pig-headed state?" But his words received no reply, likely because By Ma was unwilling to show his face while sporting such a disfigured appearance. "He's awake. What is he rambling about? Ha, who knows? I certainly cannot comprehend the language of pigs. Oh ha ha, shall we take our leave? It's about time to head back." Ignoring Carvinsis, who remained stationary and engrossed in his own musings, they looked up at the darkening sky before turning to walk towards the bustling street, still alive with excitement. "Dragon Fist, just you wait." After a few steps, Carvinsis's voice rang out. However, Jerry did not halt his stride or turn back. He merely waved his hand lightly, "All right? But do be careful not to continue transforming into a pig's head." With that, they swiftly disappeared around the corner of the street. Carvinsis, his gaze filled with mixed emotions as he watched them depart, touched his own pig-like head, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. "Hiss, I need to grab some special medicine to reduce this swelling. Otherwise, my image will be utterly ruined." The moon hung high as Jerry and his companions returned to the lively street of the celebration, wandering about until they found Gallet and Kodaz at one of the singing competition venues. "Gallet, did you enjoy yourself today? Brother Jerry, you all came too? Sister Karina is on stage. We've spent the whole day just playing and eating." In Gallet's exuberant recounting, they learned that she and her friends had indulged in a day filled with exploration and culinary delights. They had stopped here because Karina had her eyes set on the prizes displayed for the competition and decided to participate to obtain one. Jerry and his companions had wandered over upon hearing Karina's enchanting voice. It must be said that Karina's performance on stage was truly remarkable. The talent and charm she exhibited were entirely deserving of her fame as the songstress of Golden City. Her voice resonated like celestial music, and the audience cheered and danced along with her rhythm, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Now in the finals, Karina, as expected, was rewarded with a dazzling and undoubtedly expensive necklace. After descending from the stage, she donned a freshly acquired gemstone necklace amidst the adoring gazes of the audience, flashing a satisfied smile as she approached Jerry and the others. "Isn't it lovely? If my estimation is correct, this necklace should be worth several million berries. This celebration is truly generous." Upon hearing Karina's delighted remarks, Scar nodded, hands on his hips, striking a pose of self-importance. "Oh haha, yours is lovely, but it pales in comparison to Boss Jerry's. His is a one-of-kind limited edition undergarment." Bang! Oh, before Scar could finish his sentence, Jerry delivered a swift kick to his backside, eliciting a loud scream from him. Jerry then raised his right hand, forming a fist, while brandishing an image-transmitting insect with his left, threateningly stating, "Scar, it seems you've grown wings. Let me help you pluck a few feathers." Scar, undeterred, maintained his bravado. Continuing, "The underwear fishing king, let us talk properly." "Shut it." Amidst their playful banter, the group set off towards their lodging. Indeed, you are the perverse fisherman. You can catch anything inappropriate." During their journey, having learned about Scar and Brooke's experiences from their mouths, Karina turned to Jerry and teased him. Yes. Don't forget, I once caught you as well." Jerry was not one to simply acquiesce, promptly retorting. The two engaged in a playful exchange of jibes until they encountered Dias and Ace, who were returning, with Ace looking notably plumper. Everyone stared in astonishment at Ace's figure, while Jerry circled around him, exclaiming, "Wow, Ace, how much have you eaten?" In Ace's hands, like Gallet and her friends, he was laden with goods, but unlike them, Ace's haul was composed entirely of colorful foods. Gulp. Upon hearing Jerry's question, Ace swallowed the morsel he had been chewing, scratched his head, and replied, "I don't know. I can still keep eating." Brooke, astonished, poked Ace's considerably expanded form. "Mr. Ace, have you been eating all day?" Slightly embarrassed by the attention, Ace rubbed the back of his head and humbly responded, It's not that impressive. We did take breaks in between. However, I'm nearing my goal of sampling all the local delicacies." Dias rolled his eyes. Yes, there were indeed breaks, mostly while searching for the next restaurant. Ace, who relished hosting banquets and enjoying fine cuisine, found the citywide culinary celebration day perfectly aligned with his tastes, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Although it was not an internal pirate crew feast, it could be regarded as a grand banquet shared by the entire town. With everyone financially comfortable lately, he indulged in a hearty feast for much of the day. Due to the onset of the competitive eating contest, following Dias's advice, Ace had refrained from eating much beforehand, ultimately earning him the championship title. Indulging in free food and drink while reaping rewards, AIC excitedly immersed the championship prize into his feast. Upon returning to the floor of their hotel, Josie clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, reminding them, "All right, let us call it a day. Rest well. For tomorrow we must prepare to return to Chishueji do yes. Everyone should retire early." They all echoed good night to one another. Just as they were about to depart, Jerry suddenly waved and called out, "Kidatsi, come here for a moment." Meow. The large cat, Kidatsi, looked puzzled but quickly approached him, rubbing against his pant leg. "What is up?" Josie and the others turned their attention toward him. Jerry bent down to stroke Kidatsi's fur, chuckling softly. "Nothing. Just wanted to pet you." "Well, take your time and do it in moderation," Josie remarked, and without further thought, they all returned to their respective rooms. Inside his room, Jerry retrieved the system reward he had earned from completing his task today, which turned out to be an oversized biscuit. This biscuit, crafted by the system, depicted a vividly lifelike cat figure. A mysterious aura enveloped the biscuit, revealing a description visible only to him. Flying biscuit, upon consumption, grants the ability to transform into the flying form of the cat fruit phantom beast, enhancing all characteristics of species animals and bestowing innate skills, agility of flight, curiosity of flight, and majesty of flight. Agility of flight increases intelligence and reflexes, granting remarkable agility and speed. Curiosity of flight, brimming with energy and curiosity for all things. Eager to showcase its experiences. This seems to have secretly developed some ancillary abilities. Majesty of flight. The cat possesses regal authority, capable of intimidating and commanding animals weaker than itself. Logically, such a splendid item could be offered to others for consumption. However, when Jerry's gaze fell upon the minuscule print at the end of the description, he immediately dismissed that notion. Consumption restriction can only be fed to species animals with a certain level of intimacy with the host. If consumed by a human, they will be forcibly transformed into a species animal, and their animosity towards the host will rise to the maximum. What a troublesome system, always toying with my intentions. Thankfully, I am accustomed to inspecting items in detail. Holding the biscuit, Jerry glanced over the information once more, mentally giving the system an obscene gesture. "Kidatsi, it seems this treat is meant for you alone. Though it may not transform you into a female, it's still quite splendid." He gently patted Kidatsi's head, speaking softly. Meow. Kidatsi nudged Jerry's palm, curiously eyeing the biscuit. Instinctively aware that it was something special, it felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the treat. "It seems you desire it as well. Come here," Jerry said, squatting down to present the biscuit at Kidatsi's mouth. With permission granted, Kidatsi eagerly grabbed the biscuit, swiftly chewing and swallowing it. Meow. Moments later, perhaps due to the biscuit's deliciousness being absorbed instantaneously, Kidatsi exclaimed, its body beginning to transform. Its entire physique, including muscles and bones, appeared different, expanding noticeably and radiating a powerful aura. Its fur, seemingly treated with an exquisite shampoo, became soft and glossy, each strand shimmering with vitality. The definition of its muscles became more pronounced, resembling a perfectly sculpted figure, brimming with latent explosive power. The most remarkable change was the emergence of a pair of wings from Kidatsi's back. These wings were robust and powerful, feathers arranged neatly, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. Furthermore, they appear to be capable of being concealed or unfurled at Kidatsi's discretion. Noticing Kidatsi's brighter eyes and the faint glow emanating from its fur, Jerry nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at AIC and the others, who had gathered again upon hearing Kidatsi's exclamation, and grinned. "So what do you think? Should we check if our flying companion has a marketplace, perhaps with free shipping?" Ignoring Jerry's peculiar phrasing, the others adeptly extracted useful information from his words. Karina, captivated by the now transformed Kidatsi, couldn't contain her curiosity and inquired, "Flying? Is that Kidatsi?" "Indeed, it has matured, just undergoing a complete evolution. It is now the flying Kidatsi," Jerry responded earnestly, weaving a fanciful tale. Removing the middle and tail, Karina felt that merely hearing the first two words sufficed, continuing, "Did you feed it something?" "Not at all. It happened upon a fruit and consumed it," Jerry explained, choosing to fabricate a story about a fruit, as the biscuit was too complex to elaborate on. After all, Kidatsi's current state was indeed akin to having devoured a devil fruit. He stroked his chin and continued gravely, Now Kidatsi has significantly increased its power. It could easily overpower you with just one paw. Meow. Upon hearing Jerry's words, Kidatsi widened its bright eyes and nodded, then instantaneously vanished, reappearing beside Karina, gently rubbing against her leg. With its evolution, Kidatsi's intelligence surged, and it easily comprehended Jerry's words. However, having spent much time with Karina and Gallet, it was reluctant to demean her. Though it sensed the playful banter between them, it thought, well, what of it? Kidatsi would never harm me. Its growing strength will ensure my protection. Karina slowly crouched down, embracing the now more imposing Kidatsi, casting a challenging glance at Jerry. Kidatsi, you can control your size, right? Although the introduction hadn't mentioned it, Jerry was aware that the biscuit concealed some hidden abilities. He disregarded Karina's triumphant expression and shifted his gaze to Kidatsi. Meow. Kidatsi nodded, swiftly transforming into a smaller, ordinary size. Wow, how adorable! Karina and Gallet exclaimed, marveling at the small, cute Kidatsi. Subsequently, Gallet knelt down to pet Kidatsi's tiny head, a smile breaking across his face. Hee Kidatsi, now that you're so small, you can't chase me anymore. Next time, I'll be the one chasing you. Scow and Brooke also joined the enthusiastic observation, their eyes sparkling with interest. Oh my, how fascinating. It can evolve? This is truly enlightening. Even though my eyes are already wide open, they chuckled. AIC, having returned to his normal size, was now picking his nose, chiming in. Not bad, Kidatsi. Do you possess any other abilities? Hearing this, GOC recalled the same point and asked, yes, Jerry, do you know Kidatsi's specific abilities? Well, before you arrived, I conducted a preliminary test. Kidatsi is now. Jerry did not withhold information, organizing his thoughts to explain Kidatsi's known capabilities. Upon hearing Jerry's account, the others did not express excessive astonishment, but were genuinely pleased with Kidatsi's enhanced strength. Upon learning that Kata Z could still serve as a telephone worm, their eyes lit up with excitement. Scar immediately conducted an experiment, yielding remarkably favorable results. Kata Z possessed the intrinsic communication capabilities of a telephone worm, and with the appropriate equipment, seamless integration could be achieved. Furthermore, it could control and command telephone worms within a radius of several dozen meters, implying its potential for eavesdropping and other covert activities. Jerry believed that as Kata Z's strength continued to grow, its influence would expand, enabling it to accomplish tasks previously deemed impossible. While this ability would greatly facilitate Scar's intelligence operations, he understood that there was no need to invoke Kata Z's power lightly in everyday situations. In specific urgent or exceptional circumstances, Kata Z's presence would indeed provide the team with additional assurance. Well, it's getting late. If there is nothing else, let's all head back to rest. DOC suggested as their discussion about Kata Z's changes and abilities drew to a close. Haha, it seems someone else has arrived. Jerry's voice suddenly echoed as they turned to leave. With a resounding crash, the window was mercilessly shattered once again, reminiscent of the previous night. A blurred figure shot towards Jerry at an astonishing speed. In an instant, DOC and the others saw Jerry's figure vanish momentarily. The assailant from last night, Cavendish, reappeared with a contorted expression. Jerry, with a steady grip on his sword hand, leisurely remarked, "What's the matter? Have you forgotten the pain after nursing your wounds? Or do you still think your pig head isn't big enough?" Cavendish's pale eyes widened in surprise, and after a brief moment of confusion, he collapsed to the ground. It appeared he had lost his way, wandering aimlessly with the intent to harm, and upon recognizing Jerry, he quickly withdrew into himself, leaving Cavendish sprawled on the floor, fast asleep. Ace scratched his head, puzzled. What is going on with him? Scar and Brooke exchanged glances, realizing that Ace and GOC were still unaware of the situation, and thus began recounting their encounters from earlier that day. After listening to the two skeletal figures' account, GOC pondered, pinching his brow thoughtfully. So, he's Cavendish, but in two forms. Judging by his current appearance, it seems he will awaken a second personality upon falling asleep. Jerry nodded, acknowledging GOC's exceptional performance within a medical team of the Whitebeard crew, well regarded by many nurses for his unique insights. Merely from Scar's vague explanations combined with the current situation, he was able to deduce the matter with impressive accuracy. Yes, I believe that's the case. And wasn't he featured in the news before? It's likely that this second personality is the cause of the incident. Jerry glanced at the slumbering Cavendish on the floor, whose facial swelling had somewhat subsided. Indeed, look, this is the event that garnered him media attention. Unbeknownst to them, Scar had quietly returned to the room with relevant information. He carefully unfolded a clipped newspaper and laid it flat on the table. It It doesn't look like him at all, Karina remarked, her gaze shifting between the photograph on the newspaper and the pig-headed Cavendish on the ground. A smile playing on her lips. Jerry lifted his foot and gave Cavendish a gentle kick, a sense of pride radiating from him as he smirked. Of course. I turned him into a big pig head today, and now he is looking much better. If it weren't for the difference in skin color, I could almost call him George. Noting that Cavendish remained unresponsive, Jerry suggested that everyone return to rest, as he would keep watch. Being the rightful occupant of the room, after several attempts to rest, they finally succeeded. The following morning, while the night sky had not fully faded, the deep blue-black heavens gradually bled into soft hues of purple and gold. Wow, where's this? Suddenly, a deafening scream erupted from Jerry's room, reverberating through the empty corridor. Cavendish, his eyes wide open and just awakening, found a CPU not yet fully operational, leaving him with no recollection of the unfamiliar room. Gradually, clarity returned as he realized this must be the doing of Baima. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hey there, handsome, you're awake." Startled, Cavendish whirled around to see Jerry, who was munching on something, and stammered, "Why you?" Seeing Cavendish's astonished expression as he pointed at him, Jerry set down his food, a furrow of confusion etching his brow. "What is the matter?" Suddenly recalling something, Jerry waved his hand hastily. "You're not about to tell me your backside hurts, are you? I didn't do anything. Kada Z can vouch for me." Meow. Kada Z, also enjoying a meal nearby, looked up and called out before returning to its food. Cavendish, not overthinking it, gazed at Jerry with hopeful excitement. "Oh no. It's what you said before. What did you say?" "Before? What is up?" Jerry blinked, puzzled. The spark of excitement in Cavendish's eyes seemed almost uncontainable as he stared intently at Jerry, nodding rapidly. "Say it again." Jerry paused for half a second, recalling. "You're awake?" Yes. A little further back. At that moment, Jerry suddenly remembered his playful nature and tentatively suggested, "Hey there, handsome. That's it. Waking up to someone praising my looks feels absolutely marvelous." As he spoke, Cavendish transformed dramatically. The pig head had vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily handsome visage. Bubbling with excitement, he leapt up and spun in place twice, laughing joyfully. "Haha, splendid. You truly have my heart. I am immensely satisfied." "Is that so?" "As long as you're happy." Jerry's lips twitched in distaste as he waved his hand, as though the food in his hand had lost its appeal. Cavendish produced a vibrant rose from seemingly nowhere, inhaling its fragrance deeply with sparkling eyes, proclaiming, "Indeed, I'm a superstar. You may all shower me with compliments. I can hear every word." Truly, this was his nature. Jerry sighed, covering his forehead in resignation, deciding to ignore the narcissist in front of him and focus on breakfast instead. However, Cavendish's loud proclamation had drawn the others to the door. "Jerry, what's going on with him?" Gallet inquired, glancing at the still, chattering Cavendish within the room. "Yeah, what happened to him?" Karina echoed. "Indeed, I've become even more handsome today. You can continue to praise me, admire my unparalleled beauty." Before Jerry could respond, Cavendish swiftly spun around, standing in front of Karina and the others. Seeing this, everyone simultaneously broke out in a sweat. "Go away." "Hey," Karina kicked him aside, causing the narcissist to tumble to the ground. "All right, we'll depart for the city of Chishui shortly. By the time we arrive, our new ship should be ready." DOC reminded everyone of their upcoming itinerary. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they stepped out of the hotel and began their journey home. Observing the bustling streets, they couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant connection between these cities, linked by the maritime train. "Hey, why are you still tagging along?" Karina exclaimed, noticing that Cavendish had somehow brought a white horse to accompany them. Cavendish, nibbling on a rose petal, responded with his eyes sparkling like stars. "Oh, little sister, are you complimenting my fair skin and charming demeanor? I appreciate your flattery." "Who is flattering you?" Karina shouted back. Jerry and the others chuckled, fully aware of Cavendish's narcissism and his penchant for misinterpreting others' words, lost in his own fantasies. Amidst the laughter, Cavendish suddenly turned to Ace and asked earnestly, "So, you're the Fire Fist Ace, are you not?" "Indeed, what of it?" Ace replied, turning his head, still scanning for any overlooked delicacies. Clenching his fists, Cavendish gritted his teeth and said, "How infuriating. Such an elegant and powerful ability as flames should have been mine, yet you seized it first." "Haha, we were simply too hungry and had no choice but to indulge," Ace remarked, unfazed with a cheerful grin. "We?" Not only Cavendish, but Galot and others who joined later also expressed curiosity. "Yes, that was shortly after we set sail," Ace began to speak, but was interrupted as Dios pointed out. Let us board the train first. Cavendish, you're returning to Water 7 too, right? Cavendish nodded. Yes, my ship is docked there as well. Once everyone boarded and settled into their seats, Galot and others quickly gathered around, eager to hear more. Then let us hear it. Ace exchanged glances with Jerry and Dios, wearing relaxed smiles as they recounted their harrowing experiences on the deserted island, as if the memories had not truly stirred their hearts. Upon hearing their tale, aside from the already informed Scar, Galot, Karina, and Brooke's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, Brother Jerry, Brother Ace, Brother Dios. Wow, you three have such a remarkable story. Truly a commendable journey and friendship. Cavendish fell silent for a moment, then gently waved the rose in his hand, smiling. All right, since it is a testament to your bond, I shall temporarily entrust this fruit's power to you. But I have one last question. How does it taste? Without hesitation, Jerry pulled out a piece of stinky tofu and hurled it at Cavendish's face, shouting, Eat this. After a while, the group arrived once more at Water 7. Let us go see our brand new pirate ship. It should be completed by now. Leaving the station, Jerry decided to seek out Iceberg immediately to receive their new vessel, following the plan they had previously established. Boss Jerry, I have received the latest news. Vice Admiral Guillaume is on her way to Water 7. Scar informed the group after receiving intelligence. She hasn't landed yet, has she? Jerry inquired as they walked. No, but she should be arriving shortly. Perhaps in a little over half a day, Scar replied, swiftly and assuredly. That's good. It won't cause much disruption. Let us go, Jerry said, continuing forward along the same path. Soon, they reached the entrance of Dock 1, where Iceberg was waiting with the skilled shipwrights of the company. After exchanging greetings, Jerry smiled warmly and asked Iceberg, Mr. Iceberg, our ship is ready. I assent it? Iceberg smiled back, his deep gaze fixed on Jerry's eyes, nodding subtly. Yes, it was placed by the dock this morning. It's ready for your inspection and can be launched at any time. Seeing this, Jerry beamed even brighter, exclaiming, we can trust your work. As a leading shipbuilding enterprise, I believe your reputation and skills are beyond question. However, we also need to return to the old ship to see if there's anything worth transferring. Iceberg scratched his head, looking puzzled. Your old ship. Jerry raised an eyebrow. What is it? It has already been dismantled and sold off by the Frankie family. Barry, one of the shipwrights, chimed in through the swirling smoke of his cigar. That's right. You didn't leave anyone to watch over the ship, and they took advantage of the situation. The voice of the pigeon on his shoulder chimed in. Kaku, with his square long nose, added, Yes, fortunately, your new ship is fully equipped, ready to use. Though you've lost your previous belongings. Frankie family? I've never heard of them. How dare they dismantle our ship? Jerry gritted his teeth. Despite having foresight to secure their belongings, the ship was left with nothing essential. Nevertheless, they could not tolerate anyone dismantling their vessel. Such actions were a blatant provocation. Jerry clenched his fists, his expression furious. Which faction do they belong to? Oh, looking to confront them? They are often seen in the back streets of Water 7. Having established a ship dismantling yard, acting as local tyrants, Iceberg stated, glancing at Jerry with an impassive expression. All right, thank you for the information, Jerry nodded grimly. Taking a deep breath, as if to calm the turbulence within, he turned to the furious crowd behind him and discreetly signaled Dios. Dios, you head to the port and prepare our new pirate ship. Once it's launched, sail directly to the waste island. Ace and I will go deal with them first. The rest should stay with Dios. Brother Jerry, Galot began, but Jerry interrupted. Go ahead, don't worry about us. Understood. Subsequently, the group split into two teams. Dios and the others headed for the port, while Iceberg led Barry and Secretary Khalifa from the shipbuilding company to finalize the handover. Jerry took the opportunity to lead the way towards the back streets, but besides Ace, he was also followed by the curious Cavendish on his white horse. Pretty boy, why aren't you returning to your ship? Why are you following us? Jerry asked, noticing Cavendish silently trailing behind. Don't deny it. You are indeed a fan of mine. Cavendish flipped his hair, his surroundings seemingly glowing. After regaining his composure, he continued, I'm bored and just wanted to tag along. Fine, suit yourself. Jerry waved his hand, and after a moment's thought, he didn't avoid Cavendish, whispering Ace. Here's the situation after Jerry succinctly summarized the story of Tom from Water 7 and their previously agreed-upon plan with Iceberg and Frankie. Ace gave a thumbs up. So, you've already begun executing the plan since we got off the train? Jerry nodded slightly, saying yes, though it will likely bring us into slight conflict with the world government. While I will bear the primary responsibility, I thought it best to inform you, given your other identity. Me too. I want to join. exclaimed Carl Windixu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jerry glanced at him and, after a moment's thought, replied, "You? Very well, but you must heed my signals." "Not an issue," Carl Windixu assured him. Before long, the group arrived at the back street, reaching the dismantling yard not far from Feichuandao. Upon arriving at their destination, their attention was immediately captured by a large, solitary house standing there. It seemed they had not erred in their search. Gazing at the sign above the door, Jerry strode directly towards the entrance. Bang! With a deafening crash, Jerry kicked the door open without so much as a greeting. Inside the spacious hall, several oddly dressed men were taken aback by this sudden intruder. As the door swung open, all eyes in the hall turned towards Jerry and his companions. Among them, a striking man with blue hair caught particular attention. He wore an open beach shirt on his upper body and swim trunks below, sitting in the center, distance from his subordinates. Seeing the door burst open, he quickly hid a stack of documents behind him and glared at Jerry and the others, demanding, "Hey, who are you?" Jerry flexed his fists and fingers, his anger palpable, exuding an air of imminent eruption. "You must be Frankie, right?" "Indeed, kid. Are you looking for trouble?" Frankie tucked the documents beneath his seat, rose, and led the surrounding henchmen to confront Jerry. "Well, it seems you have the audacity to dismantle our ship. Who gave you the gall?" Jerry gestured for Ace and Carl Windixu to refrain from intervening, stepping forward as he spoke. Ace and Carl Windixu exchanged glances but remained silent, standing guard at the doorway. "Oh, dismantle it? Do we need to consult the calendar for that?" Frankie scoffed, waving his hand as he and his men lunged at Jerry like wolves. Jerry smirked coldly. "Then I need no excuse to beat you." With a swift step, he charged forward, his fists and feet moving like the wind. Bang, bang, bang. How could this be? Continuous sounds of flesh colliding echoed as Frankie and his subordinates were swiftly felled by Jerry, groaning in pain. "Your legs. I thought you were tough." Jerry scoffed, stepping over the writhing crowd to approach Frankie's previous seat. "The things you just tucked away must be worth something. Consider it compensation for our pirate ship." Frankie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise as he yelled frantically, "You! Don't go too far. That's not yours to touch." "Oh, look at you. I merely played a trick on you." "Now, with your current state, it's clear those are valuable items," Jerry sneered, continuing towards the chair without a backward glance. "Stop right there." Frankie growled, his teeth clenched as he summoned all his strength, charging forward with a fierce right punch aimed at Jerry. But Jerry, seemingly aware of his movements, maintained his forward stance, yet unexpectedly delivered a thunderous kick to Frankie's abdomen. Bang! Frankie was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall of the house before sliding helplessly to the ground. "Two! Don't touch!" he gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he weakly extended his trembling left hand, desperate to halt Jerry's advance. "Was that stashed here?" Jerry approached the seat, bending down to rummage before suddenly pulling out a stack of somewhat worn documents. Frankie, refusing to surrender, croaked, "Cough, cough, don't touch that. Put it back." "Enough." Jerry snapped his fingers, and a water sphere shot forth, accurately striking Frankie and knocking him down hard. "I see him, Pluto, the king of the underworld," Jerry exclaimed, his voice reverberating throughout the space. "Cough, cough, no, I meant Rayleigh, the king of the underworld." Quickly stashing the documents in his coat, Jerry turned with a nonchalant smile, waving at those present. "Is that so? What I heard just now seemed different." Carl Windixu tilted his head, uncertain. Without further regard for the others' reactions, Jerry excitedly made his way toward the exit. "Ah, Ace, let us go. This is quite a haul." "All right, let's leave." Ace, who had been observing all along, nodded in agreement. The three quickly exited, intending to head towards Feichuandao, when suddenly, figures appeared before them, blocking their path. "Dragon Fist Jerry, hand over what you just took." The newcomers were none other than CP9 members Kaku and Bruno, led by Lucci, all wearing stern expressions. Lucci no longer toyed with pleasantries, directly addressing Jerry. Their mission was to acquire the design blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto. After years of undercover investigation, they had just gathered crucial clues, only to find themselves outpaced by Jerry due to an unforeseen event. Previously, it was Lucci and Kaku who had been tracking this location. Though they had yet to fully investigate Frankie, they were aware that Feichuandao had once been the site of Tom's workshop, thus maintaining a keen interest in the situation. Given the urgency of time, they merely hastily informed other members and the headquarters of Judicial Island. Even knowing that immediate support from headquarters was unlikely, they could not simply allow Jerry to depart unimpeded. Jerry widened his eyes in feigned surprise. "You can speak now? I thought you were mute." "Also, I don't understand what you're saying. I only gave them a good beating. I didn't take anything." The group's expressions hardened as Lucci spoke in a low tone, I suggest you grasp the reality of the situation. We are intelligence agents of the world government. The Pluto design blueprints you obtained are our target. If you do not wish to oppose the world government, you would do well to hand them over. Otherwise, even as a high-bounty pirate, you cannot escape the consequences. Jerry shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not familiar with you, so don't speak nonsense. Be careful I don't sue you for defamation. What Pluto? I've never heard of it. What I have is a picture of Rayleigh. As he spoke, Jerry pulled out a torn, old newspaper. See, it's this one. Lucci clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes as he shouted. Still trying to argue? We saw with our own eyes that you took an entire set of documents. You better consider the consequences of opposing the world government. Jerry burst into laughter, dismissing their threats entirely. Haha, I can't hide anything from you. But do you think I would easily hand over what's in my possession? With that, Jerry's expression darkened, disdainfully beckoning with his finger. Want it? Come and take it. Lucci, no longer hesitating, yelled and rapidly charged at Jerry. Go! Kaku and Bruno, witnessing this, shouted in unison and followed suit to attack. The three executed their techniques in unison, aiming to surround Jerry. However, Jerry and his companions matched their speed, swiftly positioning themselves in front of them. Finger gun, Yellow Lotus. Lucci faced off against Jerry, his hand moving like a phantom as he unleashed a flurry of swift thrusting attacks. Jerry, with an air of leisurely grace, deftly swayed side to side, evading all of Lucci's fierce strikes, leaving them to fall short. Now it's my turn. Breaking through, a powerful punch caused Lucci's pupils to constrict sharply, as he felt an unprecedented danger with the forceful wind bearing down upon him. In this critical moment, he dared not use his iron block technique, instead opting to forcefully step down, his body instantly erupting with the utmost speed of the six-style shave. Boom! Despite Lucci's rapid reaction, he could not fully evade Jerry's strike accompanied by a water vortex, resulting in a scratch on his left arm from which blood began to seep. It seems that in your presence, my ordinary form is still too inadequate. With that, Lucci let out a low growl, his entire form transforming in the blink of an eye into a half-human, half-leopard shape, the beastman form of his Zoan-type Nico no Mi, leopard form. Hey, I play with big cats every day. You cannot threaten me. With a light chuckle, Jerry even took out a teasing stick and waved it gently. Jerry surmised that Lucci must have spent considerable time on missions, causing him to not yet reach the awakened state of his fruit. You seek death. Lucci raised his leg, executing a sharp spiral slash. Raging tail of the leopard. That won't work on me. As he spoke, Jerry casually discarded the teasing stick, charging forward and delivering a punch that shattered Lucci's attack into countless fragments, scattering them through the air. Then let us see you try this. Lucci roared in fury, quickly accumulating power and delivering a ferocious kick towards the approaching Jerry. Raging bird of the tail. This was a powerful extension technique derived from Lucci's unique understanding of the raging tail. His slash was akin to a bird spreading its wings, its might astonishing enough to effortlessly slice through the thick iron plating of a Navy warship spanning hundreds of meters. Boom! The ground was cleaved, creating a deep chasm, enveloped in swirling smoke, obscuring Jerry's figure. Meanwhile, Ace faced Bruno, the user of the door-door fruit, while Cavendish confronted the long-nosed Kaku, who had yet to consume a devil fruit. Despite Bruno exerting all his effort, he was utterly helpless against Ace. Ace skillfully combined his fruit ability with martial arts, quickly suppressing Bruno, leaving him in a precarious position with no means to retaliate. Cavendish engaged Kaku in an intense duel of swordsmanship, both parties exchanging blows in a fierce contest. However, it was evident that Cavendish held the upper hand, given the presence of his white horse. Even though Cavendish had yet to step into the New World, he was already a bounty of over 100 million, a status he maintained to keep his horse from causing chaos. Kaku, employing the six styles, particularly his varied raging tail techniques, continued to clash with Cavendish. In the midst of his concentration, he suddenly heard the tremendous commotion from Lucci's side. Unable to resist, he stole a glance, initially prepared to cheer for Lucci, only to shout in alarm, "Lucci, be careful! You dare ignore me?" Seeing his opponent distracted, Cavendish's expression darkened. He instantly summoned the power within him, his speed skyrocketing as his sword lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Beautiful sword, Bluebird. This powerful thrust, though once deflected by Jerry, remained an undeniably fierce and sharp sword technique. What? The cold sword light gleamed like frost, illuminating Kaku's astonished face contorted in pain. Iron block. Kaku exerted all his strength, gripping his sword desperately to defend, even hastily employing the iron block, the strongest defense of the six styles, yet he could not withstand Cavendish's ferocious strike. You, too. He was pierced through the abdomen by the long sword, crimson blood gushing from his mouth, and with a clang, the dual swords slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Cavendish withdrew his sword with a gentle flick, his slightly tattered clothing failing to conceal his elegant demeanor. Humph. It seems I have dispatched my enemy first. You're delusional. I'm already done here. Ace pointed at the now unconscious Bruno lying on the ground, shattering Cavendish's illusions. In his battle with Bruno, Ace did not employ his fire fist. Rather, he coated his hands and feet with hockey, using his flames to accelerate and pummel Bruno relentlessly. Bruno barely managed to utilize the abilities of the door fruit a few times before being left battered and unable to continue fighting. Cavendish, wanting to say something further, noticed Ace had turned his gaze towards Lucci's direction, and his attention followed suit. What met their eyes was Lucci lying in a large pit, with Jerry standing before him. Previously, Lucci was uncertain if Jerry had taken a hit. Thus, amidst the swirling dust, he remained vigilant. However, he did not anticipate that the old coin Jerry would suddenly unleash an unprecedented speed amidst the chaos, appearing at his side and launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Lucci struggled to fend off the assault, but after several rounds of intense clashes, he ultimately succumbed, sent flying by Jerry's strike that created a dent in the ground. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Lucci's mouth, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath, slowly uttering, "You." Before he could say more, Jerry interrupted. "The battle over there has concluded. It seems I must hasten." Lucci's expression darkened like a sky before a storm, as he gradually rose from the ground, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at his foe. "Cough, you are steadfast in your resolve to stand against the world government, are you not?" Jerry blinked, replying with a hint of mockery. "What? Is there any use in saying that now? You don't still believe I would relent and spare you out of fear for the world government, do you?" "Ah, spare me? I am not so weak," Lucci replied with a sinister grin. Hearing his words, Jerry gently massaged his temple, tilting his head as he said, "Indeed, I recall you once proclaimed that the weak have no right to exist, even going so far as to slaughter 500 soldiers of the kingdom. So what?" Lucci smirked, not denying it. "So what? I merely think that this statement applies to you as well." Jerry grinned, his tone chilling. "Ha ha ha, do you think you can easily kill me?" Lucci glanced towards the distant sea, his eyes darting as if plotting something. "What? Do you think I am unaware of the naval forces preparing to arrive? You wish to stall for time, awaiting reinforcements?" As his words fell, Jerry noticed a flicker of surprise cross Lucci's face, confirming he had spoken correctly. Subsequently, he decided not to linger on words, stepping forward to continue the unfinished battle. "Take this, Dragon Fist. Shave, even if you shave all your fur. You shall not escape today." Jerry had no intention of letting Lucci go. He knew that if allowed to train in peace for a few years, Lucci's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. At that point, he might set his sights on Jerry, potentially becoming a thorn in his side. Though Jerry was unafraid, he recognized Lucci's tendencies, and if he had the opportunity to eliminate him directly, why let him waste resources? The two figures moved swiftly. Jerry pursued Lucci with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The sound of impact echoed as Lucci was sent flying to the ground, only to spring back up immediately. In this world, some individuals possessed formidable physiques, and performing sit-ups was child's play for them. Jerry thoroughly suppressed Lucci, and after delivering 2 powerful blows, Lucci was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he remained determined to continue the fight. Witnessing this, Jerry felt it was time to intensify his assault. Otherwise, who knew if Lucci might, like the infamous Monkey D. Luffy, learn skills from his opponent through mere repetition? He had no desire to become a renowned mentor. With that thought, Jerry's figure appeared beside Lucci like a specter once more. Lucci, fully concentrated, unleashed a flurry of punches with astonishing speed, roaring Six Styles' ultimate Six King spear. However, Jerry anticipated this, extending his left hand with precision, grasping Lucci's wrist firmly, and with a sharp pull, he closed the distance, rendering Lucci's full force attack ineffective. Jerry pivoted smoothly, his right hand glowing brilliantly, delivering a thunderous punch instantaneously. Dragon Venom Bite. Lucci wore a look of shock, as if still reeling from the uncanny foresight displayed by his adversary. In an instant, his upper body was engulfed by Jerry's overwhelming strike. In the blink of an eye, Lucci was propelled backward, blood raining down from the sky. As he soared through the air, he gradually reverted from his leopard form to human, plummeting to the ground like a discarded sack. His chest was a mangled mess, and he appeared utterly defeated in that fleeting moment. Coughing, he realized that his weakness was an original sin that stripped him of the right to exist. Lucci's gradually vacant gaze drifted skyward, perhaps recalling the trials of his past life. Jerry observed Lucci, seemingly steadfast in his beliefs, and murmured with a tinge of sorrow. I do not know what tribulations you have endured, but even a mouse has its path, and even the lowliest of insects strive to survive. The frailty of one's power should not be a justification for depriving life. After all, how many are born with unparalleled strength? Lucci adhered to a dark form of justice. Jerry remained oblivious to the details of his past, uncertain of what experiences had forged him into a cold-hearted individual who regarded the lives of the weak as insignificant. Furthermore, given their differing positions, Jerry did not wish to overly judge another's choices in life. Let us proceed to the coast of Feichuan Island and await the arrival of Doze. With that, Jerry cast a glance toward a concealed corner in the distance, where it seemed some reporters or intelligence personnel were hiding. Yet he chose not to intervene. Walking away alongside Ace, Cavendish turned to glance at the fallen CP9 member, who lay silent on the ground. His gaze flickered, but ultimately he said nothing, quickening his pace to keep up with Jerry and Ace. Meanwhile, upon reaching the harbor and spotting their brand new pirate ship, Doze let out an excited cheer and dashed aboard, followed closely by the others, who eagerly explored the vessel. The Karela Company, renowned for its shipbuilding prowess, ensured the new ship met the highest standards, with Iceberg personally inspecting its quality. Moreover, Jerry and his crew had not placed many demands aside from the usual requirements of sturdiness and comfort. After discussions, Doze had simply added some equipment and unique features. Subsequently, they officially completed the handover with Iceberg and conducted a brief launching ceremony. After bidding farewell to Iceberg on the shore, Doze prepared to set sail. Suddenly, Califa sensed her din-din mushy calling and hurriedly answered, her expression turning grave. Once the call ended, she clenched her teeth and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wait, you cannot set sail just like that." "Oh, why not?" Doze smirked slightly, feigning ignorance. Califa glanced at Iceberg, who appeared equally perplexed. She decided to lay her cards on the table, speaking firmly. "I am an agent of the world government, and I suspect your captain is in possession of government property. It would be wise for you to surrender without resistance." Iceberg's expression shifted in shock, stepping back as he exclaimed, "Califa, you work for the government?" "Huh, the government?" Barry, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise and approached Iceberg, whispering something to him. "Huh? The perverse fisherman? What has he done? What is happening on Mr. Jerry's side?" Kalina and the others displayed confusion, clearly unaware of the current situation. Before departing, Jerry had cast a subtle glance at Doze, signaling him to act prudently. Doze had been searching for the right moment, but Califa had been by their side the entire way, preventing him from revealing their plans to the group. The decision to keep things secret stemmed from concerns about their acting abilities, particularly with Garrett, who might inadvertently reveal their intentions. Nonetheless, the primary actions lay with Jerry. Their delayed knowledge would not significantly impact the outcome. Regardless of what Jerry is doing, we will find out soon enough. Scar had a premonition that something was afoot, though the details remained unclear. Indeed, world government agents? Califa, you must know that just this statement cannot command pirates. With that, Doze waved his arm, signaling his companions to proceed with their departure as planned. Observing their indifference and determination to set sail, Califa shouted, "You are opposing the world government. There will be dire consequences." Scar, with a hint of mockery in his tone, inquired, "Oh, if we stop, will the world government revoke our bounties?" Faced with the situation, Califa seized her words and resolved to take immediate action, launching an attack. Stormleg, Califa executed a rapide kick, sending a sharp gust of air toward Doze's face. At that moment, Doze had yet to react, and everyone felt a flash before their eyes. A figure darted forward like lightning, causing the crescent-shaped attack to vanish without a trace. Clang! Meow! To everyone's astonishment, Koda appeared before Doze, effortlessly blocking the enemy's assault while issuing a warning growl. Koda's strength had significantly increased, and he felt no threat from Califa's attack. "Shall we engage?" Doze's gaze sharpened, and he was not surprised by the outcome. He turned to Koda and declared, "It's decided. Go forth, Koda, and deal with her." With a serious expression, he waved his hand. "Let us depart swiftly. Jerry is waiting, and the Navy will be here soon." As he spoke, Koda dashed forward with great speed. Doze exchanged a knowing glance with Iceberg, and, after nodding, they began preparing for departure. Ace, Jerry, and Cavendish stood on shore, spotting a pirate ship turning toward them from the nearby waters. Ace waved excitedly. "Wow, Is that our new pirate ship? Indeed, that is our Black Pawn pirate ship, Jerry affirmed with a smile. What is this flag? And what about the figurehead of the ship? Cavendish inquired, his face a canvas of confusion as he struggled to comprehend the imagery and patterns adorning the pirate vessel. Bathed in sunlight, the pirate ship approached, proudly displaying the flag of the Black Child pirate crew, its billowing sails adorned with striking designs fluttering in the wind. The ship itself was considerably larger than the one they had borrowed, and at its prow, a figurehead was affixed, a skull donning suspenders reminiscent of the pirate crew emblem. This figure seemed to mimic a juggling motion, yet its outstretched hands were adorned with two ominous black holes, clearly the barrels of detachable cannons. The figurehead's design was a request from Jerry, while the additional cannons were the brainchild of Doris, and several external paddle wheels similar to those on Ace's ship were cleverly concealed along the sides. Many other features lay hidden within, giving the exterior a rather unremarkable appearance. Hey, over here! As the pirate ship drew closer, Ace, brimming with joy, leaped up and waved his arms enthusiastically. At that moment, another vessel silently emerged on the water's surface beside them. Boom! The newly appeared ship was a warship flying the Navy's flag, and before it could draw near, it unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the pirate ship. Black Child pirate crew, surrender at once. Fire fist Ace. Do not even think of escaping. The shouts of two women echoed from the warship, their voices resonating with authority. Ji Yuan and Iska stood at the bow of the warship, casting furious glances at the Black Child pirate crew, which was already nearing the shore. It seems they have followed us. Let us flee and board the ship, Jerry advised Ace, then turned to Cavendish beside him, saying, Handsome, until we meet again. With this, he and Ace nodded at each other, quickening their pace to leap aboard. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them, and upon turning, they beheld Cavendish riding his beloved steed Fairlew, leaping gracefully onto the deck. Where do you think you're going? I never said I would leave. Amidst the chaos of cannon fire, Brooke and Kodaz were valiantly defending against the incoming projectiles, while Cavendish elegantly dismounted, fiddling with a rose in his hand. As a devoted fan of mine, you have all won my heart. I shall not abandon you lightly, and I have decided to accompany you on your voyage for a while. He struck a pose that seemed to beckon admiration. Hey, what are you rambling about? Karina scratched her head in confusion. Oh, ha ha. If you wish to board, you must have Jerry's permission, Scar laughed from the side. You are all my fans. Surely you have no objections. Cavendish winked at their group. Get lost. Who's your fan? They shouted in unison. Do not deny it. You all call me handsome and have been showering me with compliments about my illustrious visage, he retorted. Hearing Cavendish's words, everyone on the ship squinted their eyes at Jerry. Jerry's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That was merely a casual remark. You did not come all this way just to hear me call you handsome, did you? However, Cavendish paid no heed to his explanations. As long as the keywords were correct, he took it as praise. See, they are praising me again. Ha ha. With that, Cavendish once more immersed himself in self-indulgence. Ahem. Let us first escape from the Navy's pursuit, Jerry interjected. With that, amidst Cavendish's and Brooke's bewildered gazes, Jerry and the others approached the ship's railing, waving at the warship that was attempting to close in while continuing its cannonade. Jerry shouted loudly, Major Ji Yuan and Iska, farewell for now. Fire fist Ace. If you have the ability, do not run. Haha, then do not pursue us. Iska and Ace's voices rang out as loud as ever. Think you can escape? Ji Yuan recalled Jerry's abilities, her expression shifting slightly, before she swung her sword with ferocity. A colossal, razor-sharp strike sliced through the air, traversing the distance across the sea, targeting the entire hull of the Blackchild ship. You will not damage our Blackchild, Jerry retorted defiantly, brandishing his fishing rod and executing a powerful strike of his own. Behold, as I lead the trend, infused with the essence of the gale, foot slash. He unleashed a similarly spectacular attack to meet Ji Yuan's head-on. The two fierce assaults clashed violently in mid-air, shattering into fragments before dissipating. However, the massive wave generated by Jerry's strike surged forth unimpeded, crashing toward the distant warship. The surfing for today ends here, my dear, farewell. After delivering this antiquated joke, Jerry skillfully manipulated the currents to envelop the ship, plunging it beneath the waves. By the time Ji Yuan and the others had dealt with the tidal wave, there was no trace of the Blackchild pirate crew left upon the sea, as if they had never existed, vanishing into the vast ocean. Darn it, Major Ji Yuan, capturing them at sea is exceedingly difficult, Iska fumed, stamping her foot, frustrated at her own impotence in the matter. Ji Yuan gazed at the tranquil sea, exclaiming helplessly, "Indeed, they are too slippery. It seems we can only continue to track them and await the right moment to strike." Furthermore, Dragon Fist seems to have acquired something significant. I wonder what his intentions are. Recalling the sudden message received earlier, as Sengoku had not divulged much over the transponder snail, Ji Yuan could only speculate whether Jerry was once again up to something. As night fell, the sky appeared shrouded in a profound darkness. The Black Child pirate crew resurfaced in their dining room, eagerly awaiting the dinner that was soon to arrive. Boarding the ship is not out of the question. But what is your reason? Jerry decided to cease his banter with Cavendish and inquired with a hint of curiosity. From what he understood, Cavendish was somewhat of an unconventional pirate, yet that did not imply he would readily accept others aboard. Cavendish's expression turned reminiscent, tinged with melancholy as he began, "Well, to provide a reason, I must recount the low point of my life when I was exiled from my kingdom. At that time, I held 500 million berry and had over 70 subordinates. Wait, how much berry did you say?" Karina exclaimed, her reaction instantaneous, mirrored by the astonished expressions of the others. 500 million. Is there a problem? Cavendish asked, perplexed. You still refer to that as a low point in your life? You big spender. They all shouted in unison. However, this was the allowance my father provided for my exile. It cannot be too little, can it? He smiled while toying with the rose in his hand. Ah, yes. I almost forgot you were a prince. Doris recalled his intelligence, looking enlightened, before continuing. So, your kingdom does not mind you boarding our ship? Cavendish shook his head and continued his tale of woe. It is of no concern. As you all must know, I have been too popular since childhood, leading the eligible maidens in my kingdom to pursue me relentlessly, unwilling to marry anyone else. The crowd involuntarily rolled their eyes, yet they refrained from interrupting his discourse. Seeing that no one disputed this widely acknowledged fact, Carl Windixon nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Continuing like this is not a solution, hence my father, citing the crime of being overly popular, has exiled me. I am no longer a prince, but merely a banished criminal." Of course, this was just a superficial reason. The real issue lay with Bai Ma, who had grown increasingly arrogant and reckless, even harboring intentions to harm others. I could only strive to suppress him, yet he always managed to sneak out and cause trouble while I slumbered. I feared not only the potential chaos that could erupt within the country, but also the possibility of him losing control and harming my friends and fans. Consequently, I deemed that keeping a distance from the crowd after setting sail would be a prudent strategy, although we would inevitably need to venture into town for supplies. After listening to his account, the others nodded, reflecting on the adage that every family has its own troubles. Subsequently, Dios tapped the notebook in his hands and gazed into his eyes with a hint of seriousness, saying, "We understand your reasons for setting sail, but you have yet to clarify why you wish to join the ship." Carl Windixu gestured towards Jierwei, his face falling as he said, "Because I have discovered that Bai Ma no longer dares to appear recklessly in front of me." Implying that you wish to leverage my assistance to suppress Bai Ma? Jierwei blinked, beginning to comprehend. As far as Jierwei knew, Carl Windixu was indeed heavily influenced by Bai Ma, although he enjoyed the bounties and fame that followed Bai Ma's mischief. He did not endorse Bai Ma's methods. From historical accounts, his bounty had reached 200 million early on, yet 3 years later, it remained only 280 million. It was evident that Carl Windixu had been rewarded due to Bai Ma, but he was undoubtedly making efforts to suppress him. Aside from the bounties associated with Bai Ma's antics, he seemingly had not engaged in much piracy himself, perhaps in order to prevent Bai Ma from causing trouble. He often led his subordinates to uninhabited islands or other remote areas. Consequently, when he later appeared in Dili Siliosa, pirates were astonished that he was still alive, indicating that Carl Windixu had not graced the papers for a considerable time, his popularity dwindling to the point where others did not even know if he was alive or dead. Jierwei pondered for a moment, uncertain if his conjecture was accurate. However, he was quite familiar with Carl Windixu's character. Upon hearing Jierwei's question, Carl Windixu did not deny it. Instead, he responded with a sincere expression, "I am aware of your pirate crew's exploits, always stealing my headlines. In any case, I wish to join you without becoming a burden." Jierwei surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "What do you all think?" The crowd exchanged glances. After a brief discussion, they ultimately turned to Jierwei, allowing him to make the decision. After all, apart from Buluk, the others in the pirate crew were well aware of Jierwei's unique observation hockey. Jierwei noticed Dios seemed to have a question and shifted his gaze towards him. Dios stroked his chin and then spoke, "What of your previous ship and crew?" Carl Windixu did not hesitate and promptly replied, "I have already instructed them to return to the kingdom. They are not under bounty. so is not a problem. Dios contemplated for a moment, deciding to address other matters later. He turned to Jirue and fell silent. As the others shifted their focus back to Jirue, he stood up and looked directly into Carl Windix's eyes. Welcome aboard. Woohoo! Let us get the banquet started. Without waiting for Carl Windixu or anyone else to respond, AC leaped up, exclaiming with excitement. In the dead of night, in the city of Chishui, after multiple confirmations that they were not being followed, Bingshan and Falanki quietly convened at their secret base. Falanki was wrapped in several layers of bandages, moving his body while grimacing. Hiss! That kid really didn't hold back. He hit me pretty hard, and I've certainly sustained some injuries. Bingshan noticed that despite his complaints, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. So he casually inquired, so, about that blueprint, was it genuine? Falanki shrugged, who knows? Ha ha! Hearing this, Bingshan nodded and did not press further, saying, well, I've handed it over to you, so do as you please. Falanki, in high spirits, smirked. Fortunately, we discovered the spy early this time. But that kid really made good use of resources. He had Lucci and the others help build the ship before he turned on them. Bingshan chuckled lightly, indeed. Speaking of which, I haven't even paid Lucci and the other for their labor. I suppose it's no longer necessary. Following that, Bingshan's smile gradually faded. Thanks to Jirue's kindness, we temporarily diverted attention, yet we must remain vigilant. Now that the government has set its sight on that blueprint, it is likely that another batch of spies will arrive. Falanki fell silent for a moment, then quietly remarked, Bingshan, do take care not to die easily. Bingshan dug at his ear. What did you say? I didn't catch that. But whatever, let us just try to avoid meeting in the future. Get lost, you scoundrel. In a shocking turn of events, Long Chuan led the Haizi pirate crew to eliminate members of the World Government Organization, allegedly seizing an important item, raising suspicions of premeditation. The noble pirate Carl Windixu joins the Haizi pirate crew. This has sparked deep concerns among young girls and married women in the late hours. The world government has ordered an increase in personnel, with Vice Admiral Yuan leading the continued pursuit. After a night passed, the latest news began to spread widely across the seas. People around the world who followed the newspapers reacted variously to this news. Pirates clashed directly with the world government, which was not particularly unusual in the vast ocean. However, the specifics of what they had seized were being closely monitored by some interested parties. Old man, we were right. AC and Jirue have been quite restless lately. I wonder what they have taken that has prompted the world government to want to intervene. Mark, after reading the news on deck, looked up at the leisurely white beard soaking up the sun in his chair. Gulalala, it doesn't matter what they took. The world government will merely issue a statement. They won't truly take any drastic action. Whitebeard understood that the foundation of the world government could not be easily shaken by a few individuals obtaining certain items. That kid AC seems to be doing quite well. He appears to have gained a bit of weight. Haha, Merc, your eyesight isn't very sharp. I bet he just indulged in a hearty meal not long ago. Saki approached with a plate of food, casually glancing at AC's photograph in the newspaper and making a sweeping assertion. Hey, enough about him. Let us eat. Sika and the others gathered around, holding newspapers. They had just finished reading the content and hadn't yet begun to discuss it when Carl Windix's demeanor suddenly shifted. He leaped high into the air and, upon landing, spun several times on the deck, reveling in his own delight. This grand star has once again graced the front page of the newspaper. I wonder how many fans are going wild for me. Although the troubles of rising popularity were numerous, for the sake of his fans, he would bear them without hesitation. Let those who follow me come with even greater fervor. A being as perfect as I should rightfully enjoy such soaring popularity. The Haizi ship had already added some uniquely styled, retractable seating. Jirue was sitting by the ship's edge, fiddling with his fishing gear, when he heard Carl Windix's words. He turned his head, casting a peculiar glance at Carl Windixu. I suspect you are merely here to ride the coattails of the headlines and bask in the limelight, but I have no evidence. Carl Windixu continued to gaze at the sky, his eyes unwavering. Engulfed in his own musings, he seemed oblivious to everything around him. Was someone calling for superstar? Yes, I heard it. Wherever I am, that is where the brilliance resides. You should be grateful to me, for I have drawn the gaze of the world upon you. Suddenly, a frying pan hurtled through the air and struck Carl Windixu on the forehead with a resounding clang, leaving him dazed and wobbling as he fell to the ground. Still dancing. Are we? Come and eat. Kalina shouted loudly from the entrance of the dining hall. AC and Gilet exchanged a glance and swiftly glided into the restaurant like a gust of wind. Sika turned to look and saw Carl Windixu rubbing his head as he got up, prompting him to chuckle. Oh, haha, here he comes. Ah, Miss Kalina. You are as lively as ever today. Might I have the pleasure of admiring your undergarments? Get lost. Kalina yelled at Buluk while brandishing her spatula. Oh, Miss Kalina, do you have my beloved roses? Ka Wendixu approached, still rubbing his forehead. No, unless you hand over 500 million Bailey. Kalina pointed her spatula directly at Ka Wendixu. With a resigned expression, Ka Wendixu raised his hands. I only took out a portion. The rest was returned with the butler. Once more, Kalina shouted about the squandering of resources, a refrain she had repeated since he first mentioned it. Jirue secured the fishing rod and, observing the lively atmosphere aboard the ship, stretched and muttered to himself. Take your time. Let's eat something first. He glanced at Dayusi, who had begun to write and draw after his morning exercise. Dayusi, let us go. After a satisfying meal, Jirue gathered Dayusi and Sika to discuss the next leg of their voyage. With a smile, Jirue gazed at the sky, thinking that perhaps soon they would be able to explore up there. The island of Jaya would be their next destination. Jirue had mentioned going to Xiangwala, yet he only knew it was in the sky, without a clear idea of its location. Through fragmented memories, Jirue vaguely recalled that the island of Xiangwala had once been a part of Jaya, catapulted into the heavens by an ascending current 4 centuries ago, now forming part of the floating realm known as the Divine Kingdom in the sky. Although Jirue possessed the ability to generate ascending currents, he was uncertain of the exact location of the Divine Kingdom. Carelessly ascending would yield no success. Thus, he planned to navigate to Jaya first and devise further strategies based on the circumstances encountered. Moreover, Jirue vaguely remembered that landing on the floating island required waiting for a thick cloud, known as GD-Yun, to arrive. The area near Jaya should not be too far off, and it would be impossible for the likes of the current Divine Kingdom's sacred domain to escape with their ill-gotten gains. The distance from Chi Shui Jidu to Jaya was not insignificant, yet even the youngest Gilet had gradually adapted to long periods aboard the ship. With their morning exercises and afternoon activities, which included gathering to play various games shared by Jirue and evenings spent at banquets or resting, their voyage had been quite enjoyable. During their journey, they passed by Chonglian Island, but did not linger. They merely disembarked briefly to replenish essential supplies before continuing on their route. This allowed the pursuing Jiyuan and Yisuka to trail them without even catching a whiff of their wake, relying solely on their intelligence network to ascertain the trajectory of the Heisei pirate crew. That afternoon, Dayusi, armed with a compass and nautical charts, ascended to the deck and announced loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. We are nearing Jaya." Gilet sprang up excitedly. "Really? After all this time? We will finally see the wondrous floating island that Brother Jirue has been bragging about." Gilet, focus on the key point. The most important thing is the land of gold. Kalina's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As the group animatedly discussed, Jirue quietly approached Gilet. With a smile, he gently ruffled Gilet's hair. "Who taught you to use such words?" "He. It was Brother Sika," Gilet replied, beaming as always. Sika?" Jirue narrowed his eyes, turning his gaze towards him. Sika felt a chill despite the warm weather and quickly waved his hands. "Oh, Boss Jirue, let me explain. I did not instigate Gilet to say you were bragging." Jirue did not wait for him to finish, launching a distant attack by tossing his slipper at Sika. "Ouch! Oh!" After many days, they were finally nearing their destination, and spirits were high. AC even happily consumed an extra few bowls of rice. Culinary delights were his passion, while adventure was a shared interest among most seafarers, with treasures awaiting them after their escapades, igniting the motivation of nearly all pirates. "Brother Jirue, I see the shadow of an island ahead," Gilet exclaimed from the lookout tower, spotting a vague silhouette, and leaped down, interrupting the group's busy tasks. Dayusi and Sika confirmed they too could see the gradually clarifying outline of the long-anticipated Jaya. Jirue surveyed the surroundings and, noting the absence of any signs of ascending currents, decided to land on the island first and then plan accordingly. The sky was nearing dusk, and the surrounding waters and sky appeared tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. Jirue pondered for a moment, considering it might be wise to consult the local powers. "Dayusi, do we have a map of Jaya?" "Yes, thanks to Sika," came the affirmative response. Nodding slightly, Jirue took the map and scratched his head, realizing he too could not recall the precise location. Seeing the expectant gazes of his companions, Jirue straightened his posture, confidently gesturing on the map. "Let us follow this coastline." However, as the group observed his finger, various expressions emerged. Where exactly do we go? Daiusi inquired, puzzled. Haha, Jirue, are you too hungry? AC laughed heartily. Boss Jirue, why does your finger keep trembling? Sika crossed his arms. You look like you might have been deceiving us about the land of gold all along. Kalina squinted suspiciously. Before Buluk and Kalwendiksu could respond, under the curious gazes of Gilet and Kidatsi, Jirue retracted his hand, shaking his finger. TSK. Don't rush. Haste makes waste. I merely need to verify some information to ensure everything is foolproof. Please call me the composed and mature young gentleman. Amidst the group's nearly nauseous expressions, Jirue continued. In any case, we will head to that coastline first. Ultimately, the pirate crew followed Jirue's lead, tracing the coastline of Jaya in a sequence from south to east and then north, as Jirue directed the current to guide the ship. At last, Jirue spotted the small dilapidated house facing the sea, reminiscent of his memories. There, let us disembark. Upon seeing this, everyone quickly sprang into action. Soon, they stood before the peculiar two-story building by the shore. It is peculiar, for the edifice before me appears as if it has been severed, with only the remnants of its structure towering above the ground. The gaping void has been obscured by a large wooden panel, and from the vantage point of the sea, only the vividly painted castle design on the panel is visible. Just as Jerry and his companions were scrutinizing the surroundings and examining the dilapidated little house up close, a curious figure emerged from the coastal waters. A man with chestnut-like hair, resembling a peculiar uncle, spotted Jerry and the others and immediately grew vigilant, inquiring with a serious tone. Who are you? We are dreamers, Jerry replied with a smile, and before the man could respond, he continued. We have come in search of the legendary Sky Island and the treasures of gold. Sky Island? Huh. Do you truly believe in such nonsense? And are you familiar with the tales of gold? The man, known as Kirakit Mont Blanc, was taken aback for a moment, but as he chuckled, his combative stance began to wane. Dalis, is the land of gold not real? Karina's eyes widened. Throughout their journey, Jerry had spoken with unwavering certainty about the legends of the land of gold. The well-read Scar had initially questioned whether it was merely a storybook fantasy. Yet under Jerry's earnest demeanor and assertions, he was soon swayed. Moreover, the tales of the land of gold and Sky Island diverged somewhat from Scar's knowledge, leading the group to accept Jerry's words, especially as Scar remained silent. Kirakit then turned to Karina and asked, Have you not heard that con artist tale? In response to Karina's puzzled gaze, Jerry maintained his confident stance, asserting, It is not merely a tale. The land of gold is indeed real. At this, Kirakit's hostility dissipated as he realized this group did not seem intent on stealing his gold. Rather, they too believed in what he deemed a foolish story. He then heard Jerry say, Moreover, it does not lie beneath the sea as you have suggested. What do you know? Kirakit suddenly grew excited, for Jerry's words indicated that he was not simply a casual believer in the story, but likely possessed some concrete information. Jerry continued to pose the question, Uncle, you must have heard of Sky Island, given that you just mentioned it. Kirakit, astonished, replied, Are you implying that Sky Island is also real? Jerry nodded solemnly, affirming, Indeed, and there exists a close connection between Sky Island and gold. Kirakit's eyes flickered with a hint of realization, yet he hesitated uncertainly, stating, however, here, Sky Island is merely a rumor. Jerry gestured towards the dilapidated house by the shore, saying, Uncle Kirakit, if you are interested, let us sit and discuss this further. Very well, Kirakit agreed. They entered the house, and after introductions, Kirakit casually handed Karina a storybook titled The Great Liar Nolan. Young lady, this is the story we were discussing earlier. It is quite remarkable that you have not read it, yet still believe so fervently. Karina rolled her eyes, accepting the book, and with Scar's guidance, the group quickly skimmed through it. Uncle, are you a descendant of Nolan from a story? Ace asked curiously, eyeing Kirakit's chestnut hair. Is that a family trait? Can it be eaten? Thump. Dias playfully slapped Ace on the back, admonishing Ace stop thinking about food all the time. Kirakit laughed heartily, haha. No worries, you cannot eat it. It would explode. Then, with an expression tinged with hope, he looked at Jerry and said in a low voice, Now that you have finished reading the story, Jerry, could you share the clues you have regarding the Sky Island and the gold? Feeling that his inquiry might be somewhat abrupt, Kirakit continued before Jerry could respond. After all, though the story portrays Nolan in a comical light, he was known to be an honest man who never lied. Even on his deathbed, he firmly believed in the existence of the land of gold, attributing its disappearance to geological shifts that submerged it beneath the waves. However, aside from our kin, this reasoning does not convince others. He continued, subsequently, our Mont Blanc family was exiled from the country, and we have since lived under the scorn of others. As he spoke, Kirikit clenched his fists, his voice rising in anger. Because of this, we, the descendants separated by centuries, are merely linked to that scoundrel by a mere speck of blood. Yet we have been relentlessly mocked by strangers since childhood. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Ace's eyes as he glanced at Kirikit, but chose to remain silent. Realizing his emotions were getting the better of him, Kirikit closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and continued in a calmer tone. About 8 years ago, I left my family to become a pirate, and by chance arrived here. Ironically, I felt a sense of destiny guiding me, as this is the very island depicted in that storybook. Thus, I decided to disembark and remain here, not to seek validation or to clear his name, but out of sheer defiance against that scoundrel who has disturbed our lives for centuries. Recalling these past events, Kirikit involuntarily grew agitated. I wish to confront him face to face. As long as I have the strength, I will dive into the depths of the sea to uncover the last traces he left behind. I seek to reveal the truth. As Kirikit's words faded, the listeners, who had been quietly absorbing his tale, wore varied expressions. Kirikit exhaled the smoke from a previously lit cigarette, saying, "Apologies for venting my frustrations to you all." His gaze shifted to Jerry, his eyes alight with curiosity. In fact, Nolan also mentioned the Sky Island. With that, Kirikit produced Nolan's nautical diary and opened to the page that referenced Sky Island for everyone to see. Therefore, if you have obtained any concrete clues through other channels, I kindly ask you to share them with me. Jerry smiled, feeling no hesitation in divulging information, for he had already arrived at this juncture and was merely awaiting the heavens. Uncle, you have searched for many years, yet have found no trace of a land of gold beneath the sea. Have you considered a different approach? You must have witnessed the nearby soaring sea currents, have you not? Yes, they erupt about 5 times a month, Kirikit nodded. The locations of these eruptions are not fixed, yet their scale is considerable, correct? Jerry took on the role of a mentor, guiding him. Kirikit appeared uncertain. What do you mean? Jerry raised a finger. Is there a possibility that the sea current could erupt from beneath this island, propelling it into the sky? Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. As he observed Jerry's smiling face, Kirikit's eyes widened in excitement as he eagerly responded. However, if Sky Island truly exists, then this hypothesis could very well be true. Dias and the others exchanged glances, though they were unsure how Jerry had arrived at such conclusions. Nevertheless, they understood that this journey had not been in vain, nor had they wasted their time listening to Jerry's elaborate tales. With the group's eyes upon him, Jerry grinned. So, Uncle, the final question remains. Where is the exact location of Sky Island? As a local expert, do you have any clues? After a moment's contemplation, Kirikit revealed his conjectures, offering a reciprocal exchange of information. I surmise that if the Sky Island were to truly exist, it would likely be situated atop the GD-Yun. GD-Yun? The individuals, including Gio-C, appeared somewhat perplexed by this term. With a slight nod, Kulikai-te elucidated that GD-Yun refers to a dense mass of cloud that, upon its arrival, obscures the sun, plunging the area below into a sudden darkness, a phenomenon not uncommon in the nearby seas. Do you know where the GD-Yun is at present? Jerry inquired eagerly, keen to gather this information. As the commander of the Yuan Shan United Army, Kulikai-te commands 2 pirate crews, namely the Xing Xing pirate crew and the Ren Yuan pirate crew. After considering the latest intelligence he had received, he calculated and responded. It should appear in our southeast direction around noon tomorrow. Jerry raised his fist, elated, and shouted, "Woohoo! It's settled. We shall ascend to the Sky Island tomorrow at noon." The others echoed his excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! What a magnificent tale and source of inspiration. Oh, let us go. Golden Town, Galote, let's embark together." Absolutely. The Sky Island is a journey I cannot miss. Then let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate. Aha, Mr. Ace. That is a splendid suggestion. Meow. Observing Jerry and his companions reveling in joy, Kulikai-te also laughed heartily. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he remarked, "Wait. Tomorrow there will only be GD-Yun, no upward currents, thus we cannot ascend." However, Jerry and the others paused for a moment, exchanged glances, and then resumed their merriment, planning to return to the ship to gather supplies for the outdoor celebration. With a puzzled expression, Gio-C closed his notebook and smiled at him, saying, "Fear not, Uncle, we have our methods, just wait and see. Now, let us commence the festivities and revel in laughter." With that, Gio-C joined the others as they stepped outside to prepare for the banquet. As Kulikai-te gazed at the now empty room, his heart ignited with fervor. He sought neither fame nor fortune, and it seemed that after years of pursuit, a definitive outcome was finally within reach. In that moment, he chose to disregard whether his and Jerry's speculations were accurate, opting instead to embrace joy and anticipate a splendid tomorrow. Subsequently, the gorillas and apes, drawn back by the bonfire, were invited by the group to join the celebration. "You fools, you truly believe the tales of a great deceiver? Ha! But Uncle Chestnut, have you not held steadfast to your beliefs? Yet I only seek treasures beneath the sea, while you whimsically aspire to ascend, disregarding the existence of the Sky Island, even if it does exist. Could harbor Golden Town? Uncle, the romance of adventure and the pursuit of novelty is an eternal driving force. If Golden Town indeed resides above the Sky Island, we shall find a way to notify you." "Oh, I'm immensely grateful for that." During the banquet, perhaps due to the long absence of such carefree spirits, Cooley Kai-Tay indulged in drink and shared jovial conversations with Jerry and the others, despite having known one another for less than a day. The presence of shared dreams and aspirations fostered an abundance of common topics. The following day, the morning sun bathed the sea in its customary golden brilliance, warming the hearts of the diminutive humans. After a night filled with laughter, the group gradually awakened, their excitement for the impending journey still fresh in their minds. According to plan, they were to set sail early to reach the waters where GD Yun was expected to pass. As preparations were finalized and the ship departed from the shore, Cooley Kai-Tay, aboard the Xing Xing pirate cruise vessel, suddenly shouted, "Hey, I forgot to remind you to catch a guiding bird. How will you ascertain your direction once at sea?" Jerry extended his thumb and flashed a broad smile. "No worries. I am a human compass. Just follow my lead." Soon after, the ship glided smoothly away from Gia Island, sailing in a precise line toward the predicted path of GD Yun. "What do you think, Uncle Chestnut? Is it this way?" "It should be. The timing aligns as well." As frequent sailors and divers, Cooley Kai-Tay and his crew were well acquainted with the meteorological and oceanic patterns of the area. Once Jerry and the others confirmed the location was correct, they began to wait in place. "It's coming. Look over there." The group heard Galot's call from the lookout and followed her pointing finger. Indeed, in the distance, a massive, thick cloud was slowly approaching. Within the shroud of clouds, it was as Cooley Kai-Tay had described, dark clouds enveloping the area, blocking all sunlight above. As GD Yun advanced, the brightness of day swiftly transformed into an eerie twilight. "Thank you, Uncle. Farewell." Jerry and his companions bid farewell to Cooley Kai-Tay before steering the Heisey ship toward the location of GD Yun. "Oh, look over there. It seems others have come to celebrate the beginning of our Sky Island journey." Scar pointed to the right front of the ship. Cavendish and his beloved horse Farrelou swiftly approached the ship, striking an elegant pose. "What's this? Are they fans of mine?" "It's Iska and her crew," Gyosi exclaimed, grabbing a telescope to catch sight of the military vessels slowly appearing on the horizon. "Ha! They say better late than never." As he gazed up at the thick GD Yun overhead, Jerry began to control the currents beneath the ship to gather momentum. Boom! As the two vessels drew nearer, the familiar sound of cannon fire resonated, the military ship from Shizhuang employing its customary greeting method. "Oh, is that the same group of Navy pursuing us from Water 7? Brooke and Cavendish unsheathed their swords to intercept the cannonballs aimed at their pirate ship, both unfamiliar with Shizhuang and Iska, having only seen them from a distance during their departure from Water 7. "Shizhuang, why has their ship halted?" "I'm not sure, but they must have some scheme. Let us continue approaching and assess the situation." Iska and Shizhuang stood at the bow, their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed Jerry and his crew floating motionless in their pirate ship. Although uncertain of their intentions, they ordered their cannon fire to persist. Moments later, they noticed something peculiar about the sea ahead, as if a certain object were rising from the depths, gradually forming a bulging hemispherical current on the water surface. Jerry instructed the others to quickly take their seats and secure themselves in the newly installed safety chairs on the deck. He then approached the ship's railing and waved toward the naval vessels, shouting, "It's time for farewells, dear Navy officers. No need to see us off." "Ha! Take care, everyone," Ace echoed from the side of the ship. As the pirate ship began to ascend with the hemispherical current, Shizhuang sensed a hidden, potent energy lurking beneath the waves. She gasped and abruptly turned, issuing an urgent command to her naval soldiers. "Not good. Quickly stop the ship. Do not advance any further." Boom! No sooner had Shizhuang's words left her lips than a powerful upward current erupted from the waters beneath the pirate vessel, propelling the Heisey pirate crew skyward with exuberance and excitement. The immense current surged upward, causing waves to roil around it. Fortunately, the distance between the naval ship and the Heisey was still considerable, resulting in only minor disturbances from the crashing waves. Isika raised her head, gazing at the colossal sea current before her, akin to a titan reaching for the heavens. She murmured, "This time, they haven't merely submerged into the water. They have ascended directly to the sky." Oomph. The youth truly knows how to indulge in their play. Jian's gaze flickered as she reluctantly accepted yet another instance of their escape, but she was not inclined to concede defeat. "Old man, can they truly control the soaring sea current? Haha, who knows? I wish them a safe journey to the Sky Island. Let us depart." Following Jerry's prior instructions from the morning, Kulikate and the two brothers, Xingxing, had already left the region of Jidiyun. They exchanged smiles as their vessel gradually returned to Jiaya Island. The soaring sea current swiftly dissipated, scattering droplets that danced gracefully in the air. Under the renewed sunlight, the sky transformed into vibrant rainbows, as if heralding that all would soon turn splendid. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous naval soldiers aboard the warship, the Heisey pirate crew soared into the sky. Woohoo! Liftoff! Jerry stood on the deck, while Ace and Gallet sat in their respective seats, all three erupting in jubilant cheers. Wow! Brooke's explosive hair bobbed incessantly, his skeletal mouth agape in perpetual screams, while Scar firmly gripped the handrail, remaining silent. "Jerry, aren't you the one controlling the soaring sea current? Can't you slow down a bit?" Diosi also grasped the fixed handrail tightly, shouting at Jerry. Internally, he felt fortunate for his earlier clever addition of these seat restraints, designed to prevent another experience akin to that on Zoe, where he was thrown about, suffering from aches and exhaustion. Karina desperately clung to Kodaz, similarly shouting, "Exactly. You perverse man. Can't you keep it under control just this once?" Meow the small kitten-like Kodaz nudged Karina, seemingly attempting to soothe her anxiety. On the surface, Cavendish appeared unperturbed. One hand secured his hat while the other comforted Farrelou, who was pinned to the ground. Soon, they entered the G-Dune, and once visibility cleared, Jerry skillfully maneuvered the sea current, bringing the vessel to a halt and allowing it to descend gently upon the cloud layer. "Wow, we can actually stay on top of the clouds. They look just like cotton candy." Gallet quickly unfastened his seatbelt, leaping up in excitement and marveling at the breathtaking spectacle before him. In truth, the height of the island master was not insignificant, yet this area seemed devoid of any sky islands. At least, Gallet had never encountered them, and the clouds of Zoe were ethereal, incapable of supporting a vessel. Ace and the other companions unfastened their safety restraints in succession, rising to behold this rare and magnificent view. "It is truly incredible. We are really sailing in the sky." Diosi, transformed into a soft-legged shrimp, yet unable to suppress his exhilaration, swiftly retrieved his notebook, leaning against the side of the ship and fervently writing and sketching. "Gallet, lend me a hand." Karina's weak voice echoed. Gallet hurried to her side. Moments later, as everyone gazed around at the vast expanse of white clouds, their emotions gradually settled. Diosi closed his notebook and inquired, "Where do we head next?" "Let us ponder that later. It seems we have an unexpected visitor upon our arrival." Following Jerry's gaze, they indeed spotted a peculiar figure swiftly traversing the white cloud sea, gliding towards them with urgency. "I will eliminate you." The newcomer, bare-chested, wielding a shield in his left hand and donning an unknown tribal mask, glided to the side of the Heisey ship, leaping into the air, cannon in hand, and decisively pulled the trigger. In response to the sudden assault, Ace stepped forward without hesitation, launching a counterattack with a powerful punch. Fire Fist. Boom! The two attacks collided mid-air, Ace's blazing fist obliterating the enemy's projectile and continuing forward with relentless speed. Oomph! An ability user? The assailant, agile and perceptive, deftly evaded Ace's strike. Realizing that this pirate crew was formidable, he glanced at the sky to his side and swiftly retreated. What was that? It seemed as though he had wings. Could he be one of the sky people? Brooke tilted his head, inquiring with curiosity. "Do not rush. Another one is approaching swiftly." Jerry's gaze shifted to the side. "Hi-yi!" A peculiar cry rang out, followed by an armored elder descending on a strangely shaped giant bird, landing on the ship's deck. He glanced at the retreating assailant and turned to Jerry and the others, saying, "You are from the Blue Sea, are you not?" Jerry blurted out, "What? Do you wish to consume Blue Sea yogurt? Or perhaps some yampi?" That sounds delightful. Is it tasty?" Ace's eyes lit up, his gaze quickly shifting from the peculiar bird beside the elder. "Brother Jerry, I want to eat." Gallet raised his hand high, equally eager to sample the delicacies, as Jerry often produced unfamiliar foods and beverages, like the previously enjoyed fragrant milk tea, which made her feel as if she had soared around the Grand Line, leaving her yearning for more. Ahem, please enough. Stopping the nearby chatterboxes, DOC stepped forward, slightly apologetic, and addressed the elder. Sir, I apologize. If by blue sea you refer to the ocean beneath the clouds, then indeed, we are from the blue sea. May I ask your name? Furthermore, is this the domain of the Sky Island? I am the Sky Knight, Gonfuer, and this is my companion, Pyre. The elder patted the giant bird beside him as he introduced himself. Then, with a furrowed brow, he appeared somewhat hesitant. From your words, it seems you did not arrive from the western peak. Must one first journey to the west to obtain scriptures before coming here? Jerry curiously inquired, only to be pulled aside by DOC. What is that? The others collectively turned their attention to the elder, deeply realizing the significance of literacy in the face of his novel terminology. DOC waved his hand dismissively, appearing illiterate. I apologize, sir. I am not well read and do not comprehend. We have just arrived here via the soaring sea current. Could you enlighten us about the Sky Island? In truth, upon encountering the prior assailant and the elder before him, Jerry had already surmised that they had not erred in their destination. However, aside from some vague memories, he could not recall much about the Sky Island. Upon hearing DOC's inquiry, he chose to remain silent. So you ascended via that monstrous current. No wonder you were able to fend off the Sandia people's attack, the elder remarked, realization dawning upon him. He then smiled to himself, continuing, this place is the White Sea, situated 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. Above, at an altitude of 10,000 meters from the Blue Sea, lies another layer of the White Sea. The air here is thin, and ordinary Blue Sea folk, upon arrival, experience shortness of breath and diminished combat prowess. I presume you may not require assistance, yet aerial combat remains perilous. I am a free mercenary. I will leave a whistle with you for emergencies. The whistle sounded. I shall come to your aid, and afterward, you need only pay 5 million Aegis coins. Once he finished speaking, DOC immediately pressed for clarification. Ahem. So, sir, what exactly is the White Sea? And what is this Aegis coin? Jerry quickly followed suit. Yes, Ace, we are familiar with Ace coins, but what is Aegis coin? As the words fell, not only did DOC fail to comprehend, but even the other members of the Heisey pirate crew exchanged puzzled glances, looking back and forth between Ace and Jerry. The vocabulary that tumbled from Jerry's mouth left Gonfuer equally bewildered. Yet, this did not deter him from solemnly nodding and waving farewell to everyone, saying, well, that is roughly how things stand. I wish you all good fortune. Subsequently, Pierre, who stood beside Gonfuer, soared into the air, transforming into an unsightly Pegasus and vanishing into the distant sky. After the peculiar old man departed on his odd steed, the crew of the Heisey pirates erupted into animated discussions. Wait, he's just leaving like that. So, in the end, he was here just to give us this whistle? He must be a mercenary, struggling to make a living, right? At his age, he hasn't retired yet. Truly hard work. Though I'm no longer young myself. Oh, perhaps he is quite busy and lacks the time to explain the matters of the Sky Island to us. I just want to know, how much is 5 million Aegis coins? Minutes later, DOC interrupted the chatter, frowning as he said, so, what direction do we go next? DOC, are you slacking off? ISNT, this your responsibility? Without waiting for the blood to rush to DOC's head in response, Jerry swiftly expanded his perception range. Soon after, his gaze fixed upon a distant direction, and he pointed, it should be that way. Let us go. Upon reaching the White Sea, Jerry had secretly experimented and discovered that the sea clouds beneath his feet, perhaps formed by the absorption of moisture, could still be controlled by him. It was just a tad more laborious than pure water, but the difference was negligible. Additionally, although the air was thin at high altitudes, moisture content still existed. And combined with the Kiji clouds, the sea clouds appeared to differ from ordinary clouds. Jerry concluded that his abilities were not significantly impaired. Traveling westward, they encountered some bizarre creatures resembling sky fish, which they effortlessly dealt with. Soon after, they arrived at a magnificent gate and through the towering archway. A waterfall-like passage of sea clouds leading upward was clearly visible. DOC looked up, gazing at the words inscribed above the door, and could not help but exclaim, the gate of heaven? Someone is coming out. A diminutive old woman emerged slowly from a side door beneath the gate of heaven. Are you here to fight or to sightsee? Click, click. As the old woman spoke, she took photographs, seemingly unfazed by the facial recognition failure, continuing, it matters not. According to the laws of the divine nation, each of you must pay an entrance fee of 1 billion Aegis coins to ascend to the higher levels. At this, the group erupted in astonished exclamations. 1 billion? That old man only asked for 5 million. Karina outright refused. No way. Why should we pay an entry fee? Before anyone could say more, the old woman nodded slightly and interjected. You can enter without paying. I'm neither a gatekeeper nor a guard. I'm merely performing a routine inquiry. Skalova. Granny, you should have said so earlier. Who would pay if it's free? All right, you 8, including your 2 pets, are determined to enter, correct? Of course. Go ahead. That is a special shrimp from the White Sea. It will take you up. With that, a shrimp larger than their ship emerged from the sea clouds, swiftly lifting their pirate ship onto its back and ascending against the flow of the waterfall passage. Wow, what is this? The crew exclaimed excitedly, marveling at the novel sights and experiences that felt like a journey into a world unlike any they had encountered before. DOC pondered for a moment. Jerry, don't you think that old woman is a bit suspicious? Jerry, wearing a peculiar expression, grinned and replied, haha, of course she is suspicious. Because after we left, she reported the situation, and now we have officially become illegal immigrants. Congratulations. The old woman had quietly sent a message via shell after they left, which Kodak inadvertently overheard. Then, Jerry was astonished to discover that Kodak seemed to have developed an alternative form of observation hockey through some ability, enabling him to communicate with Jerry's unique observation hockey across distances, clearly conveying his intentions. Upon hearing Jerry's words, everyone began to shout in unison. What? Is she scheming behind our backs? Did she disregard my overwhelming charm? Let us go back and settle the score with her. She even tried to swindle our money first. Forget it. Confronting her would be pointless, and besides, we are pirates. We are merely returning to a state of being pursued. It's nothing serious. DOC's awareness is truly commendable, but she shouldn't have schemed against us like that. It really grinds my gears, even though I have no teeth, haha. After a brief discussion, Jerry leaned casually against the side of the ship, gazing ahead as he remarked, all right, it seems we've reached the exit. It hardly matters. You don't think we're here to search for gold, do you? No one is going to oppose or obstruct us, right? Following the direction they were heading, the group indeed spotted an exit above, adorned with the words Divine Nation Aerial Sanctuary nearby. As the special shrimp sped onward, they quickly traversed the passage and entered the outside world. Divine Nation? They exclaimed, is that an island? A true sky island? Wow, quick, let's go take a look. Upon landing smoothly on the upper cloud sea, bye-bye high, the group's eyes were immediately captivated by the ethereal island emerging from the clouds ahead. Amidst their eager urging, Jerry maneuvered the ship to land on the soft, sandy beach of the cloud sea. Before them lay a beach adorned with numerous coconut trees and other flora, and in the distance, buildings intertwined with clouds were scattered across the sky in an artful manner, as if forming a surreal dreamscape. Immersed in this picturesque scene, the crew collectively felt that the monotonous journey they had endured had finally found its perfect significance at this moment. Amidst their laughter and chatter, suddenly, a melodious and enchanting tune floated through the air, as soothing as a gentle stream. Jerry seemed unfazed by this, turning to gaze towards the other side of the beach, his eyes sparkling with a soft glow, a warm smile gracing his lips. She still loves playing the piano. The crew watched in wide-eyed wonder at this unfamiliar side of Jerry, then turned their gazes to a golden-haired girl playing the harp on the nearby beach. She was a stunning young lady, her golden locks styled into 2 peculiar buns that arched skyward, dressed in a short dress, and adorned with 2 small white feathered wings, resembling an angel. What? An angel? Jerry, do you know that angel? The crew speculated in hushed tones, recalling how Jerry had mentioned the golden land of the Sky Island with a clear purpose. Traveling such a long distance here, surely not for a clandestine rendezvous with an old flame? However, Jerry responded with an expression of bewilderment. Huh? I don't know her. If you don't know her, why do you look so familiar while reminiscing? The crew exclaimed in unison. As the melody concluded, the angelic girl called to the little fox at her feet, turning to greet the group. Hajuo, you are from the Blue Sea, right? Have you just arrived here? Jerry squinted and took a step back. Do you also want to eat old yogurt? Upon encountering Jelly, who exhibited intermittent eccentricities, DOC helplessly slapped his forehead and stepped forward to address the angelic maiden. Ahem, pay him no mind. So, greetings. We hail from Qinghai and have just arrived here. There are numerous matters we are unfamiliar with. May I inquire about a few things? The maiden, with a gentle smile, responded, of course, my name is Kenny C, and I am a resident here. Hearing this, DOC let out a sigh of relief. After dealing with the self-absorbed old man gone fooer, he had expected that information regarding the Sky Island might be withheld. Fortunately, Kenny C appeared to be exceptionally amiable and willing to provide them with answers. Ah, beautiful miss. May I have the pleasure of observing? Brooke excitedly rushed forward, poised to deliver his opening line, but was swiftly pulled back by Gio quick reflexes. No need to bother with him. I am Gio, and these are. Following a brief yet cordial introduction, Gio and C. Carr began to inquire about the information that concerned them most. Meanwhile, C joined their conversation, curiously seeking knowledge about local delicacies and specialties. After they had gathered information regarding the local mollusk technology and daily culinary details, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by commotion nearby as they intended to delve deeper into intelligence concerning the local authorities. Galot was excitedly running about, soon leading Kuda Z to play with the little cloud fox at Kenny C's feet. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar group of individuals and curiously asked, "Why are these people crawling? Perhaps a peculiar hobby?" Karina also found herself baffled. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, a group clad in uniforms and berets was seen slowly crawling on the ground. At the command of their leader, they stood up in unison. The leader, draped in a coat, proclaimed loudly, "We are the White Beret Brigade, and you 8 must be the illegal entrants from Qinghai." "Wait, Captain Ma Jianli. There seems to be a misunderstanding." Kenny C stepped forward, eager to clarify the situation for them. "It has been confirmed, and no need to be anxious. Illegal entry is merely an 11th level offense. If you accept the penalty, you could be released on the spot." Although Captain Ma Jianli did not appear particularly amiable, he refrained from resorting to violence and patiently explained. "A penalty?" Gio inquired, intrigued, as such matters typically beckon his voice. Ma Jianli nodded, his expression calm as he stated, "Indeed, you merely need to pay 10 times the entry fee, which amounts to 10 billion Aegis coins per person." "What? 10 billion? No way. We will not pay." That old woman clearly stated that entry was permissible without any fees. When Karina heard this figure, despite having learned from Kenny C that the exchange rate was 10,000 Aegis coins for 1 belly, she still found the entry fee exorbitant. Rubbing her head, Ma Jianli's face revealed a hint of difficulty. "You see, it makes it challenging for us to explain to the priest and the deity." That is your concern. We do not trust your so-called deity. Haven't come personally." When money was mentioned, Karina was unwilling to concede easily. "Miss, tread carefully. Speaking ill of the deity is a grave matter." Ma Jianli hastily gestured for her to stop, realizing that if the conversation continued down this path, he might have to resort to force. However, before anyone could utter another word, Jianli abruptly raised his right hand. Boom! A thunderclap rumbled down, only to be completely blocked by an unexpectedly appearing hemispherical curtain of water. The deity Enelu had descended to deliver judgment. But what was that water curtain? Members of the White Beret Brigade began to murmur, as this was a situation they had never encountered. Judgment had been thwarted. "Hey, Enelu, relay this back. Invoking the deity is one thing, but provoking us is not a wise choice. Beware, we might just bring him down and give him a good kick." Jilly slowly lowered his hand, grinning. "What has happened? Did someone attack us?" Karina exclaimed in astonishment, while the crew of the pirate ship wore solemn expressions. "See, Koa?" Piecing together the reactions from the opposing team and Jelly's earlier remarks, calmly stated, "It seems they believe the deity of the sky island initiated the attack." Ma Jianli waved his hand decisively, issuing commands to his subordinates. "Since the deity has rendered judgment, you are deemed guilty. Charge." Upon witnessing the enemy's initial aggression, C, Brooke, and Cavendish fearlessly charged toward them. "Do you wish to fight? We shall oblige." "Indeed, let the battle commence." Jilly followed closely behind, casting his fishing rod toward the direction of the White Beret Brigade, manipulating the line and float for a remote attack. "TSK, I brought out my fishing rod, and it turns out it's not for fishing, but for fighting." Bang, bang, bang. The White Beret Brigade, typically adept at maintaining order, was swiftly overwhelmed by the fierce onslaught from Jelly and his companions, collapsing to the ground without a chance to retaliate. Jelly surveyed the beach, littered with the fallen members of the White Beret Brigade, and then turned to the visibly anxious Kenny C. Shaking his head, he exchanged a glance with Gio C and blew his whistle. Subsequently, he addressed Kenny C, who stood at a distance, looking somewhat bewildered, with an apologetic tone. "I sinceri apologize, Miss Kenny C. We have defeated the White Beret Brigade. I hope we have not caused you any trouble." Kenny C glanced at the scene around them and softly remarked, You have defeated the White Beret Brigade. This constitutes a second-level crime." Gio C raised his hand to interrupt her. "Miss Kenny C, there is no need for further elaboration. Otherwise, it may lead to misunderstandings about being an accomplice. Let us wait for that old man to arrive, and we can inquire about a few more matters." He does not appear to be someone under the control of this place. Jelly knew that the old man was the former deity, and since they had already become criminals, it was best to avoid further conversation with the legitimate resident. Can he see? Ba. Soon, an odd cry echoed from above, and a knight's figure appeared within their line of sight. As Gonfuer hurriedly approached from a distance, he had already spotted the situation on the beach and, upon landing, expressed his surprise. Young brothers, you have engaged the enforcement brigade. The one leading the charge just now was part of them. AIC chuckled, scratching his head. Haha, old man, upon our arrival at the Bye-Bye Sea, we were immediately labeled as criminals, so we could only let them take a nap for now. Jelly nodded slightly, picking up the conversation. Indeed, and judging by their burdened, crawling demeanor, many must be enjoying peaceful days on their behalf. Let them rest under the sky for a while. With expressions suggesting disbelief, Jelly continued with a smile. Old man, we did pay for your presence this time, so do provide us with some earnest answers to our queries. He waved 50,000 belly in front of Gonfuer, reminding the old man that this visit required special services. Under the helpless gaze of Gonfuer, Dais rubbed his hands together and chuckled as he posed his question. After a swift exchange of inquiries, everyone finally gained a clearer understanding of the current situation regarding the aerial island. In summary, 4 centuries ago, the divine island of Appiato manifested in the sky accompanied by melodious song, and as it was the only island with soil in the vast sky sea, it was revered as a sacred place by the inhabitants of the aerial islands. Subsequently, the local aerial islanders, under the leadership of their deity, successfully vanquished the indigenous Sandia people and seized control of Appiato. This led to a protracted conflict over territory lasting 400 years, a dispute that continues to this day. A few years prior, the current deity, Ainalu, descended from another aerial island with his subordinates, and after defeating the former deity here, he commenced his reign of terror. I see, Dais remarked, tucking his notebook away and turning to Jerry for confirmation. So, Appiato is indeed our target location? Yes, Jerry nodded. Before he could elaborate, Karina, filled with excitement, slapped him on the back and exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let's set off." Not just Karina, but the other members of the pirate crew, with the exception of Brooke, whose eyes could not shine due to his blindness, were equally eager. What? You all wish to go to Appiato? Absolutely not. Gonfuer, adhering to the highest principles of service, sought to dissuade them from venturing to such a perilous place. However, Jerry and his companions appeared selectively deaf, disregarding him as they merrily made their way towards the pirate ship docked at the shore. Thank you for the information, old man, Cornus. Farewell. Once aboard, the crew swiftly prepared for departure, waving goodbye to the slightly bewildered angelic girl and the hesitant old knight. Let us go, straight to our destination. Onward. Soon after, the ship Heisey traversed the white seas, and the crew beheld the familiar earthy island. They disembarked, greeted by towering trees and lush vegetation. Crack! As they discussed their surroundings, an unusual sound abruptly pierced the air, reminiscent of someone snapping a dry branch. Everyone turned to see a small girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, peeking timidly from behind a tree. Realizing she had been spotted, she quickly withdrew her head back into hiding. Ha! The criminal has walked right into the trap. What a delightful surprise. Suddenly, a hearty male laughter resonated through the forest. Accompanying the laughter was a robust man riding a peculiar bird, wielding a spear, adorned with a hat and goggles, and sporting small wings like those of the aerial islanders. As he approached, the girl silently circled the large tree and moved closer to Jerry and the others, curling her body into a compact form, as if seeking greater concealment and safety. The crew briefly observed the girl in her earthy-colored hat and light orange dress, with a small backpack, before shifting their attention to the evidently hostile man. Who are you? A stepped forward, gazing up at the large bird and the man hovering above. I am the priest Shura, sent by the deity Ainalu to administer justice upon you criminals. Shura, mounted on a strange bird, hovered in the air with an air of superiority, dismissing the crew entirely. Well, it seems this individual is one of our adversaries. Having lingered on the ship for so long with little contribution, I feel quite ashamed. Mr. Jerry, Mr. Ace, allow me to handle him. Brooke, grasping his sword staff, stepped forward slowly. Jerry and Ace exchanged glances and nodded slightly, refraining from objecting. When Brooke had first acquired the sword Autumn Water, he had considered switching to it, having witnessed Ryuma wielding the weapon with remarkable skill. However, he ultimately chose the sword staff, partly due to the weight of Autumn Water not suiting his combat style, and partly due to Jerry's teachings on the conditions for creating a black blade, which he was eager to explore. Recently, He had been diligently training to comprehend the intricacies of hockey, specifically the Busasho armament type as guided by Jerry. While uncertain if he could transform his weapon into the legendary Black Blade, Brook believed that a weapon suited to him was the best choice. Fixing his gaze on Shura, Brook suddenly dashed forward, propelled by a swift step. A skeleton? Is he an ability user? Shura was momentarily taken aback, swiftly sidestepping the attack that materialized before him and thrusting his spear toward his opponent. Brook, light as a feather, adeptly maneuvered between the towering trees, using their thick branches to navigate through the forest, unafraid of the low-flying adversary. Yet, despite his relentless assaults, he was unable to inflict any damage. His opponent seemed to predict his movements, evading or countering his strikes with ease. Observation hockey? Brook murmured to himself. Jerry and Ace frequently employed this ability during their sparring sessions aboard the ship, allowing Brook to intuitively grasp the concept of kinbunchaku, observation, hockey. Furthermore, Jerry generously shared the training methods for hockey. Although his own awakening of hockey was a result of system, it did not hinder his recollection of the techniques taught by mentors like Rayleigh. Among the training exercises aboard the ship, kinbunchaku was considered a core requirement, while busashoku depended on individual interest. Consequently, even if Brook had yet to fully master kinbunchaku, his reflexes and agility had improved to a notable degree. This is the heartnet. Your every movement is under my control. The priest Shura, wielding the kinbunchaku, known as the heart net among the aerial islanders, appeared unfazed as he countered Brook's agile attacks. Conversely, hitting the continuously darting Brook posed a significant challenge. Recognizing the enemy's use of kinbunchaku, Brook understood that ordinary techniques would likely prove ineffective. Thus, he resolved to accelerate his pace. Maintaining his rapid movements, Brook launched a flurry of concentrated assaults, forcing Shura into a defensive posture, all while searching for a perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Seeing the battle reach a stalemate, Jerry led the group towards the little girl who remained in place. As they drew nearer, Jerry, with a warm smile, gently called out, "Little sister, would you like to come see the little goldfish?" At the sound of Jerry's words, the girl's curled form stiffened slightly. She then lifted her head, curiosity evident in her expression, as if unsure what a little goldfish was. Witnessing this, Karina hurriedly pushed Jerry aside. "Get away, you creep." After scolding Jerry, she quickly transformed her expression into a gentle smile and turned to the dazed girl, asking, "Little sister, you're not with that priest, are you? What's your name?" "Yes, little sister, come on, tell this young master your name. Are you lost here, or have you become entranced by my charm? You could go away too." Karina kicked the spinning, jumping Cavendish aside, then turned back to the little girl with a bright smile. Isa stared blankly at Karina's actions. Then, summoning her courage, she resolved not to act like an ostrich any longer. Her petite form suddenly sprang up, and shaking her head, she clenched her small hands and shouted, "I am Aisha, a warrior of Sandia. Who are you? I am not afraid of you." "Wow, you're a warrior? So am I." Galote cheered, sprinting towards her. Aisha blinked in surprise as Galote, who was not much taller than herself, suddenly appeared. Undeterred, she continued to shout, "Hey, of course, I'm a warrior." Jerry observed the two little ones engaging with each other, stroking his chin. After gathering so much information, he had completely recalled the details concerning the Sky Island. Previously, while still in the Blue Sea, he only remembered that Inaru had occupied the Sky Island, intending to construct a flying ship from gold, but had forgotten many other specifics, such as the Sky Lord, a giant serpent rumored to have lived for over 400 years, with a belly full of gold, which vividly resurfaced in his mind at this moment. It seemed like it was time to strike at the heart of the matter. Compared to the arrival of Luffy and his companions, the timing was still early, and Inaru's flying ship had yet to be completed. With this thought, Jerry couldn't help but chuckle. What are you planning to do? I'm not afraid of you." A childish shout interrupted Jerry's joyful reverie. He focused his gaze and saw Aisha's small face tightly set, her hands gripping a small wooden stick. Meanwhile, the rest of the pirate crew looked at him with strange expressions. Jerry immediately raised both hands, adopting a demeanor akin to a certain naval admiral, and said slowly, "Oh dear, little sister, your stance is quite fearsome. Isudinit. Everyone, do not be alarmed. I was simply reminded of something joyous and had a little chuckle." At this moment, a familiar voice floated from the nearby battlefield, cutting through the playful atmosphere. "No song, Sanding arrow tail slash." Phew! The group turned their heads to see Brook standing behind Shura, striking a pose as he slowly sheathed his sword. "Oh ha! Brook, impressive. That priest must have mastered the Kinbunchika haki. Truly remarkable. Scar raised his thumb in praise, and the others followed suit with compliments. In the previous skirmish, Brook had fully exploited his speed advantage, closely entangling the enemy. Though Shura's speed was not to be underestimated, he still struggled against Brook, who had enhanced his speed. The two had been locked in battle for quite some time. After a few close exchanges, Shura took a direct hit from Brook's sword, intending to unleash a surprise strike with the flaming tip of his spear, aiming for a decisive victory. This attack nearly scorched Brook's treasured afro. Fortunately, Brook retreated just in time, filled with a mix of fear and anger, and seized the fleeting opportunity as the enemy was recovering from a spear swing, launching a lightning-fast, lethal counterattack. That almost burned my hair. My heart was racing, even though I no longer have one. After confirming that Brook was unharmed, the group felt relieved and redirected their focus to the little girl, Aisha. Upon witnessing the defeat of the priest Shura, Aisha's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "Great! That bad guy has been defeated." Karina and Galot looked at Aisha with curiosity, about to speak when a loud shout echoed from the forest. "What are you people planning to do to Aisha?" Accompanying the voice were a man and a woman, both armed. The woman wore light purple clothing, her steps revealing urgency, her gaze flitting between Aisha and Jerry's group. The man sported a mohawk hairstyle, his upper body bare and tattooed, carrying a burning cannon on his back, glaring fiercely at the group as he approached. Seeing this, the astute Aisha guessed that there might be a misunderstanding and quickly called out, "Lachi, Wappa, they're not enemies." As the two approached, Ace fixed a sharp gaze on the tattoo on Wappa's arm and inquired, "You're the one who attacked us in the White Sea, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Jerry's group cast serious looks towards Wappa. Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Aisha, though not fully aware of the specifics, sensed that Jerry and the others bore no ill will toward her. Wappa glanced at the fallen Shura, blood still fresh, and spoke expressionlessly, "There is no misunderstanding. Pirates from the Blue Sea are our enemies too. Do not forget how our ancestors, led by the great warrior Calgera, defended our land and fought valiantly. Do not be deceived by the temporary friendliness before you. We have no way back." Calgera? Dias gasped, recalling that he had just encountered this name at Chestnut Head on Gaia Island yesterday. Wasn't this a character mentioned in Norland's diary? Not only Dias remembered, but others began to whisper amongst themselves. After all, that diary pertained to their journey to the Sky Island, and during last night's banquet, Chestnut Head had shown the diary to Dias, who had shared its stories with everyone present. "You know Calgera and Norland? Who are you?" Upon suddenly hearing these two names, which existed only in distant history, Wappa's eyes widened, and Lachi covered his mouth, seemingly unable to believe that they had heard these names from a group of Blue Sea people. Jerry, understanding the situation, grinned and said, "Who we are is not important. What matters is that our current positions seem to align. You two take little Aisha back first. When the poor prices drop, cough cough. It will be the time for our return, and we will slowly clear up your doubts after that." After a tense standoff, under Wappa's urgent questioning, Dias briefly recounted the story of Uncle Chestnut Head and Norland. Then, seeing that dusk was nearing, Jerry decided not to delay any longer and immediately set off towards their destination. Wappa, unusually excited, handed Aisha over to Lachi, instructing them to return to Unine Village and await news. At that moment, he decided to temporarily trust this group of pirates and join Jerry and the others in action. Wappa sensed that whether they were pirates or not, these individuals were indeed extraordinary and powerful, having easily defeated a priest. Moreover, the story they told about Norland's encounter with the great warrior Calgera 400 years ago coincided with what he had heard from the chief. Although this group clearly declared they had come for the land of gold, intent on gold, they also wished to ring the golden bell in the land of gold as a way to give the descendants of Norland in the Blue Sea an explanation. This aligned with Wappa's desire to reignite the light of Shandora. Thus, he was determined not to miss this exceptional opportunity to reclaim his homeland. There is no time like the present. The arrival of Jerry and his companions was beyond Wappa's prior knowledge, catching Inaru off guard. Inaru had previously used the Heart Network to monitor Jerry's actions on the beach and had launched a lightning strike remotely, only to find that it did not harm them in the slightest. Subsequently, Inaru summoned the four priests to report on the situation of the invaders. The accustomed to bullying Shura rushed to seize the task of confronting them, only to be defeated. This situation both astonished and yet did not exceed the expectations of Ainy Lu. When his lightning strike was thwarted, he realized that there was at least one formidable individual within the opposing team. However, it appeared that the one who had repelled the lightning was not the one to strike. yet they still managed to defeat Xiao Luo. Yahaha, how amusing! After such a prolonged period of tedium, I finally encounter a worthy adversary. Is the information regarding the gold sourced from some location in Shanghai? Annie Lu sat leisurely in the grand chair of the shrine, showing no concern for the impending approach of Jerry and his companions, exuding an air of indifference. The monotony of invincibility had left him feeling jaded, and he did not believe anyone could easily challenge his authority. Thus, Annie Lu resolved to host a challenge game. He summoned the remaining 3 priests and the captain of the divine soldiers, descending upon the cloud island that enveloped the city of Xiangula. If the enemy sought the gold, this was the necessary path. As his subordinates sprang into action, Annie Lu flicked the golden staff in his hand, and with a hearty laugh, he vanished from sight. As they swiftly traversed through the jungle, Jerry suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. What is it? Diaz inquired curiously, having significantly improved his speed and endurance through rigorous training. Following closely behind Jerry, the enemies are beginning to gather, waiting for us. Once we arrive, everyone prepare for battle and stay cautious, Jerry explained, shaking his head to clarify his sense situation. The team members nodded in understanding and continued to sprint forward with Jerry. They crossed mountains and rivers, hurrying before the sun dipped below the horizon. When Jerry raised his hand to signal a halt, the group neared a massive vine that stood out prominently on the island. Is it beneath this enormous vine? Diaz questioned softly, gazing at the towering, thick vine ahead. He then began to meticulously observe the surrounding environment and terrain. Yes, the enemy has gathered over there, Jerry pointed out. Wapple's eyes flickered as he frowned and said, "This is our homeland, the site of the ruins of Xiangula. Above the vine lies another layer of ruins, and above that is the location of the shrine." Annie Lu had 4 priests under his command, a captain of divine soldiers, 2 vice captains, and several other divine soldiers. Upon hearing Wapple's intelligence report and observing Diaz's demeanor, who seemed eager to devise a plan, Ace remarked, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge." Throughout their journey, as they absorbed various pieces of information from different individuals, the group gained some understanding of the state of the Sky Island and did not agree with Annie Lu's actions. Thus, aside from the competition for gold, the pirate crew also held a proactive attitude toward liberating the people of the Sky Island from their tyrannical rule. Additionally, they had not forgotten the thunderclap they encountered on the beach. Haha, just as I desire. If their god has yet to arrive, then I shall challenge the highest priest. Cavendish rode in on his magical steed, Fururu, effortlessly making his way. At this moment, he brandished his sword from horseback, appearing ready to strike at any moment. Considering the previous priest's strength as a standard, Diaz believed their side held a significant advantage. Understanding the importance of swiftness in battle, he nodded slightly. "All right, let's go. But everyone be careful. Gallet, watch yourself." Karina, seated atop the expansive wings of Kodaz, drew her firearm and offered pre-battle advice to Gallet. After exchanging words of encouragement and blessings, they charged toward the enemy gathered ahead. "Onward," Jerry grinned, just as he prepared to join the charge. An idea suddenly illuminated his mind, and he swiftly vanished from sight. Beneath the colossal vine lay the remnants of the city of Xiangula, now submerged and concealed by the Cloud Island. Consequently, many residents of the Sky Island, including the Sandia people, were unaware that the true urban area of Xiangula was buried beneath their feet. At that moment, a fierce confrontation unfolded between the 2 factions. As they rushed forward, Cavendish led the charge, fiercely attacking and drawing the priest of the Iron Trials, Ohm, into battle. Ace darted effortlessly through the enemy ranks as if strolling in his own garden, this composed demeanor quickly capturing the enemy's attention. The priest of the Swamp Trials, Gadaz, rolled his eyes and approached him. Seeing this, Wapple was unwilling to be outdone and charged directly at the priest of the Ball Trials, Shadeli, whose physique matched his trial's name, round and plump. Others plunged into the fray, now aware that the local inhabitants' attacks were often related to the shells they wielded. Thus, they remained vigilant to the movements of their foes during the skirmish. Amidst the chaotic clash, Jerry appeared at the edge of the battlefield, quietly observing the scene. After confirming that his companions were temporarily unscathed, he looked up toward the top of the colossal vine. Choosing to be up there, how proactive, he mused. With that, he moved his feet and vanished once more. "Oh, so eager to find me here?" Annie Lu, adorned with a white headscarf and carrying 4 triple hook drums on his back, gazed down at Jerry, who had suddenly appeared before him with a casual demeanor. They were situated within the upper ruins of Xiangula, atop the massive vine. Here, a cloud island surrounded the vine, forming a stable platform in midair that could support remnants of the city. "Of course, I came to watch you. To prevent any underhanded tricks, Jerry casually replied, his left hand resting in his pocket while the right held a fishing rod over his shoulder, radiating an air of leisurely exploration. What? Do you think that enduring a lightning strike grants you the right to challenge the divine? Annie Lou wore an equally nonchalant expression, seemingly unfazed by Jerry's presence. He was attuned to the battle unfolding below and suddenly chuckled, addressing Jerry. It seems my subordinates still fall short. As he spoke, Annie Lou slowly spread his arms, asking, would you be interested in following me to the realm of the divine? There lies the boundless expanse. Boundless expanse? What purpose does that serve? Noting his lack of immediate intention to engage in battle or any unnecessary actions, Jerry scratched his head, intrigued. It is because that is the land of my dreams, the vast earth worthy of a god such as myself. Yahahaha, Annie Lou exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Jerry blinked, posing a question that had long perplexed him. What does that have to do with us? And are you planning to be a landlord there? Or perhaps a farmer? Annie Lou was taken aback by the question, falling into contemplation. After a few seconds, he resolved to dismiss such trivial matters and, in a fit of rage, shouted at Jerry, what does it matter to you what I wish to become? Does a god need to explain his desires to you? Right. Everything you say is correct, Jerry nodded solemnly, giving a thumbs up, then continued with another inquiry. If you desire the land, have you considered the skies over Qinghai? Many islands are substantial, not to mention the Red Earth continent. Annie Lou scoffed dismissively. I have no idea what you're talking about. What island could possess such vast expanses as the infinite land? I shall establish my divine kingdom upon this boundless terrain. The weak have no right to tread here. Elimination is the most fundamental of laws. Akin to the elimination rounds below, only the strong may prevail and earn the privilege of entering the divine realm. Whenever thoughts of his future kingdom arose, Ainalu was filled with immense joy. Oh, infinite land, is there a fish pond? Jerry, embodying the role of a journalist, posed yet another question. Ainalu's laughter faltered, and a look of bewilderment crossed his face. A fish pond? Jerry, with a demeanor of obviousness, replied, of course, otherwise, what would a fisherman like me do there? Die for worms. Observing the myriad of question marks on Ainalu's face, Jerry shrugged his shoulders, seemingly concluding that there were none. Thus, he surmised that Ainalu's so-called divine kingdom was not as impressive as he claimed. Ainalu's mind raced, struggling to connect the existence of fish ponds with the significance of his divine kingdom. Ultimately, Ainalu could not comprehend Jerry's words. Therefore, he believed that the individual before him was merely slandering his kingdom out of sheer malice. With this thought, anger swiftly crept across Ainalu's visage, and he suddenly extended his finger, launching an unanticipated assault. You look down upon my divine kingdom. The crackle of electricity erupted as Ainalu's arm became ethereal, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged toward Jerry. In response, Jerry extended his left hand, fingers spread wide, as a water shield rapidly materialized before him, nullifying the attack. With a subtle smile, Jerry remarked nonchalantly, why the hostility? We were merely conversing. Noisy. Witnessing how effortlessly his casual strike was repelled, Ainalu vanished in a flash of electricity, reappearing behind Jerry, wielding a metallic staff to strike with ferocity. He seemed to believe that only through direct physical confrontation could he alleviate his frustration. Bang! How could you touch me? Ainalu's eyes widened in astonishment at Jerry's reaction speed, bewildered that Jerry could not only defend but also counterattack with his fishing rod. Guess, Jerry grinned. Regardless of whether Ainalu understood the concept of hockey, Jerry belonged to the faction that refrained from explanations. He had no interest in detailing his abilities in the midst of battle. Meanwhile, Ace had effortlessly dealt with Gaius. Not to mention that Ace was now approaching the awakening of his observation hockey. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he almost always held an undefeated advantage against most opponents outside the New World, coupled with Ace's unparalleled proficiency in flame projection. His speed and attack range far surpassed those of Gaius, who was unable to contend against this fiery man even with mastery of the mind network. Ace glanced at the fallen priest beneath his feet, sensing movement from the ruins above within the island clouds. He turned to call out to Gaius and the others, who were engaged in dealing with the remaining divine soldiers. I'll head up first. You all take your time. What? Faster than me? Cavendish exclaimed, surveying the iron cage surrounding him and the elusive priest-dome, who constantly dodged his attacks. He shouted out and swung his sword with great force. Yet, as before, Cavendish merely shattered the shield formed by the iron clouds emitted from Ohm's cloud fruit. Ohm sneered, his peculiar blade morphing once more into a fluid form, striking at Cavendish like a whip. On another front, the sounds of battle reverberated as Wappa and the priest Shadeli clashed, triggering a series of explosions. Wappa continually sought opportunities to close in on his opponent to deliver a fatal blow. However, Shadeli skillfully utilized shells to create various spheres, some of which concealed an array of traps and weapons. He closely observed, searching for any openings in Wappa's defense to unleash a devastating strike with his impact shell. In the chaotic melee of the divine soldiers, as the battle commenced, Gallet and Brooke charged forward, with Kodaz carrying Kalina, positioned between Dais and Scar. They coordinated their efforts, forming a collaborative battle formation against the divine soldiers led by the divine commander. Soon, Gallet faced off against the massive divine commander wielding a slashing shell. Meanwhile, Dais and his companions engaged the two vice commanders, who resembled rolling balls, continually felling the oncoming divine soldiers. Ainalu, it turns out you are truly a big lady. Ha ha! Upon reaching the upper ruins of Zyangdwala, entwined with gigantic vines, Ace was met with Jerry's raucous laughter before he could ascertain the situation. Following Ainalu's initial attack, Jerry and he engaged in a rapid confrontation in the upper levels, both moving at speeds beyond the grasp of ordinary perception. Soon, Jerry realized that Ainalu's physical prowess did not match his formidable power. The might of the Righty fruit was indisputable. For years, Ainalu had established his invincible status in the skies solely through the utilization of lightning strikes, the mind network, and the high-speed movement granted by his fruit ability, becoming a dominant force. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming strength of the Righty fruit that Ainalu's techniques were predominantly rooted in his fruit's capabilities, rendering him rather unremarkable in close combat. Consequently, upon encountering an opponent like Jerry for the first time, Ainalu foolishly opted for a direct confrontation, soon realizing that he was being overwhelmed by Jerry's skill, rendering his movements clumsy. Jerry could not assert that his current speed surpassed Ainalu's, but with the activation of his observation hockey, he could foresee Ainalu's intentions. Superficially, it appeared that they moved in sync, yet in reality, Jerry had already gained a half-step advantage. As the battle continued, the pressure Jerry exerted increased, and Ainalu began to feel increasingly strained. Jerry, enveloped in hockey, seized an opportunity to deflect the long staff from Ainalu's grasp with a punch. Immediately afterward, his right hand swung the fishing rod toward Ainalu's face. Recently, he seemed to have developed a penchant for transforming his adversaries into swollen figures. Due to Ainalu's height, Jerry found it challenging to reach his face directly, but the fishing rod posed no such dilemma. In a flurry, Ainalu swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding Jerry's rod, only to be struck by the bait that followed, unexpectedly snagging the scar from his head. Instantly, Ainalu's once concealed, voluminous, curly hair spread out, fully exposed to Jerry's gaze. Big lady? Jerry's eyes bulged, immediately struck by humor. Ainalu, you truly are a big lady. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, Ainalu's somewhat swollen visage gradually flushed red. His once hidden, abundant curls had always been a sensitive point for him, prompting him to cover them with a scarf. At this moment, hearing Jerry's piercing laughter made Ainalu feel his blood rush to his head, and he was poised to annihilate the detestable foe before him. Is this the great deity of the Sky Island? Or would it be more appropriate to call you a big lady? On the other side, a sudden uproar of laughter, rivaling Jerry's, erupted as Ace approached, laughing heartily. You dare mock me, the deity? Ainalu turned his head with a fierce glare, his entire being crackling with countless currents of electricity, as if an infinite thunderstorm were about to erupt in the next moment. Ha ha, stop with the godly nonsense. If you are a god, then what are we? Ace grinned, turning to exchange a glance with Jerry. As his words fell, flames of crimson fury ignited around him, while Jerry simultaneously manipulated a massive torrent of water that swirled endlessly. Witnessing this, Ainalu could not help but be taken aback. After a moment of silence, he managed to suppress his rage and spoke slowly. So, wouldn't it be a better choice for you to join me in establishing a divine kingdom that the world admires? He then raised his hands high, as if gazing down upon an infinite expanse, envisioning a distant future. We all possess extraordinary abilities, so the divine kingdom we build together must undoubtedly have a radiant future. Ace blinked and, while idly picking his nose, calmly inquired, a divine kingdom? An infinite expanse? Is there an abundance of delicious food there? Food? The superficial was about to retort, but was interrupted by Ace. Without delicious food, your divine kingdom isn't all that impressive. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he heard such a similar remark again. He glanced at Jerry, who was surrounded by swirling water, and then at Ace, who was engulfed in flames. Lu felt an insurmountable chasm between them, a vast divide within his mind, unable to comprehend the perspectives of the two before him. Subsequently, an uncontrollable fury surged within Lu. Aside from his hairstyle, they dared to belittle the divine kingdom that resided in his heart. 30 million volts, lay now, lay so. Two distinctly shaped beings composed of thunder materialized from behind his drum, lunging at Ace and Jerry with lightning speed. Is that all? Ace and Jerry remained steadfast, unmoving, as the thunderous beasts were engulfed by the water and fire swirling around them. Jerry, since it's rare to encounter another nature-type user, let me take him on, Ace said, eager to engage. Although he had just dispatched one foe, he decided to consult his companion, knowing that Jerry, like a salted fish, would likely not care much about such matters. Go ahead, Jerry waved his hand, signaling that he was fine with it. In truth, Jerry recognized that Ace was seeking a breakthrough, his observation hockey sensing a critical state that was sometimes sharp but often unreliable. It would be beneficial for him to face a different foe for a change. Yet, as they engaged in this courteous exchange, Lu felt the sting of blatant disdain. You dare to disrespect the majesty of the divine? You shall pay the price. 60 million volts, lay long. Fury boiling over, Lu struck the drum twice, summoning a colossal thunder dragon that hurtled toward his adversaries. Here it comes. Let us see my new technique. As Lu pounded the drum, Ace launched himself into the air. Witnessing the thunder dragon approach, he ignited with an orange blaze, raising his right hand, where a concentrated, dazzling flame flickered in his palm. As the dragon drew near, Ace swiftly thrust his right hand outward, the searing flames following his gesture, converging into an overwhelming offensive force. Flame ring, great serpent slash. Inspired by Jerry's suggestion, Ace had taken time to replicate the Kusanagi family's ultimate technique in his unique fashion. The surging, blistering flames swiftly consumed the incoming thunder, continuing their rapid advance toward the enemy. Boom! Ace's technique was nothing short of magnificent, scorching the earth into charred expanses, vaporizing a significant portion of the clouds within the affected area. However, such a ferocious skill proved utterly ineffective against the embodiment of thunder as a nature-type user. I forgot. This technique lacks hockey, so it's ineffective against you. Ace scratched his head, realizing that the exchange had amounted to a futile effort, akin to swatting a mosquito with a grand technique. Undeterred, he grinned and continued propelling himself toward the enemy. Similarly, recognized that his lightning strikes were ineffective against Ace, leaving him momentarily bewildered. After all, he had never fought against another nature-type adversary before. Lu had not mastered any techniques akin to hockey that could directly harm nature-type users. He was aware of the existence and effects of her, yet as a user of abilities, he found it impractical to carry such a thing. Thus, he resolved to seek an opportunity, hoping to capitalize on a moment of oversight or temporary corporeality to deliver a decisive blow. The battle shifted focus from Jerry to Ace. Yet the relentless chase of lightning between Lu and Ace did not waver. On the battlefield below, after a chaotic skirmish, Daius and his companions ultimately triumphed over the divine army. After a brief regrouping, they turned their attention to the nearby fierce battle between Wappa and the spherical priest Shadeli, just in time to witness a thrilling moment. Perhaps due to the prolonged confrontation, Shadeli's stamina had waned slightly. He found himself cornered by Wappa, who pressed him into a precarious situation. Noticing his comrades being defeated one after another, Shadeli understood that prolonging the fight would lead to inevitable defeat. Gritting his teeth, Shadeli decided to go all out, believing that a desperate gamble might yield a chance for victory. His rotund body twisted as Shadeli quickly unleashed a series of cloud orbs, mixing them with several untouched special ingredient orbs. He skillfully guided the various cloud spheres to collide, maintaining a psychic network while waiting for the opportune moment. As anticipated, upon seeing Wappa persistently aiming his cannon and attempting to close in, Shadeli smirked. He then directed two cloud orbs filled with gunpowder towards his opponent. Wappa's eyes gleamed with intensity, and with a mighty shout, he recklessly charged forward, raising his tattered shield to block the oncoming cloud orbs. Boom! Boom! Just as Shadeli had predicted, the cloud orbs triggered a chain explosion around Wappa. However, before Shadeli could revel in his success, he saw Wappa, like a phantom, leaping through the dust and debris caused by the explosion, soaring towards him. What? Shadeli had no time to evade, instinctively attempting to retaliate with his impact shell. only to be met with Wappa's swift cannon blast that smashed his arm aside. Without hesitation, Wappa discarded his weapon and thrust his bandaged right hand forcefully against Shadaley's ample chest, roaring, "Die! Bang! Toof! How could you have the impact shell?" Blood gushed from Shadaley's mouth as disbelief marked his weakening voice. "Ha!" Wappa exhaled in relief, gently rubbing his right hand, enduring the recoil from the tenfold impact of the impact shell. As everyone gazed at Wappa, Dia smiled and inquired, "Are you all right? We plan to head up. What about you?" "Yes, I want to go up too." Wappa bent to retrieve his weapon from the ground, looking up at the cloud platform above. "Hey, wait for me. I'll be right there." The battle between Cavendish and Ohm continued. Cavendish, who had anticipated an easy victory, found himself embarrassed by the prolonged engagement. In his imagination, he envisioned himself defeating the enemy first, then elegantly appearing beside his comrades in need of assistance, rescuing them before sheathing his sword without a trace of cloud left behind. However, the current reality is that even the large dog that initially followed OM has been knocked to the ground by its companions, while he remains entangled in a struggle with his opponent. Had it not been for concerns about injuries affecting his image, Cavendish might not have allowed the battle to prolong to this point. After all, from the onset of the conflict, Cavendish had maintained the upper hand. It was merely that the enemy priest's longsword could extend and morph, persistently engaging in ranged attacks without wanting to close in for a melee confrontation. "You go ahead. We'll ascend first." Dorse and the others showed little concern for Cavendish, waving their hands as they began to climb the enormous vines. "Oh, it's all your fault that my perfect plan has failed." Seeing this, Cavendish shouted, his eyes glinting with fierce determination, unleashing the formidable strength he was meant to possess. Bang! Boom! Flames erupted and thunder roared. Following Dorse and the others, Cavendish ascended to the upper level of the ruins, where he beheld a spectacle akin to a minor natural disaster, with fire and lightning clashing violently. Jerry leisurely observed the battlefield from a slightly deeper position, while the others remained on the island clouds by the vines, watching this rare confrontation between elemental abilities. On the scene, Ace pursued while elevated. Ace combined the reverse thrust of compressed flames with his own explosive power, significantly enhancing his speed and with a slight increase in energy expenditure. He had already developed aerial combat capabilities. This led to Enel, initially caught off guard, taking a solid punch imbued with hockey. Subsequently, realizing that his opponent could attack his physical form just as that fisherman had, Enel took the initiative to launch this chase. Enel firmly believed that once he found the right opportunity to defeat his current foes, it would be a simple task. Noting that his opponent refrained from engaging in close combat, Ace relied solely on speed and long-range flames to intercept Enel, who intermittently released electrical discharges to test for openings. Thus, they continued their relentless pursuit, which had now persisted for an extended duration. As a result of their attacks, the remnants of the city ruins bore black marks scorched by flames or struck by lightning. In this rare scenario of pursuit, Enel's eyes flickered with a sudden insight, as if he had just conceived a strategy against Ace. "Hey, Annie, how long are you going to keep running?" Ace attempted to emulate Jerry's taunting tactics. He closely followed Enel's figure, darting between platforms in midair, seizing every opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Unfortunately, after Enel had been struck once and coughed up blood, he became exceedingly slippery, unwilling to engage in direct combat. Damn it, the hairstyle of the god is not something you can mock. Upon hearing this, Enel abruptly halted and raged, and roared at Ace, his staff pointed threateningly at him. 100 million volts discharge. A massive current crackled through the air, striking towards Ace, who was in hot pursuit. Ugh! However, a pained grunt escaped from Enel's lips. Seizing the fleeting moment when his adversary initiated an attack, Ace closed the distance between them in an instant, his fist cloaked in hockey. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ace unleashed a powerful punch that accurately struck Enel in the abdomen, causing him to wince in agony and spit out crimson blood once more. Enel was thrown back but immediately scrambled to his feet and continued his flight. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, casually glancing at the infuriating fisherman beside him, then sweeping his gaze toward Dorse and the other spectators, silently contemplating his next move. "Ha ha ha, this is quite the spectacle. This golden lion shall belong to me." A sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed from the sky. At that moment, Jerry's expression turned grave as he raised his gaze towards the sky above the vines. All present paused in surprise, instinctively looking upward as if searching for something. Suddenly, Jerry sprang into action, turning and sprinting towards Dorse and the others with lightning speed, shouting, "Get out of the way!" the lion's vine struck. Until now, everyone had been leisurely watching the spectacle, as the entire divine army, from priests to warriors, had been defeated. When the unknown voice resonated from above, Jerry immediately snapped out of his relaxed state. His observation haki reactivated. In an instant, Jerry sensed the immense aura of the newcomer and the accompanying sense of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and raced towards Dorse and the others. In an instant, a gigantic lion's head emerged without warning from where the vines met the ground, ferociously lunging at Dorse and his companions. As Jerry dashed forward, he shouted to his comrades and reached the group just as the lion's head had knocked them down. Water God, Rising Dragon Fist. A colossal blue water dragon surged forth with Jerry's powerful punch, colliding violently with the sudden appearance of the lion's head. Huh! Jerry clenched his fist tightly, exerting all his strength as he shattered the incoming lion's head and propelled the water dragon high into the sky. The newcomer, descending from the top of the vines towards the west, was abruptly obstructed by the sudden emergence of the dragon. Interesting. As the voice echoed, a wave of sword energy appeared before Jerry and the others. The sword aura cleaved the airborne water dragon in two, scattering countless droplets that flew towards Jerry without deviation. Oomph! Water blades splitting the sky. Jerry swiftly drew the fishing rod from his back, directing a rapid slash at the incoming attack. Immediately after, he pushed off the ground and charged at the airborne foe. When the enormous lion's head manifested among the vines, Gallet and Coda, carrying Karina, were situated far enough away. Reacting swiftly to Jerry's warning, they leapt away in an instant, narrowly avoiding the sudden onslaught. After witnessing Jerry destroy the lion's head and surge into the sky, Gallet and Karina hurried to the scene, helping the injured Dorse and others to their feet. Dorse, are you all right? Cough, it's not too serious. Dorse assessed his injuries and softly reassured Gallet. Just as they were about to be crushed by that overwhelming attack, Jerry had timely intervened, or the consequences would have been dire. I thought I was going to die. It scared my soul out of me, even though it already has. Brooke patted his chest, still shaken. Scar, Cavendish, and Wappa all took a breath, gradually rising to their feet, with Cavendish still cursing vehemently. Once they had limped back together and looked up at the sky, Scar was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is that the Golden Lion?" Hearing this, the others were initially puzzled, but as they grasped who the Golden Lion was, their expressions turned grave. In the blink of an eye, Jerry's figure appeared high in the sky, intercepting the approaching figure before him. His gaze fell upon the individual before him, adorned with the Etienne Toulon sword and crowned with a mane of long golden hair. He frowned and inquired, "Golden Lion King?" The title of Golden Lion King is commendable, but I am the Golden Lion." The Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air, laughing heartily. He was quite pleased with the nickname bestowed by the young man before him, even though it was not the name that echoed across the seas. "So, you're not the Golden Lion King Siasun, but rather the Golden Lion Baldy?" Jerry cast a glance at the Mediterranean-like bald patch atop the other's head, marveling at how the surrounding hair was a thick mane of golden locks, save for the bare patch in the center. "You have quite the audacity, knowing my reputation and still daring to speak so disrespectfully." With arms crossed over his chest, the Golden Lion seemed unbothered by his baldness, having lived with it for so long that he often joked about resembling a rooster. Just as he finished speaking, the Golden Lion waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a mosquito. "Do not obstruct my path. If I am not mistaken, there is indeed a historical relic beneath the clock tower, and today luck is on my side. It shall all belong to me." Today, the Golden Lion was merely enjoying his customary leisure, controlling his floating island as it swayed in the sky, harmonizing with his subordinate Indigo, who performed a pantomime while dancing. They were deeply engrossed in discussing their joint research on IQ and the grand plan for the return of the Flying Sky Pirates, which involved releasing the ferocious animals that had consumed IQ from their floating island into the East Sea, allowing them to wreak havoc and showcase their formidable power of revenge to the world. As they passed through the nearby skies, the Golden Lion inadvertently activated his vast Kinbunchika haki and sensed intense fluctuations of battle nearby. Arriving not far from a land of gods aboard his floating island, he descended to investigate the situation, quickly discovering two nature-type ability users engaged in a fierce battle. While aloft, the Golden Lion casually caught sight of a glimmering object, and his long-standing pirate instincts compelled him to seize it without hesitation. He glanced at the two combatants below and the onlookers gathered nearby, contemplating that if he were to intervene, he would act in accordance with his usual style, either eliminate them all or recruit the suitable ones into his ranks. At that moment, Jerry was stepping in the air, his voice crackling as he exclaimed, "Please form an orderly queue. Be mindful of your footing. Do you know what it means to arrive first? It is I, indeed, who arrived first." He was well aware that hovering near the massive vine was a golden clock tower, its brilliance blindingly radiant. That tower was the focal point of the Zangula ruins, and beneath it lay an especially conspicuous stone tablet with historical inscriptions. However, Jerry initially intended to ascend after the battle to search for it, not anticipating the sudden interference of the Golden Lion. "Brat, if you refuse to step aside, prepare to face your demise." With that, the Golden Lion soared forward, raising his severed leg, wielding the famed sword Sakura 10 and delivering a fierce kick towards Jerry. "Huh, do not blame me for disrespecting the elderly. This time, you were the one who arrived first." Jerry swiftly leapt in response, swinging his fishing rod with considerable force to meet the enemy's sword. The Golden Lion's strike was blocked, and he pivoted, swinging his other leg, which bore the famous sword Mugok, in a horizontal sweep towards Jerry's head, accompanied by a tempest of wind and thunder. "Old man, are you serious? You come up swinging right away?" Faced with the fluid combination of speed and power in the enemy's attack, Jerry's expression hardened as he muttered under his breath. Almost instantly, a swirling orb of deep blue water formed in his left palm, rushing towards the Golden Lion's sword strike. "Take that!" As the battle commenced, the two swiftly engaged in close combat, each attack and defense fraught with peril. The Golden Lion, as cold and ruthless as ever, launched lethal strikes with every movement. In kind, Jerry held no thoughts of mercy. Since the battle began, he had been silently cursing the Golden Lion in his heart. Was this bald lion also a relative of Monkey D? Luffy? How could he have been defeated by that rubbery fool with a mere third-gear kick after just a couple of years? Was it possible that after severing his own legs, he developed an unusual foot fetish? Or perhaps in the interim, flowers had sprouted from the helm atop his head, weakening him significantly? Regardless of the reasons, Jerry acutely felt that the Golden Lion's strength remained formidable. Of course, compared to his peak prowess 2 or 3 decades prior, the Golden Lion had undoubtedly diminished, or else Jerry would have been contemplating a retreat. Clang! With the sound of their weapons clashing, Jerry and the Golden Lion began a fierce struggle. Gazing at Jerry, who seemed poised to utter more nonsense, the Golden Lion's eyes gleamed, and he grinned widely, tightening his fist toward the ground below. "Ah, you may entangle yourself here, but you cannot protect them. Beast might." Jerry paused momentarily, only to quickly regain his composure and spring into action. "Old man, do you think I cannot use my legs?" Boom! The Golden Lion, caught off guard, was sent flying by Jerry's kick. However, his assault on the onlookers below did not cease. Following the momentum of his kick, Jerry inverted his body, head down and feet up, extending his palm and shouting, "Come forth, my C-Cup Plus. Return to heaven." The onlookers, including DOC and others, had gathered, observing the battle above. Suddenly, they noticed a shift in the terrain, only to see a lion's head charging towards them. They felt as if the sun had shone directly upon them. They had merely been quietly spectating, yet they were now caught in the fray. In a moment of crisis, before they could hastily flee, they sensed the air around them becoming agitated. In an instant, a massive, swirling water shield formed rapidly, enveloping them in protection. The lion's head lunged forward, only to be met by the newly formed defense, which absorbed and gradually diminished its force. Witnessing this scene, reminiscent of divine beings clashing, DOC breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely protection. "Old man, that is going too far." Seeing his companions almost harmed by the Golden Lion's underhanded tactics, Jerry roared in anger from the air. Boom! With a powerful stomp, the air crackled, and Jerry's figure vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared before the Golden Lion, who had just been sent flying. Jerry had mysteriously stowed his fishing rod, and now, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, he gathered his strength and haki into a tightly clenched fist, surrounded by a dazzling radiance. Flying dragon in the sky. Jerry's muscles tensed as he unleashed this power with the force of a collapsing mountain. The Golden Lion opened his mouth wide, his thighs and sword emanating a similarly dense aura and a faint glimmer of golden light. He quickly adjusted his stance, retaliating without hesitation by launching a kick that was as swift as lightning slicing through the heavens. Wave slash. Boom! The two combatants clashed midair, their colossal golden and azure strikes colliding, each force counterbalancing the other. A circular shockwave erupted at the point where their fists met the sword's blade, generating a powerful gust that swept away the ordinary clouds in the surrounding sky, leaving nothing but clarity in its wake. As a result of this impact, the two figures were propelled in opposite directions, ultimately vanishing from the sight of Joe and the others. On Angel Island, oblivious civilians looked up from the streets and within their homes towards the distant sacred domain, where thunder and fire intermittently flashed, accompanied by violent winds that suddenly erupted from the higher skies. This was a force strong enough to transform the island's previously overcast weather into a clear and bright atmosphere in an instant. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the sky appeared extraordinarily majestic. However, to the island's inhabitants, this spectacle, coupled with the distant rumbling, filled their hearts with trepidation. Beyond the sacred domain of Apiato, at the entrance of Yun-In village inhabited by the Sandia people, a multitude of individuals congregated. Laki and Aisha returned with news that Vapa had decided to launch an offensive against the Qinghai people, targeting the deity Ainalu, which stirred restlessness among the other warriors. Had it not been for the chief's insistence on maintaining calm and waiting, they would have likely already embarked on their journey to Apiato by now. At this moment, as strange phenomena continued to unfold towards the shrine, warriors like Mantis Kamachili could no longer contain themselves, yearning to rush towards that direction. Regardless of the outcome, they refused to remain mere spectators. Moreover, through Aisha's innate heartnet perception, they sensed that the battle had progressed, and it seemed that many had already fallen. In Ganfor's home, he too noticed the unusual commotion in the sky. Gently placing the watering can he had been using down, he walked inside. When he re-emerged, he was clad in his usual armor. After calling out to the large bird Pierre, the pair sped off. In the upper ruins of the massive vine, the fierce battle between Ace and Ainalu was also influenced by the ongoing clash above between Jerry and the Golden Lion, causing both to involuntarily pause for a moment. What a joke! That detestable brat and that old man dared to devastate my shrine. Ainalu felt the fluctuations of the battle occurring above. Secretly alarmed, yet gritting his teeth in anger, Ace glanced at the large gaping hole, reminiscent of a gnawed rotten apple, with the remaining parts crudely stuck to the vines, island clouds, and the shrine. They had initially sustained damage from the Golden Lion's slash and Jerry's water dragon, and now had suffered further ruin from the aftermath of the ongoing battle. Ace blinked, devoid of emotion, and mockingly quipped, "Ha ha, your shrine is truly fragile. Oomph, don't get too pleased with yourself." With that, Ainalu proactively launched his assault, realizing that the opportunity he had long awaited had seemingly arrived. Ainalu thought to himself that he must thank that bald-headed, golden-haired one later, and decided to electrocute him to a crisp as a token of gratitude. "Come at me." Seeing his opponent choose to engage him up close, Ace roared with fervor, unleashing a fist of black flame that accelerated in power. Divine judgment. However, a cunning glint sparkled in Ainalu's eyes. After briefly facing Ace and releasing an attack towards the sky, he vanished at lightning speed. Ace was taken aback, and a sense of urgency gripped him as he sensed impending danger. With his eyes wide open, he turned and bolted backward with all his might. Before the astonished gazes of Joe and the others, Ainalu suddenly appeared in front of the group huddled under Jerry's water shield, discreetly releasing a wisp of white mist from his hand. Accompanied by the blinding lightning descending from above, Ainalu erupted into maniacal laughter. Parish, yo blasphemers. 200 million volts of lightning. Ainalu unleashed a multitude of thunder that enveloped him, transforming into a colossal image of a thunder god. Timing his attack with the descending lightning, he struck out towards Joe and the others, who had yet to evade. Ainalu's ambush caught everyone off guard. In that critical moment, Gallet, Coda, and Cavendish were the first to react, instinctively grabbing their companions and leaping away in an attempt to evade the terrifying lightning assault. Ace, filled with fury, chased back with all his strength, finally appearing in front of Joe and the others just as the lightning and Ainalu's thunder god fist were about to descend. He swiftly raised his left hand, launching a fiery punch towards the falling lightning. Immediately after, he hastily swung his right fist to counter Ainalu's thunder god strike. Just as the divine judgment lightning was about to strike, Ace's fiery punch collided with it, continuously neutralizing the electric force. This provided Joe and the others with precious time to leap away and evade successfully. However, in the direct clash between Ace and Ainalu's thunder god form, Ace was struck by the intense electric current. In an instant, Ace's body went rigid, propelled uncontrollably backward by the force of the blow, crashing heavily against the massive vine with a thunderous sound. Boom! What? How could Ace be harmed by his lightning? Upon witnessing this, Joe and the others, who had narrowly escaped, were utterly astonished. They could not comprehend why Ainul's earlier attacks and lightning had failed to injure Ace's elemental form. It suddenly reversed in this instance. Although Ainul's Thunder God form was also staggered by Ace's counterattack, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ignoran mortals. Do you not realize that the island clouds are composed of horned particles found within Hailu stone, which form upon absorbing moisture? That white mist, Diusi exclaimat, seemingly understanding the reason. Indeed, that white mist was the island clouds I had diluted, enveloped by the horned particles of Hailu stone, rendering his elemental transformation ineffective. Ainulu, in high spirits after his triumphant explanation, glanced at Ace, who lay motionless embedded in the vine, then turned his gaze towards the few weaklings sprawled on the ground or attempting to rise. That brat's voice had grown faint and continued to diminish. Now, it was your turn. Ainulu's left hand transformed into lightning as he hurled an electric strike towards Josie, who was dragged out by Cavendish. Divine judgment. The hairs on Josie and the others stood on end, and then everyone present was momentarily blinded, witnessing the lightning strike in midair, being parted by shadow. Bang! The next moment, Ainulu felt a sharp pain erupt in his abdomen, boiling blood surging upward towards his throat. Pooh! Ainulu spat blood. His massive thunder god form blasted backward at an astounding speed, crashing down a dozen meters away. Hey there, you scoundrel. No honor in combat and resorting to ambush, huh? The shadow stood where Ainulu had just been, shaking its head, cracking its knuckles, and locking its sharp gaze onto the fallen Ainulu. Ace, are you all right? That's wonderful. Josie and the others focused their eyes, erupting into cheers upon recognizing the familiar white-bearded tattoo marking on the figure behind the shadow. With a hint of charred residue on his body, AC waved his left hand without turning back, stating, "It is but a minor setback. Fortuitously, this lady sent me flying, allowing me to partially elementalize. Coupled with this unexpected turn of events, I have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. I have attained enlightenment. Now it is your turn, dear lady." AC's fury burned intensely within him. He reflected that had it not been for his relentless training and the development of his abilities during this period, he would not have been able to return swiftly to his companions after that combined assault. Despite the urgency of the situation, it seemed his kin Bunchika Haki had awakened and stabilized, along with a more adept use of Busashoka Haki. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the lingering fear and could not forgive his own negligence, nor could he let the lady before him escape unscathed. Just as AC prepared to charge forward once more to engage with Ainulu, a deafening roar echoed from above, accompanied by a strong gust of wind that stirred the hearts of the onlookers. Instinctively, everyone looked up to witness two indistinct figures in a fierce clash, repeatedly colliding, separating, and colliding again, sometimes vanishing from sight, only to reappear in an instant. The golden and blue figures seemed intent on crashing from Punglai, Donglu, all the way to Nandiyangman, waging an unrelenting battle across the vast sky. Kid, you can fight me to this extent. I shall offer you a chance to join my ranks and follow me to dominate the seas. What do you say? Ha! The golden lion bellowed after executing a slashing attack. Ha! Follow you? Hiding and fishing for flying fish in the heavens all day long? Jerry retorted with a smirk, shattering the slashing attack with a punch and continuing his advance toward the enemy. You know nothing. I am plotting my grand return. I almost revealed my plans in my rebuttal to the golden lion of the East Sea. He realized and quickly ceased his words. Yet, his assault did not falter as he continued to chuckle. We shall discuss plans once you join me. However, I have no desire for that arsonist. For some reason, he makes me uneasy. Jerry was well aware of the Golden Lion's intentions, which were merely revenge and destruction of the East Sea, while simultaneously making a statement to the world government. As for his aversion towards AC, it was likely due to an instinctive recognition of AC's bloodline, especially since AC had now joined the Whitebeard Pirates, proudly displaying his conspicuous tattoo. Jerry held no interest in the Golden Lion's proposition or plans, smirking, "TCH, even without your words, I know precisely what you intend. You wish to stir trouble in the East Sea, do you? Do not harbor such delusions. In your current state, you can accomplish nothing. Since you have hidden for so many years, why not continue to vanish? With Roger gone, do you still not know when to concede your age? Moreover, you initiated this conflict and sought to harm my companions. Do not think that matter will simply pass." With that, Jerry moved like a streak of light, appearing before the Golden Lion and delivering a powerful punch. "Taste my void breaker. You refuse my hospitality and choose punishment instead." The smile vanished from the Golden Lion's face, clearly agitated by Jerry's words. Bang! The clash of techniques resonated through the heavens, and the shockwaves radiated like ripples from a stone cast into water. The two combatants were momentarily locked in a struggle before being violently propelled away from one another. Enraged further, the Golden Lion erupted. Steadying himself, he drew his feet in the air, carving numerous sword marks at an astonishing speed. Thousand Cuts Valley. With a mere snap of his fingers, countless beams of sword light sliced through the void. However, the Golden Lion's earlier smile had now transferred to Jerry's face, who grinned. You still wish to unleash your lion's cold arrow? As the deluge of golden sword light descended, Jerry tightened his fists, his feet propelling him forward amidst a thunderous roar. Meteor Fist. The thunderous explosion echoed like a clap of thunder as the overwhelming sword energy surged forth from Jerry, manifesting a myriad of fist shadows that swiftly vanished into the ether. Before the astonished gaze of the Golden Lion, Jerry advanced with extraordinary speed, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Moonchaser. Boom! A gust of wind surged as Jerry, harnessing the might of thunder and tempest, delivered a kick so fierce that it sent the Golden Lion arcing through the air, plummeting downward. With a resounding crash, the Golden Lion landed heavily upon a floating island he had brought along, dust and debris swirling around him, obscuring his figure in a haze of chaos. By the massive vines of Appiato, Dosi surveyed the battlefield, silently contemplating that perhaps keeping a distance from the conflict would be prudent. AC, now propelled by his newfound speed, unleashed his fully awakened Kinbunchiko Haki, intercepting Enelu with swift reflexes. He exerted his enhanced Busashoka Haki, expertly constraining Enelu's speed and movements. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fierce flame within Cavendish's heart. He recognized that AC had originally lacked Kinbunchika Haki, but after diligently training with Jerry's guidance, he had finally awakened his power. Considering his own training, Cavendish was confident that he would soon master both Busashoku and Kinbunchika Haki. Envisioning a future where he could confront adversaries with grace and ease, lost in delightful fantasies. Simultaneously, the others observed AC's complete domination over Enelu, launching effective attacks that sparked fervent discussions and low cheers of encouragement for AC's performance. Ugh, how infuriating was this pressure? After being struck by AC yet again, Enelu was bewildered by the relentless waves of formidable energy emanating from AC. Enelu begrudgingly realized that even though he had successfully struck AC with his godly form and divine judgment, causing visible injuries, AC's combat prowess seemed largely unaffected. Now, AC moved with sharper reflexes and blinding speed, complemented by an overwhelming and terrifying aura that caused Enelu to falter at critical moments. In that fleeting instance of hesitation, AC would unleash a fierce onslaught, forcing Enelu into a defensive position. The invisible pressure directed at Enelu was a clear indicator of AC's significantly enhanced Busashoka Haki, which he could now manipulate with increasing precision. Although this method increased his energy expenditure, AC was prudent, choosing to release his Busashoka Haki only at pivotal moments when Enelu attempted to evade or counterattack. Even if AC's Busashoka Haki could not render Enelu unconscious, it was sufficient to aid him in accurately tracking his opponent, catching Enelu off guard. You mere mortal, I shall fight you. Enelu's heart swelled with indignation and resentment as he witnessed AC ignore him, relentlessly assaulting him instead. As a self-proclaimed deity, Enelu had never endured such treatment. Previously, he was the one delivering blows while his opponents could not retaliate, deriving amusement from their impotent fury. Now, however, the tables had turned, and Enelu found it intolerable. Seizing the opportunity as AC closed in once more, he stealthily activated the shell in his hand, wielding his staff like lightning towards AC's fist. 200 million volts of electricity. AC let out a soft grunt as his Busashoku Haki surged forth. Then, with the agility of a mystical monkey, he swiftly pivoted and darted to the flank of Enelu, casting a cold gaze upon him. In an instant, Ace surged forth like a tempest, seizing the opportunity as Enelu's moves grew stale, and just as he prepared to transform into a flash of lightning to evade once more, his long-lost, thunderous voice erupted. Auntie, meet your demise. Ace's earth-shattering roar echoed, unleashing his conqueror's Haki without restraint, manifesting as a colossal wave of power that bore down upon Enelu. Following this, his left hand unfurled like a claw, revealing a blazing inferno that had silently gathered strength, its intense heat both mesmerizing and terrifying. In that fleeting moment, Enelu was engulfed in dread, exerting every ounce of his strength to flee, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, his muscles rendered utterly unresponsive. Yan Ye Wu's he. Ace's eyes blazed like torches as he appeared ghost-like beside Annie Lu, his flames swirling in an angry tempest, striking fiercely at the ground beneath his foe. Boom! A resplendent column of golden-white fire encircled Annie Lu at its core, soaring into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Ace plunged his entire being into the fiery column, his focus unwavering, as his fists and feet reached unprecedented speeds. Each punch landed faster and with more force than the last, as Annie Lu's gaze filled with despair and helplessness. Ace seemed to unleash a flurry of blows in an instant, his assaults relentless and unyielding, akin to a tempest or the very earth shattering beneath them. Bang! With Ace's ultimate strike, the energy contained within the technique detonated completely, illuminating the dimming sky after dusk. Subsequently, a silent, charred figure hurtled out of the ruins at astonishing speed, plummeting toward the sacred land below. DC and the others felt the radiant pillar of light released by Ace shoot skyward, the impact akin to a miniature nuclear explosion, sending shockwaves through each observer, leaving them breathless. With a resounding crash, the full force of the attack erupted, causing the ruins beneath their feet to crack and tremble. The entire island's foundation, tethered to the massive vines, seemed to be torn asunder by an unseen force, gradually disintegrating around Ace's technique, cascading downward. Wow! Quickly, return to the vines. The onlookers snapped to attention, dashing toward the immense vines behind them. In a split second, Z exhibited lightning speed, assisting everyone in barely making it back to the vines before the collapse. Phew, I wasn't taken out by the enemy, but nearly by my own people. Listening to the rumbling beneath, feeling the intense tremors as the ruins crashed to the ground, DC clung to Z, gently stroking its head, exhaling a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had been closest to the battlefield, yet farthest from the vines. As the island's foundation crumbled beneath him, he too began to fall. Fortunately, Z soared upward swiftly, safely catching him. Where's Boss Ace? Suddenly, Sika Air's startled voice pierced through the booming chaos. The others, alarmed, pressed tightly against the vines, their eyes scouring the dust-laden air for any sign of their companion. Once the upper ruins had entirely collapsed onto the land of Apaya Duo, they hurriedly descended the vines, desperately searching among the chaotic debris for any trace of Ace. Meow. Soon, Z led the way, carrying DC toward a pile of rubble. Just as they were about to speak, a cacophony of clattering emerged from the stone pile. Then, an arm struggled out, and Ace's muffled voice called from within the rubble. Cough, cough. I'm here. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, Ace was excavated from the wreckage, emerging into the light once more. With his skin torn and covered in wounds, Ace gazed at the darkening horizon, raising his battered right fist high, a grin spreading across his face as he addressed his comrades. Hee hee, I have triumphed. And by the way, I'm hungry. On the floating island of the Golden Lion, Jerry's swift kicks struck the Golden Lion, sending him reeling and shattering a significant portion of one of the small islands floating nearby. Old ghost, stop hiding. I know you're not dead. Jerry's observation hockey remained active, allowing him to perceive the moment before the attack, prompting the Golden Lion to activate his hockey for defense, preventing the full effect of Jerry's blow. As a notorious pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, even after being knocked off his ship's helm and decades passing, the Golden Lion was still a formidable adversary, a withered camel larger than a horse. Compared to most pirates, the Golden Lion's hockey remained fearsome. Observing the Golden Lion lingering on the obscured floating island, Jerry taunted with a sneer. What's the matter? Didn't you want to dominate the seas and cause chaos in the East Blue? Come on, continue. Or is the legendary Golden Lion merely a blusterous lion, skilled in verbal sparring but quick to flee when the fighting begins? Though Jerry hailed from the East Blue, he held no deep emotional ties to the region. However, he could not stand idly by while the Golden Lion wreaked havoc and slaughtered innocents. Moreover, the Golden Lion's prior ambush had nearly decimated his companions, a debt he would not easily forget. All these factors led Jerry to realize that his stance against the Golden Lion had become sharply antagonistic, as irreconcilable as fire and water. In kind, as a quintessential traditional pirate, the Golden Lion was always prepared for conflict, fully aware that battles often concluded only with one side's downfall, a relentless cycle of life and death. Yet, he had not anticipated that this young adversary would prove so troublesome. Not only could the youth contend with him, but after prolonged combat, he had even begun to gain the upper hand, and his taunts were relentless. Kid, Don't get too cocky. Who do you think you are? When I ruled the seas, you were still playing in the mud. Seemingly pricked by Jerry's provocative words, the golden lion ascended once more, fiercely wiping the blood from his lip as he fixed a hostile glare upon the irritating youth before him. A fleeting thought of retreat had crossed the golden lion's mind, but he swiftly suppressed it. Nonetheless, this hesitation did not escape Jerry's keen perception, as the battlefield unwittingly shifted to the golden lion's floating island, which housed the fruits of his 20 years of research. Countless ferocious beasts evolved by IQ. The golden lion had originally intended to use these creatures to devastate the East Blue when the time was ripe. If this battle were to obliterate his 2-decade-long ambitions, even a victory would leave him restless. Upon hearing the golden lion's retort, Jerry continued to scoff. Oh, when you ruled the seas, I was, of course, exploring the endless ocean with millions of brothers, fighting for supremacy until I ultimately dominated that realm. Thus, it proves that you can only claim to reign over the seas in my absence. The golden lion's forehead flushed, veins bulging as he ground his teeth, and roared. Humph. Elegant brat. D. Once more, he unleashed phantoms beneath his feet, slicing forth an array of even more colossal and dazzling golden sword energies. The sword energies surged forth like a biting cold wind, assailing Jerry from all directions. Is that all you've got? He mocked with feigned nonchalance, seemingly unconcerned by the overwhelming onslaught before him. Yet inside, he was silently gathering his strength, once more employing his previous tactics, unleashing countless fist winds and shadowy kicks to counter the upgraded sword intent. The sound of chaotic collisions filled the air as Jerry moved agilely within a confined space, striking with fists and feet like thunder, deftly neutralizing the endless sword light unleashed by the golden lion. As Jerry's vision and senses were engulfed by the slicing attacks and their accompanying threats, he suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation, quickly followed by a bone-chilling cold. Instinctively, Jerry swiftly covered his back with his imposing aura. Unbeknownst to him, the golden lion had stealthily approached under the cover of his own attacks, and, seizing the moment while Jerry was preoccupied, unleashed another wave of ferocious strikes. In an instant of close combat, the golden lion erupted like a hurricane, sweeping down from above with tremendous force. Swish! The first strike from the golden lion shattered the hastily erected defense Jerry had conjured, leaving a long, deep wound. Without granting Jerry a moment's respite, the golden lion pressed forward, intent on swiftly eliminating his adversary. As Jerry was sent flying, the golden lion accelerated, determined to finish the fight. During this life-and-death struggle, the golden lion's sword slashes and fists rained down like a torrential downpour, their figures hurtling down from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Caught off guard, Jerry found himself on the receiving end of a relentless barrage, being propelled further downwards. Soon, the battlefield transitioned over the White Sea, yet the golden lion showed no signs of relenting. Boom! With a mighty blow, Jerry was sent soaring like an arrow, breaking free from the confines of the White Sea and ascending directly into the skies above the Qinghai, hovering at an altitude of approximately 6,000 meters. Little brat, let's see if you can keep up with me now. The golden lion cackled, appearing beneath the White Sea, taking a moment to catch his breath while casting a triumphant gaze at the tattered Jerry before him. Though he had not achieved his goal of completely vanquishing the insufferable brat in one fell swoop, the ability to suppress his opponent and leave him battered and bruised was already a significant victory. However, Jerry had merely been caught off guard at the outset, resulting in injuries that had forced him into a defensive stance throughout the ensuing battle. As the fight progressed, Jerry gradually recovered from the initial shock of the blows he had sustained. He fortified his defenses, realizing that this wave of aggressive attacks was merely a brief outburst from the golden lion, unmindful of his own energy consumption. Ha ha! Feeling the dull aches coursing through his back and body, Jerry interrupted the golden lion's laughter with his own maniacal cackle. The long-forgotten scars seemed to awaken the blood and fighting spirit deep within him. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with the fiery intensity familiar to the golden lion. It was a gaze that exuded defiance, fearlessness, and unwavering resolve. This moment stirred memories from the golden lion's long-buried past, recalling the days of competing against various formidable figures at sea, particularly the fierce battles against Roger and others. The echoes of laughter resonated as Jerry's momentum surged like the vast waves of the ocean, rippling outward and shaking every inch of the space around them. In turn, the golden lion felt the resurgence of his own indomitable spirit, even after 2 decades of concealment. The two combatants' auras clashed and intertwined, stirring the winds around them as if a tempest brewed between them. Almost simultaneously, they launched themselves at one another like cannonballs, colliding mid-air in an explosive confrontation. You enjoyed hitting me before, now it's my turn. With his aura surging, Jerry swung his fist, unleashing a thunderous blow in the blink of an eye. The Golden Lion, his expression twisted in rage, retaliated with a powerful kick, neither side yielding an inch. Thud! The fierce sounds of combat reverberated in the dimming night sky, where their clash sent waves of energy rippling, causing the atmosphere to churn. Captain Shiwan, come quick and see what that is. From a warship below, a startled voice rose above the vast ocean. This vessel belonged to Captain Shiwan, who had chosen to remain after witnessing Jerry and his group ascend into the clouds. The Navy was well aware of the existence of Sky Islands, and though Shiwan had never seen a pig run, she had certainly eaten pork. Thus, she decided to have the warship follow the cloud, maintaining surveillance, ready to rotate shifts if the situation prolonged. After dinner, Iska moved her limbs on the deck, persistently gazing up at the sky. Suddenly, she spotted two streaks of light darting through the air, flickering incessantly, accompanied by an intense aura and thunderous sounds. Hearing Iska's exclamation, Shiwan hurried outside, noticing all the Navy soldiers on deck were fixated on the heavens. Taking a telescope from a nearby soldier, Shiwan peered skyward, observing the two combatants whose forms alternated between blurred and clear. That S-Dragon Fist Jerry, and he S fighting against the Golden Lion Shiki? Shiwan quickly recognized the faces of the two engaged in fierce combat high above, her murmurs transforming into shocked exclamations. What? The Golden Lion Shiki? That legendary pirate? The other sailors echoed Shiwan's astonishment, their gasps mingling in disbelief. The name of the Golden Lion Shiki, who was renowned alongside the pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, resonated powerfully within the Navy. As the first pirate to escape from Impel Down after causing chaos at Navy headquarters, the Golden Lion was undoubtedly a quintessential villain in the Navy's textbooks. However, after nearly 2 decades of silence, the younger generation of sailors may not immediately recognize him. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the sailors upon hearing his name, Shiwan conducted urgent communications via a den mushi. Understood. After hanging up, she had promptly reported the current situation to Sengoku. The instruction received was to observe the situation for the time being and refrain from intervening in the battle, as the conflict was taking place in the sky, an area not typically suited for naval engagement. Furthermore, the Navy was still unclear about the reasons behind the clash between the Golden Lion and Jerry, and any hasty intervention could yield adverse effects. If the two pirates turned their attention towards the Navy's ships, the consequences could be dire. As Shiwan issued her orders, the warship cautiously began to maneuver away, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, the sailors on board took their positions, their gazes filled with shock and tension as they watched the breathtaking and fierce duel unfolding in the sky. In the midst of this intense clash, a deafening explosion suddenly reverberated through the air. Following a violent collision, both combatants lost their balance and were sent careening in opposite directions. Once steady, Jerry tore away the tattered remnants of his upper garment, revealing a physique defined by sharp angles and smooth lines, embodying boundless strength. Yet, upon this eye-catching form lay a multitude of alarming scars, both fine and elongated, reminiscent of sword wounds. Jerry paid little heed to his own injuries. After catching his breath, his gaze traversed to the equally battered figure of the Golden Lion. A smirk of provocation and confidence crept upon his lips. Shiki, in every era, new talents arise. It is time for you to retreat from the world. The upcoming age no longer belongs to you. Huh, you little brat, what do you know? As long as I am still airborne, I shall dominate the seas, and the world government will tremble before me. The Golden Lion, battered and bruised, laughed heartily despite his pain. Observing this, Jerry clenched his fists and, with a more serious tone, declared, I respect you as a man. But there are various ways to rule the seas. Yet you have chosen the most ruthless path, daring to seize what is mine and attempt to eliminate my comrades. Who has emboldened you to do so? As his words faded, Jerry stomped the ground, his imposing aura blossoming like a magnificent flower, electric energy coiling around his fists. The Golden Lion paused momentarily. He was no stranger to this state of his adversary. Come on, little brat. If you have the power, take my place and become the sovereign of the seas. With that, the Golden Lion unleashed his full strength, releasing an immense aura to confront Jerry head-on. Dragon's roar. Jerry's mouth opened wide, evidently grasping the truth that sheer volume could fuel his output. Lion slash. The The Golden Lion retaliated with an equally defiant roar. On a distant naval ship upon the azure sea, the Navy personnel gazed skyward, witnessing the figures of the two fighters blur in an instant. Subsequently, a palpable wave of energy radiated from their point of collision. The winds and clouds around them stirred violently, as the cumulonimbus overhead seemed to respond to the battle's upheaval. With countless clouds sagging and swirling restlessly. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. One combatant staggered back slightly while remaining suspended in midair, and the other, a golden figure, was propelled backward with astonishing speed, blood tracing a tragic arc through the air. The Golden Lion's chest was a gruesome sight, blood gushing forth as if propelled by a high-pressure pump. He understood that he would inevitably age and that one day he would fall to another's hand. His only regret lay in not realizing his grand ambitions, failing to witness the moment the world government bowed before him, trembling in submission. As he gazed upon the increasingly distant and blurred youthful figure, the Golden Lion's eyes gradually dulled, ultimately closing in resignation. Cough! This bald lion is indeed a formidable foe. Jerry watched as the Golden Lion fell rapidly, filled with myriad thoughts. He pondered that the indomitable spirit of the Golden Lion, though aging, would likely soon wane due to the toll of time and the weight of his own burdens. This battle was but a glimpse of the Golden Lion's power before it began its decline. Although his strength had diminished, it was still formidable enough to warrant caution. With his body weary and disheveled, Jerry began his ascent back toward the sky while grappling with a perplexing question. He could not fathom why Shiki, after severing his own legs, with agile hands still capable of wielding dual swords, would choose to place his famed blades beneath him. Was this not tantamount to relinquishing his advantage? Surely, swinging a sword with one's feet could not surpass the might of using one's hands? Shaking his head, Jerry resolved not to dwell on these inconsequential details any further. Rumbling, a series of resounding booms echoed from above, prompting Jerry to scratch his head and turn his gaze toward the source of the noise. A moment later, he smacked his forehead and muttered to himself, speaking of which, those two swords of his seem quite valuable. I forgot to seize them. He cast a glance at the naval ship heading toward where the Golden Lion would fall, ultimately resigning himself to the moment. On board the ship, the Navy soldiers bore witness to the explosive confrontation, all left in a state of utter shock. Had the Golden Lion, Shiki, truly been defeated? Unbelievable. That was the infamous pirate of legend. As the discussions surged around him, Jiwen's demeanor shifted slightly, yet soon regained its composure. She surveyed the array of expressions on the faces of those around her. Then, wielding her sword, she deftly struck the deck with its scabbard. Talp, talp, silence. Now is not the time to marvel at the strength of pirates. The Golden Lion Shiki has fallen into the sea over there. We must redirect the ship and capture him. Whether he lives or dies, we shall ascertain the outcome. Upon hearing the command, the ever-disciplined Navy soldiers immediately composed themselves, straightening their postures and addressing their leader in unison. Yes, Commander. Understand. You act as the situation demands and provide me with a comprehensive report afterward. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the call with Jiwen, rubbing his temples, his voice low and contemplative. Is this truly how it ends for Shiki? Must we, the Navy, merely stand by and watch? After the last communication, Admiral Tsuru entered Sengoku's office, waiting for new developments. Hearing her old comrade's words, she spoke calmly. Sengoku, do not dwell on this. As the Navy, we are not omnipotent. Given the circumstances, this outcome is already favorable. What more can we demand? Seated on the sofa, Garp munched on snacks, his cheeks bulging, mumbling indistinctly. Indeed, Sengoku, that rascal Shiki is undoubtedly plotting something, and with this outcome, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Gome, try this delicious senbei. Yes, you both have a point. Hearing his friend's words, Sengoku's brow began to relax. Suddenly, he was taken aback, exclaiming, Garp, if I am not mistaken, those senbei were stashed away in my drawer. How do you know them so well? Ha ha ha. What's yours is mine. No need for formality. Come, let us share. On the Sky Island, beneath the colossal vines of Appiato, aside from Dusu diligently tending to Ace's wounds, the others engaged in casual chatter. Suddenly, Scar lifted his head and glanced around, scratching his head absent-mindedly before asking, Hey, have you all noticed that Boss Jerry and the others have been gone for quite a while? I wonder where they've ventured off to. Yes, I hope nothing has happened to Mr. Jerry. As Brooks' words fell, the conversation shifted towards Jerry and the Golden Lion. Boom, boom. Just then, Deep and distant rumblings echoed from the horizon surrounding the island. What is that noise? It seems excessively loud. I have no idea. Would it be related to the battle with Jerry and his companions? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet no conclusion was reached. They could only ascertain that the source of the sound was distant and formidable. Standing at the edge of the throng, Galote widened her eyes, scanning every corner of the sky, yet still failed to catch sight of Jerry. After a while, her ears finally detected a faint rustling from the nearby woods. Could it be Brother Jerry? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Galote's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by disappointment as she pouted and continued. Oh, it's just Uncle and Sister Aisha. The crowd turned their heads and indeed spotted Gonfouer soaring through the trees on a large bird, with the silhouettes of the Sandia warriors gradually coming into view nearby. Under Aisha's insistence, Lachi had reluctantly brought her along. After exchanging nods of greeting, the Sandia warriors gathered around Wappa. Soon, through Wappa's narration, the Sandia people grasped the sequence of events. So, you truly defeated Anairu? How wonderful. Does this mean we can? Wappa slightly nodded, raising his hand to interrupt the celebratory gestures of his kin, his expression remaining stoic as he stated, yes, strictly speaking, it was they who defeated Anairu. However, in the process, another formidable foe emerged. Their captain is currently engaged in battle. Let us first await the outcome and, in the meantime, observe the remnants of our homeland, Zyangula. Gonfouer, eavesdropping on the Sandia people's conversation, turned his gaze to Ace, who lay on the ground at the mercy of Dios. With a solemn tone, he addressed the gathered pirates. Thank you. You have toppled the divine army and liberated many residents from the grips of terror. We are truly grateful. Wappa cast a sidelong glance at Gonfouer and then snorted, Hey, old man, shouldn't you be reclaiming your divine status and resuming our conflict? Taken aback, Gonfouer quickly shook his head. I have no such intentions and have always strived to mediate our long-standing, senseless war. Mediation? As invaders. If you simply return the lands that do not belong to Sky Island to us, the problem would be resolved immediately. The Sandia people, led by Wappa, were stirred with fervor at the mention of war. Gonfouer understood the roots of the conflict well, yet some matters cannot be easily resolved through mere understanding. Alas, I find it difficult. The people of Sky Island eternally yearn for the earth, and even during my reign, it was challenging. Suddenly, Aisha's voice pierced through their dispute. Sister Galote, I just sensed a voice approaching rapidly. Galote, previously anxious as she darted about, was joined by the other members of the High pirates, who were also glancing around. After Aisha clarified the situation, she activated her mind network to assist in the search, and before long, they made a discovery. Really? Is it Brother Jerry? Galote swiftly appeared beside Aisha, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she looked at her newfound companion. Upon hearing their exchange, the others turned their attention to them. Aisha blinked, a hint of uncertainty crossing her face. I don't know if it's him. I only heard a voice rapidly approaching us. Haha, I'm back. Is everything all right over here? Indeed, before anyone could say much, a familiar voice echoed, and a familiar figure emerged before them. Brother Jerry, you're back. Galote exclaimed joyfully, and smiles spread across everyone's faces. However, in the next moment, they were all taken aback as they beheld Jerry's condition. His body was marred with wounds. Although he had managed to staunch the bleeding, the injuries remained shocking to behold. Jerry, are you all right? Come here. Dios had already tended to Ace's wounds and reached for a small pouch nearby, addressing Jerry. Jerry waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for concern. Don't worry just yet. It seems Ace has won, hasn't he? Ace raised his bandaged right hand, giving a thumbs up and grinning widely indeed. I won. Jerry reciprocated the gesture, then turned to smile at Wappa and Gonfouer. I trust you won't mind if Sky Island gains a few islands with soil, right? What? The suddenness of this statement left the Sandia people and Gonfouer in a state of bewilderment. Jerry extended his arm, pointing toward the direction where the earlier loud noises had originated, explaining, You must have heard a few loud bangs just now, right? That was after I defeated the Golden Lion, and the floating islands he controlled descended into the sea. If you don't mind, I would like to relocate those islands here, and the original inhabitants can become your neighbors. Islands? Really? The Sandia people's eyes brightened, clearly realizing the significance of this event for Sky Island. Gonfouer felt the weight of this realization as well, acknowledging its profound implications. Once lifeless objects were lifted by the Golden Lion, they would float eternally in the sky. With the defeat of the Golden Lion, the floating islands he had controlled lost their support and began to plummet into the clouds. On his return journey, Jerry had deliberately detoured to the Golden Lion's palace to completely eradicate any remaining resistance there and visited the villages of the original inhabitants. After briefly explaining the situation to those who had sprouted feathered wings on their arms and managed to glide briefly to avoid injury during the island's descent, he hurried back. Although the creatures on those islands had become ferocious due to the Golden Lion's research on IQ, planting a tree, known as Daft Green, would deter the beast from approaching. Given that the original inhabitants on those floating islands were few in number and their villages had been destroyed by the tremors from the island's uncontrolled descent, Jerry, after consulting with the villagers, planned to assist them in migrating to the kingdom of the gods. Subsequently, he intended to place those beast-ridden islands near the waters of Apiato, allowing the residents of Sky Island to gradually drive away or eliminate the beasts. Teaching someone to fish is far more valuable than giving them fish. Jerry and his companions could not remain there indefinitely to assist with hunting. Furthermore, the residents of Sky Island have an inherent yearning for land, and they would likely not oppose this proposal. Moreover, the Sandia people and the Divine Army under Gonfuer possessed a certain level of combat capability, making them fully capable of handling these creatures over time. Therefore, Jerry believed that the plan to merge the islands and relocate the residents was feasible. As expected, after Jerry elucidated the rationale, neither Gonfuer nor the others voiced any objections. Jerry surveyed the crowd and addressed Wappa and Gonfuer. Then it is settled. Moving forward, let us set aside our disputes. There are several matters to attend to. First, Wappa, your city of Zyangula lies beneath us. Most of the urban area is shrouded by these island clouds, and you may go down to take a look. Then, Uncle Gonfuer in the city of Zyangula below. There are people constructing ships for Inairu using a significant amount of gold. They're likely your people from Angel Island. At this point, the Sandia people and Gonfuer displayed expressions of astonishment. They had truly been unaware that Zyangula lay hidden beneath them, while Wappa and his kin had believed that only the remnants of the city remained. In the annals of history, the Shandia people have never succeeded in reclaiming their homeland. They have always been thwarted at the periphery, unable to penetrate further. Ultimately, we shall heed the promise made with Uncle Lizzie, ringing the golden bell and igniting the light of Zyangula. No sooner had Jerry uttered these words than he did not wait for the excited Shandia people and Gonfuer to respond. Under the watchful gaze of his companions, who brimmed with smiles, he swiftly leapt into the air. Before long, Jerry landed upon a floating cloud to the west of the colossal vine, gazing in awe at the magnificent golden bell tower before him. The golden bell? Indeed, it dazzles my eyes. Jerry stepped forward and grasped the thick chain beside the bell. Come on, Uncle Lizzie, listen closely. Looking up at the bell, which had endured countless years and seemed to bear profound significance, Jerry could not contain his emotions and shouted into the sky. The bell tolls the signal of our return. Zong! With a sudden surge of strength, the entire bell tower trembled under his force, and the melodious sound of the golden bell resonated throughout the heavens and earth. His intention was to ensure that the toll reverberated down to Uncle Lizzie, 10,000 meters below, and he exerted every ounce of his strength. What a splendid sound! Below the vine, the crew of pirates wore expressions of exhilaration, for this was perhaps the very essence of their adventurous journey. They were continually witnessing breathtaking vistas and legendary tales. Gonfuer lifted his head, his uncontainable excitement seemingly bursting from his eyes. What marvelous sound! I have always believed it would ring again. Wappa gazed at the night sky, murmuring, Mont Blanc Nolan, I have kept you waiting. May the bell chime reach your descendants. The joy in the eyes of the assembled Shandia people overflowed as they embraced one another, laughter and cheers echoing in waves. Zyangula's light. Is this a miracle? How splendid! Great warrior Calgera. Did you hear it? Not only the Shandia present, but also the chief and villagers of Yanin village were moved to tears. That sound was the echo they had awaited for 400 years. In that moment, they deeply felt that the light of Zenala illuminated not only their hopes, but also brought solace and comfort to the souls of their ancestors. On Angel Island, as news of the disturbance caused by outsiders spread rapidly to every corner, the residents of the Sky Island were initially filled with apprehension, fearing that the deities might be angered by these events and unleash their wrath upon them. However, as the melodious chime of the golden bell rang out, they stood in stunned silence. Combined with the earlier series of strange occurrences, they fell into a momentary state of confusion and bewilderment. What has happened to our land? Is the earth singing? Could this bell be the one from the legends? Whether law enforcers or common folk, The residents of Angel Island were largely familiar with the ancient tales of the divine descent of Apaya from centuries past. Now, upon hearing this unprecedented yet melodious sound that stirred the soul, they could not help but immerse themselves in a multitude of beautiful memories and fantasies. 10,000 meters below, on the Azure Sea, after capturing a wild, incomplete golden lion, Shiwan and numerous Navy personnel were finishing up their work at sea and preparing to rest. Suddenly, they were captivated by a beautiful sound emanating from the sky. The Navy members instinctively looked up, their faces lighting up with expressions of rapture. Shiwan's eyes sparkled as he whispered, "What is that sound? So delightful." Isuka's slightly upturned lips revealed her inner joy as she softly murmured, her voice melding with the distant chime, drifting gently on the wind. "Is it you? Fire Fist Ace, it seems you have made another discovery in your adventures. How wonderful." On the shores of Gaia Island, Uncle Montblanc Culiquet and two humanoid beings resembling gorillas erupted in hearty laughter. "Uncle, quick, listen. That sound from the sky. It's it. There's no mistake, huh? How romantic." Jerry and his companions, Culiquet remarked, beaming with joy. "The Golden Country and the Sky Island truly exist. Nolan, my ancestor, was no charlatan. I have received your message. Thank you." Culiquet tilted his head back, forming his hands into a trumpet shape around his mouth, and shouted to the vast sky. On the giant vine of the Sky Island, as the bell's sound gradually faded, Jerry maneuvered the entire Golden Bell Tower from the clouds to the ground. Even the crew members, who had witnessed countless marvels, had never seen such a grand, ancient, and legendary Golden Bell Tower. In the glow of their sparkling eyes, led by Dios and Karina, waves of astonished gasps and praises erupted. This journey has been truly worthwhile. It even gives me the illusion of conversing with historical figures from 400 years ago. Wow, gold. Even Cavendish, born into wealth, rode the previously elusive Fururu, gazing at the golden giant bell with a look of astonishment. Scar scratched his head, tilting his face curiously, inquiring, "Jerry, we cannot take this with us. But there must be other gold, right?" "Indeed, it lies within the ruins of the city beneath our feet, though most has been used by Inaru for shipbuilding. However, we could dismantle it. From this day forth, I shall ascend as a golden saint." Haha. Glancing around at his companions and the Shandia, who showed no signs of dissent, Jerry could not help but smile joyfully. On the other side, the Shandia and Gonfuer gazed at the shimmering object with a mix of fervor, excitement, nostalgia, and yearning. Jerry waved his hand, saying, "All right, we will have plenty of time to admire it later. For now, let us tend to the matters at hand. Indeed, we must also see the gold that belongs to us." Upon hearing Jerry mention Inaru using gold for shipbuilding, Karina's eyes had already lit up. Now, she was brimming with impatience, eager to seek out the spoils belonging to their pirate crew. "You all figure out the arrangements. I will take care of matters on the floating island first." With that, Jerry soared into the sky once more. The others exchanged glances and then silently nodded, each attending to their own tasks. After the Shandia sent someone back to relay the message, they followed the others into the ancient city ruins hidden beneath the clouds of the island. Jerry sped along his path, and after a brief while, successfully reached the skies above the floating islands. Before him lay a collection of islands of varying sizes, haphazardly scattered across the vast sea of clouds. Fortunately, the Golden Lion had not raised these islands to heights too far above the White Sea. Thus, after their uncontrolled descent, the islands largely retained their integrity. However, many buildings on the islands had inevitably suffered damage due to the impact of the fall. Jerry targeted one of the islands and flew towards it. It was the only floating island that housed a village. This village had been left with only women and children, as all the adult males had been conscripted by the Golden Lion to work in the palace, with anyone daring to resist facing immediate execution. After Jerry vanquished the Golden Lion, he proceeded into the palace, systematically eliminating the remnants of the Golden Lion's forces, ultimately rescuing the men of the village and allowing their reunion with their families. Subsequently, with resolute determination, Jerry executed the action plan agreed upon with the villagers, deftly maneuvering the sea clouds beneath the island to rearrange the islands and direct them towards Apayadu. Aside from the island inhabited by the villagers, the remaining islands were merely home to various ferocious beasts, which Jerry chose to merge into a singular landmass. Under the canopy of a starry night, the extensive islands were gradually relocated to the maritime vicinity on the western side of Apayadu. The following day, upon hearing the news of the downfall of the god Enel, the residents of Angel Island, along with the Sandia people and the villagers of Floating Island, gathered in the city of Zyangula. A giant serpent had also appeared quietly near the Golden Bell Tower, yet it exhibited no hostility, and with the assurance from the Sandia chief. The crowd paid it little mind. The island clouds that once obscured the sky above Zyangwala had been entirely eradicated, allowing the city to bask in the rejuvenating light of day. A multitude of Sandia people had arrived the previous night, and now, under the chief's leadership, they reconciled with the residents of Angel Island, including Gonfor, in the morning light. This was facilitated by Jerry and his companions, who, in their excitement, gathered around the Golden Bell and fortuitously discovered another inscription beside the historical stone tablet beneath the bell tower. Jerry recalled that it bore the mark of Roger. He then embarked on an impromptu performance. Though he did not read the ancient text, he understood the art of persuasion. With an air of profundity, he cradled his arms and nodded sagely, gesturing toward the fragment of ancient script. This segment appears to be newly inscribed, its markings distinct. "Oh, now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case," exclaimed Diosi, who shared an interest in ancient history. This revelation not only captivated the attention of the pirate crew, but also piqued the curiosity of the nearby Sandia chief and Gonfor, who gathered around. That character seems to be a D, right?" Jerry remarked, pointing to one of the more recognizable inscriptions. "Huh." Diosi, Ace, and Gonfor were momentarily taken aback. Before anyone else could speak, Gonfor, stroking his beard, mused quietly, "Come to think of it, nearly 20 years ago, I met some pirates from the Blue Sea, one of whom was named OLD, Roger." "What?" Most members of the Black Cat Pirates gasped in astonishment. Diosi glanced at Ace, noticing a subtle shift in his initial expression, which quickly returned to calmness. Perhaps through the passage of time and the trials he had faced, Ace had learned to confront the name that once filled him with hatred and complex emotions with a serene demeanor. Jerry similarly cast a discreet glance at the unperturbed Ace and, in a light-hearted tone, remarked, "If that is the case, then, Chief, your historical texts have undoubtedly fulfilled their purpose." Jerry then elucidated the classification and significance of the historical text to the Sandia people, informing them that Roger had taken the historical text to where it was destined to go. "Is that so? In that case, we have indeed completed the mission bestowed upon us by our ancestors." The chief harbored no doubts regarding Jerry's honesty in this matter, for if Roger was as renowned as they claimed, verifying the truth would be quite straightforward. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Jerry, the chief returned to his people to announce the news. Following amicable discussions among the parties, the Sandia people ultimately decided to extend an olive branch to the indigenous inhabitants of Angel Island led by Gonfor, collectively setting aside past grievances. Having endured the oppressive reign of Enel, the people cherished the peace they now enjoyed even more. Furthermore, upon reclaiming their ancestral relics, the Sandia people proved to be neither savage nor unreasonable. As long as they could continue to safeguard their homeland, they were more than willing to coexist peacefully with others. The residents of Angel Island, upon learning that beyond Apaidu lay numerous islands and fertile lands where they could thrive, felt a profound sense of contentment. With the assistance of Jerry and his companions, the residents of Floating Island successfully integrated into the reconstructed Divine Nation, filled with boundless hopes for a promising new life. "Now that we have all made our decisions, what are we waiting for? Let the festivities begin, and let us celebrate together," exclaimed Ace, the enthusiastic proponent of the banquet, garnering unanimous approval. Thus ensued several days of jubilant, grand collective feasting. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, a new round of newspapers began to circulate rapidly. The rise of a new era? The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki has fallen from the skies. His demise in the sea is unrelenting. Following the provocation of the world government by Water 7, the Black Cat Pirates strike back with a vengeance. Under the radiant sun of the Blue Sea, numerous islands and territories welcomed the latest edition of the newspaper. "That's Scoundrel Morgan's." He reported it just like that. In the Navy headquarters, Sengoku held a freshly printed newspaper, muttering curses at the troublesome Birdman. "Oh well, this might actually be for the best. The world government was hoping to pin this on that girl Jaiwin, and I doubt she would be pleased about it either." Garp bellowed with laughter, slapping his thigh, and after quenching his thirst with a sip of hot tea, he continued. Sengoku nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Vice Admiral Tsuru, who sat on the sofa. "Indeed. Everyone come look. Ace and the others have pulled off a big one this time." On board the Moby Dick, the exclamation from Pineapple Head drew the attention of the crew. Several captains who had just returned to the ship paused their previous conversations, curious about the newspaper in Marco's hand. "What does it say?" "They defeated the Golden Lion Shiki," Marco exclaimed, flipping the newspaper over with a hint of astonishment. Sitting in his grand chair, Whitebeard quickly scanned the front-page news, then looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "So Shiki has exited the stage as well? Indeed, the tides of this era shall not cease their relentless flow. Gururu, on an island in the New World." The Red Force quietly docked along the coast. Wow, this young man, a carefree one-armed man, looked at the newspaper, frowning in disbelief. Nearby, a group of burly men laughed heartily in response. Huh, you're not old either. We're all still quite young. Indeed, we are still young. So why not prepare for the banquet? If we don't start the feast now, we'll be old. Shanks waved the newspaper, shaking his arm as he called out to his crew. Oh, the banquet is a timeless source of entertainment for the red-hair pirates. And this proposal was naturally met with enthusiastic support, even though they had only just awakened from a party that morning. Once everyone dispersed to prepare, Shanks held the newspaper before him, glancing at Ace's name within. What's the matter? Beckman flicked his cigarette and inquired with a sideways glance. Nothing much, just Shiki. We used to be on good terms, but that's all in the past now. Farewell. Shanks shook his head, and after speaking, he turned and tossed the newspaper into the sky. Beckman shot him a sidelong glance. What? You could just throw it around carelessly without concern for cleanliness? Isn't that just a youthful and dashing gesture? Shankersu paused for a moment, casting his gaze at the fluttering newspaper and the latest bounty notices scattered on the ground. He instinctively scratched his head. The sun blazed in the sky, and the sea birds chirped amidst the vastness of the great rout. Suddenly, a pirate ship plunged violently into the sea, sending up a massive spray of water that cascaded around. The raucous cheers and curses from the ship shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere of the surrounding waters. As the vessel came to a standstill, Karina, trembling, rose from her seat, supporting herself against Kodaz, her eyes fixed on Jerry, who was celebrating with Gallet and Ace, and shouted in exasperation, "Hey, you dead fish man, can't you control the speed? Must you always go up and down so rapidly? Isn't the free bungee jumping and diving exhilarating? Look how much everyone enjoys it, right?" Jerry laughed heartily, pointing at Brooke and the others, who were either rubbing their thighs or slowly standing up, holding onto their chairs. Yes, Sister Karina, this is so much fun," Gallet exclaimed, bouncing up in agreement, while Ace nodded in profound accord beside him. "Do they look happy to you?" Karina retorted, still supporting Kodaz, as she gestured towards Dias. Among the group, only Cavendish remained expressionless, adjusting his attire, while the others appeared utterly deflated. Jerry blinked, brandished his unwrapped fist with his thumb pointing at himself, and said, "Don't worry, there's plenty for you." Days had passed since they landed on the Sky Island. After vanquishing Enel and the Golden Lion, they had witnessed the reformation of the divine realm of the Sky Island and participated in a series of grand banquets for several days. During this time, aside from the feasting and enjoying the delicacies, they wandered about or busied themselves with their personal pursuits. As Dias and the others gradually calmed down, Jerry produced a small box, smiling as he addressed the group. "All right, I have an announcement. Let us all come together to make a decision." "What is it? Are we dividing the massive gold we acquired?" Karina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over the past few days, the residents of Sandia and the Sky Island had expressed that aside from the Golden Clock Tower, they could freely choose and take away any other gold. In the Sky Island, gold was not regarded as particularly precious, and the locals did not place excessive value on it. Moreover, much of the gold in the city of Shandora had been remelted by Enel for shipbuilding, leading the residents to adopt a nonchalant attitude towards it. Thus, the Black Shadow pirates returned from this journey with considerable spoils. Jerry's system inventory was filled with an abundance of items, now further enriched by the immense quantity of gold. However, Jerry understood the importance of moderation. He collected only what was necessary, leaving some gold for the Sky Island inhabitants. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to explore the limits of his inventory space. Jerry waved his hand. "Hey, rest assured, there's more than enough for you." He then gazed skyward, exclaiming, "Indeed, possessing such an abundance of gold makes me appreciate the days of mere fishing for survival even more, revealing my utter disinterest in wealth." "Boss Jerry, are you sure you can survive solely on fishing?" Scar extended his skeletal face, tilting his head along with the others to scrutinize Jerry. Karina's eyes widened in excitement. "Then give me your share. I wouldn't mind having more. Possessing gold brings me joy." Cough, cough. Don't take it seriously. A man's words can be deceiving, you know? Jerry rubbed his temples, contemplating how practical the younger generation had become. He casually tossed the small box in his hand, a smile gracing his face. "What I wish to discuss isn't the division of gold, but this." As he slowly lifted the lid of the box, Astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. What is this? Is that a devil fruit? Even Cavendish, who had previously feigned disinterest in wealth, found his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of what Jerry revealed. Inside the seemingly inexpensive box lay a pear-shaped devil fruit, its golden yellow skin adorned with various patterns and irregular spikes, most notably featuring a unique lightning-shaped branch atop it. Haha, this is my find, if I'm not mistaken. It is Enel S. Goro Goro no Mi. Jerry lifted the fruit, gently caressing its texture. What? The crowd exclaimed in unison. Dias and the others had first-hand experience of the formidable power wielded by the fruit as holder. Had it not been for Ace's hockey overpowering and defeating Enel, they would likely have faced a swift demise. The Goro Goro no Mi in Jerry's possession likely retained a tribute from the Sky Island, hence its rebirth after Enel's defeat. Before the battle at the Vines, Jerry had whimsically taken all the fruits from his inventory and scattered them among the nearby trees and ruins, calculating that if they were useful, he would strike it rich, and if not, he would merely retrieve them post-battle, incurring no loss. Yet, the fruits he laid down did not undergo any mutations. Just as Jerry lamented the disappearance of Enel and the Golden Lioness fruits, he fortuitously stumbled upon this one. During the first day's banquet, while taking a break, he idly glanced upward, only to find the vibrant tree adorned with a lightning-patterned pear hanging from it. He was momentarily stunned, nearly believing it to be the result of his own divine watering. In the following days, Jerry tirelessly roamed the island. Aside from attending banquets at night, his days were filled with fishing and observing the fruits. He did not obsess over the two swords of the Golden Lion, as one could never tell if they were cursed. However, he was willing to invest time and effort into searching for the Gura Gura no Mi. Regrettably, he ultimately could not uncover its whereabouts. Delighting in the reactions of his companions, Jerry discreetly produced a video snail to capture the moment, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Come, let us smile for the camera. All right, I'm bringing this out to see how we shall distribute it, he said, shaking the large pear. Hearing this, the astonished crowd exchanged glances, and Dias boldly spoke up. What about you? Can't you eat it? Everyone agreed, recognizing that such a precious and powerful devil fruit should naturally be consumed by Jerry, the one who found it. To their surprise, Jerry raised his fist with a serious expression, standing tall and resolutely proclaiming, a certain esteemed mentor once said, only hockey can surpass all. The group paused, momentarily unsure whether to take his profound declaration as jest or sincerity. However, the formidable nature of the fruit before them was unmistakable, yet Jerry, with an unwavering demeanor, declared his disinterest in consuming it and explicitly stated his intention to relinquish it to the others. In that moment, even Karina, who often expressed her opinions with fervor, sensed a subtle emotion of unconditional trust among companions permeating the air. Cavendish's sparkling eyes were fixed intently on Jerry and the fruit, and he felt a compulsion to speak. However, considering his status as the newest member aboard and his own insecurities, he hesitated to make any demands. Meanwhile, the others, Ace and Brooke, who already possessed devil fruits, remained silent, merely smiling at the unfolding scene, while Cordaz let out a soft meow before falling silent. Doris glanced around before settling his gaze on Scar and Karina, gently shaking his head with a sigh. Hey, Doris, Boss Doris, what kind of eyes do you have? Both Karina and Scar exclaimed in unison. Doris, breaking into a cold sweat, quickly waved his hands in explanation. From the perspective of maximizing our team's potential, I believe that aside from Jerry, the most suitable candidates for consuming this fruit are Gallet and Cavendish. Oh, indeed. I concur. Scar agreed with Doris's assessment, and Karina nodded in agreement as well. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Gallet and Cavendish, eager to hear their opinions. Me? But Big Brother Jerry said that hockey is more powerful. How about we let Big Brother Cavendish eat it? I prefer carrots, Gallet exclaimed with a smile, pointing to his chin and producing a carrot from his pocket. Faced with the rare collective gaze of the group, Cavendish nearly succumbed to the fantasy of being the center of attention. Quickly shaking his head, he dismissed the inappropriate thoughts and voiced his conflict. Such a splendid and powerful ability. I would very much like to possess it, but I just joined. Stop right there. Since you have joined us and celebrated together, we are all one family, no divisions, Jerry interjected, sensing what he was about to say. Alright. But there is still one issue. Although I have been training according to Jerry and Dorsey's advice, I haven't fully integrated with that white horse fellow yet. I fear that after becoming stronger hearing the concerns raised by Cavendish, a brief silence fell over the group as his dual personality remained uncontrollable, posing a genuine challenge. Even though Jerry was currently keeping it in check, there was no guarantee that it would remain dormant after consuming the fruit and gaining strength. Huh, that's easy to solve. If he dares to emerge, I'll turn you all into pig heads once, Jerry said while shaking his fist, a radiant smile accompanying his words, which sent shivers down Cavendish's spine. Laughter erupted among the group, as they were clearly aware of Cavendish's notorious narcissism, leading them to jest that it would be more merciful to end his existence than to let him parade around with a pig's head. Seeing the merriment, Doris clapped his hands and declared, "Then it's decided. No objections, right? No, no. Cavendish, hurry and eat it. We are all starving and need to celebrate." Ace playfully slapped Cavendish on the shoulder, urging him not to delay their meal. "Mr. Ace is right. Let us quickly hold a musical feast." Brooke chimed in, swiftly pulling out his violin. Observing that Karina and Gallet were laughing and cheering, Jerry tossed the rumble fruit over to Cavendish while seriously advising, "Indeed, Cavendish, consume this. And should you ascend to godhood, remember to bless me so that I may avoid being Cavendished in the future." Clumsily receiving the spiky pear, Cavendish's eyes brimmed with emotion as he gazed at the joyous expressions of his companions. He resolutely nodded and declared, "Then I shall eat it." Grabbing the knife and fork that Farrelou had somehow procured, Cavendish elegantly sliced the fruit into several pieces. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he speared the largest piece and, without delay, opened his mouth to consume it. Wow, a true warrior. Everyone had heard tales of the exquisite flavor of the devil fruit or had experienced it firsthand. Witnessing Cavendish daring to take the largest piece and swallow it drew forth their applause and admiration. Ugh, why does it taste so awful? Just as the praises ceased, Cavendish immediately covered his mouth, gagging uncontrollably. "Ha ha, I thought you were a true warrior who could eat anything without flinching." Jerry laughed heartily, throwing a bottle of water in his direction. The others joined in the laughter, seamlessly transitioning into their pirate feast. After the companions dispersed to gather supplies for the banquet, Jerry looked up at the sky, casually retrieving a pearl and scrutinizing it under the natural light before tossing it back into his spatial pocket. It was another dimensional pearl obtained from a random system task triggered a few days ago on the Sky Island, though he had yet to ascertain its purpose, so he decided not to dwell on it. "So, what is our next destination?" Doris asked, patting Jerry on the back. Over the past few days on the Sky Island, he had meticulously recorded a plethora of information, organizing his notes into categories. "Haha, are you eager to set off? However, let us first enjoy the feast, otherwise Ace and the others will finish all the food," Jerry urged, nudging Doris towards the others. That morning, amidst the vast sea of the Grand Line, the deck of the Black Tortoise was alive with the enthusiasm of their morning exercises. Jerry commenced his usual fishing expedition, feeling the gradually warming temperature and the calmer waves compared to the previous days. He murmured to himself, "It seems the weather is starting to heat up. If the climate stabilizes, we should be nearing our destination, right? Are we preparing to reach the next island? My fans are surely waiting to welcome me." Upon hearing Jerry's words, a pig-headed figure elegantly pulled out a rose, beginning to spin in circles. The swelling on Cavendish's face was entirely Jerry's doing. As expected, after consuming the rumble fruit, his alter ego White Horse had re-emerged after a long silence, albeit briefly, just moments after stepping out of his room, only to be suppressed by the Conqueror's haki, leading to Jerry's relentless transformation operations. For over 10 consecutive nights, White Horse attempted to create chaos and assert dominance. Yet he could not escape the fate of becoming a pig-headed figure. Ultimately, starting 2 days ago, he ceased to make appearances. With your current dashing looks as the second disciple, what fans are you expecting? Get lost. Don't scare away the big fish I was about to catch. Jerry waved his hand dismissively at Cavendish. He then turned his attention back to the fish float, genuinely sensing the signs of a catch. Sure enough, disturbances soon erupted on the surface of the sea. Bang! The water surface bulged rapidly, sending splashes flying. Jerry's eyes sparkled, and he quickly stood up, excitedly shouting, "Wow! I caught a sea beast!" Meow, meow. 2 calls echoed, one from the sea and the other from the ship, revealing a creature resembling a cat surfacing from the water, while Cordaz curiously peered at it from the ship's edge. The others cast a glance at the vast sea, considerably larger than their vessel, before shifting their gaze to the fishhook held aloft by Jerry, which was empty and suspended in midair. It was Scar who first posed a soul-searching question. "Is this what you refer to as fishing, Boss Jerry?" Lowering his eyes to examine the still, sharp little hook. Jerry paused for a moment before raising his head with unwavering confidence, proclaiming, "Of course. It is I who caught it and then released it, otherwise. How could it have surfaced? Stop kidding around. This is the sea, the waters of Alabasta, home to marine beasts that the locals revere as sacred creatures, surfacing from time to time. However, the well-informed Scar was not swayed by Jerry's bravado and promptly corrected him, offering information to the group. "Oh, are we nearing Alabasta? What is this country like? Are there any delicious foods?" Ace inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity, feeling that aside from culinary delights, there was little else to captivate his attention. Ignoring the rapidly descending waters, Scar noted the collective focus of the others and, after retrieving a map from the cabin, began to share what he knew. "Well, this nation has not seen rain in many places, except for the capital, Arabasta, for over a year. It is said to be due to the king's use of a forbidden dancing powder. However, that does not concern us passing travelers. Returning to our topic of interest, the local cuisine features various unique grilled meats, which you can easily inquire about, Boss Ace. Additionally, the canola flower port produces perfumes, where we can also resupply our provisions." He continued, "As for the other details, the drought has left us with only the dream city of Rain and its largest casino, the Rain Banquet, to discuss." As Scar's words settled, he observed Ace lost in a reverie of culinary fantasies, while Karina had initially shown interest in the mention of perfume, only to be overshadowed by the allure of the casino. Meanwhile, Cavendish, upon hearing the words Dream City, had reverted to his usual handsome demeanor, lost in his own delight. Casting a glance at the distracted group, Dias rubbed his temples and coughed lightly. "So, shall we simply resupply and leave, or indulge in some entertainment first? I wish to see the beautiful maidens of this foreign land." Brooke exclaimed jovially. "Need it be said?" "Ha ha ha." Jerry chuckled in agreement, gesturing toward their companions. Ultimately, after deliberation, it was decided that Dias, Ace, Scar, and Brooke would head to the canola flower port for resupply before pursuing other activities. Jerry, accompanied by Gallet and Karina, along with Kodaz, Cavendish, and his steed Farrelou, would take a spare small boat up the St. Door River of Alabasta into the interior, proceeding on foot directly to the Rain City. Soon, the group parted ways at the canola flower port. As noon approached, Jerry and his companions gazed upon the indistinct city emerging from the vast land before them, confirming with their map that this was indeed their destination. "Hey, you eccentric fisherman," Scar remarked. "This casino is the domain of the warlord crocodile. Are we safe just walking in?" Karina and Gallet, cloaked and riding on the diminutive Kodaz, turned to ask. Given the vast expanse of the Alabasta kingdom, many areas were desert, and the daytime heat was stifling, prompting most people to don cloaks to avoid sunburn. Even under the blazing sun, most would cover up. Gallet, being of the fur tribe, was typically more resistant to heat than cold, but given some time, she would adapt. "Not to worry. I would prefer if you were absent," Jerry quipped with a smirk, without waiting for Gallet and the others to respond. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and led the way forward. "Since we are here, let us indulge ourselves." The rest exchanged glances but said nothing further. Following Jerry's lead into the Rain City, the sweltering sun could not stifle the city's vibrancy, as streets brimmed with life, showcasing a vitality distinct from other cities in Alabasta. "What a lively scene. I wonder how many fans will come asking for autographs," mused Cavendish, who, aside from donning an additional cloak, had not altered his ostentatious attire. Continuing to flaunt his style atop his tongue-lolling steed, Farrelou, while toying with a wilting rose due to the lack of water. Indeed, his flamboyant demeanor attracted countless admiring glances from naive young girls and older women, who whispered excitedly among themselves. "Is he not parched?" Jerry remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Cavendish, who was preening and posing, gesturing for him to pay attention to the nearly dehydrated Farrelou. "No, even if I were thirsty, I must first quench the spirits of my fans," Cavendish declared, removing his hat and tossing his flowing hair. Farrelou, in perfect sync, lifted his head and puffed out his chest, exuding an air of rejuvenation and grandeur. Seeing this, Jerry slapped his forehead, deciding to ignore the peculiar pair. The Rain Banquet Casino was situated at the center of a lake, surrounded by water, with a broad bridge leading to its main entrance. Observing the building adorned with an alligator-shaped roof and the sign at the entrance, Jerry nodded slightly, affirming, "This is it, the Rain Banquet Casino." With that, he took the lead toward the grand door. As Jerry and his companions approached, the eyes of the casino attendants widened, as if confirming the identity of the visitors. After several comparisons and confirmations of Jerry's visage, the attendant at the door quickly bowed in respect. "Welcome, esteemed guests." One of the lead attendants stepped forward, bowing deeply. "It is our pleasure to host you. May I inquire if you wish to visit the VIP room?" "You're far too eager, cough cough. No need to fuss over us. You may continue your duties." Jerry waved dismissively, and the group moved directly to the service desk to exchange for chips. As they observed the figures darting about within the casino, a young attendant whispered to his superior, "Boss, who are they? Why should we be cautious in our speech?" The leader shook his head, lowering his voice seriously. "Humph, it's fortunate you heeded my advice and are not as careless as usual. As for their identities, you ought to keep better track of the news. That man with the fishing rod recently defeated the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, boasting a bounty of 990 million. He is a formidable figure." The young attendant's jaw dropped in shock. "What? That's him." The leader swiftly covered his mouth. "What are you shouting about? Are you tired of living?" Gazing at the distinguished guests who had dispersed into the crowd, the leader sighed in relief and promptly retrieved a telephone snail to report the situation to his superiors. Gallet, after curiously glancing around, played a few rounds but was soon halted by Karina, who noted her carefree nature, unconcerned with rules or outcomes. "Hee, Sister Karina, yours will be gone soon too. Shall we go grab some food over there? There's so many desserts," Gallet proclaimed, uninterested in the gaming tables. Her sole desire focused on the buffet in a nearby eatery. "Fine," Karina replied, glancing at her empty hands, her expression drooping as she acquiesced. Despite possessing a vast fortune in gold, she was not one to despise money. She had merely been testing the waters and was fortunate not to have exchanged too many chips at the outset. Jay casually strolled about until he arrived at a roulette table, where he spotted a familiar figure. He greeted the individual and took a seat. "Oh, blind uncle, you are here too? Hello. It's been a while, young man." The person, dressed in a purple ensemble and draped in a linen cloak, was enthusiastically placing bets. Upon hearing the greeting, he raised his hand in response. White, did I win?" he inquired softly, tilting his head. "Indeed, uncle, you have won. Shall we place another bet?" "I'll follow your lead," Jerry replied with a smile, glancing at the dealer who seemed to have received some news. "All right, let us bet on white again," he exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. "Let us place the bets," Jerry declared, casually wagering all his chips. "Young man, why are you going all in right away? Don't do that. I've lost several rounds before." The man hurriedly attempted to prevent Jerry's actions, but Jerry, unfazed, responded, "No worries. I recently came into a bit of fortune. This is just pocket change. Come, uncle, as promised, I'll treat you to some dried fish. Care for taste?" Jerry pulled out several bags of fish snacks and began to enjoy them himself. The man paused, then smilingly accepted the fragrant and spicy fish. "Ha! Please forgive my rudeness. I shall indulge a bit." When Gallet and Karina returned with Kodak, they found the scene in disarray. For some unknown reason, a rowdy group of gamblers stood beside a table, with Cavendish surrounded by a throng of women, all watching intently. As they squeezed through the crowd, they discovered a roulette table packed with gamblers, among whom Jerry and the man were most conspicuous, delighting in their winnings. It appeared that luck was indeed favoring the man, as Jerry had hardly lost since he sat down. Besides an initial all-in bet, his subsequent wagers varied in size, and soon a small mountain of chips accumulated beside him, prompting the attendant to bring a cart to carry them. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of surrounding gamblers, as this was the dream city of Alabasta, where most visitors harbored dreams of overnight wealth. Even if one night proved insufficient, 2 nights would suffice for their aspirations. The Yuyan Casino was the largest in the kingdom, known to be the domain of the heroic Shakloctal and had never been marred by scandal, thus maintaining a stellar reputation among gamblers. "Ahem, I think we should call it a day. Playing with you has been quite a delightful experience," the man declared, sensing the arrival of troublesome guests. "Let us continue next time." He swallowed the last of the fish, gathered his winnings, and prepared to leave. "You should take some of these snacks with you," Jerry remarked, eyeing Karina, who seemed entranced by the prospect of wealth. He shook his head and handed a small bag of snacks from the system to the man. "Ah, thank you, young man. Your delicious food rivals my favorite buckwheat noodles." The man accepted the offer, feeling it inappropriate to return it to Jerry. He expressed his gratitude before whispering, "If there is nothing else, it would be wise for you to leave quickly." "All right, I understand. Uncle, you go ahead. We plan to explore outside a bit longer." Jerry waved goodbye with a smile before turning to Karina. "You should go exchange these chips first." "Why didn't you say so?" "Leave it to me," she replied, seizing a small cart piled high with chips and darting toward the exchange counter. Jerry clapped his hands, stood up, and swiftly cast his fishing rod. "What do you ruffians think you're doing?" The fishing line ensnared a burly man, and Jerry remarked coolly, Of course there is a share for those who see." The man's accomplices hesitated, and one young man, with a sinister expression, realized their intentions were exposed and ominously said, before Jerry's derisive laughter could fade. The young man suddenly found himself on the ground. "What? Attack!" The group of thugs seemed oblivious to the vast disparity in strength. Seeing Jerry strike first and become encircled, someone shouted, and they lunged forward. In response, Jerry swung his fishing rod, using the ensnared man as a weapon, flinging him about. By the time onlookers regained their senses, Jerry had joined Gallet and Cavendish in a calm retreat. Ultimately, the trio exited the casino, parading their winnings of over 10 million berries under the envious and resentful gazes of many gamblers. Inside the casino, the lead staff member, drenched in cold sweat, reported the situation to the higher-ups, praying for mercy from his boss. That insufferable brat. How dare he cause trouble in my establishment? Crocodile muttered, putting down the small communicator. He had received word of Jerry's arrival in Alabasta, but was not present at the casino, as he was en route back on the back of his vehicle. The Crocodile. Upon learning of the financial loss, Crocodile seethed with anger. It was money he had earned for BW Studio and his own schemes. How you plan to handle this? His partner, Nico Robin, inquired with a light chuckle. Though they were partners, each harbored ulterior motives, and thus Robin was unconcerned about witnessing Crocodile's downfall. It depends. If the dragon fist possesses something, I may not even need to intervene, Crocodile mused, his eyes glinting as he gazed toward the rain. The incident in Water 7 involving the Black Tortoise Pirates had stirred quite a commotion, and through various inquiries, Crocodile had a rough idea of what Jerry had acquired. However, he could not yet verify its authenticity. Even if it were real, its utility remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this did not conflict with his plans in Alabasta. The distinction lay merely between a finished product and a blueprint. Given the right opportunity, he would not hesitate to claim them all. Delicious. Brooke, come try some. This barbecue is fantastic. Who knows, after you eat, maybe some meat will grow back. Ace remarked after nearly a morning of running around, as he and his companions dined at a restaurant in the center of a rapeseed flower street, having procured numerous items as requested by Dion's. Really? Then I must eat more of this meat-growing barbecue, Brooke exclaimed, seated at a corner table. The group was joyously devouring their meal when a commotion erupted outside. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. Fire Fist Ace, you are under arrest. The group froze, then turned to see Iska leading a contingent of Navy soldiers. The remaining patrons of the restaurant, many of whom were freshly disembarked pirates, erupted into chaos. Run! Amidst the crowd, a voice emerged from an unknown source, as if preordained, transforming the commotion into chaos in an instant. The streets were teeming with people, as lawbreakers and pirates scrambled for safety, while innocent civilians crouched down or sought refuge. My apologies. Act swiftly to protect the civilians. Realizing the inopportune timing of her words and actions, Jessica promptly sprang into action, apprehending the pirates who were fleeing and attempting to take hostages. Once the Navy had quelled the disorder, she discovered that AC and his companions had long vanished. In a narrow alley outside the restaurant, a few individuals moved stealthily. Diusi reflected on the naval personnel he had just encountered, whispering, Jessica has appeared, yet that vice admiral from the GUN is nowhere to be seen. They may have split into two groups. I concur, replied Sika. The Navy must be aware that we separated after landing, and the harsh desert terrain of Alabasta likely leads them to believe that Boss Jerry's abilities would be compromised, making it easier to intercept us. As they exchanged thoughts, a sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted. You lot are rather clever. Mr. Diusi, be careful. A shadow lunged forth, and Brooke instinctively leaped into action, drawing his sword with swiftness. Clang! The sharp claws of the assailant collided with Brooke's blade, producing a jarring resonance. Boom! To the astonishment of Diusi and his companions, Brooke was struck into a nearby dwelling. Upon closer inspection, they found the attacker to be a towering werewolf clad in black, sporting long braids atop its head. Who are you? Seeking death. AC, having turned to assess the situation, shouted as he prepared to deliver a punch to the werewolf. However, he sensed a swift and lethal strike approaching from behind. Not here. Do not think you can escape. Yisuke's voice rang out alongside her slash. As the Navy appeared from another direction, the werewolf laughed boisterously. Haha, this is perfect. My ambush has not been in vain. I am Gabura, a member of the world government's CP9. I advise you to hand over the documents obtained in Water 7, or else, before he could finish, a piercing light shot forth from his side. Knight's Melody. Brooke lunged with his sword aimed at Gabura's heart. The sharp sound of slicing air reverberated as the blade connected. Gabura's instincts kicked in, and he tightened his fist to unleash a powerful counterattack. Iron block. Yet just before the punch and sword met, Brooke halted, pivoted, and soared into the air, swiftly altering his technique. Barrel waltz. His rapid change of moves caught the enemy off guard. What? Iron block. Gabura's expression shifted slightly as he frantically distributed the gathered force throughout his body to withstand the incoming attack. Hiss! Brook observed that although his strikes had landed, they merely grazed Gabura's clothing, leaving no significant wounds, only superficial cuts. Oomph. Do not think you can easily breach my iron defenses. It was evident that Gabura had mastered the 6 styles iron block, not only using it for defense, but also maintaining it while executing various techniques. Ignoring Gabura's taunts, Brook stood firm, raising his sword while murmuring to himself, "Is this the illusionary iron block that Mr. Jirui spoke of? It seems I must strive harder, attuning myself to the essence of all things." Oh, have I frightened you into silence? A perfect opportunity. Gabura's sinister grin widened as he propelled himself forward with a swift, leaping strike, Gale Wolf Kick, Revolutionary Waltz Charge. Brook's figure vanished in an instant, while AC shattered Yusuke's strike with a punch, turning to his two companions and calling out, "Daiyusi, you and Sika head back to the ship. We will follow shortly." "Understood. Be careful." Daiyusi and Sika exchanged glances before dashing away. They needed to return to the ship and prepare for departure, aware that even though they typically concealed their vessel well, they could not risk being discovered by the Navy. As AC continued to stand firm, with Daiyusi and Sika disappearing around the corner, Yusuke decisively directed her naval subordinates. "You all move around that way. Let's trap them." Confused, AC raised his chin and mused, "Oh, so Daiyusi and the others are the turtles?" Shaking his head, he spread his arms wide, declaring, "You must pass through me first. Inferno Onslaught. Are you ever going to be original? Not this again." Yusuke gazed at the wall of flames rising behind AC, feeling exasperated. The natural abilities of the Logia type truly excelled in group combat, effortlessly filtering out weaker foes. Those lacking sufficient strength could not hope to breach AC's fiery barrier. They were compelled to take a detour. If it works, it works. Observing the Navy temporarily hindered, AC gave himself a thumbs up, then prepared to confront Yusuke's furious strikes. Compared to before, Yusuke's mastery of Haki had improved, forcing AC to either block or evade her every attack. However, after the battles on Sky Island, AC had harnessed all three forms of Haki. With his observation Haki activated, he effortlessly countered Yusuke's onslaught. In stark contrast to ACSE's, the clash between Brook and CP9's Gabura had escalated into an intense duel. Despite multiple hits, Brook found it increasingly challenging to inflict significant damage on his adversary. He began to heighten his awareness, channeling his senses to guide his strikes. "Though I'm unaware of your intentions, I shall not afford you any chances." Sensing Brook's unusual focus, Gabura resolved not to stand idly by and let the enemy execute their plan. With a sudden leap into the air, Gabura executed an agile maneuver, targeting Brook with a descending finger technique. Moonlight 10-finger shot. Ding! Instinctively raising his sword to block. Brook found himself sent flying due to the vast disparity in their powers. Boom! He crashed against the decaying wall of a nearby house, a cloud of dust erupting around him. A mere skeleton seeks to play tricks? Watch as I devour your bones clean." Gabura laughed triumphantly, reveling in the realization of their power disparity. In the swirling dust, Brook slowly shook his explosive hair and began to rise once more. He patted his gentlemanly attire, raised his head, and pointed his sword at Jabula. A flicker of understanding dawned upon me. "Thank you for your practice. Ha ha ha. Now, let us see how you fare against the temperature of the underworld." With that, Burik's demeanor shifted. Even amidst the sweltering heat of Alabasta, a chilling aura began to emanate, causing the air to grow suddenly cold. This change made Jabula's heart tighten involuntarily, and he slowly retracted his smile, his expression growing grave. Storm Wolfpack. He resolved to take the initiative, launching a fierce attack with a swift kick. The slashing wave transformed into 4 wolf shapes, charging towards Burik like a pack of wolves descending from the mountains. However, Burik remained unhurried, leisurely advancing towards his adversary. Just as the wolf-shaped slashes were about to reach him, Burik's figure abruptly vanished from sight. "What? Iron block?" Jabula's eyes widened in disbelief as he frantically scanned his surroundings, yet he could not detect any trace of his foe. Nevertheless, he instinctively unleashed his prized technique. Iron block. In the next moment, Burik materialized behind Jabula like a specter, taking a few measured steps forward and calmly declared, "Iron block is hardly sufficient to safeguard you. What nonsense are you spouting? You cannot harm me. If you have the skill, come again." Upon hearing this, Jabula quickly sensed his surroundings, finding no peculiarities. Thus, he turned to continue taunting his opponent. The no song, 3-ding arrow tail, slash. Burek raised his sword staff, gradually sheathing it, and with it came an almost imperceptible chill that swept across Diabol's chest. Sizzle. You. How would you pierce through Ugg? Before he could finish, the crimson stain on Diabol's chest rapidly expanded, blood spilling uncontrollably from his mouth, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. My fruit ability seems to have yet to be fully developed, but I believe I have a rough idea of how to proceed. Ha ha ha. After murmuring to himself, Burek waved to Ace on the other side of the alley. Mr. Ace, shall we take our leave? Certainly. Coming right away. Ace responded while dodging Isuka's next strike. Solar Flame. He raised his hand to unleash an attack, maintaining the blazing firewall of flames. Time to go. He then shouted, turning and dashing through the searing firewall, racing alongside Burek towards the docked ship. Galote, you've had quite a bit to drink. Are you feeling better? On the street, observing Galote gulping down several large cups of water, Karina reached out to gently wipe the sweat from her brow. Yes, though it is still quite hot. Galote nodded, having somewhat adapted to Alabastis' oppressive climate. Although she still felt a slight discomfort, it was a marked improvement compared to when she first arrived. Meow. Kadazi was also drinking from a small container hanging around its neck, similarly affected by the heat. Let's continue searching for the next shop to rest in, suggested Jerry, as being indoors would be relatively cooler. No sooner had he spoken than a figure riding a white horse dashed by like the wind, pursued by a number of women. The eccentric sight of Cavendish being chased around on horseback, seemingly enjoying the attention, prompted Jerry to exclaim in wonder. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd ahead, prompting Jerry and his companions to halt and turn their gazes towards the disturbance. Celestial dragons and CP0? How could they appear here? Karina pulled the two into the corner of a shop to hide. A luxurious carriage, drawn by two burly men shackled in chains, revealed two figures adorned with transparent helmets seated inside. Accompanying them was a man dressed in white, his face concealed by a floral mask, along with several black-clad attendants. The distinctive attire made their identities unmistakable. The helmeted man and woman were undoubtedly celestial dragons. The portly male celestial dragon, visibly agitated, glanced around while grumbling, "Sister, this country is utterly dull, and the heat has caused several of my slaves to perish from thirst. I merely wish to experience the cities and landscapes of the great desert, yet you insisted on accompanying me. Now that we have arrived at your dream city, you should refrain from further complaints." The more conventionally attractive female, celestial dragon, shot her brother a sidelong glare, seemingly tired of his incessant complaints. Ahead lies the Yuyan Casino, is it not? I have heard it is owned by one of the 7 warlords. Indeed, I report to you, Lord Croft, that the Yuyan Casino is directly ahead. Operated by the 7 warlords Shah, Kalua Kadar, a black-clad figure resembling a butler respectfully provided the information, casting his gaze towards the commoners organized along the roadside. All bowing their heads in submission, the male celestial dragon, Lord Croft, frowned, mumbling, "This place is equally mundane. Let us hasten to that casino." The black-clad butler obediently acknowledged and was about to lead the entourage onward when an urgent call from a nearby alley interrupted. "Stop. Do not proceed any further. The street ahead is crowded." Everyone turned their attention to the source, where a 6-year-old girl, beaming with joy, rode upon a large duck, galloping with glee. Behind her, a boy just over 10 years old chased after her, loudly demanding that she stop. "Hee, brother, you are such a fool. You cannot catch me in duck. Naya. The little girl and the duck, while running, turned back playfully, oblivious to what lay ahead. And in an instant, bang, she accidentally collided with the side of the luxurious carriage. This sudden incident rendered the celestial dragons and their attendants inside the carriage momentarily silent. That is a child of the Doyer family. They shook. Do not make a sound. Alas, in the street, the many residents kneeling on the ground witnessed this scene and began to murmur quietly, but soon fell silent. "Sister, are you all right?" The boy gasped in shock, rushing to the fallen girl and carefully helping her to her feet. "Yes, brother, my hand hurts badly." The girl rubbed her arm, her face contorted in pain, clearly having injured herself in the collision. The boy anxiously glanced at her arm, where a noticeable bruise and swelling had appeared. He gently stroked the girl's hair before turning to the now standing Duck. "I shall take you back for treatment immediately. Duck, can you still run?" Seeing Duck nod, he comforted the girl while assisting her onto Duck's back. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and bowed apologetically to the carriage. "Ah, I almost forgot. I'm terribly sorry for bumping into your carriage." Originally expressionless, Lord Croft, who had been silently observing from within the carriage, suddenly erupted into a shrill laugh. How amusing. You think you can just walk away after colliding with our carriage? Not a chance. Allow me to escort you. As his words fell, under the bewildered and terrified gaze of the boy, Lord Croft abruptly drew a pistol from his waist, the dark muzzle aimed directly at the girl sprawled atop Duck. Bang! No! The boy instinctively leaped onto his sister. Brother. The sudden gunfire erupted like thunder, causing the little girl to scream in terror. She sensed her brother's body lunging towards her, shielding her completely beneath him, unaware of the events that had just unfolded. Reacting instinctively to her fright, she reflexively clung to her brother, only to unexpectedly feel a damp sensation on her hands. Her heart quivered, and just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice came from behind. Cough, cough. Yeah, quickly shield your sister, the little boy whispered to the duck that he had knocked down alongside him. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Before the little boy could finish his words, a barrage of gunfire erupted again, accompanied by maniacal laughter. Ha ha, let us see how many bullets you can withstand. Amidst the crazed laughter, the celestial dragon, Keluofiut Shung relentlessly pulled the trigger, as if seeking to unleash all the pent-up frustration and brutal emotions that had accumulated since his arrival in this country. The little girl finally turned her head slowly under her brother's protection, only to be confronted by a sight that horrified her, a distorted stranger, wildly firing bullets in her direction. Soon, the gunfire ceased, and Keluofiut Shung's maniacal laughter faded. After catching his breath, he gazed at the bizarre scene before him, perplexed, and asked him, Why are you still alive? Why are my bullets suspended in midair? At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps shattered the tranquility of the street, accompanied by a mocking voice. Hey, that is a bit excessive, isn't it? Even a psychopath should have some limits. If not, I suggest you check Baidu. Jerry, cloaked in black, strolled nonchalantly down the street, drawing the attention of various onlookers, wearing oversized slippers and puffing on a large cigar. Earlier, he had been observing from around the corner with Karina and others, who had advised him to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, when the celestial dragon fired the first shot, Jerry merely condensed some moisture to form a minuscule, thin shield, discreetly mitigating some of the bullet's impact for the little boy. The dampness the little girl felt was a mixture of blood and water. Jerry had previously noticed the arid air of the desert region, where moisture content was relatively low. However, it was sufficient for him to discreetly employ small-scale water manipulation techniques without significant repercussions, compared to the desolate desert outside the city. The urban area was slightly more humid due to the presence of water flow. Jerry and his companions initially thought that the boy's minor injury might satisfy the celestial dragon's cruel desires, thus bringing an end to the conflict. However, they did not anticipate the unyielding brutality of their adversary, who seemed intent on a fight to the death. Who are you? Is this your doing? Keluofiut Shung asked, pointing at the bullets still hovering in the air, squinting his eyes ominously. Me? Kilukidaya. For my sake, let us just forget this matter, Jerry replied, maintaining his stride while pulling the cigar from his mouth, wearing an infuriating expression. Kilukidaya? That's 7 warlords? Keluofiut Shung blinked in confusion, glancing back at his silent sister, who was quietly watching the scene unfold. Soon, Jerry reached the boy's side, and in the midst of the two children's bewildered expressions, he bent down to help them up, softly instructing, You two, just go home obediently. Oh, okay, thank you, big brother. The boy suddenly snapped to attention, hurriedly expressing his gratitude, realizing that it was this stranger who had saved him. Esteemed sir, he is not Kilokir, but Dragon Fist Jerry. Although Jerry mimicked Kilokir's tone and mannerisms quite convincingly. Unfortunately for him, the CP0 member in the pattern mask was not face-blind and quickly recognized Jerry's identity. Upon hearing this, Keluofiut Shung's mind shifted gears, and he roared with a distorted expression, swiftly drawing his pistol. I don't care if he is Ada or Jerry. Anyone who blocks me shall die. Bang, bang, bang. Jerry stood his ground, turning his head to watch as the two children hurriedly disappeared into the alley, allowing the bullets to fly toward him, yet halting just before making contact. Once the celestial dragon emptied his gun, Jerry's gaze returned to the scene. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. If I were Ada, I would have transformed into a super scion and crushed you long ago. Clenching his fists, Jerry continued nonchalantly, but without that Jerry is still formidable. Raging Gale, noticing Jerry's poised readiness and aware of his high bounty and dangerous prowess, the CP0 member in white attire chose to strike first, delivering a sharp kick aimed at Jerry. Following that, he accelerated with the technique known as shave, closing in on Jerry in an instant. Oh, then I must defend myself. Jerry deftly sidestepped the slashing kick, responding calmly. As he spoke, a fishing rod suddenly appeared in his hand, swiftly swinging it toward the approaching CP0 member. Protect the two adults. Seeing the fierce battle erupt between them, the black-clad butler urgently shouted to the surrounding attendants, directing the two slave drivers to pull the carriage away from the battlefield. Oh no, the Navy is coming. Cavendish, having galloped back from who knows where, quickly spotted Karina and the others hiding around the corner and called out a warning. Thanks to the thunder fruit, Cavendish had successfully awakened his observation hockey, which allowed him to sense a wide range, though not yet to the extent of Enel, who could cover an entire country. Cavendish's shout successfully diverted the attention of those present from the confrontation between Jerry and the patterned masked man. Indeed, as soon as Cavendish's words fell, a group of Navy personnel clad in uniforms appeared behind him. Then why don't you lead them away? Why come here? Cavendish's reckless behavior of drawing the wolves into the fold prompted an anxious shout from Karina. Huh, I thought you might not know, so I came closer to inform you. Cavendish replied, exuding confidence while flicking his hair. Besides, among those Navy ladies, there might be some of my fans. As an idol, I can't just turn and flee at the first sight of them. I would lose fans. Karina rolled her eyes and gently tapped the curious Galat, saying, ignore him. K to Z, let's hide over there. Noticing the Navy's gaze locking onto them, Karina waved her hand and mounted K to Z with Galat, ready to shift their position when a crescent-shaped slash suddenly struck from the side. Meow. K to Z swiftly turned, raising a paw to slash and shatter the incoming crescent. They all turned their attention to the source of the attack, spotting two oddly shaped figures in black clothing approaching slowly. One resembled a kabuki actor with long white hair and a metallic staff, while the other had a round body and head topped with light green hair, most notably featuring a zipper across its mouth. The two were none other than CP9's Wei Chu and Tu Ying, who had come to the island along with Gabra to carry out their mission. Oh, to think this big cat could easily withstand my raging gale. It's no ordinary creature. The figure resembling a kabuki performer leaned towards K to Z and spoke in a peculiar tone. Are you being overly complacent? That is merely a pet. The rotund-headed eagle inquired. Karina and her companions observed the two engage in a comedic exchange, but soon noticed the Navy personnel advancing rapidly. Just as they contemplated taking action, a piercing scream from Jerry echoed, followed by the sound of something colliding and shattering. Wow! Crash! Upon closer inspection, other muffled groans were intermingled with the commotion. This unexpected scene drew the attention of everyone present. They beheld Jerry, seemingly struck and gravely injured, lying on the ground. Galat's eyes widened in alarm as she rushed forward. Brother Jerry! However, Karina quickly reached out to restrain her, saying, Galat, do not act impulsively. Let us first ascertain what he is up to. Unlike Galat's urgency, Karina maintained a level-headed demeanor. Despite their frequent quarrels, she firmly believed that the fisherman could not be so easily defeated. After all, while Jerry appeared to be writhing in pain on the ground, Karina noticed that he seemed to be pinning another individual beneath him. Quick, rescue Lord Croft! The black-clad butler exclaimed instinctively, his entourage equally aghast. In the earlier skirmish, Jerry had unexpectedly been sent flying. His body not only smashed the luxurious carriage housing two celestial dragons, but also knocked Lord Croft to the ground, pinning him beneath. Another celestial dragon, Sabrina Gong, was protected by a swift aide, lying nearby on the ground. Dragon Fist, how dare you assault a celestial dragon? The CP0 clown-faced man also wore a shocked expression, fully convinced that his attack had not harmed Jerry. Yet at that moment, Jerry had suddenly soared backward at an astonishing speed. Cough, you slanderous scoundrel. You were the one who sent me flying. Do not assume that merely speaking loudly allows you to evade responsibility. Jerry clutched his chest, struggling to articulate in a weak and pained tone. As he saw the clown-faced man prepare to retort, he rose unsteadily and, with a trembling finger, exclaimed as if a revelation had struck him. Oh, I understand now. You must harbor grievances against the celestial dragons and seize this opportunity for vengeance. As Jerry stood, everyone clearly observed Lord Croft's already rotund face swell grotesquely. Blood splattering everywhere, his helmet shattered into pieces, leaving him in a semi-conscious state. This sight gripped the clown-faced man's heart with an invisible hand, as he realized he was likely doomed. Subsequently, his expression darkened, and he charged forward with a near-mad fervor. I will have you dead, despite his extreme rage. The clown-faced man retained a shred of rationality, catching sight of the approaching Guillaume behind him and bellowed, Guillaume, Vice Admiral. This is a significant incident involving the celestial dragons. Do you not hasten to apprehend this scoundrel alongside us? He understood that capturing Jerry here was his only chance for survival. Iron Claw. The anticipated counterattack posed no threat to Jerry, who wore a sly smile as he fell backward. While evading the enemy's assault, he once again crashed down upon Lord Croft, stealthily delivering an elbow to the hefty celestial dragon. Ugh! This sudden blow jolted Lord Croft awake momentarily, eliciting a piercing scream before he succumbed back into unconsciousness. Everyone, charge! Drive him away! At this sight, the black-clad butler immediately led the charge, and the aides snapped out of their shock, ferociously pouncing upon Jerry and the celestial dragon he had used as a shield. Bang! 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 The sounds of bodies colliding and muffled groans echoed amidst the chaotic crowd. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of the clown-faced CP0 man and Gyon, a terrified scream erupted from the throng. Stop! That pirate has vanished! What? Who was struck? The crowd hastily dispersed, revealing a grotesquely disfigured, corpulent figure lying on the ground. Oh, see, I knew you all harbored grievances against him. TSK, TSK, such brutality. The world truly is in decline. With the civilians having been safely evacuated by the Navy, Jerry stood on the empty street, holding a din mushy, sternly chastising everyone. In that moment, he resembled a bystander elevated on a moral pedestal. What have you done to my brother? Sabrina Gong, who had been in a daze since Jerry's collision with the carriage, finally reacted, her voice rising in fury. Without hesitation, she drew a pistol and aimed it at the aides, pulling the trigger without a moment's pause. The gunfire rang out continuously, and none of the aides dared to resist. They merely crouched down, hands over their heads, silently praying that she would exhaust her ammunition and cease her wrath, hoping not to become her next target. As subordinates of the celestial dragons, they typically wielded their authority with impunity. Yet they understood all too well the terror of the celestial dragons and the dire consequences of defiance. Seizing the opportunity, Jerry glanced toward the battlefield, where Galat was engaged in combat with the kabuki performer of CP9, while Karina was mounted on K to Z, facing off against the rotund eagle. Looking around, Karina noticed the Navy was dispersing, evidently attempting to encircle them. In exasperation, she turned to the preening Cavendish beside her, producing a fruit from seemingly nowhere and hurling it at him. Hey, Cavendish, wake up. We need to break out first. Hearing this, the eagle unzipped his mouth and, in a habitual outburst, shouted, Awaken. You cannot escape. Quickly hand over the design of the Pluto, so we can return and report. Ha ha ha. Having just spoken, he quickly covered his mouth, realizing he might have let something slip. At this, Jerry's eyes lit up, and before Karina and the others could respond, he exclaimed in surprise. What? How did you know I possessed the Pluto design? After his exclamation, Jerry swiftly covered his mouth with one hand while clutching the small bag he had carried since disembarking. Subsequently, in the midst of the gathering crowd's gaze, he appeared to suddenly regain his composure, waving his hands. Forget what I just said. You all didn't hear anything. Withdraw. Observing his flustered demeanor, the crowd could only express their bewilderment, as if a bead of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Nevertheless, the information inadvertently disclosed by him and the eagle naturally reached the ears of those present, capturing their attention. Are you foolish? How could that go unheard? Do you think everyone is deaf? Karina, perplexed by Jerry's antics, quickly adopted an expression of indignation. The next moment, a deep male voice suddenly pierced through the awkward atmosphere. Oomph, causing a ruckus on my turf. Do you have a death wish? A gust of wind and sand swept through as a figure materialized. The newcomer sported a slick-back hairstyle, smoked a large cigar, bore a long scar across his face, had a golden hook for a left hand, and donned a black fur coat, exuding an air of arrogance. Jerry glanced at the coat and cigar of the newcomer, then turned his head left and right to examine his own attire, perplexed, and said, Isn't my outfit quite similar? As he spoke, he took a puff from his cigar, exuding an air of audacious confidence. You look like a ghost, Karina shouted angrily. Crocodile? Just in time. The dragon punch has attacked the celestial dragons. You must immediately cooperate with me and Vice Admiral Shiwan to capture them. Upon seeing the newcomer reveal himself, the CP0 man with a painted face felt a surge of joy, sensing that their chances of victory had significantly increased. To avoid complications, he began issuing orders, intending to command Crocodile, while simultaneously darting towards Jerry with the speed of a released arrow. Observing the situation, Shiwan discreetly glanced at the celestial dragon, who had been beaten into a pulp, sighed softly, and moved to follow the painted face man's lead. Crocodile was never one to easily take orders from others. However, given the current circumstances, surrounding and subduing Jerry was undoubtedly in his best interest. In his heart, he had his own plans, namely the legendary design of the Pluto. Earlier, Crocodile had yet to confirm whether Jerry possessed this item or if the blueprints were genuine. However, the words of CP9's member, the Eagle, did not seem fabricated in the slightest, although Jerry's exaggerated expressions and actions caused him to hesitate momentarily. He ultimately chose to adopt a better safe than sorry attitude and made his presence known. Crocodile disdainfully refused to respond directly to the painted face man's orders, merely snorting coldly as he raised his hand, preparing to launch a long-range attack. However, just as the sandstorm, controlled by the powers of the Sansan fruit, began to swirl, Crocodile suddenly found his vision obscured. In the next instant, his body was abruptly severed in two. "You must be the Sand Crocodile? What do you intend to do to our captain?" Lightning crackled around him as Cavendish elegantly swung his sword, squinting at the man who had transformed into sand and was reforming. Lightning? Crocodile turned in surprise, fixating his gaze on Cavendish, who had suddenly appeared and struck him with a sword. "Guess correctly, and I'll reward you with a strike of thunder." Cavendish responded with a smile, bringing his sword down forcefully. A thunderclap resonated as a bolt of lightning struck Crocodile squarely, causing his form to disintegrate into dust in an instant. This strike of thunder startled everyone present, interrupting the standoff between Karina and the CP9 members. Under the varied expressions of the onlookers, Cavendish savored the satisfaction of being the center of attention. "Thunderfruit?" After a brief moment of silence, Shiyuan inquired with curiosity. "Ha ha ha, indeed. I am the embodiment of lightning." Seizing the rare opportunity, Cavendish tossed a rose into the air, transforming into a flash of lightning that raced across the sky, catching the stem of the flower in his mouth. To Jerry and the others, it seemed as though Cavendish was surrounded by special effects as he spun around rapidly, indulging in a series of flamboyant poses. Although Jerry found Cavendish's antics somewhat ridiculous, they captivated the attention and cheers of many civilian girls and elderly women. However, before he could maintain his pose for even 2 seconds, a sudden sand blade sliced him in half from head to toe. "Who do you think I am?" Crocodile's forehead bulged with veins, vowing not to allow his heroic image in the eyes of the people of this nation to be tarnished, as it was crucial to his grand scheme. Thus, he resolved to reclaim his dignity at Cavendish's expense. Otherwise, being struck down by a pirate would severely undermine the heroic image he had long cultivated. "My rose." In an instant, Cavendish restored his form, glaring at the wilted rose in his hand, and charged furiously toward Crocodile. Jerry quickly surveyed the battlefield, contending with the desperate painted face man and the combat-ready Shiyuan. While muttering to himself, the scene was divided into 3 battlefields and several factions, including the Celestial Dragons retreating quietly to the street corner under the guidance of their subordinates and the numerous Navy forces surrounding them. Apart from the 3-on-1 confrontation involving Jerry, there was a natural battle between Cavendish and Crocodile. On the other side, the CP9 members, already battered by Gallet, were struggling against the armed Karina and the formidable Kodas. What a troublesome little girl. Wakey, increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed, had initially launched an attack with confidence. After successfully blocking several of Gallet's claw strikes with his iron block steel, his confidence surged. However, upon witnessing the crackling electricity in Gallet's hands, he began to doubt. "Kodas, perhaps you should let me down. This back and forth isn't working. We need to end this quickly." Karina, perched atop Kodas, gently patted the big cat's head, realizing her bullets could not penetrate the enemy's iron defense directly. They were only effective during sneak attacks or when coordinating with Kodas. Yet, Kodas seemed concerned that a sudden acceleration might cause her to lose balance, so he refrained from increasing his speed or aggression. Even so, their coordinated gunfire and claw strikes effectively pinned the eagle in a confined space, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Jerry, appearing fierce on the surface as he faced the painted face man's relentless assault, continued to rant angrily about CP0's accusations, claiming they were the ones who initially attacked the Celestial Dragons, yet shifted the blame onto him. In the heat of battle, Jerry's eyes sparkled with determination as he blocked Shiyuan's sword strike with his left fist. Following the momentum, he stepped back a few paces and swiftly swung his right hand, wielding a fishing rod toward the painted face man. Water blade splitting the air. The painted face man's reaction was impressive. He stomped his foot and evaded the attack using the moonwalk technique, rapidly descending through the air. His fingers extended like claws, his arm enveloped in a dangerous sheen of hockey. Finger gun, eagle strike. Boom. Ugh. Jerry's fishing rod missed its target. Instead, the painted-faced man seized the opportunity during Jerry's follow-up, landing a fierce claw strike on his chest, sending him hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, Jerry's body collided with the battlefield near Cavendish. Although Jerry feigned convincingly, Shiwan, who had engaged with him closely, sensed something amiss. She didn't believe that Jerry would be so easily hit under normal circumstances, but she couldn't fathom what he was attempting at that moment. As Jerry's form crashed heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust enveloped him, obscuring both him and the ongoing battle between Crocodile and Cavendish. Cough, cough, Crocodile. How dare you? Suddenly, Jerry's weak yet furious voice emerged from within the smoke, followed by an explosive sound. 3 shadowy figures shot out like meteors from the dust, landing simultaneously in different directions. Jerry soared back toward the street. Cavendish veered to the side, while Crocodile flew outward toward the city limits. Under the watchful gaze of many, Jerry sprang to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind as he cried out in anguish. It's gone. My blueprints. Jay anxiously groped at his waist, and as the crowd focused their gaze, they soon realized that the waist pouch he had been carrying had indeed vanished without a trace. He then continued to scream in despair, rushing towards Kelkoer. Esiaka, Ayu, return my blueprints. Although most bystanders were oblivious to the significance of the blueprints Jerry referred to, a few well-informed individuals recognized them as documents of great importance. However, even these knowledgeable observers could not ascertain whether this was merely a self-directed performance by Jerry. Forkloker was equally bewildered, regarding Jerry with a perplexed expression. Upon realizing that Jerry was lamenting the disappearance of the Pluton blueprints, Keluokiter understood that he might have been ensnared in a plot. The only remnant of their previous location, shrouded in smoke, was a conspicuous small sand dune, a trace left behind from Keluokiter's instinctive counterattack against an unseen assailant amidst the chaos. While this evidence was insufficient to substantiate claims of his attempt to seize the blueprints, it was enough to indicate that he had indeed intervened. Though Keluokiter was ostensibly a member of the government's warlords, he was acutely aware that, as a pirate, he had never truly garnered the trust of the government or the Navy, just as he would not trust them in return. Jerry, that is my opponent. Trust me, I will help you reclaim that item. Thunder roared as Cavendish arrived at Keluokiter's side before Jerry, unhesitatingly unleashing a simple yet brutal electric attack. As Jerry charged toward Keluokiter, his adversary would not allow him to proceed unimpeded. The masked man once again intercepted Jerry, launching a fierce assault, reveling in his opponent's plight. Guillaume soon joined the fray, albeit her eyes flickered with a moment of hesitation. She vaguely sensed Jerry's intentions, but chose silence. Uncertain of what had transpired between the 3 large men amidst the smoke, Guillaume harbored little affection for the warlords and was thus reluctant to meddle in their disputes. In light of the situation, the theatrical Jerry continued his raucous performance, spewing forth words with fervor. Who? All right, I'll leave old shot to you, handsome. I'll deal with this detestable pale-faced man. With a fierce glare directed at CP0, Jerry continued, if you hadn't knocked me over there. My blueprints wouldn't have been stolen, and the Celestial Dragon's framing incident wouldn't have occurred. I will settle this with you. While vocally expressing his outrage, Jerry's actions remained relentless, shifting the focus of his retaliation entirely onto the masked man. He adeptly dodged Guillaume's attacks, primarily relying on evasion and defense. In contrast, he unleashed a relentless assault on the masked man alone. After a prolonged and intense struggle among the 3, Jerry subtly adjusted his position, delivering a powerful punch that collided directly with Guillaume. Staggering backward, he feigned an inability to evade, forcefully swinging his fishing rod, trading blows with the masked man. Ugh! A sharp gasp escaped him as a strike landed on his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A mask of anguish etched across his face. Once again, he lost control, hurtling backward towards Kelko, who had just regained consciousness and was shakily rising to his feet. A resounding thud echoed as Jerry crashed into Keluokiter, sending the latter's corpulent form crashing into the wall beside the street. Still coming, the crowd clamored in disarray, urging, quickly, save Keluokiter. CP0, this is your doing. Amidst the chaotic uproar, Guillaume's lips trembled involuntarily, a strong sense of déjà vu washing over her. At that moment, the masked man, clutching his bloodied abdomen after the exchange with Jerry, could no longer deny that his opponent had been manipulating events from the shadows. The crucial realization struck him. After this turn of events, He was all but certain he would meet his demise. Driven to the brink by repeated humiliation, the masked man screamed in a frenzy, "Dragon Fist! You shall pay!" He lunged wildly towards Jerry, who had now distanced himself from the crowd. "Wait," Guillaume thought to herself, sensing the impending danger, and she too dashed towards the direction of CP0 and Jerry. "Haha, I've been waiting for you. I just gave you a few hits. It's time for you to return the favor." As CP0 approached, poised to unleash a ferocious attack, Jerry suddenly looked up, his voice low and somber. His abrupt change from a previously calm demeanor momentarily restored a semblance of clarity to the enraged, deranged CP0. However, he could no longer alter his approach, forcing himself to suppress his inner turmoil and pouring all his strength into the impending strike. Spear of the Eagle. With his right hand gripping the fishing rod, now imbued with a potent aura, several arcs of lightning surged towards its tip. Evidently, Jerry had quietly gathered his energy long before CP0 had made his move. With agile grace, Jerry shifted his body, narrowly evading the masked man's attack. Breaking Void. The whispered words echoed like a devilish incantation in the masked man's ears as Jerry's lightning-quick fishing rod pierced through the enemy's heart, granting him a visceral experience of elation. Cherry Blossom Dawn. At that moment, a sharp cry sliced through the air as Guillaume launched a desperate strike, aiming to compel Jerry to relinquish his current assault. Unbeknownst to Guillaume, Jerry was not one to engage in mere pirate games, especially after gaining strength. He typically employed his Kinbunchika haki at the onset of battle, allowing him to glean insights into his opponent's inner thoughts, unless faced with an exceptionally virtuous adversary. If he sensed an opponent's darkness exceeding his moral threshold, he would resolve the matter on the spot if the conditions permitted. Thus, as Guillaume struck fiercely, Jerry maintained his offensive stance with his right hand while swiftly raising his left to meet her attack head-on. Splat! "You!" The masked man halted abruptly, lowering his head slowly, disbelief filling his eyes as he beheld the piercing wound Jerry had inflicted upon his robust chest. Trembling fingers extended toward Jerry, his desire to utter words thwarted. He ultimately succumbed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. In a desperate bid to execute the charged attack, Jerry endured Guillaume's strike, demonstrating undeniable penetrating power, which the CP0 masked man had now confirmed through personal experience. Boom! After crashing through the wall behind him, Jerry gasped for breath, hastily staunching his wounds before stepping out of the dust-laden arena. While the masked man's strength was not to be underestimated, it paled in comparison to Guillaume's prowess. Should he have been caught off guard, he would have sustained considerable injury. Thus, although Jerry had intentionally used the masked man to entangle the celestial dragon, he had not entirely discarded the notion of a counter-scheme. To that end, he had even allowed the masked man to land a few strikes. Fortunate that he had been prepared at the time, allowing him to avoid serious harm. In an opportune moment, Jerry seized the chance to deliver a fierce blow to the celestial dragon, deliberately provoking CP0 with both words and actions. Eager to witness whether it would incite a fit of rage, causing him to lose his composure, thus providing Jerry the opportunity to eliminate him. After all, it was quite audacious of that CP0 gentleman with the painted face to orchestrate an ambush against him. Given the entanglement with the celestial dragon, it was clear that the painted man would pursue him relentlessly. As myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, Jerry clutched the gaping wound that nearly left him eviscerated. Casting a glance at the other ongoing battles, he observed that the conflict between Jaialuot and Kalina against CP9 had reached its conclusion. Jaialuot adeptly employed electric shocks, leaving his opponent bewildered, before unleashing his lethal claws to breach their defenses completely. Meanwhile, on Kalina's front against Kota Z, after Kota Z accelerated, his extraordinary agility and sharp claws, in conjunction with Kalina's well-timed sniper shots, overwhelmed their adversary, leading to his defeat. Currently, Jaialuot and Kalina had mounted Kota Z, stealthily maneuvering towards the outskirts of the city while the attention of those present was diverted by the other skirmishes. On another front, Cavendish and Crocodile were engaged in a graceful yet fierce duel, seemingly intent on transcending the swirling sands that followed them. Unbeknownst to them, their combat had shifted outside the city limits. The wind howled fiercely, and the thunder resonated deafeningly. It appeared they had triggered a fierce back-and-forth dynamic, resulting in a spectacular clash, yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Cavendish, embodying the essence of thunder, wielded his sword with movements imbued with electric energy. He fully harnessed the formidable offensive capabilities and speed of his fruit, combined with his swordsmanship, launching a flurry of dazzling and powerful strikes in the blink of an eye. Crocodile, undeterred, stood his ground. As an esteemed former Shichibukai, he had once clashed with Barrett of Roger's crew and had even challenged Whitebeard in his youth. Despite not specializing in hockey, he had mastered the development of his fruit abilities to an extraordinary level. Thus, as long as Crocodile remained vigilant and unassuming, he typically grew stronger in the face of adversity. Their battle, characterized by grandeur, was undoubtedly one of the most captivating among the several ongoing conflicts. However, while they appeared to have dismembered their opponents multiple times, they had yet to inflict any real harm upon one another. Upon witnessing Jierue's injury and CP0 incapacitated, Croft Saint, now barely recognizable, drew the attention of Sabrina Gong, who turned to Guion and cried out in a piercing, frantic voice, "Kill him." This shrill command jolted the helpless subordinates surrounding Croft Saint into action. Exchanging determined glances, they gritted their teeth and charged at Jierue with deathly intent. Jierue, with a derisive smirk, lowered his head slightly, preparing to employ his dog-beating technique, when he caught sight of a chilling flash of a sword out of the corner of his eye. As the highest-ranking officer present from the Navy, Guion, bound by duty and allegiance, could not openly defy the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, the antagonistic relationship between the Navy and pirates was well known. Thus, upon hearing Sabrina Gong's frantic call, Guion unleashed a fierce slash towards Jierue. Jierue, maintaining his stance, merely adjusted the angle of his fishing rod, then swung it with all his might. The water blade whirled. A brilliant blue luminescence expanded dramatically, slicing through the air with a piercing howl. This unmatched brilliance clashed violently with Guion's aerial slash, dissipating much of its force. However, a fraction of the remaining energy, due to its peculiar angle, cut through the air and headed straight for the black-clad subordinates and the Celestial Dragons. Sabrina Gong shrieked in panic, unaccustomed to such a perilous assault. "Protect Sabrina Gong!" The butler bellowed desperately. The black-clad subordinates, with nowhere to retreat, steeled themselves and gathered in the path of the impending attack, unleashing their most potent techniques. Their desperate defense managed to diminish some of Jierue's assault's power, ultimately dissipating against their formidable human shield. Ugh! They paid a steep price for their valiant efforts. Collapsing to the ground, bloodied and convulsing, Jierue raised his hand to shatter Guion's attack, which had also been significantly weakened, feigning weakness as he looked at the fallen individuals. "Oh, I truly apologize for injuring you. CP0's attack had quite the after effect, and I seem to have sustained significant damage, causing my technique to falter." Jierue clutched his trembling right hand to lend credence to his words. Seeing the Navy completely encircle the two Celestial Dragons, Guion advanced. His gaze subtly scanned through the crowd, noting the unconscious Croft Saint and the terrified Sabrina Gong, clicking his tongue in disapproval. "It seems today must end here," Jierue murmured, decisively turning to flee before Guion could close in. He waved toward Kota Z, signaling for a swift escape. Observing this, Kalina and Jayayuot instinctively lowered their forms, allowing Kota Z to fully unleash his flying speed. "Finally, my years of training in iron leg water walking are coming to fruition," Jierue exclaimed with a manic laugh, taking a forceful leap into the air. He glided alongside Kota Z, deftly dodging the bullets and slashes from the pursuing Navy and calling out toward the city's outskirts. "Cavendish, cease your fighting. This will not lead to anyone's demise. Clear the way." Then, Jierue gritted his teeth and shouted, "Crocodile, we shall settle the score another day. We shall meet again." Hearing this, Cavendish transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards his companions without hesitation. "Saying, Crocodile, today I will let you off the hook." His triumphant words infuriated Crocodile, showcasing the notorious conduct of the Black Star Pirates, which dictated that the louder the boast, the more valid it seemed, allowing them to claim victory even in defeat. After all, as long as one could escape swiftly after uttering bold proclamations, failure would not catch up. As Jierue and his companions soared farther away, Crocodile observed yet another futile long-range attack and gradually ceased his pursuit. His expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation as he glimpsed the Navy still in pursuit. Muttering through clenched teeth, "Damn brat, how dare you scheme against me?" He then furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "The key is how did he know?" Crocodile, resigned, shook his head, accepting the reality of being outmaneuvered by Jierue. He understood that no matter how much he denied it, Jierue's tactic of drawing fire away was not particularly sophisticated. However, as long as no one could uncover the true blueprint, he would continue to bear the suspicion. Objectively, this was indeed his domain, and to outsiders, he appeared capable of surreptitiously seizing the blueprint. Furthermore, recalling the sum of money Jerry had won at the Rain Banquet Casino only added fuel to his frustration. Although that amount of 1,000 or so belly would not cause him significant pain, Crocodile was not one to be easily perturbed, and he could quickly recover his losses. Yet, what truly enraged Crocodile was the fact that he had rushed here today only to become embroiled in this debacle. Not only did he fail to acquire the design for the underworld and reclaim his wealth, but he was also outmaneuvered by Jerry. After a moment's contemplation, Crocodile took a deep breath to steady his emotions, secretly relieved that he had instructed Nico Robin to remain hidden. This ensured the continuity of their fundamental plans. Had that unscrupulous lad encountered Nico Robin, who could predict what mischief he might have conjured in front of the world government and the Navy? Gazing at the crowd, gradually fading from view in the distance, Crocodile slowly turned away. Ahead of the throng, under the leadership of Jerry, the head of the flying squad, Kodaz was soaring with two girls, accompanied by the lightning incarnate Cavendish, heading toward the Santo River. Behind them, numerous tenacious Navy troops were in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, at a distance from Jerry and his companions, a tall blind man stood silently, making no sound or movement. After a prolonged pause, he began to stride into the vast desert. At the Santo River, aboard the Black Tortoise, having evaded the Navy's pursuit, Ace and his crew were navigating their pirate ship toward the inland. "Oh, over there, it's the signal from Boss Jerry and Cavendish-S Lightning," exclaimed Scar, who was at the helm, pointing towards the rain-soaked sky. Boom! Without hesitation, Ace raised his right hand and unleashed a colossal fire fist straight into the air. Indeed, they were not far now. "Let us go." In the air, Jerry and his group raced with astonishing speed. During their journey, he activated a broad range of Kinbunchikahaki, which, combined with his innate perception, confirmed that Dias and the others were approaching. Without delay, he conjured a slender stream of water and sent it skyward. Observing this, Cavendish also released a thunderous blast into the heavens. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ace responded with his fire fist. Landing on the deck, Jerry laughed heartily. "We're back. Glad to be back, Jerry." "It's your turn to take the helm now," Dias replied, noticing the figure of Ji Yuan gradually materializing in the distance. Succinctly recounting their encounters. Boom! The sound of cannon fire suddenly erupted as a warship approached from the direction of the sea entrance, heading directly towards their pirate vessel before floating at a safe distance on the water surface. "Well then, we should leave," Jerry nodded, promptly manipulating the currents, leading the crew beneath the waves, escaping from Alabasta. "What? You encountered a celestial dragon?" Across the vast ocean, after a day of fleeing, the sky had darkened, and the crew was hosting a barbecue party on deck, reminiscing about their experiences in Alabasta, leaving Dias and the others speechless. "Yes, based on my years of medical experience. That pig-headed celestial dragon will likely leak even if repaired, let alone the uncertainty of a successful fix," Jerry asserted with professional conviction. Dias shot him a glance. "You have no medical experience. Your experience lies in committing violence." "Well, they're just two words, quite similar, but that is how it is," Jerry waved dismissively, urging him not to dwell on the details. "Well, there's nothing to be done. However, according to your argument, even if you were to deflect blame while fighting, they probably won't accept it," Dias remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement, realizing Jerry had nearly charged at the celestial dragon, pointing fingers and ready to strike. Although publicly the blame had been shifted to CP0, the celestial dragon and his entourage, including the Navy and the reporters present, likely would not naively assume that the injuries on the celestial dragon were merely the result of CP0's attack, causing enemies to inadvertently collide. Unless, of course, the reporters were all fabricators, eager to stir chaos. Ace, with a mix of nostalgia and anger in his eyes, clenched his fists, declaring, "Let them be beaten. Those vermin are nothing but evil, and innocent children should not perish at their hands without a cause." "I concur with Mr. Ace. Though this matter has left my heart racing," Brooke chimed in, patting his chest. "Oh yes, indeed, Boss Jerry. Despite my trembling legs, I support you." Scar feigned composure, giving a thumbs up. Upon first hearing the news, Scar felt a chill of exhilaration. As an informant, he understood the immense power and influence of the celestial dragons. This time, as they sailed on the golden ship, the situation was distinctly different. The previous incident had been neatly swept under the rug, ensuring that the celestial dragon himself did not suspect Jerry's involvement. Aside from the few of them, Dias remained silent, his gaze unwavering towards Jerry, while Galat offered unconditional support. Cavendish was merely frustrated at the possibility of Jerry overshadowing him again. Karina, having accepted the reality after the initial tension during the battle, stroked Kodaz's head, feeling her companion's understanding and support, which brought a smile to Jerry's face. Rest assured, even after confronting a celestial dragon, the usual reprisals will likely involve either a Navy Admiral or CP0. However, the Admirals are not so leisurely. They come. So it's highly probable that we'll only have to contend with CP0. Analyzing the forthcoming circumstances logically, Jerry encouraged everyone to maintain a positive outlook. We shall face what comes. As long as it's not an admiral, the situation remains manageable. After hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to speak further, an unfamiliar yet recognizable voice echoed through the air. Oh dear, how frightening. You've even predicted our Navy and world government's movements. HM, a worker? Jerry was momentarily taken aback. The voice was not unfamiliar to him. He immediately looked up to see countless dazzling lights cascading from the sky like a torrential rain, as the voice resounded once more, Yada no Kagami. What the? Jerry shouted, swiftly controlling the currents to envelop the ship, plunging it into the depths of the sea. Didn't you say the Admiral wouldn't come? How was I to know he'd be working overtime? Countless spheres of light bombarded the surface of the sea, drowning out the frantic voices of the crew and Jerry's slightly exasperated response. The following day, the sun rose as usual. The diligent newsbirds soared freely. Newspapers scattered across the land, despite the nobles' attempts to completely suppress the news. The astonishing events that transpired in the distant Alabasta reached the ears of the common folk in many countries worldwide. Major event. What? The celestial dragon has become a vegetable? Did he consume the plant fruit? Pirates are truly audacious. Various groups expressed differing opinions, some secretly cheering, while others were filled with terror, a myriad of reactions. Although their spoken words varied, deep within, a relatively unified sentiment of madness permeated their hearts. This phrase floated within them, refusing to settle, while an indescribable emotion and thought quietly took root in many hearts, gradually spreading. On the surface, the celestial dragons have never been confronted so directly. Previous incidents, such as those involving the Island of Gods, always had their related information and truths obscured or distorted. However, this particular event transpired in Alabasta, where numerous civilians and Navy personnel witnessed the entire ordeal firsthand. Due to certain reasons, the world government could not simply eradicate Alabasta to suppress the news. Furthermore, with a mere smirk from a certain birdman and a wave of his hand, freshly printed newspapers soared across the land. In the New World, the notorious pirates lurking in various locales revealed smiles laden with different meanings upon seeing the news. Yet, they quickly cast it aside, for each had their own agenda. The defeat of a single celestial dragon was hardly enough to provoke their alarm. Aboard the Moby Dick, trouble had once again arisen, yet this time, Ace was seemingly unmentioned. As usual, Marco scrutinized the newspaper handed to him by the intelligence officer, muttering quietly. Worry creased Marco's brow, for Jerry and the others were friends, and Ace was family. It was only a short while since the last incident. Yet so much had already transpired. He gazed at the latest bounty notice for the Black Spot pirates in his hand, furrowing his brow slightly and asking, "Old man, will everything be all right if they continue like this?" Upon learning the details of the incident, Whitebeard took a sip from his bottle, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. What could possibly go wrong? That little brat. Can he truly cause greater trouble than striking a celestial dragon? He was not one to fret, having previously offended the celestial dragons without consequence. In the Marine headquarters, within the Grand Conference Room, Sengoku held his forehead, muttering, "It's them again." As expected, our initial assessment was correct. That pirate crew appears unassuming, but is indeed restless. First, it was Moria from the Seven Warlords, then the provocation from Water 7. And now they've even reached the celestial dragons. Inda. However, I'm preparing to take a long vacation, so it's none of my concern, Karp declared, adopting a nonchalant attitude as he indulged himself. Hasn't Borsalino already set out? Any updates? Vice Admiral Tsuru shot a glare at Karp, rapping her knuckles on the table. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, slowly responding, "I hear he is still in pursuit. I imagine it is not as straightforward as it seems." Akainu, with a stoic expression, scoffed, knowing that Borsalino had failed to capture them last time, and this time, amidst the vast ocean, the chances would be even slimmer. The Black Spot pirates' escape capabilities were evidently no secret within the Navy. Many officers understood their intelligence well. Nevertheless, following the attack on the celestial dragons in Alabasta, the world government promptly dispatched Kizuru, known for his remarkable speed. For several consecutive days, the Black Spot pirates engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with Kizaru across the sea, ultimately failing to catch sight of the yellow hue that Brooke found distasteful. "See, I told you he couldn't linger here indefinitely. He's captured quite a few pirates along the way, enough to report back," Jerry remarked as the moonlight illuminated the ocean. After a brief period of inactivity, he spread his arms wide, adopting a prophetic demeanor. Yes, you're absolutely right. So how could he be pursued by that yellow monkey for over 3 days? Karina interjected without reservation. "Oh, I understand now. He must be in dire need of cough syrup," Jerry exclaimed, a light bulb igniting above his head. "Where are we now?" Dio looked around, trying to discern their current position, but to no avail. The surrounding sea was calm, devoid of winds or waves, and there were no identifiable landmarks. Jerry waggled his finger, teasing, "Not so sure now, are we? What kind of part-time navigator are you, anyway? Totally unreliable." He then puffed out his chest and tilted his chin upward. "Why not consult the mystical Conkum to inquire about the new generation of trendsetters?" "All right, trendsetter. Where are we now?" Dio rolled his eyes. With a theatrical sweep of his gaze, Jerry confidently declared, "Ahem. Based on my observations, we're most likely still within the Grand Line." "Get lost. Who doesn't know your mother is a woman? Just spouting nonsense," Karina retorted, a vexed expression on her face. Jerry suppressed his playful demeanor and addressed Dio and the others more seriously. "Ahem. Well, I'm not certain of our exact location, but I can assure you it is closer to Twin Cape than before. Although we've taken quite a few detours to evade Kizaru in recent days, I have generally kept to a westerly course." As he spoke, he pointed toward the starry night sky, noting that the winds had calmed and the weather stabilized, indicating they had likely entered the waters of a particular island. "Let us rest for the night and see what tomorrow brings." "Sounds good. It is indeed getting late." "Let us do that," Dio replied. Ace blinked, stroking his belly off. "Aren't we going to hold a banquet to celebrate our escape? Then let us do it. Yo-ho-ho, Soul Band, request assembly." Oh, indeed. Brooke had previously suggested forming a band. He was proficient in various instruments. Karina was a vocalist. Dio could play the piano, and Scar had some knowledge of instrument performance. Upon hearing the suggestion, Jerry had claimed to be quite familiar with fishing rods and lines, playfully suggesting he could attempt to play the eru or violin. However, he was merely joking, lacking any foundational skills. Due to his fruit abilities allowing him to create various light effects, after being assigned to the atmosphere group alongside Ace, Cavendish indicated that mastering instruments would be a breeze, as he was, after all, of royal lineage. As for Garrod and Cordaz, Brooke simply encouraged them to play freely and enjoy themselves. Thus, it turned out that the only ones without any discernible talent to join the band were Jerry and Ace. Naturally, their expertise lay in creating chaos. If they truly wished to partake in a band, they certainly had ideas, though one could not guarantee their quality. The pirate crew's banquet soon commenced on the deck. For this occasion, the Black Spot had prepared a retractable barbecue grill and conveniently designed folding stools. In the morning, Jerry resumed his usual spot at the bow of the ship, transforming into an angler. "Boss Jerry, here are the news articles from the past few days." Including the one about our escapade in Alabasta, Scar handed over a small stack of papers before joining the morning exercise group. Typically, during their voyages, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, even banquets rarely interrupted their exercise routine. Jerry expressed his gratitude, accepting the newspaper and beginning to read. "Wow, this Birdman is truly audacious. He dares to write anything." Regarding the events in Alabasta from a few days prior, while the report did not provide exhaustive details about the cause and conclusion and bore the writer's subjective interpretations, it generally reflected the incident's progression accurately. As an eyewitness, Jerry recognized that the authenticity of such reports often fluctuated. Anything above 50% truth could be deemed relatively objective. Moreover, this article surprisingly did not entirely side with the Celestial Dragons, which left Jerry somewhat astonished. The Birdman's actions would eventually draw the ire of the world government. However, unbeknownst to Jerry, Morgans had already set his sights on their pirate crew. Self-proclaimed as a professional journalist, Morgans naturally allocates a certain space for the Black Sails pirates. After all, the crew boasts the 3 highest bounties among the young generation of pirates who have set sail in the past 2 years. Jerry, Ace, and the recently revealed user of the Thunder Fruit, Cavendish, stand out in terms of both strength and abilities within the youthful pirate community. Thus, even in the absence of any disturbances from them, Morgans is keen to generate some topics of discussion. Moreover, this group frequently provides their own news material. Observing the booming newspaper sales alongside the varied reactions and pressures from different quarters, Morgans is further convinced that his reporting is not misguided. "So, our bounties have collectively surged again, have they? Jerry squints at the bounty notice in his hand. The events in Alabasta have had a significant impact, resulting in an increase in the bounties of everyone aboard the Black Sails. As the captain of the crew and someone who has had close encounters with the celestial dragons, Jerry's bounty has undoubtedly surpassed the threshold of 10 million. Even those who are not physically present, including Ace, have seen their bounties rise to some extent. Following previous assessments, Ace's bounty has now exceeded 400 million. This amount is likely influenced by his absence from the battlefield. Yet he has been recognized as a key combatant aboard the ship, taking into account his past achievements against pirates and the Navy. Furthermore, the outside world remains unaware that the previous user of the Thunderfruit was defeated by Ace. Otherwise, his bounty might have continued to escalate. Cavendish, who previously had a bounty of less than 200 million, has skyrocketed to 300 million, with Jerry estimating that half of this increase is attributable to the Thunderfruit. Brooks' coffin lid can no longer contain his bounty, which has been resurrected from decades-old notices, now featuring an updated photograph and a bounty of 53 million. Due to Karina, Gallet, and Kodaz's victory over CP9, it seems this credit has been attributed to Karina, thus raising her bounty to 18,500,000. Correspondingly, Gallet, classified as a pet, now has a bounty of 50 belly, while Kodaz has 30 belly. Those who were absent from the battle, Dias and Scar, have bounties of 7,800,000 and 7,300,000, respectively. After reading the updated bounty notices, Jerry was about to continue perusing other news articles when he suddenly heard a ding resonate in his mind. Is there a task even in this vast ocean? Contemplating, Jerry glanced at the task overview. Ding! Random task triggered. The Goldfish Man's obsession. Task description. Having once claimed to take a little girl to see goldfish, you have yet to prove yourself as a qualified uncle, and your heart harbors a profound obsession with this. Go forth. The boundless sea can fulfill your desire. Catch a goldfish to demonstrate your qualifications as a goldfish man. Task reward. Double the attribute rewards for daily tasks completed within 1 week, plus a surprise treasure chest. Task penalty. Publicly proclaim uncle statements to 10 random little girls, ushering in the era of the great goldfish. As per usual, the task rewards are bizarre, and the requirement to catch freshwater fish in the ocean? Ridiculous. I'm not a goldfish man. Where would goldfish even come from in the sea? Jerry immediately stood up, raising his hand to display an exasperated middle finger before ignoring the bewildered expressions from the crew on deck. He grasped his hair tightly with both hands, gazing silently at the sky. After a while, his expression remained one of confusion as he pondered. Could it be that goldfish are not freshwater fish? Forget it. I'll try fishing first. If it doesn't work, then I'll have to face the guillotine to usher in a new era. Shaking his head, Jerry resolved not to dwell on the intricacies of biological classification. Let it be. The crew, witnessing Jerry's sporadic outbursts at the bow of the ship, turned their gazes towards Dias. Dias merely shook his head, spread his hands, and shrugged, signaling that there was no hope left. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective training routines until midday. After finishing his morning exercises, Gallet instinctively jumped onto the lookout platform, took a survey with his binoculars, then leaped down to shout towards the bow. Brother Jerry, an island has been spotted ahead. Oh, Dias, take a look. Jerry, resting his chin on his hands and gazing listlessly at the sea, responded with a tired demeanor. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. Here it comes. A big fish. It turned out that his fishing rod suddenly twitched, with countless bubbles rising to the surface in a wide area. Moments later, a colossal shadow slowly emerged, bending the fishing rod to its limits. Woo! Come quick, a big fish is on the line. The commotion, combined with Jerry's excited shouts, attracted the attention of the rest of the crew. No way. What is happening in this world? Even Jerry can catch big fish? Agreed. Could it be that this fish is so starved that it would bite at his bait, which even dogs would reject? Watching Jerry's fervent antics as he tugged on the fishing rod, Scar and Karina were filled with disbelief. Others nodded, equally convinced this was a stroke of luck from a long drought of catches. Thud! A splash of water erupted, sending ripples across the surface as the enormous shadow lurking beneath the waves finally revealed itself before the ship. Just as I thought. I knew that goldfish reside in the ocean. Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and then suddenly pulled it back to his chest, jubilantly cheering. What a joke. That is a sea king. Simultaneously, upon seeing the massive creature's form, the crew couldn't help but shout in protest at Jerry's back. In his hand, the fishing line was connected to an enormous, plump goldfish. As they debated, The Sea King goldfish opened its massive mouth and lunged toward the black sails. Fat Fish Strike, Fire Fist, Thunderbolt. In that split second, as the giant goldfish charged, Jerry, Ace, and Cavendish swiftly unleashed their attacks without hesitation. Bang! The flames and lightning struck with precision, and combined with Jerry's mightily charged punch, the enormous goldfish was instantly rendered unconscious. "Hey, Cavendish, you almost hit me," Jerry shouted back. "Ahaha, I'll be more careful next time," Cavendish replied sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, primarily due to Jerry's sudden dash, which almost caused him to misfire. Jerry shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. He quickly retrieved a rope, fastening it securely around the goldfish's teeth and body. "Quick, Scar, take a picture." Standing atop the goldfish with the rope in hand, Jerry posed in various stances. "This is fantastic. However, without internet access, I need to devise a way to let everyone know I caught such a massive fish." Back on the deck, Jerry controlled the ocean currents to lift the goldfish, his thoughts drifting far away as the system's notification tone played like background music. He gently stroked his chin, lost in deep contemplation. How many tons could this weigh? Ace, beside him, was eagerly swallowing hard in excitement. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, DOC approached Jerry, gesturing before his eyes. "Come back to reality. Let us first land on the island ahead." "All right, let us set sail." Accompanied by a gargantuan goldfish, whose size dwarfed that of the Hay Z pirate ship by several magnitudes, Jerry and his companions swiftly navigated towards the island. Before long, they neared the coastline and beheld an island with a delightful climate, where flowers and trees thrived in dense abundance, towering magnificently. The lush greenery of various plants intertwined harmoniously, creating a breathtaking and serene spectacle. However, before the group could express their thoughts on this unfamiliar land, they noticed a pirate ship quietly anchored along their path. "If I'm not mistaken, Captain Jerry, that is the ship of an acquaintance of yours, though it remains uncertain whether he is friend or foe," Scar observed, fixing his gaze on the emblem upon the pirate ship's sails. Jerry nodded gently, his eyes fixed on the childish doodles adorning the ship. "I recognize it. That is the vessel of Bartholomew Kuma. He is now one of the 7 warlords, but I doubt we are enemies." As soon as he spoke, they spotted a towering figure aboard the opposing ship, a man adorned with a trapezoidal spotted hat, his curly hair dancing in the wind. It was indeed Kuma. With his head bowed, he appeared deep in thought, scribbling something, a rare smile softening his usually stern visage. Suddenly, as if sensing their approach, Kuma's smile faded, and he turned to look. "Oh, it's Jerry. Long time no see." Recognizing his visitor, his glasses sparkled for a moment before he greeted Jerry with a warm smile and a wave. Jerry chuckled in response. "What a coincidence, Kuma." Nodding towards his companions to signal that they were allies, Jerry directed the ship closer, utilizing the currents to guide them. Once they docked securely and temporarily set the goldfish on the shore, Jerry faced Kuma, proudly raising his head. "Look at what I caught. Isn't it magnificent?" Seeing Kuma smile and give a thumbs up, Jerry introduced his companions and inquired, "What brings you to this remote place?" Upon hearing the question, the rugged lines of Kuma's face softened. He turned his gaze towards the interior of the island, a warm light flickering in his eyes as he softly replied, "I am traveling and happened upon this place, intending to write a letter to Bonnie. By the way, Bonnie is my daughter, the patient you inquired about, suffering from the jade scales." The ever-outgoing Scar pretended to wipe sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Phew, Mr. Kuma, I thought you were here to ambush us alongside the Navy." "Not at all. I have no dealings with the Navy, and the world government has not issued any orders to pursue you." Kuma waved his hand dismissively. It seemed the world government believed they had already dispatched Kizaru and CP0, thus neglecting to assign Kuma the task of tracking down Jerry and his crew. The world government did not constantly monitor Kuma. As long as he refrained from entering sensitive areas, they were often unaware of his exact whereabouts. "You have joined the 7 warlords. It must be related to Bonnie's condition. How is she faring?" Jerry asked curiously. "Indeed, Bonnie is doing well," Kuma replied, his smile broadening as he spoke of his daughter, love and longing radiating from his expression. He walked over to a fallen tree trunk and began to narrate. Through Kuma's account, Jerry learned that perhaps due to his intervention, Bonnie received treatment months earlier than she would have in the original timeline. Kuma's agreement with the world government had been extended by a year, and it appeared he had secretly discussed certain undisclosed matters with Vegapunk. Of course, Kuma did not divulge the specifics of this agreement, but Jerry had a general understanding of its content. Before seeking Vegapunk, Kuma had visited the Drum Kingdom, also known as Magnadrum Island. He met with the renowned Dr. Correa, who indicated she knew the treatment method. but lamented that a skilled craftsman cannot work with inadequate materials. Years prior, Wapol had tyrannically expelled nearly all competent doctors from the kingdom, rendering many medical devices inoperative or missing. Upon hearing this, Kuma had been consumed with rage and had forcefully ejected Wapol from the island, but it proved futile. Ultimately, armed with Kureha's suggested method, he chose to seek out Vegapunk. This led to a series of negotiations and agreements with the world government, which seemed to have undergone some changes, though generally remaining consistent with the original history. Unbeknownst to Jerry, it appeared Kuma had altered certain aspects. Kuma subsequently ascended to the position of warlord, and Bonnie successfully received treatment before being returned to the South Blue Kingdom of Sorbet under the watchful eye of CP agents. Just a few days prior, while passing nearby, Kuma had revisited Drum Island to express his gratitude to Kureha. She had learned of the precise treatment process from Vegapunk, incorporating her own methods, and indicated that after approximately 6 months of treatment, Bonnie would require an additional half-year to recover. By that time, even if the jade-like markings on her face had not completely faded, she would still be able to freely enjoy the sun, provided she avoided excessive exposure. Upon receiving this joyous news, Kuma promptly penned it in a letter, though he had yet to dispatch it. Coincidentally, during these days on a beautiful island inhabited by giants, he intended to write another letter, completing both before sending them to Bonnie. Giants. Is this island little garden? Does that mean the adventures of the explorer Rue Anodi are true? Gyosi exclaimed, recalling tales of giants existing on an island known as Little Garden. Yes, indeed. You can enter and see for yourselves. Whether giants exist will be evident. Jerry's words illuminated Gyosi's understanding, prompting him to seize Ace and rally the others as they eagerly rushed towards the seemingly erupting island. Soon, only a few remained on the shore. Apart from Scar and Brook, the rest dispersed into the island's depths. Upon hearing Jerry's subsequent itinerary, Kuma's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he confirmed. Oh, so you plan to leave the Grand Line and return to the Four Seas? Jerry nodded, indifferent to revealing their whereabouts, as they had no intention of concealing their plans. Yes, since we have some free time, it would be splendid to explore and witness sights unknown to us, as well as catch fish we have never encountered. Noticing a contemplative expression on Kuma's face, Jerry inquired, is something the matter? Actually, I wish to prepare a gift for Bonnie. In 6 months, it will be her 9th birthday. It feels as though her 8th birthday was just yesterday. Kuma scratched his face, appearing somewhat bashful. Indeed, time flies. In the blink of an eye, I have become nothing but bones, Brook mused, reflecting on the passage of time. Nodding at Brook, Kuma pondered, however, given that she is surrounded by agents of the world government, perhaps it is best not to trouble you with this. I can send it to her myself. Jerry waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial and easily managed. Greetings. We plan to make a journey to the South Sea as well. To deliver your letters and gifts, correct? Certainly, that is no trouble at all. However, are you certain that the items you send will indeed reach Pony? Despite the surveillance of the world government, Deshiong's expression faltered. He had not given this matter much thought. In his understanding, he presumed that such a benign act as delivering letters would not be obstructed by the world government. Very well, then, I must trouble you, dear friend. I have gathered several letters and a small gift for you to present to Queen Connie when you pass through the Kingdom of Solb. Allow me a moment to compose a note explaining the situation. With that, Deshiong produced paper and pen, engrossed in his writing. Is everything all right, Jerry? Scar tugged at Jerry's sleeve, speaking in hushed tones. Jerry chuckled lightly. It's fine. CP0 has already acted. Why should we fear the CP on that side? Besides, if I wish to remain inconspicuous, I can deliver it discreetly. It is but a trifling task. As Deshiong scribbled away, he did not struggle with writer's block. Rather, there was simply much he wished to convey. After a considerable time, he finally set aside his writing utensils, returning to the ship to retrieve the items. He bent down, cradling the gift and letters as if they were the most precious treasures, and carefully handed them to Jerry. Is this all? Jerry asked. Let me wrap it for you. With a flourish, he produced a gift box as if performing magic. Thank you. Deshiong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and the group resumed their light-hearted conversation along the shore. Moments later, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed through the dense forest. Before they could see the figures, Ace's hearty laughter rang out from a distance. We are back. Ha ha ha. We've made 2 new friends. Let's all hold a banquet. Oh, are they truly giants? Brook and Scar raised their heads higher. Engaging in conversation with the nearly 7-meter-tall Deshiong, they had already been craning their necks. upon seeing the two giants towering over 20 meters. They had to elevate their gaze even further. If they continued in this manner to chat and feast, it would not be long before the neck ailments of those who looked down all the time would be cured. Ace enthusiastically introduced both parties, and the bright-eyed giants, Dongli and Brokey, stared at the large goldfish that lay on the ground. With a beard reminiscent of Zhang Fei, Brokey circled the goldfish in awe, exclaiming, "You truly managed to slay this sea monster? Ha ha, how about that? Did we deceive you?" Ace, beaming with joy, raised his arms in celebration. A banquet. The companions who had returned with Ace echoed enthusiastically, indicating that they had become quite familiar with the two giants since arriving on the island. This was not unexpected. Aside from the occasional agreement to battle each other during volcanic eruptions at the island center, the giants generally exhibited a friendly demeanor towards any pirates who approached without hostility. For Josie, his childhood dream had been to set sail and experience the legendary giants firsthand. Although he had once gazed at little oars from afar and witnessed the might of the ancient giant oars, such distant admiration could not compare to the close encounter he was experiencing now. Furthermore, the giants described in the adventure tales he cherished in his youth were indeed akin to Dongli and Brokey, with Ace's boisterous nature leading them directly to the giants embroiled in combat. They inexplicably hit it off, resulting in the invitation for the giants to join them in celebration. Observing this, Jerry beckoned for Xiong to join their festive gathering. It was unclear whether the island's magnetic field required an entire year for ordinary people or if some other reason was at play. Regardless, outsiders rarely visited Little Garden. Thanks to this, the group reveled along the shore, enjoying carefree moments without concern for external disturbances. During the banquet, they learned that the two giants had been engaged in their duel for nearly a century and had forgotten the reason for their conflict. However, the traditional beliefs and honor of the giant race were paramount. They firmly believed in the guidance of the war god Elbaf and vowed to determine a definitive victor. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the giants' resolve and faith, yet bemused that they could forget the motive behind their duel. Josie expressed his confusion and directly queried, "Isn't the bond of friendship more precious? Is it truly worth risking life and death over a reason you have forgotten? Is it worth it?" Brokey exclaimed, raising one arm high and laughing heartily. "For our kind, nothing is more precious than honor, even if it means dying in battle." Dongli nodded in agreement. "Honor, you say?" Josie murmura thoughtfully. "Ah, come. The honorable warriors of the giant race must first satisfy their hunger. If you are hungry, you will not have the strength even to squat, let alone fight." Jerry presented a large, aromatic piece of roasted meat, generously sharing the meat of the great fish. Having captured all the necessary photographs, he was eager for everyone to enjoy this delightful feast together. The joyous gathering continued late into the night, and by the next morning, the shores of Little Garden returned to their usual tranquility and peace. The Black Swordsman pirates set sail once more, heading into the distance. Aside from Jerry acquiring a new skill in his arsenal, and Josie adding valuable notes and materials regarding Little Garden and the Giants of Elbaf to his notebook, the experiences of the previous day seemed to leave little trace. After completing his random task, Jerry gained expertise in weapon mastery, enhancing his strategic thinking in combat against foes wielding various weapons, and elevating his proficiency in battles with his fishing rod. As time passed, Jerry became increasingly confident that whether wielding a fishing rod or his fists against adversaries, his combat effectiveness would inevitably converge, and in terms of developing techniques, he could naturally draw parallels and achieve comprehensive improvement. After departing from Little Garden, their course continued westward, and life aboard the ship proceeded as usual. "Are we almost there? We must be close by now." That afternoon, Brooke paced back and forth anxiously, his hollow eye sockets darting forward every second, his mouth opening and closing incessantly. "Brooke, I understand your eagerness, but please try to remain calm. Given the current weather conditions, we should be arriving shortly." Jerry endured the cacophony, thinking that were it not for Brooke's conspicuous hairstyle, he might have mistaken him for a monk reciting incantations. After leaving Little Garden, they had headed directly towards Twin Cape without any stops along the way. It was only at noon today, upon hearing Josie mention their imminent arrival at Twin Cape, that Brooke began this frantic behavior. "And did you not say you would perform that song for everyone?" Jerry attempted to divert the conversation to ease Brooke's anxiety. Upon hearing this, Brooke seemed to awaken from a dream, pounding his head as he babbled, Yes, I must prepare my attire. And the instruments." Without finishing his sentence, Brooke raised his hands high and dashed towards the cabin, nearly colliding with an innocent mast along the way. The remaining witnesses to this scene exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, they understood the exhilarating emotions that accompanied the long-anticipated reunion, one that had been yearned for. Lost, and now was finally within reach. Moreover, this was a moment that Brooke had awaited through nearly 50 arduous years of solitude. "What about us?" Scarl inquired, scratching his head, breaking the serene silence. The shadow of the Red Earth continent was already appearing ahead. "Let us prepare and rally together to support Brooke." Agreed. Dias's spirited words resonated with the collective enthusiasm. They promptly turned to ready themselves. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving only Jerry and Ace on the deck, gazing at each other in silence. After a lengthy pause, Jerry hesitantly suggested, "How about we do something?" Ace, scratching his head, retorted, "What should we do?" Jerry reminisced about past celebrations and thoughtfully proposed, "You could manage some fireworks and I could handle a water fountain." Upon hearing the suggestion, Ace considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement, as he was not particularly skilled in such matters. They then began to discuss the specific details of their plans on the deck. Was that the entrance to the Grand Line? Under Karina's careful arrangements, Garat, adorned in splendid attire, stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze filled with curiosity as he watched the increasingly approaching Levis Mountain. Towering clouds above were met by rushing torrents, converging from all directions. At the mountain's base stood two striking lighthouses. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air, reaching the ears of the members of the Black Star Pirates. What was that? They turned to see a colossal whale, larger than a small island, relentlessly ramming its head against the red Earth continent, emitting heart-wrenching cries that resonated deeply. That's it. It's Laboon. In an instant, Brooke recognized the familiar creature he hadn't seen in nearly 50 years. Witnessing this incredible sight, Brooke was overwhelmed by a tide of guilt and self-reproach, as if the entire world pressed against his chest, nearly suffocating him. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down Brooke's face like a waterfall, and his heart-wrenching cries pierced the heavens. "Stop! Laboon!" Perhaps it was because Brooke's voice, even after losing his throat, remained unchanged from decades ago. Or perhaps it was due to the sudden call of its name. Nonetheless, at Brooke's desperate shout, Laboon abruptly ceased its actions, turning its massive body, eyes filled with confusion, beginning to search aimlessly across the sea. Soon after, it locked its gaze on the approaching bow of the Black Star ship. Yet in the next moment, it appeared to waver once more, its large eyes filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Star Pirates gathered at the bow, cheering for Brooke as Laboon cast its gaze upon them, the excitement palpable. They celebrated their long-awaited reunion, instantly recognizing one another. However, Scarl suddenly realized that the enormous island whale seemed to have mistaken its target. "Oh, is it looking at me?" As he spoke, he moved aside, and indeed, Laboon's eyes fixated on Scarl, more specifically, on Scarl's conspicuous explosive hair. "Meow." Kodaz chimed in, "Scarl is right. Is this about to turn into a case of mistaken identity?" Jerry gently patted Kodaz's head and turned his gaze towards Brooke. "No, Laboon, I am Brooke. I am the one you know best." Witnessing this scene, Brooke's tears abruptly ceased. He leapt onto the surface of the sea, tugging at his explosive hair, bouncing before Laboon. That's right. I have this." Under the incredulous gazes of his companions, Brooke lifted his skull cap, retrieving an ancient sound snail. He skillfully operated it, and soon, a joyful and stirring melody emerged. It was the song Binksake, performed by the Rumbar Pirates shortly before their demise 50 years ago. The melody echoed through the sound snail, seemingly rekindling shared memories and resonating emotions between Brooke and Laboon. Upon hearing the song, Laboon emitted a thunderous roar, its eyes filled with a complex mix of nostalgia, joy, and excitement. After a while, the music gradually faded, and Laboon's gaze remained fixed on Brooke, its eyes brimming with tears of elation. "Laboon, you remember me, right?" Brooke gazed hopefully into Laboon's watery eyes, their mutual longing and reminiscence reflected in their stares, as if they wished to transcend time and space to reclaim their cherished memories and dreams. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from beneath Laboon's massive form, followed by a deep male voice scolding, "Brooke, you rascal, you finally decided to return." The voice arrived before its owner, drawing the curious gazes of the pirate crew, who beheld an elderly man clad in casual shorts and oversized slippers, his hair resembling saffron. Upon seeing Brooke, the skeleton with explosive hair clinging to Laboon, the elder furrowed his brows, exclaiming, What happened to you?" Mr. Kurikasu?" Brooke turned and immediately recognized the saffron-haired figure. He quickly stood on Laboon's back and bowed deeply. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Kurikasu, for making you and Laboon wait for us all these years." Subsequently, at the invitation of Kurakasu and Brook, the pirate crew swiftly docked. Following formal introductions, everyone gathered on the shore, with Laboon partially surfacing beside them, quietly listening to the reminiscences shared between Brook and Kurakasu. After hearing Brook recount the Rumbar pirates' daring adventures through the Grand Line, Kurakasu remained silent for a long time before finally sighing. "Is that so? I thought the entire Rumbar pirates had either escaped the Grand Line or perished at sea." Your assumption is not unfounded. We indeed faced death once, but my heart would not accept it. Thus, even crawling through hell, I yearn to return here and provide Laboon with an explanation." Brook sheepishly scratched his head, burdened by nearly 50 years of guilt for failing to uphold his promise. Yet, for Laboon, who had waited unwaveringly and believed in their return despite knowing nothing, Brook felt that no amount of apologies or self-reproach could ever suffice. At that moment, Kurakasu raised his fist and playfully struck Brook on the head, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you consumed that seemingly useless fruit. Otherwise, how would you face Laboon?" Brook stood, gently stroking the scars on Laboon's head, wholeheartedly agreeing with Kurakasu's sentiment. "Laboon, have you been ramming the Red Earth continent all these years?" Despite having heard of it from Jerry, Brook was eager to understand the situation personally. "Indeed, as long as it possesses vigor. Especially after I have returned from circumnavigation of the Grand Line, I conveyed to it that you would likely not return. Over these years, I presumed you had perished. Until recently, when I learned of the commotion surrounding your current pirate crew and those bounty notices. However, I am uncertain if the sole remaining skeleton is truly you." Kalokas briefly recounted the events of the years to Brook, including how Labu is now covered in scars and requires him to construct various internal devices for treatment. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you." Brook listened intently to his narrative, habitually expressing his remorse. Suddenly, Brook noticed his companions whispering and realized with astonishment. "Wait, Mr. Kalokas, did you just say you circumnavigated the Grand Line?" Kalokas nodded gently, affirming that, as the ship's doctor, he had sailed with Roger's crew, yet had not encountered them, nor received even a whisper of news. "Oh, when I heard you mention treating Labu, I assumed you had become a veterinarian," Brook exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. He had certainly heard of Roger, the young man. Nonetheless, the conversation remained centered on Labu. "Thank you for taking care of Labu all these years." Despite having expressed gratitude numerous times, Brook solemnly thanked him once more. "No need for such formality. I have spent decades with Labu, and we have long been companions," Kalokas replied, not concerning himself with the efforts of those years. He had always been the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape, accustomed to life there, and caring for Labu was merely a natural extension of his duties. As they spoke, their gazes shifted to Labu, who was quietly listening to their conversation from the water surface. Labu's lively eyes were filled with joy and agreement. Previously, it had been a tumultuous mix of emotions. The joy of reuniting with Brook exhilarated it, yet the news of the departure of other companions saddened it immensely. Still, it recognized that as a witness to the events at that time, Brook's inner turmoil must be far deeper, having drifted alone at sea for nearly 50 years in search of a way back. In contrast, Labu at least had the company of an old, saffron-haired man, while Brook faced endless solitude and despair. "Labu," Brook approached the island whale, gently caressing its scars once more. "Did you hear? That old man said he was the doctor of the Roger pirates." Scar nudged Dias's arm, lowering his voice. Dias nodded, glancing over to Ace, who was observing the great whale alongside Jerry. He noticed that Ace either had not heard Kalokas's words or simply did not care. In any case, the two continued their lively conversation. "Hey, what you two up to?" Upon hearing Dias's loud call, Jerry hastily urged Ace to cease his fiery antics. Pointing a raised patch of skin on Labu, he said, "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw this bump on it and thought Labu had developed a pimple, so I want to help it ripen and squeeze it out." "Exactly," Ace chimed in, feigning seriousness. "Are you attempting to physically ripen it?" Dias's mouth twitched. Their playful antics drew the attention of others, and Kalokas glanced over, quickly interjecting, "That should not be burned. It is the controller for the equipment." "Ahaha, I truly apologize," Dias said, leading the two in an apology, then curiously asked, "Mr. Kalokas, I just heard your conversation. You're a ship's doctor, correct?" "Indeed, young man. Do you have something to inquire?" Kalokas nodded in response. "Well then, Cavendish, could you come over here?" Dias beckoned to Cavendish, who was leaning against the dozing Farrelou. Subsequently, Dias elaborated on Cavendish's dual personality disorder to Kalokas, earnestly seeking advice for a solution. The response aligned with the strategies Dias and the others had previously discussed. It involved encouraging Cavendish to focus on strengthening his will and other aspects, while also working to express and accept his other personality, gradually attempting to coexist and ultimately achieve integration. The other persona of Cavendish ultimately relied on his own existence. If he could thoroughly master and incorporate it into himself, not only would many hidden dangers be eliminated, but his strength would also ascend to new heights. Yes, Cavendish, do your best, or next time when the white horse appears, I shall come with a fist coated in iodine. Striking while disinfecting, Jerry proclaimed, shaking his fist, half encouragingly, half threateningly. Facing the scene, Cavendish smiled broadly while internally gritting his teeth, determined to resolve the matter with the white horse swiftly. After Dias and Coloca's delved into various possibilities and specific implementation methods, they noted that the sky was gradually darkening. Thus, everyone unanimously decided to initiate a new round of joyous festivities right there. Amidst the revelry, Brooks suddenly stood up, walking to the forefront of the group and bowed deeply. Everyone, thank you for rescuing me from that devilish sea. Although I lack a heart, my gratitude fills my chest. The others immediately chimed in, insisting no thanks were necessary. Upon straightening, he approached the shore, patting Labu's head. Labu, thank you for trusting and waiting for us. Boah. Labu emitted a gentle sound. Now, I must continue my unfinished journey. This time, although I still cannot take you with me, we will no longer remain out of touch. Brooke leaned closer to Labu, speaking with unprecedented seriousness, resolutely and powerfully declaring. The members of the Black Spot Pirates behind him nodded gently, smiles adorning their faces. Of course, if Brooke were truly reluctant to part ways and chose to disembark here, everyone would wholeheartedly support his decision, empathizing with him. The lengthy 50-year wait and deep yearning were not easily relinquished. Brooke gently stroked Labu, whispering softly for a moment before slowly turning away, suddenly raising his arms high. Labu, come, let us meet our new companions, and please join us in singing that song. After Brooke's spirited exhortation, amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere of support from the pirate crew, he led the way to the designated area where instruments had been prepared in advance. Boah! In the midst of Labu's eager and joyful calls, under Colocas's smiling gaze, Brooke and his companions exchanged nods, commencing their grand performance in this jubilant moment. Bang! Jerry flicked his fingers, and 2 water dragons shot into the air, accompanied by dozens of water columns, suddenly erupting from the surface beside Labu, dancing in the air. Whoosh! Boom! He spread his arms wide, with countless emerald fireflies and crimson flames swiftly scattering into the night sky, creating a dazzling display that illuminated and adorned the darkened curtain of night alongside the nearby fountains. Ipsilonoho, Ipsilonoho. Led by Brooke, the sounds of instruments and chorus intermingled, presenting Labu with a fresh rendition after nearly 50 years. Listening to the familiar melody, Labu's gaze fell upon the young pirates before it, so different from those of the past. Memories filled its mind, conjuring faces that, like these pirates before it, were brimming with laughter. Everything felt like a dream, a beautiful reverie in which Labu willingly immersed himself, filled with joy. In this dream, he rediscovered the long-lost happiness and sensed the profound bonds between himself and Bulu-Ku, as well as between Bulu-Ku and these young pirates. Boho! This cyclical dreamscape made Labu involuntarily leap and cheer in the water, just as he did in days gone by, buoyed by the joyous atmosphere and melodies. This scene deeply moved Bulu-Ku, who felt as if his body and spirit had been redeemed. In that moment, the darkness that dwelled deep within him, a darkness as persistent as a parasite and nearly impossible to dispel, was banished by the radiant light of his companions, including Labu, disappearing without a trace. The next day, as the morning sun bathed the ocean in light, the sea transformed into a bright, smooth mirror reflecting the beauty of the sky and Labu's reluctant gaze. Bulu-Ku stood resolutely at the edge of the High ship, softly bidding farewell. Labu, we are setting sail once more, this time leaving the Grand Line to navigate the 4 seas. Fear not, we shall return soon. I am eager to explore the 4 seas as well, and when we meet again, I shall bring new compositions to celebrate together. Yo-ho-ho. Bulu-Ku attempted to mask his bittersweet feelings with laughter. However, he had already left several Den Mushi with Ku-Luo-Ka-Si, which, once connected, would ensure their communication remained secure and stable. A DIY creation by Sika Air utilizing Kudizi's abilities after extensive research. After Bulu-Ku had shared his thoughts for a while, the others stood beside him, waving goodbye to Labu, Mr. Kulu Okasi, Labu, farewell. Take care. Amid the astonished gazes of the Saffron Elder and the giant island whale at Twin Cape, the Heisey pirate crew swiftly navigated the torrent of the river, cascading down the majestic Liwei Sea Mountain. However, midway through their journey, a deafening cannon blast echoed, accompanied by the malicious laughter of a man descending from the mountain. Boom! Ha ha ha! Are you the failures fleeing the Grand Line? You should perish, you worthless fools. Upon hearing this, the crew looked ahead to see a group of pirates firing cannons. On this very day, they embarked on their ambitious journey from the Four Seas to the Grand Line, only to encounter a bizarre pirate ship sailing against the current. While they were unsure how this strange vessel could navigate upstream, it was evident that ahead lay the Grand Line, and retreating towards the Four Seas could only mean facing weak, terrified pirates. As powerful pirates accustomed to plundering in the North Sea, they had no sympathy for these feeble opponents. Thus, they looked down from their vantage point and mercilessly fired cannonballs towards the Heisey pirate crew's deck. Really? Are the pirates from the Four Seas this enthusiastic? Kawaii-chi remarked, extending his finger as a bolt of lightning surged forth, resulting in a thunderous explosion. What was that? Lightning? I don't know. Gulu, could they be that pirate crew? No way. Witnessing the rare lightning attack, the unknown pirate ship erupted into a flurry of discussions, interspersed with the anxious sounds of swallowing. Referring to the recent events in Alabasta, the most prominent news undoubtedly featured Jerry's provocation of the celestial dragons, followed closely by the formidable battle against the Shichibukai crocodile, culminating in the thunder fruit user, the noble pirate Kawaii-chi, retreating unscathed. As one of the strongest natural-type fruits, the mere mention of the thunder fruit was enough to draw attention whenever it appeared, especially given the accompanying rumors of its wielder's prowess in combat against the Shichibukai. Quick! Flee! No! We continue firing. As long as we sink their pirate ship, no matter the fruit, they'll perish in the sea. Indeed, we can turn the tide. Boom! Boom boom! Hearing the initial attack and the ensuing chaotic shouts, the pirates pressed on with their cannon fire. Jerry merely shook his head and, with a casual gesture of his fist towards the misguided enemy crew, waved dismissively. What a dream you're having in broad daylight. Off you go. As his words faded, two colossal tidal waves surged forth. One wave intercepted the incoming cannonballs entirely, while the other, like a badminton racket, abruptly lifted the opposing pirate ship from the sea, sending both ship and crew soaring into the air, accompanied by the pirate screams, vanishing from sight. Soon, the pirate ship ascended against the current, reaching the summit of the mountain. Jerry skillfully navigated the Heisey ship to a stable position atop the inverted mountain, feeling the torrents of water rushing from four directions. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he cast a fishing hook into the water, stroking his chin as he murmured to himself, "Here we stand at the pinnacle of the world. On the other side lies the celestial dragon's Mariewa. This place gathers the waters of the Four Seas. Can I not catch every type of fish here? And what awaits on the other side at Mariewa?" Ding! Mission triggered. The world is a grand fish pond. Mission description: using the inverted mountain as a starting point, connect the entire world, treating it as an enormous fish pond and monopolizing it to become the king of fishermen. Mission reward: doubling of attribute reward from daily tasks within 1 week after completing this mission, plus a surprise treasure chest. Mission penalty: if this mission remains uncompleted within 5 years, the system self-destructs. After perusing the mission description, Jerry fell into contemplation. The rewards were akin to those of previous random tasks, but the failure penalty was extreme. He soon discovered an additional task tree diagram in the system's mission interface. The main trunk represented the Grand Line, while the branches depicted the Four Seas, detailing specific content requirements in the form of task cards. Clicking into the Grand Line branch revealed bright cards showing completed random tasks, alongside dimmed uncompleted tasks that only hinted at the general locations of islands, suggesting that Jerry needed to visit these places to activate them. Notably, Jerry had already completed a significant portion of the tasks marked as the Paradise stage, and some from the New World stage, while all regions of the Four Seas were unlit except for the East Sea. Upon reaching this point, Jerry pondered, could this indeed be the proper way to activate this lackluster system? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed otherwise. Why would it resort to self-destruction upon failure? Yet, for reasons unknown, it had never been activated before. Based on Jerry's own conjecture, one of the conditions to trigger this grand mission likely involved fishing at the summit of the inverted mountain. Truly, what a shoddy system, attempting to backstab me. Fortunately, Jerry instinctively patted his chest, slowly exhaling in relief. Had the task been triggered at the outset of their maritime journey, the 5-year time constraint might indeed present an insurmountable challenge. Suddenly, Jerry's hand, which had been resting on his chest, halted abruptly. He discovered that a minuscule task timer, reminiscent of ants, was quietly counting down. The time displayed was not 5 years. Damn it, he muttered under his breath after conducting a careful calculation. This timer appeared to have commenced when they first set foot on the Grand Line, specifically while traversing Reverse Mountain, leaving them with just over 3 years remaining. With a determined gaze, Jerry activated his mental calculation prowess, tallying the numbers on his fingers. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that the overall situation was relatively optimistic. The crux of their success hinged upon his ability to reach and complete specific tasks at designated locations. Random tasks were also linked to major quests, only previously untriggered. Thus, under certain conditions, they would be issued in the form of random quests. This suggested that the previously encountered random tasks had a certain pattern in their triggering locations, with the true randomness lying in the content, rewards, and penalties of the tasks themselves. Presently, it seemed that certain locations no longer hosted random tasks. Merely reaching the appropriate spot and catching something would suffice to complete the activated task. With this thought in mind, Jerry shifted his focus to the task card for Reverse Mountain. It appeared that due to the peculiar nature of the location, one simply needed to catch something at the summit. Turning around, he expressed a craving for fishing and, with the group's consent, expertly maneuvered the vessel to nearly come to a standstill at the bustling intersection of currents, concentrating on the underwater conditions. Hey, what's got into him now? Karina prodded Dias. Who knows? We're not in a hurry, so let him be. We can continue with our own activities, Dias replied, pulling out his notebook. It must be said that the scenery atop Reverse Mountain was likely unparalleled in its leisure, as few could enjoy such a relaxed observation. Thus, after responding with a single remark, Dias began his usual sketching and writing. As the crew engaged in their various tasks, Karina shrugged and headed toward the cabin. At noon, a brief cheer erupted, only to abruptly cease. Jerry skillfully grasped a set of uniforms from an unknown nation that had snagged on his fishing line, stepping forward to hurl them down the mountain. Bah, I don't know if this place gathers great fish from all seas, but certainly all the rubbish can be caught here. After his frustrated exclamation, Jerry turned back, his expression calm as he addressed his companions, who were staring at him with bemusement. All right, the fishing itch has been scratched. Let us set off. Ha ha, Jerry, have you ever counted how many non-fish items you've caught? Ace was the first to laugh, posing a profound inquiry. What does it matter? Just ask if I caught anything, Jerry replied, standing tall with hands on his hips. Dias clapped his hands to draw attention, stating, since we're ready. Let us go. Jerry raised his clenched fist to the sky, declaring loudly, all right, our new journey begins now. With that proclamation, the ship's bow turned, speeding down towards Reverse Mountain, in the South Sea, St. Doria Kingdom. We've been in the South Sea for several days now, and I feel the atmosphere of metallic technology and its utilization here seems to be notably higher, Dias remarked, observing the bustling streets. The seas of the Four Seas did not possess the treacherous and unpredictable nature of the Grand Line. Many sailors, even ordinary folk, felt emboldened to navigate between different islands within their respective waters, thanks to their familiarity with nautical charts and some sailing knowledge. Inter-island communication within the Four Seas was naturally more accessible and frequent compared to the Grand Line, whether it be legitimate merchants conducting trade or countries visiting one another. The activities of pirates and bounty hunters were relatively safer and swifter in the Four Seas compared to the Grand Line. The Four Seas were separated from the Grand Line and the Red Land, leading to gradual yet distinct differences in technology, culture, and customs. Dias believed that, in comparison to the East Sea, there seemed to be a higher prevalence of firearms and metallic objects among the pedestrians he observed. Ahem, Dias, are you certain it's that simple? Jerry inquired pointedly. Isn't it? This is our third island, and they all appear the same, Dias replied, momentarily taken aback. He gestured for everyone to look left, where a passerby donned shiny metallic armor, with several sharp firearms visibly tucked at their waist. Have you noticed that these individuals mostly exhibit a cautious demeanor while feigning leisure? Furthermore, they typically travel in pairs, as if waiting in line for a restroom. Outwardly calm, yet inwardly anxious. Jerry spoke in hushed tones, ensuring only his companions could hear. What do you mean? Upon his suggestion, the rest of the group, except for Scar, who had already noted the peculiarities due to his profession, displayed expressions of confusion. They glanced around, realizing there were indeed numerous similarly dressed pedestrians and civilians on the street, aligning with Jerry's earlier observations. Some were even gathered at street corners, covertly observing passersby, including their group. This implies they could be revolutionaries or individuals covertly recruited. Jerry patted Dias's slightly tense shoulder and continued, "Let us not draw attention, as it is ultimately irrelevant to us. He need not look around." A simple application of observation hockey allowed him to capture and comprehend a multitude of information. "Indeed, let us find a place to eat. We came here to sample the local cuisine." Ace, clad in a short-sleeved beach shirt, said leisurely, his fingers interlaced behind his head, showing little interest in the revolutionaries. "Don't forget about procuring supplies while we eat," Dias nodded. He was aware of the revolutionaries' reputation, but hadn't anticipated encountering them here. Moreover, according to Jerry's account, previous islands also displayed signs of revolutionary activity, the implications of which Dias fully grasped. Revolutionaries typically infiltrated and operated in secrecy, rarely launching a full-scale assault. Dias silently hoped that no conflict would erupt at this moment. Otherwise, their group might find it challenging to remain uninvolved. At a bustling street-side restaurant, the pirate crew divided into 2 tables, indulging in an array of dishes. This curry udon is delightful. I could devour 10 servings in one go. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept the challenge?" Ace declared, quickly chewing his noodles and brandishing his fork in a challenge. "What audacity! Since you've so earnestly invited me, I shall graciously accept your challenge," Jerry retorted with a smirk, wielding a fork in each hand, clearly intending to employ the renowned dual fork technique. Meow. Kodaz felt inexplicably disgruntled at that moment. "Huh. Come on everyone, be the judges. I'm about to add another defeat to his tally."艾斯摩拳擦掌，准备享用丰盛的美食，同时不忘转过头来叮嘱道 Dios, please urge the chef to expedite the noodles. The outcome of their contest remained uncertain. As the old adage goes, one who loves cake shall win. But at this moment, what he cherished was the noodles. Jerry 无位于以往几次较量的前败记录。话音刚落，两人的目光如火花般激烈碰撞。仿佛空气中都弥漫着紧张的气氛。随着老板急促送上的几份乌冬面，他们迅速开始了狼吞虎咽 delicious。艾斯一边品尝一边赞叹，后厨的厨师们听后都忍不住笑逐颜开，纷纷夸赞这位年轻人识货。很快，几大份面条便已入腹，而艾斯对美食的赞美之声也如滔滔江水般不绝于耳。轰！餐厅另一侧突然传来巨响，随之而来的是一声怒吼：“什么咖喱乌冬面，难吃的要命！别拦着我！”他们吃面的模样真让人恶心，影响我吃菜包肉的心情。怒吼者是个赤红色刺猬头，目光凶狠，身着黑色夹克，腰间别着匕首和手枪，显然是个不好惹的角色。而他身旁的同桌则戴着带有多个小孔的蓝白条纹面罩，紧紧握住刺猬头的手臂，低声劝解他不要冲动。这两人正是与王 Luffy 同期的超新星 Kid 和 Kira， 显然在此时，他们尚未踏上伟大航路的征程。哼，你的肉可比不上胡萝卜好吃。咖喱乌冬面里有胡萝卜，胡萝卜才是最美味的。加洛特闻声望去，毫不犹豫地反驳，坚定捍卫胡萝卜的崇高地位。没想到加洛特突然站起大喊，卡丽娜差点被噎到，随即轻声安抚：“嗨嗨，加洛特，先坐下，别理他，他并没有说你的胡萝卜不好吃。”“哎，是吗？我以为他说胡萝卜不好吃。”加洛特缓缓坐下，嘴里依旧唠叨：“而且青菜和胡萝卜都很好吃呀，为什么要包肉？”“哈哈哈，加洛特，菜包肉里也可以有胡萝卜的，你不要理会他，每个人的口味都不同。难道他不喜欢的，就不允许别人去享受和赞美吗？”消灭完桌上的乌冬面，杰瑞在等待上菜的间隙，伸手给加洛特点了个赞，随后侧头瞥向那个稍显眼熟的刺猬头。爱吃什么是个人的事，不爱可以不吃，但别轻易贬低他人的喜好。哪碗咖喱乌冬面惹到你了，你就去找那碗算账，真是无理取闹。杰瑞淡然的语气引起了 Kid 的愤怒，让他不禁回忆起了那段不堪回首的往事。那是一个阳光明媚的日子 ，Kid 和 Kira 邀请了他们共同喜欢的女孩一起吃咖喱乌冬面。那天阳光灿烂，她的笑容温柔动人，让 Kid 一瞬间想与她携手到老。然而，正是咖喱乌冬面引发的祸端。当女孩吃完面时，身上沾满了咖喱汤汁， 犹如某种金色液体。此情此景引起了 Kid 和 Kira 的哄笑，随后两人便遭到了女孩的愤怒反击。从此以后，咖喱乌冬面成为了他们共同的痛苦回忆，亦成为了他们厌恶的食物。混账！你找死 ！Kid 怒火中烧，推开 Kira， 气势汹汹地向杰瑞冲去。他一向脾气火爆，之前因加洛特是小女孩，加上 Kira 的欠阻，勉强克制了自己的情绪。但此刻听到杰瑞提起往事，他再也无法忍受。Kid 化身乌鸦哥，一手抓住杰瑞坐着的餐桌边缘，企图掀桌。Kid 用尽全力，却发现桌子纹丝不动，诧异地低头一看，杰瑞正用手掌按在桌面上，仿佛有一股无形的力量在支撑着整个桌子。乌鸦哥，非人人可挟。杰瑞悠然自得地说完，猛然起身，迅速一个铁山靠撞向 Kid， 哗啦！这一撞击使 Kid 如炮弹般飞出，瞬间砸碎餐厅的木门，跌落在大街上。杰瑞轻描淡写的瞥了一眼，便收回目光，挥手轻拍两下肩膀，低声说道：“想掀我的桌子，真当你是面子果实能力者。” Kid 见状 ，Kira 迅速冲出店门。此时，他终于看清了杰瑞一伙的模样。Kira 的座位背对着众人，之前他只是习惯性的阻止冲动的。Kid 看到 Kid 捂着胸口躺在地上，慢慢爬起 ，Kira 终于松了一口气，跑到 Kid 身边。Kira 快速向 Kid 解释那伙人的身份，想让他权衡利弊再做决定。哼，管他是谁，我可不会轻易认输，否则如何去寻找 One Piece Kid 重新站起，握紧拳头。我就知道你会这么说，好吧？你要怎么做，我都陪着你。Kira 当即表态，他们之间的感情无需多言，那就来。Kid 发动磁磁果实的能力，瞬间将周围视线范围内的金属吸附在手上，形成一个巨大的金属手臂。吃，你们去吃屎吧 ！Kid 怒吼着，巨型金属拳头带着呼啸的风声砸向餐厅。就在拳头即将接触餐厅之际， Kid 感到一股强大的阻力作用在金属拳头上，让他寸步难行。喂，你想用这破铜烂铁拳干什么？杰瑞的声音突然响起，随即他抵挡着 Kid 巨拳的右手再次发力，一股无法抵挡的巨大力量沿着 Kid 汇聚的金属手臂迅速蔓延开来。下一秒，无数金属物件当空飞散，叮铃哐啷的声音不绝于耳。Kid 也在这漫天金属雨中倒飞而出。目标确认，果然是新世界归来的强大海贼，但在此时此刻出现在这里，对我们未必是好事。一位长相似鼠似雕的矮小毛皮族站在距离中部大街有段距离的一座楼顶，低声说道。他背负着沉重的各种设备，正通过望远镜观察杰瑞和 Kid 的冲突。难怪这几天 CP 组织如此活跃，还以为是我们革命军有人暴露了呢。话音未落，一位体型圆润如蛋的男子出现在毛皮族成员旁边接话。那我们最好吩咐下去，先延缓原定在之后2天的行动吧。这位毛皮族正是革命军南军的军队长 Lindbergh， 另一位则是他的副军队长 Double， 恐怕已经来不及了。Lindbergh 无奈一笑。轰隆！远处陈旧的民宅区内突然传来一声炸响，随之而来的是密集的枪声，应该是有兄弟被 CP 组织和国王军发现了。我们赶快过去看看吧 ，Lindbergh 说着，便一溜烟消失在了原地。At the entrance of the restaurant, in a street that appeared somewhat desolate after pedestrians had retreated, a figure wielding dual sickles stumbled backward in haste. Another figure, gracefully wielding a long sword, slowly drew back, elegantly lifting a rose to his nose to savor its fragrance. Do not assume that only you have allies. Do you think you can encircle our captain? Cavendish murmured, his sword pointed forward. Witnessing Kid being repelled by Jerry, Kira resolutely grasped his large sickle and charged forward. However, Jerry remained in place, preoccupied with pouring a drink, entirely indifferent to Kira's approach. Just as Kira's blade was about to reach Jerry, a flash suddenly ignited at the corner of his eye, followed by a powerful kick from Cavendish. At the entrance of the restaurant, the members of the Black Tortoise pirate crew observed the two individuals striking poses and couldn't help but face-bomb in unison. As they were about to jest, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. That sounds like cannon fire or an explosion, they remarked, turning their gaze toward the source of the commotion. Although the distance and the obstructing buildings made it hard to see, they could still discern dust swirling in the sky. Could it be? Has the Revolutionary Army truly taken action? Listening to the incessant gunfire, Dorse face-palmed in disbelief. Dorse, it may not necessarily be an operation initiated by the Revolutionary Army. It could also be the kingdom's military, Scar suggested, glancing at the hastily moving troops clad in uniform and armed with weapons. Well, regardless, this country has indeed descended into chaos. We should make our exit, Dorse concluded. The group, showing no dissent, shifted their attention to the brawl erupting in the street. It was evident that both Jerry and Cavendish were clearly overpowering their opponents. However, both displayed a hint of mockery, not immediately unleashing their full strength. Nevertheless, Kid and Kira bore numerous scars inflicted by the strikes of fishing rods and sharp swords. Moments later, noticing some indistinct individuals stirring nearby and the encroaching turmoil of war, Dorse and his companions made their way toward the port while calling out to the battlefield. Jerry, Cavendish, we must retreat. All right, you all go ahead. We will catch up shortly, Jerry responded. With that, Dorse and his crew hastened back to their ship, aware that if the surrounding chaos affected them or their anchored pirate vessel, it could spell disaster. Suddenly, Jerry lunged forward, closing the distance to Kid with lightning speed. In an instant, he transformed into a relentless combat machine, attacking with punches, kicks, and fishing rods in a relentless barrage. Under Jerry's fierce assault, Kid found himself overwhelmed in mere moments. Even as Kid summoned a torrent of metallic projectiles raining down like a deluge or formed armor around himself. His metal fists and feet continuously blocked and sought to counterattack. He posed no threat to Jerry. A smirk curled at the corners of Jerry's mouth as he precisely exploited Kid's flaw amidst the chaos of flying debris, launching a powerful kick. Then, like a phantom, he appeared before the staggering Kid, striking fiercely with a fishing rod that radiated a sharp gleam and formidable energy. Divine evasion, Jerry bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the vicinity. Gah! Kid coughed up blood as he was struck by the ferocious blow, his body crashing heavily against a stone monument on the street with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments. Jerry chuckled, leisurely retracting his rod, realizing that the name of the technique was merely a whimsical shout. Had he executed the original move with sincerity, his tail would have long been raised to the heavens. Beautiful sword, thunderous roar. Simultaneously, Cavendish shouted, his lower body transforming into a bolt of lightning, directing his long sword to unleash numerous tiny bolts of electricity toward Kira. As his vision was filled with lightning, Kira could only instinctively raise his sickle to strike at the enemy. Yet in the next moment, he felt a paralyzing numbness envelop him, followed by waves of excruciating pain and countless electric shocks. Ugh! Kira screamed, his charred hand clutching his abdomen as he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Now's our chance. Quickly eliminate those pirates. A cacophony of voices erupted from the street, followed by a sudden barrage of gunfire. Bang! Bang! Clang! Cavendish swiftly swung his sword to deflect the bullets aimed at him and Kira. Meanwhile, Jerry conjured two swirling circular water shields to protect himself and Kid from the incoming gunfire. Jerry would not idly watch as unidentified individuals attempted to claim the spoils of his victory. Moreover, he and Kid were not so desperate as to fight to the death over a trivial matter. Jerry furrowed his brow, his eyes scanning the encroaching crowd from all directions, his expression darkening. Hey, you must be the military of this kingdom, right? He called out, scrutinizing the crowd carefully before muttering. It seems there are more than just military personnel. Surrounding Jerry and his companions were, without a doubt, the kingdom's military forces. But mingled among them were some suspicious figures. Jerry speculated that most of them were likely members of the world government's CP organization. Listening to the distant sounds of cannon fire and gunshots, Jerry was uncertain whether these world government personnel had come to pursue them, to investigate the Revolutionary Army, or perhaps both. He suspected that the current situation resembled the CP organization learning of their arrival in the South Sea and subsequently deploying personnel to gather intelligence. They had fortuitously stumbled upon the Revolutionary Army's activities, leading to the kingdom's forces launching a surprise attack on the populace that the Revolutionary Army had been cultivating. Now, fierce battles erupted just a few blocks away, perhaps because the Revolutionary Army typically operated in secrecy, quietly guiding the oppressed citizens to rise against their tyrannical rulers. Under normal circumstances, military leaders rarely appeared directly in combat. After all, their bounties were substantial, and they were closely monitored by the world government. Should they appear recklessly, They would likely be subdued before any conflict even began. Jerry's observation, hockey, swept through the crowd, quickly discerning the strengths and weaknesses of the individuals based on their demeanor and the fragments of thoughts they revealed, distinguishing the ordinary kingdom soldiers from the CP organization members. "Hey, handsome, come over here for a chance to shine," Jerry beckoned to Cavendish. "I'm on my way." Cavendish appeared beside Jerry in a flash, feeling smug, convinced that he was indeed Jerry's devoted fan for a decade. Regardless of the situation, he never forgot to praise him. "Let me see what my loyal fan desires." Jerry cast a sidelong glance at Cavendish, thinking to himself, this will be a piece of cake. And also award each of them a few bolts of lightning. Jerry swiftly pointed toward the group of CP members who were acting convincingly, believing they had seamlessly blended into the military. "Oh no, run." The individuals Jerry pointed at felt a chill run down their spines, hurriedly shouting as they attempted to turn and flee. "Simple." Cavendish nodded gently, then fixed his gaze upon the individual singled out. His two fingers shot up like two mischievous monkeys, transformed into wild arcs of electric light. "This young master shall act in the name of thunder to punish you." As his voice echoed, the resounding thunder clapped incessantly, mingled with the cries of the fallen. The dazzling flashes of lightning descended instantaneously, striking down all members of the world government designated by Jerry. The earth-shattering roar of thunder had yet to dissipate when, among the encircling forces of the Royal Army, many faint-hearted souls, shaken by fear, dropped their weapons unknowingly. "What is this? Are they monsters? Damn! Who commanded us to capture them?" "The captain. He has been struck down by lightning. Run." Panic-stricken murmurs spread through the crowd, and as someone cried out to flee, chaos erupted in an instant. This nation had already endured years of tyranny, and although some individuals possessed a modicum of strength, the majority of the army consisted of inept sycophants. They easily dealt with defenseless civilians, but now revealed their true colors when confronted with overwhelmingly powerful foes. Had it not been for the covert assistance from the CP that enabled them to win a few skirmishes against the newly joined revolutionaries, most would have fled long ago. Just as the Royal Army was in turmoil, another group of armed civilians emerged in the distance. Unlike the uniformed Royal Army, these civilians donned varied attire, some wielding firearms while others brandished mere shovels and hoes. Yet, their faces bore an unwavering determination. As the two armed factions were poised to clash, Jerry sighed, glanced at the now-vanished kid and his companion, and quietly said to Cavendish, "Let us depart." Indeed, Cavendish nodded, turning to follow Jerry's lead. Jerry believed it best not to interfere in such matters. He was neither a revolutionary nor a savior. Moreover, he bore the stigma of assaulting a celestial dragon and was under close scrutiny from the world government. To rashly involve himself in this nation's internal strife might bring harm to it. Suddenly, Jerry halted in his tracks, causing Cavendish, lost in his own fantasies, to nearly collide with him. "Pardon the interruption, Dragon Fist Jerry," Lindbergh greeted with a smile, leaning against the narrow alleyway. "Hello, are you from the Fur Tribe? Garrot would surely be delighted to encounter a fellow tribesman here." However, Jerry, observing Lindbergh, who was of a similar stature to Garrot, simply shook his head. "Garrot? I know. She asked the little rabbit aboard your ship, right?" Lindbergh clearly possessed knowledge of the Black Tortoise pirates. He straightened up slightly and continued, "You may have surmised. I am Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army of the Revolutionary Army. I come on behalf of our leader to extend greetings and inquire if you have any interest in joining us. Should you wish to join, we can offer certain compensations to help conceal your whereabouts." The incident in Alabasta had caused quite a stir, and the Revolutionary Army was certainly aware of it. Coupled with the clues from the Golden Ship, they even dared to assert that the recent events were likely orchestrated by Jerry. The Revolutionary Army was generous in extending goodwill towards enemies of the world government and celestial dragons. "I appreciate your kind offer, and please convey my regards to your leader," Jerry replied politely, shaking his head. "However, I must decline. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and have no intention of joining any organization." While Jerry could sympathize with the ideals of the Revolutionary Army, their methods were far removed from his own. Furthermore, with his lazy disposition, he might engage in serious matters occasionally, but the prospect of committing to the daily endeavors of the Revolutionary Army was utterly unappealing to him. The Revolutionary Army had long anticipated this outcome and did not press the matter, nor did they utter any wise words about enemies for those who chose not to join. "Understood," Lindbergh nodded slightly. "Regardless, we are friends, not foes, and we thank you for your presence, which has drawn the attention of the world government's intelligence personnel. Although some have had their whereabouts exposed, we have also turned this misfortune into an opportunity." Before he could finish, Jerry raised his hand and chuckled. Haha, don't thank me. I haven't done anything yet, just indulge in a few bowls of wide noodles. Oh, and curry udon. Seeing this, Lindbergh chuckled softly, and after exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Approaching the port, Jerry noticed numerous fallen figures strewn haphazardly along the way, indicative of Ace and his crew as handiwork. They too had encountered turmoil, but judging by the state of these individuals, they seemed to have weathered it well. With a glance at Cavendish, Jerry quickly reached the port. How is everyone? All is well? Upon returning to the ship, Jerry and Cavendish expressed concern for their companions. We're perfectly fine. The moment this young master made a move, they fell at my feet. Cavendish boasted as usual, then, amidst the incredulous gazes of others, walked over to share his joy with Falulu, who had returned with Scarl. We're good too. Aside from some Royal Army members intercepting us for no reason, we faced no further obstacles. Upon returning to the ship, we found a few petty thieves who attempted to sneak aboard, but they were swiftly dealt with. Dias recounted their experience. That is good to hear. However, on my way back, I encountered, as Jerry smiled and patted the rabbit's head, sharing tales of meeting the fur tribe on the island. Dias urged him to hasten their departure. They had gathered a general understanding of the island situation, primarily the conflict between the populace and the tyrannical king. However, there were also covert involvements from the Revolutionary Army and the world government, as pirates accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and currently under the watchful eye of the world government. Dias and Scarl unanimously agreed that the best course of action was to leave this place of turmoil. In light of this, amidst the booming sounds of cannon fire, the Black Tortoise pirates did not delay any further and quickly set sail once more. That noon, after a hearty meal, the crew gathered in the dining hall to chat over the sea charts. Dias pointed to the extension of the ship's course and turned to Jerry, saying, Our next destination is the Kingdom of Sorbet. You're going to help Kuma deliver a message and gifts to his daughter, right? Jerry, resting his chin on his hand, replied listlessly, Indeed, that's already a given.